An ordinary guy suddenly wakes up inside the very novel he wrote. Even worse, he becomes the villain everyone in the story despises. He is the young master of a powerful family, but everyone knows him as arrogant and cruel. Since childhood, he has abused the servants without mercy. He even looked down on his own mother because she came from a low status. Not even a 5-year-old girl was spared from his brutal beatings. The moment Ming arrived, he had to clean up the mess this villain left behind. The worst part is that the entire family will be wiped out in just 9 years. As for him, he is destined to die on the execution platform. Luckily, he already knows exactly how the future will unfold. He also has a system that can alter and rewrite the story. He plans to steal every opportunity and every harem member meant for the main hero. He even wants to turn the protagonist into his own follower. That is one-sided friendship at its finest. Everything begins on his very first day in this new world. Sung Min suddenly wakes up and instinctively jumps out of bed. He panics and shouts that he is about to be late for work, leaving the maid completely stunned. Without hesitation, she drops to her knees and desperately begs for her life. She keeps taking all the blame and pleads for forgiveness. Facing this unfamiliar maid, he has no idea who she is. She does not look Korean, but she does not look completely Western either. When he asks where he is, the maid becomes even more terrified. She keeps bowing until her forehead bleeds, while crying that she did not know he had to wake up early. In her eyes, everything is her fault. Seeing the blood, he steps closer to help, but even that makes her scream and beg him not to hit her. Her terrified scream echoes through the entire mansion. She faints on the spot, leaving him frozen in complete confusion. That was his shocking first day in this strange new world. By the second day, he finally accepts that he is no longer Cha Sung-min but Rajan Mayton. The system shows that he possesses combat magic talent and the unusual thinking trait. That morning, a young boy enters Rajan's room carrying a notebook. The boy politely introduces himself as Hampton, the attendant assigned to record the young master's daily life. When Rajan questions him, Hampton nervously confirms it and asks to finish quickly. Watching the frightened boy write, Rajan suddenly remembers the setting he created. Every heir of a great family is monitored by a walking camera. Each one has a personal attendant who records everything until they turn 14. Seeing Hampton nervously watching him, Rajan unconsciously walks over. The movement startles the boy, causing him to spill the ink and drop the notebook. Hampton immediately kneels down, cleans everything up, and repeatedly apologizes. Then something bizarre suddenly happens as Rajan's body moves on its own. A powerful urge appears in his mind, telling him to kick Hampton. In the blink of an eye, his foot slams straight into the boy's face. Rajan realizes this body seems programmed to abuse others. At that moment, Rajan Mayton's horrifying memories come flooding back. At only 4 years old, he beat servants mercilessly with a toy stick. Hampton was one of his most pitiful victims. At 5, after learning about his own background, he lashed out and humiliated his birth mother. Rajan is actually the son of House Lord D.K. Cha and a maid named So-So. He always feared his strict father, but he openly insulted his gentle mother, spat on her, and drove her away without mercy. Remembering those shameful memories, the current Rajan can only hold his head in despair. But this is only the beginning. After that, he became almost a genius at causing trouble. He abused servants and wrecked everything around him until even he could not remember it all. After countless assaults and acts of destruction, everything reached its peak when he was about 8.5 years old. That day, Rajan brutally beat a little girl with a wooden stick, pulled her hair, and used her as a punching bag. The victim was Rosalind, the 6-year-old daughter of the Randall Marshall family. After that outrageous incident, Rajan's father had to personally apologize to the head of the Randall family to settle the matter. Because of that, Rajan was exiled to the remote Maple Estate before turning 9. Just days before Ming arrived, the spoiled brat was still throwing tantrums, smashing everything, and screaming for chocolate. Thinking about it leaves him speechless because the kid was unbelievably obsessed with chocolate. Rajan Mayton was originally just a minor character in the novel. In the original story, he was nothing more than a hateful side villain, yet Sung Min clearly remembers never giving him such a detailed backstory. That leads him to one conclusion. This is not just the world he wrote. It is a real world filled with details that never appeared in the novel. As events follow the original timeline, memories of this world slowly return, though only in scattered fragments. On the third day, lying quietly in bed, he finally accepts that he has been transported into another world. This is no dream, and he cannot stay frozen in shock forever. Rajan Mayton was only a minor villain in the famous sword fantasy novel Sung Min wrote, and even his appearance and abilities were barely described. Back then, the author saw him as nothing more than a background character. Without any plan to develop him, Sung Min simply gave him combat magic talent and moved on. Some readers even wondered where this character suddenly came from. That is why no one knew his true strength, and his story ended with execution at the age of 17. Just thinking about that fate sends chills down his spine. After thinking it through, he decides that survival must be his top priority because Rajan is only 9 years old. That means he still has 8 years to rewrite his destiny. But just as hope appears, an even more terrifying truth leaves him speechless. Even if he escapes execution, he will still have to face Kasan Saez, the true protagonist of the story. In the original plot, Kasan is destined to become the mortal enemy of the Mayton family. Everything begins with the head of the Mayton family, DK Cha. Years ago, he accidentally killed the eldest son of the Saez family. When that secret is revealed, the conflict erupts into the Great War between swordsmanship and magic. And just like every overpowered hero, the Saez family wins completely and nearly wipes out the entire Mayton family. Thinking about his family being destroyed, and his own certain death leaves him with nothing but a helpless sigh. After all, Cha Sung-min created this world simply to relax after exhausting days at work. Even so, he cannot deny that he built every part of it himself. Every opportunity and advantage Kasan enjoys came from Sung-min's own pen. Because of that, no one understands this world's future better than its creator. If he uses that knowledge wisely, he believes he can not only survive, but live an even better life than before. Looking at the luxurious bathroom, he realizes it is bigger than the apartment he lived in, back in Korea. Standing inside the elegant bedroom, he cannot help thinking that being the young master of a powerful family is not so bad after all. Although this body's combat magic talent has not awakened yet, even the original Rajan never knew its true limits. At the very least, he carries the bloodline of the Michael family, one of the 3 strongest families in the world, along with extraordinary magical talent. With such an incredible starting point, he tells himself to stay optimistic. Aside from inheriting the body of a complete psychopath who is destined for execution at 17, this life is clearly far better than his previous one. He believes 8 years is more than enough to change his fate. But just as his determination grows stronger, a flash of blue light suddenly appears before him. It is the same system interface that appeared the moment he entered this world. A blue window announces that Rajan Mayton's special ability has awakened, and the Holy Eye has officially been activated. Rajan is left completely speechless because this power was originally exclusive to the novel's main protagonist. A minor character like Rajan should never have possessed such an ability. More information continues to appear across the system screen. Only then does he realize that every system message he has seen came from this mysterious power. But what he cannot understand is why he has it when he is not the protagonist. After a few seconds of thought, he decides to stop worrying about it. Ever since arriving here, the rules he once knew have already stopped making sense. In the original story, the protagonist's abilities were so broken that they were basically cheating. This is an action series where the main character can flatten an entire continent alone. And in a story like that, if the hero cannot eventually reach world-ending power, what is the point? The real problem is that all of that terrifying strength will one day be used to erase the entire Mayton family. Lost in thought, Rajan suddenly feels a strange energy flowing through his body. A pale blue ring of light appears and slowly begins circling around him. Ordinary people cannot see it, but Rajan feels as if invisible eyes are watching his every move. Only then does he realize this is his first mana ring. In the world of magic, a mana ring forms around the heart and serves as the core source of magical power. According to this world's rules, creating even the first mana ring requires years of relentless study and training. That is why Rajan cannot believe the spoiled brat who owned this body could have formed one. His memories contain no training at all, so where did it come from? Just then, a knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. A cautious voice from outside asks for permission to enter. It is Hera. He quickly regains his composure and tells her to come in. The moment the door opens, Rajan is caught by surprise. Hera immediately drops to her knees. The sight reminds Rajan of the absurd rule the former owner created. Anyone who made eye contact with him had to kneel at once. It was one of the countless ridiculous rules everyone was forced to obey. As Rajan looks at Hera, something unexpected happens. The Holy Eye activates on its own. A blue status window instantly appears with her name and detailed information. Rajan freezes when her primary occupation is listed as assassin, while every other stat remains unreadable. He searches his memory but is certain he never gave this character such a background. Then he remembers that this world has always been ruled by power. That means someone secretly placed a young assassin beside Rajan long ago. In his opinion, the mastermind is most likely one of the factions fighting for control of the Michael family. At that moment, Rajan realizes that even a young master can die from one careless mistake. He quickly calms himself and forces a relaxed smile to avoid raising suspicion. The person standing before him is no longer just a maid but an assassin who could strike at any moment. Looking at Hera with fresh eyes, Rajan suddenly finds all her timid behavior suspicious. Her trembling and tears may have been nothing more than a flawless act. Keeping a natural expression, Rajan clears his throat and tells Hera to stand up. She immediately bows her head and responds with perfect respect. Wanting her out of the room so he can think, Rajan orders her to bring him some chocolate. Hera looks confused by the strange request, while Rajan simply wants her gone. Seeing her hesitate, he copies the arrogant tone of the old Rajan and shouts at her. She quickly accepts the order and leaves without another word. As soon as the door closes, Hera walks away from the room. She moves quietly down the hallway, lost in thought. Her instincts tell her that young Master Rajan is no longer the same person. She has felt it for days ever since his personality changed completely. She does not know the reason, but she is certain something major has happened. Without revealing anything, Hera decides to report everything to the person behind her before disappearing into the mansion corridor. Back inside the room, Rajan sits down and calmly organizes everything he knows. He has already been exiled to the remote Maple estate. That also means he has fallen out of his strict father's sight and has almost completely lost his inheritance rights. For the old Rajan, this was the end of everything. For Sung Min, it is the perfect opportunity. The Mayton family is destined to clash with Kassan, so if he wants to survive, he must stay away from the succession struggle and keep pretending to be harmless. Fortunately, as the creator of this world and the owner of the Holy Eye, he knows countless secrets about the future and the locations of ancient treasures. Even so, when the time comes, he must enter the succession battle. If everyone sees him as useless forever, his tragic fate will never change. Since he is only 9 now, he plans to make his move at 10. In the original story, Rajan continues wasting his life until he is executed at 17. For Sung Min, however, life at Maple Estate feels like a luxurious vacation. He can enjoy wealth, travel freely, and experience everything he never had before. Most importantly, he must stay average enough to avoid attention, but never appear weak. It is the same survival rule he learned during his mandatory military service in Korea. After settling on his plan, Rajan knows it is finally time to take action. Just then, the system warns that his mana is too low, forcing the Holy Eye to shut down for now. At the same moment, Hera knocks and timidly steps inside with an apologetic look. She explains that she could not find the fresh chocolate the young master requested. Unlike the old Rajan, who would have exploded in anger, he calmly says it is fine because the request was only an excuse to send her away. That calm reaction leaves Hera completely stunned. Realizing he almost exposed himself, Rajan immediately switches back to his usual arrogant tone and orders her out, keeping up the act of the hateful young master. He also notices that Hera moves almost without making a sound, exactly like a trained assassin. When she tries to say more about the chocolate, he cuts her off. Rajan loudly repeats that it is fine and dismisses her. Hera can only wish him a pleasant day before quietly leaving. On her way back, Hera cannot stop thinking about it. The Rajan who once went crazy over chocolate, suddenly letting it go so easily, is far too suspicious. She decides to keep watching him, in secret, before reporting everything to the person behind her. A week quickly passes at Maple Estate. That day, Rajan calls Hampton over and simply orders him to get everything ready. Hampton looks confused and asks what they are preparing for. Rajan calmly replies that they are heading to the training grounds. Those few words are enough to leave Hampton speechless. Seeing the boy frozen in place, Rajan uses his usual domineering voice to scare him. Hampton hurriedly apologizes and rushes off to make the arrangements. While waiting, Rajan reviews the plan he has been refining all week. To survive in this ruthless world, he must first regain his right to compete for the family succession and prove he is no longer useless. And to do that, he has to begin training seriously. Rajan has only one ultimate goal: survive at all costs and become strong enough to control his own fate. With that thought, he clenches his fist in determination. To make his plan work, he needs to test every ability he has, from the first mana ring and combat magic to the Holy Eye. Meanwhile, Hampton rushes through the halls preparing everything. As he works, he cannot help noticing how much young Master Rajan has changed. Hampton remembers being beaten black and blue with a stick, yet instead of feeling resentment, he blames himself for failing to serve his master well enough. What confuses Hampton the most is Rajan's sudden desire to visit the training grounds. When Hampton hesitates again, Rajan activates the Holy Eye. The system displays his name, his main attribute as poison, and his trait as timid shadow. Rajan goes completely stiff. First, Hera turns out to be an assassin, and now Hampton is an expert in poison. He cannot understand why everyone around him is so dangerous. Then Rajan remembers that every heir of a mage family is assigned a personal aide trained from childhood to remain absolutely loyal and sacrifice everything for their master. Hampton is the shadow assigned specifically to Rajan. Thinking about it, Rajan cannot help laughing at himself. Even someone as notorious as him has someone secretly protecting him. Even so, Hampton remains a highly trained assistant of the Mayton family. Before long, the two of them head toward the secondary training grounds. Walking behind Rajan, Hampton quietly feels happy that the young master is finally taking him seriously. Even so, he still cannot understand what caused Rajan to change so dramatically in such a short time. His biggest worry has never been Rajan causing trouble. It is that everyone around Rajan always ends up suffering the consequences. From the maids to the servants, everyone looks at Hampton with cold contempt simply because he serves Rajan. Even so, Hampton vows to remain completely loyal to his young master. As they walk, Rajan quietly lets out a sigh. Before him stands a modern building that looks completely out of place in this classic fantasy world. He silently blames himself for creating such a laissez-faire, though he has to admit it feels strangely familiar. The system immediately confirms their location as Training Area Number 1. According to the world's rules, every training area has its own manager. The glass doors slide open automatically, revealing a man in black with sports glasses walking out to greet them. The man gives a professional smile and introduces himself as Noah, the manager of the Leaf Training Center. Noah quickly bows and welcomes the arriving young master. Rajan politely returns the greeting and says it is a pleasure to meet him. The completely different attitude catches Noah off guard before he responds. But beneath that friendly smile lies barely contained anger. A year ago, Rajan slapped Noah in front of everyone, simply because he bowed too slowly. What angers him even more is that Rajan does not even remember who he is. Taking the chance, Rajan activates the Holy Eye to inspect Noah, but nothing appears. He immediately realizes the manager is far stronger than he is. Not wanting any trouble, Rajan politely asks what kind of monster a 9-year-old should train against. The question leaves Noah completely stunned. Seeing him still frozen, Rajan asks again for a suitable opponent for someone his age. The moment Noah hears Rajan mention being 9, memories of more than a year of abuse come rushing back, reigniting his hatred. Countless schemes race through his mind as he searches for a way to make Rajan suffer without drawing the family's suspicion. Then an idea suddenly strikes him. With a strange smile, Noah suggests fighting a grotesque, claiming the 6th young master defeated one at the age of 9. Hearing the name, Rajan immediately recalls the monster he created for the novel. It is the weakest monster in the world, standing only half a meter tall and looking like a giant mushroom that moves by constantly hopping. After confirming it is not too dangerous, Rajan nods, and Noah immediately begins the preparations. Noah respectfully says, the mushroom forest simulation will be ready in about 3 minutes. As Noah walks away, he struggles to hide his excitement. Rajan cannot understand why he looks so pleased over such a weak monster. After all, the 6th young master defeated one at the same age in the original story. While waiting, Rajan closes his eyes to steady himself. A few minutes later, he clearly feels the mana ring inside him operating smoothly. Thanks to his combat magic talent and the Mayton bloodline, everything comes naturally. His body instinctively knows what to do, allowing Rajan to grasp magical control without any real training. Once Rajan is ready, Noah politely leads him forward. A beam of light instantly surrounds him. The system confirms he has successfully entered the simulated battlefield known as Mushroom Forest. Before the portal closes, Noah gives him a fake smile and wishes him good luck. Rajan is already standing in a forest filled with glowing mushrooms. Not long afterward, strange sounds begin echoing from every direction. Rajan immediately raises his guard, knowing his opponent has arrived. A dark figure suddenly leaps out from behind a rock with a piercing screech. It is a massive grotesque with a terrifying black maw. Watching from the observation room, Hampton quickly shouts that the grotesque's weak point is its body, and that it is extremely vulnerable to fire magic. Looking at the bizarre creature hopping around before him, Rajan realizes it looks far stranger in real life than he ever imagined. Without wasting a second, he takes his fighting stance. The holy eye glows blue as he prepares for battle. Rajan clenches his fist, and brilliant blue mana erupts around his arm like crackling lightning. Behind the observation glass, Noah is left speechless by what he sees. Just then, the system announces that the body's will has been fully recognized. Another message follows. Combat magic has officially awakened. An enormous surge of power erupts, and the holy eye shines brighter than ever. Through the magic sphere, Noah watches Rajan's every movement without blinking. He remembers the days when he was a famous mage in Dorothy, praised as a genius before joining the Mayton family. But all of that pride was crushed the day Rajan slapped him in front of everyone. Every time he recalls that humiliation, his hatred burns even hotter. Back then, Rajan mocked him simply because his bow was not a full 90 degrees, treating him like a joke. Wearing a twisted grin, Noah growls that today he will finally get his revenge. He secretly boosted the grotesque to its maximum strength. The monster instantly charges at Rajan with speed far beyond normal. Noah is convinced that combat magic is nothing but a low-tier power despised by true mages. In his eyes, Rajan has no chance of defeating an enhanced grotesque in close combat. Certain that his revenge is about to succeed, Noah quietly laughs at Rajan. But only a second later, that smile completely disappears as the impossible unfolds before his eyes. Instead of retreating, Rajan launches himself high into the air. His fist, wrapped in blazing blue mana, tears through the air toward the monster. The impact creates a devastating shockwave, sending the grotesque flying with a single punch. Noah's jaw drops as he watches the monster fall from just one strike. Rajan lands lightly while the grotesque completely dissolves into thin air. A blue system window immediately appears before him once again. The system announces that combat magic has awakened at beginner rank. Using the skill successfully grants a small amount of irrational thinking points, and all related data is recorded. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through his body, Rajan cannot help thinking this ability is unbelievably broken. The system confirms that beginner-rank combat magic has been fully engraved into his mana ring. Standing in the simulated forest, Rajan is surrounded by blue-white mana, swirling like blazing flames. Looking at his own hands, he is stunned by the power he has just awakened. With a single punch, Rajan wipes out the grotesque right before Noah's eyes. Watching through the observation window, Noah freezes as cold sweat runs down his face, unable to believe this is the power of pure combat magic. Noah knows this magic is famous for massively enhancing physical strength, but seeing a highly durable grotesque destroyed instantly is beyond anything he expected. The more he watches, the more confused he becomes. After only a year apart, what exactly happened to Rajan to make him change so dramatically? Back in the simulation room, the system confirms that the grotesque has been completely eliminated and no longer qualifies as a training target. Rajan calmly accepts the result. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Noah picks up the communicator and suggests increasing the difficulty. Rajan hesitates for a moment before asking how much harder it will be, since he is already running low on mana. Noah explains that the next target will be a pink grotesque. It looks similar to the normal one, but it is much faster and stronger. If it is not defeated quickly, it can also split into multiple copies. Even though Noah still despises Rajan, he stays calm to gather combat data for his superiors and promises to stop the session if things get out of control. Rajan quietly recalls that he never created a creature like this. It is probably a variant that evolved naturally from the world's original settings. With that thought, he agrees to continue. A short while later, Noah announces that the next target has been summoned. From a beam of blue light, a pink grotesque wearing a bright red cap slowly appears. Rajan calmly observes it, wondering what makes it different besides its color. Before he can finish the thought, his instincts immediately put him on guard. The monster suddenly spins at incredible speed and charges like a massive drill. A deafening impact echoes throughout the training area. After the first charge, it shows no sign of slowing down. It keeps spinning faster and launching relentless attacks, forcing Rajan onto the defensive. Another devastating charge heads straight for him. The tremendous impact sends Rajan sliding backward across the ground. As soon as he regains his footing, he carefully studies every movement of his opponent. The pink grotesque is clearly far faster and stronger than the previous one, with none of its sluggishness. Even so, after analyzing its movement pattern, Rajan smiles with confidence. Knowing how this world works, that attack pattern is nothing to fear. As the monster charges again like a raging tornado, Rajan instantly raises a magic barrier and skillfully redirects its momentum. Watching through the monitor, Noah is left speechless. He never imagined Rajan could deflect the pink grotesque's charge. Thrown off course, the monster crashes into the distance. Seeing it struggle to recover, Rajan realizes its fighting style is actually quite simple. He decides to finish the battle with one of the abilities he has already mastered. Clenching his fist, Rajan prepares to activate the combat magic technique known as gravity manipulation. But the gathered mana instantly disperses, and the system coldly reports that he does not have enough mana to cast it. Rajan's expression changes at once as cold sweat forms on his forehead. Realizing his mana is completely depleted, he has no choice but to rely on pure instinct. He throws a powerful punch that sends the pink grotesque flying before finishing it off moments later. Standing alone in the training field, Rajan is still in shock. At the decisive moment, it felt as though time itself had slowed down, and that strange phenomenon allowed him to claim victory. Before he can think any further, the system announces that because this is the first time he has exhausted all of his mana, the Holy Eye will temporarily become inactive. Rajan simply makes a mental note to investigate it after recovering. Back in the observation room, Hampton holds a cup of hot tea while his mind is almost completely blank after witnessing his master's performance. His eyes remain wide open as he keeps wondering what he just saw. Has Rajan really become this powerful on his own? Standing beside him, Noah takes a sip of tea and asks whether the 7th young master has already turned 10. Hampton immediately replies that his 10th birthday will not be until next year. Hearing that answer, Noah is even more shocked. He cannot believe Rajan possesses such terrifying power before even turning 10. As he watches Rajan leave the training grounds, Noah realizes in horror that Rajan has successfully formed his first mana ring. That is not something that can happen by chance, proving Rajan is hiding an enormous secret. Unlike Noah, Hampton is so moved that tears fill his eyes. He believes the young master must have trained day and night to gain this strength. Unable to hold back his emotions, Hampton rushes over and hugs Rajan while shouting, "Young master." Even Rajan is stunned by the sudden embrace. Seeing everyone's reaction, Rajan immediately realizes he has revealed far too much. He still knows too little about this world, and showing such abnormal strength will only invite suspicion. To cover it up, he decides to put on an act. Without hesitation, Rajan closes his eyes, relaxes his body, and collapses as if he has fainted from exhaustion. Hampton and Noah panic at the sight and repeatedly call out to the young master. Noah immediately orders Hampton to run upstairs and bring a healing mage. Hampton wastes no time and sprints away. Lying motionless on the floor, Rajan quietly thinks that he has ended up needing someone else's help again. Still, if there are healing spells or medicine upstairs, they might restore his depleted mana. On the second floor of the training facility, a bald healing mage is dozing off in his chair during a quiet moment. Hampton's frantic footsteps and desperate shouts startle him awake, nearly making him fall over. Before he can recover, he scolds Hampton for giving him such a fright. But the moment he hears that the 7th young master is injured, his attitude changes completely. He jumps to his feet and tells Hampton to lead the way. After only a few steps, he suddenly stops in confusion. It is the 7th young master, not the 6th? Hampton immediately confirms it and introduces himself as the 7th young master's attendant. Hearing that, the healer's expression changes, and he openly looks down on Rajan. Hampton quickly explains that the young master defeated a grotesque before taking a devastating hit from a pink grotesque. The news leaves the healer completely stunned. Hampton calmly adds that Rajan accomplished everything using combat magic. When they arrive, the healer finds Rajan lying motionless on the bed. Sweat instantly forms on his forehead. If Rajan truly suffered combat magic backlash, treating him would be far beyond the healer's current ability. Not wanting to get himself into trouble, he decides to try his best first. If it fails, he will make an excuse and transfer Rajan to the main building where higher-level healing mages can handle the case. After making up his mind, he raises his hand and casts a healing spell. A gentle light fills the room as he summons a mana bracelet. Warm mana quickly envelops Rajan's body, but just as the healer feared, there is no visible improvement at all. Swallowing nervously, the healer realizes his magic is completely ineffective. He prepares to end the treatment and transfer Rajan elsewhere before he gets blamed. But just as he is about to give up, Rajan's purple eyes suddenly open, instantly regaining their focus. Hampton and the healer both jump in surprise, unable to believe Rajan woke up so quickly. The healer stares at his own hands in confusion and even wonders if his healing magic has somehow improved, but he quickly dismisses the idea. Knowing his own limits, he concludes that Rajan simply possesses extraordinary natural recovery. The moment he opens his eyes, Rajan calmly looks at the healer and thanks him. That simple sentence leaves everyone in the room frozen, wondering if they misheard him. Rajan repeats himself, this time even more clearly, sincerely thanking the healer. The infamous, arrogant, and cruel young master, suddenly acting so politely, leaves Hampton, the healer, and the nearby servant completely speechless. After shocking everyone in the treatment room with his unexpected behavior, Rajan returns to his room to rest. Not long afterward, Hera enters looking completely exhausted. Breathing heavily, she carefully carries 2 verdant chocolate bars and apologizes for only finding that many. Hera repeatedly bows her head, explaining that Rajan asked for 3 bars, but she could only find 2. She promises to search for another one if he forgives her. Instead of getting angry as she expected, Rajan simply tells her to put them down. His calm response leaves Hera at a complete loss. Seeing how exhausted she looks, Rajan realizes she worked incredibly hard and does not want to trouble her any further. Still, to preserve the old Rajan's image, he deliberately raises his voice, says he is tired after training, and orders her to leave. Hera immediately bows, wishes the young master a good rest, and quietly leaves the room. Down in the kitchen, the servants gathered and could not stop gossiping. One maid still could not believe it and kept asking if the 7th young master had really chosen to train on his own. Hampton proudly lifted his head and retold everything he had witnessed. The more they listened, the more stunned the servants became, until they could only clutch their heads in disbelief. Back in his room, Rayson unwrapped a verdant chocolate bar and took a huge bite. He had never liked sweets in his past life, but this chocolate tasted better than anything he had ever tried. The chocolate melted the instant it touched his tongue. A gentle sweetness spread through his body and left him feeling like he was floating in the clouds. The relaxing feeling lasted only a moment. Rayson's purple eyes suddenly glowed as the holy eye activated on its own. With its power, he saw the chocolate's energy spreading through his body. Every mana channel lit up, and the system reported that a small amount of mana had been absorbed. Only then did Rayson realize why his old body had such an unusually large mana pool, despite doing nothing but indulge himself. Before he could process it, the system displayed another message saying he had uncovered another illogical setting. It felt like a missing puzzle piece had finally fallen into place, making this world seem far more logical to Rayson. He immediately sat upright and seriously considered how chocolate could actually restore mana. According to the world's original setting, mages had to risk their lives hunting monsters in deadly regions just to gain tiny amounts of mana. Yet Rayson's current body could absorb mana simply by eating sweets, a detail even he had never created as the author. That was probably why the system labeled it as an inconsistency. Lying across the bed while nibbling chocolate, Rayson sighed as he realized the price of free mana was getting fatter every day. Then he recalled the strange feeling from defeating the red mushroom monster and closed his eyes to focus. The system instantly responded with a new notification. The slow flow trait had been activated. Before Rayson could figure out what the ability did, loud knocking echoed from the door. Thinking Hera had returned, he said he needed nothing, but a servant outside reported that a visitor had arrived. Rayson coldly replied to send the person away. Before he even finished speaking, the door was kicked wide open with brutal force. A teenage noble with reddish-orange hair stepped inside wearing luxurious clothes. It was Cotton Mayton, the 6th young master, and Rayson's older brother. The moment he entered, he loudly scolded Rayson for being disrespectful and mocked him about the time he was punished by eating bird droppings. The old owner's memories instantly surfaced, and Rayson recognized him as the person his predecessor had feared the most. Not wanting to expose himself, Rayson got off the bed and bowed politely. But that humble attitude only made Cotton even more arrogant. He pointed his magic staff at Rayson and continued hurling insults. Then Cotton coldly issued an order, as if he were commanding a servant. Rayson acted confused and calmly asked what he was supposed to do. Cotton immediately shouted and ordered Rayson to kneel like always. Before he even finished, he swung his magic staff straight at Rayson's head. Just as danger closed in, the system suddenly announced that slow flow had activated. In Rayson's eyes, every movement Cotton made slowed to a crawl like a slow-motion film. He instantly understood how valuable this new skill was. With this ability, Rayson knew he had gained a powerful trump card for life-threatening situations. Without wasting the chance, he raised his hand and intercepted the attack with incredible speed. With one perfectly timed motion, Rayson knocked the strike off course and sent Cotton's magic staff flying from his hand. Seeing the younger brother, who had always endured everything, suddenly fight back, Cotton lost his balance and crashed to the floor. He stared at Rayson in shock and demanded to know what he had just done. Rayson stayed calm and simply answered that he had only defended himself. That reply ignited Cotton's rage as he screamed in disbelief that someone like Rayson dared resist him. Rayson casually asked him to repeat himself. Cotton gritted his teeth and ordered Rayson to repeat his last words. Instead, Rayson deliberately misunderstood him and calmly replied with only 2 words, "Dead dog." Cotton froze in shock for several seconds. When he questioned him again, Rayson calmly explained that his older brother had been the one who told him to say those 2 words. being mocked by the younger brother, who had always bowed his head, left Cotton trembling with fury, ready to explode on the spot. Enraged beyond control, Cotton roared that he would kill Raisin and charged forward without hesitation. With the holy eye still active, Raisin clearly saw every stream of mana flowing through Cotton's body. He noticed a mana circle had formed around Cotton's heart and concluded that all of his magic would be released from that point. Sure enough, Cotton immediately cast a water spell and shouted that he would finish Raisin. At the same time, the system displayed his profile: Cotton Mayton, water attribute, most notable trait, an unbelievably foul mouth. Watching the water gather around his opponent's hand, Raisin quickly analyzed the mana flow. One look at its path told him exactly where the spell would strike and when to counter. Cotton unleashed his finishing spell, but it completely missed, leaving even him stunned. In that split second, Raisin dodged aside and closed the distance. He seized the opening and landed a series of precise punches on Cotton's vital points. To finish the counterattack, Raisin poured all his strength into one crushing punch aimed at his brother's stomach. The impact was so devastating that Cotton spat out blood, collapsed onto the floor, and began coughing violently. Seeing the blood spread across the floor, Raisin looked at his own fist in surprise. He thought he had held back, but he had clearly hit far harder than intended. Realizing things had gone too far, Raisin immediately called for help and ordered someone to bring a physician at once. As he watched Cotton writhe in pain, Raisin quietly took note of the lesson. His combat magic had only just awakened, so his control was still far from stable. Hearing the loud commotion, Hampton rushed into the room and anxiously asked what had happened. Raisin skipped the explanation and simply urged Hampton to fetch a physician immediately. Looking at Cotton still kneeling on the floor while coughing up blood, Raisin became even more certain that he had overdone it. Even so, the battle helped him discover an effective way to deal with mages. Surviving until the age of 57 now seemed much more realistic. By the next day, news of Raisin defeating Cotton had spread throughout the entire estate. In the reception room, Hera was stunned as Hampton recounted everything that had happened. She could not believe someone, once considered useless, had defeated the sixth young master. Hampton admitted that if he had not seen it himself, he never would have believed it either. Hampton was about to continue when Hera calmly interrupted with a question. She asked if Hampton was about to say he had only been living in Raisin's shadow. The unexpected question caught the boy completely off guard. Taking a sip of tea, Hera said Raisin was no different than before. Hampton immediately disagreed and pointed out that Hera was no ordinary maid either, since every step she took was incredibly light and silent. Hera only smiled and treated the observation as if it were nothing unusual. Hampton then seriously asked if she truly believed Raisin was nothing more than a lazy and talentless young master. Hera calmly took another sip of tea and told Hampton to continue. Hampton firmly declared that, as the seventh young master's 10th birthday approached, he had finally begun revealing his true self. At the same time, Raisin arrived before a massive ancient building and could not help admiring the breathtaking sight. It was the Starlight Library, where he planned to learn how to control and use mana. Looking at its magnificent exterior, Raisin joked that it looked more like a shopping mall than a library. The system immediately confirmed his location. What surprised Raisin was that the previous owner of this body had never once visited such an important place. The moment he stepped inside, Raisin was overwhelmed by the library's enormous scale. 3 entire floors were packed with towering bookshelves. As he wondered how many books the library contained, a gentle female voice behind him answered that it held around 200,000 volumes. Hearing the voice, Raisin immediately turned around to find its owner. Before him was a beautiful woman with long wavy gray hair, slowly descending from above. Staying cautious, Raisin asked the woman to identify herself. With a smile, she introduced herself as Avian, the librarian of the Starlight Library. Meanwhile, Raisin's journey to master its knowledge had just begun. Elsewhere in the estate, Hera and Hampton were still locked in a heated debate. Setting down her teacup, Hera questioned whether Hampton truly believed Raisin had hidden his abilities for years, just to wait for his 10th birthday. Despite her doubts, Hampton refused to change his stance. He believed the 7th young master had deliberately concealed his true strength for the past 10 years. To support his claim, Hampton revealed what he had witnessed with his own eyes. Raisin had successfully formed his first mana circle. The moment Hera heard that Raisin had formed his first mana circle, her expression changed. Hampton then asked if she really thought such an achievement could be accomplished in only a few days. He pointed out that the 7th young master had shown too many unusual changes lately, from willingly training to easily defeating the 6th young master. Hearing that, even Hera began to think his words made sense. Hampton continued by reminding her that she had stayed by Rayson's side the entire time, so she understood his recent changes better than anyone. To him, it all proved that the seventh young master had been hiding his true abilities all along. Even so, Hera remained cautious. In her eyes, Rayson's combat magic was still not enough to fully convince her. Hampton refused to back down and confidently insisted that his theory had to be correct. When Hera asked why he was so certain, he looked straight at her and firmly declared that he was Rayson's shadow, and the master he served had already seen his own future. The room fell silent for a moment. Hampton quietly added that if anything happened to the seventh young master, servants like them would not escape the consequences either. Just as he was about to suggest working together, Hera immediately cut him off. She walked to the window and calmly set a condition. If Rayson had truly gone to the Starlight Library to prepare for the family's heir competition, then she would consider believing Hampton. By pure coincidence, the next place Rayson visited was the famous Starlight Library. The moment he stepped inside, he came face to face with the female librarian who seemed to be waiting for him. The woman smiled and introduced herself as the librarian of the Starlight Library. Her name was Avian. The name made Rayson pause. He searched through all his memories, but could not remember anyone by that name. Just as he was confused, the system suddenly displayed new information and corrected the name to Lavian. Rayson nearly froze when he saw those two words. While Lavian politely bowed to the seventh young master, his mind was already in turmoil after realizing who was standing before him. In the original story, Lavian never traveled with the protagonist Cassinces, but she was a legendary archmage who had shaped countless historic events. There was even a time when the entire battlefield echoed with cries to eliminate the witch. With her power alone, Lavian had once been capable of standing against an entire mighty empire. She defeated the tyrant Tank and his entire army with a single spell, freezing everyone where they stood. That overwhelming ice magic even turned the massive castle Revadon into a giant block of ice in the snowy wasteland. In the future, Lavian would become one of the most important archmages in the brutal war of the Northern Sea. Looking at the woman before him, Rayson finally understood the truth. Lavian was currently wanted across the continent, so she had hidden herself as the Mayton family's librarian to avoid capture. It made perfect sense, because the Mayton family's Starlight Library was a sacred place for mages, housing countless original manuscripts and priceless copies of the world's greatest magic books. Anyone entrusted with managing this vast collection had to be a true archmage with unrestricted access to every magical text inside. Thinking that the legend who once froze an entire castle was now standing before him as a librarian still felt completely unreal. While Rayson was still lost in thought, Lavian smiled, invited him to rest on the second floor, offered to prepare some tea, and asked if he preferred black tea. Although he was still nervous inside, Rayson politely replied that he liked black tea. Lavian nodded and quietly went to prepare it. Once she was out of sight, Rayson finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined, but fortunately this was the first time this body had ever entered the library. If the previous owner of this body had still been here, Rayson could not imagine how that arrogant young master would have behaved before a legendary archmage. He probably would have caused trouble and been dealt with on the spot. While Rayson was still thinking, Lavian returned with the tea, gently placed it on the table, and asked what book he was looking for. Without hesitation, Rayson said he wanted a beginner's guide to mana cultivation. Lavian then asked what level of material he needed. Rayson calmly replied that a beginner's book would be enough. The answer clearly surprised Lavian, because a young master of the Mayton family should have mastered those basics long ago. Not wanting to expose himself, Rayson smiled and explained that a solid foundation was the key to going further. Lavian simply nodded and went to retrieve the book. As soon as she turned away, she used magic to move effortlessly through the vast rows of bookshelves. Before long, an ancient black book decorated with elegant golden patterns floated off the shelf by itself. Lavian gently placed the book in front of Rayson. Accepting the book, Rayson nodded and told her she could return to her work. Lavian politely bowed, wished him success in finding what he needed, and quietly left, leaving the room in peaceful silence. Rayson opened the first pages. They explained that mana was a natural energy, and mages had to gather it around the heart to form their first mana circle. The introduction was easy enough to follow, but the next page left him completely stunned. It was filled with mathematical formulas, theorems, and one complex equation after another. Rayson could only hold his head in frustration. He could not believe this was considered a beginner's book, because even with his modern knowledge, the theories were impossible to understand. Just as he was about to give up, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If he could not understand it normally, he still had the Holy Eye to help. With that in mind, Rayson immediately activated the Holy Eye to analyze the book. The system displayed an analysis progress of 5%. He was stunned that the skill could process knowledge he could not understand at all. Rayson realized more than ever how unbelievably powerful the Holy Eye was. Even so, he knew there was still someone in this world who could wield the same ability far better than he could. Before long, the progress reached 22%, but the system stopped because his remaining mana was no longer enough to continue. Rayson thought that if the progress ever reached 100%, he might completely master everything inside the book. For now, though, his biggest priority was finding a way to increase his mana. With that thought, he closed the book and decided that was enough studying for today. When he returned to the estate, Hampton was already waiting. After greeting him respectfully, the boy reported that Lady Soso from the Mayton estate had come to visit. The moment he heard that name, Rayson froze. He slowly looked up toward the balcony above and stood motionless. A woman with long brown hair stood there, quietly watching him. Her eyes never left Rayson for even a moment. Countless questions flooded his mind. Why had Rayson's mother come here in person? That single glance brought back a wave of painful memories from his previous life. In his old world, the one thing he had wished for most was to see his mother again, because she had died when he was still very young. The hospital room, the endless heartbeat monitor, and his own desperate cries were still burned into his memory. Back then, all he could do was beg his mother not to leave him. She could not overcome the cruel cancer and left her son forever. After losing his mother, his life sank into years of loneliness and darkness. With no one to protect him, he often became the target of other children's bullying. The beatings and endless cruel insults became a part of his childhood that he could never forget. Those painful years forced him to fight countless battles with himself just to keep living. But what shocked Rayson most was that the woman before him had the exact same face as his mother from his previous life. He could only stare at her without blinking. At that moment, the Holy Eye activated automatically and displayed information about the woman before him. The system confirmed that she was Soso Mayton, Rayson's mother, and revealed that she was a powerful expert who had reached the early 6th core realm. In the sitting room, the gentle aroma of tea filled the air as Hera quietly poured tea for the mother and son. Sitting across from her, Rayson lowered his head. His heart was filled with emotions he could barely put into words. As he looked at his gentle mother, memories of how the former Rayson had treated her came flooding back. Seeing the memory of the boy, proudly denying that she was his mother, made Rayson break into a cold sweat. He could not understand how the previous owner of this body could have said such heartless words. After a few moments of hesitation, Rayson took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Mother, I truly do not know where to begin." Seeing her son so awkward, Soso simply looked at him without saying a word. Standing nearby, Hera silently watched the entire conversation. The more she observed, the more suspicious she became. She started wondering if the 7th young master had never been foolish at all, but had only hidden his true self while preparing for the battle over the family inheritance. From this moment on, she knew she could no longer underestimate him. Ignoring the questioning stares around him, Rayson lowered his head deeply and sincerely apologized for everything he had done in the past. The apology left Soso completely speechless. Her eyes widened as she could not believe her always rebellious son had spoken those words on his own. Looking straight at his mother, Rayson gently said that she might not believe him, but he had truly changed and was no longer the person he used to be. Witnessing her son's sudden maturity, Soso's hands trembled slightly. She lifted her teacup and answered in a voice choked with emotion. Rayson bowed his head once more and earnestly begged his mother to forgive every mistake he had ever made. Soso remained silent as she listened. Even without saying much, the emotion in her trembling voice told Rayson everything about how she felt. A little while later, Soso set down her teacup and stood to leave, saying she still had work to take care of. But Rayson knew it was only an excuse because she no longer served as a maid. Just then, the system displayed Soso's information again. Alongside her identity as Rayson's mother was a status reading early 6th core stage. The moment he saw it, Rayson was shaken because it was the very illness that had taken his mother from him in his previous life. 6th core was an extremely rare disease. Its first symptom was small blue spots appearing on the chest, and there was almost no known cure. Fortunately, Soso showed only the earliest signs so far. After leaving the room, Soso stood silently in the hallway, covered her face with one hand, and tears streamed down endlessly. Even Soso could not understand why tears kept flowing on such a happy day. It was the first time her only son had sincerely called her mother. Raisin gently asked if she could spend about 1 hour with him every day. He promised to prepare Nyoaka Rutan tea from the Siep Lian Mountains so they could share it together at the same time each day. Touched by his sincere request, Soso quietly nodded in agreement. Smiling, as he watched his mother disappear into the courtyard, Raisin thought about the special tea he had just mentioned. It was an extremely rare tea, but drinking it regularly for 1 month could completely cure sixth core disease. No matter how awful the previous owner had been, that woman was now his mother. Watching her lonely figure slowly walk across the estate, Raisin made a silent promise. No matter how much she had suffered, she had never abandoned her son. This time, he would never let the disease grow worse. Night fell, and the scene shifted to a simple wooden room. Beneath the dim candlelight, Soso sat quietly on her bed, wondering if everything that had happened today had only been a dream. She clenched her hands and thought that, if it was all real, then it truly was a miracle. After his 10th birthday, Raisin seemed to have become a completely different person, so different that even she could hardly believe it. Gazing at the flickering candle, Soso softly whispered, as though speaking to her late husband beyond this world. Placing a hand over her chest, she said that from now on she would be able to drink tea with Raisin every day. Her son's incredible change filled her with both amazement and joy. Tears rolled down Soso's face once again, but this time they were tears of happiness. She quietly thought how strange yet wonderful the feeling was. As the night slowly passed, the candle finally burned out and made way for a new dawn. The next morning at the Mayton estate, Raisin summoned Hera to his private room. Hearing the order, Hera immediately entered and respectfully bowed while waiting for instructions. With a serious expression, Raisin said he had an important task for her. Just hearing the word important made Hera tense up. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Had her true identity been exposed? Was this a test of loyalty? Or was she about to receive an assassination mission? But instead of any of that, Raisin calmly gave only one instruction: buy the finest verdant chocolate available and buy as much as possible. Hera froze in place, unable to believe what she had just heard. Before she could recover, Raisin added that he had one more task. She quickly regained her composure and assumed the real assignment was coming next. Surely it would be a secret mission, or something extremely dangerous. Instead, Raisin simply told her to buy more candy from Rudin Bakery. Every theory in Hera's mind collapsed as she reluctantly accepted that her young master was strangely obsessed with sweets. Just 1 hour later, Raisin's table was piled high with mountains of chocolate and candy. Looking at the enormous collection, he could not help admiring the terrifying power of wealth and status. Raisin quickly estimated that each verdant chocolate bar cost around 20,000 grams, which was roughly equivalent to 5 million won by his own comparison. More than 100 chocolate bars meant Hera had spent nearly $500 million in just 1 hour to carry out his order. The sight only strengthened Raisin's determination to claim the Mayton family's inheritance. He examined every type of candy and realized the most expensive chocolate cost 30,000 grams, while the cheapest was around 10,000. More importantly, the higher the price, the more mana it seemed to restore. Raisin sat down and began eating the chocolate. The system immediately notified him that he had recovered a small amount of mana. Next, he tried the candy from Rudin Bakery and discovered it had the same effect. That immediately caught his attention. After thinking it through, Raisin concluded that both the chocolate and the candy contained the same ingredient responsible for restoring mana. Raisin immediately called Hampton into the room. His attendant quickly arrived and respectfully awaited his orders. Without wasting time, Raisin ordered Hampton to bring the pastry chef from the bakery to him immediately. About half an hour later, the chef arrived outside Raisin's room. Standing before Raisin, the man trembled uncontrollably, fearing that something had gone wrong with the sweets he had made. Remembering the seventh young master's terrible reputation, especially after defeating his own older brother, the chef became even more frightened. In his mind, someone like Raisin could kill him at any moment, so he silently prayed that things would not end badly. The chef stood there, too terrified to speak. A single word from Raisin made him jump before he hurriedly answered. Raisin got straight to the point and asked what ingredients had been used to make the candy. The chef hesitated, unsure how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Raisin told him to explain the entire recipe without hiding a single detail. Completely terrified, the chef immediately dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness, convinced he had made a terrible mistake. Raisin quickly explained that he only wanted the recipe and had no intention of punishing him. Hearing that, the chef finally relaxed and honestly revealed every ingredient he had used. According to him, the recipe used sugar from Dorothy, 2 tablespoons of 1,000-year herb powder, and corn syrup. Raisin asked one more time if that was everything, and the chef firmly insisted the recipe had no other ingredients. After hearing the answer, Raisin immediately realized the thousand-year herb was the key ingredient in verdant chocolate. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking the herb would provide far more mana if eaten raw. Meanwhile, at the secondary training grounds, Noah sat in his chair looking annoyed because everyone kept asking him about the seventh young master. In Noah's eyes, there were only two things worth talking about. Raisin defeated the monster girl with a single punch, and he also overcame magic backlash on his own after training. Just then, a servant rushed in with urgent news, making Noah turn around in surprise. The servant announced that the seventh young master had defeated the sixth young master, sending the entire estate into an uproar. Noah instantly jumped to his feet, completely stunned by the unbelievable news. Raisin's mysterious smile suddenly flashed through his mind. Noah could not understand how Raisin had become strong enough to defeat Cotton, especially in such a short fight. The bald mage wiped away his sweat and guessed that Raisin had gone all out to make an impression before his 10th birthday and catch the family head's attention. If that guess was correct, then Raisin had improved far beyond everyone's expectations. Noah continued that ordinary mages were not naturally fast and usually relied on acceleration spells like Flash. A 9-year-old child like Raisin should never have been able to use such advanced magic. The bald mage admitted he had greatly underestimated the seventh young master. From now on, everyone would have to watch Raisin much more closely because he was no longer the same person. Adjusting his protective glasses, Noah concluded that every spell Raisin used seemed to be ancient magic that had vanished long ago. His companion stood there in confusion, unable to understand how someone like Raisin could have learned such forgotten magic. He even wondered if Raisin had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. It looked like the seventh young master's birthday would be worth waiting for. While everyone continued guessing and gossiping about the matter, Raisin calmly stayed in his room, chewing thousand-year herbs, while the system kept reporting small mana gains. The discovery thrilled him, because this method let him build mana without gaining weight like chocolate did. In fact, his old body had stored an enormous amount of energy from eating chocolate for 10 years. When that energy gathered around his heart, it generated heat that made mana absorption much smoother. As he kept chewing the herbs, Raisin calculated that more mana would let Azure Eyes stay active longer and allow him to read more advanced spells in the library. 3 days later, inside the library, Raisin finally cheered after reaching his goal. The system displayed one notification after another, saying the introduction to the magic had been fully analyzed, and Azure Eyes had memorized everything. But another notification suddenly appeared. The book Easy Energy Cultivation by the Great Sage and Anbecto had unlocked a hidden page. Before Raisin could react, the ancient book rapidly flipped through its pages and revealed content that had never appeared before. The system explained that this was the 77th book by the Great Sage Anbecto, titled The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Energy Cultivation. Not knowing who Anbecto was or what secret the book contained, Raisin decided to return to the Starlight Library for answers. The thought made him shiver as he remembered Avian, the librarian and a terrifying frost archmage. Even though he wanted nothing more than to avoid her, Raisin knew he had no choice if he wanted to survive. While he was still thinking, he nearly jumped out of his skin when the maid Hera suddenly appeared hanging upside down from the ceiling like Spider-Man. Even though she scared him badly, Raisin forced himself to stay calm and not embarrass himself. Without wasting another second, he immediately headed for the Starlight Library. As soon as he entered the spotless white hall, a chilling aura surrounded the area and made Raisin shiver. Holding the old book tightly, he searched for Avian. But before he could look around, Avian's voice came from right behind him. "Finished reading already?" Her silent arrival startled Raisin once again. Wanting to save face, Razan quickly returned the book and awkwardly confirmed that he had finished reading it. Avian looked surprised by his speed, and he immediately regained his confidence, saying it was only basic magic knowledge. Avian accepted the book and casually waved her hand. It instantly floated through the air and returned to its place on the top shelf. Razan was amazed by her effortless spell control without a single chant and wondered how she could perform it so naturally. While he was still watching, Avian asked if he wanted another book. Seizing the chance, Razan immediately asked for the 77th book by the Great Sage Anbecto, The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Energy Cultivation. Avian confirmed the library did have the book. Hearing that, Razan asked her to bring it over. However, her expression suddenly turned serious with a hint of hesitation. Avian explained that it was a rank B book, with extremely difficult content that was unsuitable for beginners. Even so, Razan smiled and said he could read it just for fun. The moment he finished speaking, the air around them suddenly became suffocatingly heavy. Avian suddenly closed her eyes and took several light breaths, as if she were following a strange scent. Standing so close while the legendary archmage acted so strangely left Raison frozen in place as cold sweat ran down his back. A sense of danger instantly surged through him, and he felt killing intent quietly surrounding him. It felt like an Ashrank monster had found its target and was slowly tracking its prey by scent. Avian slowly straightened up and softly called, "Seventh young master." Still shaken by the intense scrutiny, Raison could only answer hesitantly. The librarian's purple eyes flickered as she gently said that he carried a very pleasant scent. Hearing her mention the scent, Raison looked confused for a moment, before suddenly remembering something and reaching into his pocket. A moment later, he pulled out a chocolate bar and asked if this was what she meant. Raison broke the chocolate in half and kindly offered her a taste. Avian immediately refused at first, but then, even though she said no, her eyes stayed locked on the chocolate. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she quietly admitted that she would accept it if he truly wanted to give it to her. The completely contradictory reaction left Raison speechless. He immediately felt that something was very strange, as if his instincts were warning him that this was far from simple. Without thinking about it any longer, Raison picked up the magic book and headed for the exit. But just before leaving, an idea suddenly crossed his mind. Turning back, Raison smiled and said Maple Estate had plenty of chocolate. If she ever visited, he would have Hera prepare as much as she wanted. The unexpected invitation briefly left the legendary archmage speechless. After leaving the library, Raison waved goodbye while quietly laughing to himself. He believed it was just polite conversation and that Avian would never actually visit. Just then, the system chimed again, showing the completion progress had reached 42%, while informing him that Azure Eyes still could not be activated due to insufficient energy. Back in his room at Maple Estate, Raison opened the Great Sage Anbektos book, The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Energy Cultivation, but after reading it once he could only feel disappointed. Most of the book was nothing but the author's self-praise, boasting that he was a great mage, capable of using every type of magic, while insisting that mastering the fundamentals was the first step toward that level. Time quietly passed. In the distance, Hera and Hampton watched Raison with shocked expressions, while Hampton could only blurt out in disbelief. Raison was running laps around the estate, with all his strength, sweat pouring down as his breathing became heavier. Watching from afar, Hampton sighed that the seventh young master had been constantly busy lately, going back and forth between the Starlight Library and Maple Estate, and now even training his physical endurance. But with the instincts of an assassin, Hera quickly realized this was definitely not an ordinary workout. Before Hampton could understand what was happening, a gentle voice suddenly spoke from behind, explaining that Raison was using exercise to burn away the enormous amount of energy stored inside his body. Avian's silent arrival startled them both. Hera immediately broke into a cold sweat because even she had failed to notice when the woman had arrived. Hampton quickly regained his composure and asked if Avian had come to Maple Estate. The librarian quietly nodded. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Hampton could not help feeling curious. Avian had always remained neutral within the family, and, as an archmage standing at the very peak, why had she personally come here today? Was she simply here to evaluate Raisin's abilities, or was she considering supporting him in the battle for succession? Watching Raison continue running tirelessly in the distance, Avian quietly remarked that he was completely different from the negative rumors surrounding him. Just then, Hera suddenly remembered something. She quickly took a chocolate bar from her pocket and respectfully presented it to Avian. Hera explained that the seventh young master had asked her to hand over this gift if Avian really came to visit. Hera could not help feeling worried, because giving an ordinary chocolate bar to someone as respected as an archmage could easily be seen as disrespectful. But contrary to her expectations, Avian's expression immediately softened. She accepted the chocolate without hesitation and calmly said she could not refuse the seventh young master's sincere kindness. Watching Avian leave with the chocolate in hand, Hera could only stand there in confusion. She kept wondering what Raison was really planning, and whether the two of them shared a special connection she knew nothing about. 3 days later, inside Raisin's room at Maple Estate, a familiar chime rang out as the blue system screen announced that the simplicity of magic, easy energy cultivation had been fully analyzed, and every bit of knowledge had been engraved into his mind. The moment the system confirmed he had completely mastered the Great Sage's energy cultivation method, Raison was overjoyed. But that happiness lasted only for a moment. In the very next second, his eyes widened as a violent surge of mana erupted with an explosion powerful enough to leave his ears ringing. The sudden pain struck so hard that Raison collapsed onto the floor with a loud crash. Streams of blue mana wildly covered his entire body, bursting outward like bolts of lightning. Clutching his chest, Raison trembled as cold sweat poured down. He quickly realized that the energy he had accumulated had completely exceeded his control. If he failed to suppress the raging mana, his heart could explode at any moment. Standing on the line between life and death, Raison understood more clearly than ever that even the smallest mistake in this world could cost him his life. With no other choice, he poured all his remaining strength into activating Azure Eyes to find a way to control the runaway mana. Raison kept reminding himself to stay calm, because he still had enough mana left to stabilize it. Sitting cross-legged and focusing his mind, he guided the mana back toward his heart. The system immediately announced that the basic mana cultivation skill had been engraved into his heart, while unlocking every hidden setting that had been sealed before. Raison immediately noticed that the system interface was now filled with brand new information. Another notification appeared, stating that settings from another world had been unlocked, allowing him to finally understand Avian's strange behavior. Avian's profile appeared before him in full. Avian, 27 years old, ice attribute, cold personality, pure-hearted, and occasionally extremely fierce. But beneath it was an incredibly strange hidden setting. Chocolate is the best, followed by a tiny heart icon. Raison froze in complete disbelief, unable to understand what was happening. At that moment, a memory from his previous life in the modern suddenly resurfaced. He remembered once agreeing to babysit a friend's child. While Raison was distracted, the mischievous boy had grabbed a pen and written the words, "Chocolate is the best," beside Avian's character settings in his notebook. So the legendary Archmage's obsession with chocolate had actually come from a child's accidental prank in his previous world. The realization left Raison both amused and speechless. Before he could think any further, a wave of intense heat suddenly surrounded him. Raison panicked, thinking he had caught fire, but he quickly realized the flames did not burn him at all. Within the blazing sea of crimson flames, a figure slowly stepped forward, instantly putting Raison on guard. The newcomer had striking red hair and a fearless smile. The moment she appeared, she mocked him. "Hey, idiot, why are you pretending to concentrate? Want to die?" Stepping out of the flames was a woman who was both beautiful and terrifying. The system immediately identified her as Mayton, 29 years old, possessing the fire, earth, and water attributes with a violent, powerful, and extremely ruthless personality. The instant Raison saw that name, he was shocked because he knew exactly who she was. He immediately remembered that she was the infamous mage with 3 rare attributes. Even worse, her hidden settings appeared as well. She despised the weak, enjoyed dissecting people, and was already considering cutting Raison into pieces. After reading all that information, Raison could only shiver inwardly. Seeing him stay silent, Posa coldly demanded an answer, asking why he had been pretending to concentrate. By instinct, Raison almost apologized, but at the last second he came to his senses and bit his lip to stop the words from slipping out. Sweat soaked his body as Raison silently thanked himself for stopping in time. He knew Posa absolutely despised weaklings. If he admitted fault now, she might look down on him and even force him to become her servant. Realizing this was only a test, Raison quickly regained his composure and replied that he had never been pretending. Posa frowned and continued questioning him with a suspicious look. Even though he was extremely nervous, Raison decided to take the risk. He looked straight into her eyes and declared that he doubted the qualifications of the woman standing before him. Raison's bold answer made Posa laugh with amusement. She smiled and admitted that he had noticed she had been watching him the whole time. Raison stayed calm and fired back, saying her real goal was not to test anything else, but to see whether he would bow his head and apologize. After hearing his reply, Posa burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the room. Meanwhile, Raison silently wondered if he had managed to pass her test. When she finally stopped laughing, Posa studied him closely and said the rumors about Raison changing were apparently true. Raison frowned slightly at the mention of the rumors, but calmly replied that he was only trying to grow up like everyone else. However, Posa immediately asked a question loaded with hidden meaning, making the atmosphere tense again. She coldly asked if he still thought of himself as nothing more than a child. Raison answered without losing his composure, but Posa only curled her lips into a dangerous smile. In an instant, the flames around her transformed into a massive fire serpent that shot forward and coiled tightly around Raison's neck. Posa casually remarked that if it was already too late, he should just go to sleep, because staying up late would never help him grow. Even while restrained by the blazing serpent, Raison looked straight at her. He admitted he had no chance of becoming the family head, but he could still become a valuable supporter in the struggle for succession. Hearing that, Posa raised an eyebrow as the flames in her hand flared once more, signaling him to continue. Razan calmly declared that he still had value. Posa immediately sneered and mocked him, asking what use someone like him could possibly be. Without flinching, Razan replied that a person's value depended on someone who knew how to use them. No matter what, a legitimate child of the Mayton family always had worth. Hearing that, Posa immediately asked which side he intended to support. Razan understood this was another test to uncover's position in the succession battle. He skillfully answered that he did not know his brothers and sisters well enough to decide who deserved to become the next family head. Evelia briefly crossed his mind, since she was destined to become the family head in the original story. But to gain Posa's favor, Razan struck her weak spot by saying he knew she had always been wary of her two older sisters. Those words instantly turned her gaze icy cold. The fire serpent around Razan's neck suddenly roared, tightened its grip, and burst into even fiercer flames that engulfed his entire body. The pain was like being thrown into an endless sea of fire, and Razan writhed in agony. Even so, instead of begging for mercy, he gritted his teeth and said he had always thought Posa was easygoing, never expecting her to treat her younger brother like this. He continued by saying he knew Posa hated lies and looked down on people who survived by flattery. He could accept what was right, but he would never bow simply because someone was stronger. Seeing her younger brother display unexpected resolve, Posa casually waved her hand. The fire serpent instantly disappeared, and the exhausted Razan collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Between heavy coughs, Razan endured the pain and said he believed Posa had already decided to spare him the moment he spoke the truth. Posa answered with nothing but an unreadable smile before coldly saying two words, "You idiot." The next moment, she flicked her hand and launched a powerful sphere of energy straight into Razan's chest. The impact felt as though he had been hit by a giant bowling ball. Razan crashed to the ground, coughing non-stop, but when he looked down, he was stunned to find a red apple rolling across the floor, making him wonder if that was what had actually hit him. At that moment, the system announced that combat magic had protected his heart from advanced mana, while the iron will skill had been engraved into his magic circle. Razan was completely shocked that he had learned another spell simply by taking a beating. Standing by the doorway, Posa turned her back and calmly said, "Eat it." Razan hesitantly asked if she had decided to spare him. Posa did not answer directly. She simply repeated in a cold voice, "Just eat it." That only made Razan even more curious about her true intentions. He carefully picked up the apple and examined it. The instant he touched it, the system immediately confirmed that it was Katia, an incredibly rare treasure containing an enormous amount of energy. Razan was stunned because he knew this fruit was almost impossible to obtain. In his mind, only people with extraordinary status within the Mayton family could ever possess such a priceless treasure. According to the original story, the chosen protagonist, Cassian Sage, could eat Katia as if it were nothing more than a nutritional supplement. Thinking about that, Razan reminded himself not to compare himself to a monster like him. That night, inside the Mayton family's main residence, sitting alone at her desk, Posa smiled to herself and muttered that Razan really was a kid who liked getting beaten, almost as if he had a strange hobby. Posa was stunned to learn that Razan had formed his first magic circle at only 9 years old. The more she thought about it, the colder her gaze became. If he had been pretending to be useless all this time, then Razan was actually a dangerous opponent who knew how to hide his true abilities. Still, someone like that would be extremely useful against her two older sisters. Tapping her finger on the desk, Posa quietly judged that someone as patient and secretive as Razan would make an excellent piece in her plans. In her eyes, Razan's potential still had limits, so he would never be capable of competing with her for the position of family head. Thinking that, Posa clenched her fist so hard that the wooden desk split in half. She was determined because she had finally found the perfect chess piece for her power game. A moment later, she called out a single name, Sendo. From the shadows, a subordinate wearing a black mask immediately appeared and knelt before his master. Posa ordered him to keep spreading the rumor that Razan was an illegitimate child, so no one would pay attention to him. At the same time, he was to quietly limit Razan's contact with the other siblings without making it obvious. She also ordered Sendo to closely observe how Razan handled the Katia fruit. Seeing how much attention his master was giving her youngest brother, Sendo could not help commenting that she seemed unusually interested in Razan. Posa simply smiled and replied that she did not want the reputation of killing her own younger brother. Besides, if Razan chose not to eat the Katia and saved it for something else, the game would become even more entertaining. Killing intent flashed through Posa's eyes within the crimson flames. She believed that if Razan refused her gift, he would be unbelievably foolish, and she would have every reason to punish him for plotting behind her back. Meanwhile, somewhere else the system suddenly displayed a new warning. According to the notification, absorbing too much energy from the Katia fruit could be fatal. To use it safely, the user needed assistance from an experienced water, ice, or wind mage. Razan sat quietly before the red fruit, carefully calculating how much he could safely absorb. He even wondered why Posa had given him such a treasure, and for a brief moment, he considered the impossible idea that she might actually care about him. He quickly dismissed the thought. Razan knew very well that Posa was not someone who acted out of emotion. She had given him the Katia only out of curiosity or to observe the outcome. If he truly became stronger, she would definitely find a way to use that strength. Thinking about the future, Razan could not help worrying whether he would be kept around or discarded once he outlived his usefulness. But refusing to eat the Katia would also bring down Posa's wrath. To stay alive, Razan had no choice but to use it. To survive the absorption process, he knew he absolutely needed the help of a water, ice, or wind mage. Almost immediately, Avian's face appeared in his mind. With her overwhelming ice magic, his chances of survival would increase dramatically. But another concern soon followed. What if Avian became greedy and took the Katia for herself? She could simply claim that he had died from absorbing too much energy while she had failed to save him. The story would be impossible to question. Thinking about it, Razan could only sigh as one danger seemed to lead straight into another. Just as he was still weighing his options, someone suddenly knocked on the door. From outside, Avian's voice asked if she could come in. Razan was startled, but he also knew there was no way to hide the Katia. With Avian's strength, she had surely sensed the treasure's mana long ago. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Razan allowed Avian to enter, while quickly forming a plan in his mind. As soon as Avian stepped inside, Razan said there was no point hiding it anymore, because she had already noticed the item's presence. He placed the Katia on the table and sat across from Avian, openly introducing it as the legendary treasure. Looking at the red fruit, Avian simply nodded. Without wasting time, Razan proposed a deal. Avian raised an eyebrow and calmly asked what he wanted to exchange. Razan honestly admitted that he could not absorb the Katia by himself and hoped Avian would assist him during the process. However, the librarian immediately refused. She explained that as the keeper of the library, she had to remain neutral and could never interfere in the battle for succession. Even after being rejected right away, Razan calmly explained that he had no intention of dragging Avian into the family's power struggle. All he wanted was to continue advancing along the path of magic and become a true mage who carried on its spirit and purpose. Seeing the young boy's unwavering conviction, Avian suddenly wondered what magic truly meant. Without hesitation, Razan answered that magic should become the example every mage strives to follow. After hearing that answer, Avian fell into deep thought. She began to believe that all the malicious rumors about the seventh young master had likely been fabricated by someone else. He had never aimed to become the family head. Avian frowned because everyone in the Mayton family spent their lives fighting for that position. Razan continued by explaining that he was not chasing power or status. All he wanted was the strength to change himself. Even so, Avian refused to take sides. She advised Razan to seek help from the mages at the main residence instead. Razan immediately rejected the idea. He said he could not trust anyone at the main residence because they had already been won over by his older siblings. Looking at Avian earnestly, he begged her to help because all he wanted was to protect his weak mother. Those heartfelt words left Avian speechless. At that very moment, a painful memory from her past suddenly resurfaced. In that memory, a brutal soldier grabbed a poor woman's hair and demanded taxes she could never afford to pay. Watching his mother suffer, her young son rushed forward, grabbed the soldier's arm, and cried as he begged him to let her go. But his desperate resistance only made the man angrier. The soldier coldly drew his sword and called the mother and son worthless pests. Even as the woman screamed in despair, he showed no mercy. Right before the child's eyes, the soldier ruthlessly drove his sword through the woman's chest, taking her life in an instant. Heartbreaking cries echoed through the air as the woman collapsed into a pool of blood. The soldier calmly sheathed his sword and walked away with a look of disgust. The child clung to his mother's lifeless body, calling out to her again and again, praying for a miracle that would make her open her eyes. The tragic scene stirred the surrounding crowd. Some pitied them and wondered what crime they had committed, while others coldly claimed the dead woman had been nothing more than a monster that deserved to die. Among the silent crowd stood a young woman, wearing a cloak, witnessing everything. That girl was none other than the young Avian. Years later, when she faced a tyrannical king and his mighty army, she never took a single step back. The instant the soldiers charged together, she calmly unleashed supreme ice magic and froze every enemy in the blink of an eye. That memory allowed Avian to understand the helplessness of the weak better than anyone else. Returning to the present, Avian looked at the 9-year-old Raisin, who had spent his entire life under suspicion and scorn. Even as the youngest son of the Mayton family, he was looked down upon because his mother had once been a servant, forcing him to hide his true abilities just to survive. Seeing Raisin clench his fists and firmly declare that he wanted to protect his mother, Avian could not help being moved. She knew his words were completely sincere, but she also understood that the road ahead was almost impossible. The reason was simple. Every other heir possessed strength far beyond Raisin's, while he was only a child looked down upon because of his low birth. With such a starting point, protecting his mother and rising within the family seemed like nothing more than an impossible dream. Yet when faced with that seemingly reckless ambition, Avian smiled softly. To her, that dream had never been wrong. Sitting quietly in her chair, she reflected that dreams never had to be guaranteed to come true. What mattered most was having the courage to pursue them, because that was when people were truly alive. After a long sigh, Avian spoke in her usual calm tone, saying she was not agreeing to help just because of the few chocolate bars Raisin had given her. Even as she said those words, Avian knew deep down that she had already been completely convinced by the young boy before her. Getting down to business, Avian explained her plan. She would seal the mana released during the Katia fruit's digestion with ice magic, then slowly melt the ice so Raisin's heart could absorb the energy little by little. After explaining, Avian immediately cast her ice magic around the floating Katia fruit. Meanwhile, Raisin lay down and prepared himself for the absorption process with a nervous heart. However, Avian seriously warned that the method could freeze Raisin's entire body as a side effect. Hearing that, his expression instantly changed as he imagined becoming completely frozen. Avian calmly added that if everything went well, he would recover in a few months. If not, it could take several years, and in the worst case, he might not survive at all. Her calm attitude made Raisin turn pale as he hurriedly complained that she should not say such terrifying things so casually. Seeing his concern, Avian reassured him that she was a powerful ice mage and would do everything she could to prevent the worst outcome. Staring at the Katia fruit as it released a dense freezing aura, Raisin lay on the bed with growing doubts, wondering if he should abandon the plan. But the hesitation lasted only a moment. He quickly encouraged himself, believing that luck often favored him most when his life was on the line. More importantly, Raisin understood Avian's true nature. She might appear cold on the outside, but she genuinely cared about others, and her detailed warnings were simply her way of making sure he was mentally prepared. Treating it as an investment with a high chance of success, Raisin reminded himself that nothing worthwhile came without sacrifice. With that resolve, he looked straight at Avian and firmly told her to begin. Just as she was about to start, Avian suddenly said there was still one more matter. As a mage, she never worked for free, so Raisin would have to pay a proper fee. Hearing that, Raisin looked surprised. Avian simply tilted her head and said yes, but the payment was nothing too expensive. Her condition left the 7th young master speechless. 24 chocolate bars in total. Faced with such a strange request, Raisin could only nod in agreement. At the same time, deep inside the damp dungeon beneath the main residence, the 3rd young lady Posa stood beside a bloodied prisoner and smiled as she asked whether Raisin had eaten the Katia fruit yet. The informant hidden in the shadows immediately confirmed that Raisin had received help from the librarian Avian. Hearing that name, Posa was surprised, because Avian was the famous ice archmage. The subordinate also reported that Raisin seemed to have earned her trust. Sandow lowered his head and apologized for being unable to investigate further because Avian's senses were far too sharp to deceive. Posa merely smiled knowingly. She realized that her youngest brother held an incredibly valuable card if he could move the heart of the legendary archmage. In truth, the Katia fruit Posa had given Raisin was the highest grade version. Without someone like Avian to assist him, he would have died the moment he tried to absorb it. Posa guessed that Raisin had known Avian's true identity for a long time, which was why he had approached her, and Sandow agreed with her conclusion. Posa then asked whether Raisin had officially begun absorbing the mana. Sandow confirmed that he had, but also reported something extremely unusual. The 7th young master's body had become incredibly rigid. That caught Posa off guard. Sandow explained that even Avian had been shocked because the mana inside Raisin was freezing at an unbelievable speed, yet his mental state remained completely stable. Posa laughed, saying it proved Razan possessed an exceptionally strong heart, what worthy of the Mayton bloodline. She asked Sandow how long he thought Razan would need to absorb all that mana. An ordinary person would take about 3 years, while Posa boldly guessed Razan could finish in 1. But Sandow's answer left even Posa stunned. At the current pace, he believed it would take only about 3 weeks. That absurd estimate was so unbelievable that the third young lady could not hide her shock. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the remote estate where Razan lived. Just as everything fell silent, Razan suddenly sat upright in bed. Cold sweat covered his body as he clutched his chest in panic, realizing something was happening to him. An overwhelming wave of heat erupted from within, covering his entire body in blue mana. The unbearable pain made Razan grit his teeth, leaving only one thought in his mind. It was too hot. To release the surging energy inside him, Razan rushed outside and ran around the estate grounds for hours without stopping. Strangely, despite running non-stop, he never felt exhausted or short of breath. Dawn slowly arrived with the sound of roosters welcoming a new day, yet Raisin's legs still refused to stop. Although his stamina seemed endless, the burning sensation inside him only grew stronger, making him feel as if his heart would explode from the overwhelming mana. Realizing that running alone was not enough to burn off the excess energy, Razan immediately called for Hampton. The boy was still half asleep and barely awake. Razan ordered Hampton to take him to the estate's waterfall. Standing before the roaring cascade, he charged straight into it without hesitation, struggling against the crushing force of the rushing water. Before long, Razan realized that climbing against the waterfall consumed far more energy than running, allowing the excess mana to drain much faster. Breathing heavily, he told Hampton to bring over large training weights so he could continue. Under the tremendous pressure of the waterfall, combat magic and the iron will skill automatically activated to protect his body. Even as his breathing became heavier, Razan refused to give up. His relentless training quickly paid off as the system repeatedly announced skill upgrades. Iron will advanced to a higher level, greatly improving its defensive power, while combat magic also reached a new tier. Feeling his body grow lighter, Razan could not hide his excitement. Still unsatisfied, he increased the difficulty by telling Hampton to raise the weights to 20 kilograms. 1 week later, they became 30 kilograms, and another week later, they had already reached 50 kilograms. While struggling to carry the massive weights, Hampton kept urging his young master not to push himself so hard. In response to Hampton's concern, Razan simply smiled and said he was perfectly fine. What surprised him most was that despite sleeping very little, his body remained full of energy. Meanwhile, back at the main residence, Sandow knelt before the third young lady Posa to report the latest developments. He confirmed that Raisin had fully absorbed the mana from the Katya fruit and admitted the seventh young master's body was far stronger than anyone could believe. Posa calmly flipped through the report and asked one chilling question. Was he still human or already a monster? Sandow continued explaining every detail of Raisin's training. When Posa asked if he relied on magic, Sandow said Raisin mainly used combat magic as support. Closing the book, Posa remarked that combat magic helped people improve quickly at first, but it would eventually hit its limit. As far as she was concerned, Raisin only needed to play the role of a side character. But Sandow revealed one more detail that finally caught her attention. Raisin was training with a 50-kilogram weight. Posa first thought he meant 5 kilograms, but Sandow confirmed it was really 50. Raisin could even climb a 30-meter waterfall in under 5 minutes. Hearing that, Posa laughed with genuine interest. She believed Raisin's body was being pushed to its absolute limit by the overwhelming mana, and she wondered how much longer he could survive. Sandow seriously warned that if this continued, Raisin would probably live for only 3 more months. The mana inside his body had already exceeded its limit, and without some special power protecting him, he would eventually explode from within. Seeing how dangerous the situation had become, Sandow boldly asked Posa to save Raisin, believing only she could help him. But Posa rejected the idea without hesitation. Giving Raisin the rare Katya fruit was already more than enough. Now they only needed to keep watching. Even though she acted cold on the outside, Posa had her own plan. If Raisin truly reached death's door, she would force him to reveal how he convinced Avian to stand on his side. Elsewhere, Raisin stood before the mirror in his room, quietly admiring how much he had changed. After absorbing so much mana and enduring brutal training, his body had become lean, solid, and far healthier. He could clearly feel how different he was from before. Not long afterward, a peaceful afternoon tea filled the mansion's garden with a calm atmosphere. Seeing how much weight her son had lost, Raisin's mother gently poured him tea and asked if he had been losing weight too quickly. Rayson smiled and reassured her that it was only because he had been training hard. He even joked that he was becoming more handsome every day. After taking a sip of tea, she turned to praise the maid, saying her tea-making skills had improved a lot. The compliment made the maid blush with happiness. She smiled, thanked her, and politely returned the compliment by saying the lady looked healthier and more radiant every day. Watching the warm atmosphere, Rayson could not hide his surprise. The maid seemed unusually close to his mother, but after thinking about it, he decided it was actually a good thing. Seeing the healthy color return to his mother's face, Rayson smiled with relief. To him, life was finally becoming the way he had always hoped. That night, Rayson lay on his bed, activated the Holy Eye, and continued training his mana with his usual method. As he cultivated, he realized today was December 20, year 218 on the Hyphaeon calendar. Only 4 days remained until the night of Stellanation, the eve of King Hyphaeon's birthday, the ruler who founded humanity's first empire. But the celebration itself was the last thing on Rayson's mind. What truly mattered was the major event that was about to happen. According to the story Rayson himself had written, December 24 was the night Rudia would appear at the West Gate. In the future, she would become famous across the world as Fairkin, the natural enemy of mages, and the Onirmed blood assassin. Before reaching the Michael family's West Gate, Rudia had suffered endless humiliation before being exiled there. In the original story, Rayson had only briefly mentioned that Rudia was captured by the third young lady, Posa. But now, after thinking everything through, he finally understood why she lost an arm. Posa looked at Rudia's hand, smiled cruelly, and then struck. Her deep hatred for the Michael family eventually led Rudia to become Cassin's closest companion. After forming the Fire Pact, the two fought side by side across countless battlefields. With her unique power known as Fairkin, Rudia became one of the strongest allies standing beside the main protagonist. Thinking about it, Rayson realized that if he could meet Rudia first and obtain the Holy Fire Grail, everything would become much easier. While lying in bed lost in thought, Rayson's entire body suddenly stiffened as he sensed an unfamiliar presence inside the room. The moment the Holy Eye activated, the system immediately identified the hidden figure lurking in the darkness. Shadow of the third young lady. Cold sweat instantly covered Rayson's forehead. He had no idea when the intruder had slipped into the room, so he decided the safest choice was to pretend he noticed nothing. Without the Holy Eye, he would never have sensed the figure at all. But at that very moment, the system issued a warning. Because the Holy Eye was maintaining his easy mana training method, it could not be cancelled midway. If he forced it to stop, his mana would immediately spiral into overload. With no other choice, Rayson lay still and pretended to sleep, hoping the spy would leave soon. In the corner, Posa's masked informant was stunned. He could not believe Rayson was training mana while asleep, since one mistake could be fatal. Watching Rayson sleep peacefully while his mana flowed without interruption, Sendo could only stand there in shock. Even he had no idea how to explain this to his master. Sendo once looked down on the Star Library mana method because it seemed too weak, but now he saw Rayson training even in his sleep. Even after studying the beginner magic analysis book and the easy mana training method, Sendo still could not figure out Rayson's secret. On top of that, with Avian's help, Rayson fully absorbed the massive mana inside the Katya fruit. His body became far stronger than normal, and Sendo believed all that mana had gathered inside his heart. The unbelievable part was that Rayson's heart showed no signs of backlash. Instead, it grew even stronger, and his mana flow became perfectly stable. What terrified Sendo most was that Rayson had never formed a second magic circle or used any body enhancement technique, yet his physical strength was already terrifying. After memorizing every strange detail, Sendo decided to report everything to the third young lady the next morning, before quietly disappearing into the night. Only after the spy's presence vanished did the room finally become quiet again. Rayson slowly opened his eyes and looked around with a smug smile. He had noticed the spy long ago and only pretended to sleep to fool him. At last, Stellanation night arrived. Church bells echoed everywhere, announcing the beginning of the festival. In the courtyard of the remote estate stood a giant pine tree covered with countless glowing lights beneath the starry sky. Rayson quietly called Hampton and Hera. The two servants immediately stepped forward, and he ordered them to follow without another word. After walking for a while, Hampton finally asked where they were going. Rayson calmly replied that they were heading for the outer west gate. Hampton froze the moment he heard the answer. The Michael family had 4 west gates, and the outermost one was the farthest and rarely visited. On Stellanation night, Rayson and his 2 trusted servants headed straight for that place. His only target was Rudia, the Onirmed blood assassin and the future nightmare of every mage. With determined eyes, Rayson vowed that he would meet her no matter what. At that same moment, a girl in a black cloak stood at the west gate, gasping from exhaustion. Suddenly, a man rushed toward her with a furious shout as blazing red flames erupted around them. Driven into a corner, the girl released overwhelming killing intent and declared that she would send every one of them to hell today. Standing before the towering watchtower, Rayson looked up and confirmed that this was indeed the outermost west gate. As the three walked along the stone path, Hampton leaned close and eagerly asked if they could also deal with the sixth young master, since he had already prepared plenty of paralysis poison. Rayson answered with one cold word: no. That firm reply instantly drained Hampton's excitement like a deflated balloon. Seeing Hampton's expression, Rayson glanced at him. Hampton panicked and quickly insisted that he was not disappointed at all. Their conversation ended when screams and blazing fire erupted from the west gate. A guard was blasted away and shouted for everyone to stop the girl. In the raging sea of flames, a black-haired girl with crimson eyes unleashed fire magic and screamed that she would kill them all. The holy eye instantly revealed her information. Rudia, fire attribute, simple-minded, impulsive, and deeply devoted to her father. Rayson immediately confirmed it was truly Rudia. Even he had not expected her to be even more reckless than the version he had created in the original story. Watching the chaos unfold, Hampton asked what was happening. Rayson carefully observed and realized Rudia should not have developed poison resistance this early. Knowing the opportunity had come, Rayson called Hampton and immediately ordered him to use the paralysis poison. The only target was Rudia, and she had to lose the ability to fight at once. Rudia kept screaming in the middle of the raging flames. Hampton moved without hesitation. He leaped into the air and threw a hidden weapon filled with paralysis poison straight at her. The poisoned dart sliced through the air, just as Rudia shouted that she would burn everything to ashes. A loud explosion followed, and thick green smoke quickly swallowed her entire position. Caught completely off guard, Rudia only had time to curse before losing consciousness and collapsing. Seeing Rudia unconscious, Rayson quickly planned to erase every trace before more people arrived. A few seconds after the poisonous smoke faded, the entire scene fell silent. A brown-haired guard immediately pointed at Rayson and angrily demanded to know who he was, why he had interfered, and ordered him to reveal his identity. Rayson stayed calm. He simply said he had come from inside the estate and mocked the guards for embarrassing themselves before jumping to conclusions. Looking over the devastated battlefield, Rayson added that with skills like theirs, they might be better off finding another job than guarding the gate. Although he looked down on them outwardly, Rayson understood the real reason. The guards were not weak. Rudia was simply far stronger than expected. Not wanting to waste any more time, Rayson bluntly declared that he was taking Rudia with him. The guard immediately blocked his path and insisted that Rayson prove his identity first. Hampton stepped forward, cleared his throat, and looked like he was about to deliver a grand speech. He launched into an over-the-top introduction, praising Rayson as the Michael family's young magic genius, heir to a noble bloodline, a pioneer ahead of his time, and an outstanding adventurer with limitless potential. Listening to Hampton proudly ramble on, Rayson broke into a cold sweat. He knew the boy would keep praising him until sunrise if no one stopped him. Hampton finally finished by declaring that the man before them was the seventh young master, Rayson Michael. Rayson crossed his arms, smirked, and asked if they recognized him now. But the guard's reaction was completely unexpected. He froze in absolute disbelief. Then he loudly argued that it was impossible because, as far as he knew, the seventh young master Rayson was nowhere near as handsome as the person standing before him. That left Rayson completely speechless. He could not tell whether it was a compliment or an insult. After all, he had only lost a little weight. Trying to regain the upper hand, Rayson pointed at the guard and demanded his name, saying he would remember it. Then he asked if anyone would be foolish enough to impersonate the seventh young master right outside the Michael family's estate. The guard scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that it actually made sense. Everyone knew the seventh young master used to be fat and useless. Rayson immediately fired back, asking why the guard had doubted him in the first place if he believed that. Standing nearby, Hampton looked at his young master with nothing but admiration. Ignoring the guard's reaction, Rayson coldly said they could send someone back to the family to verify his identity if they still doubted him. The guard nodded awkwardly and agreed, but before he could finish, Rayson looked down at him with overwhelming pressure and warned that if his identity was confirmed, the price for doubting him today would be anything but small. Crushed by that pressure, the guard immediately dropped to his knees, bowed repeatedly, and begged for forgiveness. Even after calming down, he still gathered the courage to ask why Rayson was so determined to take the girl away. Rayson narrowed his eyes in annoyance at the endless questions before clearing his throat. Then he suddenly put on a shy smile, covered his mouth, and casually replied that it was simply because the girl was beautiful. The guard was left speechless and could only nod as if everything made perfect sense. Behind them, Hera could only stare in disbelief at how smoothly Rayson made up that excuse. After everything was settled, the group brought the black-haired girl back to Rayson's room, with her hands tied and her mouth sealed. Rayson sat calmly in his chair like the one in command, while Hera and Hampton stood on both sides, watching over the motionless Rudia on the floor. At that moment, a blue notification window suddenly appeared before Rayson. The system warned that an event capable of altering the story's logic had occurred. The moment he read the message, Rayson realized the world had begun recognizing the changes he created and was quietly adjusting itself to restore balance. Just then, Rudia's crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. She struggled wildly and let out muffled angry noises through the tape. Watching her reaction, Rayson guessed she was probably cursing someone. It perfectly matched her original setting. Rudia was straightforward and incredibly simple-minded. After a brief moment of thought, Rayson chose the most direct approach. He calmly told her that he knew her father was seriously ill and that he was willing to help. The moment she heard her father mentioned, Rudia reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on. She widened her eyes and stared straight at Rayson. Rayson continued by saying his own mother had once been gravely ill, so he understood her situation. Her cloak and the crescent emblem on her chest were enough to tell him she came from Hiran. Since she used fire magic, she had to be a fire attuner. He asked if he was right. His flawless deduction left Hampton speechless. Rayson went on to explain that Hiran lay south of the Fire Dragon Mountains, where a deadly plague had spread for years. Rayson then declared that he knew how to cure the disease. He also pointed out that Rudia had risked everything to enter the Michael family because she hoped someone would save her father without demanding an impossible price. Hearing that, Rudia suddenly fell silent. Rayson told her that if she understood, she should nod twice. After a brief hesitation, Rudia quickly nodded twice. Seeing that, Rayson told Hera to remove the tape from her mouth. The maid stepped forward and tore it off without hesitation. Once the tape was gone, Rayson asked if she had calmed down. Rubbing her sore cheek, Rudia looked at him with hopeful eyes and tremblingly asked if he really intended to help her. Looking at her expression, Rayson remembered that this was probably how Rudia had once begged Casson in the original story. He calmly promised that he always kept his word. Even so, Rudia asked why he wanted to help. Rayson simply replied, "Does helping someone always need a reason?" Rudia lowered her head and quietly said her father had always told her that nobles never helped anyone without gaining something in return. Rayson asked who had taught her that, and she softly answered that it was her father. After hearing that, Rayson asked why she had still come to the Michael family. Rudia firmly replied that she possessed valuables worthy of exchanging for their help, including several extremely rare treasures. The moment Rayson heard the words valuable treasures, a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately realized she was most likely talking about the Holy Grail. In the original story, this was the opportunity Cassisson used to recruit Rudia, but this time, Rayson intended to seize that chance first. Looking Rudia straight in the eye, Rayson firmly promised to cure her father. Hope instantly returned to her eyes. Then he calmly added that she would have to repay the debt later. At the mention of payment, Rudia lowered her head in worry and quietly admitted she had no money left. Rayson calmly replied that she did not have to pay immediately. She could repay him later. Rudia cautiously asked how much it would cost. Rayson answered that he first needed to examine her father's condition before deciding the price. Rudia immediately begged him to save her father. Rayson simply asked if she was certain she could afford the payment. Without the slightest hesitation, Rudia declared she was willing to pay any price. When mentioned the valuable items she had spoken about earlier, she immediately promised to hand every one of them over to him. Satisfied with her answer, Rayson nodded. Then he turned to Hampton, who immediately stepped forward to await orders. Rayson ordered Hampton to gather herbs that were more than 10 years old and bring them to Hiran. Seeing the boy's confused expression, he explained that boiling them with silver seawater for exactly 18 minutes would produce the cure for the plague spreading across the region. Hearing such an unfamiliar method, Hampton froze and asked again in disbelief, saying it was the first time he had ever heard of such a recipe. Seeing Hampton still doubtful, Rayson firmly told him to stop questioning it and simply follow his instructions. His young master's absolute confidence finally convinced Hampton completely. Hampton immediately bowed and accepted the order, promising to complete every task exactly as instructed. His admiration for Rayson only grew stronger. At that moment, Hera stepped forward and politely asked if she could ask something. Raisin instantly guessed she wanted to know how he had learned the cure. Hera honestly admitted that the method sounded impossible to her. Facing Hera's doubtful gaze, Raisin calmly answered with unwavering confidence. I am a member of the Michael family. Those simple words immediately made Hera lower her head in respect. Looking at the confident 9-year-old young master, Hera suddenly remembered the powerful head of the Michael family she had met as a child. For a brief moment, the two figures seemed to overlap. Not wanting to waste any more time, Raisin turned to Rudia with a smile and told her he was about to untie her. The moment she heard that, Rudia's eyes widened in complete shock. A second later, blazing red flames burst around her body. Rudia angrily demanded an explanation from Raisin. Locking her fiery crimson eyes onto him, she demanded to know how he knew her name when she had never introduced herself. The smile vanished from Raisin's face at once. Cold sweat ran down his back as he realized he had accidentally revealed knowledge he should not have had. Only one thought echoed in his mind. This time, he had truly trapped himself. Rudia insisted that she had never told anyone her name. Raisin cursed himself for being careless, but quickly regained his composure and casually asked what was so strange about knowing her name. Even though Rudia still looked at him suspiciously, Raisin immediately changed the subject by promising to give her 15-year-old herbs after everything was over. Seeing that she was still unconvinced, he even offered to reveal the secret behind the cure. Despite her desperate wish to save her father, Rudia could not help muttering that everything felt too strange. Raisin kept pressing the conversation, asking why she doubted the benefits being offered to her. Cornered by his questions, Rudia started sweating, but stubbornly replied that something still felt wrong. Raisin immediately became serious and reminded her that she was being disrespectful to the very person trying to help her. Those words made Rudia lower her head and quietly respond. He continued applying pressure, asking if she was treating his kindness like a joke. Faced with his overwhelming presence, Rudia completely lost her stubbornness and could only apologize in a soft voice. Raisin tilted his head and told her to speak louder because he could not hear her. Still wearing a stern expression, Raisin said her apology was too quiet. In the end, Rudia had no choice but to shout that everything was her fault. Seeing that she was finally sincere, Raisin accepted her apology with a nod. However, he made it clear that she still could not leave. Confused, Rudia asked why she was not allowed to go home. Raisin coldly reminded her of what she had done. She had broken into the Michael family estate and attacked the guards at the gate. Remembering the chaotic battle, Rudia was left speechless and had no idea how to explain herself. Wanting the full story, Raisin asked her to explain everything. Rudia slowly said that she had risked coming here only to find medicine for her father. Raisin then asked what the gate guards had said. Rudia lowered her head, her red eyes filled with sadness. Fighting back tears, Rudia said they claimed this place was not for someone like her. They even mocked her by saying that her dying father had no connection to the Michael family. The more she remembered, the tighter she clenched her fists. Her whole body trembled as tears streamed down her face. What hurt her the most was that they coldly said her father would die sooner or later, and even cruelly told her to let him die already. Watching the strong-willed girl break down in despair, Raisin could not ignore it. He immediately ordered Hera to untie Rudia. Hera bowed and carried out the order at once. The moment she was free, Rudia quickly wiped away her tears and looked at the young man who had saved her. Choking back her emotions, she asked, "Who are you really?" When asked why he was helping her, Raisin calmly gave a simple answer. "I am Raisin Michael." Hearing that name, Rudia froze for a moment and quietly repeated it to herself. Suddenly remembering the rumors, she could not hide her surprise and blurted out, "So you are the child the entire family looks down on?" Her blunt words made Raisin smile awkwardly before asking, "So that is really how everyone knows me?" Rudia honestly nodded and admitted that she had heard people call him useless. But then she smiled brightly and looked straight at Raisin. In her eyes, those rumors were completely wrong, because the person before her was truly kind. At that moment, the familiar system notification appeared, announcing that the story had just undergone a major change. Raisin wondered if the plot had gone off track. The system immediately explained that Rudia had originally been Cassin's future ally, an outstanding assassin and fire mage. That made Raisin question whether befriending her this early had really been the right choice. But when he saw Rudia's genuine smile, all his doubts faded away. Raisin decided to focus on the present and worry about the future later. That night, the atmosphere inside the Michael estate became unusually quiet. Carrying a large backpack stuffed with herbs, Hampton reported that everything was ready and that he would leave for Hiran immediately. Raisin calmly asked how long the trip would take. Hampton respectfully answered that he should arrive in about 3 days. Before leaving, Hampton hesitated and turned back. He asked for permission to ask one question. Why was Rayson willing to help Rudia? Rayson answered in a deep voice that he simply could not accept someone dying from a disease that could be cured. If it were their own father, anyone would do everything possible to save him. Looking out the window, Rayson added that helping others was never a big deal to him. Those words deeply moved Hampton. He immediately knelt in gratitude, saying he had learned a priceless lesson. When Rayson asked what he meant, Hampton explained that even members of a great family should never abandon those in need, because that was what truly honored a great family's name. Bowing before his master, Hampton felt that his loyalty had finally found its rightful place. Deep down, he believed he had finally found someone truly worthy of following. A firm goodbye to Rayson and set off. Watching the young boy disappear into the distance, Rayson admitted to himself that his real goal was the Holy Grail. Even so, he felt his earlier answer sounded far more convincing. 2 days later, at the remote Michael estate, the sharp echo of high heels racing down the hallway sent the maids scattering in panic. Then a cold, arrogant voice mocked whether that fool had picked up another new toy. Wearing a dangerous smile, Posa continued to sneer, pretending to be amazed by the worthless thing that bastard had brought home. But the moment she saw the person standing in the room, the smile vanished from her face and was replaced by pure surprise. Posa carefully studied the young man before her and could not help saying that no man in the family's history had ever possessed such striking looks. Standing before her was a completely transformed Rayson, handsome and refined. He calmly turned around and gently introduced himself as her youngest brother. Rayson's dramatic change immediately caught Posa's interest. She walked closer with a mysterious smile and remarked that he seemed to be hiding quite a few secrets. Rayson remained calm on the outside and claimed he was hiding nothing. Deep down, however, he thought that the only secret was that he had created this world himself. Posa narrowed her eyes dangerously and suddenly stepped close to Rayson. Leaning beside his ear, she whispered in a seductive voice that she could not understand how he had become so adorable, or how a boy could be that handsome. With Posa standing so close that he could barely breathe, and her invisible pressure bearing down on him, Rayson froze. His heart pounded wildly, and only one thought remained. This situation was terrifying. The instant Posa's blood-red eyes flashed with danger, the system displayed a notification. The unshakable will skill had automatically activated to protect its user from battle magic. Rayson immediately realized that merely looking into Posa's eyes was enough to trigger her magical power automatically. Posa curiously asked how Rayson had changed so much in only 3 weeks. Then she casually patted his head like she was pampering him, saying his face had finally become acceptable, and if he kept growing like this, she would like him even more. Rayson immediately brushed her hand away and firmly refused. His reaction surprised Posa. Knowing she was testing him, he looked straight at her and declared that his goal was to become someone who could stand against her or help her, not someone who lived under her protection. Seeing his unwavering determination, Posa smiled with genuine interest and teased that Rayson finally looked much more respectable than before. But her smile quickly turned frightening. She coldly remarked that if she ripped out his heart, it would probably become a beautiful work of art. Her words sent a chill down Rayson's spine, but he forced himself to stay calm and asked her not to joke like that. Posa simply laughed and replied, "Who said I was joking?" Posa then shifted her gaze toward Rudia and said she wanted to see what was so special about the toy Rayson had brought back. Rayson immediately became alert. He knew Posa was a fire magic genius, so she had undoubtedly noticed Rudia's incredible potential and would not let it go easily. To protect Rudia and keep the story from changing too much, Rayson stepped in front of her and firmly declared that Rudia belonged to him. He made it clear that just because he had brought her here did not mean anyone else, including Posa, had the right to examine her. His firm attitude instantly darkened Posa's expression. A terrifying wave of crimson mana exploded from her body and crashed into Rayson, nearly forcing him to his knees. Right then, the system displayed another notification. Unshakable will was resisting the harmful external energy. Posa stepped closer with a mocking smile and sneered, asking what right a useless bastard like him had to stand against her. Relying on the Holy Eye's analysis and his basic battle magic, Rayson gritted his teeth and struggled to remain standing even as the crushing mana pressure threatened to tear him apart. Seeing that he still refused to yield, Posa withdrew her pressure with a smile and said she would give her little brother one chance. Breathing heavily, Rayson asked what kind of chance it was. Posa raised one finger, and a blue flame instantly ignited. She said she would use only a single finger to cast pure battle magic without mixing in any additional attributes. Shocked, Rayson asked if she also knew battle magic. Posa calmly answered that reading about it for 5 minutes before coming here had been more than enough. That confident reply from the genius made Rayson break into a cold sweat. The gap between them was simply overwhelming. Even so, he smiled with determination and declared that today he would make Posa see him in a completely different light. The more Posa listened, the more amused she became. She laughed and commented that her youngest brother was surprisingly clever, and that pleased her. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her finger, and a massive fire serpent shot straight toward Rayson. At that moment, the Holy Eye quickly analyzed the attack and warned that the target ahead was nothing more than an illusion spell. Realizing it was only a feint, Rayson refused to take the bait and stayed completely calm. He poured all his strength into one fist and shattered the fire serpent with a single punch. Seeing the counterattack, Posa smiled with approval. She admitted Rayson had grown a lot and declared that if he won, she would never lay a hand on Rudia again. Hearing those terms, Rayson took a deep breath. He knew this fight would require everything he had. Posa's expression suddenly turned cold. She warned that if Rudia failed to amuse her, she would personally tear the girl apart. The brother and sister faced each other as the tension reached its peak. Clenching his fists, Rayson declared that he would defeat his eldest sister no matter the cost. Posa answered with a mocking smile. To her, Rayson was still the abandoned child of the family head, not even worthy of ranking among the family's outstanding heirs. Without wasting another second, Rayson charged straight at his opponent to begin the battle. But that speed meant nothing to a genius like Posa. She dodged with ease and even had time to mock him. With only a single fingertip, Posa unleashed an overwhelming burst of force directly at Rayson. The attack struck instantly, making Rayson cry out in pain as he was blasted across the room. After taking the hit, Rayson barely landed on his feet and dug them into the floor to keep his balance. Watching him struggle, Posa remarked that he could not even dodge such a simple attack and only knew how to charge forward. In her eyes, his head seemed useful for nothing, except holding his hair. Even so, she admitted that choosing defensive battle magic as the foundation of his fighting style at this stage was an extremely smart decision. The moment he steadied himself, sweat poured from his body. Rayson quickly assessed the situation and realized that the longer the fight lasted, the worse it would become for him. The gap in strength was so massive that both dodging and counterattacking were incredibly difficult. Just then, his basic battle magic and high-level unshakable will automatically activated to protect his body. Even with those defenses, Rayson still felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his mana became so chaotic that it made him nauseous. Gritting his teeth, he realized that Posa had thrown him into mana shock with nothing but a single finger. The system suddenly announced that mana regulation had automatically taken control of his mana cycle and quickly stabilized his energy. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, Rayson rushed forward while activating advanced battle magic enhancement. His target was Posa's right leg. In an instant, Rayson closed the distance and grabbed her leg with all his strength. Even Posa was briefly caught off guard by the sudden move. Seizing that rare opening, Rayson was determined to throw his sister to the ground. A heavy crash echoed through the room as Posa was actually slammed onto the floor. Refusing to waste the opportunity, Rayson immediately followed up with advanced battle magic enhancement. He concentrated all of his blue mana into his fist before delivering a devastating punch straight at his opponent. But the instant the blow landed, Rayson's eyes widened in agony. The bones in his hand had shattered, and blood poured from the wound. Even while gritting his teeth through the pain, he could not help complaining that her defense was unbelievably unfair. Lying on the floor, Posa calmly agreed. She asked if he had planned from the start to exploit the moment she was surprised so he could close in and throw her down. Rayson openly admitted that it had been his only option. Posa teased him again, saying that was why he had tackled her like a butcher wrestling a pig. Panting from exhaustion, Rayson replied that battles fought with magic were simply like that. Posa let out a quiet sigh and said that was exactly why she disliked this style of fighting, because it lacked elegance. Despite his mangled hand, Rayson smiled and answered that elegance did not matter. What mattered was that he had still managed to knock her down. Posa nodded and admitted that he was right, but right after saying that, she casually flicked one finger. A terrifying surge of mana exploded in an instant. Rayson was blasted away, and his body slammed violently into the floor with a thunderous crash. He collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood without stopping. Looking at his miserable condition, Posa smiled and declared that Rayson had won the bet, so she would leave Rudia alone. Before walking away, she added that from now on, the one who truly interested her was her little brother. As she left the estate, Posa quietly reevaluated Rayson. Everything Sendo had reported was true. His body was unbelievably tough. Even though she had used only one finger, the hidden mana inside that attack had been powerful enough to destroy most opponents, yet Rayson had endured it. That extraordinary resilience only made Posa even more curious. She wanted to discover where his true limits lay, even if he was still far too weak for now. Posa glanced back one last time, smiled at her little brother, then turned into crimson flames and vanished. Left alone, Rayson could only clutch his chest and groan in agony. As she walked away, Posa kept thinking. What caught her attention was not Rayson's body, but the fact that he had absorbed part of the mana she gave him. She was sure he did it on purpose. To confirm her theory, she deliberately poured more mana into him during the fight. Just as expected, Rayson absorbed part of that energy. At that moment, Sandow stepped out of the shadows beside Posa and said she should pay closer attention to the seventh young master because the boy was truly fascinating. Sandow then asked if she had left Rayson a special gift. Posa smiled with hidden intent and admitted it, but if Rayson failed to control it, the gift would destroy the power already inside his body. Back in his room, Rayson knelt among the wreckage, clutching his chest and breathing heavily from exhaustion. Thinking about what had just happened, he could only sigh because every time Pokes-up appeared, his life was pushed to the edge. The system quickly announced that self-regeneration had begun healing his body. Rayson looked at his hand as the wound slowly closed and the bleeding stopped, but almost all of his mana had been drained. Right after that, self-regeneration, easy mana training method, and a mysterious energy suddenly resonated together. Rayson collapsed onto the floor, completely confused. Just then, a blue system message appeared. The conditions for body reconstruction had been met, and the process officially began. After reading it, Rayson could only stare in shock. A heartbeat later, unbearable pain exploded from deep inside his body. The system warned that the reconstruction process would bring pain beyond human limits. Rayson instantly collapsed to the floor. Gritting his teeth to stay conscious, he felt every bone in his body being crushed and shattered into pieces. Thick black liquid began seeping from his palms and dripping onto the floor. The black fluid also poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The pain reached his very marrow, forcing Rayson to scream. The constant sound of cracking and breaking bones made the scene terrifying. At that moment, self-regeneration activated again. Rayson watched in disbelief as his shattered bones reformed at an incredible speed. At the same time, high-level iron will activated to keep him alive through the ordeal. As Rayson struggled through the pain, the door suddenly burst open. Hera and Rudia rushed inside, and the maid cried out his name in panic. Seeing Rayson kneeling on the floor, glowing with white light inside a thick mist, Hera feared he had been poisoned by a deadly toxin. But after only a few seconds, she dismissed that idea, because no poison had ever caused anything like this. She realized the strange mist was coming from Rayson himself. Just then, the system reported that the reconstruction process was consuming an enormous amount of mana. Rayson felt his mana being drained at an alarming speed without knowing where it was going. The situation became even worse when the system warned that if his mana ran out completely, the reconstruction would fail and leave devastating consequences. Lying helplessly on the floor, Rayson despaired because he had no mana left. Just when all hope seemed lost, his eyes suddenly widened as he felt a warm energy surrounding his body. The one supplying that power was Rudia. She poured all of her mana into him and said that even though she had no idea what was happening, she would help him no matter what. The system immediately confirmed that Rayson was absorbing pure mana. He quickly realized it was Crimson Flame, the immense source of power that he himself had created in this world. Knowing Rudia had only acted on instinct to save him, Rayson still felt deeply grateful and silently thanked her. Thanks to the timely flow of mana, the raging energy inside his body gradually settled down and was completely brought under control. A system chime rang out, announcing that the reconstruction process was complete. Then an even more shocking message appeared. A hidden part of the novel's story had finally been unlocked. As the light around Rayson slowly faded, Hera and Rudia rushed over, calling his name in worry. The system displayed another message. Rayson's dormant innate trait, Heavenly Aptitude, had successfully awakened. At the same time, he now qualified to begin advanced combat magic training. Feeling his body overflowing with power, Rayson stood frozen in shock. Heavenly Aptitude was a unique ability he had originally reserved only for the protagonist, yet now it had awakened within himself. In the original story, once Heavenly Aptitude merged with the Sword Saint trait, it evolved into the supreme attribute known as Heavenly Emperor. That was the natural gift of Cassian Sage, the true protagonist. Rayson was completely stunned. From Holy Eyes to Heavenly Aptitude, abilities that should have belonged only to the protagonist were now appearing one after another, inside someone like him. There was no time to think. Raisin immediately told Hera to bring him some clothes, and she quickly obeyed. Looking at Hera and Ruda, he swore to keep this secret hidden. Not long after, good news arrived from Hiran Manor. Hearing that her father had survived the crisis and was recovering, Rudia could hardly believe her ears. Hera smiled and gently handed the letter to Rudia. The moment she saw the familiar handwriting, she knew it was truly from her father. In the letter, her father said that almost everyone in the village had recovered. Thanks to the secret medicine sent by the seventh young master, the epidemic had finally been wiped out. After reading those words, Rudia could not hold back her tears. This time, they were tears of happiness. Seeing her so happy, Raisin could not help smiling. Rudia looked at him with deep gratitude and promised she would repay his kindness. Hearing that, Raisin quietly repeated the words, "Repay me?" Rudia firmly declared that Raisin was her benefactor. Faced with her sincere expression, he simply folded his arms and laughed, saying that sounded a little too formal. But then Rudia stepped closer, her crimson eyes burning with determination. She boldly declared that she wanted to become Raisin's contract partner. The unexpected proposal left him speechless. Raisin immediately realized this was the Fire Pact, the sacred contract reserved only for the Fireborn. In the original story, this ritual was supposed to take place between Rudia and Cassian at the Great Nordinthi Canyon, marking their fated bond. The Fire Pact was the highest oath a Fireborn could make only once in their lifetime. It also bound them with absolute loyalty until death. Faced with the offer, Raisin quickly weighed his options. Accepting it would completely change the original story, because Cassian's most important ally would no longer belong to the protagonist. Then he reminded himself that Cassian's fate had nothing to do with him. Right now, the only thing that mattered was surviving and escaping the fate waiting for him before he turned 17. After making up his mind, Raisin cleared his throat and accepted Rudia's proposal. The moment she heard his answer, Rudia's face lit up with joy. She solemnly recited the oath in the name of the Fireborn before the eternal flame. Warm mana surged with the flames and surrounded both of them. Looking at the glowing magic circle beneath his feet, Raisin could not hide his shock. This was the legendary Fire Pact that he himself had created in this world. Just then, the system suddenly appeared. Holy eyes began decoding new data and displayed information about the world's laws. Before Raisin could understand what was happening, another message appeared, confirming that the holder of the Fire Pact could interfere with a Fireborn's rage state. Only then did he remember that he had personally designed Rudia to enter a berserk state whenever her emotions spiraled out of control. According to the system, the pact holder could forcibly control all of the contractor's mana during that state. But his excitement did not last long. The system immediately issued another warning. The side effect of the Fire Pact was the death of the co-contractor. Raisin turned pale in horror. Without a second of hesitation, he pulled his hand back and loudly refused. Raisin said this was even scarier than being buried in debt, so he wanted no part of the contract. Rudia blinked in confusion and asked why he was refusing when the Fire Pact was supposed to be a wonderful ritual. Raisin firmly shook his head. Even so, Rudia kept insisting that her father had always said the Fire Pact was a good thing. Wanting her to understand, Raisin asked what exactly made the Fire Pact so great and told Rudia to explain it herself. The question instantly left her speechless. Rudia hesitated, tilted her head and tried to remember, but no answer came to mind. Seeing that she had no idea how serious this was, Raisin grabbed her shoulders and told her that once she became his contract partner, she would be giving her entire life to him. To his surprise, Rudia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She innocently replied that such a sacrifice sounded amazing. Her carefree answer left Raisin speechless, and when he asked why, she simply smiled and said it sounded really cool. Raisin could only sigh at her simple way of thinking. He went on to explain that the real danger came when Rudia entered her berserk state, because even he might not be able to stop her. Raisin then revealed the worst consequence of the Fire Pact. If everything went out of control, the one who would die was the co-contractor. Even so, Rudia calmly replied that every Fireborn was ready to sacrifice themselves for their contract partner, and they considered that the highest honor, the path of martyrdom. Looking at Rudia's proud smile, Raisin could only hold his forehead in defeat. Her innocence was exactly what scared him the most. He sighed and said he did not want to kill her, and he definitely did not want to arrange her funeral one day. But Rudia just smiled and insisted she would never die. The more he explained, the more determined she became. Not wanting to drag this out any longer, Raisin grabbed Rudia's wrist and seriously asked her to hear him out. Looking her straight in the eyes, he reminded her that she was only 9 years old and far too young to become a contract partner. But Rudia refused to back down, saying age did not matter. Raisin calmly replied that he was not Fireborn, so she should not judge him by Fireborn standards. Hearing that, Rudia suddenly froze because even she knew forcing others was wrong. Rayson nodded and said he also did not want anyone making decisions for him. Rudia lowered her head sadly and quietly asked if that meant he did not want her as his contract partner. Seeing her so downcast, Rayson smiled gently and explained that it was not because he disliked her. The Fire Pact carried far too much responsibility, and they were both still too young to shoulder something so sacred. After hearing his heartfelt explanation, Rudia finally accepted it. She nodded softly and promised she would wait until the right time. A system notification suddenly rang out, and a blue screen confirmed that the Fire Pact had been cancelled. Rayson finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Then Rudia looked up with a bright smile and said Rayson was a truly kind person. She explained that her father had always said the Fire Pact should be performed with great ceremony, and the one chosen must be carefully selected. Hearing that, Rayson frowned slightly, clearly surprised by her explanation. Rudia continued smiling as she recalled that her father once said signing the Fire Pact without care would only turn her into a perfect tool, but anyone who refused it for a good reason was someone worthy of trust. Deep down, Rudia remembered her father's final advice. Rayson was someone she could trust completely, and she must never let him out of her sight. Back in the room, Rudia happily enjoyed her chocolate, praising every bite. She looked at Rayson with gratitude because he had not only saved her father, but had also treated her with kindness. Unlike Rudia's cheerful mood, Rayson folded his arms and calmly reminded her it was time to hand over the promised treasure. She blinked in confusion and asked what treasure he meant. A moment later, Rudia suddenly remembered and excitedly shouted that she still had it. Rayson tried to stay calm, but his mind was already racing. He was convinced she meant the Holy Fire Grail, the greatest relic of the Fireborn. According to the original story, the relic was hidden beneath a small grave in the mountains near Hiran, and only a Fireborn could activate it. Rudia excitedly explained that several priceless treasures were hidden near her hometown. Even her father had always said they were incredible artifacts. Rayson's heart began pounding. Trying to stay calm, he asked for the item's name while desperately hoping to hear the words Holy Fire Grail. Unfortunately, Rudia only scratched her head with an embarrassed smile and admitted she had no idea what it was called. Her answer left Rayson speechless. When he asked again in disbelief, Rudia casually replied while chewing candy that everyone simply called it a really nice cup. Rayson could only clutch his head, regretting that he had made her far too innocent when he created her. Realizing Rudia's memory was hopeless, Rayson closed his eyes and activated Holy Eyes to check the relic's information himself. The system quickly displayed the details. The Holy Fire Grail produced firewater once every 150 days. This liquid possessed incredible purification power that could erase all harmful effects from both the mind and the body. Rayson's purple eyes sparkled with excitement. If he obtained this relic, he would become almost immune to poison and mind control magic. He even joked that he could probably eat expired food without worrying about running to the bathroom. It really was an amazing treasure. Although the system included several strange notes, Rayson paid them no attention and skipped right past them. He threw on his crimson cloak and decisively told Rudia it was time to leave. She immediately ran after him with a bright smile. But just as they were about to head out, the maid Hera politely asked if they should bring an escort mage. The moment Rayson heard those words, he froze. Cold sweat ran down his back as he suddenly remembered an extremely important family rule. According to the Mayton family rules, every direct descendant had to be accompanied by an escort mage whenever they left the estate. Even Rayson, despite being treated as the family's failure, was no exception. Rayson fell into deep thought, trying to figure out how to explain why he wanted to visit Rudia's hometown in Hiran. If the main family learned he was traveling all that way just for a cup, they would definitely become suspicious, and he knew he was terrible at making up convincing excuses. What troubled Rayson the most was that his level 7 escort mage would follow him day and night, meaning every move he made would be watched, and almost impossible to hide. Things were even more complicated because every escort mage answered to one of the Mayton siblings. In this fierce power struggle, every ally mattered, so whoever was assigned to Rayson would also represent one of their factions. Alone with Hera and Rudia, Rayson paced back and forth. He still could not decide whether to risk everything for the Holy Fire Grail or give it up to avoid even greater danger. After a long silence, Rayson finally stomped his foot and made up his mind. The escort mage he chose was Uebo. The moment he heard the news, the middle-aged mage with sharp features and a silver beard froze in disbelief. Uebo had never liked Rayson. He was both surprised and disgusted that the boy had actually chosen him as his escort. The decision also brought back a memory from 3 years ago. Back then, the original 6-year-old Rayson had been unbearably arrogant. He had grabbed Uwebo by the chin and called him nothing more than a guard dog, reminding him that Rayson was the true master. Thinking back on those embarrassing memories, Rayson could only rub his forehead. The old Rayson had played the villain perfectly, despite being only 6 years old. Even worse, he had openly insulted mages above level 7 without the slightest fear. Just as Rayson was lost in thought, Hera asked what reason she should write on the travel request. He blinked as if suddenly waking up. Without thinking, Rayson casually said to write that he wanted to go out because there was better chocolate outside. Hera could only force an awkward smile since no one would believe such a childish excuse. Even so, the 7th young master's request was approved almost immediately, making everything go far more smoothly than expected. Before long, steady footsteps echoed across the courtyard outside the mansion. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a dark black cloak slowly walked in. It was Zebo, one of the strongest guards in the Mayton family. Standing on the balcony in the breeze, Rayson smiled first and greeted the newcomer. Hearing his voice, Zebo stopped, looked up, and studied the young master with sharp, cautious eyes. His expression shifted slightly before he quietly asked how Rayson had been. As Zebo walked through the hallway into the mansion, he carefully observed Rayson and remarked that he had changed a great deal. Rayson simply admitted it without hesitation. Seeing that Zebo wanted to say something, Rayson guessed he was wondering why he had been chosen as the escort. Zebo admitted that was exactly what he wanted to know, because, in Rayson's eyes, he had once been nothing more than a guard dog. Seeing Zebo remain silent, Rayson realized those old insults were still deeply engraved in the veteran mage's memory. It seemed powerful, people never forgot anything. Looking down from the balcony, Rayson calmly replied that if Zebo was truly a guard dog, then protecting his master was naturally part of his job. The deliberately provocative remark nearly pushed Zebo past the limit of his patience. Even though facing a high-level mage was intimidating, Rayson knew an apology would accomplish nothing. Instead, he said Zebo was the most loyal dog among them all, the one who would never betray his master. Zebo stared at Rayson and asked if he truly trusted him. Without hesitation, Rayson answered no. When Zebo demanded an explanation, Rayson calmly said he did not trust Zebo the man. He trusted Zebo the guard because he knew the man's ambition ran deep. Rayson understood Zebo's personality well. Once he found someone who shared his vision, he would devote everything to that person, making him surprisingly reliable. In the original story, he first served the 4th young master, Siron, before eventually joining the 2nd young lady, Avelia. Curious, Zebo asked why his ambition was the reason Rayson had chosen him. Rayson replied that he believed Zebo would become a valuable ally in the future. Even so, Zebo still looked down on him, because Rayson currently had neither real authority nor influence. Then Rayson bluntly revealed that although Zebo appeared loyal to the 4th young master, he actually wanted to serve the 2nd young lady, Avelia. Having his secret exposed on the spot left Zebo completely speechless. After several seconds, Zebo regained his composure and coldly denied it, claiming he was only a guard and had never sworn loyalty to anyone. Rayson merely smiled as though he had expected that answer. Rayson immediately asked back, if he was only a guard, then why was he so concerned? Did protecting his master really require any other reason? Rayson's expression turned serious as he firmly declared that, as a member of the Mayton family, he had every right to give orders, and Zebo's duty was simply to protect him. Faced with the young master's completely different presence, Zebo remained silent for a moment before bowing in acknowledgement. Deep down, he was astonished. The boy once dismissed as hopeless had changed beyond belief. It seemed people should never be judged too early. Zebo suddenly recalled the recent rumors. They claimed Rayson had defeated 6th young master, Carton, and had even created a first circle magic formation entirely on his own. Seeing the faint blue mana surrounding Rayson, he studied him even more carefully. After examining him closely, Zebo realized the magic circle was far from ordinary. The mana it contained far exceeded that of a normal first circle mage, almost matching the combined power of 2 second circle magic circles. Even a genius like the 2nd young lady, Avelia, might not reach that level. Zebo immediately concluded that Rayson was hiding an enormous secret, so he decided to watch his every move even more closely. Up ahead, Rudia skipped along excitedly, constantly urging everyone to hurry. Rayson and Zebo quietly followed behind her. Before long, the group arrived at Hiron, Rudia's hometown. It had once been the homeland of the Fireborn, a race that had ruled a vast territory. But after the Phoenix, a creature of overwhelming power, appeared, their glorious era slowly came to an end. Now, Hiron was nothing more than a peaceful farming village. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of barking dogs at the village entrance. The moment Rudia arrived, she took a deep breath and sprinted forward, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Dad." Her powerful voice was so loud that Rayson hurriedly covered his ears, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst. At that moment, someone hurried out of the village to greet them. It was Hampton, the young boy who had arrived 2 days earlier to deliver medicine. As soon as he saw Rayson, Hampton immediately bowed and apologized for not knowing the 7th young master was coming. Rayson simply smiled and said it was fine, while Rudia impatiently asked where her father was. When Hampton replied that her father was inside the house, Rudia rushed past him and ran straight in, calling out for her father again. Watching from behind, Zabo narrowed his eyes. The more he observed Rayson, the more unusual he seemed. Rayson's words before they left the estate echoed through his mind. He had accurately pointed out that although Zabo served the 4th young master on the surface, he truly wanted to follow the 2nd young lady, Avilia. He had even claimed they would work together, someday. Those words had shaken even a veteran archmage like Zabo. He had never revealed his true intentions to anyone, yet Rayson had seen through them as if he could read minds. Inside the house, Rudia's father embraced his daughter after so many days apart. Father and daughter happily called each other's names as they reunited. A few minutes later, they walked outside together and respectfully bowed to thank the 7th young master for everything he had done. Watching from behind, Zabo immediately noticed the immense mana radiating from Rudia. He was secretly shocked that a 9-year-old girl possessed such terrifying talent, and he wondered when Rayson had become so skilled at judging people. Meanwhile, Rudia happily held her father's hand and proudly told him that Rayson was a wonderful person and that she had brought him here to receive a special gift. Her father smiled, gently patted her head, and reminded her that kindness should always be repaid. Standing nearby, Zabo was left speechless. Only one question remained in his mind. Since when had this notoriously cruel young master become someone others called kind? Looking around, Zabo became even more surprised. Every villager looked at Rayson with gratitude and genuine respect. He could not understand why someone known as useless and vicious was welcomed so warmly here. In the end, he pushed the thought aside, deciding it was none of his concern. Although he remained calm on the surface, Zabo became even more cautious around Rayson. He began to suspect that while the guards were not paying attention, Rayson had quietly accomplished far more than anyone realized. While Zabo was still deep in thought, Rudia grabbed Rayson's hand and excitedly pulled him away, saying she wanted to show him something very special. Curious, Zabo followed behind them, wondering where the girl was taking them. The three ventured deep into the forest. Rudia led the way before excitedly pointing ahead. In front of them stood a simple stone grave, with a plain wooden cross planted above it. The moment he saw it, Zabo was baffled. The special treasure Rudia wanted to show them was actually a stone grave. Standing before the grave, Rudia slowly closed her eyes and recited an ancient chant, Sato Lali Lata. The instant the words left her lips, the surroundings began to change in a strange way. The massive stones covering the grave started trembling violently before cracking apart and collapsing one after another. From the shattered rubble, an ancient cup rose into the air, shining with a brilliant light as it floated before them. Faced with the unbelievable sight, Zabo stood frozen in shock, barely able to mutter a word. The flames surrounding the cup erupted violently, releasing an immense wave of energy across the area. The moment he sensed it, Zabo's expression changed. The holy cup was filled with fire energy. Glancing at Rayson, who remained perfectly calm beside him, Zabo was even more stunned. He had thought this trip was only for some old keepsake, but it had revealed a treasure of unimaginable value. Meanwhile, Rayson carefully examined the cup. The energy it radiated was unlike anything he had ever felt before. There was no doubt about it. This was the Holy Fire Grail. At that moment, Rayson's purple eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed another unexpected development. A system window appeared before him, stating that only those who had formed a fire pact with a fireborn could drink pure fire water. Anyone else would suffer endless vomiting and fatal stomach pain. Before he could finish reading, another warning appeared. The pure fire water was slowly oxidizing after being exposed to the air, and the longer he waited, the weaker its effects would become. That meant Rayson had no choice but to form a fire pact with Rudia if he wanted to use this treasure. Watching the energy inside the cup slowly fade away, Rayson realized that if he hesitated any longer, the pure fire water would become nothing more than ordinary water. Even so, he could not help hesitating. Once the fire pact was made, he would have to control Rudia's terrifying berserk state. In the original story, even Cassian, the overwhelmingly powerful protagonist, struggled to restrain her whenever she lost control. Rayson could not help wondering if he could do the same. but he also knew this chance would never come again. Standing between two impossible choices, Rayson suddenly wondered how Cha Sung-min, the author, would have handled this situation. Only a few seconds later, he had his answer. If he were the author, he would never let the protagonist die this early. With that thought, Rayson decided to take the gamble. Without another moment of hesitation, he stepped forward, grabbed Rudia by the shoulders, and firmly told her they would form the fire pact immediately. Rudia's eyes widened in surprise, and her face lit up with joy as she asked if he truly meant it. Rayson urged her to begin the ritual at once, because there was no time left. Rudia happily agreed, while Zebo could only watch as magical flames surrounded the two of them. At the same time, the holy fire grail floating in the air began to change once again. Zebo watched in amazement as the fading light not only returned, but became even brighter and purer than before. Seeing Rayson standing calmly in the sea of flames, the veteran guard finally realized he had been completely outplayed. The excuse about going out for chocolate had been nothing but a cover. From beginning to end, everything had gone exactly according to Rayson's plan. Before he could recover, Zebo felt an explosion of pure fire mana erupt from Rudia's body. Its terrifying power rivaled the fire magic of the third young lady Berzer. Staring at Rayson's back, Zebo silently concluded that everything he had known about the seventh young master was already outdated. The boy standing before him was definitely not the useless failure everyone in the family believed him to be. As the flames gradually faded, Rudia dropped to one knee, breathing heavily before quietly announcing that the Fire Pact ritual was complete. Almost at the same moment, the system confirmed the Fire Pact had succeeded, and Rudia officially became Rayson's fire contractor. From that instant on, the original story had taken a completely different path. Rayson quickly realized that the intense heat surrounding him had completely disappeared. The system displayed another notification. The Holy Fire Grail had been purified through the Fire Pact and evolved into the pure Holy Fire Grail. At the same time, the fire water inside it had also evolved into pure fire water. Without hesitation, Rayson picked up the grail and drank every last drop of the pure fire water. To him, it tasted like spring water with a slight fizz. But immediately afterward, the system warned that his body was enduring the immense heat of the pure fire water. Fortunately, his special mana training method activated automatically, guiding and stabilizing the blazing energy inside him. Only seconds after drinking it, Rayson felt an overwhelming heat erupt from his stomach before surging straight toward his heart, as though it intended to burn his entire body from within. Knowing this was the critical moment, Rayson immediately sat, cross-legged to refine the energy, while calmly entrusting his safety to Zebo. Seeing Rayson begin cultivating right there on the spot, Zebo was stunned. Although the mana training method looked ordinary, entering deep meditation in such an exposed place was unbelievably reckless. Zebo silently wondered if the young master truly trusted him that much. If anyone interrupted Rayson during his cultivation, the backlash could leave him gravely injured. With years of experience as a guard, Zebo knew Rayson was not the kind of person who would gamble with his own life so carelessly. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. If Rayson trusted him enough to leave his back exposed, then he had to return that trust. Without hesitation, Zebo raised his hand and cast a powerful, magic barrier around the area, determined to stop anyone from disturbing his master's training. Inside the barrier, the system kept displaying notifications as the auto mana regeneration skill activated. Rayson gritted his teeth through the unbearable pain. It felt like his heart had been dropped into boiling oil by the terrifying heat of the pure fire water. Thankfully, with the system's support, his mana training method slowly brought the raging energy under control, allowing his body to absorb the pure fire water little by little. But just as everything was going smoothly, his mana dropped too quickly. The system issued a warning and temporarily stopped the absorption effect. Feeling the fire energy settle down, Rayson slowly opened his eyes. He regretted the interrupted absorption, but decided he would finish the rest another time. Time passed quickly, and night soon fell. Beside the crackling campfire, Zebo asked if Rayson had finished. Rayson nodded and sincerely thanked him for standing guard the entire time. The polite words of gratitude caught Zebo by surprise. He lowered his head and said it was simply his duty, then congratulated Rayson on gaining what seemed to be a new power. Rayson only smiled as if it were nothing special. However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last. Zebo stepped forward and seriously reminded Rayson that this was the entrance to the Dragon Mountain region. Rayson calmly replied that he had already known. Zebo stared toward the deep forest and warned him. He sensed an incredibly powerful mana signature descending from the mountainside. The newcomers made no attempt to hide their presence, as if they wanted to be noticed. Hearing that, Raison's expression immediately changed as he asked for confirmation. Zabo firmly believed the mana released by the Holy Fire Grail had attracted them. The news sent a chill down Raison's spine. Even Zabo, a 7th-tier archmage, considered them powerful, so whoever was coming was clearly no ordinary opponent. Raison quickly asked if he recognized them. After a brief pause, Zabo answered that if his instincts were right, they belonged to the Swordsman Association. He said he recognized their unique aura. They were approaching at incredible speed, and a meeting was almost unavoidable. Even so, he still could not tell whether they carried hostile intent. Zabo continued warning that the people arriving were all highly skilled swordsmen. In this world, swordsmen and mages had always been rivals, and rarely stood on the same side. Raison had no idea why they appeared now, but he knew running away would only make things worse. If he fled, he would die even faster after returning to the Mayton family. Besides, Zabo, a 7th-tier archmage, was still by his side. Instead of panicking, he chose to stay calm and wait for them to come. Before long, rapid footsteps echoed throughout the forest. Moments later, 2 cloaked figures landed from above right in front of them. At that instant, Raison's holy eye activated on its own. His purple pupils glowed as he quickly examined the newcomers. But after a single glance, Raison froze. Only one thought remained in his mind. The biggest variable in the entire story had finally appeared. The person standing before him was none other than the true male lead of this world, the greatest genius among all geniuses, and the author's most favored character. It was Kassan Sage, the #1 monster from the novel written by Cha Sung-min. The system immediately displayed his information, leaving Race completely unable to understand why someone who should not have appeared yet was here at this moment. In the silent forest, both sides faced each other in a suffocating atmosphere. Looking more closely, Raison noticed the blue eagle emblem embroidered on the left side of Kassan's chest. Kassan Sage was the 2nd young master of the famous Sage Sword family and was about the same age as Raison. Accompanying Kassan were 2 loyal guards from the Sage family. At that moment, the system displayed another important piece of information. The 3 strongest families in the world could all sense each other's unique mana, just as wild beasts recognize their own kind by scent alone. Because of that, Raison clearly understood that Kassan had probably already guessed he belonged to the Mayton family the moment they met. Without any hesitation, Kassan stepped forward first while everyone else remained on guard. The 9-year-old boy politely bowed and calmly explained that he came because he detected an incredibly powerful mana surge. Despite his young age, Kassan carried himself with remarkable composure and courtesy. Raison frowned slightly and asked about the mana. Kassan confirmed that both he and his 2 guards had sensed a massive burst of fire mana, which was why they rushed over immediately. Hearing that, Raison recalled that Zabo had said the same thing. It seemed the Holy Fire Grail's energy was truly powerful enough to attract even the world's top experts. Raison looked straight at Kassan and asked if that was the only reason he came here. Kassan nodded without hesitation and admitted it was simply out of curiosity. Just like in the original story, that curiosity had been with him since childhood and would become the driving force behind his future growth. Kassan then studied Raison and said he was not completely certain, but there was a good chance Raison belonged to the Mayton family. Since Raison looked slightly older, he first guessed he was the 6th young master. But Kassan quickly rejected his own theory like a detective solving a case. As far as he knew, the 6th young master used water magic, yet Raison carried no trace of water mana, so he changed his guess to the 5th young master. Hearing the deduction, Raison hesitated for a moment. He considered letting Kassan believe he was the 5th young master to avoid trouble, but he quickly abandoned the idea, knowing the truth would only create bigger problems later. Kassan kept talking to himself and ruled that theory out as well, because the 5th young master used earth magic. Then his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he asked if Raison was actually the 7th young master. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Raison gave an awkward smile and said he seemed very different from the rumors. Kassan honestly nodded. In his eyes, Raison was nothing like the person everyone had described. It was not just Kassan who was shocked. Even the hidden Sage family guards were stunned by the dramatic change in the Mayton family's 7th young master. To ease the tension, Raison suggested they treat each other like friends and speak more casually. Kassan immediately agreed with an excited smile. That also matched the original story. Kassan had everything since childhood, from a loving family and outstanding teachers to the perfect education for an heir. Yet he had never had a true friend his own age. Raison knew the reason was obvious. In this world, no one dared casually befriend the Sage family's 2nd young master. Just then, Kassan looked at Rudia and curiously asked if she was Raison's friend. Raison suddenly remembered that in the original story, Rudia shared a very special connection with the true protagonist. Rudia paid no attention to any of that. She smiled brightly, introduced herself as 9 years old, cheerfully called Casson handsome, told him her name, and then asked for his. The direct compliment made Casson blush with embarrassment. He awkwardly introduced himself. Rudia happily repeated his name, and Casson quietly nodded. When Casson looked back at Rayson, he was still flustered. He shyly said, Rayson had a great name and striking looks. After clearing his throat to regain his composure, he returned to the main topic and asked if Rayson could explain the mana explosion from earlier. He then asked if Rayson had encountered a rare opportunity. Rayson calmly nodded, though he secretly thought he had created that opportunity himself. Still unable to hide his curiosity, Casson asked what abilities that fire mana possessed. Rayson revealed only part of the truth, saying the pure fire water could protect its user from outside influences. When Casson asked if that included poison, Rayson nodded. Casson immediately became even more interested. Behind them, Zabo remained on full alert. He knew the Sage family's strength far surpassed the Mayton family. If they chose to attack, the situation would become extremely dangerous. But what troubled Zabo even more was Rayson's calm attitude. The seventh young master was chatting as if he were speaking with an old friend, instead of the heir to the world's strongest sword family. Meanwhile, Rudia became fascinated by the sword at Casson's waist. She innocently pointed at it and asked if she could hold it. The request caught Casson off guard, yet strangely, he did not mind at all. Deep down, Rayson knew there was almost no chance he would ever meet Casson again after today. If that was the case, leaving a good impression seemed like the better choice. With that in mind, he reached out his hand. Rayson smiled and said it was his first time meeting someone from the Sage family, especially someone his own age. Those sincere words immediately touched Casson. Casson happily grabbed Rayson's hand and said this was also the first time he had met a friend his own age. Taking the opportunity, Rayson casually asked about something he had heard. He said people from the Sage family usually fought before becoming friends and wanted to know what that tradition was called. Casson calmly explained that it was called a martial duel. Rayson nodded and quietly repeated the name. He then openly suggested they have a match because, from what he had heard, it was an essential step before becoming friends. Casson simply smiled and gladly accepted. However, Casson's expression soon turned serious again. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he asked one last time if Rayson truly wanted to fight right now. Green mana continued flowing around his body as Rayson calmly answered yes. Facing the future strongest character in this world, he saw this as a rare chance to measure the gap between their abilities. Watching the challenge unfold, Zabo could only break into a cold sweat. To him, Rayson was simply fearless, daring to challenge an opponent like this. The situation was incredibly delicate because both young masters had hidden guards protecting them. From the shadows, the two Sage family guards quietly watched. One commented that the situation was too dangerous, while the other coldly replied that they could step in at any moment if necessary. As for Zabo, he knew that no matter what happened, Rayson still carried the blood of the Mayton family. That competitive spirit was part of his nature and impossible to suppress. Knowing the Sage family's guards were watching his every move, Zabo grew even more anxious. One wrong move would disgrace the entire Mayton family. To ease the tension, Casson asked if Rayson practiced swordsmanship. Rayson shook his head and said he specialized in battle magic. Casson looked surprised since very few people chose that path. Rayson simply gave a mysterious smile and said battle magic somehow happened to be his greatest talent. Even so, Casson remained curious. He asked why Rayson wanted to fight him, because if word reached their families, the elders certainly would not be pleased. Instead of answering, Rayson looked Casson straight in the eyes and suddenly asked, "You've never had any friends, have you?" The question left everyone speechless. The Sage family guards stared in shock, while Zabo broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe Rayson had touched such a sensitive subject. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Rayson calmly spread his arms and said he did not have any friends either. In other words, they were not so different after all. Casson lowered his head in silence for a moment, before quietly saying it was because both of them carried the responsibility of inheriting their families. Rayson sighed and looked directly at Casson. He explained that finding a friend was even harder for him because the Mayton family had a strict rule against making friends freely. Only after two families of equal status officially approved the relationship could their descendants be considered friends. Hearing that, Casson frowned. In his opinion, if friendship required so many formalities, then it was no longer true friendship. Rayson nodded in agreement. Those rules were exactly why he had never had a real friend. But the Sage family was different, and surely did not forbid friendships. That was why he wanted this martial duel. At that moment, the system's holy eye activated automatically and explained that within the Sage family, a martial duel symbolized mutual trust. Smiling, Rayson continued that people only fought someone they truly trusted. Without trust, a duel could easily end in serious injuries. Casson nodded in agreement and was surprised that Rayson understood the Sage family's traditions so well. The system also added that for the weaker person to request a martial duel from the stronger one was the highest expression of trust. Rayson fully understood where he stood. Right now, he was clearly the weaker one, while Casson was far superior. Taking his stance, Rayson said he would fight with battle magic, a style that was essentially martial arts for mages. Casson calmly rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and said he would fight with swordsmanship, using only the basic techniques of the Sage family. The silver blade slid from its sheath. Seeing Rayson unarmed, Casson even offered him the first 3 moves before launching his own attacks. Rayson suddenly asked Casson who he thought would win before the duel began. Without waiting for an answer, Rayson laughed and said the outcome was obvious. Casson would definitely be the winner. Casson paused for a moment and asked why Rayson still wanted to fight if he already knew the result. Rayson simply smiled and answered that his goal was to make a friend, so winning or losing did not matter. To Rayson, the true meaning of a martial duel was never the final result. He had never hoped to defeat Casson. All he wanted was to become his friend. Even so, once the duel began, both of them had to fight seriously. Rayson told Casson to use his full strength and never hold back. Casson smiled and warned him that if he ended up with a few bruises, he should not blame him later. Rayson calmly nodded and said he had already prepared himself. Then he charged forward and told Casson to fight with everything he had. Under the watchful eyes of the hidden guards, the martial duel between the Mayton family's 7th young master and the Sage family's 2nd young master officially began. Casson instantly exploded with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and thrust his sword straight at Rayson. At the most dangerous moment, Rayson's slow ability activated automatically, making everything before his eyes seem to move in slow motion. Seeing the sword stop just inches from his face, Rayson was stunned by Casson's terrifying speed. He had not even finished hearing the skill name before the blade was already upon him. In that split second, Rayson made a quick calculation. If he could dodge the first strike, he still had a chance to turn the fight around. Without hesitation, Rayson twisted aside and avoided the attack while locking onto Casson's every movement with his purple eyes. But Casson gave him no time to recover. The instant the first strike missed, he unleashed another lightning-fast slash. The relentless pace left Rayson feeling like he could not even catch a breath. After only a few exchanges, Rayson realized that to use battle magic in close combat, he first had to get within Casson's range. Unfortunately, Casson controlled the distance perfectly. Every time Rayson tried to move in, Casson forced him back with his sword, making it nearly impossible to close the gap. Charging recklessly would only throw Rayson straight into the blade. Even from a distance, he remained under constant pressure from Casson's unbelievably fast sword attacks. Only now did Rayson truly understand why Casson was considered the most gifted protagonist in the original story. From the very beginning, he had never dreamed of defeating a monster like the one standing before him. Then, Racine's purple eyes suddenly flashed. With the holy eye combined with the slow effect, he began seeing the trajectory of every one of Casson's strikes. Once he figured out Casson's movements, Rayson threw a cross-punch to close the distance. But his real goal was to bait Casson into using the same thrust again. The plan failed instantly. Casson never took the bait. The moment he realized Rayson was not dodging as expected, he immediately switched techniques and unleashed a different sword art wrapped in blazing red sword aura. Faced with the unexpected attack, Rayson had no time to evade. Just as the sword came down, the advanced defensive spell Iron Will activated automatically to protect him. Even though he raised his arm to lessen the impact, the force behind Casson's sword released a terrifying mana shockwave. Rayson immediately dropped to one knee, coughing violently as the green mana around him rapidly faded. Feeling the cold tip of the sword stop at his throat, Rayson let out a long breath and calmly admitted defeat. Watching from the sidelines, Zabo finally sighed in relief. At least the duel had ended without anyone suffering serious injuries. Casson immediately sheathed his sword and rushed over to help Rayson up, asking with concern if he was all right. Rayson gave a helpless smile and said he was fine, but the impact felt like being hit by a massive steel pillar, leaving his entire body numb. Looking at Rayson's arm, Casson commented that his defensive ability was impressive. Rayson asked in surprise if blocking a sword with his arm really counted as good defense. Casson shook his head and explained that what impressed him was not the movement itself, but the flashes of light that appeared the moment their attacks collided. Hearing that, Rayson froze, completely unsure what phenomenon Casson was talking about. He quietly glanced at Rudia sitting in the distance and secretly suspected she had done something behind the scenes. Everything had happened too fast for him to notice. Casson suddenly drew his sword and explained that it was an enchanted sword. Rayson was instantly shocked and asked for confirmation, while Casson calmly added that the blade could cut through steel with ease. The moment he heard that, a chill ran down Rayson's spine as cold sweat poured from his body. Only one thought remained in his mind. Casson had just swung that terrifying weapon directly at his arm. Seeing Rayson's pale face, Casson quickly explained that he had held back as much as possible. Even so, Rayson's defense still amazed him. Rayson simply sat on the ground with a helpless laugh, admitting he had expected to lose, but never imagined the gap between them would be this overwhelming. Seeing Rayson still sitting on the ground, Casson reached out his hand to help him up. The gesture caught Rayson by surprise. Casson gently said that many people had ended up in far worse condition after fighting him. Compared to them, Rayson had done remarkably well. Taking Casson's hand, Rayson stood up with a smile and asked what was so surprising about that. A weaker fighter struggling against someone stronger was only natural. Even if their positions were reversed, Casson would still be the winner. Those sincere words genuinely moved Casson. He smiled brightly, looked straight at Rayson, and said this was the first time he had ever met someone like him. Casson cheerfully said goodbye, telling Rayson Mayton it was a pleasure meeting him, and hoping they would meet again someday. With that, Casson and his two guards quickly disappeared into the night. Only Rayson and Zabo remained in the quiet forest, silently watching them leave. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. A blue notification window appeared before Rayson, stating that even the smallest change was enough to send the story off its original path. Rayson frowned slightly as an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. It seemed another unpredictable variable had just entered the story. While Rayson was still deep in thought, Zabo suddenly spoke up. He admitted this might be beyond his understanding, but he still wanted to ask Rayson something. Rayson immediately nodded. Zabo asked when Rayson had learned light magic. The question completely caught him off guard, because he had no idea himself. But a few seconds later, something suddenly clicked. He immediately remembered what Casson had said earlier about seeing flashes of light during their fight. Rayson quickly focused on sensing his own body. After a moment, he discovered a strange warmth flowing inside him. Raising his hand, Rayson was shocked to see a faint blue energy surrounding it. The warmth was not overwhelming, but it flowed steadily through his body. The gentle glow was mana that had gradually fused with the heat of the pure fire water he had absorbed earlier. Although the heat had weakened considerably, the unique energy remained intact, creating a new form of heat attribute mana. Wanting to know exactly what had happened during the duel, Rayson decided to use the Holy Eye to replay the entire battle. The past quickly unfolded before him. At the exact moment Casson's sword came down, Rayson had raised his arm to block it. But at the most dangerous instant, flames suddenly erupted from Rayson's fist. It happened so suddenly that even a genius like Casson froze in surprise for several seconds. The system immediately explained what had happened. Rayson's fire mana had successfully fused with the pure fire water inside his body, and thanks to his unique mana training method, the fusion had been exceptionally smooth. It turned out that Rayson had intentionally fused the entire pure fire water instead of separating its water and fire elements. Because of that choice, he could now wield a unique type of mana that was considered almost impossible under conventional magic theory. Those capable of using this special mana were all high-ranking archmages, or rather, monsters with overwhelming destructive power, like the third young lady Bersa. Even they rarely used it. Its practical advantages were not especially remarkable. Seeing the strange phenomenon surrounding the seventh young master's body, Zabo could not hide his astonishment. He stepped forward and asked how Rayson had done it, but Rayson only shrugged and admitted he had no idea. That casual answer only made Zabo even more suspicious. Staring at Rayson as cold sweat formed on his forehead, he secretly concluded that Rayson definitely knew the truth, but simply refused to reveal it, forcing him to stay silent. Watching Casson disappear into the darkness, Zabo suddenly realized that this journey to such a remote place could not have been a coincidence. To him, everything seemed to have been planned by Raysons in advance. Even the encounter with the Sage family's second young master felt like part of a script written by a 9-year-old boy. The thought alone made even an experienced archmage like Zabo wary of Rayson. Zabo silently concluded that such a flawless plan, one hidden even from every guard, had to be directed by someone incredibly powerful behind the scenes. In his mind, that person had to be at least on the level of the third young lady, Bersa. After thinking it through, Zabo decided he would be far more careful whenever he was around the seventh young master. He said he would lead Rayson back to the Mayton family residence, and Rayson quietly nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, Rudia suddenly stopped in her tracks. Rayson turned around with a confused look and asked what was wrong. In the next instant, blazing red flames erupted around Rudia. She angrily shouted that if Rayson kept leaving her behind, she would burn everything because she thought they were friends. It turned out everything started because Rudia believed Rayson had never considered her a friend. Once he understood the reason, Rayson finally let out a sigh of relief. He realized she simply wanted to be acknowledged and treated like a real friend. For children, friendship could sometimes mean more than anything else. To comfort her, Rayson smiled and told Rudia that she was his friend too. But Rudia immediately reminded him that he had just said he did not have a single friend. Caught off guard, Rayson broke into a nervous sweat. He quickly explained that they had only recently become friends. Rudia still looked doubtful and asked if he really meant it, so Rayson immediately nodded and apologized for making her misunderstand. Hearing his sincere apology, Rudia's cheeks turned slightly red. She happily asked one more time for confirmation, and Rayson firmly declared that she was truly his friend. Only then did she beam with a bright, satisfied smile. Rudia even made Rayson promise not to forget those words. Watching the two children talk, Zabo could only stand there in silence. Meanwhile, Rudia proudly declared that she would generously forgive Rayson this time. After the eventful journey, rumors quickly spread throughout the Mayton family estate that the seventh young master had gone out just to buy chocolate. Inside the main mansion, the mages and servants could not stop gossiping. Some mocked that he only went for the chocolate, while others envied his carefree life. But no one understood why the family head still let Rayson do whatever he wanted, and nobody had an answer. A brown-haired mage even sneered that there were countless ways to kill Rayson and make it look like an accident. Standing nearby, Zeppo said it was truly strange that the family head only exiled Rayson instead of giving him a harsher punishment. As Zeppo looked up at the massive mansion, he felt more certain that a huge secret was being hidden. Right then, he recalled Rayson's unexpected offer. Rayson had once asked if Zeppo wanted to serve the second young lady instead, saying he could help him one day. Remembering Rayson's confident eyes and unsettling calm, Zabel shivered. He began to suspect this move had been planned long ago. Time quietly passed, and before long it was the night of January 1, 2019. In the mansion's luxurious dining room, a grand feast had been prepared with premium dishes like snow crab, beef, and hot soup. Rayson had dinner with his mother, Lady Soso, in a warm atmosphere. She politely thanked the maid Hera for her excellent visps, and Hera immediately bowed, saying it was simply her duty. But behind that gentle and devoted appearance, Hera was actually a professional assassin with terrifying abilities. During dinner, Rayson noticed his holy eye kept activating on its own. Wanting to learn more about his mysterious father, he asked his mother what kind of man he really was. Based on Cha Sung-min's memories, Rayson had almost no memories of his father. He had never met him even once, and the original owner feared the man so deeply that it seemed every memory of him had been deliberately erased. After a long silence, Lady Soso let out a soft sigh before speaking. She simply said he was an incredibly lonely man. Seeing the sadness on his mother's face, Rayson also fell into deep thought. Just then, a blue system window suddenly appeared. It revealed a shocking secret. Family head Michael Decacha had only ever loved the maid Soso. At that moment, Rayson finally realized that his seemingly cold father had loved his mother deeply all along. Before he could process it, a deep voice suddenly echoed beside him, coldly asking who dared call him a lonely man. At the same moment, the large mirror on the wall erupted with dazzling golden mana. The energy quickly twisted into a spatial portal. From the glowing light, a tall man with sleek-back hair and a black robes slowly stepped out. The moment Rayson saw the man's piercing golden eyes, his face instantly turned pale. His mind screamed in panic because the man who had just appeared was Decacha. The moment she saw the family head, Soso immediately knelt in respect. Decacha walked over and asked how she had been, while Rayson quickly lowered his head and performed the family's formal greeting. Even though he tried to stay calm, Rayson could not stop trembling under the overwhelming pressure of Decacha's mana. He was stunned because the man's presence felt powerful enough to distort space itself. Decacha's icy gaze made every cell in Rayson's body scream with danger. The crushing pressure squeezed his chest until he could barely breathe. After taking his seat, Decacha broke the silence by calling Rayson's name. Rayson immediately answered with respect. Without wasting time, Decacha questioned him about his older brother. Rayson instantly knew he meant the fight with Luca Carton. He quickly calmed himself and remembered that Decacha was a character he had created, so the man would never judge everything without reason. But Dikecha suddenly demanded to know why he had acted that way. Rayson clenched his fists and reminded himself this was the most important test, and he could not reveal any weakness. Keeping his composure, Rayson replied that Luca had punished him with his fists, while he had only felt that a mage's honor had been insulted. Dikecha continued, if Luca had handled things the wrong way, and that was why Rayson fought back, did that mean Rayson believed he had done nothing wrong? Without hesitation, Rayson declared that he was not at fault. In his view, he had only ended a pointless fight as quickly as possible in the way a mage should. He added that he had never intended to inflict serious injuries. He only wanted Luca to understand that battle magic deserved the same respect as martial arts. Rayson went on to say that the rivalry between siblings should not revolve only around the fight for inheritance. In his eyes, they were never truly enemies. In Rayson's eyes, the Mayton family should focus on crushing famous martial clans like Grandin and sword clans like Sage, not wasting strength fighting among themselves. After hearing that bold answer, Dikecha curled the corner of his lips in satisfaction and praised him. Feeling more confident, Rayson added that Luca should actually thank him, because that fight showed him just how wide the gap was between himself and the great martial clans. He even declared that if Luca still held a grudge over it, then he was not worthy of being a member of the Mayton family. Looking at his youngest son, Dikecha silently thought that he had never expected much from his sixth or seventh child, but the seventh had turned out to be far more satisfying. Rayson looked calm on the outside, but inside he was shaking with tension. He only hoped his answers had passed his terrifying father's scrutiny. Right then, the system displayed another message, confirming that Soso was the only woman Dikecha had ever loved, and those feelings had never changed. Another missing part of the story was revealed. Rayson had survived peacefully until the age of 17, not because of luck, but because he looked exactly like Soso. The revelation left Rayson stunned. All those years, the original Rayson had been protected not by talent or status, but by Dikecha's love for his mother. In the original story, although never fully explained, Soso would die a few years later from the deadly Hex Plague. Her death also meant Rayson lost his final shield, leading him straight to the execution block. In the past, Dikecha had always acted cold towards Soso. He even sent her to live in a remote village and never visited her. But it had all been an act to fool his other wives and secretly protect the woman he truly loved. Sadly, the original Rayson had been too weak and useless. He could neither help Dikecha nor protect his own mother. After learning the whole truth, Rayson's eyes filled with determination. He quickly realized that if he became strong enough to protect his mother, the future would no longer follow its original path. More than anyone, he knew Dikecha wanted him to grow stronger. During the meal, Rayson calmly declared that from now on he would devote everything to moving forward. Hearing that, Dikecha replied that battle magic had obvious limits. In his view, what Rayson used was not even complete and was only half-finished, but having limits was never an excuse to give up or stand still. Meeting his father's gaze, Rayson answered that no matter how hard someone tried, the impossible would remain impossible. He had never believed he was capable of becoming the family head. But he immediately added that he could become the right hand of the future family head. His magic might have limits, but no one had yet found the limits of his own potential. He also stressed that he carried Dikecha's blood, so he would never disappoint him. Then Rayson looked at Soso and firmly promised that he would stand tall, grow stronger, and protect his mother with his own hands. His determined vow left her both shocked and deeply moved. Even Dikecha showed a rare smile as he witnessed the remarkable change in his youngest son. Sometime later, a servant brought Rayson a note with only one short message, telling him to come to the Mayton family's main banquet hall. The messy handwriting made him realize at once that it was from his father. Rayson immediately understood that his 10th birthday banquet had arrived. It was a traditional ceremony every direct member of the Mayton family had to attend upon turning 10. What interested Rayson the most, however, was the body enhancement ritual that would take place during the banquet. For mages, body enhancement was completely different from ordinary physical training. It was a crucial step for absorbing elemental mana and determining a mage's main affinity, such as fire, water, earth, light, lightning, metal, or darkness. To attend the event, Rayson changed into an elegant black suit with a neat bow tie. Looking at himself in the mirror, he smiled as he realized how much he had changed since arriving in this world, not only in appearance but also in mindset. Just then, the door behind him slowly opened. Rayson and his maid stepped outside and headed straight for the family's main banquet hall. He knew this was where his 10th birthday celebration would be held. As he looked over the luxurious banquet table, the system informed him that it had been permanently enchanted with preservation magic. That only made Rain realize, even more clearly, how wealthy and extravagant the Mayton family was. When Rayson asked where he should sit, the maid pointed to the seat placed directly across from the family head. But when he asked where his mother was, the maid replied that Lady Soso had not been invited to the banquet. It was exactly what Rayson had expected. Just then, an angry voice called out from behind. The one who appeared was the sixth young master, Carton. Seeing Rayson dressed so sharply, he could not hide his surprise. Unlike his furious brother, Rayson simply greeted him with a smile, and casually asked if the injuries from their last fight had fully healed. The question hit a sore spot. Carton froze, growing even more furious as he convinced himself Rayson had only won by luck. Rayson kept provoking him, saying that if Carton still believed it was just carelessness, they could fight again. But he warned that his strength had improved, so the next defeat would be even worse. Carton gritted his teeth, walked past Rayson, and coldly promised that he would make him pay. Watching his brother leave, Rayson found it amusing. A brother seeking revenge was far better than one who only knew fear and avoided him. Just then, the steady sound of high heels echoed through the hall. The third young lady, Bo Xia, arrived with a charming smile. She greeted Rayson and curiously asked whether he liked the toy named Rudia that she had brought back. Rayson calmly replied that Rudia was indeed exceptionally skilled at controlling fire. Bo Xia smiled with regret that she had lost the bet and could not take the girl away, but she admitted that a bet was a bet. Hearing that, Carton, who was sitting nearby, stared in shock and asked if his third sister had actually used Rayson as a wager. After learning the truth, Carton was speechless. Cold sweat ran down his back as he realized the younger brother he had always looked down on had even beaten Bo Xia in a bet. While the hall remained tense, slow yet commanding footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor. The moment Rayson sensed the overwhelming wave of mana approaching, he immediately turned toward the entrance in surprise. A woman with long golden hair and a cold, dignified face stepped inside. It was Avelia Mayton, the family's last grand mage. Avelia, the second young lady and the strongest candidate to become the next family head, was an extraordinary mage. She was usually calm, but when the family's honor was involved, she never hesitated to act. Like Bo Xia, she had reached rank 7, specializing in light magic with dark magic as her secondary element. Ironically, in the original story, Avelia was Cassan's first love. But in the end, Cassan was also the one who personally beheaded her in their fated battle. Back at the banquet, Avelia looked Rayson over, before quietly remarking that he had changed a great deal. Rayson calmly replied that he would take it as a compliment. Avelia smiled and confirmed that it was. Standing before powerful sisters like Bo Xia and Avelia, Rayson truly felt the gap between himself and the family's monsters. He knew that half-hearted effort would never be enough to survive here. Even if he gave everything he had and kept pushing forward, Rayson still could not be sure he would ever reach their level. Before long, the remaining family members arrived one after another, including the pink-haired brother and the ladies of the Mayton family. 10 people sat around the banquet table, with only the missing eldest son and the 6th child absent. From the head of the table, Dikecha spoke first, congratulating Rayson on officially turning 10 years old. The others also offered their congratulations. Rayson immediately bowed in thanks to the family head. But he knew this was far more than a birthday banquet. It was actually the occasion where every family member reported their achievements and displayed their accomplishments. Avelia stood first and respectfully reported that she had wiped out every bandit group operating along the lower river. Next, the pink-haired brother proudly announced that he had captured the Northern Soul Master Karen, sealed her inside the Devil Coffin, and eliminated more than 20 of her Soul Masters. Dikecha nodded in satisfaction and praised him, and the young man immediately bowed in thanks. Then it was Bo Xia's turn. She declared that she had obtained the Wings of Sylvia, a treasure hidden inside an abandoned temple. Hearing that name, Rayson was visibly shocked. Bo Xia smiled proudly and revealed that the Wings of Sylvia was a rare holy relic capable of greatly enhancing wind magic. To seize it, she had slaughtered 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 holy knights guarding the temple. Despite such ruthless actions, Dikecha calmly asked how the Holy Kingdom had reacted after the temple's destruction. Bo Xia replied that the Holy Kingdom had not yet made an official statement. Hearing that, Dikecha took a sip of tea and coldly said they would probably do nothing more than demand an apology, and if they did, they could simply ignore it. That single sentence perfectly showed the overwhelming authority of the Mayton family head. Since someone from the Holy Kingdom had dared target a member of his family, he struck back without mercy because Dikecha was certain they would never dare start a war. Just then, rapid knocks echoed from outside. Dikecha simply ordered the visitor to enter. The door opened, and Senkin, known as Dikecha's Claw, respectfully walked into the hall. He carried a wooden tray filled with magic scrolls. After placing it before Raisin, Dikecha looked at him and said, "Pick whichever one you want." The 7 scrolls represented the 7 elemental attributes, all prepared specifically for Raisin's body enhancement ritual. Raisin immediately activated his holy eye, but the next moment, something completely unexpected left him frozen. Mana from all 7 scrolls suddenly resonated and merged into one. Thick white smoke filled the air before everything transformed into a single scroll, glowing with brilliant pink and violet light. Without hesitation, Raisin reached out, grabbed the strange scroll, and declared that he would choose it. His decision instantly shocked everyone in the hall. Bojia's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Luca Carton and the other siblings shot to their feet, stunned by Raisin's choice. Across the table, Evlia quietly observed the scene before realizing that Raisin had chosen the Transcendent Attribute Scroll. Ignoring everyone's shocked expressions, Raisin raised the glowing pink-violet scroll and firmly declared that this was his choice. The entire hall fell silent. Every eye turned toward the youngest son, once dismissed as useless, unable to believe what had just happened. Breaking the silence, Dikecha called Evelia's name. She immediately bowed. He then asked whether she had ever told Raisin about this. Evelia calmly answered that she had never revealed anything. Dikecha questioned the rest of his children. From Boxia to the others, everyone denied ever mentioning it. Hearing that, Dikecha concluded that a 10-year-old should not have been able to analyze mana fluctuations on his own. Even Evelia could not do that at the same age. Facing her father's question, Evelia looked at Raisin and honestly admitted that, in this regard, her younger brother had surpassed even her childhood self. Boxia rested her chin on one hand and smiled with interest. Even she had not expected Raisin to surprise everyone like this. Evelia continued that Raisin might possess a special talent for battle magic. Since that type of magic developed rapidly in its early stages, it could explain why he noticed the differences in the mana waves. Dikecha nodded, agreeing that it was the most reasonable explanation. After all, no one in the family had studied battle magic from such a young age like Raisin. He then ordered Raisin to bring over the Transcendent Attribute Scroll. Without hesitation, Raisin gripped the pink-violet scroll and walked toward Dikecha. He knew the Mayton family's 10th birthday ritual was an incredibly important milestone. By tradition, every direct descendant received 7 magic scrolls, each representing one of the 7 basic elements, and had to choose the method for their body enhancement. Red represented fire, blue represented water, and silver represented steel. Brown represented earth, while yellow represented lightning. Black symbolized darkness, while white represented light. If all 7 attributes were fused through the proper method, the user would awaken the elemental system attribute. That would then evolve into the transcendent attribute, allowing its wielder to control all 7 elements at once. Even knowing the choice carried enormous risks, Raisin handed the scroll to Dikecha. Looking at it, the family head smirked and said, the boy really liked taking big risks. Raisin calmly replied that he would take that as a compliment. Raisin's confidence made Carton grit his teeth in anger. To him, his younger brother showed no fear at all while standing before their father. Dikecha then announced that Evelia would personally perform Raisin's body enhancement ritual. The decision caught Raisin by surprise. Raisin asked in confusion because he had assumed the family head would perform the ritual himself. Dikecha gave a faint smile and explained that if he did it himself, Raisin would have a 99% chance of dying. Still, if Raisin insisted, he was willing to do it. Hearing that, Raisin felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly asked whether Evelia's chances were any better. Dikecha replied that with her far less overwhelming mana, she could raise Raisin's survival rate to around 50%. Cold sweat covered Raisin's back as he briefly wondered whether choosing the transcendent attribute had been too reckless. But the thought vanished just as quickly, and he swore he would never regret his decision. Raisin turned to Evelia and asked her to help him survive the ritual. Evelia asked if he truly trusted her. Without the slightest hesitation, Raisin answered that he had complete faith in her abilities. Evelia's face turned serious at once. She believed Dikecha was far too optimistic because the real chance of success was even lower. A transcendent attribute demanded an enormous amount of mana, so the enhancement ritual would put far greater strain on the body. Raisin anxiously asked about the true survival rate. Resting her hand on the magic scroll, Evelia coldly answered that even the best estimate was only around 50%. He asked if the odds would improve if she gave everything she had. Evelia gave the same answer. After a brief pause, Raisin asked if she wanted him to choose a different magic scroll instead. Evlia gently shook her head. She said no maid should force their choice on someone else, but she hoped her little brother would be strong enough to walk the path he had chosen. Looking into his sister's determined eyes, Rayson stayed silent for a moment before firmly declaring that he would not change his decision. Seeing his resolve, Evlia immediately told Rayson to take off his clothes so the ritual could begin. He awkwardly asked if she meant everything, and she calmly confirmed that even his underwear had to go. Taking a deep breath, Rayson calmly unbuttoned his clothes one by one, revealing his well-trained body before facing the dangerous enhancement ritual. As his shirt came off completely, his six-pack abs and muscular physique stunned the entire hall into silence. Borsa rested her chin on one hand and watched with great interest. Even she found it hard to believe such a powerful body belonged to a 10-year-old boy. Countless questions filled her mind, from recognizing the transcendent magic scroll to possessing a body far beyond ordinary people. Just how many secrets was Rayson still hiding? Borsa's strange obsession surfaced once again. She quietly thought that turning his perfect face and flawless body into part of her collection would create a magnificent masterpiece. Ignoring every curious gaze around him, Rayson calmly stepped into the center of the glowing magic circle. Evlia gently placed her hand on his chest and respectfully informed Dikecha that everything was ready. She prepared to begin Rayson's body enhancement ritual, but just before the magic circle activated, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked her to wait a moment. Evlia froze before frowning and asking if Rayson had changed his mind because of the death rate. He calmly shook his head and said he only wanted to ask his father for one thing before the ritual began. His words instantly stirred the entire hall. From the head seat, Dikecha asked in a deep voice what he wanted to say. Lying inside the magic circle, Rayson looked straight at his father and boldly declared that if he survived, he hoped his father would grant him one request. The bold proposal drew different reactions from everyone present. Some admired his timing, while others mocked him for bargaining right before a life-or-death ritual. Evlia reminded her brother that, according to the Mayton family tradition, the family head should personally perform the enhancement ritual, but this time that rule had been changed. Rayson immediately replied that although Evlia was almost as talented as Dikecha, he still believed he deserved a reward if he overcame this trial. Watching his brother continue making demands, Carton only sneered, secretly hoping their father would use this chance to get rid of Rayson. But Dikecha remained calm and asked what he wanted. Without hesitation, Rayson said he wanted permission for his mother to enter this great hall from now on. That request exploded like a bomb in the middle of the gathering. Every wife and family member was stunned by his words. One of the wives immediately turned pale with anger and strongly objected, insisting that someone from a branch family like Soso had no right to enter this hall. Rayson never wavered. He calmly replied that he was Dikecha's son and also carried half of his mother's blood. Calling Soso inferior was the same as insulting him, which also meant denying the blood of the family head flowing through his veins. His flawless argument left the woman completely speechless. Dikecha looked at Rayson and slowly asked why he had made such a request. Without avoiding the question, Rayson answered at once. He simply said that his mother wanted to see his father. That answer left Dikecha silent for a brief moment. Rayson had planned this carefully. Even if it meant making enemies of Dikecha's other wives, earning the family head's support would make it worthwhile. Because Rayson understood better than anyone that Dikecha's greatest weakness was Soso. After a long silence, Dikecha coldly said that Rayson was truly fearless. However, if he survived this ritual, he would consider granting the request. That answer left the other wives shocked and deeply displeased. Lying inside the magic circle, Rayson smiled faintly and promised he would not disappoint Dikecha. Deep down, he knew the real challenge was only beginning. Evlia stepped forward, placed her hand on Rayson's chest, and officially activated the magic circle. Brilliant mana light burst forth as she began chanting the spell. As the ritual leader, Evlia summoned the power of magic, opened the path to the transcendent attribute, and called upon an immense tide of mana to answer her command. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of mana erupted and completely engulfed Rayson's body. Agonizing pain struck at once. The violent energy tore through every part of his body without mercy. Rayson's eyes widened as he screamed in pain, feeling as if his flesh was being burned and crushed at the same time. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, Rayson suddenly found himself falling into endless darkness. A mysterious voice echoed through the void, saying it would help him. Rayson looked around and found himself completely alone in a dark, empty space. His body was intact, but all sensation had vanished. The feeling was strangely familiar. It reminded him of lying paralyzed under anesthesia in his previous life, bringing back memories he had long forgotten. Then a blazing crimson flame burst through the endless darkness with a cheerful greeting. Startled, Rayson watched the floating flame slowly drift toward him. But the moment he saw it clearly, he froze. It looked exactly like the holy fire chalice. Rayson carefully studied the floating, flaming cup. The more he looked, the more certain he became that it perfectly matched the holy fire chalice from his memories. The cup suddenly asked if he still remembered who it was. Without thinking, Rayson immediately called it the holy fire chalice. Even so, his mind was filled with questions. He was supposed to be undergoing the body enhancement ritual, so why had his consciousness been pulled into this strange place? And why was the cup here as well? The cup immediately denied that answer and calmly introduced itself as the transcendent holy chalice, not the holy fire chalice. The unfamiliar name only confused Rayson even more. Rayson instantly tried using the holy eye to identify the artifact, but the system gave no response. He immediately realized his current strength was far too low to read its information. The cup continued by explaining that long ago the Fire Clan had misunderstood its true nature. Later, a man named Gozu infused fire magic into the cup. It casually added that Rayson did not need to worry about who Gozu was and could simply think of him as an old man. But to Rayson, that name was anything but ordinary. Gozu was the legendary Great Mage, a figure whose fame had spread across the world. If Anbekto in the original story was merely a fictional man who claimed to be great, then Gozu was the complete opposite, a true legend believed by countless people. The cup then revealed that it wanted to help Rayson. He immediately became cautious and asked why and how it planned to do that. The cup floated closer and commented that Rayson's body was extremely special. In the era when it was created, that physique was known as the Holy Body. The revelation shocked Rayson. The cup added that although his body was incredibly strong, it still could not contain the massive amount of mana being poured into it because his mana circuit had already reached its limit. It asked Rayson what would happen if even more power was forced into a body that had already reached its limit. Rayson could only answer that he would die instantly, and the cup confirmed that was exactly what would happen. The cup sighed and admitted that it did not want Rayson to die. Hearing that, Rayson became even more curious and asked why. It lazily explained that if Rayson died, it would be forced into another deep sleep for at least 100 years, and that sounded unbearably boring. When Rayson asked for a solution, the cup immediately offered to absorb all the excess mana because it loved that kind of power. Purple magic erupted violently between them. Knowing his body would explode without something taking the extra mana, Rayson chose to trust the cup. The moment he nodded, the system displayed a notification that the Holy Fire Chalice had found its true master. Rayson was stunned because in the original story, this treasure belonged to the main character Casinces and had never acted like this. The cup simply smiled and said it was difficult to explain, but Rayson had fulfilled every requirement to become its master. Still confused, Rayson asked why. The cup replied that his flaws were exactly what made him the perfect partner. That vague answer only made Rayson frown even harder, unable to grasp its true meaning. The cup merely smiled and said he would understand one day before openly proposing a master contract. It excitedly declared that it would merge into Rayson's heart, absorb the massive amount of mana, and be reborn as the complete transcendent holy chalice. Hearing that, Rayson immediately asked what would happen next. The cup reassured him that Evilia was still maintaining the magic formation outside, and she could handle all the complicated chants. It only needed to sleep inside Rayson's heart for a while, before appearing whenever it was needed. Curious, Rayson asked when that would be. The cup simply replied that he would rely on its power many times in the future. At that moment, the system announced that the transcendent Holy Grail would merge with its true master's heart and become an entirely new mana ring. Rayson instantly realized that meant he was about to gain another mana ring. His excitement vanished when his body inside the mind space began to break apart. Rayson realized that refusing this help meant true death. He had barely accepted the deal and was already on the verge of losing his life. Standing between life and death, Rayson had only one choice. He refused to let everything end here because he still had far too much left to do. The image of his mother suddenly filled his mind, pushing his will to survive even higher. Without another second of hesitation, Rayson accepted the offer and declared that the transcendent Holy Grail would become his partner. Hearing his answer, the golden cup smiled with satisfaction before responding at once. In an instant, blazing golden-red flames erupted and swallowed the entire space. Rayson felt overwhelming power pouring into his body. He knew this was the strength of the transcendent Holy Grail. His consciousness returned as the ritual light faded away. Evelia let out a relieved sigh and respectfully informed DK Cha that the enhancement process was complete. DK Cha simply nodded without emotion. At the center of the magic circle, Rayson suddenly opened his eyes and took deep breaths as mana continued rising from his now much stronger body. He was stunned to find himself alive, but the powerful heartbeat in his chest quickly told him his body had completely changed. Meanwhile, Evelia lowered her head and apologized to DK Cha, admitting that the ritual seemed to have failed. She explained that the mana and enhancement magic had failed to merge because of unexpected abnormalities she had overlooked. She accepted full responsibility. After hearing the report, DK Cha stood up and coldly declared the ritual a failure. The banquet was over. Lying on the ritual platform, Rayson silently rejected that conclusion. The mana had not been rejected. The transcendent Holy Grail had absorbed all of it. As his father prepared to leave, Rayson quickly called out to remind him of his promise to bring his mother home. DK Cha paused for only a moment without turning around. He coldly replied that promises were reserved for those strong enough to earn them. Watching his father's back disappear, Rayson slowly sat up with a confident smile. Everyone believed he had failed, but getting DK Cha to set a condition was already a major step forward. He also wondered whether DK Cha and Evelia truly knew nothing about the transcendent Holy Grail. Luckily, the treasure had never revealed itself in the real world. After changing back into his noble outfit, Rayson tightened his coat with excitement. He had gained an incredibly powerful ally, and the body enhancement had actually exceeded every expectation. Ready to leave, Rayson called for Hera to come with him. But after only a few steps, the entire room was engulfed by an icy killing intent as sharp as a blade, forcing him to stop immediately. Turning around, Rayson saw Hera lowering her head, while crimson killing intent poured from her body. In a low voice, the maid said she had something she wanted to ask. Hera's green eyes glowed with intimidation. Rayson immediately activated the Holy Eye to inspect her. But the system returned only an error. Rayson was confused because it could not even read her basic data. What puzzled him even more was why Hera would reveal her true nature inside the mansion while DK Cha was still here. Right then, the system announced that the entire area was protected by a barrier of the highest magic level. After a brief thought, Rayson concluded that DK Cha was the only one capable of creating such a barrier. Hera looked straight at him and asked if he knew what she had just discovered. Rayson calmly answered with a question of his own. Hera immediately pointed out that his attitude toward her had changed. To hide the truth, Rayson simply claimed he had changed a lot recently. Hera lowered her head slightly as the crimson killing intent around her grew even stronger. Then she directly asked who had sent her here. Rayson thought for a moment before answering that it had to be his father. The reply left Hera visibly surprised. Rayson explained that she had never hidden her aura when entering the main building. That reasoning shocked Hera even more. She immediately asked if he could truly sense her aura. Rayson smiled and admitted it, adding that her aura was incredibly sharp and terrifying. Hera only coldly mocked him, saying he was still far too weak, which was only natural for a 10-year-old child. Standing before Hera, Rayson felt crushing pressure weighing down on him. Her killing intent made him want to run at once, but he knew her speed was far beyond his, so escaping would be pointless. Even so, Rayson forced himself to stay calm. If Hera had truly been sent by his father, she would never attack him without reason. With that in mind, he began analyzing the situation. Rayson pointed out that such overwhelming aura should have alerted every mage in the mansion. Since no one had appeared, a powerful barrier had to be hiding it, and only DK Cha had the authority to use such magic. That meant Hera was acting under his orders. After a brief silence, Hera nodded. She admitted that DK Cha had allowed her to do anything to Rayson if he failed to see through the situation. Hearing that she had permission to do anything put Rayson on full alert. But Hera added that if he truly carried the Mayton bloodline, seeing through it all was nothing surprising, so she was not disappointed. Rayson let out a quiet breath and asked why she had revealed herself today after hiding her identity for so long. It only took him a moment to figure it out. Today was his first time entering the main mansion to meet his father, and the secret barrier had clearly been prepared for this occasion. Its only purpose was to test him. Without hesitation, Rayson took a fighting stance and calmly said this had to be his father's test. Facing him, Hera calmly drew her sword, its icy blade gleaming under the light. She confirmed his guess and admitted she had never expected Rayson to uncover the truth so quickly. Rayson tried to stay composed despite the sweat forming on his forehead. With a strained smile, he said he had noticed her attitude change the moment he revealed his aura. She had clearly underestimated him. Seeing how quickly he reacted, Hera unexpectedly sheathed her sword. She then placed a hand over her chest, bowed respectfully, and introduced herself. Her real name was Jinze Wusheng. Hera was only a disguise. The moment he heard that name, Rayson froze. This was the very character he had once created, and now she was standing right in front of him. In his memories, Jinzi Wusheng was so infamous that parents used her name to scare misbehaving children. According to Raison's original story, she was the legendary assassin feared even by the strongest experts in the world. Even the greatest sword clan had searched for her with all its strength and found nothing, yet the legend now stood before him. Looking at Hera more closely, Raison was surprised by how young she appeared. He asked whether her current appearance was a disguise, since the sword clan had hunted her for 15 years. Hera coldly refused to answer. Knowing he would get nothing more, Raison moved to the main question and asked how the test would work. Hera's eyes instantly turned sharp, her green pupils glowing with danger. She said assassination was her specialty, and if Raison could detect her attack even once, he would win. The moment she finished speaking, Hera vanished, without leaving a trace, and the massive hall fell into terrifying silence. Raison immediately activated the Heavenly Eye to find her, but the system reported no targets detected. Even this ability was completely useless against Hera. While he was still searching, her icy voice suddenly echoed through the hall, warning that failure would mean execution. Those words sent chills down Raison's spine. Just hearing the word execution was enough to make his blood run cold. Feeling danger closing in, he quickly raised his hand and shouted for her to stop. After swallowing hard, Raison asked what reward he would receive if he passed the test. Hera stayed silent for a moment. Then footsteps suddenly sounded right behind Raison. She calmly said she never expected him to ask about a reward. Raison spun around in shock, breaking into a cold sweat when he found Hera standing behind him, even though her voice had just come from the front. Hera looked at him and asked what he wanted. Without hesitation, Raison requested that she stay by his side from now on. Hera replied that serving him was already her duty as a maid. Raison shook his head. He did not want just a servant, he wanted a true bodyguard. Smiling, he reminded her that she herself had said he was still too weak, so Raison asked her to protect him until he became strong enough to stand on his own. His request left Hera silent for a long time. After thinking it over, she finally lowered her head and agreed. Having secured a promise from a legendary assassin, Raison smiled with satisfaction. That alone was more than enough. Right after that, Raison stepped back and prepared himself for the trial. Standing in the vast hall, he reminded himself that finding his opponent came first. Right now, even the Heavenly Eye could not locate Hera. Raison knew very well that if he could not see her movements, there was no chance he could follow the terrifying speed of her assassinations. He focused on every direction, knowing Hera was still hiding and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Despite all her threats, Raison had a feeling she would not actually kill him. Raison quickly reassessed the situation. He believed her warning was only meant to pressure him. A real killing blow would defeat the purpose of the test. Since he could not locate her, his only option was to stay on defense and wait for a chance to read her attack. He decided to use himself as bait. Raison believed Hera would avoid vital points and aim for his arms or legs instead. That would force her to reveal her position. The instant she attacked, he was certain he could catch where she appeared. More importantly, he still had two hidden cards left, Slow Flow and the Heavenly Eye. Right then, Raison realized Slow Flow did more than slow his perception of time. It also let him see the flow of mana with incredible clarity. Every current of mana around him became visible. A system notification appeared. The sealed mana inside his heart had reacted to his enemy's killing intent. As a result, Raison's combat magic was enhanced and evolved into a high-level defensive skill. Raison instantly understood that this was the power of the transcendent Holy Grail. The mana within his heart had been released, greatly strengthening all of his abilities. Thanks to that change, he could finally see Hera's attack path, whether she struck from the side or below. Raison's eyes lit up. This time he saw it clearly. The attack was aimed at his leg. Just as expected, Hera rushed in with a lightning-fast low strike. Raison knew he could dodge it. But dodging would not prove he had read her attack, so he stayed still and used his own body to pass the test. At that exact moment, his newly upgraded defensive skill activated. A sharp clash echoed through the hall as sparks flew when Hera's blade slammed into the barrier surrounding Raison. Seizing the opening, Raison closed the distance and threw a counterpunch, but Hera effortlessly blocked it with one hand. She frowned slightly before calmly saying that his fist had nearly landed on her face. Keeping his distance, Raison calmly asked if that counted as reading her attack correctly. After a few seconds of silence, Hera nodded and confirmed he had passed. The test officially ended. Hera sheathed her blade and declared that she would honor her promise. She respectfully bowed before Raison and swore that from this day forward, she would devote all her strength to protecting the young master. After taking her oath, Hera quietly left the grand hall, leaving Raison standing there alone. He looked down at the blood dripping from his hand onto the floor. A faint smile appeared on Raisin's face. He had finally won over Jinzei Wusheng. The legendary assassin was now on his side. The scene then shifted to an ancient stone mansion beneath a sky covered in dark clouds. Inside a quiet study, Heira stood respectfully and began reporting everything to the one behind the entire plan. She concluded that the seventh young master had somehow seen through her attack. Otherwise, predicting its direction would have been nearly impossible. Heira also pointed out that Raisin had never tried to dodge. In her opinion, he had predicted she would not deliver a fatal strike, so he chose to face it head-on. To Heira, it had been an incredibly smart decision. Even so, one detail still made no sense to her. Her blade had been coated with Melia poison, yet Raisin blocked it with his bare hand. Although the blade cut his skin, the poison had no effect, as if his body possessed resistance beyond any antidote. Heira believed the mana inside Raisin had most likely neutralized the poison. What she could not determine was whether he had done it intentionally or by instinct. After finishing her report, Heira activated a teleportation spell and disappeared in a flash of light, promising to continue investigating the truth. As she stepped outside and closed the door behind her, Heira kept thinking about Raisin's astonishing transformation. She knew he had changed, but she never expected him to pass the test and even nullify Melia poison. In just 1 month, Raisin had progressed far beyond her expectations. The young master had finally become someone truly worth protecting. After facing one challenge after another, Raisin finally enjoyed a few rare days of peace. He strolled through the streets at night, letting out a long sigh after the exhausting days behind him. Just when he thought he could finally relax, the peaceful moment did not last. While enjoying his break, the transcendent Holy Grail suddenly appeared before Raisin, surrounded by blazing oranged flames. It proudly asked if it had done a great job. Raisin jumped in shock, never expecting the treasure could manifest in physical form. Raisin quickly looked around and told it not to reveal itself so casually. The cup calmly replied that only Raisin could see it, so he should stop worrying and start praising it. Confused, Raisin asked why. The cup immediately revealed that Heira's dagger had been coated with Melia poison. Hearing the unfamiliar name only confused Raisin even more. The system instantly displayed an explanation. Melia was one of the deadliest poisons, extracted from the venomous horned starfish of the southern sea. Without an antidote, a victim had only about 5 minutes to live. After reading the description, Raisin turned pale. That blade really had carried a lethal poison. He quickly asked whether the cup had already neutralized it. The cup shook its head and said it had not neutralized the poison. Instead, it had swallowed all of the Melia itself. However, it warned that if it suffered a powerful impact, the trapped poison could burst back out and instantly destroy Raisin's body. Hearing that warning, Raisin immediately shouted for Hampton. Only seconds later, his attendant came running over with his familiar backpack and answered in a panic. Hampton quickly stood before his young master. Without wasting time, Raisin asked if he knew anything about Melia poison. The moment Hampton heard the name, he became strangely excited and thought Raisin wanted to poison someone. The bizarre assumption made Raisin yell that he had absolutely no such intention. Ignoring the misunderstanding, Raisin immediately asked how to obtain the antidote. Hampton replied that the Melia antidote was not especially rare. Hearing that, Raisin ordered him to bring one back at once. Hampton accepted the order without hesitation and hurried off to prepare the antidote. Watching his attendant leave, Raisin realized just how lucky he was. One ally was a legendary assassin, while the other was a poison expert. Both were now on his side. But just as he relaxed, a faint sound came from behind him, making Raisin spin around immediately. Standing before him was a gray-haired girl with short hair, dressed in a neat men's suit, and carrying herself with a completely different presence. Raisin quickly recognized Heira and asked why she had changed clothes. Heira explained that another maid would now take over her former role. Raisin laughed and asked if that meant he now had 2 shadows. Heira calmly confirmed it. Noticing how different her aura felt, Raisin pointed it out. Heira coldly replied that she no longer needed to wear a fake mask to hide her identity. Raisin praised her acting skills without holding back. Heira simply answered that it was a basic skill for any professional assassin. Raisin suddenly asked whether her dagger had really been coated with Melia poison. The question made Heira pause for a brief moment. He explained that he had known all along. He stayed silent, on purpose, to prove he could overcome it without an antidote and to change the way Heira viewed him. Heira seriously warned that Melia was an extremely dangerous poison. Before she could finish, Raisin flawlessly recited its origin. He accurately explained that Melia was extracted from the venomous horned starfish of the southern sea. His knowledge left Heira stunned. She slowly began to admire him. Only then did Heira realize she had underestimated the young master for far too long. Looking straight at Rayson, Hera solemnly repeated her promise to protect him. She made it clear that her mission would end only when Rayson became strong enough to protect himself. As the young master's second shadow, Hera declared that she would use every bit of her strength to ensure his safety. Right after that, Rayson gave her a new mission. He ordered Hera to obtain Eastern Opuntia cactus powder. She accepted immediately and departed. The moment Hera disappeared, Rayson suddenly felt an intense dryness in his throat and hurriedly called for someone to bring him water. Strangely, his body desperately craved the famously bitter Opuntia powder, as if every instinct demanded he drink it immediately. Seeing Rayson's abnormal condition, Hera urged him to return at once so a physician could examine him. But Rayson firmly refused. Breathing heavily, he insisted he had no time to waste. He immediately mixed large handfuls of Opuntia powder into water and drank it non-stop like a man dying of thirst. The instant the liquid entered his body, a cool blue light suddenly spread throughout his entire body. Watching the scene, Hera realized that Rayson's body was undergoing an incredibly powerful transformation. Right then, the system issued a notification that a special condition had been fulfilled. Eastern Opuntia cactus powder contained trace amounts of a mysterious substance called Azure. When Azure came into contact with the deadly Melia poison, the two substances reacted violently and awakened the sleeping spirit of the transcendent Holy Grail inside Rayson's heart. The moment it woke up, the cup looked completely drunk, repeatedly complaining of nausea before vomiting a pool of green liquid and temporarily dissolving. At the same time, Rayson clutched his chest as he felt his heart swelling non-stop under unbearable pain. A surge of blue mana suddenly erupted, with lightning racing across his body. Rayson realized in horror that he was suffering a mana explosion. Standing nearby, Hera could only watch in worry. She knew that touching Rayson now would only push him closer to death. Clenching her fists, Hera silently vowed to do everything she could to help the young master survive this life-or-death trial. Watching Rayson struggle in agony from a distance, she felt completely helpless. She had promised to protect him until he became strong enough, yet now she could do nothing. Since she was not a mage, Hera had no idea how to deal with such a dangerous situation. After thinking it through, she came up with one final option. She would absorb the out-of-control mana herself, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Meanwhile, the system kept issuing warnings. Azure and Melia were reacting violently. Even a tiny amount of transcendent mana, also known as composite mana, could unleash devastating destruction. Rayson could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. His heart continued swelling under the uncontrollable force of transcendent mana. Just then, the system displayed a new entry called Easily Accessible Mana Cultivation. The pain grew even worse. Rayson collapsed as he felt his ribs cracking apart. The system explained that even transcendent mana could not fully suppress the reaction between Azure and Melia, and this was only one of several required conditions. Rayson was completely confused about those conditions. The system immediately explained that without the blessed body possessed by certain martial clans, no one could survive such overwhelming pressure. Reading that, Rayson could only laugh bitterly to himself. The system's requirements were unbelievably harsh. However, the next notification gave him hope. Those with special physiques still had a chance to survive the pressure, and the holy body was the perfect example. Rayson instantly understood. Luckily, he possessed the holy body, which meant he still had a chance to live. Right then, the transcendent Holy Grail inside his heart spoke with confidence, telling Rayson to trust it. The Grail's power erupted at once, guiding the chaotic mana back into a stable flow. Rayson also realized that his unique ability was the key to making the mana cultivation process succeed. A massive pillar of blue light suddenly burst into the sky, engulfing the entire area. Watching from afar, Hera was shocked to see Rayson's chest slowly returning to normal. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Everything she knew about magic seemed to have been overturned. Before she could recover, blazing crimson flames erupted around Rayson once again, leaving Hera speechless. In the blink of an eye, golden-orange flames spread throughout the grand hall, as if they would burn the entire place to ashes. The overwhelming heat forced Hera to shield her face. She could clearly sense that Rayson's body was undergoing a complete transformation. Hera stared with wide eyes. According to everything she had ever learned, this should have been impossible. After a while, the blazing flames and brilliant light finally began to fade. Rayson calmly stood in the middle of the room. His eyes glowed with brilliant blue light, while two radiant mana rings spun endlessly above his hands. Seeing the scene, Hera was completely stunned. A 10-year-old child possessing two mana rings was something never recorded in history, yet it was happening right before her eyes. When Hera kept staring without saying a word, Raisin finally called out to her. She immediately bowed in apology and congratulated him on his success. Surprised that Hera could actually see both mana rings, Raisin asked for confirmation. After she nodded, he let out a long sigh, realizing he had truly been on the verge of death. Hera curiously asked whether Raisin had controlled the mana explosion by himself. Just as he was about to proudly take the credit, she immediately shut him down, saying it was all thanks to luck, and he should not get carried away. Hearing such a blunt comment, Raisin could only fall silent. It seemed Hera would never give him a single compliment. Looking back on everything, Raisin realized he had fulfilled all 6 key conditions: Melia Poison, Eastern Opuntia Cactus Powder, Transcendent Mana, the Holy Body, the Special Mana Cultivation Method, and the Transcendent Holy Grail. Every final piece had fallen into place. Raisin turned to Hera with a smile and asked if she wanted another sparring session like before. The unexpected invitation caught Hera off guard, and she immediately asked what he was planning. That night, the two headed to the lift training center to begin their experiment. As soon as they entered the control room, they found Noah sleeping soundly in a chair with a book covering his face. Raisin's voice startled Noah, nearly sending him off the chair. He quickly insisted that he had only been resting his eyes to think, not sleeping. But when he realized the visitors were the 7th young master and Hera, Noah could not hide his confusion. Why were the two of them here so late at night? Just as Noah was about to take a closer look, his gaze froze, and cold sweat instantly covered his back. He could not believe Raisin now possessed 2 mana rings. Just 1 month ago, the boy had only a single ring. Looking over at Hera, Noah's instincts as a mage immediately told him she was no ordinary girl. She felt like an incredibly dangerous assassin. He suddenly remembered Jaffo warning him that a major event involving the 7th young master was coming, and that he should prepare himself. Only after seeing Raisin's 2 mana rings with his own eyes did Noah realize that warning had been completely justified. He was secretly horrified. A 10-year-old with a 2nd mana ring was something he had never even heard of. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Noah decided not to ask any more questions. He put on a professional smile and politely asked how he could help Raisin. Raisin calmly said he wanted to fight his own shadow. Noah instinctively glanced at Hera, wondering when she had become the young master's shadow. Although full of questions, Noah obediently led them to the spacious training area as Raisin requested. The moment Noah turned around, Hera suddenly shot him a cold green glare filled with killing intent. That single glance sent chills down Noah's spine. He immediately decided it was best to pretend he had seen and heard nothing. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the central training arena. Facing Hera, who already had her dagger in hand, Raisin asked if she still remembered every skill he had used during their previous fight. Hera quietly nodded. Raisin told her to fight based on everything she already knew about him. When Hera asked whether she should consider his 2nd mana ring, Raisin explained that he only wanted to test a few new abilities today. Hera asked what she should do. Raisin simply smiled and told her to attack normally, as long as she did not actually kill him. Hera reminded him that real enemies on the battlefield would never show such mercy. Raisin calmly replied that she was one of his people, so she would never harm family. Hearing those words of complete trust, Hera hesitated for a brief moment. In the end, she reversed her grip on the dagger and agreed. Raisin took a deep breath. 2 blue mana rings appeared around him at the same time. He could clearly feel the huge increase in mana as both rings activated together. As the energy flowed through him, Raisin quickly understood a new way to use it. He could now direct mana to any part of his body. Right then, the system announced that Raisin's combat magic had been enhanced by higher-level mana and officially upgraded. In an instant, his combat ability reached an entirely new level. Raisin immediately took a defensive stance and confidently signaled for Hera to begin. Without hesitation, Hera dashed forward at terrifying speed. Her figure nearly vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Raisin remained calm. Her attack pattern was exactly the same as before, and at first he still could not see where she was. But unlike before, the Heavenly Eye, strengthened by his 2 mana rings, began keeping up with every one of Hera's lightning-fast movements. This was the difference between 1 mana ring and 2. On top of that, Slow Flow had become far stronger than before. Hera charged in at the same speed as before, completely unaware that her advantage was gone. Raisin focused all his attention and waited for the strike. The moment Hera closed in, Raisin activated Slow Flow. Everything around him seemed to slow down, allowing him to clearly read her attack. Just as expected, Hera targeted his leg again. This time, Raisin chose to dodge instead of blocking. He sprang into the air and twisted his body, cleanly avoiding the dagger as it sliced beneath him in a flawless, evasive move. Seeing her attack miss, Hera widened her eyes in shock. She never expected Rayson to actually follow her speed. Without giving her time to react, Rayson used the momentum of his spin to launch an immediate counterattack. Blue mana gathered around his fist, and he unleashed a powerful downward punch from above. Watching Rayson's fast and powerful counterattack, Hera's green pupils instantly narrowed. Even she could not hide her surprise at his incredible growth. Rayson's punch tore through the air with overwhelming force. Even so, the gap between him and a legendary assassin was still enormous. The instant Rayson finished his attack, Hera appeared behind him like a shadow and pressed her icy blade against his neck. Rayson froze, glanced at the dagger resting against his throat, and could only smile helplessly. Even though he had seen her movement, his body was still too slow to keep up. Hera slowly lowered her dagger and admitted defeat herself. She confessed that she had broken their agreement by unconsciously using more techniques than she had in their previous match. Hera then openly praised Rayson's remarkable progress. Rayson happily replied that it was all thanks to gaining his second mana ring. Hearing that, Hera could only sigh softly, never expecting the difference to be so great. Since Hera almost never praised him, Rayson grinned and smugly asked if she had finally admitted his talent. But Hera crushed that hope with a cold reply. To her, Rayson was still far too weak. He only knew how to complain because she never praised him. While they talked, neither of them realized the entire fight had been watched through a magic orb. In the observation room, Noah stared at the scene with cold sweat pouring down his face. He kept screaming inside his head. A 10-year-old showing that level of power was simply unbelievable. Noah knew that without magic support, almost nobody could even follow Hera's movements. Yet Rayson had kept up with her, and his final counterattack was just as destructive as before. Everything was beyond his understanding. After training ended, Rayson and Hera left the training grounds. Before leaving, Rayson politely greeted Noah and apologized for bothering him so late. Noah quickly bowed and saw them off. Only after the door closed did Noah snap back to reality. He could not believe the seventh young master, who was famous for his temper and arrogance, had actually apologized first. At that moment, a freezing blade suddenly rested against Noah's neck from behind. Hera appeared without a sound and coldly ordered him to forget everything he had seen. Terrified, Noah immediately stammered that he had seen nothing. Hera leaned close and quietly warned Noah that the young master had awakened 2 magic circles, but still had not fully mastered them, so today's events must never be revealed. Noah pretended to act clueless and asked about the 2 magic circles, but inside he was completely shaken because it was the first time he had heard of a 10-year-old reaching that level. Seeing that Noah understood, Hera sheathed her blade and coldly reminded him that his life depended on keeping the secret. After saying that, she instantly used teleportation magic and vanished on the spot. Noah was left standing alone in the room, still unable to recover from everything that had happened. Time quietly passed, and the scene shifted to the sunny courtyard of the Mabel estate. Rayson trained shirtless on the pull-up bar, doing pull-ups and counting every rep. From a distance, Hampton and Hera silently watched, impressed by the young master's determination. A while later, Hampton walked over and respectfully informed Rayson that a letter had arrived for him. Still hanging from the bar, Rayson asked in surprise if the letter was really meant for him. But the moment he read it, his expression changed in complete shock. Startled, he lost his balance and fell straight off the bar. Hampton rushed over and asked if he was hurt. Rayson quickly sat up and suspected the letter had been delivered by mistake. But the more he read, the more certain he became that this was an event that had never existed in the original story he had written. On the way to the main building, Rayson grew increasingly tense after learning that DK Cha had suddenly summoned him. He guessed the meeting had everything to do with the strange letter sent by the C's family. Right after receiving the letter, Rayson immediately told Hera and Hampton to report it to the main house. He knew that after completing the 10-year ceremony, he would officially enter the battle for the inheritance. To reach his goal, he had to step into the most dangerous place. Rayson had already made his decision. If he had to choose a side to survive, then he would stand beside the strongest tiger. He could no longer play it safe if he wanted to change the future. Just then, Rudia happily jumped down from a tree and loudly demanded to join everyone in catching tiger cubs. Rayson laughed and told her to come along because the person they were about to meet also wanted to be her friend. Hearing about a new friend, Rudia immediately lit up with excitement and happily said she could not wait to meet more people. Back in the present, Rayson slowly walked down the hallway toward the Great Hall. As he walked, he reminded himself to think like a writer and consider every possibility ahead, because an invitation from a family hostile to Mayton could never be that simple. The massive doors of the Great Hall slowly opened, revealing a solemn chamber covered in pure white. Looking toward the highest platform, Raisin saw DK Cha standing there with an overwhelming presence. Beside him stood his second sister Avalia, her familiar cold expression completely unchanged. Standing before his father and sister, Raisin silently vowed that he would seize this world and rewrite its ending with his own hands. At that very moment, a new variable appeared and began pushing the story away from its original path. Without hesitation, Raisin stepped forward and asked why his father had called him. DK Cha simply acknowledged him, and Raisin immediately guessed he was about to receive a mission. DK Cha's golden eyes radiated immense pressure as he slowly said that Raisin should already know why he had been summoned. Without looking away from that commanding gaze, Raisin got straight to the point and said it was all because of the invitation from the Seisaw family. The moment he finished speaking, a massive explosion suddenly echoed through the great hall. A freezing wave of mana shot past Raisin and blasted apart a corner of the hallway right beside him. Seeing that the attack had nearly killed him, Raisin froze as cold sweat covered his body, then quickly turned toward his father. Confused, he demanded to know why his father had suddenly attacked him. DK Cha calmly replied that if he had truly wanted to kill his son, Raisin would never have been standing there. That strike was never meant to take his life. Even so, Raisin stood his ground and insisted he could not remember making any mistake. DK Cha narrowed his eyes and reminded him that the Sis family was supposed to bow before their family. Raisin immediately agreed, saying they should have been kneeling to kiss their feet. But DK Cha pointed out that Raisin's actions had not reflected that at all. Faced with the accusation, Raisin calmly admitted that he had indeed met Kassan in Hiran. He explained that challenging Kassan to a duel was considered a gesture of friendship according to the customs of that family. DK Cha immediately asked how Raisin had known Kassan would appear there. Without hesitation, Raisin used the answer he had prepared. He claimed they had met by chance while hunting, and added that the most dangerous things were always the ones kept hidden. Watching the entire exchange from behind, Avalia was stunned. She had already sensed something unusual during the 10-year ceremony, but now she was almost certain Raisin had completely changed. What puzzled Avalia was why everyone believed he was useless. Then she reminded herself that people did not change so easily. If Raisin had always been like this, then someone must have deliberately spread those false rumors. But who was it? That thought made Avalia look directly at DK Cha. A terrifying possibility crossed her mind. Could her own father have been behind everything? While she was still lost in thought, Raisin made his next move. He stepped forward, looked DK Cha straight in the eye and boldly declared that he would claim the heir's seat for himself. His open declaration to join the succession battle left even Avalia speechless. Raisin continued by saying that all his siblings already had their own territories and forces, while he was only at a disadvantage because he had been born later. That was why he wanted to leave, build his own power in the outside world, and return strong enough to compete. Hearing that, DK Cha asked if his son intended to bring outsiders into the family's succession war. Raisin did not hesitate and admitted that it was the only path available to him. DK Cha sternly asked whether Raisin truly understood what he had just said. Raisin confidently answered that he understood perfectly. In his eyes, Kassan would become the first asset of the empire he planned to build, because a well-trained dog could sometimes bring down even a tiger. In the middle of the grand hall, DK Cha warned that dogs sometimes turned around and bit their masters. Raisin simply smiled and said that if it happened, then it would be the fate he had to bear. Even so, he clenched his fist and declared that he would train that dog to perfection until it became a legendary hunting hound that only barked, crawled, and licked on its master's command. Raisin's confidence mixed with arrogance made DK Cha reveal an amused smile for the first time. After the meeting ended, Raisin and Avalia walked side by side through the mansion hallway. Avalia softly called his name, and Raisin respectfully answered. She asked if he had already predicted everything after receiving the invitation. Raisin calmly confirmed it. The only thing he had not known was who would be assigned to accompany him. Deep down, he had always known his father would never allow him to visit the Sage family alone, so an escort was guaranteed. The chosen escort had to be completely trustworthy and strong enough to protect him. In the end, that person turned out to be Raisin's beautiful, older sister. Avalia glanced at her brother and laughed, saying his answers sounded like he had rehearsed them hundreds of times. Raisin awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and admitted that without preparation, he would have easily lost his composure. Watching her younger brother walk ahead, Avalia quietly admitted that at Raxon's age, she never would have had the courage to speak to their father like that. After taking a few more steps, Avalia suddenly stopped, looked down at the ground, and softly said she had one more question. Hearing the seriousness in her voice, Raisin also came to a stop. Avalia turned to face him, locked her sharp golden eyes onto his, and directly asked whether the magic enhancement ritual back then had truly failed. Rayson simply smiled and firmly denied it. That answer made Avalia immediately question the overwhelming mana that had appeared on the scroll. Rayson tilted his head and gently apologized for not being able to reveal the truth. He only said that their father had ordered him to keep the secret. Realizing it involved DK Cha, Avalia chose not to ask any further. She simply let out a quiet sigh and accepted the answer. Even so, Avalia's mind was already racing. She slowly came to believe that Rayson was the special piece their father had deliberately placed in her hands. No matter how she looked at it, a 10-year-old could never stay that calm while facing such a strict father without either true strength or someone backing him. Avalia quietly judged that whether Rayson became her greatest advantage depended entirely on her. If she failed, their father would surely hand him over to another sibling. She told herself this was a rare opportunity her father had given her first, so she could not let the project called Rayson fall into anyone else's hands. While Avalia was still thinking, Rayson suddenly asked if she was still curious and said he had one more surprise for her. She turned to him in confusion. Without making her wait, Rayson raised his hand and began gathering his magic power. In an instant, pure pink-purple mana burst from his palm as arcs of magical lightning crackled around it. Avalia was completely stunned. Looking at the enormous yet perfectly stable mana in her 10-year-old brother's hand, she could only gasp that it was transcendent mana. Rayson calmly maintained the brilliant mana and explained that this was the transcendent attribute he had chosen. Its foundation was still fire magic, but its power had reached a completely different level. Watching his sister's expression, Rayson realized Avalia was using the senses of a high-ranking mage to examine the flow of mana deep inside his body. Breaking the silence, Avalia softly called his name. When Rayson politely answered, she gently told him not to push himself too hard. Hearing that, Rayson immediately withdrew the mana and asked what she meant. Avalia explained that maintaining transcendent mana placed tremendous strain on the heart. Only then did Rayson realize he had never known that fact in his previous life. She continued that opening a second magic circle at his age was already a huge burden. If he kept maintaining transcendent mana for too long, he would destroy his own future. Looking at her brother with rare warmth, Avalia sincerely said she wanted to see him succeed. Rayson lowered his head in thanks, though he could not understand why his usually cold sister had changed so quickly. He also suddenly remembered something strange. DK Cha had never mentioned that he had already broken through to the second magic circle. Interrupting Rayson's thoughts, Avalia revealed more information about the invitation from the famous sage swordsmanship family. According to her, Mayton was not the only family invited. The Grandles martial family would also attend. If those two great powers truly joined forces, the balance of the world could change. The moment he heard Grandles, Rayson searched his memories and recalled that another genius his age would appear on this trip. It was Rosaline, the adopted daughter of the Grandles family. Avalia added that Grandles would use the teleportation gate built by Mayton to reach the continent of Vestia. After hearing that, Rayson immediately decided to wait for them there first, leaving Avalia surprised by his decision. Rayson honestly replied that he had treated them badly before, so he wanted to meet them first and make things right. The moment he thought about it, the old owner's painful memories flooded back into his mind. When the original Rayson was 8.5 years old, he had mercilessly beaten the kneeling Rosaline with a wooden stick while mocking her appearance. The incident was so disgraceful that DK Cha personally apologized and then exiled him to the remote Maple Estate as punishment. Thinking of that, Rayson turned to Avalia and said this time he would fix his reputation. Slightly surprised, she asked if he meant apologizing. Rayson immediately nodded and admitted that mistakes should be owned. But Avalia firmly reminded him that mages of their family never bowed to anyone. If he had made a mistake, he should correct it without losing his pride. At that moment, Rayson noticed something that made no sense. Before he transmigrated, the original Rayson had almost no combat ability, so how had someone considered worthless defeated the heir of the continent's strongest martial family? The system immediately appeared with an explanation. Rosaline was the only beloved daughter of the Grandles family. She had always been kind, compassionate, and hated violence. Yet in the future story that Rayson himself had written, Rosaline became hot-tempered and obsessed with fighting. It all began with that beating years ago. After being defeated by the young master of a magic family, Rosaline carried deep resentment. That humiliation made her realize the importance of strength and drove her to train without rest. Seeing his daughter finally devote herself to martial arts, Grandles personally took over her training. Blessed with extraordinary talent that she had never wanted to use before, Rosaline improved at an unbelievable pace and filled the entire Grandels family with excitement. Raisin could only sigh after realizing that the original Raisin, who seemed like such an unimportant character, had accidentally become the turning point that changed a major character's personality. It was the butterfly effect. Ahead of them stood a massive stone staircase leading straight to a glowing spatial gate suspended in the sky. Walking beside Raisin, Rudia excitedly said she could not wait because Cassin's place was probably full of delicious food. Raisin smiled and said she was right. A few steps behind them, the servant Hampton quietly watched his master's back and drifted into thought. He could not help worrying after seeing Raisin willingly approach the Sage family, Mayton's lifelong enemy, and silently thought that one day their family would have to defeat them. But Hampton immediately dismissed that thought. Tears filled his eyes as he convinced himself that the young master surely had a grand plan for the future, and serving someone like him was a true blessing. Overcome with emotion, Hampton suddenly burst into tears in the middle of the road, leaving Hera to watch him sob with a helpless look. To reach the meeting point at the Swordgrikiv, the group had to travel through one teleportation gate after another. They passed through a total of 22 gates, traveling from Sunflower Plaza to the Midnight Forest. After crossing the freezing Black Sea, the group finally arrived at the central gate of the Sword Grave. The constant teleportation left Raisin dizzy and covered in sweat. Hampton had it even worse. His weak body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious the moment they arrived. The group had finally reached the Sword Grave, home to one of the largest teleportation gates near the Sage family's territory. Despite its intimidating name, the city was lively and highly prosperous. Seeing that her brother looked exhausted after the long trip, Avalia asked if he was all right. Raisin nodded and said he was fine, while she informed him that the Grandels family would not arrive for another 4 hours. With time to spare, Raisin suggested training his mana while they waited, and Avalia immediately agreed. While the attendants searched for a hotel, Raisin sat cross-legged where he was and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Watching from a distance, Avalia wondered what surprise her youngest brother was about to show her this time. Meanwhile, back at the Mayton family's main estate, DK Cha was holding a private conversation with his trusted guard, Senkan. He mentioned that he had just met Raisin. Senkan looked surprised and asked whether Raisin's magic enhancement ritual had failed. Contrary to his expectations, DK Cha calmly replied that the ritual had succeeded. Senkan was stunned because every sign had pointed to failure. DK Cha explained that the change had not appeared on the outside, but inside Raisin's heart, leaving Senkan even more shocked. DK Cha admitted that even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. In his opinion, that power had fused with Raisin's heart and was most likely the transcendent Grail state. DK Cha slowly revealed a secret known to only a handful of people. Long ago, the legendary archmage Kasi Taluo had traveled the world carrying that cup. Only before his death did he discover that it was never truly the artifact known as the Transcendent Grail. Senkan stood there in confusion because he had never heard that story before. DK Cha calmly replied that it was only natural since the complete truth existed only within the Mayton family's classified records. According to the ancient records, Mayton's first patriarch had been a close friend of Kusta Luo. After the legendary mage died, the cup vanished without a trace and slowly faded into legend. DK Cha went on to say that he had investigated the child Raisin had brought home and confirmed that the child belonged to the Fire Tribe. Because of that, he suspected the child's ability was connected to absorbing power into the heart. He then asked Senkan whether he knew what Mayton's ancestors had originally called the Transcendent Grail. When Senkan shook his head, DK Cha revealed the answer. It was the Auxiliary Magic Circle. Hearing that, Senkan admitted it was the first time he had ever heard the term. DK Cha even joked that, in simple terms, it was nothing more than a portable power bank. Senkan looked even more confused, while DK Cha smiled and said the legendary artifact's true purpose was simply to recharge energy. Still in disbelief, Senkan asked whether DK Cha was certain that Raisin had absorbed the Transcendent Grail. DK Cha answered that there was no more reasonable explanation. He continued by explaining that Raisin now possessed 2 magic circles and could already control part of his elemental mana. Those words left Senkan completely speechless as he struggled to process the overwhelming amount of information. DK Cha quietly recalled his childhood, when both he and Senkan had been praised as prodigies. One excelled in magical power, while the other possessed extraordinary physical talent. He looked at his subordinate and asked whether Senkan could have possessed 2 magic circles at the age of 10. Senkan replied that it was theoretically possible, but DK Cha immediately rejected the idea, saying it was pure fantasy because Senkan's body could never have endured it. Senkan understood that all too well, since his lifespan had always been limited, and he might not even live to see the age of 20. Yet the strange part was that Rayson showed absolutely no signs of anything being wrong. Even DK Cha found himself deep in thought because of it. He admitted that the achievement was truly astonishing, but what worried him most was why all of Rayson's changes had only appeared after he was nearly 10 years old, while before that he had shown no special talent at all. After thinking it over, DK Cha immediately assigned Senkan a mission. Senkan knelt respectfully and waited for his orders. The family head coldly instructed Senkan to secretly watch over Rayson and make sure nothing happened to him. Senkan then asked how long the mission would last. DK Cha calmly answered with a short but powerful reply, "Until the day I die." The scene then shifted back to the city of the Sword Grave. While meditating to regulate his mana, Rayson suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed an incredibly powerful presence approaching, and immediately guessed that the Marshall family had arrived. At the top of the massive stone staircase, the teleportation gate continued glowing brightly. Two figures slowly stepped out, carrying an aura completely different from that of swordsmen, both wild and overwhelmingly oppressive. Rayson stepped forward first and calmly greeted them as if they had not seen each other in a long time. As the light faded away, the towering figure of a gray-haired man came into view. Walking beside him was a little girl with pink twin tails and red eyes filled with constant caution. From below, Rayson softly called out Rosaline's name. Hearing her name, Rosaline turned around in confusion. The face before her looked familiar, but she could not remember who he was. Rayson's appearance had changed so much that he now looked refined and composed compared to before. Because of that, Rosaline could not connect the young man before her with the boy who had abused her years ago. But the instincts of a martial arts genius quickly pieced the memories together. Rosaline immediately leaped down from above and angrily demanded to know why Rayson was there. Watching her land effortlessly after jumping down dozens of stone steps, Rayson could not help being amazed by her terrifying physical ability. Even so, he remained calm, slightly bowed his head, and said he had come only to apologize. Hearing the word apology, Rosaline froze for a moment, before bursting into laughter as if it were the biggest joke she had ever heard. But the smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a dark expression and eyes overflowing with killing intent. She repeated the word apology through gritted teeth, making Rayson realize she hated him even more than he had expected. Just as the atmosphere became tense, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, followed by a deep laugh. A massive man slowly walked down the stone stairs. The gray-haired man folded his arms and reminded them that they should greet their elders first. Rosaline immediately greeted him with respect. Facing someone of such high status, Rayson also quickly bowed. The man looked directly at Rayson and asked if he knew who he was. Without hesitation, Rayson answered that he certainly did. Standing before him was War King Mugner, the man who led and backed the Grandals family. The man nodded in confirmation. He was indeed War King Mugner, the most powerful figure after the Grandals family head and also Rosaline's uncle. In terms of martial strength alone, Mugner was even considered stronger than the current Grandals family head. His eyes carefully studied Rayson as an overwhelming pressure spread from his body. Mugner openly admitted that he had originally planned to teach Rayson a harsh lesson when they met. Even so, Rayson calmly stood before him without the slightest sign of fear. Seeing that the young man was completely unaffected by his overwhelming aura, Mugner quietly began to see Rayson in a different light. Rayson slowly replied that he was the one at fault and wanted to make amends to the Grandals family. Hearing that, Rosaline mocked him and asked if he planned to settle things the martial way. Before Rayson could answer, Rosaline exploded with killing intent, rushed straight at him, and shouted that if he wanted redemption, then he could let her beat him to death. Her fist, carrying terrifying power, flew straight toward Rayson's face. Facing the wind-splitting punch, Rayson merely tilted his head slightly to observe it. His eyes remained strangely calm without blinking once. Even Mugner, watching from behind, was caught off guard. Despite the deadly danger right in front of him, the boy remained unbelievably composed. Rosaline sneered and said she thought Rayson would at least be scared. The moment she finished speaking, she launched another attack. At the same time, Rayson's system automatically activated its defense mode and deployed combat magic. A deafening crash rang out as Rosaline's punch slammed into the magical barrier surrounding Rayson, sending sparks flying everywhere. The impact traveled straight through his body, forcing Rayson to grit his teeth and endure it. Fortunately, the defensive barrier absorbed most of the attack's power. From a distance, Mugner silently observed everything without missing a single detail. He quietly analyzed the situation, wondering if this was a form of magic combined with martial arts. What impressed him most was Raison's lightning-fast reaction and his perfectly timed defensive spell. After regaining his balance, Raisin brushed the dust off his clothes and calmly stood back up. Seeing that Raisin refused to fight back, Rosaline snapped and demanded to know why. Instead of answering with anger, Raisin lowered his head and sincerely apologized. The unexpected response left Rosaline speechless, while he calmly explained that admitting mistakes was simply what a mature person should do. Raisin stayed surprisingly calm. Having lived in the modern world, saying sorry had never been difficult for him. But Rosaline only grew even more annoyed. She turned away and grumbled that he was talking nonsense. Raisin shrugged and casually said that boys often picked on the girls they liked, and that was basically what he had done. Hearing such a forced excuse, Rosaline could only sigh. She clearly did not believe a single word. Then the pink-haired girl suddenly spun around. A powerful kick slammed straight into Raisin's knee. The surprise attack hurt so much that he grabbed his leg and dropped to one knee. At the same time, the system automatically activated its defensive magic again to reduce the damage. Rosaline coldly turned her back and muttered, "How boring." Raisin stared at her in confusion. She immediately turned back and shouted that it meant nothing if she was the only one attacking, while he just stood there taking the hits. If he wanted her to calm down, he had to fight back. Seeing that she was still furious, Raisin slowly stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and agreed, but said it would not be today. Just as the tension reached its peak, a slow round of applause suddenly interrupted them. Mugner walked over with his arms crossed and said that if they wanted to fight, they should find a proper place, because this was not the right location. Rosaline stubbornly argued that she only wanted to deal with the jerkin-puff in front of her. Mugner calmly told her to look around. Only then did they notice a huge crowd had gathered to watch. Everyone was pointing, whispering, and even guessing that the two great families were about to clash. If they kept fighting here, the news would spread everywhere and cause serious trouble. Even so, Rosaline shouted that she did not care. Raisin quietly added that innocent people nearby could get caught in the crossfire if they fought here. His words made Rosaline pause. She clearly had not expected him to think about something like that. Even Mugner silently admitted that this boy was far more mature than his age suggested. Rosaline reminded him that he had promised to apologize. Raisin calmly said he would absolutely keep his word, but they should move somewhere more suitable first. She frowned and asked where could possibly be better than this. Mugner nodded in agreement with Raisin and suggested finding a quiet place to settle everything. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed inside Raisin's mind. Nice acting. He instantly froze as cold sweat ran down his back. Raisin quickly realized it was Mugner using voice transmission. Even though the man never opened his mouth, his voice rang clearly inside Raisin's head. Mugner quietly told him to keep acting friendly so no one would spread rumors that the Grandals and Mayton families had fallen into conflict. Raisin was completely stunned. He had no idea how a warrior like Mugner could speak directly into his mind. Right then, the blue system interface appeared before him. It announced that War King Mugner had started paying attention to Raisin Mayton and would now continue observing and judging his every move. The system also confirmed that another major variable capable of changing the story had appeared. Raisin could only sigh as everything became even more complicated, but at least he realized he could now see how Mugner evaluated him. Before he could recover, an even more shocking notification appeared. Heavenly Archmage had grown suspicious after detecting 3 consecutive events that changed the story's probability and timeline, causing question from the very existence of this world. Realizing the title referred to his own father, Raisin immediately felt a chill run through his body. That meant both DK Father and War King Mugner had begun questioning the true nature of the world because of the growing number of anomalies. The system then confirmed that Raisin had fulfilled 2 required conditions by directly influencing the thoughts of an important character. A blue light surrounded him as they announced the unlocking of the ultimate privilege called Creator. A massive surge of digital energy overwhelmed Raisin. Before he could understand what was happening, the system congratulated him on obtaining the world debug ability and began transferring the system settings. Moments later, a glowing sheet of paper floated into the air before Raisin. He reached out and caught it, only to discover it was Lavian's character profile. It listed her name, age, ice attribute, her cold yet innocent personality, her occasional cruel side, and even the notes he had personally written. The moment he flipped it over, Raisin's eyes widened as cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Staring at the card in his hand, he wondered in shock if he had really created every one of these settings himself. The familiar messy handwriting in the notes was still right there before his eyes. Looking closer, Raisin realized the system had preserved every character profile he had ever created, from Lavian's love of sweets to Percival Martin's obsession with cutting his enemies in half. Even the legendary assassin Silent Shadow, the terror of the entire world, appeared on the list. However, he also noticed that most of the profiles were still unfinished. Those missing details had shaped a world filled with chaos and uncertainty. The more Raisin thought about it, the more one question haunted him. Why was he the one who had been reincarnated? And why had every key piece of the story ended up in his hands? Just then, the system chimed and announced that the privilege had expired. In an instant, the entire interface vanished without a trace. Looking at his empty hand, Raisin quickly understood that this privilege could only stay active for a very short time. By his estimate, it lasted about 1 minute, and he would have to wait or fulfill new conditions before using it again. While Raisin was still deep in thought, Mugner walked over with a smile and suggested they eat first and deal with everything else later. Raisin immediately regained his composure and respectfully agreed. Following behind Mugner and Rosaline, he could not help wondering how many more unexpected twists the future would bring. Before long, the three of them entered an old restaurant in the heart of Sword Tomb City. As soon as they stepped inside, Mugner laughed and greeted a blonde woman who had already been waiting there. It was Ivelia. She calmly looked up and replied that it was quite a coincidence to meet them here. Sensing Ivelia's growing aura, Mugner laughed heartily and remarked that she had become much stronger since they last met. In response, Ivelia calmly sipped her tea and declared that within 5 years, she believed she would defeat him. Instead of getting angry, Mugner laughed even louder and said he would gladly accept her challenge anytime. Ivelia smiled and explained that when she was younger, she could challenge Mugner whenever she wanted. But things were different now. Raisin knew exactly why. As a high-ranking mage and a key figure in the future of the Mayton family, she could no longer casually provoke another great family. Mugner looked at Ivelia and joked that she was no longer as adorable as she had been as a child. After the greetings, everyone returned to the table. The moment they sat down, Mugner happily brought up stories from Ivelia's childhood, saying she used to follow him everywhere. He even revealed that she had once secretly set his hair on fire while he was asleep, making the atmosphere much more relaxed. Ivelia calmly took another sip of tea and admitted that she had once tried to kill him by burning his head, but unfortunately it had failed. Hearing that, Raisin could only break into a cold sweat because the conversation had gone far beyond anything he expected. Just then, Rosaline shyly walked over with flushed cheeks and softly introduced herself as the young lady of the Grandel family. She bashfully asked if he still remembered the little girl he had met 2 years ago. Seeing her so timid, Raisin was too stunned to believe this was the same fierce girl from earlier. Rosaline clenched her fists with determination and told Mugner and Ivelia that she wanted to become stronger because female martial artists were naturally at a physical disadvantage against men. Ivelia calmly replied that her talent was not exceptional, and even her approach was still immature. Everything unfolded exactly as Raisin had designed. Battle Soul was an extraordinary power system. Swordsmen relied on their blades, mages relied on magic, while martial artists turned their own bodies into weapons. With Battle Soul, people could break through the limits of the human body and accomplish what once seemed impossible. Rosaline passionately declared that she would devote herself to mastering Battle Soul so she could one day become as powerful as Big Sister Ivelia. Before long, the meal was over, leaving nothing on the table except stacks of empty plates. Looking at the mountain of empty dishes, Raisin was left speechless by the incredible appetites of the Grandel uncle and niece. After that, Mugner announced that the space gate would reopen at 7:17 p.m. and suggested they head out together. Ivelia agreed, but asked Mugner for permission to speak with Raisin alone, since there was still nearly an hour before their meeting time. Raisin could not help wondering what she wanted to discuss. After Mugner and Rosaline left first to wait at the space gate, Raisin and Big Sister Ivelia leisurely walked along the beach beneath the glowing sunset. After walking for a while, Ivelia asked if it was finally time to revisit what had happened earlier. Raisin immediately realized she was referring to the incident at the space gate. Ivelia glanced at him and bluntly asked what he had been planning this time and whether he had already known Rosaline would attack. Raisin nodded. He explained that was exactly why he had shown up. If he had only wanted to settle things with Rosaline, he could have simply suggested fighting at the GF family's non-lethal arena. Ivelia continued, asking if his real objective had been to deliberately use combat magic. Raisin admitted that she was right. The reason was simple. War King Mugner had been there, and he was the second strongest expert of the Grandel family. Rayson knew that with Mugner's experience, one look at the fight was enough for him to analyze how Rayson used combat magic. Mugner's presence and that performance were the real objective. On top of that, a veteran like him would definitely notice the unusual amount of mana inside Rayson's body. To everyone else, Rayson had always been known as a spoiled troublemaker. After putting everything together, the most reasonable conclusion Mugner could reach was that Rayson had either completely changed or had been secretly trained by the Mayton family all along. The old Rayson should never have understood Mugner that well. If everything had truly been planned from the beginning, then the scheme was nothing short of astonishing. At that point, Mugner would believe Rayson was the Mayton family's hidden trump card. Once that thought took root, Mugner would naturally investigate everything about him, only making Rayson's role as the family's secret weapon seem even more convincing. Rayson simply smiled and said they only had to wait for the next act of the play. Looking at her 10-year-old little brother, Ivelia finally understood why their father had spoken so highly of him. Combat magic might not have unlimited potential, but Rayson's ability to plan ahead and predict every possible outcome was far beyond expectations. Even more unsettling was the fact that a 10-year-old could already think several moves ahead like this. In Avelia's eyes, Rayson's potential had already surpassed everyone else. Even without their father's orders, she wanted him on her side. Avelia said she first met Mugner when she was 14, back when she was still a pilgrim instead of a mage. She reminded Rayson that every Mayton heir had to complete a journey in search of truth before becoming an official candidate to lead the family. Rayson nodded, saying he already knew. Avelia calmly continued that she had no idea who Mugner was back then. Otherwise, she would have tried to kill him no matter what. Seeing his sister smile so gently, while saying something so murderous, sent a chill down Rayson's spine. Memories of that year resurfaced as Avelia recalled the brutal life-and-death battle she fought against the War King. She continued that their clash had taken place atop a snowy mountain. Mugner had calmly told her that if she was dissatisfied, she was welcome to kill him, and he would even give her 3 chances. Rayson wondered just how much had happened between Avelia and Mugner, but judging from the way she spoke, those memories were unforgettable. Besides, Mugner was the kind of man who would pursue anything suspicious or intriguing to the very end. Ivelia smiled and added that even if the other person was just a young mage who had once tried to kill him, Mugner would still approach them himself if they caught his interest. The siblings strolled across the beach, glowing beneath the evening sun. Ivelia quietly reminded him they still had about 30 minutes left, and Rayson politely acknowledged it. He suggested that since they still had time, they should enjoy a little outing together. After all, this was a trade city, so there had to be plenty of interesting places to visit. But Avelia immediately ruined the mood with a calm reply. She said that most trade cities she had visited ended up destroyed because she never went shopping. She usually wrecked the stores instead. Even though she said it as if it were perfectly normal, Rayson did not look shocked at all. Instead, he stepped forward, took Avelia's hand, and smiled. "Come with me, I'll show you around." That simple yet warm gesture left the great mage Avelia momentarily speechless. Beneath the golden sunset along the shoreline, the brother and sister quietly walked hand in hand until their figures disappeared into the distance. The scene shifted to a lively street in Sword Tomb City. Mugner and Rosaline wandered through the crowd, while Mugner kept thinking about the strange behavior of the young Mayton boy. He recalled the Rayson from 2 years ago, an 8-year-old brat known for causing trouble everywhere. Yet today, when danger appeared, the boy had calmly thought about the safety of innocent people and suggested moving the duel elsewhere. That level of maturity was nothing like the child he remembered. No one could change that much in just 2 years. Mugner immediately suspected that Rayson's old personality had only been an act to deceive everyone. But what was the Mayton family's real objective? In his view, an enormous secret plan had to be unfolding behind the scenes, completely hidden from outsiders. He even suspected that the Seth family's invitation to the Grandel family had only been a side move. The real goal of the Mayton and Seth families might involve the balance of power among the great factions. A hidden chess piece was clearly being moved in secret, yet the Grandel family had not noticed a thing. Compared to the Mayton and Seth families, they were already at a significant disadvantage in strength. If that secret plan really existed, then the moment something unexpected happened, the Grandel family would likely be the first to suffer. The thought only strengthened Mugner's resolve. If Rayson truly was the key piece behind everything, he had to uncover the truth at any cost. After countless preparations and strict inspections, the day of the journey to the Seth family finally arrived. Standing before the massive glowing space gate, Mugner could not hide his admiration after learning that Ivelia was the one operating it herself. Evelia simply smiled and reminded him to be careful during the transfer. She also reminded him that he still owed her one chance from years ago. Mugner immediately stiffened before awkwardly laughing and promising to be more careful. Soon, the entire group stepped into the light of the space gate and began their journey. The moment they arrived, Rosaline was overwhelmed by the teleportation, feeling as if her soul had nearly left her body. Ludia, on the other hand, looked completely unaffected. As the light faded, a vast green prairie stretched out before them beneath a refreshing breeze. Noticing how unusually peaceful Evelia seemed today, Mugner curiously asked if she was planning anything. She calmly replied that she had no intention of destroying anything this time. Just as the atmosphere settled, an excited voice suddenly called out from the distance. The newcomer loudly greeted Rasan and Ludia, asking if they were exhausted after the long journey. Running over to welcome them was none other than Cassin Seth, the second young master of the Seth family and the leading candidate to become its future head. Seeing Cassin personally come to greet them surprised Mugner. He quietly told Evelia that the Seth family had never welcomed them with such special treatment before. Raisin stepped forward and greeted Cassin like an old friend. Cassin was surprised by how much Raisin had changed, while Raisin simply smiled and credited it all to magic. But the cheerful reunion did not last long before Ludia suddenly burst forward at full speed. She immediately spread her arms in front of Raisin, shoved Cassin back, and boldly declared that she was the one closest to Raisin, so everyone else had to stay away. Watching the childish rivalry unfold, Raisin could only wipe away a bead of sweat. Unlike Ludia's fierce attitude, Cassin simply smiled. He gently explained that friendship was not something to compare and that he and Raisin became friends because they shared the same ideals and goals. Cassin's serious yet confusing explanation left both Ludia and Raisin speechless. The black-haired girl could only stare in confusion, wondering what he was even talking about. Even so, Ludia refused to back down and insisted that she was still the closest person to Raisin. Amused by her reaction, Cassin smiled and suggested that the two of them could become friends as well. Hearing the unexpected invitation, Ludia immediately blushed. After a few awkward moments, she quietly agreed and accepted Cassin as a friend. Just as the atmosphere became friendly again, footsteps echoed from the stone stairs, along with someone calling Cassin's name. Everyone turned around and saw Rosaline slowly walking down in her pink-orange martial outfit. Cassin politely apologized, saying he had gotten a little carried away, after finally seeing the friend he had been looking forward to meeting. Rosaline replied that he did not need to be so formal since she was younger, and they could just speak naturally. Watching the exchange, Rosaline secretly grew irritated. She could not understand why Cassin was so warm toward everyone else, while always keeping his distance from her. Watching everything from afar, Mugner smiled with satisfaction. In his eyes, Raisin had deliberately created this entire situation from the very beginning. The more Mugner observed Raisin, the more unsettling he felt. It was as if an adult's mind was hidden inside a child's body. Not wanting to waste any more time, Raisin turned to Cassin and asked for a favor. When Cassin asked what it was, Raisin requested a match with Rosaline right there. The sudden proposal caught Cassin completely off guard. Even so, Raisin calmly asked if he could arrange an arena for the duel. A special match was about to begin between the only daughter of the Grandel Marshall family and the heir of the Mayton family, right inside the Seth Sword Clan's arena. With representatives from all three great powers present, this was no longer just a fight between two children. It became Raisin's official debut before the eyes of the world's elite. News of the match quickly spread throughout the Seth family's training grounds. The disciples immediately broke into heated discussions. Some wondered who would win, while others insisted that Rosaline would easily defeat a notorious troublemaker like Raisin. Some pointed out that Rosaline had not fully mastered Battle Soul yet. Others argued that her physical strength alone was enough to overpower Raisin. None of them realized that Raisin's greatest weapon was actually combat magic. From the observation room overlooking the arena, Seth family head Cassia quietly watched the field before turning to Cassin and asking for his thoughts on the match. Cassin smiled and admitted he was a little jealous of his two friends because sparring with friends sounded like an amazing experience. He added that he had once believed Raisin was nothing but a troublemaker, but after getting to know him, he realized Raisin was genuinely kind and might even become a formidable rival in the future. Cassia asked in surprise if his son had already found a rival his own age. Cassin confidently replied that he might still be stronger for now, but that might not remain true forever. Seeing the confidence in his son's smile, Cassia quietly reflected on those words. A theory slowly formed in the family head's mind. He believed every piece of information about Rayson had been deliberately concealed, meaning the boy was the Mayton family's hidden trump card, and this match was only the opening act. Cassia then asked who Casson believed would win. Without any hesitation, Casson answered that Rayson would be the victor, leaving his father genuinely surprised. But in the very next moment, Casson added something completely contradictory. He also believed Rayson would lose. Noticing his father's confusion, Casson calmly explained. In his eyes, Rayson was simply too kind, and that kindness could become a fatal weakness against someone like Rosaline, who never held back in battle. The more Cassio observed, the more he looked forward to the duel. Rising from his seat, he calmly said he would come watch the match tomorrow as well. Casson immediately lit up with excitement, happy that he could finally introduce his friend to his father. Cassia smiled and replied that he also wanted to meet the friend his son valued so highly. The next morning, everything was ready at the Sky Sword Arena. In the stands sat Ivelia, War King Mugner, Casson, and family head Cassia, all waiting to witness the duel. Standing beneath the bright sunlight at the center of the arena, Rosaline warmed up while staring at her opponent with eager eyes. She had clearly been waiting for this fight for a long time. Across from her, Rayson also took his stance. He knew the time had come to stop hiding his true abilities. After all, this was the battle that would officially introduce him to everyone. Without hesitation, Rosaline unleashed her battle soul and charged forward at incredible speed, leaving a trail of dust behind her. She leaped into the air, gathered all her strength into one leg, and unleashed a devastating downward kick. Standing below, Rayson focused completely as he prepared to deal with the opening attack. At that exact moment, Rayson's slow-motion perception activated automatically. He quickly assessed the battle and realized that if he turned it into a battle of endurance, he would gain the advantage because Rosaline still had not fully mastered Battle Soul. Seeing every movement in perfect detail, Rayson effortlessly dodged attack after attack with smooth, precise footwork, never allowing Rosaline to touch him. Refusing to stop, Rosaline instantly changed direction and unleashed another crushing kick aimed straight at his head. Rayson's defensive combat magic immediately formed a mana shield that easily blocked the attack. Rosaline was stunned. She had intended to break Rayson's arm and ribs with that kick, but instead it felt as though she had struck a mass of soft water. That flawless defense left Cassia, Casson, Ivelia, and even Mugner visibly astonished. Gritting her teeth, Rosaline launched an even fiercer barrage of kicks, while shouting that blocking one attack through luck was nothing to be proud of. Even so, Rayson calmly raised his hand and effortlessly neutralized another powerful kick. The longer Rosaline fought, the more intense her momentum became. One relentless attack followed another, without giving Rayson a moment to breathe. The arena echoed with constant impacts as clouds of dust filled the battlefield. After avoiding another flurry of attacks, Rayson suddenly countered with a heavy punch that forced Rosaline to twist aside at the last possible second. After that exchange, both fighters stepped back at the same time to widen the distance. Rosaline was already breathing heavily, and signs of exhaustion had become obvious. Meanwhile, Rayson remained in his defensive stance, surrounded by a steady blue aura of mana that looked completely unaffected. The sight completely changed the mood in the audience. Everyone watching was stunned by Rayson's performance. Narrowing his eyes, Mugner silently thought that Rayson looked as though he was merely toying with his opponent. Rayson's fighting style only strengthened the War King's belief that the Mayton bloodline was truly extraordinary. In Mugner's eyes, every rumor about Rayson had clearly been false because the boy had obviously received exceptional training from the Mayton family. After countless failed attacks, Rosaline panted heavily as sweat soaked her clothes. She was both furious and confused because she simply could not land a single hit. Standing across from her, Rayson still wore a calm smile. From the very beginning, he had realized Rosaline's greatest weakness was that the more impatient she became, the more recklessly she threw everything into her attacks. That impatience created countless openings. Rayson only counterattacked when it was completely safe, a fighting style only possible when someone was far stronger than their opponent. Watching the entire battle, Mugner quietly concluded that Rayson was not just defending effectively. He was deliberately showing everyone how much stronger he was than Rosaline, just as expected from a member of the Mayton family. Even though combat magic was widely considered a low-tier branch of magic, Rayson was using it to overwhelm a true martial artist. Mugner could not help admiring the terrifying potential both children possessed. In his opinion, Rayson fought this way for two reasons. First, to prove that combat magic could surpass martial arts. The second was to display the Mayton family strength in front of representatives from the world's three greatest powers. Cassia reached a similar conclusion. He believed Rayson had been secretly trained as a combat mage for many years. Although he agreed with Mugner's theory, Cassia still wondered why the boy had chosen this exact moment to reveal his abilities. After thinking it over, he came to his own conclusion. Rayson had quietly trained for years without letting anyone know. And now he intended to use this battle to prove his worth while taking the next step toward his future. From the stands, Mugner told Cassia that Rayson surely knew every move he made was being watched by the major powers. Cassia smiled and replied that the Mayton family seemed to be using this boy to send all of them a warning. Watching her younger brother's performance, Ivelia also realized the true purpose hidden behind Rayson's plan. Down in the arena, Rosaline gradually lost her composure as Rayson continued fighting only on defense. She angrily demanded to know how long he intended to keep dodging. Rayson calmly answered that he would continue until she finally calmed down. That casual reply only made her even angrier. Rosaline clenched her fists, gathered every ounce of strength, and shouted that if he insisted on stalling, he should at least pretend to be getting tired. No longer holding back, she unleashed the full power of her battle soul for one decisive strike. Her fist, wrapped in battle soul energy, blasted toward Rayson with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves across the arena. Instead of dodging, Rayson chose to meet it head-on. The instant they collided, the sound of breaking bones echoed through the arena, sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing Rayson seriously injured, Rosaline immediately panicked and angrily demanded to know why he had not dodged. Rayson simply smiled and explained that he knew she really wanted to hit him at least once. That reckless answer only made Rosaline even more frustrated. She loudly scolded his fighting style before hurriedly handing him some medicine. Rayson sat down where he was, calmly surrendered, and said they could count the victory as Rosaline's. Rosaline let out a helpless sigh and softly explained that her last attack had used Battle Soul. Seeing that Rayson had still treated her kindly, she no longer wanted to hold on to her grudge. She decided to let the past go and urged him to heal his injuries. Rayson wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled as he thanked her. Just then, Cassine hurried down from the stands while loudly calling Rasson's name. Having grown up lonely and fascinated by heroic stories, Cassine was thrilled after watching the match. In his eyes, Rayson had become nothing less than a hero. Seeing Cassine so excited, Rayson could only stare in confusion, wondering if the fight had really impressed him that much. At the same time, he realized that combat magic truly developed incredibly fast during its early stages. Blushing with excitement, Cassine happily said he was genuinely glad to see his friend become so much stronger. Then Cassine suddenly issued an official challenge to Rayson. Hearing that, Rayson could only break into a cold sweat because it was exactly what he had feared. Not wanting to jump into another fight right away, Rayson dropped onto the ground and declined, saying that combat magic had already drained too much of his mana. Cassine looked surprised and asked if that was really true because he only wanted to fight Rayson at his absolute best. Deep down, Rayson sighed. If he fought the story's main protagonist right now, there was no guarantee he would survive. Cassine then asked if Rayson could fight him tomorrow instead. Seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, Rayson guessed this was probably the birthday gift Cassine wanted most, so he smiled and agreed. Right after that, Rayson cast healing magic. A gentle blue light surrounded his body and quickly healed every injury Rosaline had inflicted. Once fully recovered, Rayson walked over to Rosaline, who was resting on the arena steps, and asked her for a favor. Hugging a water bottle, Rosaline looked at him warily and asked what he was planning. She even suspected he wanted to mock her. Rayson immediately denied it and said that was never his intention. Rayson seriously explained that while taking her attack, he had sensed something very unusual. That vague explanation immediately made Rosaline blush as she completely misunderstood him, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Rayson quickly clarified that he was not certain either. He had only vaguely sensed something. Rayson then bowed and sincerely asked Rosaline to teach him that secret, promising he would repay the favor someday. When she asked why she should help him, he assured her again that he would return the kindness in the future. Hearing his request, Rosaline quietly recalled the days when she had been determined to get revenge on Rayson. But after everything that had just happened, she could only sigh, as those old feelings had completely faded away. Watching from a distance, Mugner laughed and encouraged Rosaline to give Rayson a chance. Hearing that, she immediately nodded respectfully. Mugner smiled to himself, thinking even more highly of Rayson for daring to learn directly from his own opponent, just as expected from the heir of the legendary Mayton magic family. With Mugner's approval, Rosaline turned back and agreed to help Rayson once, reminding him not to forget his promise. Rayson immediately bowed in gratitude. Rayson solemnly declared that he swore, in the name of a future mage, that he would repay this favor without fail. Even Ivalia, watching from afar, was surprised by that oath. A subtle smile appeared on Ivalia's lips. To her, those words were Rayson's official declaration that he intended to compete for the position of Mayton family heir. Standing before the heads of two of the world's greatest families, Rayson boldly made his confident declaration without the slightest hesitation. Back in the arena, Rosaline asked one last time if she only needed to attack the same way as before. Rayson calmly smiled and told her to give it everything she had because he was ready. Rosaline narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling that the power before her had gone far beyond ordinary martial arts. Without another word, she gathered all her strength, combined it with battle soul, and unleashed a terrifying punch straight at Rayson. The impact shook the arena, forcing a cry of pain from him. Yet the phenomenon he was waiting for still did not appear. The instant the punch landed, Rayson's eyes widened. Cold sweat poured down his face as he felt a clear resonance. The mana within his heart was genuinely reacting to Rosaline's still incomplete battle soul. Seeing that Rayson was somehow still standing, Rosaline asked in surprise if that was all. Fighting through the pain, he steadied himself and firmly asked her to hit him again. Rosaline did not hesitate. She threw another devastating punch, and another explosive shockwave echoed across the arena. In the stands, War King Mugner silently watched with an unusually serious expression. Only one thought crossed his mind. Was this kid training or torturing himself? Down below, Rayson gritted his teeth and shouted for another attack. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, family head Cassia turned to Nelia and asked what the young master was actually trying to do. After a few moments of thought, Nelia answered that the mana inside Rayson's heart seemed to be resonating with Rosaline's battle soul. When asked exactly how that was possible, she could only shake her head because she did not understand it herself. Another thunderous punch crashed into Rayson's body, shaking the entire arena once again. The overwhelming pain forced him to his knees as his breathing became ragged. Rosaline rushed over to support him and anxiously asked if he was all right. Ignoring the pain, Rayson could only stare in shock because his extraordinary mana was truly resonating with her battle soul. It completely contradicted everything he had originally created. In the original story he had written, mana and battle soul were opposing power systems that could never merge or resonate with one another. Rayson's purple eyes narrowed as he reached a terrifying conclusion. This world was slowly losing the consistency it was supposed to have. At that moment, the blue system interface appeared before him. It announced that he had personally discovered an inconsistency and had been granted permission to complete the missing element. Only then did Rayson realize that his mission was no longer just surviving. He also had to repair the flaws within this very world. A burst of blue light suddenly appeared as the world-building book he had written in his previous world floated before him. Rayson stared at it in complete disbelief. At the same instant, Rosaline, Mugner, and everyone watching the battle became frozen like statues. In the blink of an eye, every color disappeared from the world, leaving the entire landscape covered in a cold gray haze. Time had completely stopped. Rayson instantly recognized the familiar state whenever the world entered reconstruction mode so he could revise its settings. Without wasting a second, he quickly opened the world-building book to examine it. Before his eyes was an entry stating that the battle soul of the legendary martial family and the mana of the legendary magic family could never be compatible. However, the system immediately added a note describing a contradiction with reality. According to the event that occurred in January 2019, Rayson Mayton's mana had reacted to Rosaline's battle soul. Beneath it was an unfinished blank space containing only a short line that read, "The reason is." Sweat streamed down Rayson's face as he realized that he himself had to fill in that blank and create an explanation that would make the impossible event logically consistent. Holding the glowing magic pen in his hand, Rayson realized the old settings ended here, and everything from this point on would be written by him. But if he created an explanation that was illogical or conflicted with the existing rules, he could accidentally destroy the entire world. He had to find the perfect answer, one that fit flawlessly, without contradicting any original setting. After careful thought, Rayson decided not to blame the Holy Grail, extraordinary mana, or a sacred body. Instead, he chose to make himself the key. If he turned himself into an existence beyond every law of the world, he would escape all probability and predetermined fate. That also meant Rayson Mayton would officially become a one-of-a-kind existence beyond even the system's control. The moment that idea took shape, the world-building book erupted with brilliant blue light. The system immediately announced that, because he had achieved a state beyond probability, he was granted permission to add one new setting. The privilege would last only 10 seconds. Rayson wiped the sweat from his forehead in confusion. He had written only a single sentence, yet his creative energy was already completely exhausted. Late that night at the Shi family estate, a series of urgent knocks suddenly shattered the silence. Inside the room, Ludia was fast asleep on the floor, leaning against a wooden cabinet, completely unaware of what was happening. The relentless knocking startled her awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. Still half asleep, Ludia staggered to the door and loudly asked who was outside. Standing there was a middle-aged man with long gray hair, a stern face, and a thick beard. He asked only one question: "Where is Rayson Mayton?" Thinking the stranger had come to cause trouble for Rayson, Ludia immediately panicked and blocked the doorway. Just then, she turned around and saw Rayson walking over. Meanwhile, War King Mugner silently observed him from head to toe. After only a few moments, Mugner quietly realized that Rayson's body had been trained to an astonishing level. Even more surprising, his mana was not confined to his heart like that of ordinary mages. It flowed throughout his entire body, making him seem like an extremely rare anomaly. For most mages, training the body like a martial artist would make mana control far more difficult. Yet Rayson had achieved perfect balance, possessing a physique ideally suited for combat magic. Noticing Rayson's perfectly defined 8-pack abs, Ludia curiously walked over and shyly asked if she could touch them. Rayson simply crossed his arms and firmly refused. Rayson immediately called for Hera to bring him some clothes. The maid quickly appeared and respectfully answered his request. Her movements alone were enough for Mugner to realize she was far stronger than an ordinary person. The War King could not help wondering how a 10-year-old boy had managed to make such a powerful expert become his personal maid. Soon everyone sat down to talk. Hera gently served a plate of fruit before quietly excusing herself. Rayson calmly said that he believed Mugner had come because he wanted to learn about combat magic. The War King openly admitted that was true. Rayson then added that he also wished to learn martial arts. That bold statement nearly made Mugner choke on his fruit. He burst into a coughing fit before quickly regaining his usual serious expression. Narrowing his eyes, Mugner carefully studied Rayson and asked why he was so certain that he would teach him martial arts. Rayson simply smiled with confidence because he knew the man before him was just as curious about him. Rayson's composure and maturity, far beyond his age, made Mugner let out a quiet sigh before agreeing. Even so, he warned that being taught did not guarantee success, which was exactly why that famous sword family accepted so few disciples. Meanwhile, elsewhere, countless schemes continued unfolding in secret. The leader's eyesight had deteriorated badly, and even the DK family head could not plant spies inside the Shi sword family. Ironically, the strongest stronghold of their enemy had accidentally become the safest refuge for certain people. Mugner stood up, looked at Rayson, and asked to examine his physical condition. He told Rayson to remove his shirt and turn around. Rayson complied without hesitation. The instant Mugner's hand touched Rayson's back, he froze in shock. The muscles were unbelievably solid and perfectly developed, nothing like the body of a 10-year-old child. Such a physique could never have been achieved through only a few days of training. Mugner slowly explained that his battle soul would travel throughout Rayson's body, so Rayson must not resist and should simply let the energy flow naturally. Feeling Mugner's large hand rest on his shoulder, Rayson cautiously asked whether the process would have any side effects. Mugner answered with complete confidence, "Trust me." The War King placed both hands on Rayson and poured his battle soul into the boy's body. While testing him under an invisible pressure, Mugner suddenly asked what Rayson would do if he ever intended to betray him. Rayson calmly replied that he trusted Mugner, but he would scream first. That unexpected answer convinced Mugner that this boy was exceptionally clever and impossible to predict. Even though Mugner still could not fully read Rayson, he could not deny the boy's intelligence and quick thinking. Just as a faint smile appeared on Rayson's lips, the familiar blue light suddenly flared up. With the extra line privilege still active for 10 short seconds, Rayson immediately opened the book of settings. After the battle with Rosaline, countless new ideas had filled his mind. As the author, he began deciding what kind of power he should give himself. Without wasting another second, Rayson quickly wrote a new setting. From that moment on, the Sword Clan's battle spirit would resonate with Rayson Mayton's mana, allowing him to keep growing without suffering any side effects. The instant he finished writing the new setting, a blazing aura erupted and engulfed Rayson. At that very moment, the legendary battle spirit completely merged with his body. Watching everything unfold before his eyes, War King Mugner was left speechless. One question immediately crossed his mind. Was this all a deliberate display by the Mayton family to send him a message? Seeing a mage perfectly fuse with a battle spirit, Mugner smiled with hidden meaning. In his eyes, this was nothing less than the Mayton family's bold declaration to the entire world. He then asked Rayson who had taught him battle magic. Rayson calmly replied that he had figured everything out by himself. After examining his body, Mugner said this was the first time in his life he had ever seen a mage absorb a battle spirit. Rayson casually admitted that even he had not known it was possible before. Mugner then asked if he planned to become the first member of the Mayton family to master both magic and martial arts. Without any hesitation, Rayson smiled and nodded, declaring that he would learn everything he needed. That answer left Mugner deep in thought. The Mayton family had always looked down on swordsmanship and believed martial arts were only for those unfit to become mages. Yet now, one of their direct heirs was willingly pursuing martial arts with astonishing speed. That contradiction only made Mugner even more suspicious. Looking straight at Rayson, he jokingly asked who his real father was. Rayson remained calm and answered that his father was naturally Decatur Mayton. The answer made Mugner burst into laughter. After calming down, he asked Rayson what he truly wanted from him. Rayson simply replied that he would tell him if he allowed it. Mugner narrowed his eyes and said that since Rayson was going to say it anyway, he should stop wasting time and get straight to the point. Looking directly at the War King, Rayson made a shocking proposal. He asked Mugner to become his advisor and assured him it would not be a losing choice. Rayson quickly analyzed the situation. He understood that his magic and martial arts were beginning to connect, and that link was the missing piece of battle magic all along. If he wanted to survive in this world, he had to overcome that fatal weakness. Rayson's purple eyes instantly burned with determination. The unexpected invitation completely caught Mugner off guard. When he asked if Rayson had really invited him to become an advisor, Rayson calmly confirmed it. Mugner then questioned whether the Mayton family would ever accept such a thing, but Rayson confidently declared that he would make them agree. The determination of a 10-year-old boy made Mugner break into a cold sweat. Shocked, he asked who Rayson really was. Rayson introduced himself as the seventh son of the Mayton family, but Mugner immediately cut him off because that was not what he meant. Rayson then added that he was also a mage determined to master martial arts. Those words left Mugner speechless. Only one thought remained in his mind. Was this kid really planning to turn the entire martial world upside down? He could not help asking if Rayson truly understood what he was saying. Mugner explained that if a mage from the Mayton family started learning martial arts, it would be the same as the entire family bowing their heads and admitting defeat to the Grandelka martial family. In response, Rayson simply brushed back his hair and smiled with confidence. Then he delivered the final blow. If Mugner refused, he would be the one who lost instead. So what would his choice be? Those words instantly left Mugner frozen. A huge shock surged through the War King's heart. He realized that a 10-year-old boy had cornered him into a position with almost no way out. Mugner's curiosity about Rayson's unique body had stopped him from refusing in the first place. Now he had no choice but to admit that the boy's intelligence and careful planning had completely outplayed him. Mugner let out a quiet sigh and sat down, admitting that he was genuinely interested in everything Rayson had said. Rayson immediately asked if he really had no desire to explore battle magic. Rayson boldly declared that battle magic could only reach its true potential when combined with a battle spirit and martial arts. By creating his own martial system, he would walk a path that no one else could ever imitate. Those ambitious words made Mugner's heart race with excitement. He knew this was nothing like the mindset of an ordinary Mayton mage. Then he asked if that was why Rayson had deliberately revealed his power after the encounter with Rosaline. Rayson smiled and confirmed that he had noticed from the very beginning that Mugner had been watching him. War King then asked if their duel had also been part of this plan. Rayson casually nodded and admitted it was. He added that he had also wanted to use that chance to help Rosaline stop being angry with him. Looking straight at Mugner, Rayson made an irresistible offer. Did he want to witness the birth of a completely new martial path? He then revealed his plan to stay with the Sage Sword Clan and train under them directly. Hearing that, Mugner immediately objected. He believed the entire world would start talking and look at Rayson with suspicion if that happened. Even so, Rayson remained perfectly calm. He said people could think whatever they wanted because it had nothing to do with who he was. Besides, if he stayed with the Sage Sword Clan, his father would also gain valuable benefits. Mugner narrowed his eyes and bluntly asked if the biggest reason Rayson chose this place was simply because it was the safest. Rayson did not deny it and nodded right away. That direct answer made Mugner shake his head. Even he could not tell whether this was the result of the Mayton family's upbringing or if Rayson had always been an extraordinary child. Rayson simply smiled and thanked him for the compliment. Watching the boy walk away, Mugner became even more convinced that Rayson possessed a level of composure no normal 10-year-old could have. He understood this was never a reckless decision, but a plan prepared long in advance. Because of that, Mugner decided to uncover the whole truth himself. To observe him more closely, Mugner offered to take Rayson as his disciple. He planned to carefully study his magic, martial arts, body, and mana flow step by step. Mugner declared that he would uncover everything the Mayton family was hiding. In return, if Rayson had the ability, he should learn everything he possibly could from him. The offer matched Rayson's goal perfectly. He immediately broke into a bright smile and gladly accepted. While the two reached an agreement, Hampton was still sitting quietly in the hallway, beneath the night sky, patiently waiting. After piecing together everything he had overheard, Hampton's eyes turned red with emotion. In his mind, the young master was so extraordinary that he could never fully understand him. He even believed Rayson had intentionally let him hear everything because he trusted him completely. Hampton believed Rayson dreamed of building a world where all three great families could live together and everyone could find happiness. Thinking about that future, Hampton burst into tears and kept wiping his eyes. At that moment, Hera quietly appeared behind him, handed him a handkerchief, and coldly told him to use it. Startled, Hampton jumped in shock and asked why Hera was there. She calmly replied with only a few words, telling him to stop crying. Holding the handkerchief, Hampton was still stunned to learn that Hera was also a shadow. She coldly remarked that, if he startled so easily, he would have a heart attack someday. Someone that weak was useless as a shadow. Hera then asked if Hampton had clearly heard the young master's decision. He immediately nodded and confirmed that Rayson would be staying here. According to the plan, once the birthday banquet ended, the young master would officially begin pursuing his goal. Thinking about the dangerous road ahead, Hampton unconsciously clenched both fists. Hera looked at him and reminded him in a serious voice that, from this moment on, both of them had to be ready to risk their lives to protect the young master. Hampton answered without hesitation. To him, that was the duty of a shadow. No matter what punishment awaited him, he would remain by Rayson's side, because the young master was the light guiding his path. Beneath the peaceful moonlight, Rayson walked beside his older sister Avalia along a quiet road. Avalia smiled and said it seemed her little brother had something very important he wanted to tell her. She gently encouraged Rayson to speak, because moments like this, when the two of them could spend time together, were incredibly rare. Rayson suddenly asked if she liked tulip flowers. Avalia smiled and said everyone was drawn to beauty, then quietly admitted that magic had once been the most beautiful thing in her life. Her words brought back memories of a battlefield soaked in blood. In Avalia's memories, the enemy's desperate cries echoed everywhere as they were completely overwhelmed by her magic. From high above, Avalia coldly deployed a blazing magic circle and recited the final spell without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, terrifying flames swept across the battlefield, burning every soldier into ashes as desperate screams filled the air. Gazing at the blue tulip flowers blooming beneath the moonlight, Rayson smiled and promised that next time he would personally give her a bouquet. That simple promise left Avalia completely stunned. Her eyes gently trembled before she revealed a rare, gentle smile. Just a single sentence from her little brother was enough to warm her heart. Avalia then smiled and asked what he really wanted to tell her. Looking her straight in the eye, Rayson firmly said he wanted to with this sword clan. Hearing that, Avalia immediately turned serious. She asked if he planned to become the next family head. Rayson denied it without the slightest hesitation, and even told her to verify it with her own ability if she doubted him. Seeing how certain her little brother sounded, Avalia smirked and decided to check for herself. She raised her hand and began chanting to activate a verification spell. In an instant, a brilliant golden magic eye appeared in the air. The ultimate skill, Eye of Truth, immediately focused on Rayson, leaving even him startled. After carefully observing the flow of mana inside his body, Avalia closed her eyes and confirmed that Rayson had not lied. Even so, she still could not understand why he was so determined. Rayson looked directly at her and answered with only one sentence. He wanted to survive. That reply stunned Avalia, making her wonder if living inside their own family was really that difficult. Rayson nodded and slowly explained that even his sixth brother, Carton, was trying everything he could to kill him. At that very moment, in another corner of the mansion, Carton was still obsessively training his water magic. Grinding his teeth in hatred, he kept repeating that he would kill Rayson no matter what. Back beneath the moonlight, Avalia frowned and reminded her brother that the succession struggle was brutal, but it did not have to become a fight to the death between siblings. Rayson immediately rejected that idea. In his eyes, betrayal and murder among family members were completely normal inside the Mayton family. That bitter truth left Avalia speechless. After calming herself, she asked why he still wanted to stay here. Rayson answered clearly that he needed to become stronger. With unwavering determination, Rayson said his goal was to become strong enough to protect both his mother and himself. Those heartfelt words deeply moved Avalia. In truth, no one loved the Mayton family more than she did. For the sake of her family, Avalia was willing to become a demon on the battlefield and destroy every enemy. Yet she could also be a gentle protector for the people she loved. Memories of past battles suddenly filled her mind as enemy soldiers charged toward her, screaming as they tried to kill her. But Avalia had never once intended to show mercy. With a simple wave of her hand, she unleashed a golden spell with overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, the entire enemy army was completely wiped out by that terrifying magic. Yet when it came to those who shared her blood, Avalia never wanted any of them to die. All she wished for was for everyone to keep living. A single tear quietly rolled down her cheek. Avalia understood that family members killing each other over the succession was a tragedy that should never exist. She loved the Mayton family more than anything else. That was exactly why she hated the internal conflict that forced relatives to turn their blades against one another. Because of that, she was determined to become the future family head and bring true peace. To achieve that dream, Avalia had to master an ultimate form of magic beyond all others. From what Rayson remembered in the original story, Avalia spent 10 years hunting the evil spirit Banrock. It was a far greater trial than anything her siblings had ever faced. Even knowing how terrifying that monster was, she still chose to confront it because she would rather hunt monsters than point her magic at other people. Looking at his sister standing before him, Rayson felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The settings he had once written so casually in his old world had now become reality, turning into the fate that bound every person before his eyes. Back when he was the author, writing a character's death only took a few lines, but seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood that the pain had never been fictional. For Avalia, everything was real. She had truly cried as she watched the castle sink into flames and her loved ones fall one after another. Rayson softly called out to his sister. Looking at Avalia with firmer resolve than ever before, he declared that he wanted to become stronger. Strong enough that one day he could protect her as well. Then Rayson asked if that would make her proud. Avalia blankly repeated the words "protect me," as if she could not believe what she had just heard. Then, without warning, she burst into bright laughter. Seeing that radiant smile, Rayson could only lower his head in embarrassment because it was the most genuine smile he had ever seen on his sister's face. Avalia quietly realized that every conversation with Rayson made her feel lighter and more at peace. Taking the opportunity, Rayson immediately asked her to help persuade their father. Avalia hesitated for a moment before honestly admitting that she did not think their father would agree so easily. Even so, Rayson's eyes never wavered. He firmly declared that he would personally make his father accept this decision. The next morning, inside a palace modeled after Gyeonghoeru in Gyeongbokgung Palace, elegant classical music echoed through the halls, welcoming the start of a new day. As he walked down the hallway, Rayson suddenly thought he might have jumped to conclusions. Classical music felt strangely out of place in scenery like this. Just then, Ludia appeared out of nowhere in a gorgeous evening dress. She rushed over, tugged hard on his sleeve, and excitedly called his name. Startled, Rayson turned around and could only ask where she had found that outfit. But Ludia did not care at all. She eagerly pointed at the banquet table and proudly showed off a towering 4-layer cake. Rayson could only sigh before laughing to himself. The sparkle in her eyes was even more eye-catching than the cake itself. Before long, the birthday banquet officially began, and everyone gathered around Kassen to offer their congratulations. Birthday wishes echoed through the hall while Cassine, dressed in a sharp black suit, smiled brightly and politely thanked everyone. Rudia immediately ran forward, pulled a pitch-black stone from her pocket, handed it to Cassin, and cheerfully announced that since she had already given her gift, it was time to eat cake. Cassin happily accepted the strange gift and thanked her. Rudia wasted no time and immediately asked if she could eat cake now. Watching the scene, Rayson could only break into a cold sweat because that stone looked exactly like one he had seen lying by the roadside. After Rudia, Rosalind shyly stepped forward, holding out a red gift box neatly tied with a ribbon. She said it was a gift from both herself and her family. Cassin politely accepted it and thanked her with a smile. His warm attitude made Rosalind blush as she awkwardly replied in a timid voice. When it was Rayson's turn, he calmly looked Cassin in the eye and declared that there was no need for a gift, because his presence alone was already the present. Hearing that confident statement, Cassin simply smiled and told him to continue. Glancing at Rudia happily stuffing herself with cake, Rayson continued by saying that what he really wanted was to stay here a little longer and keep sparring with Cassine, though he admitted it hardly sounded like a birthday gift. The unexpected request left Kassan stunned. He asked if Rayson really wanted to stay at his home. Kassan calmly nodded and said he would ask his father for permission. The moment he heard that, Kassan's face lit up with joy. It was truly the biggest birthday surprise he could have received. Rosalind, sitting nearby, smiled in agreement, while Kassan happily said that being with friends was always the best gift. While everyone continued chatting, Rayson quietly reviewed his plan. The goal was simple. First, secure his place here, then train until he had learned everything the Swordmaster could teach him. Not long afterward, the group arrived before the massive teleportation gate, ready to head home. Standing on the hill, Kassan kept waving and loudly reminded Rayson to come back soon. Rayson waved back and promised he would return before long. Beside him, Rudia also wore a bright smile. Watching Rayson disappear beyond the portal, Rosalind quietly reflected. Deep down, she was certain he was no longer the Rayson she had once known. Rosalind only hoped that the next time they met, they could greet each other with smiles as friends. Hearing that, Rudia immediately pouted in jealousy because she had wanted to say those words first. On the journey home, Nelia looked at her younger brother and seriously warned him that this decision would bring countless problems. If their father became angry, the whole family would suffer. Even after that heavy warning, Rayson remained calm and simply replied that he was confident. As night fell, the Mayton estate was wrapped in a cold and solemn atmosphere. Alone, Rayson quietly walked down the long corridor, leading straight to the grand hall. The deeper he went, the more the chilling pressure seemed to seep into his bones, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The enormous wooden doors slowly opened, revealing a vast chamber bathed in mysterious blue mana light. From his seat above, family head Dikecha spoke in a deep, commanding voice. He said he had already heard Nilia's full report and asked if Rayson truly wanted to stay with the Hound Sword clan. Rayson immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and confirmed that it was true. Looking down from the high platform, Dikecha coldly asked whether his son understood how outsiders would judge such a decision. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of mana instantly filled the entire hall. The pressure from his father's anger left Rayson frozen. Only one thought flashed through his mind: disrespect. At that very moment, his hand suddenly burst with blue light. A system notification appeared, introducing the weapon in his hand as the sudden death dagger. Any mage who had not reached the third circle would die instantly upon touching its blade. Staring at the glowing magic dagger in his hand, Rayson felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the price for this act of disrespect was his life. Even so, he forced himself to stay calm, raised his head toward his powerful father, and spoke. Rayson lifted the glowing dagger high and asked if his father still remembered the Hound Sword clan. Dikecha casually replied that they were nothing more than highly useful sacrificial pawns. Thinking about his new friend Kassan, Rayson began to analyze him. In Rayson's eyes, Kassan was kind-hearted and easily influenced by human bonds and emotions. Hearing that, Dikecha smirked and asked if that was the only reason Rayson wanted to stay with the Hound Sword clan. Rayson calmly explained his reasoning. Most mages had yet to complete the battle magic system he was developing, but its potential was already obvious. After listening, Dikecha coldly asked, "And then?" Rayson continued by saying he had already reached the second circle and possessed a unique power within his body. The moment he heard that, Dikecha's expression changed. In a deep voice, he asked if Rayson's was referring to the transcendent Holy Grail. Quickly regaining his composure, Rayson confirmed it was not only the transcendent Holy Grail, but also his unique physique and magical talent. His body had even formed a resonance with the battle spirit of the renowned martial clan. As he spoke, Rayson raised the hand glowing with crimson mana to prove that he had absorbed part of the battle spirit's memories. That power was still growing inside him, and he had even received an invitation from the Hound Sword clan. Rayson went on to explain that his visit to the rival clan's estate had already built a connection between both sides. In his opinion, it was the first step toward a partnership that could benefit both families. He also emphasized that the Sword clan never acted based on rumors or shallow judgments. They had their own standards and had willingly accepted him to stay and learn martial arts. To show his resolve, Rayson met his father's gaze and declared that he was willing to risk his life. If he succeeded, the reward would be enormous. If he failed, he would accept the price. Seeing his youngest son gamble with his own life, Dikecha smiled with interest and asked if he truly believed he would succeed. Rayson immediately bowed and answered that he had complete confidence. Dikecha then asked what his next step would be. Rayson quietly repeated the question before preparing to explain the next stage of his plan. Kneeling before his father, he boldly proposed that they should take the initiative and offer cooperation first. In Rayson's view, forming an alliance between the families was extremely important, and his father surely understood that. After hearing him out, Dikecha simply narrowed his eyes in silence, carefully weighing every word. Rayson continued his analysis. Power and strength were essential for ruling, but trust and human relationships were just as important. In addition, foresight and humility were the qualities that allowed a true leader to endure. Dikecha stared directly at his son before lowering his voice with overwhelming pressure. Fine words meant nothing if they could not be backed by action, and failure would cost him his life. The terrifying aura sent chills through Rayson as cold sweat poured down his face. Seeing his reaction, Dikecha withdrew his pressure and waved his hand to end the meeting. He allowed Rayson to leave and declared that he would watch whether his son could fulfill those promises. Rayson immediately bowed in thanks, promised to do everything he could to meet his father's expectations, but also reminded him that he was still only 10 old. The moment he heard that, Dikecha's eyes turned icy. He asked if his son was complaining. Rayson flashed a sly smile and added that because he was still young, he needed his mother's care. That was why he hoped to go to the Hound Sword clan together with her. That cleverly worded request even caught Dikecha by surprise. After a brief pause, he burst into hearty laughter that echoed throughout the grand hall. Still laughing, the head of the Mayton family looked at his youngest son with growing interest. He thought the boy truly knew how to change people's opinions, yet he could not understand why someone like this had always been dismissed as useless. Perhaps the only regret was that his talent lay in battle magic. A question slowly formed in Dikecha's mind. Why had no one recognized Rayson's true talent until now? At that moment, a cold blue light appeared before Rayson. The system announced that the Holy God had begun to suspect the current course of events, lowering the plan's chance of success and making everything ahead far more difficult. After reading the notification, Rayson froze. Cold sweat ran down his forehead as he realized he had already been walking a tightrope, and now that rope had become even thinner. While Rayson struggled with the system's new complication, the scene shifted to a quiet study inside the main estate. Inside, Ivelia sat wearing glasses as she carefully read an ancient book. The peaceful silence was soon interrupted by a steady knock at the door. Ivelia looked up at the entrance and softly said she was quite surprised that the visitor was Posa. The door opened, and the third young lady, Posa, walked in with her wavy red hair and a gentle smile. She curiously asked why her sister was reading a basic magic textbook. Ivelia calmly closed the book and replied that it was nothing worth mentioning. Posa glanced at the cover and read the title aloud, Easy Mana Training Methods by Anbecto. She also noticed that Rayson had read the same book before, so she guessed it was quite popular. Ivelia removed her glasses, set them on the table, and seriously said she had something important to discuss. Posa smiled faintly and replied that she also had something to say. The two highest-ranking daughters of the family stood facing each other, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy with tension. Without wasting a single word, Ivelia made her declaration as golden mana erupted around her. She firmly stated that from this day forward, she would personally watch over and protect her little brother. Posa refused to back down. Crimson flames instantly burst around her, radiating overwhelming pressure. With a dangerous smile, she declared that Ivelia would never take Rayson away because he would belong to her. Seeing Posa's flames ignite, Ivelia immediately fell into thought. Had their father given Posa the same opportunity? Did becoming Rayson's guardian depend on earning his acceptance? Ivelia coldly declared that this had nothing to do with Posa. Everything concerning their youngest brother should be handled by her alone. Posa gave a mocking smile and replied that being stronger did not mean she could do whatever she wanted. She reminded Ivelia that she had once had countless chances to kill her, but never went through with it. At that moment, memories of their battle years ago in New Pia Canyon resurfaced in both their minds. Back then, Posa had been covered in wounds, painfully crawling across blood-soaked ground. Meanwhile, Ivelia stood above her in silence. Posa sneered and said that Ivelia had never truly surpassed her, yet still chose to spare her life. Returning to the present, Ivelia unleashed golden mana once again and coldly cut her off. According to her, Posa had misunderstood everything. In response, the crimson flames around Posa blazed even more fiercely, as if openly challenging those words. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided violently, creating a magical explosion that shook the entire estate. After the clash, Posa dropped to one knee with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she still laughed proudly. She mocked Ivelia for being far too soft-hearted. Without another word, Ivelia stepped forward and pressed her foot firmly onto her sister's shoulder. Even though the pain twisted her face, Posa still asked why Ivelia cared so much about their youngest brother. Ivelia merely looked down at her and coldly answered that it was none of her business. Pinned beneath her sister's foot, Posa still wore a provocative smile. Ivelia's attitude only made her want Rayson even more. Ivelia looked directly at Posa and demanded to know her true purpose regarding their little brother. Posa simply smiled and answered with hidden meaning. It was because the boy was just too adorable. Refusing to listen to any more jokes, Ivelia sharply ordered her to stop, then pressed down even harder, making Posa groan in pain. Even so, Posa revealed that she already knew Raisin had reached the second circle at only 10 years old. She believed he was hiding an enormous secret, and that only made her more eager to uncover it. Posa also admitted that she had once sent a shadow to secretly watch Raisin, but for some reason, it had vanished without leaving a single trace. Hearing that, Ivelia realized Posa was just as fascinated by Raisin as she was. She also understood that today's visit had been nothing more than a test to see how she would react to anything involving their youngest brother. Ivelia withdrew her mana and coldly told Posa to get up because the battle had been loud enough to draw the elders at any moment. Posa smiled with quiet calculation. After witnessing Ivelia's fierce reaction firsthand, her desire to claim Raisin only grew stronger. At the same time, in his own room, Raisin suddenly jolted awake. A freezing chill ran down his spine, making goosebumps rise all over his body as cold sweat covered his skin. Sitting at the breakfast table, Raisin was still shaken. When someone asked if anything was wrong, he forced a smile and said everything was fine. Just then, a steaming plate of spaghetti and meatballs was placed before him. Hera gently set it on the table and announced that breakfast was ready. Seeing the meal, Raisin finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thought to himself that having a legendary assassin like Hera by his side greatly reduced the risk of being assassinated. With that in mind, Raisin nodded and thanked her. Hera smiled brightly and kindly reminded him to eat well before setting out. However, her unusual attentiveness immediately made Raisin suspicious. He activated the Heavenly Eye to inspect the plate in front of him. The system quickly scanned the food and displayed an orange warning that the meal contained traces of a substance called sacchin. Raisin frowned slightly because he had never heard that name before, and the system immediately provided an explanation. According to the information displayed, sacchin was an extremely deadly poison for ordinary people without mana. However, for those with abundant mana, its toxicity was almost negligible. Wanting to test Hera's reaction, Raisin calmly called her over and directly asked whether there was anything unusual in the meal. Hera remained perfectly composed and insisted there was nothing at all. Raisin suddenly remembered that since the age of 3, he had been exposed to sacchin countless times and had practically grown up with that poison. The poison barely affected him at all. What worried Raisin more was whether someone had actually tried to poison him. Just as he was thinking, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Hampton, Raisin's attendant, rushed into the room and dropped to his knees. Crying, he apologized for forgetting something important and accepted any punishment. Seeing Hampton in tears, Raisin simply told him to calm down, stand up, and explain everything. After hearing Hampton's awkward explanation, Raisin let out a quiet sigh and said he understood. When asked how he knew, he only smiled and answered, "Just a hunch." That answer left Hera completely impressed. She immediately put on a pair of glasses and praised the young master's incredible observation and deduction. Hera insisted Raisin must have noticed the scent of the sacchin poison to reach the right conclusion. While she kept analyzing, Raisin could only sweat, wondering where those glasses had even come from. Taking off the glasses, Hera smiled respectfully and said Raisin always exceeded her expectations. She vowed to devote all her strength to becoming the shadow that always followed the young master and helped him grow stronger. Hera then added that she had prepared Today's meal herself, so Raisin had nothing to worry about. Raisin nodded and sincerely thanked Hera. That night, while Raisin rested in bed, the magic cup floated before him and warned that poison was still poison, even with it around. Raisin calmly replied that such poison was not worth worrying about. Seeing his stubborn attitude, the magic cup turned bright red like it was drunk. It swayed from side to side and complained that he claimed to be fine, but the poison was obviously stronger than he admitted. At that moment, a soft knock echoed through the night. Rudia quietly opened the door, peeked inside, and softly called Raisin's name, making him sit up in surprise. Rudia walked into the room and curiously asked when they would leave. Raisin replied they would depart at 8 in the morning. Hearing that, she immediately suggested leaving right away. Raisin explained that the teleportation gate was not ready yet, so they could not leave immediately. Rudia could only pout in disappointment. Without any hesitation, Rudia climbed onto Raisin's bed, pulled up the blanket, and declared she would sleep there since morning would come faster that way. Raisin could only stare as she boldly claimed his bed. Before long, Rudia was sleeping soundly beside him, softly snoring. Helpless, Raisin sat up and quietly called for Hera. Almost instantly, Hera appeared without making a sound and answered him. Her ghost-like entrance startled Rayson, leaving him wondering how long she had been standing there. After calming down, Rayson asked Hera to carry Rudia back to her room without waking her. Hera immediately bowed and accepted the order. With a simple gesture, Hera used magic to lift Rudia into the air and gently carried her out of the room. Watching the scene, Rayson could not help but admire how effortlessly Hera handled everything. The next morning, clear skies and gentle winds welcomed the start of a new day. A family carriage was already waiting outside the estate. One servant seemed embarrassed that they were traveling by carriage, but Rayson calmly said it was perfectly fine. In this world, luxurious magic carriages were reserved for the most powerful nobles, much like supercars in the modern world. Rayson also reminded himself that showing off would only make the other family members more jealous, and he had no intention of inviting trouble. The carriage rolled forward. Sitting inside, Rayson organized his plans, believing the sword family's support would bring him closer to his goal. The carriage crossed lush green fields before entering the city's wide stone roads. After a long journey, it stopped before an ancient and imposing mansion. As soon as they stepped down, announced they had arrived at the Hound family. The moment Rayson stepped onto the ground, someone loudly called his name from the stairs. He looked up and smiled. It was Casson. The boy flashed a bright smile and happily said he knew Rayson would keep his promise and return. Rayson walked straight over to Casson and cheerfully replied that he had come back just as promised. The first thing Rayson wanted to do after arriving was fight a real match. Looking at the massive arena ahead, he knew his plan was unfolding perfectly. Rayson tightened his cloak as brilliant purple mana erupted around his body. Looking straight at Casson, he firmly declared that he would not hold back this time. Deep down, Rayson reminded himself to fight with everything he had and test his true limits. The duel at the Hound family's training grounds officially began as Rayson and Casson faced each other. Watching Casson take his stance with his glowing sword, Rayson realized how much stronger he had become since they first met. His battle magic and spellcasting now worked together flawlessly. Even so, Rayson knew this was his greatest test yet against a genius like Casson. He had no illusions about winning, but he was determined to fight with everything he had. Looking at Casson's confident smile, Rayson recalled the past. After all, he was the one who had created this character from personality to abilities. In the original story, Casson was a genius beyond all standards, leaving almost no one of his generation capable of defeating him. His talent alone overshadowed every other prodigy. Even more terrifying, he trained harder than anyone, despite already standing at the top. Out of every character ever created, Casson was the biggest cheat. He was the perfect blend of natural talent and relentless determination. Even though they were the same age, Rayson knew Casson's abilities were still on a completely different level. Without giving Rayson another second to think, Casson activated his mana and shouted, "Power Seal." A brilliant flash erupted before Rayson's eyes. In the next instant, a blazing red sword aura shot toward him at terrifying speed. Rayson barely dodged, stunned by how much stronger and faster Casson had become. At that moment, the flowing insight talent activated on its own. Time seemed to slow as Rayson's eyes analyzed every movement. Watching closely, Rayson noticed Casson's heel pivot slightly and instantly predicted his next move. The power seal had only been a feint. The real attack was the sword slash coming right after it. Still, Rayson knew that if he kept dodging, Casson would close the distance and force him into a losing position. Casson's speed was so overwhelming that even flowing insight could barely give Rayson an advantage. Rayson quickly realized Casson probably had not intended to use sword aura in a duel, but doing so had exposed a tiny opening. Just as Rayson expected, Casson himself knew firing sword aura at this range was not the usual choice. Seizing the opportunity, Rayson poured mana into his legs as lightning covered his body. This was the moment to strike back. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his electrified fist aimed straight at Casson. A deafening impact echoed across the arena as the recoil blasted Rayson backward. Seeing Casson still trying to evade, Rayson pushed forward even faster, refusing to let him regain control. Even under pressure, Casson remained unbelievably calm. His crimson eyes tracked every one of Rayson's movements. A counterattack quickly formed in Casson's mind. He only needed Rayson to take one more step. In that instant, both unleashed their full power. Rayson's lightning fist collided head-on with Casson's sword aura, triggering a massive mana explosion that shook the entire arena and filled the air with dust. The incredible clash left even War King Markner and the middle-aged master in the stands visibly shocked. Even Casson was caught off guard by Rayson's unpredictable fighting style. Cassin immediately became more cautious. Rayson fought unlike anyone he had ever faced, and a single mistake could cost him the match. As he watched Rayson, Cassin wondered how someone could change so much in such a short time. Mages improved quickly, but this growth was unbelievable. From the stands, War King Markner carefully observed the fight and silently praised Rayson. In his eyes, if Rosalind had been standing there, she would have fallen to Cassin's opening attack, but Rayson had endured it and countered almost instantly. Watching such talent, Markner could not help wishing Rayson belonged to his own family. The thought even made him laugh at himself. The middle-aged master beside him shared his own opinion. Holding Cassin to a standstill was already an incredible feat. Rayson would struggle if Cassin truly fought to kill, but his ability to read movements ahead of time was the most astonishing part. In his view, Rayson charging forward the moment Cassin fired his sword aura had never been a reckless impulse. The Mayton boy had patiently waited for Cassin to swing his sword, then used that exact opening to close the gap and exploit it with his battle magic. Watching Rayson's every move, the middle-aged master narrowed his eyes. He thought of Mayton and wondered what message this 10-year-old was sending to the Hound family on his father's behalf. After countless fierce exchanges, both fighters were completely drained. In the end, neither Rayson nor Cassin had the strength to keep fighting. The two boys dropped onto the arena floor, leaning against each other as they caught their breath. The match ended in exhaustion, but both were deeply satisfied. Cassin admitted he had heard mages improved quickly, but today he had finally witnessed that unbelievable growth himself. Rayson only smiled and said he had still lost. Cassin shook his head, saying victory and defeat did not really matter. Cassin flashed a bright smile and honestly said he was happy. When Rayson asked why, Cassin replied that seeing his friend grow so much made him truly happy. That sincere smile weighed heavily on Rayson. More than anyone, he knew Cassin was destined to become a final boss. No matter how hard he worked, that gap would always exist because he had written it that way. Rayson looked at Cassin and quietly warned him not to celebrate too soon. Cassin blinked in confusion and asked why. After a brief silence, Rayson turned away and spoke with a heavy tone. One day, fate would force them to stand against each other. Cassin froze, unable to understand. Rayson calmly explained that he belonged to the Mayton family, while Cassin was part of the Hound family. The blood feud between their families ran too deep to erase. But Cassin never hesitated. He firmly declared that nothing would change because Rayson would always be his friend. Rayson simply shook his head. In a world ruled by power, people rarely had the freedom to choose. Cassin was stunned that someone his own age could think so deeply. Just as the mood turned heavy, the middle-aged master walked over, cleared his throat, and praised them both for an outstanding match. Cassin immediately bowed in thanks. The master added that a mage's growth was truly astonishing. Hearing that, Rayson declared he intended to become even stronger. The master nodded with a satisfied smile. But Rayson immediately added that becoming stronger was not enough. His goal was to surpass Cassin. Those words left Cassin speechless. He could only mutter in surprise that Rayson wanted to surpass him. Seeing the determination in the 10-year-old's eyes, the master knew those were not empty words. Smiling with interest, he called Rayson a worthy future rival and asked how he planned to achieve that goal. Standing before two of the strongest experts, Rayson calmly answered that he wanted to learn martial arts directly from the War King. The unexpected request stunned both the master and War King Markner. Neither had expected a mage from the Mayton family to ask for such a thing. Markner scratched his head with a helpless smile. He secretly admired how clever Rayson was for making the request openly inside the Hound family's territory, leaving him no room to refuse unfairly. Even so, Markner understood how sensitive this was. If the heir of a magic family learned martial arts from the second strongest figure of a sword family, outsiders would surely suspect a secret alliance. Despite knowing the misunderstandings it could cause, Rayson chose to move forward. It proved his determination would not waver. Seeing that resolve, War King Markner finally agreed to teach him personally. However, the middle-aged master carefully asked whether Rayson's family had approved. Rayson calmly replied that the family head had already given permission as part of an exchange between the two families. That answer shocked the middle-aged master. Cold sweat ran down his face as he struggled to believe Dikecha had approved such a bold decision. He could only repeat to himself that Dikecha agreeing to this was almost unbelievable. Markner folded his arms, smiled knowingly, and looked at Rayson. He said that before learning martial arts, Rayson would first have to pass a test. At that moment, the familiar system window appeared before Rayson. It explained that every heir of a martial family had to pass an entrance trial before learning martial arts, and it had to be completed before turning 10. The system then revealed the challenge. He had to hunt either a blood tiger or a white tiger, and no adult was allowed to interfere. After reading it, Rayson immediately understood what awaited him. Without a moment of hesitation, Rayson looked straight at War King Markner and declared he would hunt the white tiger. His instant decision surprised Markner, who remarked that Rayson seemed to know his family remarkably well. With the dangerous trial ahead, Rayson invited Casson to come along. He pointed out that only adults were forbidden from helping, not friends their own age. When Casson asked how strong a white tiger was, Rayson said it was terrifying and as big as a house. Hearing that, Casson broke into a cold sweat. He could hardly believe a tiger that massive even existed. But then a knowing smile appeared on War King Markner's face. He slowly explained that Rayson had misunderstood. He did not get to choose his target because the assigned trial was to hunt a blood tiger. To Markner's surprise, Rayson simply smiled and replied that hunting a blood tiger or a white tiger made no difference to him. That calm response caught Markner off guard. He instantly realized Rayson had outplayed him because the boy's real target had been the blood tiger all along. Standing nearby, Casson could not hide his curiosity and asked how Rayson knew all of this. Rayson only smiled and said he had read it in the library. Markner could only laugh to himself. He realized Rayson had intentionally chosen the white tiger first, knowing he would switch the trial to the blood tiger, since hunting a white tiger was far more difficult. Brushing back his hair, Markner sighed and praised Rayson's intelligence. Rayson grinned and said he had learned that from a young age. Markner kept a serious face, but inside he was extremely pleased. He began to believe he might have found an even greater student than he had hoped for. After securing the Blood Tiger mission from the War King, Rayson's group quickly prepared for the journey. While resting, Casson happily munched on snacks and joked that this trip was basically a camping adventure with monster hunting. He cheerfully added that it was his first visit to Garon, and he had heard the mountains there had incredibly unique scenery. Garon was a mid-sized city on the eastern edge of the continent. Their destination was the nearby Terran Mountains, where the blood tiger lived. Even so, the trip would still take 4 full days on foot. The Terran Mountains were famous for being dangerous, but, aside from the blood tiger, very few powerful monsters lived there. The moment Rudia heard about the exciting trip, she rushed over with sparkling eyes and begged to come. Rayson reminded her they were hunting monsters, not going on vacation. But Rudia refused to give up. She argued that Casson himself had called it a camping trip, and she loved camping because she had gone many times with her father. In the end, Casson said she could come if her guardian approved. After completing all the necessary permissions, the group officially set out. Seeing the glowing blue magic scroll in Rayson's hand, Casson could not hide his admiration. Before they departed, he even asked if Rayson wanted to store his luggage in a spatial bag, but Rayson declined and said he would handle it himself. The group passed through multiple teleportation gates. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Casson announced they had arrived in Garon. Casson suggested taking a short break before continuing, since repeated teleportation drained a lot of energy. As soon as they entered the city, everyone felt hungry and exhausted from the long trip. Rudia flopped onto the ground, complaining of hunger, and Casson suggested finding a restaurant first. However, as they climbed the stone steps toward the city center, Casson suddenly stopped. Something felt terribly wrong because there was not a single person anywhere in the city. Before them lay the vast city of Garon, completely silent. Under the fading sunset, its empty streets and abandoned houses created an eerie atmosphere. Just then, a pale middle-aged man came sprinting past in panic. Rayson tried to stop him, but the man jumped in terror and screamed as if he had seen a nightmare. Casson quickly asked if this was really Garon. The trembling man confirmed it was, then urgently told them to run if they wanted to stay alive. Hearing that the city was being evacuated, both Rayson and Casson were stunned. Before they could ask anything else, the man fled, shouting one final warning that bandits were on their way. Casson could only stand there in confusion. While the tension kept rising, Rudia was so hungry she could barely stand. Clutching Rayson's sleeve, she tearfully begged for food, and he awkwardly told her to hold on just a little longer. Hoping to find someone for answers, Rayson walked to a wooden house by the roadside and knocked loudly, but only silence answered him. Standing in the deserted street and looking around, Rayson slowly realized the situation was far worse than expected. This was not bad timing. Something had truly happened to Garon. This land should have been peaceful, yet the entire city had been wiped clean of people. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger washed over them. A sword-like pressure filled the area, making Rayson's eyes widen in alarm. A massive beast slowly appeared before the 3 children. Its fur was black mixed with crimson, and its glowing white eyes looked terrifying. It was the blood tiger. Its deep roar alone made the ground tremble. Compared to the monster's enormous body, the three children looked pitifully small. But Rayson quickly noticed something strange. This was not a wild blood tiger, because someone was sitting on its head with folded arms like its master. Without hesitation, Rayson activated Heavenly Eye to identify the man. The information made him freeze. It was Caden, a beast tamer. Although he had little screen time in the original story, Rayson remembered him well. Caden was the leader of Xiang Tong, a notorious bandit group so powerful that even the three great families struggled to control it. Rayson finally understood why Garan had become a deserted wasteland. Everything started with this bandit leader. Sitting atop the blood tiger, Caden looked down at them with contempt and casually asked who the three children were, clearly not interested. Even after being looked down on, Rayson calmly met his gaze and asked if he was the one behind the attack on this place. Caden pointed at himself and burst into crazed laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Then his eyes turned icy as he declared that he was not a bandit. He was simply someone who enjoyed hunting people. Those murderous words sent a chill down Rayson's spine. He instantly realized that even with Casson beside him, fighting Caden now would only end in death. To buy time, he asked whether they were Caden's targets. Rayson continued by asking why the 7 great swordsmen guarding Garan had allowed someone like Caden to run wild. While the blood tiger kept roaring, Rayson raced through countless possibilities. Was there a secret deal between powerful factions, or was this another unexpected change caused by the author's privilege? There was no more time to think. The blood tiger suddenly erupted with crimson power and charged straight at them. Rayson shouted a warning. At the same time, he and Casson drew their swords to meet the incoming attack. Just as the blood tiger leaped down from above, the system suddenly announced that an unknown condition had been fulfilled and restored Rayson's author's privilege. Without wasting the chance, Rasan gripped his pen and quickly wrote a new setting into his notebook, deciding to rewrite the story himself. The new setting stated that Caden could freely hunt people in Garan because the entire city's population suspected something unusual was happening. Rayson was certain the revision would take effect. A massive magic circle instantly appeared and covered the entire area. But the blood tiger never slowed down. It roared and continued charging at the three children. It seemed the revision had failed again. The monster's speed was far beyond anything Rayson had expected. The lightning-fast impact unleashed a violent shockwave that hurled Rayson hard onto the ground. Forcing himself back up, Rayson quickly checked the others and sighed in relief when he saw Casson and Rudia were unharmed. Rayson immediately warned them that the blood tiger was incredibly dangerous. A direct hit would likely kill them, but the beast could only charge in a straight line. Before Rayson could finish, Rudia lost patience from hunger and summoned a fireball. Without a second thought, she launched a massive fireball straight at the blood tiger, leaving everyone stunned. Rudia's eyes blazed with determination as she poured every bit of mana into the spell and shouted that they had to finish the tiger quickly so they could finally eat. The enormous fireball tore through the air with overwhelming heat, but Caden only smirked with complete confidence. The blood tiger opened its jaws and casually swallowed the entire fireball, leaving everyone speechless. Seeing the attack fail completely, Caden folded his arms and laughed. Realizing Rudia was a young mage, he invited all 3 of them to join Xiang Tong in exchange for sparing their lives. When they asked what Xiang Tong was, Caden calmly replied that it ruled these mountains. Rayson immediately summed it up. In simple terms, it was just a bandit gang. Caden laughed and admitted that was true, though he thought bandits sounded rather unpleasant. He then asked for their answer once more. Casson did not hesitate. He drew his crimson-glowing sword and declared that he would never stand with bandits. He swore to cut down everyone who would threaten the villagers. Hearing that, Caden narrowed his eyes and coldly mocked them, saying they still talked big, even though death was already at their doorstep. Just as the tension reached its peak, Rayson suddenly stepped forward and told everyone to stay calm. Caden paused for a moment. Rayson then asked why he had never questioned the identities of the 3 children, even though the situation was clearly unusual. The question left Caden speechless. Seeing that reaction, Rayson smiled faintly because he knew his guess was correct. He quickly confirmed that the setting rewritten by the author's privilege had taken effect, allowing him to see the truth behind everything. In Rayson's view, Caden was never just hunting people. He was carrying out someone's orders to perform a prearranged test, and the direct heirs had never been in any real danger. That was also why Rosaline of the Martial clan had once defeated a giant white tiger and survived without a scratch. With complete confidence, Rayson looked straight at Caden and declared that he had known their identities from the very beginning. He continued that Caden kept asking pointless questions because he was relying on something that had already been arranged. The words struck the truth, and Caden's expression changed instantly. Rayson then stressed that what Caden truly relied on was. At that exact moment, strange changes appeared in the space behind Caden. A massive teleportation gate burst open with brilliant golden light. Rayson was stunned because he already knew who was about to appear. From the dazzling light, a blonde woman slowly stepped out. Her golden hair and glowing golden eyes filled the area with overwhelming authority. The moment he saw her, Rayson called out in shock, "Ivalia." Beside him, Casson was completely frozen. His face turned slightly red as he unconsciously stared at the Archmage. Meanwhile, Rudia also sensed the atmosphere had changed. Rayson quietly smiled because every one of his theories was being proven. He began connecting every suspicious detail since arriving in Garoni. A major city like Garon had to have powerful third circle mages guarding its teleportation gate, so there was no way bandits could run wild so easily. On top of that, the entire population hiding indoors after a single hunting notice was far too unusual. More importantly, Caden was not yet a notorious criminal and had not killed anyone there. A fortress like Garon could never be thrown into chaos by one man under the excuse of a test. Putting every clue together, Rayson found only one possible answer. Right then, the blood tiger's furious roar suddenly became unstable. The monster's body quickly dissolved into countless sparkling mana particles, while the surrounding scenery cracked apart and collapsed. Rayson immediately declared that this had never been the real Garon, but an incredibly sophisticated artificial space. Rayson concluded that only one person in the world possessed enough mana and control to create such a flawless artificial space, and that person was his second sister, Ivalia. After hearing his analysis, Ivalia seriously asked when he had uncovered the secret. Rayson calmly smiled and replied that he became suspicious the moment he saw the entire city evacuate together. Ivalia then asked if he already knew it was only a test. Wasn't his fight with the Scarlet Tiger just an act? Rayson did not deny it and admitted it openly. In his opinion, even a test needed some excitement to make it interesting. Ivalia gently turned toward the forest and respectfully asked for the opinion of the person hiding there. From behind the ancient trees, the Battle King McNair slowly stepped out with his massive build. Crossing his arms, he directly announced that Rayson had passed the test. Looking at the obedient Scarlet Tiger standing behind them, McNair could not hide his satisfaction. To him, staying calm before such a monster was exactly what he expected from the descendants of two prestigious families. After the result was announced, Caden immediately knelt and apologized for acting disrespectfully while pretending to be the leader of the bandits to complete the test. Ivalia gently told him not to blame himself, because the entire artificial space had been prepared by her and the Battle King McNair together. Hearing that, Caden became even more grateful for the Archmage's generosity. Watching the two children from behind, McNair quietly reevaluated them. At first, he believed Casson would take the lead because of his superior strength, but Rayson had been the one controlling the situation the entire time. His composure and sharp judgment greatly impressed McNair, who began looking forward to teaching him personally. McNair continued by explaining that the Grandel family had never required its heirs to defeat the Scarlet Tiger or the White Tiger. Hearing that, Casson immediately guessed that the true purpose of the test was to see whether they had the courage to face their enemies. McNair smiled and confirmed he was right. Casson, that the guardian spirits must have been secretly watching over them all along. Hearing that, Rayson was startled and immediately activated the Heavenly Eye to inspect the surrounding forest. Sure enough, countless blue guardian spirits were floating everywhere. Rayson could not help admiring Casson for figuring out the truth at only 10 years old. He knew that without his knowledge as the story's author, he would have probably fainted the moment the Scarlet Tiger appeared. By now, the Scarlet Tiger had completely lost its ferocity and stood obediently while Rudia happily petted it. McNair curiously asked if Casson had attacked the Scarlet Tiger because he trusted the guardian spirits. Casson nodded, but McNair felt that answer was still incomplete. Casson remained firm and looked at Rayson before saying that true victory could never come from relying only on yourself. Gripping his sword tightly, he shared his belief. Even with many flaws, people could find trustworthy companions to make up for their weaknesses, and that was what gave life real meaning. Rayson was deeply shaken. He realized Casson was never afraid to admit his own shortcomings and knew how to trust the people fighting beside him. That was the complete opposite of the beliefs Rayson had learned in the mage family, where everyone was expected to trust only their own power. That was why Casson's humble yet confident words were something an ordinary mage would almost never say. His sincere words did not only move Rayson, they also reached the heart of the Archmage Ivalia. Beneath the glowing sunset, Avalia slowly closed her eyes. As someone who had spent her life on brutal battlefields, Cassin's simple yet deeply human outlook stirred emotions she had never felt before. At that moment, the system suddenly sounded an alert. A new variable capable of directly affecting the storyline had appeared. Rayson was startled, but his current heavenly eye was still too weak to uncover its true nature. Breaking the silence, the Battle King McNair stepped forward and said Cassin could rely on the guardian spirits. He then turned to Rayson and asked if he had noticed their presence as well. Rayson smiled confidently and replied that he had known all along, and it was entirely because of his own ability, not because Cassin had hinted at it. He explained that as someone who could inherit a prestigious mage family and had been invited by the famous Sword Clan, it would be almost unacceptable for a child like him to be injured while traveling with the CS heir. Rayson continued that such an incident would not only damage the CS family's reputation, but also hand the Mayton's family the opportunity they had always been waiting for. Hearing that, Avalia could not hide her surprise and asked what opportunity he meant. Rayson firmly insisted he was serious, but Avalia felt uneasy because she knew those words sounded like an insult to the Mayton's family. Avalia's expression immediately turned serious. Looking at her younger brother, she asked how he could possibly see such a dangerous situation as an opportunity. Facing her doubt, Rayson calmly explained that the two of them stood in completely different positions within the family. He understood his own status very well. Not long ago, he had still been seen as a useless child who was not worth the Mayton's family's attention. Rayson continued that if someone like him died in an accident, the Mayton's family would lose nothing. Instead, they could use his death as an excuse to pressure the Say's family. Hearing such cold and realistic analysis from a 10-year-old left Avalia speechless. It broke her heart to hear her younger brother speak about his own family with such ruthless calm. Seeing his sister fall silent, Rayson quickly explained that he did not hate his family. He was simply looking at everything from a logical perspective. Before Rayson could finish, Avalia stepped forward, pulled him into her arms, and hugged him tightly. The sudden embrace left him completely stunned. Resting her head on his shoulder, Avalia gently said that the blood of the Mayton's family still flowed through his veins. Hearing such words from a child filled her with sorrow, and she only hoped the Mayton's name would never become a burden he had to carry. Feeling the rare warmth from his usually distant sister, Rayson's eyes softened. He smiled gently and thanked her. While the siblings shared the emotional moment, Cassin stood nearby in silence, with his fists tightly clenched, as if struggling with himself. Suddenly, Cassin looked up at Rayson and asked if the two of them could become best friends. The unexpected request left Rayson completely stunned. After everything he had witnessed, Cassin seemed to have truly changed. He sincerely promised to become more open and friendly. Faced with such sudden enthusiasm, Rayson could only smile awkwardly and think that Cassin had changed the subject at the worst possible moment. Just then, Rudia suddenly rushed over, hugged Rayson tightly, and pouted as she reminded everyone that she was already starving. Rudia's bright smile instantly swept away the heavy mood. She excitedly asked if the test was finally over and whether everyone could go eat now. Rayson laughed, nodded, and said it was time for the group to move on. A few days later, at the Sia's family estate, rapid knocks shattered the silence outside the bath. From a tub covered with flower petals, the Battle King McNair calmly gave permission for the visitor to enter. Rayson walked straight in and immediately told McNair that he wanted to visit the Terran Mountains. The Battle King looked surprised and asked why. Rayson explained that he had heard Terran was famous for its breathtaking scenery. He wanted to see the real Terran with his own eyes, not a landscape created by magic. McNair laughed and asked if he was simply going sightseeing. Rayson immediately shook his head. When McNair asked for his real reason, Rayson prepared to reveal his plan. Rayson claimed that inside Avalia's artificial world, he had discovered a secret message she had intentionally left for him. In truth, it was just an excuse he had made up, but as the author of this world, creating a believable story was easy. Hearing that, McNair immediately asked what Avalia had supposedly left behind. Rayson calmly replied that he only knew it was hidden deep within the Terran Mountains. Even though that place had been an artificial space, he had sensed a unique flow of mana and believed it was the signal Avalia intended for him. McNair could only stare in confusion because he knew nothing about it. Rayson simply smiled mysteriously and said the Mayton's family had its own unique way of passing information. That answer only confused McNair even more. All he could think was that the Mayton's family was truly impossible to understand. Even so, he asked if Rayson was certain it was appropriate to share such an important secret with him. Rayson simply smiled and replied that McNair was his master. Raising two fingers, Rayson said there were two reasons why Ivalia had chosen such a strange way to send her message. The first was to keep it hidden from Cassin, who could one day become his rival. Macner nodded, saying that sounded exactly like Ivalia. Rayson continued that the second reason was to test whether he was capable of understanding the message. With a single move, Ivalia had accomplished both goals. Macnair then asked what was actually hidden inside Terran. Rayson replied that he would only know for sure after seeing it himself, but Ivalia had left clues about the location. Macnair immediately asked where it was. Ray's heavenly eye glowed with a purple light. He already knew exactly where to go because it was the hiding place of the 1,000-year dragon armor, the opportunity that originally belonged to the Sage family in the original story. He also knew that traveling with Macnair would greatly increase their chances of success. Rayson answered that the destination was near Dragonhead Mountain, one of the 108 peaks of the 100 Peaks range. The moment Macnair heard the name, Dragonhead Mountain, his expression changed and his eyes filled with surprise. Seeing that reaction, Rayson asked if there was something special about the place. Macnair quickly regained his composure and simply said that he had a few good memories there. After passing through countless teleportation gates, Rayson groaned that he felt sick and wanted to rest for a day before continuing. Macnair immediately refused, saying time was precious. When Rayson pointed out that it would take 3 days on foot to reach Dragonhead Mountain, Macnair calmly replied that 1 day was enough. That bold statement left Rayson completely speechless. Macnair kept walking and coldly said that if Rayson could not keep up, he could stay behind. Panicking, Rayson had no choice but to chase after him. As they walked, Macnair looked back and teased that if Rayson could not even keep up with an old man, he would never accomplish anything in the future. Cornered, Rayson could only complain that he was a mage. Macnair casually told him to use teleportation magic. Rayson immediately broke into a cold sweat because a second circle mage could never cast a spell like that. Macnair did not care. He simply said that if Rayson could not do it, he should keep trying to catch up, then widen the gap once again. Rayson could only helplessly call after his master. And so the grueling journey truly began. Rayson ran while gasping for breath as sweat poured down his body. Deep down, he kept complaining that this felt less like a mission and more like pure torture. After a long distance, Rayson finally ran out of strength. He collapsed to the ground and weakly admitted that he could not go any farther. The nausea struck again with full force, forcing him to cover his mouth. Standing behind him with folded arms, Macnair clicked his tongue and mocked him for having such poor stamina at such a young age. Yet beneath that cold attitude, Macnair was genuinely surprised. He quietly judged that Rayson had endured far longer than expected and had even surpassed Rosaline. The more Macnair observed, the more impressed he became. Even though he had used only a tiny fraction of his battle soul, it was remarkable that a young mage could keep up this long. Even so, he deliberately provoked Rayson, asking how someone so weak could ever deserve to be his disciple. Hearing that, Rayson looked straight at his master and asked if he was planning to break the promise he had made in front of the Sea Ice family head. The question instantly froze Macnair in place as he stared at his disciple in shock. Rayson had no idea why his master reacted so strongly. Macnair quickly looked away and awkwardly insisted it was nothing. When Macnair looked back at Rayson, he could not help shivering. In only a few moments, Rayson's heavy breathing had completely returned to normal. Such terrifying recovery made him wonder how monstrous Rayson would become with a complete battle soul. Pushing his surprise aside, Macnair sternly told him to get up because they still had a long way to go. Rayson wearily reminded him that the trip normally took 3 days, but Macnair only smirked and asked if that was the limit of the Mayton's family. His pride provoked, Rayson gave a confident grin, pushed himself to his feet, and continued the journey. Watching the Battle King's back disappear ahead, Rayson could only grit his teeth and keep chasing after him. The mountain path was rough and covered with jagged rocks, yet Macnair maintained an unbelievable speed. Every step felt as light as air. He moved so effortlessly that not even a speck of dust touched his clothes. Rayson quickly realized Macnair was almost gliding with the wind, and the distance between them kept growing wider. Right then, a cool breeze brushed past, giving Rayson a sudden idea. Until now, he had only used mana to strengthen his body. But what if, instead of fighting nature, he merged his mana with the wind itself? The moment the thought appeared, Rayson immediately began testing it. In an instant, blue mana wrapped around his entire body. Rayson was delighted to find his body becoming incredibly light, and every movement felt smoother than ever. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. The Combat Magic Attribute Optimization skill had been unlocked, and Wind Element Optimization was permanently engraved into his mind. Raisin understood he would never become a mage devoted to a single element. Instead, his overwhelming mana would let him combine multiple elements to support his battles. That was the path he had chosen. Ahead of him, McNair glanced back in surprise. He realized Raisin had just created an entirely new movement technique on his own. However, the cost was an enormous drain on both his stamina and mana. As night fell, the forest was illuminated by the magical glow of enchanted butterflies. Raisin gasped for breath as sweat poured down his face. He realized his mana reserves were nearly exhausted, and even his battle soul had become sluggish from overuse. Unable to keep going, Raisin staggered before collapsing onto the ground. He managed to say one last sentence to his master before completely losing consciousness. Looking at the unconscious 10-year-old, McNair could not hide his amazement. A young mage running more than 100 kilometers in only about 50 minutes was beyond imagination. McNair let out a quiet sigh. Knowing Raisin had passed out from sheer exhaustion, he simply stood there watching him. The sight brought back memories of his harsh training with his older brother. Even in his youth, he had never seen a 10-year-old complete a 100-kilometer run on foot in such a short time. In McNair's opinion, that achievement surpassed both himself and his older brother at the same age. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Raisin was still unconscious when he suddenly felt his body being dragged across the ground. He opened his eyes and screamed in panic after discovering that McNair was dragging him by one leg like a sack of potatoes. Hearing his disciple yell, McNair casually let go and said he had carried him for most of the journey already. Looking at the stone-like giant, claiming he was tired, Raisin was left completely speechless. McNair added that he had done enough, and Raisin could handle the rest himself. Even though the wake-up call was brutal, Raisin let out a relieved sigh and rubbed his aching forehead. When he looked up, the magnificent scenery left him speechless. Snow-covered mountains stretched into the sky, while an ancient town, with red rooftops, rested peacefully across a sea of green grass below. They had arrived at Dragon Head Mountain. Raisin quickly formed a plan. On the surface, they would act like ordinary tourists, but his true goal was the hidden treasure. Looking over the deserted town, he remarked that it seemed abandoned long ago. McNair agreed, saying that people had once lived there. Suddenly remembering something, Raisin asked about the memories McNair had once mentioned being connected to this place. The moment the past was brought up, the Battle King's expression darkened, and he coldly told Raisin that he did not need to know. Sensing the heavy mood, Raisin wisely changed the subject and said he would inspect the surrounding area, since there was not a single person in sight. McNair simply turned around and walked away, leaving Raisin free to do whatever he wanted. Not long after, the system revealed events that had been buried for 30 years. It turned out this place had once been a hideout for a ruthless bandit gang, until the young McNair happened to arrive. Far stronger than any ordinary man, McNair wiped out more than a dozen bandits with his bare hands in only moments. The massacre was completely covered up, so no one outside ever learned the truth. Watching everything through the heavenly eye, Raisin was stunned by how terrifying his master had been in his youth. But the final message from the system left him speechless. This was also where McNair had first met Mai. Mai was an unfortunate girl who had been captured by the bandits. The moment McNair saw her, he fell in love at first sight, so he charged in without hesitation and slaughtered the entire gang to save her. Sadly, tragedy still struck because Mai had already been poisoned. McNair could only carry her through the pouring rain, desperately searching for a way to save her. Fate was too cruel. Mai took her last breath in his arms before they could leave the mountains to find an antidote. Young McNair's desperate scream echoed through the cold forest beneath the rain. After witnessing those memories, Raisin finally understood why the legendary Battle King had lived alone for so many years. His first love had never left his heart. Back in the present, Raisin asked if there was anything special about this place. McNair remained indifferent, telling him to find out for himself before walking away. Turned down without hesitation, Raisin quietly complained that a little help would not hurt. McNair coldly replied that it was none of his business. With no other choice, Raisin continued searching for clues alone. Watching his disciple leave, McNair casually waved a hand and smirked, saying he was old and wanted to rest for a while. After separating from Raisin, he silently walked deeper into the forest until he reached an ancient stone well covered in thick green moss. In truth, this was the very well where McNair had dumped the bandits' bodies after the battle 30 years ago. Even after all this time, he still doubted who they really were and wondered if they had been hiding something far more dangerous. Wanting to confirm his suspicion, McNair raised a hand toward the well and sent his mana inside to investigate. But the instant his mana reached the rim, his eyes widened in shock. What happened next was completely beyond his expectations. Looking into the empty well, McNair discovered that every skeleton had disappeared. Someone had secretly removed all the remains, but the reason was still a mystery. At that very moment, a strange crimson-purple barrier suddenly erupted and completely sealed the mouth of the well. Instead of panicking, McNair curled his lips into a dangerous smile, so the hidden flaw had finally revealed itself. Violent purple mana exploded around the Battle King, as thunder roared continuously, while he stood with folded arms before the glowing barrier. The appearance of such a powerful barrier in a remote place only proved that the secret of Dragon Head Mountain was far more complicated than it seemed. Without another thought, McNair gathered blazing red energy into his fist, preparing to smash the barrier with brute force. In his eyes, it was better to destroy it first and ask questions later. Just as he was about to strike, Rayson suddenly called out from behind, making McNair flinch. Rayson asked what was happening, and McNair quickly withdrew his mana before awkwardly pretending nothing had happened. Rayson only smiled with quiet confidence. He had already recognized this place as the Blood Well, the legendary hiding place of the thousand-year dragon armor. The system quickly analyzed that the well was protected by a high-level magical barrier, which had also activated the Blood Well. Rayson was stunned, because this detail had never existed in the story he originally wrote. Rayson stepped closer to the well, looked down at the swirling purple energy, and asked whether McNair knew the origin of the barrier. McNair immediately looked at him suspiciously, and asked how he even knew it was a barrier. Rayson calmly explained that McNair's reaction alone had proven the barrier was there. The sharp answer left the Battle King silently impressed by his disciple's keen perception. McNair folded his arms, unable to understand why such a young warrior knew so much about magic. Meanwhile, Rayson carefully studied the well and pointed out that no one would spend enormous time and resources creating such a powerful barrier without a purpose. McNair simply smirked, saying the world was full of unpredictable people. Rayson lightly tapped the spiderweb-covered stones of the well and concluded that the barrier had existed for more than 10 years, yet remained fully active. Rayson's knowledge, far beyond his age, surprised McNair even more. In a serious voice, he asked what Rayson was trying to imply. Rayson looked up with complete confidence and concluded that the well itself had created the barrier. Hearing that, McNair immediately rejected the idea, saying a well could never create a barrier on its own. But Rayson's words unexpectedly awakened a memory he had buried long ago. Painful memories flooded back like a tidal wave, staining the Battle King's mind. He quietly muttered as if he had just realized something. The scene from 30 years ago became crystal clear. Young McNair had slaughtered the entire bandit gang to save Mai, then threw their bodies into this very well to erase all evidence. This was also where they had first met, but their happiness was painfully brief. Mai had already been poisoned, and McNair could only carry her through the rain with the faint hope of finding someone who could save her. According to McNair's memory, Mai died on the way down the mountain before they could reach a healer. However, Rayson's theory that the well had formed its own barrier made McNair feel that something did not add up. A seemingly impossible thought flashed through his mind. If Mai had been on the verge of death back then, how could she have moved around this well? Standing beside the well, Rayson suggested that a sentient existence might have created the barrier. He added that it was an extremely rare phenomenon. McNair then asked if that was how mages described it. Knowing his master rarely spoke about such things, Rayson did not mind revealing a little more. He confirmed that this was indeed the explanation accepted among mages, then decided to reveal part of his own special ability. Looking directly at McNair, Rayson said he had a secret he wanted to share. McNair frowned with curiosity. Rayson explained that he possessed eyes capable of seeing things others could not. To prove it, he smiled and said he could sense the name Mai coming from the well itself. The moment he heard that name, McNair froze. His face turned pale and his eyes widened in disbelief. Before McNair could recover, Rayson continued by saying the well was called the Blood Well, and this was exactly what his sister had wanted him to discover. McNair's mind was filled with questions. He clearly remembered meeting Mai 30 years ago, long before Rayson had even been born. Yet somehow, the young boy before him could uncover secrets that time itself had buried. Rayson placed a hand on the edge of the well and thoughtfully remarked that it was strange for a place called the Blood Well to have no trace of blood aura at all. He then asked if McNair had any ideas. McNair's expression became unreadable. With a faint smile, he asked Rayson just how much he actually knew. Caught off guard by the question, Rayson awkwardly replied that everything he had said was all he knew, and that he was still trying to understand the well. Before he could finish, a violent surge of dark purple mana suddenly erupted from the bottom of the well, blasting Rayson backward. Seeing the sudden attack, McNair instantly went on guard. He stared at the thick purple mist rising from the well, while Rayson struggled back to his feet in shock. Within the dense purple fog, the silhouette of a person slowly appeared before them. It was the figure of a young woman with glowing white eyes, giving off an eerie yet mysterious presence. Her sudden appearance left both McNair and Rayson frozen. At the same time, the painful memories from 30 years ago rushed back into the Battle King's mind. He vividly saw Mai once again, blood staining the corner of her lips as she took her final breath in his arms beneath the pouring rain. As the familiar figure slowly emerged from the mist, McNair's entire body trembled, and cold sweat covered his face. In a shaking voice, he called the name he had never forgotten, Mai. Stepping out of the purple glow, the young woman revealed her short black hair and elegant traditional clothing. She looked exactly as she had in his memories. She smiled gently and greeted McNair as though they had only been apart for a short while. The woman's appearance left Rayson stunned. He recognized her as Mai, the unforgettable first love of the Battle King McNair. But with his special eyes, he immediately saw through the disguise and realized the figure before them was not the real Mai, but a monster wearing her form. The purple mist was actually a fragrant scent capable of enchanting the mind and trapping people in illusions. Standing beside the well, Mai gently remarked that McNair had changed a great deal and asked if he had returned because he still could not forget her. Facing the face he had remembered for 30 years, McNair calmly admitted that he had never erased her from his heart. Hearing his answer, the young woman lightly touched her face and smiled even more seductively amid a field of red spider lilies, teasing that he was still deeply attached to her. Watching from behind, Rayson could not help sighing. A first love was always the hardest memory to forget, and even a legendary battle king like McNair was no exception. The sweet mood vanished when Mai asked what was on his mind. McNair looked her in the eye and coldly said the memory that haunted him was not their time together, but the moment she died. He said that memory had weighed on him for years, but today he would end it with his own hands. May's expression shifted for a moment, then quickly returned to its gentle and charming smile. She stepped close to McNair, leaned to his ear, and softly asked why they could not be together like before. She kept tempting him with sweet words, reminding him of their youth, and saying he looked even more mature and attractive now. At that moment, McNair suddenly shouted Rayson's name. Rayson flinched and answered on instinct. Instantly, May's face turned to panic as she let out a painful scream. McNair calmly warned his student to stay alert, then grabbed Mai by the throat and lifted her into the air without hesitation. Caught off guard, Mai struggled wildly and demanded to know what he was doing. McNair stayed calm and used the moment to teach Rayson. He told him to decide whether the creature was a monster or just a spirit, then explained there were two ways to destroy this kind of being. One was overwhelming physical force to destroy its body. The other was using mana, spiritual power, or similar energy to strike the soul directly. Even while restrained, Mai sneered and admitted she never expected McNair to act so decisively. McNair never wavered. He casually threw her away and said this was only the warm-up. Crimson battle aura erupted around him as thunder roared while he unleashed the technique called Break. Seeing that massive power gathering, Rayson could only stare in shock. Without giving his enemy any chance, McNair launched a devastating punch wrapped in terrifying battle aura. Against such overwhelming power, Mai had no way to resist. Her body twisted in agony as blood poured from her mouth, and the destructive force tore her apart. All she could do was scream and ask what McNair had done to her. Watching his master's attack closely, Rayson quickly realized the true target of the punch. His eyes lit up as he understood. McNair was not attacking her body. He was striking her soul directly. The shockwaves spread through the area and crushed the space around the ancient well. Rayson realized his master was using absolute power to shatter the entire illusion. Pinned down with no way to fight back, the monster wearing mace form screamed in pain and asked if McNair truly intended to kill her. It cried about their past love and asked how the man who once loved her could be so ruthless. McNair showed no hesitation. As he poured in even more power, he told Rayson to watch carefully and learn how pure brute force could destroy an enemy. Rayson memorized the lesson at once. If enough force shattered the surrounding space, the attack could strike a monster's soul directly. While Mai struggled against McNair's crushing pressure, Rayson realized the perfect chance had appeared. He wasted no time, gathered all his blue-purple mana into his fist, rushed in, and unleashed a powerful punch. After taking relentless attacks from both master and student, the monster screamed in pain and rage, asking how they could attack such a beautiful woman. After giving everything he had, Rayson held his chest and took a deep breath as he felt a slight backlash. Forcing so much mana into such a short time strained his body, but thankfully, it was nothing serious. Under their combined assault, the monster's true body became unstable, dissolved into streams of purple smoke, and slowly faded away. Even as it disappeared completely, the creature kept its enchanting smile and left behind one final mocking remark. It giggled and joked that this was nothing more than two men fighting over the same woman, with both trying to kill her because only one could claim her. After the last trace of purple mist disappeared, Markner nodded and praised Rayson for doing well. Rayson smiled humbly and said it was all thanks to having a great teacher. But then Rayson grinned and asked why his master had not finished the enemy with a single move from the start. Markner paused and looked at him in confusion. Rayson laughed and teased that he had held back because he still had feelings for Mai. The joke instantly made the Battle King furious. Without another word, Markner flicked Rayson hard on the forehead. Rayson grabbed his head and groaned, saying he had not even activated his defense skill before taking the full hit. Markner crossed his arms and walked away, the corner of his mouth lifting into a satisfied smile at his clever student. Rayson rubbed his head and complained that his master hit him hard enough to send his own disciple to the afterlife. He would teach Rayson another lesson next time. Rayson guessed the next lesson might be how to hide his special eyes. Markner calmly asked why he thought that. Rayson explained that if his ability became known, his siblings in the family would likely grow jealous. Seeing Rayson's serious expression, Markner was caught off guard. He could not understand why the boy trusted him so completely. Standing before the ancient well, the Battle King wondered why a once-in-a-generation genius like Rayson had been born into the Mayton mage family. Markner looked into the bottom of the well and asked if this was what Evalier had prepared for him. Rayson immediately confirmed it. Even though he had written these settings in the original story, seeing them in person made Rayson wonder if this place was really just an artificial dungeon. In theory, such dungeons were simply spaces created by mages for specific purposes. After thinking it through, Rayson concluded that this had originally been a natural dungeon, but Evalier had altered part of its structure. Markner nodded and said that sounded exactly like something a mage would do. He let out a helpless sigh and complained that his sister always loved making everything far more complicated than it needed to be. Rayson smiled faintly. He believed Evalier would never intentionally harm him, but she had probably arranged a guardian or something similar below. Markner stood beside the well, nodded, and wished him luck. Without hesitation, Rayson jumped straight into the endless darkness below. The wind howled past his ears as he fell at incredible speed. Looking around, Rayson muttered that this hole truly deserved to be called a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, Markner remained standing there, quietly reflecting on everything that had happened. He suddenly wondered if his memory of wiping out the bandits had been nothing more than a distorted memory. If that was true, why had he never noticed it all these years? What puzzled him even more was that even such a powerful monster had failed to notice anything unusual. If Evalier had been here before, she surely would not have ignored it. As Rayson continued falling through the well, the system suddenly displayed a message saying that the setting breaker had begun questioning the true nature of this world. After reading it, Rayson immediately realized the system was referring to Markner. Then, another warning appeared, saying he had discovered flaws within the world settings. The system then announced that part of the world's settings had begun to deteriorate. Rayson's face changed as he realized everything was slipping out of control. Without wasting a second, he pulled out the book of settings while still falling and quickly checked it, blurting out when he spotted the error. The book stated that after Markner's visit, no one had found the well again for over 30 years. The explanation ended halfway, and Rayson instantly understood what needed to be fixed. In the original story, the one who rediscovered this place was Caxine, not the Monster Hunter Guild expedition. To patch the loophole, he had to add more details to the setting. Rayson quickly wrote that only those who possessed the heavenly eye could see through the well's disguise. The change took effect the moment he finished writing. A green light flashed as the system confirmed that the missing part of the setting had been partially restored. Rayson quietly hoped that after fixing the flaw, the system would reveal even more useful information about this place. At last, he landed safely at the bottom of the well. The system immediately confirmed that his current location was the forgotten 1,000-year-old dragon nest. Breaking the silence, Markner suddenly called out to Rayson. As soon as Rayson answered, Markner asked why he had not used any magic this entire time. The question caught Rayson off guard. Markner continued, pointing out that he had not even used a detection spell or any scouting magic to inspect the surroundings. Rayson sighed and explained that he was only a two-circle mage, so he could not cast those spells yet. Markner frowned slightly, remembering that such magic normally required the third circle. Even so, he could sense that Rayson's mana was already close to that level. A 10-year-old child with such an enormous mana reserve should have collapsed long ago. Yet Rayson remained perfectly healthy, leaving Markner to see him as an unbelievably rare exception. Markner suggested that besides finding the right direction, they should also check whether danger lay ahead. Rayson calmly shook his head, saying a Valier would never create a trial beyond his abilities. As Rayson continued walking through the darkness, Markner asked why he did not light a fire to see the way, since even a one-circle mage could do that. Rayson raised a finger and created a tiny light just bright enough to see. He explained that wasting mana on unnecessary things inside a dungeon was a foolish mistake. His careful attitude left Markner sighing, feeling like he was the one being lectured. The master and student then continued deeper into the cave. Rayson took a slow breath and sensed his surroundings, saying the place felt as damp as a warehouse abandoned for years. Based on his memories, he knew the target should be near the lake ahead. Just then, a deep and commanding voice echoed through the cave, ordering them to turn back immediately. Almost at the same time, a brilliant purple light burst to life ahead. Seeing the glow, Markner asked why Avalier had left this thing here. Rayson explained that she had once found an object that emitted purple light and named it the Bronze Giant. From behind the glowing waterfall, a massive figure clad in dark gray armor slowly stepped forward. Markner looked at it and remarked that it seemed rather small for something called a giant. Rayson explained that this was only a replica, not the real bronze giant. The armored guardian pointed its great sword at them and declared itself the protector of the treasure, ordering them to leave at once. Markner immediately warned Rayson that this enemy was extremely dangerous and impossible to defeat head-on. Even so, Rayson insisted he could not stop here. Purple lightning spread across the bronze giant's body as it repeatedly ordered them to turn back. Facing that overwhelming pressure, Rayson focused completely. He knew that even one small mistake would ruin everything. That was exactly why he had brought Markner here, because they would only get one chance. The bronze giant finally began to move, its armored joints creaking with heavy metallic sounds. Rayson clearly remembered that in the original story, Caxton had been nearly killed by the monster's very first attack. That alone proved how terrifying it truly was. Even so, Rayson's eyes remained full of determination. He had no intention of fighting so recklessly that he became easy prey. Rayson stepped onto the water and boldly declared that it was time to begin. Wind and lightning mana instantly covered his body. Rayson declared that he would defeat the Guardian with a single strike. But before he even finished speaking, the bronze giant made its move. Its purple eyes blazed brightly as its great sword suddenly erupted with fierce golden-orange flames. Seeing the situation change, Rayson immediately raised his guard. The real challenge was only beginning. The blazing sword radiated unbearable heat. The scorching air alone made Rayson cry out in pain, while a large section of his clothes burned away. Even so, Rayson quickly regained his composure. Compared to what Caxton had endured in the original story, this pain was nothing. After all, he was the one who had written that story, and he knew Caxton had continued fighting despite countless severe injuries. And for Rayson, this was his only chance to overcome the trial. As the bronze giant swung its sword again and again, Rayson directed his wind and lightning mana throughout his body to prepare for every dodge. He remembered that Caxton had chosen to fight head-on in the original story, but Rayson knew he was nowhere near strong enough to copy that strategy. His only path to victory was speed, constant evasion, and waiting for the perfect opening. As the flaming greatsword swept across, Rayson leaped at the perfect moment, narrowly avoiding the slash, while activating a defensive spell to reduce the damage. He landed successfully on top of the giant's blade and could not hide his excitement as the first step of his plan succeeded. Even as the scorching heat burned through his feet, he gritted his teeth and endured it. The next step was simple. Rayson only needed to reach the joints of the bronze giant. Watching from behind, Markner nodded in satisfaction. In his eyes, his student's performance was genuinely impressive. Keeping a clear mind, Rayson quickly calculated his next route. If he jumped from the right spot, he could strike the enemy's greatest weakness. The key scenes from the novel he had written flashed through his mind. Rayson clearly remembered that Caxton had defeated the bronze giant by destroying its joints, and that was the only target he needed to hit. Without missing the opportunity, Rayson sprang forward and landed perfectly on the monster's shoulder. He smiled slightly, knowing he had found its fatal weakness. Rayson gathered all of his purple mana into his fist. He intended to unleash everything on the giant's joints and finish the battle with a single blow. But just as he was about to strike, A green poisoned arrow suddenly tore through the air. Rayson twisted aside and barely dodged it in time. Rayson instantly realized he had overlooked something. That attack had only existed in his draft, and was never part of the original story, yet it had appeared right before him. The arrow even grazed his burn wound, making it hurt even more. The new enemy appeared so suddenly that Rayson completely lost the initiative. He realized he had focused too much on the bronze giant and forgotten about other threats. A violent explosion erupted and blasted Rayson to the ground. The impact left his entire body aching. Gritting his teeth, Rayson forced himself back up and admitted this battle was far harder than he had expected. Watching from behind, Markner merely smirked as his student found himself in danger. Refusing to let the bronze giant continue its assault, Markner stepped in. With a single strike, he blew the monster's arm apart. Seizing the brief opening, Rayson gathered every last bit of strength and the remainder of his mana into one punch. His mana-covered fist knocked the massive greatsword off its course. Even so, the gap in power was overwhelming. The shockwave alone sent Rayson flying again, leaving him on one knee and coughing non-stop. He could only sigh inwardly, realizing that although he had hoped to turn the battle around with his new skill, mastering it instantly was simply impossible. As the bronze giant closed in again, Markner casually mocked him, saying that even a single enemy like this had pushed Rayson to his limits. Rayson hurriedly explained that the unexpected situation had drained all his mana, but Markner answered with only one cold word: weak. Despite his harsh words, Markner looked quite satisfied. He said Rayson had put on an entertaining fight, and now it was his turn to perform. As soon as he finished speaking, Markner slowly stepped forward. Crimson battle aura exploded around him like a raging sea of fire. Rayson could only stare with wide eyes at the incredible sight. Behind Markner, a gigantic battle spirit gradually took shape. Rayson immediately recognized it as the same entity he had seen before, but this time it radiated far greater power. The pressure from the battle spirit alone made the entire cave tremble violently. Facing the roaring bronze giant, Markner's eyes turned ice cold. He calmly gave a single command: destroy. Crimson battle aura erupted like a massive explosion, instantly reducing the bronze giant and a huge section of the cave to dust. Rayson collapsed onto the ground and sat there speechless for several seconds after witnessing such overwhelming destruction. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps this was what true power really looked like. Maybe this was also what the system meant when it said the Supreme Being's power was beyond imagination. The thought made him wonder if he could truly survive in a world filled with monsters like these. After the battle, Rayson was completely exhausted and could only bend over while gasping for breath after running out of mana. Markner, on the other hand, calmly turned around and told him to keep moving. At the same time, beneath a bright moonlit sky, two figures raced through the forest at incredible speed. They were Hera and her attendant, Hampton. After running non-stop, Hampton was completely out of breath and begged for a short break. Hera only glanced at him and teased that someone so weak could never deserve to be the young master's shadow. Hampton blushed and argued back. He insisted he was not weak. Hera was simply absurdly strong. Suddenly, Hera came to a stop. She recalled the secret instructions Rayson had given her 2 days earlier. Back then, Rayson had been lying in bed when he told her to leave exactly 2 days after him and head for Dragonhead Mountain. He had also told her that the dungeon entrance was hidden beneath the ancient well. After reaching the right location, they quickly found the stone well standing in the middle of the forest. Examining the lingering traces of energy around it, Hera immediately concluded that a massive battle had recently taken place there. She was certain the dungeon entrance lay beneath the well. Deep at the bottom of the well, Rayson was almost completely spent. Even with poison resistance from the transcendent Holy Grail and Saken's poison, his body was utterly drained, and his mana had run dry. Rayson complained that his master should have stepped in much sooner. Markner simply chuckled and joked that old age had made him slower than he used to be. After calming himself, Rayson confidently concluded that, if this place had been guarded so heavily, something incredibly valuable had to be hidden beyond it. He got back on his feet and continued leading the way, but before moving on, he asked Markner whether he had noticed anything unusual about this dungeon. Markner smiled with interest. He realized Rayson had noticed that the bronze giant's surface was coated with a special protective oil called Mayton. The oil was nearly odorless, and Rayson had probably detected it while standing on the giant's shoulder during the battle. Mayton was common in the south because it protected metal from moisture and rust. Yet the bronze giant's armor still showed unusual signs of corrosion, despite being completely coated with it. Watching Rayson think in silence, Markner remembered that Mayton could be easily broken down by certain rare poisons. Markner guessed his young student was already figuring out how to exploit that weakness and break the enemy's defenses. Rayson quickly concluded that the poison had corroded the lighten coating before spreading throughout the area. That meant the path ahead was most likely covered in poisonous miasma. Watching Rayson's analysis far beyond his age, Markner could only admire him. He truly was Evalier's younger brother. Ahead of them, the passage was completely shrouded in thick poisonous mist. Markner confirmed that the entire route ahead was filled with toxic gas. On top of that, it was a completely different poison from the one coated on the arrows earlier. Anyone who inhaled it would suffer permanent paralysis. Then Markner smiled with amusement and casually said he could not help because he was not a mage. Seeing his master actually enjoying the situation made Rayson break into a cold sweat. Even so, Rayson calmly replied that he had already prepared a solution. That immediately made Markner curious about what he planned to use. At the same time above ground, the last rescue group finally reached the ancient well. Hampton peeked into the darkness below and nervously asked if this really was the dungeon entrance. But before anyone could answer, Hera kicked Hampton straight into the well. She quietly apologized, then returned to her usual calm expression as if nothing had happened. Staring into the darkness with sharp eyes, Hera told herself there was no time left and immediately jumped down to continue searching for the young master. Deep inside the dungeon, Rayson faced the swirling poisonous miasma with a confident smile. In his view, wherever there was poison, there had to be an antidote. Just then, Hampton fell from above, slammed into the ground, and lay there gasping for air. Clutching his body in pain, he shouted that Hera was seriously trying to kill him. Hera answered with the same cold, expressionless face. She drew her weapon and calmly said that if Hampton did not get up now, this time he really would die. As an assassin, she believed pain was the fastest way to keep someone alert. Thinking Hera was actually about to attack, Hampton ran while crying, remembering the one time 2 years ago when she had given him a piece of candy. Hera quickly found the right direction and led Hampton deeper into the dungeon. Before long, the two finally found Rayson. He was standing beside Markner in front of the entrance to the next section of the dungeon. The moment they arrived, Hera and Hampton immediately bowed respectfully to the Battle King. Markner only glanced at them before recognizing them as Rayson's subordinates. He especially remembered Hera, the mysterious maid he had met before. Rayson calmly explained that his father had arranged for the two of them to accompany him because he still lacked experience. Markner laughed with clear amusement. As he watched Hera standing quietly behind Rayson, Markner secretly began judging her strength. From his experience, every normal fighter gave off some kind of presence, whether strong or weak. Yet Hera revealed absolutely nothing, proving her skill had reached an extraordinary level. Markner openly remarked that Hera was the finest assassin he had ever met. She calmly replied that the weaker assassins were probably all dead, which was why she had become the best. Markner simply nodded, calling it a rather interesting kind of humility. Hera added that an arrogant assassin was an assassin destined to die. That was why she always treated caution as the key to survival. Suddenly, Markner turned to Hampton and asked if he was carrying poison. Hampton jumped in surprise and nervously admitted that he was. Seeing him trembling with fear, Markner clicked his tongue and told him to relax. He then asked what their plan was to protect the young master, because someone as frightened as Hampton hardly inspired confidence. Hampton could only lower his head in silence. Watching Hampton kneel down and begin grinding herbs, Markner realized this was the plan they had prepared. He curiously asked if Hampton intended to use it to counter the poisonous miasma ahead. While quickly mixing the medicine, Hampton explained that he could not make a complete antidote, but he could prepare a temporary medicine that would protect the young master's body from the poisonous mist. Rayson walked over, gently placed a hand on Hampton's head, and called his name. Hampton immediately answered with the utmost respect. Rayson smiled warmly and sincerely thanked him, saying he had already done everything he could and had nothing to blame himself for. Hearing those words from his master, Hampton's eyes lit up with emotion. He declared that as long as he could stay by Rayson's side, he would fear nothing. Hampton then took out a black pill, glowing with a faint light, and handed it to Rayson, explaining that as long as he kept it in his mouth, most of the poison would be unable to enter his body. After taking the pill, Rayson asked if he could simply swallow it. Hampton frantically shook his head and stressed that it only worked if it stayed in the mouth and must never be swallowed. Hearing that, Rayson stared at the pill as memories of the settings he had written immediately surfaced in his mind. In the original story, Caxton had also been poisoned by this toxin and was bedridden for 3 days. Thanks to his knowledge of the plot, Rayson easily chose the safest solution. Rayson then told Hera and Hampton to stay behind and wait for his return. After they acknowledged the order, he and Markner continued deeper into the dungeon. As they walked, Markner laughed with delight, saying that getting through the poisonous miasma had been surprisingly entertaining. He even praised himself for having such an outstanding disciple. Rayson simply kept walking in silence, careful not to let anything slip. The master and student slowly passed through the thick green poisonous mist. Suddenly, Rayson stopped. His eyes sharpened as he realized they had reached their destination. Before them stood a massive glowing dragon relief carved into the stone wall. This was the legendary resting place of the 1,000-year dragon armor. The moment they entered the hidden chamber, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, leaving Rayson stunned. He immediately looked toward the glowing stone pedestal and pointed ahead. At the same time, the system confirmed that the treasure before him was the 1,000-year dragon armor. Floating above a pedestal crafted from precious metal was a suit of energy armor, radiating an intense aura. Rayson quickly analyzed the treasure's ability. It functioned like a protective breastplate that could shield its owner from a fatal attack. More astonishingly, the armor felt as though it possessed a life of its own. As Rayson continued observing it, another strange system message appeared. Only the chosen successor could read the information that followed. Countless glowing ancient characters suddenly appeared across the floor. Seeing that Markner showed no reaction, Rayson realized that only his heavenly eye could see the writing. Markner asked if this was the item a Valier had wanted to leave for him, and remarked that it was an incredibly valuable treasure. Meanwhile, Rayson was confused, because this detail had never existed in the story he had written. He quietly realized that the plot had continued changing beyond even the author's control. Even so, Rayson pushed those doubts aside and stepped forward to claim the 1,000-year dragon armor. Right now, obtaining the treasure mattered more than anything else. The instant he touched the dragon armor, blue energy enveloped his entire body. Rayson felt the armor dissolve and merge into a unique power flowing through him. Realizing he had gained a protective barrier capable of saving him from fatal attacks, Rayson could not hide his excitement. The fusion was incredibly smooth and comfortable. Even the Holy Grail spirit within his heart appeared, happily saying that it also felt wonderful. After obtaining the treasure, Rayson happily thanked Markner and suggested they head back. But instead of congratulating him, Markner narrowed his eyes with a meaningful smile and held out his hand, saying that if Rayson truly wanted to thank him, he should pay him back somehow. After the dangerous expedition, Rayson and Caxon returned to the first estate and relaxed together in the bath. Soaking in the hot water, Caxon curiously asked if the treasure Rayson had obtained was that armor. Rayson nodded. Caxon said it was supposed to protect the heart, but seeing Rayson sitting completely naked, he asked where the armor was. Rayson laughed and explained that the dragon armor had already fused with his body, so he was wearing it right now. Hearing that, Caxon's eyes lit up with excitement. He had never imagined such a miraculous treasure. Rayson smiled confidently and confirmed that it was true. To prove it, Rayson pointed at his own chest and challenged Caxon to punch him straight in the heart if he still doubted it. Caxon eagerly asked if he really had permission to use his fist. But Caxon had no intention of using only his fist. Excited by the idea, he actually drew his sword to test the armor. Rayson instantly turned pale and shouted, asking why he had brought a sword into the bath and begging him to go easy. Caxon stared at the armor with obvious excitement and marveled that Rayson was truly covered by invisible armor. Outside, Hera stood guard as always, firmly blocking Rudia, who was hugging a duck-shaped float and trying her best to rush inside. After that reckless experiment, the system displayed a notification. The 1,000-year dragon armor had only 32 out of 100 durability remaining. If it reached 0, it would be destroyed, though it could recover with mana. Rayson sighed because the priceless treasure had nearly been ruined simply due to Caxon's enthusiasm. Thinking of a solution, he asked Caxon to stand still and defend while he used his mana absorption skill, and his friend immediately agreed. Looking at Caxon's back, Rayson suddenly wondered if every great friendship between heroes began with trying to stab each other. Maybe his father had been right in a strangely unexpected way. The system kept reporting that the armor's durability increased point by point every minute, meaning it would take nearly an hour to fully recover. As mana continuously flowed into it, the 1,000-year dragon armor finally returned to 100 durability. It was already late at night, and the crescent moon cast its cool light across the peaceful landscape. Goodbye, and agreed to meet again the next day. After that, he quietly walked alone along the stone path back to his quarters. After a short walk, Rayson softly called Hyra's name. Almost instantly, the assassin maid appeared behind him like a shadow and respectfully answered his call. Placing a hand over his chest, Rayson suddenly asked if Hera wanted to stab him straight through the heart. Hearing that request, Hera quietly closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them, her icy blue eyes flashed with killing intent. She calmly warned that if she attacked at full strength, Rayson would surely die, then asked if he was truly ready. Heira's terrifying aura sent chills down Rayson's spine. Sweat poured down as he quickly admitted he still lacked the courage, even with the 1,000-year dragon armor protecting him. Seeing him back down, Heira called his name with a serious expression. Looking straight into Rayson's eyes, she firmly said he had to become much stronger, and she believed he would. Those sincere words from his loyal maid strengthened Rayson's determination. Smiling with confidence, he promised he would not let Heira down. 1 year later, deep in the mountains behind the Mayton estate, Rayson's physical training was nearly complete. Throughout the year, he had worn a massive black training suit to build endurance. Struggling under the weight, Rayson complained it felt like it weighed a ton. But Master McNor coldly replied it was only around 300 kilograms, and complaining would only make it worse. Drenched in sweat and gasping for air, Rayson declared he would only wear that thing during training. From then on, every day became another round of brutal physical training, pushed to the limit. At that moment, a gentle female voice drifted through the breeze. It was Evalia Mayton, Rayson's second older sister, and the family's gifted archmage. She arrived with a smile, holding the letter Rayson had sent. McNor folded his arms and calmly welcomed the honored guest. Seeing the sister who had always supported him from the shadows, Rayson smiled warmly and said he had missed her. In the letter, Rayson first greeted the sister he deeply respected before writing about his hopes and plans. The siblings sat together on a bench beneath the cherry blossoms by the seaside, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Evalia smiled and teased her little brother, saying she did not want only his respect, she wanted his affection even more. The unexpected remark left Rayson embarrassed. Evalia laughed and admitted she was only joking, before asking if he wanted her to take care of Rudia. Rayson immediately nodded. As he had written in the letter, Rudia would never improve if she stayed here. While they talked, Rudia was off in one corner of the yard wrestling with a monkey over a banana. Tugging with all her strength, she angrily threatened to roast the monkey if it refused to give the banana back. Evalia asked if Rayson truly wanted her to raise a child who was not part of the Mayton bloodline. He calmly explained that Rudia was bound to him by a special contract, so she would obey without question. Evalia asked what that had to do with anything. Rayson smiled confidently and replied that if Rudia followed her, then he would also follow whatever arrangements she made. That answer caught Evalia by surprise. Realizing her brother wanted to work under her, she said that if he truly meant it, he would first have to answer a few questions. Curious, Rayson asked what she wanted to know. Evalia looked him straight in the eyes and seriously asked what he had been doing throughout the past year. The unexpected question left Rayson speechless. He had never imagined she would ask about that. His mind immediately went to the fact that he had barely increased his mana or trained as a mage during the entire year. Wanting to explain, Rayson released blue mana around his body and began speaking. He explained that all of his time had been spent helping his body adapt to pure mana, because battle magic and his unique elemental power placed overwhelming strain on his body. With determined eyes, Rayson insisted he was steadily transforming his body so it could withstand that immense power. He only asked her to trust him and give him more time. Before he could finish, Evalia suddenly stood up and cut him off. She called Rayson's name, leaving him startled and confused, unsure what he had said wrong. Evalia reminded him that she possessed the purest mana bloodline, was the leading candidate to become the next family head, pursued the highest peak of magic, and above all, she was Rayson's older sister. She calmly explained that she had never mentioned his mana failing to increase over the past year. What she truly wanted to know was how Rayson had lived during that year. Hearing those words, Rayson froze as he realized he had completely misunderstood her. Just like Cassine, Evalia simply wanted genuine care from her family. Perhaps Rayson was the first person in the family to send her a letter filled with concern and encouragement. Looking at the sister who always stood at the top yet lived in loneliness, Rayson smiled and invited her to share dinner like a real family. The word family made Evalia's eyes tremble. Wanting to cheer her up, Rayson joked that he would pick the fresh flowers blooming in the garden and give them to her later. The siblings quietly stood together beneath the blooming cherry trees. But the peaceful moment soon came to an end. That night, Rayson lay awake as Evalia's words echoed in his mind, telling him to prove he had grown stronger than he was a year ago. Thinking about it, he jumped out of bed and began planning how to prove he had truly changed. Rayson quietly called for Heira. The assassin maid immediately emerged from the shadows, and when asked if she had heard the entire conversation, she gently confirmed it. Hera quickly reported the plan. She would wake Raisin before dawn so they could leave before 6, and she would prepare enough food and water, since no one knew how long the journey would last. Raisin asked Hera how Ivalia might test him. After thinking for a moment, she said it would probably be a challenge he had never faced before. Hearing that, Raisin's eyes lit up. As someone who knew the future story, he believed Ivalia would eventually acknowledge him, and he quietly vowed to show her how much he had changed. The next morning, beneath a clear sky, Raisin walked across the grass and happily asked his sister if she had slept well. Ivalia smiled and said she had. She remarked that her brother looked full of energy today and asked if he already knew what the test would be. Raisin confidently said yes and explained he had thought about it all night. Raisin quickly analyzed the situation. He had to prove he was stronger, even though his mana had not increased, and everything had to be finished within a few days without delaying the trip. After careful thought, only one possibility remained. Smiling, Ivalia asked him to guess the test. Without hesitation, Raisin answered that it would be a monster hunt at Byron Rock Mountain. In truth, that was the only possibility he could think of. Seeing that her brother guessed correctly, Ivalia quietly nodded. A brilliant golden teleportation circle immediately lit up beneath her feet. Ivalia reached out her hand, signaling Raisin to come with her. Raisin took his sister's hand and answered firmly before the teleportation circle activated. But just before they teleported, he suddenly remembered something and asked if Hampton could come along. Ivalia looked slightly surprised when she heard that name. The teleportation light flared brightly, carrying the group through space before they appeared on a dark cliff beneath a gloomy night sky. The moment they arrived, Hampton collapsed to his knees from the sudden teleportation sickness. As the boy gasped for breath and complained, Raisin could only apologize awkwardly to his attendant. Standing before the familiar landscape, Raisin recalled everything he had once described in the novel. Byron Rock Mountain was one of the most dangerous places on the continent, home to countless savage monsters. The endless crimson pine forest was itself a warning of the deadly danger ahead. As they walked through the dark forest beneath the crimson moon, Raisin asked if Ivalia would only watch. She calmly confirmed that she would, unless his life was truly in danger. Raisin understood perfectly that even losing an arm or a leg would not make her interfere. Just then, Hampton spotted an old signpost ahead and quickly called Raisin over. At the same time, the system displayed a warning. Ahead lay the territory of the Poison Demon tribe, an extremely dangerous area that should not be entered. The sign pointed directly toward their destination. The three quietly continued through the forest. After walking for a while, Hampton tiredly asked how much farther they had to go. Gasping from exhaustion, the boy complained that for the past hour, Raisin had kept saying they were almost there, yet the destination was still nowhere in sight. Instead of answering, Raisin told Hampton to take out the special powder they had prepared and scatter it across the surrounding area. Even though he was exhausted, the boy obeyed immediately. Watching from a distance, Ivalia could not hide her doubts. She wondered if Raisin had brought Hampton simply because he feared he could not handle the Poison Demon tribe alone. In her calculations, if too many monsters appeared, she would step in and wipe them all out after Raisin held them off for a while. However, the confident smile on her brother's face made Ivalia realize everything seemed to be going according to his plan. After finishing with the powder, Raisin told Hampton to stop and asked if he knew how to climb trees. Hampton looked up at the towering tree and broke into a cold sweat, saying he would give it a try. Not wanting to waste time, Raisin told him to climb onto his back instead. Before Hampton understood what was happening, he screamed as Raisin carried him away at incredible speed. The display left everyone watching stunned by Raisin's remarkable growth. Ivalia quickly realized her brother had successfully mastered the stealth skill, making every step far lighter and quieter than it had been a year ago. Everything unfolded exactly as Raisin had predicted. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as a pack of poison demons caught the scent of humans and rushed toward them. But the moment they entered the prepared area, the special powder Hampton had scattered took effect. The poison demons lost control and charged straight toward the bait. Watching such an unusual fighting style, Ivalia could not hide her surprise. In her eyes, a true mage would never fight like this. Standing on a high tree branch, Raisin looked down at his sister. He calmly said he did not want to serve under her as just another mage. He wanted to walk a different path. Raisin and Hampton remained safely hidden among the branches. The two carefully watched everything happening below. At that moment, Ivalia seemed to understand her brother's plan. She asked if the entire strategy was built around the poison demon's pack behavior. Raisin nodded and explained that although they lived in packs, the different groups were fiercely hostile toward one another. All it took was a piece of meat as bait. The rival packs would fight over it until they slaughtered each other. Just as expected, another pack of poison demons was drawn in by the scent of meat beneath the crimson moon. Their greed instantly ignited a clash between the two sides. Within moments, a brutal massacre erupted between the two monster packs. From the tree, Rayson watched with satisfaction, knowing everything was unfolding according to plan. All he had to do now was sit back and let them wear each other down. The battle became even more intense, the clash of weapons mixed with furious screams that echoed throughout the forest. The two packs fought without mercy. Watching from afar, Ivalia silently counted each monster that fell. After the slaughter ended, only one poison demon remained standing in the middle of the battlefield, panting in exhaustion. Even so, it showed no intention of fleeing or surrendering. The monster roared, unleashed a crimson-killing aura, and charged straight at Rayson's group. Facing the attack, Rayson's eyes filled with determination. The poison demon even wore a savage grin, as if victory was already within its grasp. But in the very next instant, its expression turned to terror. Rayson poured all the power of his lightning mana into a single punch. A deafening explosion shattered the night, and the poison demon was knocked down instantly. After everything was over, Hampton accidentally slipped from the branch and crashed to the ground, clutching himself as he loudly called for Rayson. Staring at the battlefield covered with poison demon corpses, the boy stammered in disbelief at the number of monsters that had been killed. Rayson calmly said they had defeated a total of 24 poison demons. Seeing such a clean victory, Ivalia was deeply impressed. She quietly wondered how the family head would react if he were here. Would he be furious or proud of his youngest son? Ivalia's gaze settled on Rayson's equipment. She realized he was still wearing the chest armor that weighed nearly 300 kilograms, yet he moved and fought as if it did not slow him down at all. Rayson confidently looked at his sister and said she was probably waiting to see his magic. He explained that once a poison demon pack exceeded 10 members, it would choose a leader, and he had marked every cave they had passed. Raising his glowing magic pen, he smiled and declared that he would show her exactly how he used magic. Standing beside him, Hampton looked at the monster corpses, still releasing poisonous fumes, and could not hide his concern about the lingering toxins. As they ventured deeper into the damp and foul-smelling cave, Rayson silently analyzed the situation. If the leader was a warrior, it would surely come out to fight them directly. But if the leader was a mage, everything would be different. Just then, the crude wooden staff embedded with a magic stone began to shake violently. Right ahead of them, a giant poison demon mage was kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Rayson smiled quietly. He knew his guess had been correct, because the creature before him was the pack leader. Overwhelmed by the terrifying magical pressure radiating from Archmage Ivalia, the poison demon had completely lost the will to fight and could only cower. Hampton asked in shock if that was really the leader. Seeing the boy's reaction, Rayson quietly thought Hampton looked even more frightened than the monster. Looking at the piles of human skeletons scattered throughout the cave, Rayson immediately realized humans had long been the poison demon's favorite prey. Any trace of mercy disappeared. Lightning mana surged into Rayson's palm, releasing streaks of purple-blue electricity. To Rayson, this world was cruel, and only the strong had the right to survive. Rayson honestly admitted that he trusted his sister completely. Hearing that, Ivalia sternly warned him that relying on others like that would only hurt him in the future. His sister's sudden change in attitude left Rayson completely frozen, unable to keep up. But a moment later, Ivalia blushed, flashed a bright smile, and gently admitted that she really liked his answer. While Rayson was still calling out to her in confusion, Ivalia stepped into the teleportation circle beneath her feet. Before leaving, she said this time she had tested him, but next time she would show Rayson what she was capable of. As soon as she finished speaking, the teleportation light flared and the Archmage disappeared. Watching the teleportation circle slowly fade away, Rayson smiled, guessing his sister was in an unusually good mood today. Hampton walked over and hesitantly asked if they really had to walk all the way back to the estate. Rayson froze as he realized Ivalia had teleported home alone, leaving the two of them behind in the middle of the dangerous mountains. After thinking for a few seconds, Rayson decided they would stay in the mountains for a few more days. Hampton asked in surprise, but Rayson only wanted to know if he still had any travel rations. Hampton confirmed he still had a little food left, though he looked ready to cry. Seeing that, Rayson asked if he was wondering why they were not heading back yet, causing Hampton to quickly shake his head. Rayson then explained his real plan. He had arranged for Rudia to leave with Ivalia because she would obey every order he gave, and Hera would certainly notice once Rudia was gone. Hearing that, Hampton immediately understood. His eyes filled with admiration as he realized Rayson intended to use this chance to meet Hera. The boy then asked if the true purpose of this trip was to save the people living outside the protected territory. The question caught Rayson by surprise. Hampton lowered his head and explained that most of humanity now struggled to survive outside the protected zones, where danger was as constant as it was here. Mentioning the lands beyond the safe zone brought back Hampton's painful memories. As a child, he could only watch helplessly as the poisoned demons stormed into his village with burning torches and slaughtered everyone in the night. Holding back his emotions, Hampton said his parents had also died there. He believed Rayson had known the poisoned demons hunted humans, which was why he chose to eliminate their leader. Even with tears still streaming down his face, Hampton smiled proudly and said becoming Rayson's attendant was the happiest moment of his life. Seeing Hampton so deeply moved, Rayson could only break into a cold sweat, thinking the boy had completely misunderstood his intentions. Even so, he smiled and nodded, making Hampton admire him even more. Soon after, Rayson's expression turned serious again. As the one who had written this story, he wondered whether he would truly be satisfied if he were Avalia. In his opinion, the previous test could not have been the final one. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Rayson activated the Holy Eye. His blue pupils shone brightly as the skill took effect. Detecting a massive threat closing in from above, Rayson immediately gave Hampton an order. He told his attendant that once he finished counting, he had to run out of the cave immediately and never look back. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayson saw a gigantic figure slowly emerge from the darkness, forcing him to focus completely. The creature was a ferocious white tiger that ruled the wilderness. Its white and black fur and icy blue eyes radiated killing intent, making it look like the undisputed king of the forest. Hampton trembled in fear before the enormous beast, while Rayson calmly began the countdown. 1. The white tiger bared its razor-sharp fangs, let out a threatening roar, and locked onto its target. Rayson continued the countdown, signaling that it was time to move. The instant he heard the signal, Hampton sprinted out of the cave. As he ran, he worried about why Rayson had stayed behind. Was he planning to use himself as bait? But only a moment later, Hampton cast aside every doubt. He decided to trust his young master completely and follow his orders without hesitation. Inside the cave, Rayson remained perfectly calm, standing still with his arms folded. He shouted loudly to draw the beast's attention. Rayson deliberately provoked the white tiger, telling it to ignore Hampton and focus only on him. The beast immediately shifted its gaze to Rayson and charged like a storm. Facing the attack, Rayson thought Avalia might be a little disappointed because this test did not seem difficult enough, when what she truly wanted to see was his real limit. Rayson knew this was the true trial Avalia had secretly prepared. A year ago, he would have had no chance of winning, but now everything was different. Without hesitation, he activated a basic combat magic technique while maximizing his wind attribute. A surge of blue wind instantly erupted around his body. Violent winds wrapped around Rayson as the white tiger rushed at him with terrifying speed, ready to tear apart everything in its path. Maintaining absolute focus, Rayson extended the hand gathering a swirling vortex and judged that the wind power was finally enough. He declared that he would overcome his sister's trial, no matter what. Accelerated by wind magic, Rayson shot forward at incredible speed, completely confident that this challenge was well within his abilities. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the white tiger and coldly whispered an apology. At that moment, the system announced that the high-efficiency skill had activated, signaling the finishing blow. Rayson poured all of his lightning mana into his fist and unleashed his strongest punch, determined to end the battle in one strike. A violent mana explosion erupted, engulfing the white tiger's massive body in an instant. Seeing the attack land, Rayson smiled confidently, convinced his opponent had taken a fatal hit. But the white tiger only let out a painful roar before standing back up. A beast of this level was clearly not so easy to defeat. It immediately launched a fierce counterattack, swinging its massive claws straight at Rayson. The attack came too fast for Rayson to dodge. At the most dangerous moment, the system automatically activated a beginner combat spell to protect him. A thunderous blast echoed through the cave as the white tiger's claws slammed into a blazing red barrier. The shockwave swept across the ground, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. The moment he survived the attack, Rayson immediately activated his regeneration ability. Gentle blue mana quickly healed his injuries, but he also realized a troubling truth. While he held the advantage in speed, the white tiger completely outclassed him in strength and defense. Realizing his opponent was too difficult to handle head-on, Rayson instantly changed tactics. He rushed back toward the cave, where Hampton was waiting to come up with another plan. Hampton dropped to his knees among the crushed herbs, tears filling his eyes as he repeatedly apologized and begged Rayson to kill him. His self-blame surprised Rayson, who asked why he would say something like that. At the same time, he quickly calculated that his last recovery had consumed a large amount of mana, so he would have to use it sparingly from now on. Hampton tearfully replied that if he had acted as bait, his young master would not have been injured. The boy insisted that for a shadow, dying to protect its master was the greatest honor. Rayson immediately cut him off. He asked how anyone could know it was an honor if they were already dead. Rayson firmly declared that he would never allow his own shadow to die for nothing. If Hampton died, the one who truly suffered the loss would be him. Hampton quietly watched his young master's back. At that moment, his respect and loyalty toward Rayson grew even deeper. Just then, the white tiger let out another thunderous roar from outside the cave. However, the beast only stood at the entrance, refusing to step inside. Noticing something strange, Rayson immediately began thinking. He concluded that the white tiger seemed unable to enter the cave, then told Hampton he had sensed something unusual about this place from the very beginning. Rayson then began analyzing the entire situation. Normally, a place like Byron Rock Mountain, where so many poison demons lived, should have been covered with signs of their activity. Yet outside the cave there were barely any traces at all. That meant the poison demons had been trapped inside by some special force. After being confined for so long, their poison had continued to build up, creating an incredibly dense toxic mist throughout the cave. That was exactly why even the white tiger refused to enter. Hearing this, Hampton curiously asked if the reason was. Looking at the glowing magic circle and the sealing chains deep inside the cave, Rayson instantly understood the whole truth. It was Avalia who had imprisoned the poison demons here, turning their poisonous miasma into a natural barrier that kept the white tiger away. Realizing what had happened, Hampton happily said they only needed to stay here until Hera arrived. But Rayson immediately rejected the idea. He admitted it was the safest option, but not the best one. Instead of waiting to be rescued, he decided to defeat the white tiger before Hera appeared. Hearing such a bold plan, Hampton could only stare in shock. Rayson calmly asked if Hampton could make an anesthetic poison. The boy replied that he could, but it would never be enough to bring down a giant white tiger. Rayson explained that he did not need the poison to work completely. He only needed it to weaken the beast a little more. Deep down, he also believed that if he passed this trial, Avalia would surely reward him. Thanks to Hampton's skill, a bowl of green poison was quickly prepared. Rayson immediately told him to coat every poisoned demon corpse with it. Seeing Hampton hesitate, he added that the bodies should be chopped into pieces, and every piece covered with the poison. Once everything was ready, Rayson gathered mana throughout his body and prepared to put the plan into action. Moving at incredible speed, he threw the poisoned chunks of meat outside the cave as bait. Before long, loud chewing sounds echoed from outside. The white tiger calmly devoured every piece without realizing they had been poisoned. Rayson and Hampton stayed hidden in silence, patiently waiting. Time passed slowly in the quiet cave, broken only by the sound of dripping water. The two silently counted the minutes. After nearly half an hour, Hampton quietly said it was probably time for the poison to take effect. Rayson slowly stood up, stretched, and prepared to walk out and finish the battle. Under the blazing sun and the effects of the poison it had swallowed, the white tiger had become noticeably weaker. The white tiger collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily with its tongue hanging out from exhaustion. Seeing his chance, Rayson calmly tightened the bandage around his wrist. He knew that in the world he had created, an 11-year-old mage could never defeat a high-level white tiger alone. That was not just true for mages. It was a rule that applied to everyone in this world. Rayson also believed Avalia understood that better than anyone. That was why this test had never been meant to be cleared easily. What she truly wanted to see was where her little brother's limit really was. Rayson clenched his fist as determination filled his blue eyes. He swore to show Avalia just how much he had changed after a year of brutal training. At that moment, old memories came rushing back. It had already been 2 years since he was transported into this world and became Rayson Mayton. According to the story he had written himself, this character only had 7 years left to live, a tragic fate set from the very beginning. As he stepped forward, Rayson silently vowed that no matter the cost, he would change the fate of this world and save himself. To escape his destined death, there was only one path left. He had to become stronger than everyone else. Stronger than Avalia, the greatest genius of the Mayton family, and even beyond his father, Dekacha, with his overwhelming magical power. More than that, Rayson's ultimate goal was to surpass Ka Shinsei, the true protagonist of this world. Just then, a deafening roar shook the mountains. The white tiger charged with all its strength, carrying enough force to crush everything in its path. Even in the face of that attack, Rayson smiled confidently and quietly said, "Round 2 begins." No matter what, he would survive and rewrite his fate. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Rayson Mayton's unbreakable will had been recognized, unlocking the concession strategy. Rayson froze for a brief moment as he saw the name of the new skill. Without wasting another second, he activated it immediately, believing it was his only chance to turn the battle around. Lightning mana erupted violently, covering Rayson's entire body. Standing behind him, Hampton cried out in shock. He could feel Rayson's mana surging from 3 times its normal level to more than 4 times. The system immediately warned that at his current mana output, the concession strategy could only last for 3 seconds. Rayson focused completely as the overwhelming mana surged through his body. In that instant, he finally understood the true nature of the concession strategy. It concentrated every drop of mana into a single moment to unleash absolute power. It was exactly what Master McNor had taught about the battle soul, where power, destruction, severance, and death formed its 4 core principles. True strength only emerged when the body and the will became one. Destruction meant annihilating both body and soul. Severance meant creating a perfect line. Death was the final point at the end of that line. The brutal days of training with McNor suddenly became crystal clear in Rayson's mind. Back then, he was only 10 years old, wearing a bucket on his head while yawning, convinced those theories made no sense. He had even thought the Holy Eye was completely useless. McNor calmly explained that every one of those principles came from the user's own will. The battle soul reflected the warrior's conviction and determination. To prove his point, the War King declared that a single punch from him could split the entire land apart. At the time, Raysons dismissed it as nonsense and argued that McNor could never do that inside the Mayton family's territory. But McNor was not joking. He immediately gathered all of his battle aura into one fist, releasing an overwhelming presence. Feeling that terrifying pressure, the young Rayson panicked and desperately begged his master to stop, finally realizing he had been completely serious. Back in the present, the memory hit Rayson like a bucket of cold water. His breathing grew rapid as cold sweat ran down his back. At last, he truly understood his master's lesson. The battle soul was power-shaped by the user's own will. Without another moment of hesitation, Rayson poured every ounce of determination and all of his remaining mana into the concession strategy, preparing his final attack. His icy gaze locked onto the charging white tiger as he declared that he would finish it once and for all. Crimson energy exploded around his body. With a determined shout, Rayson vowed that he would become even stronger. The concession strategy fully activated. Wrapped in blazing lightning, Rayson shot straight toward the white tiger as the countdown began. Only 3 seconds remained. But the sudden burst of speed was so extreme that his body could barely keep up, making it difficult to stay balanced. When only 2 seconds remained, Rayson immediately activated wind attribute optimization. Blue wind energy burst around him, stabilizing his body and letting him glide like the wind. Now the countdown had reached its final second. This was the true essence of the battle soul, pouring every ounce of will into a single strike to end the enemy's life. A massive golden flaming fist crashed down and triggered a devastating explosion, aiming to finish the white tiger in one strike. Standing nearby, Hampton froze in shock before shouting the young master's name. As the dust settled, the system announced that Rayson's mana was completely drained. Holy Eye and Yield strategy ended automatically. Gasping for breath, he quietly thanked Avalia for the gift she had given him. The moment he finished speaking, Rayson collapsed from total exhaustion. Hampton rushed over in panic and kept asking if the young master was all right. Inside Rayson's heart, the Holy Grail spirit appeared with a weary expression, complaining that every bit of mana had been drained in an instant. Lying motionless in a pool of blood, Rayson realized he could not move. Even speaking was almost impossible. The price of that skill was far greater than he expected, and mastering it would take much more time. The silence did not last long as deep growls echoed from the thick forest. Hampton turned pale, believing another white tiger had appeared. Meanwhile, Rayson barely opened his eyes and looked toward the sound. Everything happened exactly as he expected. The newcomer was not an enemy, it was Hera. Facing the roaring beast, Hera calmly drew her twin blades and declared that its journey ended here. 2 blue sword waves crossed into an X and instantly shredded the white tiger into countless pieces. After sheathed her weapons, Hera calmly confirmed they were both safe. Hampton trembled as he watched, feeling she was even more terrifying than the white tiger. Rayson smiled after seeing everything unfold, but his consciousness quickly faded as he slipped into a coma. Hera immediately told Hampton to carry Rayson home, After that life-or-death battle, he remained unconscious for several days. During his long sleep, memories from his previous life slowly returned. He saw the life of Cha Sung-min, an ordinary office worker who squeezed onto crowded trains every day while struggling under heavy debt. At night, he sat in front of his computer, writing a mediocre novel, hoping to change his life while trapped in the endless grind of survival. There were even moments when Cha Sung-min almost forgot he was now living inside the body of Rayson Mayton. When he finally woke up, Rayson gasped for air and slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in his familiar bed, with his body carefully wrapped in bandages. Seeing him awake, Hera told him he had been asleep for nearly 3 days. Only then did Rayson realize how long he had been unconscious. Beside the bed sat a jar containing the glowing red heart of the white tiger. Seeing his surprise, Hera explained she had brought it back after killing the beast. According to Hera, the white tiger's heart was a rare ingredient that could restore mana, so she had saved it for him. Rayson sincerely thanked his loyal maid, but one question still lingered in his mind. He pointed out that with Hera's strength, she should have sensed both white tigers the moment they entered the mountain. Rayson concluded that Avalia had arranged everything on purpose to test his true strength. Hearing her younger brother explain every detail perfectly, Hera simply smiled and confirmed that every guess was correct. Putting everything aside, Rayson climbed out of bed and declared he would resume training. Even though Hera tried to stop him, he insisted on becoming stronger, because without power, nothing in this world could be protected. Meanwhile, somewhere beneath a sky painted by the setting sun, Avalia floated in the air and turned to look toward her younger brother's room. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then Avalia cast a flying spell and returned to the main estate. Inside the grand hall of the Mayton family, the family head asked about the result of Rayson's trial. Avalia respectfully reported that her younger brother could now maintain his second circle. Hearing that, Dekecha quietly remarked that although Rayson had shown promise before, his current condition made him much harder to judge. He then looked at Avalia and asked why she cared so much about the youngest child of the family. Without hesitation, Avalia met her father's gaze and admitted that she truly cared about the boy. In her opinion, his magic still had room for improvement, but his quick thinking surpassed every child she had ever met. He was neither arrogant nor selfish, and that was exactly why she wanted to take him under her wing if her father approved. After hearing his daughter's wish, the family head quietly turned around and walked away. Before leaving, he simply told her that the decision was hers to make. After receiving his approval, Avalia smiled with relief and bowed to thank her father. From that day on, the years quietly passed. Snowy winters gave way to crimson leaves before warm, sunny days arrived once again. 3 years slipped by in silence. At last, January 1st, year 223 of the Hippian calendar finally arrived. 3 years had passed since Rayson overcame the trial at Dragonhead Mountain. Standing on a windy field of grass, he had grown into a handsome young man, peacefully enjoying the sunlight until Hera quietly called out from behind. Rayson turned toward her and asked what was wrong. After 3 years, he had matured with striking golden-orange hair and an exceptionally handsome face. Hera respectfully handed him a carefully sealed letter. The moment Rayson saw the familiar wax seal, he knew it came from the family head, and he realized the day had finally arrived. Calmly, he asked Hera to cut his hair just like she always did. Inside the quiet room, the steady sound of scissors echoed as Hera began trimming his hair. While working, Hera asked if he had already read the letter. Rayson replied that he had. It was simply an order summoning him back to the main estate. Rayson then explained that every member of the Mayton family between the ages of 14 and 16 had to complete the family's pilgrimage. Hearing that, Hera realized he would soon set out. Rayson excitedly declared that he planned to travel across the world, searching for ancient relics while recruiting talented people outside the family. Hera curiously asked if he intended to build his own force. Rayson confirmed it and joked that he wanted to find more companions just like her. Preparing for the journey ahead, Rayson asked Hera what she would do first, after returning to the main estate. She replied that she would clean her room, since she had not been back for a long time. Rayson reminded her that she was no longer an ordinary maid and should leave that work to someone else. After carefully finishing the haircut, Hera stepped back a few paces and politely asked if he was satisfied. Looking at himself in the mirror, Rayson smiled as he admired his neat, short hairstyle. Once again, it was exactly what he wanted. He turned and thanked Hera as always. She simply bowed slightly and replied that it was only her duty. Seeing the 14-year-old master carrying himself with such maturity, Hera curiously asked what he planned to do first after returning to the main estate. Rayson lowered his eyes as if he had considered the matter for a long time before calmly saying that he already had his answer. A confident smile spread across his face as Rayson boldly declared that he had decided to. News of Rayson's return quickly reached Rudia. She happily rode away while constantly imagining the day she would finally see him again. But her excitement ended instantly when a golden magic hammer suddenly smacked her on the head. The one responsible was the eldest young lady, Ivalia, who sternly reminded her to behave with proper manners. Holding her aching head, Rudia begged to be allowed to return and see Rayson because she was tired of her strict life. However, Ivalia immediately crushed that hope by explaining that Rayson would only visit the family head before leaving again, leaving almost no chance for them to meet. Even with towering piles of books surrounding her, Rudia smiled confidently and insisted that she was the one closest to Rayson. Ivalia coldly replied that family would always come first. When Rudia argued that she was his fire contract partner, Ivalia dismissed that contract as completely meaningless. Refusing to give up, Rudia boldly declared that once she married Rayson in the future, she would naturally become part of his family. That outrageous statement earned Rudia another painful smack on the head from Ivalia, along with a warning to watch her words. Meanwhile, in another hallway of the estate, the third young lady, Persa, asked the guard Sandow about her younger brother Uth, after learning that Rayson was truly returning to prepare for the pilgrimage. Persa's crimson eyes immediately gleamed with danger. A faint smile appeared as she wondered whether she should eliminate Rayson herself, believing his victory over her younger sister had been nothing but luck. Before the conversation could continue, a rough voice suddenly echoed from behind. A group of muscular warriors covered in tattoos appeared and surrounded them. They were Hanker's subordinates. They loudly accused Persa's faction of burning all their property, stealing Cynthia's wings, and taking an extremely valuable ancient stone. Their leader, a man with long gray hair covering one eye, drew a glowing greatsword from its sheath. Declaring Hanker's name, he swore to kill everyone and demanded to know where the ancient stone was. Sensing the killing intent, Sandow immediately stepped forward and drew his sword to protect Persa. But even he failed to react before Persa vanished from her spot and moved as swiftly as the wind. Despite the tense situation, Persa remained perfectly calm and casually remarked that the man's arm was impressively strong. The leader flew into a rage, claiming her words were nothing more than the nonsense of someone who did not fear death. But Persa's cold crimson eyes grew even more frightening. She quietly said that before long, that arm would no longer belong to him. Enraged by her mocking attitude, the leader immediately reached out to grab Persa. Then he hurled her away with all his strength. One of the men beside him laughed, believing the Mayton family was nothing special, but another immediately warned him never to underestimate their power. A painful scream echoed through the air as the leader realized Persa had completely destroyed his arm. Persa curled her lips into a dangerous smile, studying her opponent as she wondered which body part would make the best decoration. Witnessing the brutal scene, the remaining men began to tremble. Even so, they soon chose to fight with everything they had. They drew their weapons and encouraged each other, saying the enemy only had 2 people, despite being from the Mayton family. Then they charged together, determined to defeat them. Facing the incoming attackers, Persa simply called Sandow's name. The guard answered at once that he was ready. Crimson flames erupted around Persa. She smiled coldly and declared that whoever touched her first would be the first to die. Hanker's entire group quickly realized they had absolutely no chance against the bloodthirsty Persa. Knowing defeat was certain, the injured leader tried to escape and report everything to Hanker. But before he got far, a sudden wave of unbearable pain stopped him in his tracks. Behind him, a chilling figure emerged like the Grim Reaper. In the very next instant, his severed head was already in Persa's hand. She glanced at it and casually remarked that it had looked better from a distance. After saying that, Persa tossed the head aside and asked Sandow if that brat's journey was over. Sandow bowed and replied that if she meant young Master Carton, then yes. Sandow asked if she planned to visit him, but Persa immediately refused, saying she had no interest in weak and useless people. Meanwhile, the 6th young master, Carton Mayton, was training his water magic, creating a massive water dragon for plans of his own. As for Persa, although she could not deal with Rayson directly, she quietly smiled to herself and decided to prepare a very special trap for him. At the same time, inside a small restaurant during a heavy rainstorm, the 2nd young master of the Cassin Say sword family calmly enjoyed his meal. He told Rayson about his plan to leave for 2 years, traveling the world in search of treasures while training to become stronger. Cassin Say wanted to build his own future and stay away from the family's power struggles because having to guard against your own siblings was truly heartbreaking. Before parting in the pouring rain, Rayson stood up, reached out his hand, and declared that no matter what happened, they would always remain friends. Kasine-sei smiled at him and accepted without hesitation. That handshake became a promise that would shape their future friendship. The scene shifted to Raisin's small house, where Soso was busy packing for the return to the main estate. Seeing that, Heira quickly offered to handle everything herself, but Soso immediately refused, saying she preferred to pack on her own because Heira was Raisin's shadow guard, not her maid. Rejected so directly, the legendary assassin could only stand there with a helpless expression. Soso looked at Heira with gentle eyes and suddenly asked whether they could remain as close as they were after returning to the main estate. The question left Heira speechless. She lowered her head and admitted she was not sure. Soso gently comforted her, saying the road ahead might be difficult, but everything would eventually work out. Suddenly, Heira reacted. Her eyes glowed blue as she sensed a familiar energy approaching from outside. Soso turned and asked if Raisin had returned, after Heira nodded. The kind mother smiled warmly and teased that if Heira kept looking so cold, she might scare Raisin away one day. Heira quietly replied that she could not let the young master become too relaxed, because it was for both their sake and for the future ahead. Moments later, the light of a teleportation spell filled the room before fading away. In the quiet house, a series of firm knocks echoed at the door. As Raisin entered the room, he saw his mother waiting and softly called out, "Mother." After she nodded to show she already knew they would return to the main estate tomorrow, he said the first thing he would do there was meet his father. Raisin also wanted Soso to come with him. The unexpected request left his gentle mother completely stunned. Thinking about facing her powerful husband, Dikecha, Soso could not help feeling nervous. Still, she quickly reassured herself that everything would probably be all right. However, Raisin had one more favor to ask his mother, just as he spoke while the rain poured outside. A mysterious system notification suddenly appeared, warning that a new variable capable of changing the story had just been activated. The scene shifted to outside the bedroom. Heira quietly stood guard in the hallway when Soso suddenly stepped outside and called her name. As an assassin who could hide her presence perfectly, Heira was shocked that she had been found so easily. She curiously asked how Madame had sensed her. Soso simply smiled and said she could feel Heira's presence. She also warmly thanked her for staying by Raisin's side all this time. Soso then stepped closer, gently touched her wedding ring, and revealed that it was Raisin, who wanted her to meet Dikecha with him. Raisin did not want her to keep living in loneliness anymore, but Soso still worried because she believed she had no status, no special talent, and nothing to offer him. She feared appearing before the family would only become another weakness for others to exploit. Yet, Raisin told her none of that mattered. She only needed to live the way she wanted, and he would bear every consequence himself. In the end, Soso decided to stand beside her son and stop hiding from life. She had always feared her existence would put Raisin in danger because she knew the people in the family would never miss a chance to target him. But after watching Raisin grow stronger through his own efforts, Soso realized that hiding could no longer protect him. That change left Heira deeply surprised. Soso had no authority, no overwhelming magic, no combat skills, and no powerful backing. Yet her unwavering spirit earned everyone's respect. Heira finally understood that Soso's deep love for Raisin and her unbreakable resolve were the true reasons Dikecha had always cared for and protected her. The legendary silent assassin quietly blamed herself for underestimating Madame. She decided to keep those thoughts to herself because if anyone learned the truth, even her life might be at risk. Heira could not help wondering why someone who once viewed life as meaningless had become so soft-hearted. The next morning, the time finally came for Raisin to leave the Jay family and return home. He bowed and said farewell to his master. But the War King Wagner kept his stern expression and angrily shouted for Raisin to stop talking and just leave. He even warned Raisin never to send him letters or tell anyone he was his master, because that would be far too embarrassing. Faced with that cold attitude, Raisin simply grinned and replied that he understood and would definitely write to him. Master. The crack of a whip echoed as the carriage rolled forward, carrying Raisin and Hampton away. Sitting inside the carriage, Raisin silently stared ahead with determined eyes. He knew it was time to return to the Mayton family and step into the brutal battle for succession. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, the War King McNair chuckled to himself, wondering whether that mischievous student would really write him a letter. But soon his thoughts turned serious. McNair knew a high-ranking mage from the Mayton family would certainly be waiting at the teleportation gate leading to the main estate. As the carriage crossed towering mountain ranges, Raisin quietly wondered which important member of the family would be waiting beyond the spatial gate. Before entering the dangerous sea on their journey home, Raisin called Heira over. After she answered, He explained that because they had to cross such a perilous region, the main estate would surely send a high-ranking mage to assist them. At that moment, the massive teleportation gate suddenly blazed with brilliant blue light. A figure slowly stepped out of the glowing portal, leaving Rayson wondering who it could be. As the light gradually faded, Rayson's expression instantly changed in complete surprise. Standing before him was Evia, the librarian of the legendary Starlight Library. She bowed gracefully and said she had come to serve him. Rayson immediately recognized her as an incredibly powerful ice mage and guessed the Mayton family must have paid an enormous price to bring her here. Seeing a familiar face again, Rayson greeted her with a smile. Meanwhile, Hera quietly observed the surroundings and noticed the area was protected far more heavily than expected. Breaking the solemn silence, Evia gently cast an ice spell, creating an elegant floating tea set before politely inviting Rayson to enjoy a cup of Earl Grey tea. Looking at the sparkling ice crystals surrounding the teacup, Rayson hesitated. Standing behind him, Hera also grew worried because she knew her young master could never handle the bitter taste of this tea. Even so, Rayson took a sip. To his surprise, it was a chilled version frozen with ice magic, leaving an incredibly refreshing taste that made him praise its wonderful flavor. Seeing Rayson's satisfied expression, Evia smiled gently and said she was glad he had returned, hoping he would visit the Starlight Library more often in the future. Before entering the teleportation gate, Rayson called for Evia to get ready. She bowed respectfully, and the group stepped into the glowing portal. Meanwhile, Hera quietly wondered if chocolate was some kind of secret code between the two of them. Soon, the entire group entered the teleportation tunnel deep beneath the ocean. Beyond the protective barrier, countless giant sea monsters circled with terrifying eyes and razor-sharp teeth, their roars sending chills down everyone's spine. The sight left Hampton pale with fear, while Rayson and Hera remained completely calm, as if danger had become second nature. Spotting the light at the end of the tunnel, Rayson quietly announced that they were almost there. The spatial gate opened, bringing the group onto a windy cliff near the main estate. Rayson looked ahead and let out a relieved sigh. They had finally arrived. Hampton, however, could not handle the violent trip through the teleportation gate. He immediately threw up several times before collapsing against the cliff in exhaustion. Embarrassed, he admitted he had vomited again, but insisted he was fine. Watching him, Rayson could only sigh at how brutal this method of travel really was. Evia then bowed and reported that all the luggage had been prepared and they could proceed. Rayson nodded and thanked her. He turned to his nervous mother and gently asked if she was ready. Facing the most important moment of her life, Soso silently lowered her head in thought. After a long pause, she slowly looked up with steady eyes. Casting aside her fear, she quietly replied that she was ready. At the Mayton family's main estate, news of Madame Soso's return quickly became the servants' favorite topic. They whispered among themselves, wondering if Madame Soso had truly come back and whether she intended to face the wrath of the other wives. Some even believed she was reckless for returning to such a dangerous place. But every whisper disappeared the moment an overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire area. From above, the family head, Dekacha, released an overwhelming aura and coldly asked if Rayson was responsible for this. Standing in front of his mother, Rayson gritted his teeth under the crushing pressure that nearly stole his breath, yet he firmly answered yes. Deep down, he believed bringing his mother back here was the only way she could truly be protected, and he was certain his father wanted the same. When Dekacha asked why he believed that, Rayson calmly answered, "Because a husband and wife should love and protect each other. Don't you love mother?" That simple question left Dekacha speechless, unable to answer his youngest son. Behind Rayson, Soso quietly lowered her head, her heart overflowing with emotions she could not express. After a long silence, Dekacha asked Rayson to explain why he had brought Soso here. Rayson answered honestly that he wanted to protect his mother, because it was time for her to stop living in the shadows. He pointed out that his father had hidden Soso's whereabouts all these years to keep her safe. But Rayson also said he had learned that peace gained by running away was never real peace. Without the strength to stand against others, nothing precious could truly be protected. Hearing such mature words from a 14-year-old boy, Dekacha fell silent. In the end, he admitted Rayson was right. A man who forced his wife and child to keep hiding had already failed. Looking at Rayson, Dekacha was filled with regret over the choices he had made. He realized the way he had protected Soso all these years was actually the very weakness he had always despised. When Rayson continued, saying he understood his father had once had no other choice because he himself had also known what it meant to be a powerless son. Rayson's expression turned resolute as he declared that what he truly desired was strength. Memories from long ago suddenly resurfaced in Dikecha's mind. Back then, Soso had broken down in tears, saying she had neither status nor power to protect Raisin, and that the only strength she had was him. Thinking of those words, Raisin smiled and said that was already enough because, in his eyes, his father was the strongest man in the world. That night, beneath the bright full moon, Dikecha stood alone atop a towering spire, letting the night wind blow past as he silently gazed into the sky. When his trusted guard approached from behind, he quietly asked, "Senkan, what do you think about all this?" Dikecha sighed softly and turned to his longtime friend, asking what advice Senkan would give as a friend. Senkan lowered his head and slowly repeated Dikecha's own words from years ago. "When we were young, you told me to live for today, instead of worrying endlessly about the future." Those words caught Dikecha completely off guard. He touched his forehead, almost unable to believe he had once spoken them himself. That was exactly why he chose to live every moment to the fullest. Every choice he made led him here, standing beside Dikecha as his most trusted right-hand man. More than anyone, he understood the true man behind the family head. The loyal guard bowed his head and declared that the Dikecha he once knew had never feared his own decisions. That was why he trusted every choice his lord made, because his judgment always showed the right path. He should simply do what he believed was right. Hearing the support of the friend who had stood by him for so many years, Dikecha smiled softly and thanked him with relief. Senkan then fell silent before speaking about his own past. Staring into the distance, he admitted that before meeting Lai, his life had been consumed by endless ambition. Pain filled Senkan's eyes as he remembered his late wife. He revealed that 1 year ago, Lai passed away from a mysterious illness. The image of her resting peacefully in a field of white chrysanthemums appeared in his mind, beautiful yet heartbreaking. Senkan confessed that after meeting Lai, his entire world revolved around her. She became everything to him, but only after losing her did he realize how many regrets he still carried. Every missed moment, and every time he failed to cherish the present, had become regrets that could never be undone. Senkan could only drown his loneliness in wine. Alone in a dark room, he sat quietly with a glass of red wine, unable to escape his grief. He then looked at Dikecha and sincerely wished that his lord's world would become a warmer place. He never wanted Dikecha to lose the person he treasured most and spend the rest of his life trapped in regret like he was. Time continued to pass. One quiet night at the Mayton estate, Hera was fast asleep in her dark bedroom. Suddenly, her green eyes snapped open. The instincts of a legendary assassin instantly told her that an intruder had entered the estate. Without making a sound, Hera sat up at once. Her silhouette stood against the window under the cold night sky. She sensed killing intent, aimed directly at the young master's room. Inside his bedroom, Raisin was still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that danger was about to shatter the quiet night. A mysterious figure silently entered the room, intending to kill Raisin while he slept. But before he could strike, a blade pierced straight through the intruder's hand. The man chuckled and admitted that Hera was still as terrifying as ever, even though he had completely hidden his presence. When the moonlight revealed his face, Hera coldly asked why Senkan was here. Senkan gave a direct answer. He had come to take the young master's life. Hera immediately demanded to know who gave the order. Senkan's reply left her stunned. It came directly from the family head. Unable to believe it, Hera asked why Dikecha had chosen to act now. Senkan insisted this was no joke, and that he would carry out the order no matter what. Realizing she could not change his mind, Hera declared that she would go with him. Senkan simply agreed if that was what she wanted. As they traveled, Senkan glanced at Hera and sighed. He admitted he still was not used to her current appearance because she reminded him of his daughter. Hera remained silent with her usual cold expression. Senkan warned her not to betray him halfway through. Even if his would heal, the pain was still unpleasant. He then walked to Raisin's bedside and surrounded the boy with teleportation magic. Before leaving, Senkan reminded Hera that the scar on her body was the wound he received while protecting her. Hera coldly replied that she had never asked him to do that. Inside the grand hall, Senkan and Hera knelt before Dikecha and respectfully reported that they had brought young Master Raisin. Sitting above them, Dikecha praised Senkan for completing the mission perfectly. Seeing Hera beside him, Dikecha frowned slightly and asked why she was there. Hera bowed and answered that she came to ensure the young master's safety. Dikecha then asked if Senkan was not the one he trusted most with this task. Hera admitted that was true, but said she could not let personal feelings interfere with an important mission. Her logical answer satisfied Dikecha, who nodded and told her to leave and rest. Hera thanked him respectfully before walking away. But the moment the magic ritual began, the formation beneath Raisin slowly started glowing brighter. The unconscious boy suddenly opened his eyes. Rayson calmly asked if he was finally awake. His unexpected awareness shocked both DK Cha and Senkin, because the sleeping drug should have kept him unconscious. Rayson immediately sat up, his purple eyes shining as he looked directly at his powerful father. Calmly, he asked, "Father, what are you planning to do to me?" Faced with his son's direct question, DK Cha remained calm and explained that the Mayton family had spent generations studying ancient summoning rituals. That included a ritual designed to strengthen the body. DK Cha calmly explained that he was about to carve a special ritual directly onto Rayson. Rayson was stunned because he recognized it as the supreme ritual personally created by DK Cha. A technique named by the family head himself could never be ordinary. DK Cha added that any other child of the Mayton family would gladly accept such an opportunity without hesitation. Realizing this place was completely unfamiliar, Rayson immediately activated his divine eye to investigate. But even the system failed to analyze the area and could only report that it could not be decoded. DK Cha calmly explained that the ritual was taking place at an unusual time and location. Rayson was still not convinced and directly asked why his father had secretly arranged everything in the middle of the night. The question made DK Cha laugh with amusement. He admitted that he admired Rayson's sharp mind, but warned that his own favor toward him could one day become a burden. When Rayson pressed for the real reason, DK Cha simply replied that he had discovered his son had been blessed with a very special gift. Instantly, the magic circle beneath Rayson burst into crimson light. Ancient runes spun wildly as a strange power awakened deep inside his body. Agonizing pain spread through every part of him. It felt like countless needles were piercing his flesh, yet Rayson gritted his teeth and endured every second in silence. Seeing his determination, DK Cha nodded with satisfaction. As the ritual's light slowly faded, Rayson stared at his hand in shock. A glowing red magic mark had appeared on his skin, as if it had been carved directly into his body. DK Cha told him that the mark would become very useful in the future. Rayson immediately asked what it would actually do. Before he could get an answer, a powerful wave of dizziness struck, draining every bit of strength from his body. DK Cha left him with one mysterious sentence, saying he would understand in time, before Rayson collapsed onto the stone floor unconscious. Heira quickly appeared and caught the young master. Looking at his unconscious youngest son, DK Cha quietly remarked that throughout the painful Dakata purification ritual, Rayson had never cried out once. That alone proved he had endured unimaginable pain. After surviving the brutal Dakata ritual, Rayson slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Even in his dreams, he heard his father's gentle voice saying that, although he was still weak, enduring a little pain now was worth a brighter future. Morning light streamed through the window as birds began singing outside. Rayson slowly woke after the long night. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Rudia's face inches away from his own. The instant she saw him awake, she happily shouted that he had finally opened his eyes. Rayson called out Rudia's name in confusion. Without any restraint, she immediately complained that she was starving. Rudia cheerfully pointed behind her and proudly said that Ivalia had brought her here. Just then, Ivalia stepped forward and explained that the girl had kept begging to see him. But when Ivalia noticed that Rudia still refused to speak respectfully, her expression turned stern. She flashed a frightening smile and said Rudia clearly needed another lesson. Hearing that, Rudia panicked and clung tightly to Rayson while begging for help, complaining that she suffered every single day. Watching the scene, Rayson could only smile awkwardly, because she looked exactly like a bullied child, running to an adult for protection. Rayson sat up in bed and looked at his left hand. The red magic mark, left by last night's Dakata ritual, had completely disappeared. He could not help wondering if everything that happened had only been a dream. Just then, Ivalia interrupted his thoughts by summoning a golden magic chain that wrapped around Rudia and dragged her away. She told the girl to stop bothering Rayson and come with her. Rudia grabbed the edge of the bed while being dragged away, desperately crying that she was bullied every day. Looking at Ivalia's expression, Rayson quietly realized she was clearly not in a good mood today. After dragging Rudia away like a stubborn little pet, Ivalia turned to Rayson and asked about his next plan and when he would continue his journey. Rayson replied that he wanted to rest for 3 more days before leaving. Ivalia nodded and said their mother was probably very worried as well. The moment Rayson heard the word mother, he suddenly froze in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Ivalia asked if something was wrong. Rayson quickly regained his composure and said it was nothing, claiming he had simply misheard. Even while being dragged away, Rudia refused to give up and suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of flames. Crimson fire surrounded her body as a massive fire dragon appeared behind her with a thunderous roar. Even before Rudia's overwhelming flames, Avalia remained completely unfazed. She simply looked at Rayson and softly said that all she wished was for her little brother to see the truth with his own eyes. A swarm of glowing magic butterflies suddenly surrounded Avalia, creating a dreamlike scene. Smiling warmly, she said Rayson had passed her test with flying colors. As the eldest daughter of the Mayton family, she had challenged him to judge his abilities. Now, she was giving him this reward as his sister. Rayson guessed she was referring to the deadly white tiger trial he had survived. Avalia then gently asked if his body had fully recovered. Rayson got out of bed and assured her he was fine. Suddenly, a brilliant light wrapped around him and transformed into a magical cloak draped over his shoulders. Rayson stared at it in amazement. Curious, he asked what it was. Avalia smiled and confirmed that it was her gift to him. The system immediately displayed the item's information. It was a cloak forged from white dragon scales, a masterpiece crafted by the dwarf chief Utali with all his skill and devotion, giving it extraordinary magical power. Rayson instantly realized this was the very cloak that had accompanied his second sister on her past adventures. Avalia nodded and confirmed that it was indeed the cloak she had once worn during her expeditions. Rayson remembered the stories of how this cloak had saved Avalia's life many times. To him, it was the most precious gift she could possibly give. Avalia explained that after countless repairs, the cloak was no longer as powerful as it once had been. Rayson asked what that meant. She replied that by releasing its remaining power, it could defeat any mage below rank 6. However, Avalia warned that its full power could only be used once. Rayson knew that reaching rank 6 was an incredible achievement that even gifted individuals rarely attained. He silently vowed to use the cloak only at the most critical moment. Rayson bowed and thanked her for the priceless gift. Avalia gently told him to return safely because she was speaking as his sister. But as the eldest daughter of the Mayton family, she expected him to come back far stronger than he was now. Rayson smiled with determination and said he understood. Right after that, Avalia used her magic chains to drag away the loudly protesting Rudia. Watching his sister disappear into the distance, Rayson silently promised himself that he would grow stronger to protect everything he cherished. 3 days later, the day of Rayson's official pilgrimage finally arrived. Hampton's eyes turned red with emotion as he handed over a travel bag, saying it contained every antidote he might need along with detailed instructions. Rayson thanked Hampton with a smile. Fighting back tears, the young attendant encouraged his master to become even stronger. Rayson then turned to Hera and asked her to take care of his mother while he was away. Finally, Rayson went to say goodbye to Evia. He thanked her for coming to see him off and reminded her to take care of herself. Evia immediately bowed respectfully. Before they parted, Evia quietly placed a small piece of candy into Rayson's hand and softly wished him a safe journey. Looking at the candy, Rayson realized it was probably the treasure she valued the most, which made the gift even more meaningful. He waved goodbye to the elderly maid and thanked her one last time. Following the traditions of the Mayton family, Rayson officially declared the beginning of his journey to discover his own true strength. But the moment he stepped beyond the city gates, a massive explosion erupted ahead, followed by roaring flames that instantly put Rayson on guard. Through the thick smoke, a familiar figure came running over while catching her breath and asking if she was too late. To Rayson's surprise, it was Rudia. The little fire girl grinned proudly and announced that the witch had allowed her to come along. She handed him a letter from Avalia. Rayson opened it and read that she had once believed teaching him herself was the better choice. But exploring the world was just as valuable. She had guided him for 2 years, and now it was time for him to learn on his own. He should travel with his friend because she was also a part of his strength. After thinking it over, Rayson admitted his sister was right. He then turned to Rudia and asked if she wanted to travel with him. Rudia's face lit up with joy. She happily added that of course she did, because the witch had finally set her free. Without wasting another moment, the two of them officially began their journey together. With Rudia beside him and the Holy Grail floating at his side, Rayson smiled confidently and reminded himself that from now on, he would walk forward using his own strength. As they traveled through a quiet forest at night, Rudia suddenly kept sniffing the air with growing concern. Noticing her reaction, Rayson asked what was wrong. Rudia stopped walking, frowned, and grabbed her head in frustration. She complained that Rayson's clothes smelled exactly like that red witch. Rayson blinked in confusion and asked if she meant Avalia, but he could not smell anything at all. A moment later, Rudia's eyes lit up when she spotted a large wooden house ahead. She gasped because it looked exactly like Rayson had described. It was the Fat Cat Inn, one of the 3 famous buildings located in 9-Star Street. Behind its ordinary appearance, this inn was actually a hidden outpost of Huang Yin, a secret intelligence network closely tied to DK Cha, Rasen's father. Without hesitation, Rayson walked to the entrance, knocked lightly, and introduced himself as a pilgrim, looking for a room for the night. The innkeeper welcomed him with a smile and quoted the price. A room for pilgrims cost 30,000 grand per night, or 35,000 with meals included. Checkout was before noon, but since business had been slow lately, a little delay was no problem. Rayson knew the kind-looking middle-aged man was actually Embrick, a veteran agent of the Huang Yin intelligence network. Calmly, Rayson asked him to show the room. Meanwhile, Rudia was completely distracted by the two adorable cats in the inn and happily sat down to pet them. The innkeeper simply pointed upstairs and said the room was at the end of the stairs, the third and largest room. Seeing that the man had no intention of leading the way, Rayson frowned slightly. He then casually remarked that the weather was really hot today. The innkeeper laughed, thinking it was a joke, because the recent weather had been so cold that he could barely sleep. Without revealing anything, Rayson continued testing him by asking what food was best in such hot weather. The innkeeper immediately sensed something unusual and asked what Rayson wanted instead. Rayson smiled and answered that a glass of beer and 2 slices of pizza would be perfect. The innkeeper instantly understood the hidden signal and laughed, saying he would prepare it in the morning. Inside, however, Rayson quietly smiled, because he knew the innkeeper had already taken the bait. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, wondering why someone so young was asking for beer. Rayson merely glanced at him and calmly replied that he was probably right. He then headed upstairs, saying he would just spend time with the cats, while Rudia continued happily playing with them downstairs. In reality, that entire conversation had been the secret identity verification method used by Huang Yin. Their communication code worked in reverse. If the weather was hot, you said it was cold. If it was cold, you said it was hot. Young contacts had to mention beer, while older contacts had to mention candy. Since Rayson knew the code, he could easily connect with his father's intelligence network. Those meaningless-looking sentences were actually the key to unlocking the secret communication system. For years, Huang Yin had served the Mayton family from the shadows. Any member of the Mayton family on a pilgrimage was entitled to special support from the organization. After realizing his guest was the 7th young master of the Mayton family, the innkeeper became far more respectful, despite the cold sweat on his forehead. He quickly explained that the inn only had 2 cats. One was named Hoppy, an energetic cat with a slim body. The other was Belleville, who had grown nice and round thanks to a healthy appetite. The innkeeper asked which cat Rayson wanted to play with. Seeing Rudia happily petting Belleville, Rayson chose the chubby cat without hesitation. The innkeeper paused for a moment. He forced a smile and suggested that Hoppy might be more interesting. But deep down, he began questioning the young master's intentions. He secretly wondered if Rayson was trying to squeeze money out of him. The Mayton family was unimaginably wealthy, so the money here meant almost nothing. Why not simply ask the family instead? Then again, maybe leaving home made people want to build their own fortune. Rayson calmly replied that he simply liked the fat cat better. At the same time, he was making practical calculations. It was unfortunate that he could not obtain the ancient relic, but what he needed most right now was money. As he and Rudia walked upstairs, Rayson wondered what would happen if Huang Yin refused to help him. He knew the rules well. If the organization denied support to a Mayton heir, the secret agreement between them would be broken, and this inn would no longer be allowed to operate. Downstairs, the innkeeper cleaned the room while sinking into deep thought. His gentle expression slowly disappeared, replaced by the serious face of a seasoned intelligence agent. He realized that a 14-year-old boy had backed him into a corner. At the same time, inside an ancient castle under the quiet night sky, another secret conversation was taking place between 2 men. DK Cha quietly thought everything through and gradually understood the situation, but he still could not figure out how Rayson had learned this information. Senkan suggested that the boy might have accidentally discovered a clue hidden somewhere in the library. Even so, DK Cha remained doubtful. Among so many scattered records, could the boy really have found the exact book he needed? Senkan proposed that Avian might have secretly helped Rayson. The idea surprised him because he had always believed the librarian remained completely neutral. Deep down, Senkan began to suspect that Avian had been moved by the innocence of the youngest Mayton heir. Meanwhile, back at the Sasoi library, Avian had no idea he was under suspicion. He calmly sipped his tea while using magic to let ancient books float gently around him. DK Cha continued his reasoning. Ordinary children would never bother visiting such an old library, much less spend hours reading dusty books. Senkan directly asked if DK Cha had intentionally arranged everything to guide Rayson down this path. Looking out from the balcony, DK Cha calmly replied that opportunity had always been given to everyone. Senkan chuckled softly, as if he had finally understood something interesting about DK Cha's methods. With complete confidence, DK Cha declared that no matter what happened, Rei-san was the only one who had chosen the path he had prepared. Senkan silently thought that the end of the Fat Cat organization was probably drawing near. As the night faded, the first rays of sunlight shone over the Fat Cat Inn, which had become strangely quiet. Rei-san woke up after an incredibly refreshing sleep and stretched as he enjoyed the peaceful morning. But the moment he opened his eyes and looked around, he froze in shock. Only one stunned word escaped his lips. A large basin overflowing with glittering gold coins had somehow appeared on his bed. Rei-san could hardly believe it, because he had never sensed anyone bringing it in. After a quick estimate, Rei-san realized the treasure was worth around 3 billion grand, equal to more than $2.5 million. Just then, Rudia walked in while yawning and scratching her head, asking what was going on. Rudia said she had dreamed about the cats from the inn. Hearing that, Rei-san jokingly asked if sleeping at the Fat Cat Inn was the reason she dreamed of cats. But his smile suddenly disappeared as he realized something was wrong. If Rudia had dreamed about it, could this be another prophetic dream like before? Memories of the original story instantly flooded back. Rei-san remembered a terrifying incident where the protagonist, Cassine, had nearly lost his life during a deadly ambush. At that exact moment, Rei-san's divine eye system began flashing urgent red warnings. He clenched his fist as danger closed in. It was not just his instincts anymore. Even the divine eye was sounding the alarm, meaning something major was about to happen. Without wasting another second, Rei-san turned to Rudia and gave an order that left her stunned. Burn the Fat Cat Inn to the ground. Despite her surprise, Rudia obeyed immediately. Moments later, a massive sea of flames erupted and engulfed the entire area. The wooden headquarters of the Huang Yin organization was quickly swallowed by crimson fire. Thick black smoke poured into the sky, as everything inside was reduced to ashes. Through the blazing smoke, a group of mysterious assassins suddenly appeared. One of them raised his hand and ordered the attack to begin at once. At the signal, an assassin rushed forward and smashed the wooden door blocking the way. Realizing their target was about to escape, the assassins instantly deployed a massive encirclement formation. Glowing magic circles surrounded the area and completely sealed it off. They believed the target was trying to flee and prepared for battle, convinced that the seventh young master only possessed 2 magic circles and could not resist for long. Yet standing in the middle of the trap, Rei-san remained perfectly calm. He moved Rudia behind him for protection and smiled faintly, saying, "The ambush was certainly unexpected. His enemies were clearly powerful, but the information they had about him was far from complete." His hair slowly turned silver blue as the aura of a high-ranking mage exploded from his body. A cold look filled his eyes, signaling that the real battle had begun. Even so, the system warned that this special power would last for only 1 minute. The sudden transformation terrified the assassins. They realized Rei-san's power was completely different from what they expected, and he was even a two-circle mage. Sensing the danger, the leader immediately ordered everyone to raise magical barriers, and the assassins quickly formed a defensive shield. But they reacted far too late. Rei-san swung his hand and unleashed a gigantic bolt of lightning that shattered the magical barrier in an instant. The devastating explosion blasted the entire group away. The assassins were heavily wounded, coughing up blood as they were thrown across the battlefield. Even so, their assault was not over. High above them, a massive fire element magic formation suddenly appeared, radiating overwhelming energy. The last assassin poured every ounce of strength into summoning a raging fire dragon. Roaring through the sky, it charged straight toward Rei-san. The assassin believed that even a member of the Mayton family could never survive such an attack. A gigantic wave of golden-orange flames exploded outward, its terrifying heat threatening to burn everything around it. Beneath the devastating attack, Rei-san simply looked up with a calm expression. He quietly remarked that it was only a fireball after all, though there certainly seemed to be quite a lot of them. Just as the massive firestorm was about to consume everything, the transcendent Holy Grail inside Rei-san suddenly appeared. It opened wide like a living creature, swallowed the raging flames in one gulp, and happily thanked them for the meal. The assassin's strongest attack vanished instantly as the magical grail devoured every last trace of fire. The impossible sight left the assassins frozen in shock. They stood there speechless before finally shouting, asking what on earth had just happened. One assassin stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what he had witnessed. While the enemies were still in panic, Rei-san's system kept updating the duration of his enhanced state. Thanks to the enormous mana absorbed by the Holy Grail, the timer increased from 52 seconds to 53, then suddenly jumped all the way to 2 full minutes. Rayson felt overwhelming magic surge through every part of his body as if it were breaking his limits. Looking at the trembling assassins, he smiled confidently and coldly declared that he had only planned to play with them for a while. But now it was time to end the fight because he had reached the strongest magical state he could achieve. Inside the cold interrogation room of the Mayton family, a heavy silence filled the air. Suddenly, a glowing purple magic orb lit up as the commanding voice of DK Cha echoed through the room. "Remove his mask." Following the order, the guards dispelled the disguise with magic. Bound by glowing golden chains and trembling in fear was Briggs, a spy from the Huang Yin organization. DK Chi coldly demanded to know why Briggs had attacked both the Mayton family and the Huang Yin unit. Under the crushing pressure, Briggs broke into a sweat and nervously explained that he believed it was the only way for the organization to continue operating. The explanation only confused DK Cha. He clearly remembered approving the operation, so why had everything gone this far? Unable to endure the pressure any longer, Briggs dropped to his knees and confessed everything. He admitted he was an intelligence agent who only wanted to see how the Mayton family head would evaluate the seventh young master and test how Rayson handled unexpected situations. As for attacking Rayson and the Huang Yin team, it was because Briggs recalled the moment Rayson effortlessly defeated him among the ashes of the Fat Cat Inn. Standing above him, Rayson calmly said that he did not care who they were. Surrounded by blazing flames, Rayson looked down at the helpless Briggs and slowly warned that this area belonged to the Mayton family. If a magical fire turned into a major disaster, the Mayton family's magic investigation unit would immediately arrive to handle it. At that moment, the system displayed Briggs' profile, identifying him as a narrow-minded intelligence agent desperate to protect his position. Rayson continued speaking, leaving Briggs completely unable to argue. He declared that no matter who they were or what they were doing, anyone who attacked a member of the Mayton family under the watch of the Magic Investigation Unit would be arrested according to the law. Completely overwhelmed by the seventh young master's presence, Briggs could only lower his head, tremble, and repeatedly admit his mistake while respectfully calling Rayson the seventh young master. But Rayson showed no mercy. He raised a hand glowing with crimson energy above Briggs' head and coldly confirmed his identity as Briggs, an intelligence agent of Huang Yin. Rayson declared that Briggs would be punished for daring to attack him. If Briggs had truly intended to kill him, the punishment would have been death. But if it had not been intentional, there was still room for consideration. As Briggs felt a strange power invade his body, his eyes rolled back in terror. His soul seemed to shake, and he instantly realized this was no ordinary magic. Without hesitation, Rayson activated the mysterious power. The system announced that a small amount of battle soul had been transferred into Briggs. After punishing the traitorous spy, Rayson withdrew his hand and called for Rudia to leave. The little fire girl quickly ran after him. Behind them, Briggs writhed among the ruins, clutching his badly injured hand in agony. His little finger had nearly lost all function because the battle soul Rayson implanted had sealed its magic channels, leaving him in unbearable pain. "I see. Not a bad gift after all." DK Cha's deep voice echoed from the glowing purple magic orb. Standing before the family head, Briggs could only bow respectfully and promise to keep doing his best. DK Cha then asked whether they had been responsible for setting the fire. Briggs immediately denied it. He explained that the blaze had actually been started by the girl traveling with the seventh young master. Her name was Rudia. DK Cha was genuinely impressed by Rayson's performance. His youngest son had not only defeated the ambushers on his own, but had also burned the entire scene, making the family's investigation impossible. Rayson had seen through the enemy's scheme from the very beginning and chosen the smartest response. Even the gifted sisters Ivalia and Hapersa had never shown such judgment and decisiveness at his age. Without a doubt, Rayson truly deserved the title of a Mayton heir. After withdrawing his overwhelming magical pressure, DK Cha calmly delivered his verdict. They were permitted to continue operating. The moment the order was given, the golden magic chains binding Briggs disappeared. Overjoyed, he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. DK Cha added that this was the reward for proving his ability. He then brought up Briggs' injured finger. Remembering how Rayson had sealed the magic channel in his hand, Briggs immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly insisted that it was nothing to worry about. But the instant those words left his mouth, a sharp flash streaked through the air like an invisible blade. In a single moment, Briggs' finger was severed. DK Cha's ruthless decisiveness left him speechless. Racked with pain, Briggs could only scream inwardly that his lord had acted without the slightest hesitation. Pain and terror overwhelmed Briggs. He realized that if the invisible slash had aimed for his neck instead of his finger, he would already be dead. He wanted nothing more than to escape that terrifying place. The massive wooden doors slowly opened, and two guards escorted Briggs outside. As he stepped into the hallway, a soft meow suddenly caught his attention, making him turn around in surprise. Waiting there were members of the Fat Cat organization, each holding the familiar cats Hoppy and Belleville. Looking at his carefully treated and bandaged hand, Briggs let out a relieved smile. At least he had escaped with his life. Elsewhere, fish roasted over an open fire with a steady sizzle as their delicious aroma filled the air. While eating grilled fish, Rudia curiously asked where they were actually heading after traveling for 6 days. Rayson calmly replied that it had taken her long enough to ask. Embarrassed, Rudia admitted she had been too busy enjoying the scenery to remember. Rayson told her their next destination was Holland. Hearing the name, Rudia immediately asked if he meant the Holy Kingdom. Rayson nodded and asked if she knew about it. Rudia proudly replied that she had studied it in the book Avalia gave her and had even scored perfectly on the test. Seeing how proud she looked, Rayson quietly thought that Avalia's training must have been incredibly strict. Rudia then asked why they were going there and what made Holland so special. Standing before an ancient stone signpost, Rayson looked ahead and simply answered that there were many valuable things waiting to be claimed. Deep down, Rayson was excited because Holland was filled with legendary treasures and equipment that he himself had originally created in his novel. Rayson silently planned to gather the most important treasures before the protagonist, Cassine, appeared and claimed them all. Ahead of them stood an old wooden sign pointing toward 3 different paths through the silent forest. Rayson immediately activated his divine eye to scan the area. The system quickly analyzed the terrain and confirmed that one road led to the Holy Kingdom of Holland, while the other 2 led to the territories of the Randall and Seaglum families. But after taking a closer look at the sign, Rayson noticed something unusual. Beneath the 3 arrows, mysterious blue mana slowly appeared, revealing glowing ancient letters. Pointing at the strange writing, Rayson asked Rudia if she could read it. She barely glanced at it before confidently saying yes. What shocked Rayson was that she could read the ancient language of the Great Dragon Emperor without relying on the divine eye. Rudia proudly pointed at the sign and read aloud, Holy Kingdom, Holland. She even added that she had learned how to write that script before. Rayson immediately shook his head and said he was not talking about that line but the words underneath. Rudia looked again in confusion. There was anything else because she believed her eyesight was excellent. The moment Rayson focused on the ancient letters, shifting beneath the flow of blue mana, his heart skipped a beat. The sight brought back memories of his old adventure with his master, McNair, when they had searched for the 1,000-year dragon armor. The inscriptions beneath the stone pedestal back then were identical to the mysterious words on this sign. Rayson immediately poured mana into the marker and activated the system's translation function. The message appeared, Return the item to my descendant. The single word descendant left Rayson completely stunned. Rayson did not hesitate to place his hand on the ancient stone covered in mysterious runes. His mana spread through it at once, making every symbol glow. As the system began decoding the hidden message, the ancient text turned into a message. Whoever found his relics would inherit the 1,000-year dragon armor. They also had to possess the White Swan Fang, the Beast Eye, and Haaland's staff. The endless ancient runes left Rudia completely stunned. She stared until her eyes blurred and complained there was far too much to read. At last, the final requirement appeared. The heir had to possess the Holy Eye. Rayson froze and wondered, the Holy Eye? At that moment, the projection of a middle-aged man with long hair and a blue beard slowly appeared. Dressed in majestic mage robes, the spirit calmly introduced himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Kethio. It is a pleasure to meet my descendant. The name left Rayson speechless. He instantly realized who stood before him. This was the legendary great mage from ancient tales. Curious about the strange figure, Rudia walked closer. She tried smelling him and reached through his transparent body, before saying she could neither smell nor touch him. It seemed he was not a real person. As they observed the projection, the Holy Grail inside Rayson suddenly flew out on its own. The tiny cup burst into furious flames and yelled at the great mage. It angrily said it thought it had finally forgotten him, yet they had met again. Seeing the Holy Grail react like that, Rayson recalled the original setting. Its very first owner had indeed been the great mage Kethio. Faced with the cup's anger, the spirit calmly replied that his real body was not here and was currently sleeping in the Northern Sea. The moment Rayson heard the Northern Sea, his expression changed with suspicion. He remembered what he had written in his novel. The Northern Sea was a dead land at the edge of the world, where the climate was so brutal that almost nothing could survive. Even the strongest magic families had never dared enter that forbidden place. Through the projection, Kethio expressed his hope that Rayson would awaken him someday. Even so, if Rayson chose not to, he would accept it as his fate. The legendary Great Mage explained that he had sealed himself beneath the frozen northern sea to prepare for the future. To break the seal, his successor would need many rare magical items. Rayson wondered if these were the legendary treasures the Great Mage had left behind. But Kethio then revealed there were 2 conditions to become his successor. Kethio looked straight at Rayson and announced the first trial. The successor had to possess the Holy Eye. The second condition was to own the Holy Grail. Hearing that, the little cup proudly stuck out its tongue in triumph. Kethio advised Rayson to travel to Hiran, where the firefolk still lived. The moment Rudia heard her homeland mentioned, she pointed at herself in confusion and wondered if he meant her. Kethio continued that the true key was earning the recognition of the firefolk. Without forging the Fire Covenant, no one would ever gain the Holy Grail's approval. After saying that, he told Rayson to find the Holy Grail and return here before fading away with the wind. Rudia could only watch him disappear and quietly said he was gone. Rayson stepped before the ancient stone and poured blue mana into it, wondering if that was all he had to do. The instant his mana touched the stone, Kethios' projection appeared again. Looking at Rayson, he declared, "I have been waiting for you, my descendant." But the moment he noticed the Holy Grail floating beside Rayson, the Great Mage's serious expression vanished. He stared in disbelief and asked if Rayson had truly found the Holy Grail. Deep inside, Kethio was shocked and believed the young man must have endured an incredible journey to obtain it. Seeing its former master so stunned, the Holy Grail erupted in flames again and called him a hateful old man. Rayson remained calm, smiled faintly, and admitted that yes, he had gone through countless hardships to obtain it. The next day, Rayson and Rudia rode on the back of a giant bird soaring through the white clouds. The bird's cry echoed across the sky. Rudia excitedly pointed ahead and announced they had arrived at the nameless abyss. Rayson simply nodded in agreement. Rayson focused on the glowing golden fang in his hand while recalling the cryptic words the Great Mage Kethio had left behind. According to the Great Mage, the moment Rayson obtained the Holy Grail, he officially took his first step toward becoming a true mage. Having passed the first trial, Kethio would now guide his descendant. Along the path, he had prepared to uncover the hidden truth, and the secret Kethio wanted him to discover began with the tiny fang resting in his hand. The system immediately analyzed the item. Its name was the Fang of Loyalty, a tooth that carried the loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. Rayson quickly realized the situation was becoming far more complicated. His top priority now was finding the Golden Tiger tribe. Not wanting to waste any more time, Rayson turned to Rudia and told her it was time to move. After thanking the giant bird for bringing them here safely, they jumped off its back into the open sky. Rudia was thrilled, covering herself with fire magic before diving down with excitement. Rayson simply activated his wind attribute optimization skill. A blue current of wind surrounded his body, allowing him to land gently without feeling the slightest impact. He thought to himself that after mastering attribute optimization, something like this was no longer difficult. Seeing Rayson's perfect landing, Rudia hovered in the air and excitedly asked him to do it again. Rayson simply adjusted his coat and reminded her they had no time to play around. The two ventured deeper into the barren, nameless abyss. When Rudia asked why they had come, Rayson answered that they were searching for the Crow tribe. The moment she heard the name, Rudia looked down on them. She remembered her father saying the Crow tribe was weak, and cooperating with them was completely pointless. Rudia curiously asked how Rayson planned to find a tribe that always hid itself from the outside world. Without much explanation, Rayson pulled out a heavy bag filled with gold coins and calmly said he had his own method. To attract the Crow tribe's attention, Rayson began scattering gold coins across the desolate land. Watching him, Rudia could not help feeling the money was being wasted. But Rayson did not care. With the enormous fortune he possessed, a few coins meant nothing. He owned hundreds of millions of grams of gold, making it nearly impossible to spend it all. As expected, the plan worked quickly. Rayson noticed crows secretly approaching to collect the gold, though they remained highly cautious. The Crow tribe had never been like ordinary humans. In the past, their black wings were treated as rare treasures, causing countless tribe members to be hunted and sold for enormous sums. Even now, that cruelty still lived on through decorative items modeled after their wings. Having survived generations of persecution, the descendants of the Crow tribe carried deep fear and hatred toward humanity. The next day, Rayson and Rudia set up camp in a rocky valley. Lying on a blanket beneath the open sky, Rudia complained that everything was boring and that Rayson was wasting time. Rayson simply asked if she did not enjoy resting like this. Smiling as she played with butterflies and small birds, Rudia admitted she actually loved the peaceful moment and wished it could last forever. Rayson gently told her to enjoy the break a little longer. Just then, several pairs of glowing red eyes silently watched them from the dark cracks between the rocks. Realizing the time had come, Rayson took out an enormous sack of gold. Seeing the mountain of coins, Rudia exclaimed that everything was happening exactly as Rayson had predicted. Tempted by the gold, more than frightened by humans, members of the Crow tribe slowly stepped out of the shadows. Their leader knelt down and awkwardly asked if the human had even more gold. Rayson smiled with satisfaction as he realized the Crow tribe had begun lowering their guard. Rudia, meanwhile, was fascinated to see bird-like creatures that could actually speak. Holding up a single gold coin, Rayson declared that he had plenty of money. Hearing that, a Crow tribe member immediately asked if he could spare them more. Rayson did not refuse. He casually tossed the coin into the air, and the Crow tribe instantly fought one another to claim it. Another crow carefully approached Rayson and quietly begged for help, explaining that its family was struggling and asking for a little more gold. Seeing that, Rayson gave a calculating smile and replied that, of course, he could. He then threw even more gold coins onto the ground, sending the Crow tribe into a chaotic scramble as they fought each other for the treasure. A crow named Tuma rushed forward and seized a shining gold coin. Hugging the precious treasure tightly, its eyes lit up with joy as it kept thinking that it finally had gold. After receiving the gold from Rayson, the Crow tribe was overjoyed. They eagerly discussed how they could possibly repay such an incredible gift. Rayson simply smiled, took out the golden fang, and asked if they recognized it. The instant the Crow tribe saw the tiger fang, their faces turned pale as they cried out in fear. Rudia had no idea what was happening, but Rayson calmly explained that they had recognized the item's true origin. Seeing their reaction, he recalled the details from his previous world. When creating this race, Rayson had once read an article saying that crows could remember kindness and repay those who helped them. Inspired by that detail, he gave the Crow tribe a unique trait when writing his novel. It was an instinct to repay every favor. Once they received kindness, the Crow tribe would do everything possible to return it, no matter the cost. Staring at the tiger fang in Rayson's hand, the crows trembled as they realized it belonged to their ancient enemy. They screamed in terror that the fang came from the tiger that had killed their families. Even though fear shook their bodies, the instinct engraved into their bloodline forced them to remember their duty. They had to repay the favor. Left with no other choice, the entire Crow tribe knelt together and bowed their heads to the ground in gratitude toward Rayson. Watching the strange scene, Rudia innocently remarked that the Crow tribe was so kind for wanting to repay kindness. Rayson could only smile helplessly, thinking the forced repayment setting he had created was far more terrifying than expected. One brave crow stepped forward and introduced himself as Tuma. He offered to lead Rayson to the tiger's territory. Hearing that, Rayson immediately realized his next destination was the Golden Tiger tribe. According to the world he had written, the Golden Tiger tribe was extremely rare, but every member possessed overwhelming physical strength and could smash massive boulders with their bare hands. Trembling with fear, Tuma described the Golden Tiger tribe as savage hunters that killed and devoured others of their own kind. But Rayson understood that it was simply part of nature's law of survival. However, bringing Rudia into such a dangerous place would put her at risk, so Rayson gently told her to stay behind and wait for his return. Although she was curious to see the Golden Tiger tribe herself, Rudia obediently agreed. Rayson smiled and promised he would return soon. After that, Rayson signaled for Tuma to lead the way. Despite being terrified of the Golden Tiger tribe, Tuma gritted his teeth and accepted because he had to fulfill his duty to repay his benefactor. Seeing that, Rayson casually flicked a gold coin toward the little crow as a reward. Receiving such an unbelievable gift, Tuma burst into tears of joy and kept telling himself that his life had completely changed. The other crows looked on with overwhelming envy and wished they could trade places with him. The scene shifted to the mighty Grandel martial clan. In a garden filled with white spider lilies, two elders were engaged in a heated argument. A middle-aged man calmly sipped his tea and complained that the other elder was worrying too much, saying a light touch would be enough to deal with any enemy. The gray-haired elder immediately disagreed, warning that children must never be treated carelessly because their lives were as fragile as thin paper. Velututor Grandel, the head of the renowned martial clan, stepped in to stop the argument. However, the Battle King Mugner was still upset and insisted on explaining himself. He angrily said those people had dared to make Rosaline their concubine and even wanted her to bear their children. The moment his beloved daughter Rosaline was mentioned, Velututor's expression turned ice cold. He demanded to know if that alone was why Mugner had made them die such painful deaths. Mugner quickly explained that he had only intended to teach them a lesson, but they were too weak to survive. That answer only made Velatutor angrier. He said dying so quickly had been an act of mercy, and they should have suffered much longer. Hearing those ruthless words, Mugner could only sigh and say he treated only humans that way. Mugner gave a bitter smile and teased his older brother, saying outsiders would be shocked to hear those words. No one would believe the kind, honorable, and respected King Velatutor could speak so mercilessly. Velatutor waved his fan, ignored the teasing, and returned to the main topic. He asked how much Mugner had taught Rayson. Mugner replied that Rayson had already mastered the 4 wills and the 3 basic Grandel martial techniques. In his opinion, however, those were things the boy could have learned from books. Mugner then became serious and revealed that Rayson possessed something far more valuable than all of that combined, a special truth. Hearing this, Velatutor was stunned and questioned what this so-called truth was. He also wondered if Mugner had made another mistake. Mugner immediately protested in annoyance, asking if his brother really saw him as someone who was always making mistakes. Manner's expression suddenly turned unusually serious. He slowly revealed an unbelievable truth. That boy has truly inherited my fighting spirit. Velatutor was completely stunned. His eyes widened in shock because fighting spirit and mana had always been opposing powers that could barely exist in the same body. Yet someone now possessed both at once. Manner explained that Rayson was likely still imitating the power rather than fully mastering it. Even so, his extraordinary physique allowed him to achieve results far beyond expectations. Velatutor frowned with concern. He feared that if someone with such terrifying potential kept growing stronger, Rayson could one day become a major threat to the Grandel clan. Sensing his brother's concern, Manner firmly declared that he would take full responsibility. If Rayson ever became a danger, then as his master, he would personally put an end to it. While the Grandel elders worried about the future, Rayson calmly continued through the nameless abyss. He gently encouraged the little crow beside him, telling Tuma to keep going. Meanwhile, inside the lonely tent under the night sky, Rudia sat quietly by herself. Painful memories from her past began flooding back once again. She remembered the time Ivalia, the powerful second daughter of House Mayton, bound her hands and feet with magic before dragging her away and coldly asking if she truly intended to follow Rayson. Ivalia had said Rudia was nothing but a burden, too weak and too insignificant to affect House Mayton. Every cruel word from the noble lady cut deeply into Rudia's pride. That was why, even though she had happily agreed to stay behind, deep inside she was heartbroken because she knew she really was too weak. She understood the truth. She wanted to travel beside Rayson, but instead she had become his burden. That painful feeling quickly transformed into fierce determination. Rudia's eyes ignited with resolve. She gritted her teeth and vowed to become stronger. The next moment, a massive sea of flames erupted around her body. Meanwhile, on the snowy path leading toward the Golden Tiger tribe, Rayson and Tuma suddenly spotted a towering pillar of crimson mana fire shooting into the sky from a distant mountain. Tuma panicked, pointed at the blazing pillar, and asked what it was. Rayson calmly glanced back and said it was nothing, but deep inside he was shaken because he recognized the familiar mana as Rudius. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a warning. A new variable had appeared that would alter the storyline. The child of the Phoenix had resolved to become stronger, and the Phoenix god had been paying attention to her. Rayson was so shocked that he could only whisper one word: Phoenix. As the world's author, he knew the Phoenix was no ordinary creature. It was a supreme existence he had personally created. Since ancient times, the Fire Tribe had worshipped the Phoenix and possessed enough power to dominate the entire continent. But there was a cruel law. The more divine power the Phoenix accumulated, the weaker its descendants became. In the original story, the Phoenix had almost never appeared or directly interfered with events. Even Casson, the original protagonist, had never attracted the attention of any god. A chill ran down Rayson's spine as he realized there was only one possible explanation. He silently concluded that his holy eye was fundamentally different from the holy eye possessed by Casson. Suddenly, Tuma froze. After catching a terrifying scent in the wind, the little crow panicked as if facing its natural predator and hurriedly declared that it had fully repaid its debt. Before Rayson could respond, Tuma spread his wings and flew away from the dangerous area. Watching the little crow disappear into the distance, Rayson smiled. He was genuinely impressed that such a timid creature had managed to escort him this far. He quietly thanked his small companion. As Rayson continued deeper into the snow-covered mountains, he suddenly stopped after spotting someone ahead. A woman from the Golden Tiger tribe stood waiting before him. Even from a distance, Rayson could feel the overwhelming physical pressure radiating from her body. Across from him, the golden tiger warrior with short brown hair and sharp beast ears glanced at Rayson with indifference, thinking he was nothing more than a human child. Rayson stepped forward and said he had come to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. The warrior showed no interest, turned her back, and coldly refused. She said she had no interest in a child, and warned him to leave, adding that if he returned, he should come back after growing up. He had one last question. Cold sweat ran down his back as he debated whether to reveal the fang of loyalty. In the end, he decided against it because he knew the Golden Tiger tribe only respected those with true strength or value. Showing the fang now would only backfire. If he wanted her to listen, he had to prove himself first, but trying to stop her immediately angered the Golden Tiger warrior. She spun around, her golden eyes filled with killing intent. Wearing a cruel smile, she declared that she had planned to spare him, but not anymore. Her arm instantly transformed as muscles swelled, thick fur spread across her skin, sharp claws emerged, and terrifying bolts of lightning crackled around them. Watching the transformation, Rayson was stunned as her body continued growing larger. He wondered why she had suddenly become such a terrifying monster. Her power exploded as she transformed into a massive tiger roaring with overwhelming force. She coldly declared that Rayson should be eliminated right here. A crimson wave of mana, shaped like a deathly skull, erupted and surrounded Rayson, sealing off every escape route. The tiger warrior roared with murderous intent and mocked Rayson, asking if he was begging her to kill him. But in that very instant, Rayson vanished from where he stood, leaving only an afterimage behind. A heartbeat later, he appeared behind her and casually grabbed her tail, as if it were nothing more than a rope. The tiger warrior instantly froze and cried out in panic as her tail was restrained. Even at a disadvantage, she tried to maintain her dignity. She threatened that if Rayson let go of her tail and begged for mercy, she would spare his life. But Rayson had already discovered her greatest weakness. Among the Golden Tiger tribe, the tail was directly tied to their life force. If an adult lost it, death was inevitable. With a teasing smile, he asked if it was really that serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayson tightened his grip on her tail to test her claim. The unbearable pain instantly broke the warrior's resolve. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately surrendered and begged Rayson to let go. Once he saw she had truly given up, Rayson calmly released her tail and asked whether she finally acknowledged him. The tiger warrior quickly retreated several steps, breathing heavily as she struggled to recover while still feeling deeply frustrated. She blamed herself for underestimating a human child and realized that lowering her guard had been a terrible mistake. Seeing that she had calmed down, Rayson gently suggested they sit down and talk instead of continuing to fight. Even so, the warrior showed no intention of being friendly. She licked her lips, her eyes turning cold as she replied that killing Rayson would be easy, so why should she waste time talking to him? Rayson calmly adjusted his enchanted robe before smiling with confidence. He said that an honorable member of the Golden Tiger tribe would never act that way. His composure caught her completely off guard. Deep inside, the warrior was shaken because the human boy seemed to understand the Golden Tiger tribe's nature and traditions remarkably well. Deciding not to remain hostile, she finally sat down, introduced herself as Meringue, and asked what Rayson wanted to discuss. Rayson immediately took out the glowing golden fang and asked if she knew where it came from. The moment Meringue saw the item, her expression changed and her pupils shrank in shock. She could hardly believe her eyes and blurted out that it was Tutanka's fang. According to the stories passed down through the tribe, Tutanka's fang was a sacred relic left behind by one of the Golden Tiger tribe's ancient heroes. The entire Golden Tiger tribe had searched for this treasure for countless years, crossing every land in hopes of finding even the slightest trace of it. Meringue kept staring at the fang in Rayson's hand with suspicion. Although she had heard countless stories about it, she had never actually seen the legendary relic herself. She admitted that if Rayson had revealed the relic from the very beginning, she probably would have killed him and taken it. Hearing that, Rayson felt a chill run down his spine and silently thanked himself for subduing her first. Rayson then asked why the Golden Tiger tribe considered the fang so important. Meringue excitedly explained that whoever possessed Tutanka's fang earned the right, if to officially enter the Golden Tiger tribe's territory. That answer surprised Rayson. From everything he remembered, the Golden Tiger tribe had always lived alone and never formed settlements. Confused, he asked why such a proud race had built an entire village. Meringue began telling the tragic history of her people. It all started with a ruthless huntress who relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered every golden tiger she could find. She explained that if the Golden Tiger tribe had not abandoned their solitary way of life and united as one, their race would have disappeared from the world long ago. The one behind that tragedy was the great mage Ivalia, Rasen's second older sister. To escape her relentless hunt, the Golden Tiger tribe was forced to give up living alone, build settlements, and unite to survive. Even so, Murong admitted that Ivalia had not become a destroyer without reason. The tribe's elders had foolishly provoked her first. Hearing that, cold sweat ran down Rasen's back, as he wondered if that woman had completely lost her mind. But Mirang's expression soon turned cold as she mentioned an even greater nightmare. According to her, someone else was far more terrifying than Ivalia. It was Persa, the third daughter of House Adenzor. Determined to surpass Ivalia's record of killing 30 golden tigers and become a hero herself, she launched an even bloodier massacre. Persa burned everything in her path and even declared she would not be satisfied until she had killed 100 golden tigers. Faced with such madness, the tribe had no choice but to gather every surviving member. Mirang's story sent chills through Rasen as cold sweat continued pouring down his face while listening to the horrors committed by his third older sister. Mirang continued her story. After Ivalia wiped out a large portion of the Golden Tiger tribe, the survivors struggled to rebuild a few settlements so they could live together. But that brief period of peace did not last long before another disaster struck. Persa arrived like a living nightmare, burning every newly rebuilt village to the ground and mercilessly killing anyone who dared resist. Surrounded by a sea of flames and desperate screams, Persa walked proudly forward while carrying 2 blood-stained tiger heads as trophies. Standing before her was only a frightened little golden tiger child, trembling in fear. That child was the 5-year-old Mirang. Facing the one who had destroyed her entire tribe, Mirang could do nothing except wait for death. Persa lowered her blood-covered face close to the child, smiled terrifyingly, and said, "Do not hate me. Do you know why you have to die?" Persa's blood-red eyes stared directly at the terrified child before she coldly delivered her answer, "Because you are too weak." To her, the lives of the Golden Tiger tribe were nothing more than entertainment. Persa casually said that if Mirang wanted revenge, she should come find her after becoming strong enough. But the next moment, Persa cruelly twisted the surrounding space and mocked her, saying that no matter how hard Mirang tried, she would never surpass her. Only then did Rasen understand why Mirang had lived alone for so many years, and why no one had performed the tail-cutting ceremony when she reached adulthood. With a sigh, Mirang admitted she still held resentment, but the adults of her tribe had simply been too weak, so their deaths were inevitable. Rasen fell silent for a moment before asking about the Golden Tiger tribe's rules. Why could no one enter the village without the fang? Mirang smiled bitterly and mocked herself. She believed she was weak, her physique could not compare to an ordinary golden tiger, and her tribe never accepted those who lacked strength. Her explanation made Rasen think carefully. He recalled the timeline from the original story and suddenly realized something. If Ivalia had entered the Golden Tiger territory about 6 years ago, then how old had Mirang been? When he asked, she calmly replied that she had only been 5. The answer made Rasen's hand tremble in shock. He was stunned to realize Mirang had only been 5 back then, meaning she was now only around 11 years old. Yet she had been calling him a little kid this entire time, which felt incredibly strange. Even knowing beastfolk aged differently from humans, he still found it hard to believe. Seeing Rasen's bewildered expression, Mirang tilted her head and asked if something was wrong. Rasen quickly changed the subject, raised the glowing fang, and asked if possessing it would allow him to enter the village. Mirang immediately corrected him, saying it was not her village. It was the shared home of the entire Golden Tiger tribe, while she herself did not live there. Just as she finished speaking, the fang in Rasen's hand suddenly burst into brilliant light. A blue system window appeared, announcing that Tutankhamun's fang had been renamed the Fang of Loyalty. The system also revealed the hidden quest tied to the relic. Once the fang containing Tutankhamun's loyalty was placed upon the Golden Tiger tribe's altar, the great mage Kethios' quest would officially begin. Rasen silently concluded that the legendary altar had to be hidden deep within the Golden Tiger tribe's territory. Wanting to continue the journey, Rasen asked Mirang to guide him. After some thought, she agreed but warned that things would not be easy. When Rasen asked why, she explained that countless dangers still lay ahead. She might be beaten and driven out of the village, while he could easily end up as someone's dinner. Mirang added that even though Rasen possessed the precious fang, it would mean nothing if someone stole it after they entered the village. She even teased him for being too naive. But a moment later, her expression suddenly brightened. She happily clapped her hands and declared that she would still lead Rasen there. Seeing her excitement, Rasen realized she genuinely wanted to travel with him. Even so, Rasen still felt uneasy. The Golden Tiger tribe possessed terrifying combat strength, and even among such monsters, Mirang was considered weak. Thinking about facing tribesmen far stronger than herself, Meringue silently vowed that if she failed this trial, she would never be worthy of facing that woman again. She clenched her fists and promised herself she would succeed. Seeing that she was ready, Raisin immediately said it was time to leave and asked where the village was. Meringue pointed toward the distant mountains and said that was their destination. Only then did Raisin remember something important. Rudia's homeland, Hiran, was also hidden within those dangerous mountains. Along the way, Rudia eagerly chatted with Meringue, happily introducing herself and even asking if she could touch Meringue's tail. Rudia's endless energy irritated Meringue, so much that veins bulged on her forehead. She complained to Raisin that the girl was far too noisy and even asked if she should just eat her. Raisin hurriedly stopped her. That night, while the group rested inside their tent, a thunderous noise suddenly echoed from outside. Raisin and Rudia instantly became alert and rushed outside to investigate. They found Meringue dragging the corpse of a gigantic beast behind her. She casually said she had found it on the way and asked if they wanted to eat it. Raisin immediately recognized it as a saparon, a rare forest beast famous for its incredible nutritional value. The group quickly prepared dinner and roasted the meat over a fire. The rich aroma spread through the camp, making Rudia cheer with excitement, while Meringue reminded her to lower the flames. Since Meringue absolutely hated using teleportation gates, the three of them spent 3 straight days traveling on foot. Even so, the cheerful moments around the campfire made the journey surprisingly enjoyable. Watching Rudia cook with fire magic while laughing with Meringue, Raisin realized the two girls had become close friends. Once roasted, the saparon meat turned a beautiful golden color. Steam rose into the air, carrying an irresistible aroma. The meat was so tender it practically melted in the mouth. Seeing Meringue devour one huge piece after another, Raisin curiously asked if she planned to eat everything. He remembered that the Golden Tiger tribe was not supposed to be picky eaters, but Meringue simply shot him a cold glance and denied it. According to Meringue, the Golden Tiger tribe possessed senses far sharper than humans, making them extremely selective about food. She even complained that the food Raisin carried smelled rather strange. Looking at the fresh fruit preserved by time-stop magic, Raisin could not understand her complaint. He thought the food in his storage could never spoil, so Meringue really was unbelievably picky. Meringue then made a comment that sent chills down Raisin's spine. She casually claimed that human meat tasted the best. Meanwhile, Rudia kept happily eating her roasted meat without a care. Smiling, Meringue even encouraged her to eat as much as she wanted. The strangely adorable yet disturbing scene left Raisin wondering why she would say something like that in front of a human. Curious, Raisin asked if golden tiger meat tasted good as well. Meringue calmly replied that it did not, because it was far too tough. The answer left Raisin speechless, as he wondered if she had actually tried it before. After resting, the group arrived at an old wooden signpost. According to the directions, following this path would lead to a cave, and after crossing it and descending the mountain, they would reach Hiran. Rudia happily turned to say goodbye, explaining that she would visit her father first, before meeting everyone again. But Raisin suddenly stopped her and seriously told her to stay in the village. Confused, Rudia asked why. Raisin explained that this time he was going directly to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. Hearing that, the young firefolk girl lowered her head sadly and wondered if she was being left behind because she was too weak. Seeing the disappointment on Rudia's face, Raisin found himself unable to answer. Deep down, Raisin knew that although Rudia was still young, she was already a genius mage. Even so, her current strength was nowhere near enough to face the Golden Tiger tribe, whose members were infamous for their brutality and power. If she came along, she would be the one in danger. Understanding what Raisin was thinking, Rudia let out a quiet sigh and decided to return home to her father. As she slowly walked away, Raisin suddenly called out her name. Hearing her name, Rudia immediately turned around. She flashed a bright smile as flames formed a heart above her hands. Cheerfully, she said. Her father had always told her that if she truly wanted to become stronger, she only had to say so. She believed she would keep growing stronger to protect Raisin, because the two of them were bound by the Fire Covenant. Rudia's sincerity and determination made Raisin smile with relief. He realized that letting her return home was probably the right decision. Watching Rudia disappear down the road, Raisin continued his journey and silently vowed to complete Kithios' mission so he could become even stronger. The fiery spirit of the Holy Grail suddenly flew out, circling through the air while endlessly complaining. It hated this place, saying it felt as though it had been trapped here for 1,000 years. This was also where it had once been sealed. Looking at the little cup, Raisin suddenly remembered. This was the very place where the Holy Grail's spirit had once been imprisoned. As he looked ahead, suddenly stopped. Meringue was kneeling beneath an ancient tree, digging frantically as if searching for something. Before he could ask, the Holy Grail coldly explained that she probably did not know how to open the village entrance. Surprised, Raisin asked if it actually required a password. Ignoring their confusion, Meringue kept digging with great enthusiasm. She even looked like she was having fun. Watching her, Raisin could only wonder why she was so excited. "Hey kid, who are you? Are you from the Golden Tiger tribe?" A sudden voice rang out, making Raisin spin around as a powerful sense of danger washed over him. A gigantic warrior stepped out from the shadows before him, radiating the presence of a guardian god. He had a massive build, dark skin marked with tiger stripes, and glowing eyes filled with killing intent. Raisin immediately realized this was a true Golden Tiger warrior, and his size far exceeded anything he had imagined. When Raisin glanced at Meringue, he was even more surprised. Her usual confidence had vanished, and she was trembling in fear before the warrior. Raisin silently judged that Meringue was already far from weak, yet the warrior before them was on an entirely different level. Judging by her reaction, this had to be a true member of the Golden Tiger tribe. At that moment, the system displayed Meringue's past. She had been born with a weaker body than the rest of her tribe and was rejected because of it. Seeing her trembling shoulders, Raisin could not help feeling moved. Even though she was terrified, she had still found the courage to return. Setting those thoughts aside, Raisin faced the vigilant Golden Tiger warrior and asked why he believed Raisin could not possess Tutankhamun's fang unless he belonged to the tribe. Raisin explained that Kethio had sent him here. The name only made the warrior even more suspicious because he had never heard of such a person. Raisin then introduced himself as Raisin Mayton. The moment the Mayton family name was spoken, the atmosphere instantly changed. Meringue froze and repeated the name in disbelief. Raisin smiled confidently before dropping another shocking revelation. He said he was related to Avalia Mayton and Persa Mayton, names the warrior surely recognized. The moment those two names, the source of the Golden Tiger tribe's greatest tragedy, were spoken, both the giant warrior and Meringue immediately changed expression. Raisin's admission that he was connected to Avalia Mayton and Persa Mayton ignited the long-buried rage within the Golden Tiger warrior. The hatred of losing so many of his people exploded. Grinding his teeth, he roared that he wanted to devour Raisin alive. He then turned to Meringue in fury, demanding to know why she had dared bring a member of the Mayton family to the tribe's territory. Blamed without warning, Meringue panicked and burst into tears. She frantically waved her hands and explained that she had known nothing about it. She had only heard that the Fang could grant her entry into the village, so she had guided Raisin here. Seeing the situation grow tense, the Golden Tiger warrior demanded an explanation. Yet Raisin remained perfectly calm and even teased Meringue by reminding her that she had once threatened to eat him. Embarrassed, she blushed and shouted that she would only eat him after everything was settled. Even under overwhelming killing intent, Raisin never flinched. The Golden Tiger warrior gritted his teeth and proudly declared that his tribe feared nothing. They would rather die fighting than submit. Raisin stepped forward and seriously explained that he had not come to wage war. He wanted to correct the mistakes his sisters had made and bring this endless hunt to an end. The warrior immediately mocked him, refusing to believe anyone from the Mayton family could say such words. Raisin did not argue. Instead, he raised the golden fang before the warrior and declared that he would bring Tutankhamun's fang to the sacred altar. After that, he would inherit the wills of Tutankhamun and Kurthel and use them to end the meaningless conflict between both sides. The legendary fang's radiant light made the Golden Tiger warrior hesitate for a moment. Even so, he stubbornly roared that he would never trust Raisin's words. The fang itself would decide the truth. The altar would reveal the answer, and there would still be time to tell whether Tutankhamun's fang was real or fake. At that moment, an old man slowly emerged from the shadows, leaning on a wooden cane. Raisin recognized him at once and called out his name. It was village chief Bakuya. The seventh young master suddenly appearing and calling him by name left Bakuya stunned. His eyes widened as he asked how Raisin knew who he was. Raisin gave a playful smile and said it was not a guess. He knew because of his all-seeing eye and the prophecy left behind by the sage Kost Theo. The name Kost Theo and the mention of a prophecy made Bakuya fall silent. He muttered that he barely remembered the sage before studying Raisin and asking if he had truly seen the future. Without hesitation, Raisin confirmed that he had witnessed a terrifying future. In that future, the sisters of House Mayton would become the source of disaster, bringing endless suffering and dragging the entire world into chaos. Looking Bakuya straight in the eyes, Raisin declared that he had inherited the will of his predecessor and was reborn for one purpose alone, to stop his sisters. Faced with the resolve of a 14-year-old boy, the system immediately marked Bakuya's status as interested. Rasen thought the old man was already convinced but was trying to stay calm. Sure enough, Bakuya stroked his chin and pondered for a long while. At last, village chief Bakuya admitted he had never heard the name Cost Theo, but he knew many secrets about the Golden Tiger tribe. His words shocked the Golden Tiger warrior beside him. He could not believe Bakuya knew those ancient secrets. The chief only sighed and said he truly did, even if the younger warriors dismissed them as meaningless tales. Bakuya then began recalling memories from ages long past. As soon as he started, the Golden Tiger warrior realized he was telling the legend of Tutanka. According to the legend, to prove his oath to protect the tribe, the hero Tutanka pulled out one of his own fangs. He swore to protect the land of the Golden Tiger tribe and his companions with his life. At that time, Tutanka stood at the peak of the world's strongest beings. He built an ancient stone altar and created the perfect place to preserve that sacred fang. The legend also said that when the holy fang returned to the altar, a great power would awaken, and the hero Tutanka would appear in the world once again. After hearing the story, Rasen sensed something was wrong. He asked if Tutanka had really fought alongside companions because, as far as he knew, golden tigers were solitary predators. He turned to Mirang for confirmation. Caught off guard, Mirang hesitated and said that was probably true. Even so, Rasen still had another unanswered question. According to the legend, placing Tutanka's fang into the altar would trigger a special reaction, and that reaction was magic. What confused Rasen was that the Golden Tiger tribe had never possessed the ability to use magic. So how could their leader have created such a powerful spell? Even stranger, neither Bakuya nor the other Golden Tiger warriors had ever questioned this contradiction. Rasen quietly realized that everything was probably connected to the journey he had started long ago, and it all traced back to Cost Theo. Just then, Bakuya interrupted his thoughts. Taking a slow breath, he said Rasen was not lying because he could sense the mark of this place on him. After earning the chief's trust, Rasen immediately asked what had been bothering him for a long time. He wanted to know why Persa had been unable to detect Bakuya's existence. Bakuya told him to ask, and Rasen voiced his suspicion. Rasen believed that with Persa's overwhelming power, she should have been able to break the barrier, protecting this place with ease. The question left Bakuya frozen in shock. He looked down at the hand gripping his cane and wondered why he had never noticed such an obvious flaw. Seeing the chief's reaction, Rasen smiled faintly after finding the missing clue. He realized someone had arranged everything from the very beginning, and that person was the legendary archmage Cost Theo. Rasen started piecing together the truth behind Cost Theo's identity and his hidden connection to the Golden Tiger tribe. If Tutanka was not an all-powerful being who could rule the world, but that role actually belonged to Cost Theo, then every impossible detail suddenly made perfect sense. Rasen wondered if everyone could accept the truth that Tutanka was actually Cost Theo. In the end, he chose to reveal it anyway. Cost Theo was the sage who had used hypnosis magic on the entire Golden Tiger tribe. The shocking revelation left both Bakuya and the Golden Tiger warrior completely speechless. Rasen went on to explain that Cost Theo was also the one who deliberately left Tutanka's fang behind. Standing nearby, Mirang was completely stunned. She could not believe what she had just heard and quickly asked for confirmation. She asked in shock why Cost Theo would hypnotize the entire Golden Tiger tribe. Rasen revealed that the answer lay in the true origin of Tutanka, the legendary leader of a warrior tribe that valued strength and honor above all else. Convinced by the wisdom and knowledge of the 14-year-old boy, Elder Bakuya finally changed his attitude. He reached out his hand and offered Rasen rare praise. The old man said Rasen was truly brilliant, nothing like his wild older sisters. Then Bakuya decided to personally escort him into the village. Seeing the outstretched hand, Rasen felt a little smug, believing he had easily passed the first test. He happily accepted. Without another word, Rasen shook Elder Bakuya's hand, officially forming an alliance between them. The group continued on, but when Bakuya noticed Mirang still standing beside the cart, he turned around and called for her to catch up. Hearing the elder's voice, Mirang's tiger ears instantly perked up. She quickly ran over to join the group. After a long journey through the dense forest, an incredible sight appeared before them. A massive waterfall crashed into a crystal-clear lake, sending white mist into the air. There, Bakuya began chanting an ancient spell in a language Rasen had never heard before. The moment the chant ended, the entire area shook violently. Rasen felt the laws of space and time twisting as chaotic magic engulfed everyone. A crushing wave of dizziness hit him. He gritted his teeth as cold sweat poured down his face, realizing this method of travel was far more terrifying than an ordinary teleportation gate. One tiny mistake, and the spatial vortex could tear his body apart forever. Fortunately, a brilliant flash of light burst across the sky before fading away, safely carrying the group through the barrier. On the other side, Rayson stared in confusion at a red desert covered in endless sand. He wondered if this could really be the home of the Golden Tiger tribe. Then an ancient village slowly came into view. As soon as they reached the entrance, a Golden Tiger guard caught the scent of a human. He rushed over and asked if the newcomer was truly human. Bakuya calmly confirmed that Rayson carried Tutanka's fang. The guard immediately ran inside to alert the entire tribe. Standing before the homeland he had not seen in so long, Elder Bakuya became overwhelmed with emotion, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. In his heart, he prayed to the legendary hero Tutanka, grateful that he had finally returned to save the Golden Tiger tribe. He also wondered if the hero had left anything behind for them. Bakuya, Rayson, and the giant warrior quietly walked deeper into the village. Following behind, Meringue could not take her eyes off Rayson. Her heart raced with excitement, and her golden eyes shone with joy. At last she had returned to the land of her own tribe. The moment Rayson entered the center of the Golden Tiger village, the warriors immediately noticed him. They caught his scent and quickly recognized the trace of Tutanka. Bakuya slowly explained that every member of the tribe could recognize Tutanka's scent, even though most had never met the legendary hero. Perhaps this was the greatest trial the tribe now faced. After that, the elder led Rayson to the foot of a gigantic staircase. At the top, a crimson pillar of light pierced the desert sky as Bakuya pointed ahead. Bakuya solemnly explained that this was the sacred altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. A small slot faced the staircase, and Rayson had to place Tutanka's fang inside it. The elder warned that if the one placing Tutanka's fang was unworthy, heavenly lightning would strike and take that person's life. The warning left Rayson stunned, because he had never known such a deadly trial existed. Just then, the system confirmed that Archmage Theo had deliberately created this ritual to prevent evil people from stealing the fang. If the challenger was rejected, the ultimate anti-human skill, Lightning of Annihilation, would activate immediately. Seeing the unbelievably long skill name on the system screen, Rayson could only break into a cold sweat and silently complain about his terrible luck. Seeing him stand still for too long, Bakuya narrowed his eyes and asked if Rayson was afraid. He was only sensing the lingering power of Tutanka and Theo. Then he asked to begin the trial immediately. With those words, Rayson strode forward without hesitation toward the altar glowing with blinding light. He focused his mind and tried to sense the immense magical energy hidden within the altar. Standing before the ancient stone platform, Race tightened his grip on the glowing fang and reassured himself that everything would be fine, because Theo had personally entrusted it to him. Without another thought, Rayson placed Tutanka's fang into the altar's sealed slot. The instant it touched the altar, the fang burst into dazzling light, triggering a powerful magical reaction. A massive wave of pink-purple light exploded across the area, leaving Rayson stunned. Some hidden mechanism had clearly been activated. Witnessing what looked like a miracle, every Golden Tiger warrior below fell into shock. They immediately knelt, bowed repeatedly through tears, and reverently called out Tutanka's name. Within the brilliant light, the figure of a man with long blue hair and pale blue ancient robes slowly appeared. Unlike the elderly man Rayson had met before, this was a much younger Theo. Rayson instantly realized they were indeed the same person. From atop the ancient altar, Theo's projection looked at Rayson and calmly addressed him as the successor who had brought the Holy Grail back. Rayson quickly realized this was only a recorded magical message, just like before. Theo's projection continued, saying the reward for completing the mission was a special item. As soon as he finished speaking, the legendary Archmage's hand began glowing with a gentle and mysterious energy. A blazing red gemstone then appeared in his palm, shining like a living flame. Seeing it, Rayson frowned slightly and wondered if it was really just an ordinary gem. Before he could think any further, the gemstone flashed brightly and shot straight toward the Holy Grail floating nearby. Without slowing down, the red gem embedded itself in the center of the little cup's forehead. Pookie immediately cried out in pain and angrily complained that its handsome face had been ruined by such a weird decoration. Seeing the cup overreact, Theo's projection laughed and teased that Pookie must be crying because it hurt. Embarrassed by the nickname, the cup blushed and protested that it was not Pookie, but the Great Holy Grail. Theo only teased it even more, saying Pookie was probably bragging about being the greatest treasure again. Unable to endure the teasing, the little cup could only shout in frustration. Ignoring the argument, Theo's projection turned back to Rayson and seriously remarked that, if his guess was correct, Rayson was walking the path of a mage, though not quite like any ordinary one. Hearing that, Rayson silently concluded that Cost Theo was referring to his unique style of magical combat. Cost Theo continued by explaining that no matter how gifted a human might be, the human body still had its limits. Without the Holy Grail, no one could reach an endless source of power, and that was exactly why he created this treasure. Rayson listened carefully as Cost Theo explained the Holy Grail's true ability. It allowed its owner to fuse an additional elemental affinity that an ordinary human body could never possess. Rayson recalled that in the original story, Casson had obtained this treasure but never unlocked its full potential because he did not know this secret. At that moment, Rayson realized the relic was even more valuable to him than it had been to the original protagonist. To test it, Rayson looked at the little cup and guessed that its first attribute was fire. The Holy Grail immediately scoffed and proudly declared that it did not possess just one attribute, but every elemental attribute. The cup admitted that although it hated the gemstone for making it look uglier, it now allowed the user to fuse with any elemental affinity. It then explained that the first attribute meant to awaken was fire. Meanwhile, Archmage Cost Theo's projection began flickering and slowly fading away. Before disappearing completely, he told Rayson that he would certainly be able to learn additional elemental magic with the Holy Grail. More importantly, this hidden attribute was concealed within the treasure EXF, making it impossible for anyone else to detect. This unique ability to hide his true power would become a tremendous advantage against future enemies. Cost Theo's image grew fainter and fainter, but he left one final message. If Rayson continued following the path he had once walked and searched for the traces of his closest friend, he would uncover many more secrets. After the projection vanished completely, Rayson stood silently before the now empty altar, unable to stop wondering about the identity of the friend Cost Theo had mentioned. Looking at the Holy Grail floating beside him, Rayson joked that it looked pretty weird. The cup instantly got angry and proudly declared that it was the Great Holy Grail, not some ordinary object. Rayson simply laughed and deliberately called it Pookie again. That only made the little cup even angrier, as it kept complaining about being treated with no respect. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by a violent tremor. The ground shook so hard that Rayson wondered if an earthquake had struck. He immediately lowered his body to keep his balance on the stone stairs, but the moment his hand touched the ground, Rayson was horrified to find the stone floor shaking violently while the entire ancient altar began collapsing. The platform beneath him shattered in an instant, sending Rayson plunging into the abyss below. As Pookie screamed in panic, Rayson reacted at once and activated his wind magic to escape the danger. A surge of wind magic lifted his body, allowing Rayson to land safely. He let out a long breath and admitted that the fall had genuinely caught him off guard. But the moment he looked around, Rayson froze. Countless giant golden tiger warriors surrounded him, their glowing eyes in the darkness creating overwhelming pressure. At first, Rayson thought they were ordinary members of the Golden Tiger tribe, but he quickly noticed something strange. Every one of them stood completely motionless, like lifeless statues. The eerie silence was finally broken by a long, heavy sigh. Elder Bakuya slowly explained that with the destruction of the sacred temple, the chains binding the Golden Tiger tribe for countless years had finally been broken. Seeing the elder's unusually respectful attitude, Rayson could not hide his confusion and asked what this so-called binding really meant. Bakuya explained that the Golden Tiger tribe had once possessed enough power to rule the entire world. But after the legendary leader Tutanka disappeared, a curse from a supreme being fell upon every member of the tribe. Rayson silently repeated the mysterious curse in his mind. At that moment, every Golden Tiger warrior released brilliant golden battle aura. Bakuya declared that the Lord's shackles had finally vanished. As soon as he finished speaking, each Golden Tiger warrior transformed into a beam of light before disappearing into the sky. Rayson looked up as the desert sky began changing. The massive barrier surrounding this land slowly faded away, causing space and time themselves to tremble. As the barrier disappeared, a clear blue sky appeared for the first time. Even so, Bakuya remained serious and said that although the curse was gone, the Golden Tiger tribe was still incomplete. Confused, Rayson asked why. Bakuya sighed and explained that the problem was their missing tails. For the Golden Tiger tribe, the tail had always been their greatest weakness, so every child cut it off to prevent enemies from exploiting it. But now that the curse had been lifted, they needed those tails to awaken their true power once again. Hearing that, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Meringue because she was the only member of the tribe who had kept her tiger tail. Bakuya then spoke about the tribe's ancient history. In the past, the Golden Tiger tribe had kings and queens, though the title was mostly symbolic. Except for Tutanka, every ruler had been a woman because the tribe followed a matriarchal tradition. The elder then looked down at Meringue and unexpectedly declared that she was the most suitable person to become the next queen of the Golden Tiger tribe. The sudden proposal left Meringue speechless before she reacted in shock. Bakuya gently explained that she had suffered the most under the curse, but now that the chains were gone, her true power had finally been released. Looking at the new magical energy flowing through her hands, Meringue was amazed to find that her body suddenly felt much lighter. Watching everything unfold, Raisin finally understood why Meringue had always been considered weak. She had actually been carrying a terrible restriction that no one had ever realized. On top of that, after the third young lady Posa slaughtered all the adults in her village, no one remained to perform the tail-cutting ritual, leaving Meringue unable to return to her people. Because of that, she had been forced to survive alone in the dangerous forest for years. Raisin frowned as he realized everything fit together almost too perfectly. Meeting Meringue, her keeping her tail, it all felt like part of a plan. He began to suspect that Theo had secretly orchestrated every event, while Raisin himself was merely a chess piece following a scheme prepared thousands of years ago. Interrupting Raisin's thoughts, Elder Bakuya suddenly knelt on one knee and solemnly swore that, as a member of the Golden Tiger tribe, he would faithfully stand beside the savior who had freed them from the curse. Right after that, the other warriors, including Geisha, Ridura, Sander, and Jibeko, also knelt one after another and pledged their absolute loyalty. Meringue smiled with determination and bowed, swearing that as a member of the Golden Tiger tribe, she would wholeheartedly stand beside the one who had saved her people. The system immediately lit up with a notification confirming that Raisin had received the loyalty oath of the entire Golden Tiger tribe. Seeing the whole tribe kneeling before him, Raisin could not hide his excitement. He had finally gained an incredibly powerful ally, and this was likely the gift Theo had intended to leave him. Freed from the curse, the Golden Tiger tribe regained its former spirit and strength. Before long, the entire village was filled with celebration. After spending a full day celebrating with Raisin, the Golden Tiger tribe decided to continue their own journey. They no longer had to hide themselves or live in isolation. Although they were still not strong enough to face Raisin's terrifying sisters head-on, they at least had the strength to leave this land and escape the endless pursuit. As they left the valley, Raisin looked at his companion and asked why Meringue was not returning with her tribe. The tiger girl calmly replied that the place she wanted to go was already in this direction. Surprised, Raisin asked why. Meringue cheerfully answered that traveling alone would be boring, so staying with him sounded much better. Watching Meringue's energetic attitude, Raisin could only sigh to himself. Tigers were supposed to be fiercely independent, yet she was nothing like that. In the end, he simply told her to do whatever she wanted. Just then, both of them suddenly stopped after sensing something unusual. A deafening explosion echoed in the distance, followed by a towering column of black smoke and a sea of crimson flames rising into the sky. Raisin's expression changed instantly. He realized a massive fire had broken out, but his eyes quickly locked onto those strange flames. The image of his third sister, Persa, immediately appeared in his mind, with her blazing red hair and dangerously insane smile. Looking at the flames consuming the horizon, Raisin knew at once that they were the mark of Persa's destructive power. Then an even more terrifying thought crossed his mind. This was bad. Rudia had already returned to Hiron. Thinking of the cheerful fire girl, Raisin's heart tightened with worry. If she was there, the outcome would be unimaginable. There was no time to hesitate. Raisin instantly unleashed the power of wind magic. Green wind mana erupted around him, blasting away dirt and stones as he shot forward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Raisin had already raced past Meringue, leaving the tiger girl frozen in surprise. As he rushed ahead, Raisin gritted his teeth and forced himself to move even faster. He had only one hope left, that he was not already too late. Watching the trail of wind mana disappear into the distance, Meringue stood in shock. Her golden eyes widened as she sensed the familiar yet overwhelmingly powerful aura fading away. As Raisin approached Hiron, he found the entire village consumed by flames. He immediately used wind magic to sweep away the thick poisonous smoke and clear a path inside. Seeing his hometown completely destroyed, Raisin clenched his fists in rage. The village had been burned to ashes, and the people of Hiron lay scattered in ruin. At that moment, a desperate cry calling his name echoed from ahead. A terrified woman from Hiron ran toward Raisin, crying and begging for help. Raisin immediately asked what had happened. Before she could reach him, the woman suddenly froze in terror and managed only a weak scream. Instantly, raging flames engulfed her. In mere seconds, her entire body was reduced to ashes before Raisin's eyes. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Raisin stood completely frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. His pupils shrank as he spotted Julia lying unconscious on the scorched ground. Amid the burning ruins and endless flames, the third young lady, Mayton, stood calmly as though nothing had happened. She licked the blood from her fingertip, wore a wicked smile, and mockingly greeted Rayson as her little brother. Seeing the fury on Rayson's face, Persa glanced at Julia and casually said that Ivalian's little girl had caught her attention, so she had played with her for a while. She then sneered that the girl was nothing more than one of Rayson's toys. Rayson trembled with rage. Barely holding back his anger, he coldly demanded to know why his sister had come here. Persa simply tilted her head with a faint smile and pretended to be confused, asking if she was not allowed to visit her own little brother. Standing in the middle of Hiran's blazing inferno, Rayson looked up at the crimson sky in agony. The stench of burning flesh filled the air and tightened his chest. That horrible smell was all that remained of the village. How had everything come to this? Julia's old smile and innocent face flashed through Rayson's mind. He remembered how happy she was when she thought she would finally see her father again. The sharp contrast between then and now filled Rayson with rage. He clenched his teeth and could not understand how Persa could be so cruel. Keeping his composure, Rayson coldly said that if Persa had been waiting here, on purpose, she must have something to say. Persa smirked with contempt. She admitted she wanted to meet Rayson, but said he had guessed completely wrong, calling him a fool. Persa pointed behind him and revealed her true target. Only then did Rayson realize Mirang was the real reason she came. She had been tracking him the whole time. Persa calmly said she wanted the Golden Tiger clan. When asked why, she simply replied that it was her hobby. Since her tracking magic had stopped working, she hired others to investigate, and the rumors about the Golden Tiger clan reached her first. Persa let out a sinister laugh and revealed that her intelligence network had already tracked Rayson long ago. She even said Rayson had helped her so much that she spent the waiting time thinking of a reward for him. As she spoke, Persa pointed at the smoldering ashes where the burned remains of Hiran's villagers were still being consumed by the flames. Then she made her cold declaration. She called it a special gift for Rayson because he had worked so hard to help her find the Golden Tiger clan. To Persa, burning an entire village and turning innocent lives into ashes was nothing more than a greeting gift for her little brother. The horrifying scene brought back Mirang's worst memories. Persa was the one who had destroyed the homeland of the Golden Tiger clan. Back then, as 5-year-old Mirang trembled in fear, Persa knelt before her and coldly asked if she knew why she had to die. Persa answered with pure disdain. The reason was simple. Mirang was too weak. If she truly hated her, then she should grow stronger and come back someday, though Persa believed she would never surpass her. The painful memories and the cruel truth completely shattered Mirang. Her eyes filled with hatred and shock. Her body shook uncontrollably before she collapsed to the ground. Through tears, Mirang looked at Rayson and cried out, asking how long he had been lying to her. The system immediately reported that she had entered a panic state from severe mental trauma. Only then did she realize that the companion she trusted was the younger brother of the person who destroyed her family. Despite Mirang's misunderstanding, Rayson remained calm. He turned to Persa and questioned her about the innocent people of Hiran. Persa only smiled faintly. To her, it did not matter whether someone deserved death or not. Everyone would die in the end. Rayson insisted that the Golden Tiger clan had done nothing wrong. Persa admitted it, but said she needed their power. Unable to accept any more of his sister's cruelty, Rayson stepped forward and declared that Mirang was his friend, someone who had stood beside him through everything. He would never hand her over to Persa. Rayson's promise to protect her left Mirang completely stunned. Across from them, Persa gritted her teeth in annoyance at her little brother's defiance. She slowly raised her hand and coldly said it was time to see how strong Rayson had become. Rayson immediately noticed the magic seal marks forming on Persa's fingers. Before he could analyze them, Persa swung her hand and unleashed an enormous wave of fire energy. The blazing golden stream barely grazed past Rayson. Then it slammed into the ground behind him and exploded, flattening a massive area. Looking at the devastated land, Rayson realized this was the power of Tier 6 fire magic, an attack powerful enough to erase an entire battlefield. Through the smoke, Persa smiled wickedly and mocked him. She admitted she had missed on purpose, but the next attack would not miss. If Rayson failed to dodge, he would die. And if he dodged, the friend behind him would die instead. Hearing the threat, Mirang instantly fell into panic. A massive golden blaze erupted in the next instant. The devastating attack rushed straight toward them. Rayson refused to step back. He stood in front of Mirang and prepared to take the full force of the attack. But when the light of the explosion finally faded, Rayson was still standing exactly where he was, completely unharmed, leaving even Persa surprised. Persa slowly lowered her hand and pretended she had never intended to hurt Rayson. She then acted disappointed that the game she had prepared was not as entertaining as she expected. Rayson quietly realized this was the Mayton family's rule. Persa was bound by it and could not truly kill him. Persa smiled with excitement, saying things were about to get far more interesting. Right then, a sharp sound echoed across the battlefield. Rudia's unconscious arm was suddenly sliced off before everyone's eyes. The brutal sight left Rayson frozen in shock as he watched Rudia get injured. His fury exploded. Holding nothing back, Rayson activated his ultimate skill. Violent lightning covered his body, and his hair turned bright silver blue. The system announced that flash tactics had been activated, but with his current mana, it could only last for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Seeing her brother transform, Persa remained arrogant. She dismissed it as nothing more than a magic combat technique, saying his mana increase meant little to her. Then she suggested playing a familiar game. The rules were simple. If Rayson could touch her before she took a single step to teleport away, he would win. If he succeeded, she would return Mirang along with all of his toys. Rayson's lightning-filled eyes locked onto Persa. Without hesitation, he burst forward at lightning speed. As he charged, Rayson coldly warned his sister to keep her promise. Even against his lightning-fast charge, Persa only smiled wickedly and raised her hand, opening a massive fire formation. Her eyes challenged him, eager to see how strong he had become. Golden flames erupted instantly and filled the entire battlefield. Persa coldly declared that anyone who touched them would be burned to ashes. Ignoring the warning, Rayson charged straight into the sea of flames. He gritted his teeth as the unbearable heat scorched his body. Persa only smirked with contempt, convinced he could accomplish nothing. At the most dangerous moment, Rayson suddenly focused all of his lightning power into one arm. He even recklessly absorbed the surrounding fire energy and turned it into the force behind a blazing punch. The collision shook the heavens with a deafening explosion. The impact shattered the wall of flames and allowed Rayson to close in on Persa. Sensing something strange, Rayson immediately questioned whether Persa was absorbing fire energy. His sharp observation amused Persa even more. She thought the game was finally becoming fun. Since he had cleared the first challenge, it was time for the next one. Without hesitation, Rayson rushed in, wrapped his arms around Persa's waist, and used all his strength to crush her spine. But no matter how hard he pushed, Persa did not move at all. She stood like an unshakable mountain. Rayson realized her body was as solid as giant rocks rooted deep in the earth. Persa remained perfectly still and calmly teased him, saying he must have missed her if he was hugging her so tightly. Although she mocked him outwardly, Persa was genuinely surprised. His resistance to fire far exceeded normal limits. Any other Tier 2 mage would have died long ago. When she noticed the armor on her brother glowing brightly, Persa frowned in confusion, wondering how he had obtained such a special item. The familiar magic flowing from the armor reminded Persa of Lady Avalia, who once wore it while slaughtering countless giant monsters. The memory filled her eyes with hatred as she recalled that hateful face. Refusing to give him another chance, Persa immediately waved her hand and activated a gigantic blazing fire formation. A terrifying stream of berserk flame burst out and shot straight toward Rayson. The overwhelming heat instantly swallowed his entire body. The raging fire burned through every layer of defense, leaving Rayson screaming in unbearable agony. This was the true power of Tier 6 fire magic, far beyond imagination. The immense mana destroyed everything in its path, piercing even the protection of the White Dragon Scale robe and the 1,000-year Dragon Heart armor. Rayson could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Even with the Holy Haint supporting him, he knew he was reaching his limit. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. Watching from a distance, Mirang stood frozen before Persa's overwhelming destructive power. Her body trembled uncontrollably with fear as horrifying memories from the past rushed back, bringing the pain she had never escaped. In the middle of her panic, the few peaceful moments from her childhood gently resurfaced. She remembered the vast green fields where she had once run freely as a carefree little girl beneath an ancient tree. A kind Tiger Clan woman called out to her. The woman placed a 4-leaf clover in her hand and smiled, saying it would bring her good luck, and from that day on, only good things would come her way. But that beautiful memory was quickly consumed by Persa's ruthless flames. The lucky clover turned to ashes, dragging Mirang back to the day her clan was destroyed. Back then, the entire village was swallowed by a raging inferno. Cries for help echoed everywhere, as blood stained the ground like a living hell. Even after losing all his strength, one clansman stood in front of her. He used his final breath to protect the little girl, and shouted for her to run. But in that very moment, death appeared. A sharp scythe came down and claimed his life right before Mirang's helpless eyes. Amid the endless flames stood a terrifying phantom holding a giant scythe. Beneath it was Persa, calmly carrying the severed heads of 2 Tiger Clan members. All the little girl could see was the ruined homeland, burning to the ground as a lonely tiger cub watched in despair. Her tear-filled eyes reflected the cruel flames that consumed everything. The 4-leaf clover that once symbolized hope fell to the ground and was quickly reduced to ashes. Persa's mocking voice echoed once more. "Do not hate me. Do you know why you have to die? Because you are too weak. If you cannot accept it, become stronger and come back for me." She then pointed at the helpless child and coldly added that no matter how hard she tried, Persa would always be stronger. Back in the present, Meringue stood frozen in fear as she watched Raisin being consumed by Persa's berserk flame, screaming in agony. While maintaining the massive fire formation, Persa coldly watched him suffer and mocked him, asking if it hurt. She told Raisin that this was the fate of the weak. The weak would always be crushed by the strong and never have the power to resist. The nightmare from the past was so overwhelming that Meringue could no longer separate memory from reality. The frightened tiger cub slowly became her present self. But in the middle of the blazing inferno, Raisin suddenly opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted with absolute determination, "Even the weak can change the world if they have the courage to stand and fight." Those powerful words left Meringue completely stunned by Raisin's unshakable resolve. The lightning mana inside Raisin erupted violently and shattered the overwhelming flames surrounding him. Raisin called out to Meringue. He knew the fear trapping her was the greatest challenge she had to overcome herself. If she could not defeat her past, she would remain imprisoned by those painful memories forever. Meringue stood motionless as she faced the terror that had haunted her since childhood. She finally realized she could not keep running forever. If she continued living in fear, nothing in her life would ever change. Throwing away her weakness, Meringue tore off her outer robe and threw it aside. Crimson lightning mana erupted around her body as she unleashed the strongest battle form of the Golden Tiger Clan. Her beast-like eyes glowed with fierce determination. Meringue was finally ready to change her own fate. Before Persa could react, the silhouette of a gigantic tiger tore through the air at incredible speed. Meringue opened her fanged jaws and bit down hard on Persa's arm, instantly breaking her control of the battlefield. At the same moment, Raisin's mana was completely exhausted. The system announced that flash tactics had ended, and all his strength left his body as he collapsed. Lying on the ground, Raisin forced his eyes open and was shocked to see that Meringue had really bitten Persa's arm. But Persa ignored the wound completely. The blood-red eyes of the tiger awakened an old memory. A sinister smile spread across her face as she recognized the child who had survived the massacre. At that moment, the system issued a shocking alert. A major event had occurred, directly changing the story. After managing to injure Persa, Raisin's group finally escaped her pursuit for the time being. Even so, Raisin knew she would never let this go. That night, Meringue came to see Raisin while he quietly studied a map by himself. Seeing her carrying a pile of fruit, Raisin asked about Rudia and learned that she was only resting. When he asked where the food came from, Meringue avoided the question and simply said she had gathered it from many places, because good food could lift people's spirits. Watching Meringue care for Rudia and even give her own robe away, Raisin sensed the special bond growing between them. But the sight also pulled him back to the terrifying memory connected to the demon eye. In that memory, Rudia had coldly declared that she wanted to kill Persa's father, so he would suffer the same pain she carried. What hurt Raisin the most was that the man she wanted to kill was his own father. Not wanting Raisin to suffer anymore, Rudia broke down in tears and made a painful request. She said that if she ever killed Persa's father, she wanted Raisin to be the one to end her life, because she believed that was the fate she deserved. Shaking off the heavy memories, Raisin returned to the present when Meringue asked about their next destination. Without hesitation, he said they were heading to the hunter's graveyard. Hearing the name of that eerie place, Meringue looked completely confused. Raisin explained that he was searching for a special magic potion that could increase the maximum mana infused into a magic circle. Meringue doubted such a potion even existed because she had never heard of it before. Raisin calmly replied that no one had ever actually seen it, which was exactly why it remained unknown. After fighting Persa, Raisin understood that the gap between them was still enormous. More importantly, this world possessed a mysterious force capable of restoring everything. If he possessed the power to influence the world's probability, then this world also had a restoring force that preserved the original balance. Those two powers had always been silently opposing each other without Raisin realizing it. To win, he had to strengthen his own restoring power, while never disrupting the world's laws of probability. Because of that, Rayson knew he could not waste any more time. He had to find the magic potion and become stronger. Only then could he resist the restoring force that had once pushed his 57-year life back onto its original tragic path. He refused to let fate repeat itself. Before long, the group finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the ruins, Meringue could not believe how desolate the place was. With the Beast Clan's keen sense of smell, Meringue covered her nose and complained about the overwhelming stench of corpses. Rudia, however, noticed nothing, forcing Rayson to explain that Meringue's senses were far sharper than a human's. As they ventured deeper into the hunter's graveyard, the atmosphere became colder and more unsettling. Crows echoed through the darkness, making the place even more terrifying than Rayson had imagined. Rudia was so frightened that she grabbed Rayson's hand and whispered that she could sense ghosts nearby. Rayson simply replied that those ghosts were probably more afraid of her. Ignoring the eerie atmosphere, Rayson activated clear vision to inspect the area. Soon a special piece of information appeared before his eyes: Flintstone. After examining the area, Rayson realized the only unusual thing about the abandoned graveyard was that every rock and every patch of ground was made of flint. In ancient times, flint had been widely used to create sparks and start fires. But after fire magic and spirit magic became widespread, this primitive material was gradually forgotten. Seeing Rayson only observing the surroundings, Meringue impatiently asked where the magic potion was. When he admitted they still had to find it, she was surprised that even he did not know its location. Even so, Rayson remained confident that it was somewhere in this graveyard. Just then, Rudia shivered from the cold and quietly asked if they could light a fire to keep warm. Rayson immediately rejected the idea. He explained that every grave here was built from flint. A single spark could ignite the entire graveyard in an instant. Hearing that, Rudia fell completely silent. As midnight approached, the ground suddenly trembled violently, shattering the graveyard's deadly silence. From the darkness emerged a gigantic creature with a human-like shape but the body of an ancient tree. Its glowing red eyes pierced the night. It was an Ent, a monster with bark-like armor and physical strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. Thanks to its unique ability to survive on only water and sunlight, an Ent would appear in the hunter's graveyard only at midnight, and only if there was no fire anywhere nearby. The creature curiously asked why Rayson's group had not lit a fire to stay warm, since humans usually loved warmth and light. Rayson calmly replied that he disliked fire because he had been badly burned when he was young. That answer pleased the Ent. It revealed a grin full of sharp teeth and agreed that fire was indeed a terrifying thing. Realizing the group had no intention of making a fire, the Ent slowly lowered its guard. It decided Rayson was not a bad person and sank its roots deep into the ground. The Ent explained that it and its entire bloodline, from its distant ancestors to its own parents, had taken turns protecting this place for 3,000 years. Just then, Rayson's system revealed new information. The creature was Anshul Ra, the guardian of the hunter's graveyard. It also revealed that he had been searching for a hunter's rib bone. Seeing that, Rayson smiled to himself. Since the gravekeeper could not retrieve it alone, he had no choice but to rely on them. Anshul Ra asked if Rayson could bring him the hunter's rib. Rayson immediately agreed, knowing that no one had ever reached this place in the current timeline. From his memories, Kashin and his party would not discover the magic potion here until much later. Not wanting to waste time, Rayson asked where the grave was located. Since traces of fire still lingered there, the Ent could not approach it himself, so he decided to lead the way. Rayson signaled everyone to follow behind the giant tree. They arrived at an abandoned old grave marked by an ancient sword stuck in the ground. This was the resting place that held the rib bone Anshul Ra had been searching for. Without hesitation, Rayson took out his tools and began digging. After digging for some time, the earth gave way and revealed an ancient wooden coffin. Rayson's eyes lit up as he realized he had found the right place. The coffin creaked as he slowly lifted its weathered lid. Inside was not a human corpse, but the massive skeleton of a werewolf, once a legendary hunter. Even after countless years, the bones still contained faint fire mana. Rayson snapped off one rib bone, thinking it was more than enough for the Ent. Smiling, he held the rib out and told Anshul Ra to take it. The gravekeeper trembled as his branches carefully accepted the precious relic. Excitement spread across his entire body. After waiting for thousands of years, Anshul Ra had finally obtained what he longed for. He roared with joy and thanked Rayson for fulfilling his lifelong wish. At that moment, the giant creature's body began shining with brilliant light. The strange sight left Rayson's entire group speechless. Meringue stared in amazement as the Ent glowed brightly. Rudia was equally captivated as sparkling lights and magical butterflies floated gently around the giant creature. It was a breathtaking scene, made even more surreal by the cold graveyard surrounding them. To express his gratitude, Anshul Ra slowly said this was his gift to the humans before him. As soon as he finished speaking, the barren ground trembled. A tiny sprout emerged from the soil and grew at an astonishing speed before Rayson's eyes. A deep crimson flower slowly bloomed on the tree, radiating a dreamy purple-pink glow. Hidden inside the flower was a glowing glass vial. It was the legendary magic potion that could increase the mana capacity of Rayson's magic circle. But instead of celebrating, Rayson's expression became even more serious. Everything had gone far too smoothly. A reward this valuable could not possibly come without a catch. Rayson immediately questioned whether obtaining such a priceless potion could really be this easy. He searched through the memories of the novel he had written. In the original story, Ka Shin's party only had to meet Anshul Ra, complete his request, and receive the potion. Back then, the protagonist simply followed the plot, and everything unfolded smoothly without any real obstacles. But that was exactly what made Rayson realize something was terribly wrong. If a power that allowed people to grow stronger this easily truly existed, then the world's balance would collapse. At that moment, the system displayed a blue notification. A flaw in the law of probability had been detected. Just as Rayson suspected, the real problem had finally surfaced. He looked at the giant gravekeeper and directly asked why Anshul Ra was giving him the potion. In a deep voice, Anshul Ra replied that the reason was simple. Rayson had helped him recover the rib he had searched for, but Rayson pressed further and asked why that bone mattered so much. Looking at the hunter's rib carefully wrapped in vines, Anshul Ra explained that it had once belonged to a great hunter. When Rayson asked why a single bone was so important, Anshul Ra honestly answered that his entire bloodline had searched for it across countless generations. Hearing that, Rayson fell silent. A thought flashed through his mind. Why was this Ent so obsessed with that rib bone? There had to be a deeper reason hidden in the original story. Looking at the crimson flower below, Rasan finally confirmed a crucial truth. Anshul Ra's quest had never existed in the original story he wrote. Even so, the flower would keep producing magic potions in an endless cycle. The problem was that every one of them might be nothing more than a fake. Rayson suspected the potion that expanded a magic circle's capacity was actually incomplete. That proved the current story had drifted away from the original plot. At the same time, the system informed him that he had obtained another probability fragment. Rayson pieced the clues together. In the original story, Ka Shin's party had indeed received this potion after meeting the Ent, but its effect was only vaguely described as making them stronger. Even Rayson had never defined exactly how much it increased a magic circle's limit. Rayson's eyes turned resolute as the blue glow of the holy eye reflected in his pupils. He was convinced this place still held the answer. Without hesitation, Rayson searched the area and quickly found an important inscription carved into the surface of the ancient coffin. He activated the holy eye, revealing the hidden ancient text. The inscription instructed whoever found it to burn the ancient coffin and offer the remains within the ashes. It was an ancient ritual dedicated to the ancestors. But Rayson immediately realized the deadly danger. Using fire magic would ignite the surrounding flint and trigger a devastating mana explosion. Worse, every Ent in the world would see him as their sworn enemy for using fire in this sacred place. Trapped between two impossible choices, Rayson folded his arms and carefully connected every clue about probability. At last, he understood why an Ent had been chosen to guard this place. Their race hated fire above all else. Normally, anyone who accepted the quest would read the inscription and immediately use fire magic to burn the offering. But that very act activated the hidden trap, turning the gravekeeper into a relentless killing machine that destroyed anyone who dared use fire in the graveyard. After uncovering the true rule of the trial, the blue system notification appeared again. Rayson had collected all the missing probability fragments, greatly increasing his understanding of the area. A new instruction appeared. He had to create fire by hand without using magic, then burn the ancient coffin and offer the ashes to unlock the hidden passage. At the same time, clear vision revealed two additional hidden lines above and below the original inscription. Rayson wondered if those hidden instructions were meant only for him. Without wasting time, he turned toward the giant tree creature and called out to Anshul Ra, asking if he knew anything about the offering. The unexpected question left the Ent confused as he repeated the words to himself. An offering? An offering to the ashes? Fire? The very mention of fire made him panic. But suddenly, Anshul Ra's eyes lit up as though a long-buried memory had awakened. He gasped and said he finally remembered. According to a tradition, passed down through countless generations, the Ent clan had always been tasked with presenting 77 offerings to the ashes inside the coffin that held the hunter's rib. Hearing that, Rayson fell into thought. A race that feared fire more than anything had somehow been entrusted with a ritual that required flames. The number 77 immediately caught his attention. Random numbers could exist in this world, but a specific number like this could never be a coincidence. As the creator of this world, Rayson knew every detail had a purpose. The number reminded him of his old world, where the Holy Eye had once shown him Anbekto's 77th book. It was an introductory magic book that made learning and using magic far easier. Although that book was often considered something that defied the world's natural rules, it had become the very foundation Rayson used to create advanced combat methods and powerful magic techniques. Anshul Ra continued explaining the origin of the mission. Long ago, the Ent clan had been helped by a mysterious figure, and from then on they began performing the ritual. But after thousands of years, they had completed it only 76 times. The final 77th offering had been entrusted to Anshul Ra. The giant creature said through tears that the ancient legend claimed the flame would be incredibly hot, yet never burn anyone. But frightening stories passed down through generations had made the Ent forget the ritual's true meaning. After hearing everything, Rayson bent down and picked up a piece of flint. He recalled every instruction: fire without magic, burn the coffin, and complete the ritual. With quiet confidence, Rayson looked up at the tree creature before him and called out the name Anshul Ra. Under its confused gaze, he raised a flint stone and declared it would become the 77th offering of the Ent tribe. Then he asked if he could complete the ritual in its place. The request left Rudia stunned. She could not believe Rayson planned to make fire with nothing but stones. Since birth, she had relied on fire magic and had never seen such a primitive method. Ignoring the girl's surprise, Rayson sat down and prepared the materials. He explained that all he needed was flint, a piece of metal, and dry grass. In this world, mages were not the only ones who knew how to use fire. Famous swordsmen and martial clans could easily buy magic fire as cheap fuel. That was why they never bothered learning the ancient way of making fire by hand. The magic fire trade worked like the modern energy industry and was once controlled by the May family. But tribes without fire magic like Golden Lake had to find another way to survive. If they wanted to live, they needed fire, and if they wanted fire, they had to know how to make it. In the silent night, the sound of flint striking metal echoed again and again. Watching Rayson patiently work, Meringue found the whole thing incredibly strange, but Rayson simply told her not to interrupt and let him focus. After repeated strike splits between the flint and metal, a tiny spark finally appeared and quickly grew into a flame. Seeing the first fire he had ever made with his own hands, Rayson could not hide his excitement. Meringue stared in disbelief and blurted out that he had actually created fire. Ignoring Ebrion's reaction, Rayson began the ritual. He lit the prepared dry grass with the handmade flame and tossed it into the hunter's coffin. The fire spread at once. The moment Anshul Ra saw the flames, it panicked and backed away. Its voice was filled with fear of the thing it had always dreaded. But the disaster it feared never came. It soon realized the flame carried no heat at all and caused no harm. Rayson smiled because his theory was correct. Ents were extremely vulnerable to magical fire. Even the smallest flame created by magic could seriously injure them. But natural fire made through physical friction had no effect. Anshul Ra had mistaken these two completely different kinds of fire for all this time. After learning the truth, Anshul Ra was deeply moved. It bowed to thank Rayson for completing the 77th offering, something even its ancestors had failed to achieve. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the air and formed a floating golden gate above the flames. Just as the prophecy on the coffin said, only a fire not born from magic could open the hidden entrance. The gate was the entrance to an artificial dungeon. Rayson knew it would only remain while the fire burned, and the number of people allowed inside was surely limited. When Rudia asked where it led, Rayson explained that it was an artificial dungeon and that he intended to enter. He also warned her that powerful guardians were likely protecting it. Unlike her usual timid self, Rudia firmly declared that she wanted to go with Rayson. Her sudden determination caught Rayson off guard because she had always stayed behind instead of joining him directly. Seeing this, Meringue teased that with Rudia's current strength, she could not even climb up to the floating gate by herself. The Beast Girl then told Rudia to climb onto her back and said this would be the only time she helped like this. Rayson immediately activated his wind attribute optimization skill to boost his mobility. Working together, the three of them leaped through the glowing golden gate and entered the mysterious artificial dungeon. The instant they passed through, the gate closed and vanished completely. A system notification announced that the hidden scenario, the 77th offering, had been completed, and Rayson's party had officially entered the Golden Gate. After arriving, Rayson found himself standing in complete darkness. He was certain this was an artificial dungeon, but he could barely see anything. Moments later, the torches along the stone walls lit themselves one by one, revealing a massive cavern covered with countless ancient inscriptions. It felt like stepping into the inheritance site of an ancient powerhouse. The entire group stood in shock. Meringue had no idea where they were, while Rudia was overwhelmed by the endless ancient symbols covering the walls. Right then, the system automatically activated its translation function and announced that the one who had arrived was qualified to inherit the legacy of this place's master. As they ventured deeper, Rayson spotted a glowing stone platform ahead and began wondering if this place was connected to Kyotiu Theo. The system then revealed the first requirement. The heir had to possess a special type of vision, such as azure eyes. The moment Rayson touched the stone wall, he realized this ability had allowed him to pass the first gate. The second requirement soon appeared. The chosen successor needed skills connected to this place's master. Rayson wondered if the system was referring to fighting spirit or some unique form of combat magic. But the third requirement truly shocked him. The heir had to carry the bloodline of the Mayton family. Rayson never expected the system to mention that family so directly. Moments later, the owner's identity was revealed through the ancient inscriptions. It was Anbecto, who wished to pass down his story and the story of his late friend Kyotiu Theo to a worthy successor. The truth left Rayson speechless. He realized this place had not been built by Kyotiu Theo but by Anbecto. Then ancient memories began unfolding before him. Long ago, Anbecto and Kyotiu Theo constantly argued over the true source of power. Kyotiu Theo always believed elemental magic was the strongest path. Anbecto disagreed. He valued real combat ability and believed elemental magic alone did not define true strength. Their opposing beliefs and stubborn pride led to endless arguments, as if they were rivals destined to clash. Yet beneath all those heated debates, they understood and valued each other more than anyone else. Together, they spent countless years on adventures until one fateful day. In a ruined wasteland, they encountered a little girl named Mayton. Moved by her situation, Anbecto and Kyotiu Theo adopted her as their daughter. Kyotiu Theo taught Kaisa magic, while Anbecto trained her combat skills and physical strength. Thanks to her extraordinary talent, Kaisa quickly mastered everything they taught her. As the years passed, Anbecto and Kyotiu Theo came to love Kaisa as their own daughter and devoted themselves to raising her. Once Kaisa grew up, Anbecto and Kyotiu Theo respected her decision and let her choose her own path. Many years later, they learned she had become the head of a powerful family. No one knew what Kaisa had gone through during those years apart. But when they finally reunited, they found her lying weakly on her sickbed. That was when the painful truth came to light. Forcing the body to wield both combat magic and elemental magic at the same time caused the two powers to violently clash and slowly destroy the user's heart. Kaisa had always known the consequences, but she silently endured everything because she did not want her two adoptive fathers to worry. In the end, she passed away at a very young age, leaving behind an irreplaceable loss. Kaisa's death plunged Anbecto and Kyotiu Theo into a long period of grief. Eventually, they realized they could not remain trapped in despair forever. Since Kisas had left behind descendants carrying the Mayton bloodline, they decided to protect those children at all costs. It was their way of honoring their beloved daughter, hoping future generations could grow up in a more peaceful world. To prevent the same tragedy from happening again, they established a strict rule for the Mayton family. Every descendant had to choose only one path, either elemental magic or combat magic, and could never train both at once. After making that decision, Kyotiu Theo chose to stay behind and personally protect the children of the Mayton family. Meanwhile, Anbecto left his homeland and traveled to a distant land to begin a new life. After decades of research in a foreign land, Anbecto finally achieved a breakthrough and discovered an entirely different source of power. It was a special energy that did not conflict with mana, and he named it Fighting Spirit. Thus, a new concept was born, martial arts. Because it did not react against magic, its users could cultivate both powers without destroying their bodies. Reading these records, Rayson was completely shaken. He realized these were the very settings he had casually written into his old novel. He never imagined those simple ideas would create so many tragedies in the real world. Now he finally understood why elemental magic had become so widespread while combat magic had been hidden by the Mayton family and gradually forgotten through the generations. While Rayson was deep in thought, Meringue curiously asked Rudia what was written on the walls and whether she could read it. Rudia carefully deciphered the ancient text before hesitantly saying that it called whoever found this place the rightful successor. Ignoring the girl's conversation, Rayson continued reading the final part of the record, where the true secret behind Fighting Spirit was revealed. It turned out that even after founding the Grandel tribe, Kyotiu Theo still held a special affection for the children of the Mayton family. He hoped his future successors would carry the blood of the Mayton family. For the red-haired warrior Kyoto Theo, leaving his legacy to Case's descendants was his way of honoring the daughter he had loved. It seemed he had been preparing for this for a very long time. In his final years, Kyoto Theo created the transcendent Holy Grail, a treasure capable of storing elemental magic, while the heart became the vessel for fighting spirit. Thanks to this unique mechanism, its user could wield both elemental magic and fighting spirit at the same time without risking their body collapsing. However, this remarkable invention only deepened the conflict between Kyoto Theo and Anbekto. In Kyoto Theo's eyes, the Grandel tribe itself had become the greatest obstacle standing in his way. In the end, the two clashed in a world-shaking battle that lasted 7 days and 7 nights. The more they respected each other, the fiercer their opposing ideals burned. The battle ended only after both of them were completely exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Despite their differences, Anbekto had always considered Kyoto Theo his most important friend. Their pride simply kept either of them from backing down. After witnessing the entire story, Rayson stood before the ancient wall and reflected on the bond between Kyoto Theo, Anbekto, and Kesa Mayton, the founder of the Mayton family. Using his intuition, Rayson quickly noticed something that did not add up. If the two had truly fought to that extent, then Anbekto's book should have remained with the Grandel tribe. Yet Rayson clearly remembered seeing that very book in the Mayton family library during his previous visit. So what was the real truth behind it? At that moment, a blue system message suddenly appeared, confirming that Rayson had uncovered a missing piece of probability. He immediately realized this was the missing link in the story. In the next instant, the entire space around him froze. Every movement stopped and time itself stood still. The glowing ancient words on the wall gradually disappeared, leaving behind endless blank spaces. It felt as if every passage he finished reading was erased the moment he reached it. Faced with this strange situation, Rayson realized he had to complete the missing part of the story. After thinking it through, he understood that beneath all those arguments between the two masters lay a heartfelt truth. Though they constantly argued and challenged each other, Anbekto and Kyoto Theo had never truly seen one another as enemies. They had always been the closest of friends. More importantly, the love they both held for their adopted daughter, Kesa Mayton, would never disappear. It would continue to live on through time. The moment Rayson grasped this crucial truth, the system announced that he had gained additional probability by completing the missing part of the author's story. As expected, filling in that missing detail rewarded Rayson with a significant amount of probability. The system then announced that the inheritance guidance of the great sage Anbekto was now complete. Before everyone's astonished eyes, a golden stone chest slowly rose from the ground, glowing with a mysterious light. The chest slowly opened, revealing a glowing blue ancient book inside. It contained the method for magic optimization and a more efficient way to cultivate mana. Rayson was stunned because he had only ever learned the most basic forms of magic since childhood. But the book before him contained the advanced magic cultivation method he had always dreamed of finding. The moment he accepted the book, the system announced that the capacity of blazing water had greatly increasing from 20 all the way to 100. Looking at the glowing vial of blazing water in his hand, Rayson was thrilled. Not only had he obtained a new mana cultivation method, but his most important tool had also been completely upgraded. But the celebration did not last long. The entire cavern suddenly shook violently as massive rocks began crashing down from above. Realizing the place was collapsing, Rayson immediately shouted for everyone to get out. It seemed that once the inheritance had been claimed, there was no reason for this place to remain. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, followed by a shout amid the chaos. The next moment, Rayson, Marang, and Rudia were all teleported outside by a mysterious force. Rayson woke in shock and found himself back at the Hunter graveyard. Holding his head, he reflected on the guidance Anbekto had left inside the dungeon. However, when he looked at his hands, he discovered that the magic optimization book and the upgraded blazing water vial, with a capacity of 100, were still with him. He let out a sigh of relief. At least the precious rewards remained, and the journey had also revealed many secrets about the previous generation. Just then, Rudia yawned, rubbed her eyes, and said she had dreamed of Rayson being spun around before falling into a strange place. Hearing that, Rayson could only hope it was not a dream that foretold the future. Beside him, Marang also looked dazed. Watching the two girls, Rayson realized their memories of the artificial dungeon had completely disappeared. His thoughts immediately turned to Anshul Ra. If every memory had been erased, did the Guardian truly exist, or had it only been part of his own experience? Standing before Rayson's group was a massive ancient cherry blossom tree, its pink flowers gently swaying in the breeze. Rudia stared at the tree in surprise, wondering if it had ever been there before. Rayson silently observed it. He knew the ancient tree was Anshul Ra, who had quietly protected this land for thousands of years, and stood as proof of Enbekto's feelings for Kesa and Kyotu Theo. Rayson walked over, placed his hand on the trunk, and softly acknowledged Anshul Ra for fulfilling its duty. With firm determination, Rayson vowed that the knowledge he had gained would help him create a new power and carry on Kaisa Mayton's legacy. Afterward, Rayson sat in meditation for 2 straight days to absorb everything from Enbekto's magic book. The room remained silent, except for his steady breathing and the surging mana surrounding his body. The system's transfer progress had now reached 99%. While Rayson focused on training, Mirang and Rudia passed the time by playing cards. Seeing him stay silent for so long, Mirang asked what was happening, but Rudia had no answer. Moments later, Mirang lost another card game to Rudia and grumbled about facing such a strong opponent. Right then, the system announced that Rayson had fully mastered Great Sage Enbekto's magic optimization method, raising both his understanding of fighting spirit and his mana control to an entirely new level. Rayson stood up and clenched his fist to feel his newfound strength. He realized that fighting spirit also operated on the foundation of mana, making the fusion of the two powers entirely possible. With his transformed body, Rayson believed he was finally capable of attempting that bold experiment. Without hesitation, an enormous surge of mana burst from his body. Rayson was suddenly engulfed in blazing blue mana flames, leaving everyone nearby in shock. Rudia rushed to his side in panic, asking what had happened as she instinctively reached out to check on him. But the intense heat radiating from the burning mana instantly scorched her hand, making her cry out in pain. Seeing this, Mirang grew worried and could not understand what was happening to Rayson, while Rudia kept blowing on her burned hand. Despite the commotion outside, Rayson remained completely immersed in the transformation within his body. Closing his eyes, he imagined himself drifting through a vast space as he sensed every current of energy and guided the immense magical power from the Holy Heart. That unique power flowed through every blood vessel, gathered in his heart, and merged with its powerful heartbeat. The system then announced that, thanks to the refined mana method, the combat magic he had previously learned had advanced to the intermediate level and fused with his heart. 2 new skills were unlocked: intermediate combat magic, reinforcement, and intermediate combat magic, body weight. Seeing the strange white aura surrounding his hands, Rayson was astonished by his own transformation. He recalled his master's teachings about training the body. Back then, his master had predicted he would become a sage, and his magical power had reflected his deepest desire through 4 major transformations. Among them, reinforcement strengthened both the body and the soul. Thinking back to the days he meditated underwater, with a bucket balanced on his head, Rayson finally understood the true meaning of that training. He realized this skill was the next stage of self-protection, and as his magical power increased, his mastery of magic also became more complete. Rayson believed he had greatly improved both his offense and defense, especially with the guidance left behind by Enbekto and Kyotu Theo. In his current state, he believed he finally had a chance to reach the level once attained by Kesa Mayton, the first head of the Mayton family. Just as Rayson was admiring his new power, Rudia's voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Looking at him in disbelief, Rudia asked if the person before her was really Rayson. Even after he calmly answered, she still found it hard to believe. Placing a hand on her chest, Rudia hesitantly admitted that although he was still Rayson, the feeling he gave off was completely different. When asked why, she explained that his entire presence had changed. Rayson quietly realized she had already sensed the transformation within him. At that moment, Mirang walked over, called Rudia aside, and seriously said she needed to discuss something important. Night fell as the full moon cast its light across the peaceful estate. Mirang left the estate alone and ventured deep into the dark forest. In the silent night, only the sound of her footsteps echoed through the darkness. Back in the room, Rayson said his next step was to return to the Mayton estate. Mirang asked if that was his home, then shrugged it off since it had nothing to do with her. Rayson explained that life at the Mayton estate would be difficult for her. Mirang admitted she hated being tied to one place. Rayson then revealed that his plan for the next 2 years was to devote everything to winning the family's succession. Rayson continued talking about his future plans, but Mirang felt there was no point in listening to such a long explanation. Not wanting to drag out the conversation, the Beast Girl turned toward the door, even when Rayson mentioned he might need her help again someday. Mirang did not change her mind. She walked away and coldly said she had spent long enough following behind him and was no longer interested. Before she left, Rayson told her that if she ever needed him, she could find him at the north gate of Mayton. Mirang gave no reply and simply closed the door behind her. Wandering through the forest at night, Mirang told herself she had grown tired of this place. Just then a wild rabbit suddenly appeared. With incredible speed, she caught it in an instant, treating it as a little entertainment to ease her boredom. She looked at the tiny rabbit, trembling with fear in her hand. After a moment of silence, Mirang gently released it back into the wild. Standing alone beneath the cold moonlight, she was overwhelmed by a deep loneliness she could not put into words. After finally breaking free from her restraints, Mirang should have felt relieved and happy. But as she gazed at the star-filled sky, all she felt was emptiness, leaving her wondering what she was still waiting for. Back at the estate, Rudia anxiously watched Rayson prepare for his 2-year journey. She feared that returning to the family now would only bring ridicule and oppression. Understanding her concern, Rayson calmly replied that he only needed to prove he was no longer someone they could look down on. When Rudia asked how he planned to do that, Rayson revealed that someone would soon arrive to help him provide the proof he needed. At that very moment, a man on horseback was rapidly approaching the estate. However, a fierce battle had just ended on the road leading there. The Holy Knights had all been defeated, lying helpless across the battlefield. The one responsible was Han Mut, the massive Minotaur monster who stood there proudly admiring the destruction. When one surviving knight angrily called him a murderer, Han Mut only sneered. He claimed he had done nothing wrong, because the knights had simply been too weak. Han Mut burst into arrogant laughter, mocking them as fragile toys that shattered from the slightest touch. How could he possibly hold back? But the smug grin on his face vanished the moment he heard the sound of approaching hoofbeats. From the darkness, a mysterious figure in a black cloak rode into the ruined battlefield. Recognizing the danger, the dying knights immediately warned the newcomer to leave at once, because Han Mut was the escaped killer from Angkot prison. Even so, the cloaked rider paid no attention. The stranger calmly advanced and politely asked everyone to step aside. That simple request instantly enraged Han Mut. He could not believe someone had dared tell him to move. Witnessing the monster's brutality, one knight could not hide his anger at Han Mut's cruelty. In the next instant, the cloaked figure vanished, effortlessly dodged the attack, and appeared atop a nearby wall. Looking down at the slain horse, the stranger coldly asked why Han Mut had killed such an innocent life. Han Mut stared upward in shock, unable to understand when his opponent had moved there. His furies exploded as he roared and charged to kill the stranger. But before he could even attack, a devastating bolt of lightning crashed directly onto him. As the dust settled, the mysterious figure landed gracefully and casually remarked that it was late at night and people should keep the noise down. Life was better when lived calmly. The Holy Knights were left speechless. They could not believe Han Mut, the infamous monster who had escaped Angkot prison, had been defeated in a single strike. Ignoring the horrified stares around her, the mysterious figure laughed and lowered the hood. Beneath the black cloak was a young woman, with light pink twin tails and sharp, confident eyes. Looking around at this devastated battlefield, she grumbled about being summoned to a place that looked like a wasteland. The girl who had effortlessly defeated Han Mut was Rosalind, and she soon headed straight for Rayson's residence. Rosalind suddenly showed up without any warning. Rayson asked why she did not knock, but she casually leaned against the door and said he already knew it was her, so there was no need for formalities. After looking at her for a moment, Rayson remarked that she seemed taller than before. His comment caught Rosalind off guard for a brief moment. She quickly regained her serious expression and demanded to know why Rayson had refused to return to the Mayton family. Turning away, Rayson thought to himself that the outside world was far more dangerous than he had imagined, and his recent actions had already caused plenty of trouble for others. Rosalind folded her arms and repeated their master's words. Rayson immediately thought of Mugner. She said their master had claimed Rayson had already surpassed her, proving once again that the old man's judgment was never wrong. Rosalind's eyes then sharpened as she directly asked why she could sense fighting spirit inside Rayson. At that instant, black mana and strange purple lightning erupted around Rayson, while the silhouette of a massive black panther appeared behind him. Rosalind was stunned to realize he could truly wield both mana and fighting spirit at the same time. Watching her reaction, Rayson quietly guessed that Rosalind could perceive other people's fighting spirit. It seemed this was the Grandel tribe's greatest innate gift. He thought of the Grandel clan leader and finally understood the truth. The old man had probably used him as a rival to push Rosalind into growing stronger. Without giving Rayson another moment to think, Rosalind turned around and motioned for him to follow. Behind her, the giant black panther with blood-red eyes, the manifestation of Rayson's fighting spirit, silently let out an intimidating growl beneath the night sky. Rosalind looked back with determined eyes and declared that she wanted to settle the score with him in battle. Just as expected, she could never resist challenging a powerful opponent. Unlike her excitement, Rayson calmly asked why he should fight at all. His question left Rosalind speechless, and she awkwardly asked if he truly had no interest. Rosalind quickly explained that this was the perfect chance to test how much they had both improved. She even thought that if it were Caxton, he would never refuse. But Rayson immediately crushed that idea by bluntly saying he simply was not interested. Looking disappointed, Rosalind asked one more time if he really had no desire to fight her. The moment Rayson finally mentioned fighting, Rosalind's eyes lit up. He then offered a deal. If he won, she had to take him to the Grandel Library. If she won, he would grant her one wish. Hearing the reward, Rosalind paused to think the battlefield and realized the dry, windy terrain was not ideal for a fight. Even so, for a fire mage who could unleash flames without being harmed by them, it was actually an advantage. Rosalind warned that she would not hold back. She then recalled Rayson's goal and asked if he intended to test the destructive power of the martial arts he had once mentioned. Rayson clenched his fist, smiled confidently, and answered with a single word: destruction. Hearing such an ambitious goal, Rosalind loosened up her body and replied that she would begin right away. In the next instant, she charged forward at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Rosalind was already in front of Rayson, leaving him surprised by her incredible speed. Although he managed to block the attack, Rayson still felt the terrifying force flowing through her punch. He silently admitted that such overwhelming power could only come from relentless training. Refusing to give Rayson any chance to counterattack, Rosalind immediately lowered her stance. She unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with overwhelming speed. As he defended himself, Rayson wondered if this was finally the right time to test his new abilities. In the end, he decided to activate the advanced combat magic skill, Power Reinforcement. Across from him, Rosalind exploded forward once again, each step making the ground tremble beneath her feet. But a moment later, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Seeing Rayson standing firm within the crackling mana lightning, an old memory suddenly resurfaced in Rosalind's mind. She remembered a promise from her father, the head of the Grandel tribe. He had once said that if she could land one clean hit on Rayson, he would grant any wish she desired. Back then, young Rosalind had confidently declared between bites of food that defeating Rayson would be easy, while her father merely laughed, knowing it would never be that simple. Back in the present, Rosalind angrily demanded to know why Rayson was only defending instead of attacking. Rayson remained calm and simply praised her performance. When she pressed him again, he only replied that the time was not right yet. That indifferent answer made Rosalind feel completely looked down on, and her face flushed with anger. Refusing to be underestimated, she decided to get serious. Rosalind launched a devastating kick so powerful that even blocking it head-on, Rayson was sent flying again and had to admit her kick felt like being hit by a landslide. She gave him no chance to recover. The moment Rosalind landed, she launched herself forward again. With a fierce roar, she unleashed a barrage of punches wrapped in blazing mana, forcing Rayson onto the defensive. Facing the relentless assault, Rayson was stunned by Rosalind's incredible stamina and endurance. He realized every strike was empowered by her fighting spirit. Anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Not wanting the battle to cause more harm to either of them, Rayson decided to end it. In an instant, he closed the gap, used a flawless restraint technique to lock Rosalind's movements, and shut down her entire offense. Rosalind could only grit her teeth as she realized she had been completely overwhelmed. Rayson raised his mana-covered fist before her and calmly declared that the match was over. The silent arena was suddenly filled with applause, followed by praise for Rayson's performance. Rosalind turned around in shock and froze when she saw her father had arrived. Looking at the middle-aged man wearing a traditional hat, Rayson immediately recognized him and bowed respectfully. "I am Mayton's son, honored to meet the dark benevolent king." Velator Grandel simply smiled and said Rayson did not need to be so formal with him. Rosalind was still upset that her father had interrupted her fight, while Rayson quietly felt relieved he had held back. If Rosalind had been injured, facing the head of the Grandel family would have been a disaster. As Velator Grandel casually waved his fan, he asked why someone from the Mayton family wanted to enter the Grandel library. Rayson answered without hesitation that he wanted to study and learn more about martial arts. Rayson's honesty and determination pleased Velator, who quietly judged him to be a sincere young man. Satisfied with the answer, Velator Grandel decided to send an official invitation to the Mayton family. Rayson was thrilled that everything had gone even better than expected. On top of that, Velator granted Rayson special access to the Level 2 library. Rosalind immediately protested because even she had never been allowed inside. Velator even thought it would be wonderful if Rayson could spend more time with his daughter. Smiling, he invited Rayson to visit Grandel again as an honored guest. After the unexpected meeting with the Grandel family head, Rayson quickly returned to Mayton. As he entered the annex, Rayson suddenly stopped after sensing an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Senecon, his father's personal shadow guard. After asking about the trip, Senecon delivered an order for Rayson to report to the main house that evening. Rayson confirmed that his father was summoning him. Senecon simply nodded before vanishing, leaving only the rustling of leaves behind. A true shadow guard indeed. He appeared and disappeared without leaving a trace. Watching him, Rayson silently admired his speed, which was no different from a shadow. He realized his father was still allowing him to see his mother before the meeting. Rayson gently opened the door to the annex and stepped inside. The moment she saw him, the maid Hera hurried over and asked whether his travel plans had changed. Rayson smiled, looked toward his mother, and happily announced that her son had returned. Seeing him safe and sound, So warmly welcomed him back, told him to rest for a while before continuing his journey, and asked Hera to prepare the fragrant tea she had already set aside. Seeing that his mother and Hera still cared for him as always, Rayson's heart was filled with warmth. He happily told his mother everything that had happened during the trip. After listening to her son, Sozo gently sipped her tea and smiled with pride. As expected, Rayson was still the son she trusted the most. Afterward, Rayson said goodbye to his mother and headed to meet his father. Standing outside the family head's office in the main house, Rayson took a deep breath, knocked on the door, entered, and respectfully announced his arrival. Without wasting time, Dikicha coldly ordered him to report everything. As the family head, he wanted to know what the heir candidate Rayson had accomplished. He then turned around, fixed his sharp gaze on his son, and reminded him that Rayson surely had much to explain about the changes happening inside his body. The direct question made Rayson hesitate. He wondered whether he should reveal the whole truth, but he understood that as long as his mother was still here, Dikicha would not easily turn against him. In the end, Rayson chose honesty to build trust. Smiling, he said he had never wanted to hide anything from his father, and that two opposing souls now existed within him. Rayson explained that he could use both elemental magic and combat magic at the same time. His power was not fully developed yet, but once he mastered his fighting spirit, he believed he could reach the level of the first family head. Hearing that, Dikicha quietly asked if anyone besides him knew this secret. Rayson honestly admitted that only Rudia and Moran knew. Dikicha coldly replied that if it were him, those two girls would already be dead to keep the secret safe. Rayson calmly asked if his father believed the dead could never reveal information. Dikicha admitted that was true, but pointed out that dead people could never become Rayson's allies either. Rayson stepped forward and argued that his father had been born with overwhelming talent and never needed anyone's help, but he was different. He could not carry everything alone. More importantly, he could not protect the mother he loved by himself. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Dikicha let out a quiet sigh and said he respected Rayson's choice. Even so, he sternly warned Rayson to keep this secret from everyone else in the family, especially Avalia. After hearing his son's firm promise, Dikicha passed on another ruthless rule of survival for those who wish to rule. According to him, anyone who wanted to stand at the very top must never reveal every ability and should always keep a hidden trump card. And when a rare opportunity appeared, it had to be seized before it disappeared. Rayson accepted the lesson, but his goal went even further. He wanted to become so powerful that he could reveal his full strength to the world without fear. Seeing that determination, Dikicha gave a meaningful smile and placed a letter in front of him. When Rayson asked about it, he was shocked to learn it was a special invitation personally sent by Velator Grandel, the head of the Grandel family. Velator thought highly of Rayson's potential. It was practically a public declaration to the nobles that Rayson had earned recognition and had even surpassed the genius Rosalind. Watching this change, Dikicha was pleased. He believed Rayson had finally become serious about the battle for the position of heir. At that moment, a blue system window appeared before Rayson. The system explained that the Heavenly Mage title had reduced suspicion about his hidden abilities. Rayson immediately realized his guess had been right. His father truly was the legendary Heavenly Mage and fully believed Rayson had only awakened his power at the age of 50. Rayson realized Dikecha had intentionally hidden his doubts to protect his secret. If the truth came out, the entire continent would be shaken. He never expected such a difficult problem to be solved so easily, so he decided to simply go with the flow. Rayson stopped and called for Hera. The maid immediately bowed. He asked if everything he had requested was ready. Hera nodded and confirmed that she and Hampton had gathered everything they could. Moments later, a huge collection of colorful sweets appeared neatly arranged across the table. The gray-haired librarian instantly blushed and insisted that the library did not accept bribes from heirs competing for succession. Rayson looked completely confused, wondering how gifts had suddenly become bribery. He simply smiled and explained that bringing gifts home for friends after a long journey was perfectly normal. The explanation sounded reasonable to the librarian. Even so, she remembered letting her emotions take over last time and helping him absorb the ancient coin, so she decided she would never repeat that mistake. Rayson quickly explained that he was not here for that this time. Instead, he wanted her help finding several books. The librarian asked what kind of books he needed. Rayson seriously requested every book related to the great sage Alberto. The librarian agreed, believing it would not be too difficult. She said she would search the entire library and also contact the Sun Palace and Moon Palace for additional information. However, she jokingly added that she hoped Rayson was not planning to make her do anything illegal. The librarian curiously asked why he was interested in the great sage Alberto. Rayson only smiled and asked if there was any reason he should not be. Seeing Rayson's determination, the librarian thought for a moment before unexpectedly offering him a special book. She explained that although it was not one of the library's rarest books, its contents were truly unique. It was an introductory guide to Nozan ice magic. The book recorded Nozan's method of using ice magic, one of the strongest ice schools ever researched and developed by Evian. The librarian handed the book to Rayson and kindly told him that if he did not understand anything, he could always ask her, because that was the duty of a librarian. Holding the book, Rayson quickly noticed something unusual. There was no author's name. Based on what he knew, he guessed it had most likely been left behind by Avian Vista. A bold idea suddenly crossed Rayson's mind. If he could integrate this ice magic into the transcendent Holy Grail, he would unlock an entirely new fighting style. If it worked, it would be a massive breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the family training grounds, an intense training session was in full swing. Amid non-stop cheers, a giant shark made of water soared powerfully through the air. The one behind the impressive display was Mayton. Watching him expertly control his water shield, the assistant in sunglasses showered him with praise, saying Kalang truly deserved his title as the Mayton family's greatest genius thanks to his incredible water-based defense. Kalang confidently declared that he was stronger than ever and ordered his opponent to be summoned. The assistant looked at him in surprise. Kalung only gave a cold smile before slowly mentioning the name Rayson Mayton. He had already decided to use this match to teach Rayson a lesson and make him understand his true place. At the same time, night had quietly fallen over the autumn estate. Rayson was still focused on studying Nozan's introductory ice magic book. According to the system, the analysis was only 3% complete. Standing outside the room, Hera asked whether Rayson had ever studied ice magic books before. Without looking up from the pages, Rayson calmly replied that he could not remember ever doing so. Rayson thought that Avian genuinely wanted to help him, but because she had to remain neutral, she could not make it too obvious. Behind him, Hera also found the situation strange. Librarians from different libraries almost never contacted each other or interfered in each other's work. Yet Avian had gone out of her way to retrieve a book from another library just to help Rayson. The unusual situation made Hera sense hidden danger, so she decided to stay even more cautious from now on. The next day, a knock sounded at the door, and Rayson immediately invited the visitor inside. The door opened, revealing the librarian Avian. Seeing her, Rayson warmly welcomed her and said he had been planning to visit the library to find her. He had even prepared a plate of chocolate on the table as a thank you gift. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded when Avian casually said she had actually come to see Hera because they already knew each other. Her indifferent attitude left Rayson feeling awkward. Only then did Avian hand Rayson the ancient book he had been searching for. She explained that she had found the great sage Alberto's Grand Magic, basic practice at the Sun Library. When Rayson asked if it was the only copy, Avian confirmed it was the last remaining copy in the entire Mayton library system. Rayson gladly accepted the book and sincerely thanked her. Although Avian kept insisting she was only doing her duty as a librarian, the blush on her face gave away her embarrassment. Before leaving, Rayson reminded her that the chocolate on the table was a special gift just for her. After that, Rayson took both books to the lawn behind the estate to continue his research. He activated Clear Eyes to speed up his learning, but Alberto's book proved far more difficult than expected. While Nozen's Ice Magic book had reached 23% analysis, Alberto's book had only reached 0.4%. After 6 hours of non-stop study, Rayson had only managed to understand half a page, leaving him frustrated by the slow progress. It turned out Nozen's introductory Ice Magic book was much easier to understand than Rayson had expected. Even though Nozen was one of the greatest ice mages, Avian had condensed all the most important knowledge into the text. Rayson decided to put Alberto's book aside for now and continue it later. At the moment, he would focus entirely on mastering Ice Magic first. When the analysis of Nozen's Ice Magic book reached 25%, the system immediately paused the analysis of Alberto's book. At that instant, a surge of transcendent ice mana erupted inside Rayson's body. He felt every cell being engulfed by an icy chill spreading at incredible speed. The transcendent power within Rayson instantly reacted, automatically activating and absorbing the entire wave of icy energy. Soon after, the system announced that the absorption of Level 1 Ice Magic, Frostblade, was complete. The skill was also integrated directly into his enhanced Common Combat Magic skill set. Watching the shimmering blue ice energy swirl around his arm, Rayson grew curious about the power this new combination could unleash. Even though it was only a level 1 spell, he hoped it would exceed all expectations. To test its true power, Rayson immediately called for Hera. Hera quickly appeared before him, bowed respectfully, and waited for his orders. Rayson smiled with confidence and asked Hera to help him test his new attack. Without hesitation, Hera took a defensive stance on the rooftop beneath the evening sky and calmly declared that she was ready. Rayson already had a plan. He wanted to combine the enhancement skill with the newly learned level 1 Frost Blade spell. Still, he reminded himself not to expect too much from a low-level spell. Without another moment of hesitation, Rayson activated the mid-level combat magic skill, Enhancement. Instantly, freezing energy burst out and wrapped around his fist, forming razor-sharp crystal ice. Rayson shouted a warning before bursting forward at full speed and throwing an ice-covered punch at Hera. But Hera effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, caught his frozen fist, and calmly asked if he had finished testing it. Rayson smiled, dispelled the mana, and thanked Hera for helping with the experiment. When asked about the results, Rayson casually said they were acceptable, though deep down he admitted the new power was actually quite impressive. Hera bowed, asked for permission to leave, returned to the shadows to await her next order, and quickly vanished into the mist. Left alone, Rayson reflected on the test. Combining the level 1 spell had improved his defense, but it was clear he still needed much more training. That night, beneath the bright moon over the autumn estate, Rayson began an intense physical training session. He performed thousands of one-handed push-ups as sweat continuously dripped onto the cold ground. Watching everything from above, Hera silently evaluated her master's progress. In her opinion, for someone with Mayton blood, casting a level 1 ice magic spell at level 2 was not especially surprising. What truly amazed Hera was Rayson's learning speed. He had only studied the ice magic book for a short time, yet he could already use the spell with ease. Even more impressive, Rayson's punch, enhanced by both physical strength and magic, was stronger than the single-element spells of most level 3 mages. Seeing his rapid growth, Hera believed Rayson would overcome every challenge ahead. Suddenly, Hera sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching from outside. She immediately realized someone was coming. Down in the courtyard, Rayson also spun around as a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him. A figure rushed out of the darkness at incredible speed. Rayson recognized Noah, the supervisor of the training grounds. As soon as he arrived, Noah struggled to catch his breath while urgently calling for the young master to report an emergency. Soon after, everyone headed straight to the Mayton family training grounds. The moment he arrived, Rayson came face to face with Cotton Mayton. Cotton held a glowing sphere of water in his hand, wore a cruel smile, and mocked Rayson as someone beneath him. The system immediately identified him as a water attribute user, with the Revenge Water God trait and a level 3 magic circle. Cotton asked whether Rayson had already learned a level 3 defensive spell. Rayson remained calm and mocked him instead, saying Cotton gathered information quickly. If it was a level 3 defensive spell, then it had to be Water Drop Shield. Hearing the correct answer, Cotton froze in shock, unable to understand how Rayson knew that. Rayson casually replied that Cotton was simply too predictable. Seeing the tension rise, Noah quickly reminded everyone that Rayson was still on his pilgrimage. Rayson said he already knew that and joked that this meeting was just a chance for two brothers to grow closer, even though the atmosphere clearly suggested otherwise. Noah nervously suggested reporting the situation to the main hall first, but, before he could finish speaking, a gigantic water shark filled with killing intent shot past him. Cotton coldly declared that this was a private matter between the Mayton family's direct heirs and warned Noah not to interfere. Under Cotton's pressure, Noah could only remain silent as sweat poured down his face. Rayson immediately told Noah not to worry because the report could wait. Looking at Cotton's hostile expression, he understood his older brother had already decided to defeat him. Rayson also admitted there was no way to keep this from their father forever. Even so, Rayson turned to leave and calmly said he had no intention of fighting there. He still had to visit Grandel in 2 days, and if word spread that he had defeated his older brother, it would only create more trouble. Those confident words struck Cotton's pride. His face twisted with rage as he laughed angrily and demanded to know whether Rayson truly believed he could defeat him. Cotton burst into laughter, mocking Rayson by saying that only the weak challenged the strong. He claimed Rayson was so scared that he had lost his mind. Watching the exchange, Noah could not help admiring Rayson's composure. Even though he had started at a disadvantage, the seventh young master had completely taken control of the conversation. Rayson only smiled and said Cotton should feel lucky he was still on his pilgrimage. Otherwise, Cotton would have paid a heavy price. Those words pushed Cotton's anger over the edge. He activated the water sphere and challenged his younger brother to prove those words with action. Cotton immediately cast a water magic spell, creating a massive shark with razor-sharp jaws before sending it straight at Rayson. The showdown everyone had expected had finally begun as the two Mayton brothers officially clashed. The enormous water beast charged forward with overwhelming pressure as if it could crush everything in its path, but Rayson simply leaned to the side and effortlessly dodged the ferocious attack. Before anyone realized it, Rayson was already behind Cotton. He coldly gave one final warning, telling him to stop coming after him. Realizing his enemy had appeared behind him, in an instant Cotton flew into a rage and cursed Rayson as nothing but trash. He swung his magic staff wildly while mocking Rayson, saying that even if he upgraded his magic circle, his fighting style would never change. Yet every one of Cotton's relentless attacks was calmly avoided by Rayson. Seeing the huge gap in strength between them, the assistant wearing sunglasses could no longer hide his shock and immediately shouted for the battle to be moved elsewhere. The surroundings quickly transformed. Cotton smiled confidently, believing a level 2 mage like Rayson had nothing but reckless courage, and vowed to teach him a lesson. Faced with his brother's arrogance, Rayson simply smiled. After so long apart, it was finally time to show Cotton who truly held the advantage. According to the system, the battle had been relocated to a magic mushroom forest, where purple lightning constantly flashed through the air. Rayson calmly declared that this time, he would be the one giving the lesson. Looking directly at Cotton, Rayson slowly stated a simple truth of battle. The only thing that could break magic was even stronger magic. Thinking Rayson had exposed an opening, Cotton grinned proudly, convinced he had predicted Rayson's next move. He rushed in from behind and launched a surprise attack with his staff. At the same time, Cotton activated his level 3 water defensive spell, Water Drop Shield. Watching the swirling barrier of water around his opponent, Rayson quickly analyzed it. Water Drop Shield created a crushing vortex that destroyed anything it touched, becoming more dangerous the closer an enemy got. Seeing Rayson continue charging straight ahead, Cotton laughed even harder, mocking a mere level 2 mage for claiming stronger magic could break his spell. But before he could finish speaking, Rayson appeared right in front of him at unbelievable speed. Rayson's overwhelming punch shattered the water drop shield in a single blow before smashing directly into Cotton's face and sending him flying. The assistant in sunglasses cried out Cotton's name in panic. Meanwhile, Hera silently watched while evaluating her master's strength. Hera recalled their previous encounter and realized Rayson's attack had completely surpassed the limits of a level 2 mage. A special power existed within his magic circle, one that even level 3 mages would struggle to withstand. Rayson looked at the pale blue mana covering his hand. Although the energy felt somewhat unfamiliar, he knew this was the strongest level 2 magic circle he currently possessed. Cotton lay on the ground, coughing up blood as Rayson's slow footsteps drew closer with every step. Standing over his defeated opponent, Rayson coldly said that punch still was not enough to satisfy his anger. Even so, he would stop there. If Cotton had not been a member of the Mayton family, he would already be dead, so he should be grateful. Rayson's purple eyes shone with authority as he delivered one final warning. Next time, stay out of my business. With that, Rayson turned and walked away, leaving Cotton defeated and humiliated. As he watched Rayson's back disappear into the distance, the crushing defeat dragged Cotton into a terrifying memory that had haunted him for years. As a child, Cotton had been weak, fearful, and completely helpless. In that memory, someone handed him a sharp dagger and coldly ordered him to take it. The one who had left that trauma was his older sister, Mayton. Wearing a cruel smile, she pointed at a prisoner covered in wounds and ordered her younger brother to kill him, just as she had taught. The black-haired prisoner, bound in chains, trembled in terror and desperately begged for his life. Cotton held the dagger with trembling hands, too terrified to strike, while the prisoner continued pleading for mercy. That hesitation instantly enraged Mayton. Without a shred of mercy, she knocked her younger brother to the ground and coldly mocked him, saying a weakling like Cotton was the disgrace of the Mayton family. Cotton could only cry as he endured his sister's brutal beatings. Those miserable days made him pour all his hatred onto Rayson. When they were children, he once kicked Rayson away without hesitation. Later, Cotton used his status to crush Rayson's pride, constantly calling him a failure and the family's shame. It was the only way he could feel important inside the Mayton household. He even beat Rayson mercilessly with a stick while forcing him to keep his head down. Back in the present, losing to Rayson drove Cotton completely insane. He slammed his fist into the ground until it bled and roared that Rayson was nothing but a filthy insect. Cotton gathered every last drop of mana and unleashed a Tier 3 water spell, screaming that Rayson had no right to look down on him. Realizing Cotton had completely lost control, the assistant wearing sunglasses panicked and rushed to stop him, reminding him the match was already over. But Cotton ignored every warning. He roared in fury and launched a massive wave of water filled with killing intent, determined to kill Rayson. Facing that deadly attack, Rayson calmly stood his ground, his eyes fixed only on the incoming torrent. Without the slightest hesitation, Rayson activated the intermediate combat magic skill, Enhancement. Mana and purple lightning instantly covered his body, unleashing an explosive burst of power that completely shattered Cotton's final attack. Watching his strongest spell destroyed so effortlessly, Cotton froze in disbelief. Grinding his teeth in despair, he reminded himself that even as the sixth young master, he still carried the Mayton bloodline before screaming that Rayson had to die. But the next moment, Cotton's own mana backfired, causing a devastating backlash. Forcing power beyond his limits had finally caught up with him. Seeing his master's critical condition, the assistant in sunglasses rushed over and discovered Cotton's mana was spiraling out of control and consuming his own body. While struggling to stabilize Cotton's chaotic mana, he stood in front of him protectively and shouted for Rayson not to attack again. Seeing that reaction, Rayson's purple eyes turned icy. He declared this was the fate of anyone who challenged a member of the Mayton family, but he would spare Cotton this time because they were still brothers. Rayson's overwhelming presence made the assistant, Junze, realize the boy before him was nothing like the weak child from the past. He had truly become a terrifying mage of the Mayton bloodline. Rayson pointed out Cotton's two mistakes. First, attacking after the duel had already ended. Second, letting his own mana backfire. For a mage, failing to control their own energy was nearly the same as destroying their future. Standing beside the dying Cotton, the assistant could only regret that none of this would have happened if the sixth young master had not provoked Rayson. But to his surprise, Rayson ordered him to save Cotton immediately because any delay could leave him unable to use magic forever. The assistant obeyed at once. The assistant was torn inside. He knew his next decision could shape the future of both young masters. One was Cotton, and the other was Rayson, who now held all the power. He could only hesitate in silence. At that moment, an arrogant voice echoed from behind and shattered the tense silence. Who would have thought our youngest brother could be this ruthless? Right after those words, an enormous blaze of fire mana erupted. Crimson flames lit up the surroundings as if they would burn the entire area. The overwhelming heat forced Cotton and Hera to step back. Staring at the terrifying flames, the assistant instantly recognized that aura. Cotton and Hera quickly realized who had arrived as well. It was the third young lady. Mayton stepped out from the sea of flames with an amused smile and said she expected nothing less from her little brother. Looked down at Cotton and coldly judged that he was still far too inexperienced because he had given his opponent far too many chances to strike back. Hearing his sister's criticism, Cotton let out a cold laugh and replied that he could never become as heartless as she was. Persa's arrival made the already dangerous situation even more tense. A few minutes before this battle, at the Magic Academy, under the quiet night sky, a mysterious figure in a black cloak with the hood covering the face carried a sword on the back while silently standing before a door covered in glowing blue ancient runes. From the darkness, another person appeared. It was Sikan, the family head's trusted shadow guard. He calmly greeted Sendo, saying it had been a while since they last met. Recognizing the man before her, Sendo immediately called out Sikan's name and raised her guard. Knowing the third young lady had been paying close attention to the seventh young master, Raysun, she suspected he had come to kidnap her once again. Siksun smiled and reassured her that he had received no orders to arrest anyone. He asked Sendo to keep this meeting secret. Though reluctant, she agreed, knowing he had a reason for coming. She quickly realized the family head had sent him, meaning Raysun was truly receiving special attention. Siksun thanked her for figuring it out and reminded her to keep it hidden from Persa as well, since all eyes were now on the seventh young master. Suddenly, Sikan's expression turned grim. He immediately told Sendo to inform the third young lady because Carton's life was in danger after his mana went out of control. Back at the training grounds, Persa looked down at the bloodied Carton with cold contempt, saying that a weakling would always be a weakling and did not deserve the Mayton name. Carton lay motionless, gritting his teeth as he endured the familiar insults he had heard from his sister since childhood. Without caring about her brother's condition, Persa firmly declared that she was taking him with her. With a simple gesture, Carton's body rose into the air. Persa coldly said that anyone who disagreed could follow her, then opened a massive fire magic circle to leave. Before stepping through the flaming portal, Persa suddenly turned toward Raysun. She gave him a wicked smile and taunted him, saying that if he was really that confident, he should keep going. The magical flames flared up before disappearing, taking Persa and Carton away. Watching them leave, Raysun quietly realized that the third young lady truly cared deeply about Carton. At that moment, the system confirmed that Persa genuinely loved Carton. Her way of showing it was simply far too extreme, pushing tough love far beyond its limits. But Carton had never truly understood what Persa was trying to teach him. In an old memory, with dogs barking through the forest, Persa calmly enjoyed her meal, as if nothing had happened. That was when the bond between the siblings first became twisted. Young Carton was tightly tied to a tree with ropes. Trembling in fear, he could only cry and beg for forgiveness. Persa's training methods had clearly gone far beyond what any normal person could endure. Deep down, Persa knew that as well, but she never wanted to admit it. With a cold expression, she stabbed a bloody piece of raw meat with her fork and ordered Carton to eat it. Ignoring his cries, Persa forced the raw meat into the boy's mouth. Carton could only gag and vomit in terror and disgust. This was torture far more than discipline. The more Persa loved Carton in her twisted way, the harsher the trials she forced him to endure. To her, that was the only way to make her little brother stronger. Looking at the battered Carton lying before her, Persa coldly ordered him to stand up. Even now, her distorted love for her brother had never changed. Right then, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Raysun, signaling that a new variable had changed the course of the story. Raysun was confused by the sudden change. Looking at the message, his instincts warned him that something major was about to happen. Carton's body was undergoing a transformation. Through Persa's brutal magical treatment, mana and magic were merging to rebuild his heavily damaged body. Persa and Carton's relationship looked completely cruel on the surface, but in truth, it was her extreme way of forcing her brother to grow stronger. The next day, Carton received a summons from the family head. The reason was none other than the shocking battle from the previous night. Standing by the window with a cup of tea, Carton calmly thought that he had expected this day to come and had already prepared his explanation. What he needed now was a convincing excuse to preserve his image before the family head, so he decided to carry himself like a true mage. At the Mayton family's main estate, a tense atmosphere filled the room. Family head DK coldly demanded that his two sons explain what had happened the previous night. Carton began by saying that he had simply been on a pilgrimage, but DK immediately questioned him. If it was only a pilgrimage, then why had Carton fought until his own mana turned against him? Looking at both sons, the Mayton family head ordered Carton and Raysun to answer. Even though he already knew the truth, he wanted to hear for himself who would be honest and who would hide it. Facing his father's pressure, Raysun quickly realized this was not an ordinary interrogation but a test. He understood that family head DK was quietly judging which of the two held greater value for the Mayton family. While Raysun was thinking, Carton smiled mysteriously from across the room. He had already decided to use this opportunity to gain the upper hand. Carton immediately spoke first. He explained that after his previous fight with Raysun, he finally realized just how wide the gap between them had become. He stressed that for a mage, keeping the right distance from an opponent was the key to survival. After recognizing that weakness, Carton devoted himself to improving his defense with Water Shield. He claimed he simply wanted to test his new spell in a real battle, so he challenged Raysun to measure his own progress. Seeing Carton's unusually calm attitude, Rayson realized his older brother seemed to have changed. Family head DK immediately asked if Carton truly understood the meaning behind his own words. Carton openly admitted that he was weaker than Rayson because the battle had already proven it. He declared that he fully accepted his defeat and acknowledged his younger brother's victory. Carton's reaction caught Rayson off guard because the arrogant brother he once knew would never admit defeat. But Rayson quickly realized Carton had already figured out the situation. He knew that clinging to his pride would only hurt him, and his answer was exactly what family head DK wanted to hear. Carton continued admitting his mistakes, confessing that both his defeat and the mana backlash had seriously damaged the honor of the Mayton family. Even under his father's cold and intimidating gaze, Carton remained composed and promised to work harder to prove he deserved to be a member of the Mayton family. Family head DK gave a slight nod before turning his attention to Rayson. Rayson stepped forward while quickly analyzing the situation. He realized Carton had skillfully turned a defeat into a chance to regain his father's approval, so he could not afford to stay passive. Looking straight at family head DK, Rayson said that his father already knew everything that had happened. The real reason for summoning them was to hear their motives and thoughts after the battle. Rayson calmly explained that as a member of the Mayton family, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. His eyes sharpened as he declared that once someone dared to challenge him, he would defeat them completely, leaving them with a defeat they would never forget. Hearing those determined words, family head DK calmly asked, "Even if your opponent is your own brother?" The question instantly made Carton tense up, but Rayson never changed his expression. He replied that because his opponent was family, he had to take the battle even more seriously. Family head DK immediately pointed out the contradiction. Rayson claimed he had completely defeated his opponent, yet the battle had not truly ended that way. Rayson admitted that had been the outcome he intended, but before he could deliver the final blow, Persa arrived and took Carton away. Thinking back to that moment, Rayson admitted that with his current strength, he was not capable of stopping Persa and could only watch her leave with Carton. Then Rayson's gaze became firm, as he declared that once he grew strong enough to surpass Persa, he would settle this debt. Those confident words left Carton completely stunned. Cold sweat ran down his face as he thought in horror, did Rayson just declare he would challenge Persa? Does he even know who she's talking about? Family head DK raised an eyebrow and asked what debt Rayson meant. Rayson answered honestly that Persa had interfered and changed the punishment he had decided for the loser, which was no different from disrespecting the judgment of a Mayton family member. Hearing that, Carton's face turned pale with fear. He could not believe Rayson dared to say such things, because no one had ever challenged Persa's terrifying authority. Those two really were siblings. Family head DK then asked how Rayson planned to collect that debt. Without hesitation, Rayson confidently answered that he would surpass Persa and make her repay it at an even greater price. Rayson's determination and ambition greatly pleased family head DK. A faint, unreadable smile appeared on his face before he calmly told Carton to leave. Carton immediately bowed, accepted the order, and quickly left the room. Once only father and son remained, family head DK said he would investigate the matter personally. Rayson respectfully replied that he understood. Out in the hallway, Carton stopped and looked at the closed door behind him. Jealousy filled his heart as he realized his father wanted to speak with Rayson alone. He could not understand when the distance between them had grown so wide. His frustration kept growing as he gritted his teeth and wondered why, despite all his efforts, the gap between himself and Rayson remained so overwhelming. In despair, Carton quietly whispered to himself, "Can I still become stronger, Persa?" The moment Carton stepped outside, Persa appeared and coldly mocked him, asking if a weakling like him really thought he could become stronger. Even though the words hurt, Carton lowered his head and admitted that he might truly be weak, but he still carried the blood of the Mayton family. Those words left Persa silent for a moment. She calmly replied that taking care of insects like him was one of her favorite amusements. Before Carton could figure out what she meant, Persa gave him an order. From now on, he was to report to her room every day at 10 in the morning. The moment she finished speaking, Persa vanished in a burst of blazing magical flames. Carton stood frozen in shock, unable to believe he had been given the chance to train directly under his sister. Overwhelmed by the opportunity to change his life, Carton blushed with excitement and loudly vowed to give it everything he had. The sudden change in Carton and Persa's relationship immediately triggered a system warning. Carton's character scenario had changed, and a new variable had altered the story. Seeing the notification, Rayson wondered what kind of path Carton would take this time. Back in the family head's office, the private conversation between father and son continued. Rayson took the initiative and reported that he had learned ice magic. Seeing his father's calm expression, as if he had expected everything, Rayson immediately understood. Family head DK had already known about Not Ran. This skill was incredibly difficult to master, but once perfected, its power was extraordinary. DK then asked whether Rayson still remembered the magic he had once passed down to him. His father's reminder instantly brought back a special memory. Rayson guessed he was referring to the unique magic that bore family head DK's own name. Facing his father, Rasan respectfully replied that he was honored to possess magic named after him. Deep down, however, he admitted that he had never truly used its full power. Wanting to test it, Rayson decided to activate the magic and transform his body. Instantly, a surge of magical energy erupted as strange markings appeared across his face before spreading over his entire body. Rayson noticed the marks were merging together on their own, but what surprised him most was that the unbearable pain from before had completely disappeared. Rayson understood that this special magic from his father could become the perfect disguise, preventing anyone from discovering that he was secretly researching ice magic. Watching his son's transformation, family head DK seriously remarked that with this disguise, even those with terrifying perception would struggle to recognize Rayson's true identity, including Avalia. After calmly withdrawing his mana, family head DK simply said that everything was complete. But his next action left Rayson completely speechless. Looking at his son, family head DK suddenly asked him a question. He asked whether Rayson did not know what to say after receiving a gift. The unexpected question caught Rayson completely off guard, leaving him staring in confusion. After a few awkward seconds, Rayson quickly bowed and sincerely thanked his father. Family head DK nodded in satisfaction before signaling for his son to leave. Under the quiet night sky, Rayson returned to the autumn estate. Soaking in a hot bath, Rayson reflected on everything that had happened. In the original story he had written, family head DK had never given gifts to any of his other children. After his death, he only left behind priceless treasures and an enormous fortune, but he had never personally gifted anything to anyone. Rayson felt certain that the magic family head DK had passed down was far more than a simple tool for hiding elemental magic. Even so, he still lacked the ability to uncover its true secret. He believed someone as cautious as family head DK would never pass this magic to him twice without a reason. The way his father emphasized the word gift clearly carried a hidden message. Stepping out of the bath, Rayson gradually became convinced that this was another silent test his father had prepared for him. Filled with determination, Rayson vowed to uncover the mysterious power sleeping within this special magic. Meanwhile, Hampton finished packing for the journey. Even though his enormous backpack nearly knocked him over, he still tried to look confident and declared that he was ready to accompany the young master. Seeing Hampton struggling under the weight, Hera kindly suggested leaving a few things behind, but Hampton stubbornly insisted the luggage was not heavy at all. Running over to Rayson, Rudia happily cheered because he had finally agreed to let her join the journey. Rayson immediately signaled everyone to set out for the renowned Grandel martial family. The journey would not be easy. Grandel territory was extremely far from Mayton, and they would have to cross the world's largest Anfisu mountain range on foot. While traveling through the mountains, Hampton gritted his teeth as he dragged his heavy backpack behind him, while Rayson and Rudia studied the map to find the best route. As if that were not enough, the group also had to cross the massive Amazon River by boat, where countless giant crocodiles silently hunted beneath the dark waters. After an entire week of non-stop danger, the group finally reached Erip, the gateway to Grandel territory. Even so, they still had about 3 more days of travel ahead. Looking across the vast but deserted land, Rudia curiously asked why there was no teleportation gate to shorten the journey. Rayson explained that the Grandel family disliked and completely rejected teleportation gates. When Rudia asked why, Rayson could only smile to himself, because he was the one who had written that setting in the first place. As night fell, the group set up camp beside a campfire and took a well-earned rest. But the peace did not last long. Strange noises soon echoed from the bushes, followed by countless blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent watching them from the darkness. A gigantic spider with a terrifying appearance suddenly burst out of the forest and charged at the group. Before it could threaten anyone, Hera instantly took it down. In moments, the threat was completely eliminated before it could harm a single person. Rayson walked over and told Hampton to quickly extract the venom from the body of the 200-year-old black spider. Watching the giant monster fall so easily, Rudia was stunned by Hera's overwhelming strength. After crossing the desolate land of Erip, Rayson's group finally arrived before the gates of the renowned Grandel martial family. After carrying his massive backpack throughout the long journey, Hampton was completely exhausted and no longer looked as confident as before. In front of them stood a gigantic blue iron gate sealed shut. The area was eerily quiet, with not a single guard in sight. Curious, Rayson stepped forward and placed his hand on the gate. The system immediately identified it as the Grandel family's iron gate, enchanted with their unique battle soul amplification magic. The instant he touched it, Rayson felt a powerful flow of energy entering his body through his fingertips. Feeling that energy, Rayson simply smiled because everything was happening exactly as he had expected. Meanwhile, inside the peaceful Grandel estate, family head Velatoder leisurely scattered fish food into a lotus pond. As he fed the fish, he chatted with his younger brother, a gray-haired martial master standing beside him. Velatoder remarked that thanks to Razan Marasalan, the girl had not gone astray under his guidance. His brother disagreed, saying she had always been a kind child who grew through her own efforts. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when a subordinate hurried over to report that Rayson Mayton's group had arrived at the main gate. When asked who had accompanied him, the subordinate reported that the group consisted of Rayson, the two shadow guards Hera and Hampton, along with a female fire mage. Velatoder paused for a moment, realizing the group was surprisingly modest, and nothing like the extravagant style usually associated with the Mayton family. He then asked whether Rayson had opened the iron gate, only to hear that he had stopped after merely touching it. Velatoder smiled and asked his younger brother whether Rayson could uncover the secret hidden behind the gate. The martial master confidently replied that Rayson was certainly intelligent, although only true Grandel martial artists normally understood its mechanism. But after recalling the look in the young Mayton's eyes, the martial master suddenly fell silent, before telling his brother to pretend he had never said that. Velatoder continued watching the fish as he quietly concluded that the sleeping battle soul within Rayson was something worth observing. Back outside the gate, the atmosphere had become much livelier. Seeing Rayson studying the battle soul amplification runes engraved on the iron gate, Julia curiously asked what had caught his attention. Rayson calmly replied that the real issue was simply how unbelievably heavy the gate was. Hearing that, Hampton immediately saw a chance to prove himself. He eagerly rolled up his sleeves and declared that after all his harsh training, he could easily open the gate for the young master. Before Rayson could respond, Hampton rushed forward and poured all his strength into pushing the massive gate. But despite straining until his face turned bright red and sweat poured down non-stop, the gigantic gate did not move an inch. Hampton was completely dumbfounded and could not understand why it was so impossibly heavy. After exhausting himself, Hampton finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Embarrassed, he blamed the long journey for leaving him out of shape. Rudia knelt to comfort him, while Rayson also told him not to push himself any further. Staring at the towering gate, Rayson began recalling the world he had once created. When writing the story, he had poured tremendous effort into developing every detail of the famous Grandel sword clan, because it was closely tied to the main character. In contrast, he had never devoted much attention to the Grandel martial family. In the original story, they had even been overshadowed by the Mayton family. But now, this world was nothing like one Rayson had written. The iron gate before him was proof. It held a special enchantment that resonated with, amplified, and strengthened the battle soul of Grandel's direct descendants whenever they touched it. Rayson wondered if the Grandel family could quietly grow stronger every day, simply by using this gate. To test his theory, Rayson clenched his fist and sensed the power within him. Just as he expected, his battle soul had grown slightly stronger after that single touch. The increase was still small and would take time to show its full effect, but Rayson was thrilled. He decided to make full use of this unique advantage during his stay in Grandel. Under the watchful eyes of Hera and Rudia, Rayson slowly walked toward the massive gate, knowing it was finally his turn to open it. Drawing on the strength amplified by the gate, Rayson pushed forward with all his might. A deep metallic rumble echoed through the air as the gigantic iron gate slowly swung open before everyone's eyes. Inside the Grandel estate, Velatoder listened closely as a subordinate reported that Rayson had successfully opened the iron gate. When he asked if Rayson had done anything unusual beforehand, the servant replied that he had only stood there thinking for a moment before making his move. Velatoder then asked about the gate's condition and was told its weight had been set to the maximum limit. He calmly remarked that overcoming the challenge was not difficult if someone used their battle soul, then asked where Rayson was heading next. After learning that Rayson was heading toward the martial hall, the gray-haired martial master reminded his older brother that even the genius Rosaline had struggled against the gate at its heaviest setting, despite using a battle soul. Just then, another subordinate rushed in with urgent news. To everyone's surprise, Rayson Mayton did possess a battle soul, but he had not used it at all while opening the massive iron gate. Hearing that report, Velatoder shot to his feet in complete shock. The gray-haired martial master merely chuckled with satisfaction, reminding him that he had predicted this all along. He could not help wondering whether Velatoder had accidentally discovered an unbelievably terrifying talent through nothing more than a routine deal with the Mayton family. The martial master laughed and commented that Rayson possessed extraordinary strength despite being somewhat naive. He then revealed that the young Mayton was currently wearing a Tier 3 HY armor. That revelation left Velatoder utterly stunned. How could such a martial genius come from the magic-focused Mayton family? Unable to contain his curiosity, he decided to visit the training grounds himself, at the same time inside the library of the Grandel Martial Hall. As soon as Rayson's group entered, they were warmly welcomed by a chubby man wearing glasses. He introduced himself as Anto, the Martial Hall librarian, and said he had been assigned to guide them around. The moment Rayson heard the name Anto, he froze. This was one of the characters he had created in the original story. In the original novel, Anto was far more than an ordinary librarian. He was a martial arts prodigy destined to become the next Battle King, possessing incredible physical strength and lightning coursing through his body. But looking at the gentle, round-faced man before him, Rayson could not help doubting whether this was truly that legendary figure. He looked nothing like a martial master. Seeing their warm welcome, Rudia smiled and quietly told Rayson that it seemed the Grandel family already liked him. But the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward when Anto blushed, adjusted his glasses, and began staring at Hera behind them. Curious, he asked for the beautiful girl's name, leaving everyone surprised by his overly eager attitude. By instinct, Rayson and Rudia both turned to look at Hera. Hera, who was always calm and serious, could only break into a cold sweat at Anto's sudden approach. His excessive friendliness quickly made her uncomfortable. Before Anto could go any further, Hera stepped forward and coldly reminded him that the person she served was standing right and off of him, ordering him to show proper respect. Her sharp words instantly startled Anto. Realizing he had crossed the line, Anto hurriedly bowed and apologized, admitting he had gotten carried away. He also offered a sincere apology to Rayson. Seeing Anto's honest attitude, Rayson simply laughed and let it go. Watching his behavior, Rayson immediately remembered the original story. Sure enough, Anto was still hopelessly obsessed with pretty women. In the story Rayson had written, Anto once tried to court Rudia, only to end up getting thoroughly burned by her fire magic. Not wanting to waste any more time, Rayson steered the conversation back to the main purpose of their visit and asked Anto to take them to meet the Grandel representatives. But before the librarian could answer, a calm voice spoke from behind and interrupted him. "That won't be necessary." Rayson spun around in shock as he saw two familiar figures walking toward him. He broke into a cold sweat when he recognized Velatoder and his master Mugner. The sudden arrival of the Grandel patriarch and his former teacher completely caught him off guard. Seeing the stunned look on the young Mayton heir, Velatoder laughed and teased that his reaction was priceless. It seemed Rayson still had a long way to go before mastering his emotions. Standing beside him, the gray-haired Mugner smiled knowingly. He joked that being invited here by his own younger brother was a rare event, almost like a wandering mage paying a secret visit. Velatoder quietly looked Rayson over from head to toe before giving his assessment. Even though they had met before, he was still amazed that a mage could possess such an extraordinary physique and fighting spirit. Keeping his promise, Velatoder offered Rayson two choices, the Level 3 library or the Level 2 library. Since he had come all this way, the final decision was his. Knowing he could only pick one, Rayson looked surprised and tried to negotiate. He asked if he could visit both places, since getting here had been far from easy. Velatoder immediately refused. He reminded Rayson that he had only promised access to one location, never the entire library. Realizing he had fallen for the carefully chosen wording, Rayson could only hold his head in frustration, while Mugner laughed at the trap he had walked into himself. Refusing to stay on the defensive, Rayson made a choice that surprised everyone. He wanted to enter the Martial Hall. Velatoder was confused because it was not even part of Grandel's Level 3 library. Rayson explained that he had noticed something unusual about the librarian Anto. His body and bearing were far too extraordinary. Wanting to uncover the truth behind him, Rayson decided to investigate further. Mugner looked doubtful, since he did not believe anyone could become a future Battle King with ordinary talent. He immediately asked Anto if he had been hiding his training. The unexpected question made Anto break into a cold sweat. He forced a smile and claimed he had simply been too busy. That awkward reaction only convinced Rayson that the Martial Hall was hiding a major secret. Seeing the young Mayton heir's determination, Velatoder finally agreed. He declared that since Rayson had made his choice, he would allow him to enter the Martial Hall. Raisin smiled with satisfaction and bowed to thank the Grandel patriarch. Deep down, he was determined to find the records the great sage Anbecto had once left behind in this place. Anto then led the group into the Grandel family's secret martial hall. Anto warmly welcomed everyone and told Raisin to ask him directly if he needed any book. After thanking the librarian, Raisin walked deeper inside and studied the towering rows of wooden bookshelves. He immediately activated his holy eye to scan the entire area. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but moments later his expression changed as his ability detected a powerful reaction from an old book hidden deep in a corner shelf. Certain this was what he had been searching for, he pointed at it and asked Anto if he could read it. Anto slowly took the dark-covered book from the shelf and handed it to Raisin, asking if this was the one he wanted. The instant Raisin's fingertips touched the book, a blue system window appeared before him. The message left him stunned. Tutanke's secret art, first form. Countless questions raced through Raisin's mind. Tutanka was the chief of the Golden Fox tribe and another name for G-Theo. Everyone knew G-Theo hated the Grandel family with all his heart, so why was his secret art hidden in this library? Had the connection between them been far more complicated than anyone realized? Wanting answers, Raisin asked Anto if he knew anything about the book. Anto simply smiled and said it was The Courage of Tutankara, a fairy tale loved by children. Seeing that Anto did not seem interested, Raisin asked if he had ever read the book. Anto closed his eyes with a smile and admitted that he had never studied it carefully. Raisin flipped through a few pages and asked about the rules. Anto explained that the book could not leave the library without the Patriarch's direct permission, but reading it inside was completely allowed. Suddenly remembering something important, Anto hurriedly warned Raisin never to use copying the book or serious trouble would follow. Faced with such an overreaction, Raisin could only sigh inwardly because he could not even use that kind of magic yet, let alone copy the book. Just then, Anto noticed Hera standing quietly in the corner. He walked over with a smile and asked if there was anything he could do for her. Keeping her usual cold expression, Hera simply requested a cup of hot tea for her young master. When Anto asked what kind of tea Raisin preferred, she replied with just 2 words, black tea. Anto tried to keep the conversation going by asking if Hera wanted a cup as well. She immediately declined with her usual distant attitude, saying she did not need one. Faced with Hera's cold response, Anto could only walk away in disappointment. Watching the librarian leave, Raisin figured that anyone would eventually give up trying to get close to Hera. A while later, Anto quietly hummed a tune to himself as he prepared the tea. As he worked, Anto kept thinking about the Mayton heir's visit to the Grandel library, especially how Raisin had found Tutanka's book so quickly. The rumors claimed Raisin was nothing more than a useless playboy, but Anto sensed something completely different. He wondered if this young man might truly uncover the secret hidden inside Tutanka's book. Just then, the sound of firm footsteps echoed through the hallway, breaking the library's silence. A young woman with light pink twin tails entered while calling for Anto and asking where Raisin Mayton was. Recognizing Rosaline, Anto quickly bowed with the tea tray and informed her that Raisin was in Reading Room 3. Without a second thought, Rosaline folded her arms confidently and ordered Anto to lead the way. Anto hurried to obey and quickly brought the pink-haired girl to the room where Raisin was absorbed in studying the secret art. As soon as she reached the reading room, Rosaline pushed the door open and loudly announced her arrival at Grandel. But the moment she saw the scene inside, she stopped. In the quiet room, Raisin sat alone at the table, completely immersed in his book and unaware that anyone had entered. Rosaline stayed silent and simply watched him. At that moment, Raisin had focused all his attention, shutting out every unnecessary distraction to maximize his reading and analysis. Seeing how deeply focused he was, Rosaline decided not to interrupt. She and Anto quietly waited off to the side. Half an hour passed peacefully as the afternoon slowly faded. Rosaline eventually sat across from Raisin and quietly observed him. She found herself recalling the Mayton boy she had known long ago. But the longer she looked, the more she felt the Raisin before her was nothing like the one she remembered. Watching his serious expression, she wondered how anyone could maintain such incredible focus. She knew she could never do the same. At last, Raisin tapped the book, closed it, and let out a deep breath, deciding to end his research for the day. A moment later, the Holy Eye system notification confirmed the ability had been deactivated. As his vision returned to normal, Raisin nearly jumped when he saw Rosaline's face right in front of him. Startled, he asked when she had arrived. Rosaline calmly replied that she had been there for quite a while. Raisin sighed and begged her to warn him next time before she scared him to death. Rosaline pouted slightly and said she had already called his name. Then she curiously asked what kind of book had absorbed him so completely. Before stopping, she also asked how long he planned to stay at Grandel, and whether he intended to search for magic books in the library. Before Raisin could answer, Rosaline asked the question that had always bothered her. How could someone use mana and possess a fighting spirit at the same time? Faced with her endless stream of questions, Raisin could not help laughing. That laugh immediately embarrassed Rosaline. Blushing, she stood up and demanded to know why he was laughing at her. Raisin quickly explained that he simply found it amusing because she kept questioning him as if she were trying to read his mind. But with her personality, complicated schemes did not suit her at all. Caught red-handed, Rosaline awkwardly admitted it and complained about Raisin exposing her so easily. Smiling, Raisin asked what she was really curious about and promised to answer if she wanted to know. Rosaline stepped closer, looked at the book on the table, and asked what he was reading. Without hesitation, Raisin handed it to her. Seeing the title The Courage of Tutanka, Rosaline asked in surprise why he was reading a fairy tale. Raisin simply smiled and told her to read it carefully because it contained far more than it seemed. Hearing that, Rosaline could only sigh. Raisin was just as strange as she remembered, perhaps even more mysterious now. The two continued chatting without realizing one thing. Anto was still standing quietly outside the door, silently watching everything with a calculating gaze. The next day at the Grandel Martial Hall, a system notification suddenly appeared before Raisin. Tutanka's Secret Art, First Form, Analysis 95. Seeing the progress nearly complete after only one day, Raisin was genuinely surprised because this secret art was being analyzed much faster than expected. Right then, a hand gently placed a cup of hot tea on the table. Smiling, Anto asked Raisin if he liked the book, to call him if he needed anything. Then he suddenly asked if Raisin had finished reading The Courage of Tutanka. The unexpected question immediately put Raisin on guard. His eyes sharpened as he set the book down and quietly called Anto's name. The reading room suddenly fell into heavy silence. Under Raisin's piercing gaze, Anto stood speechless, unsure how to respond. At last, Anto hurriedly explained that he had only wanted to recommend a new kind of tea. Raisin was not convinced. Staring straight at Anto, he asked if serving tea was really all a Grandel librarian was supposed to do. Sensing Raisin's suspicion, Anto became even more uneasy. He quickly insisted that he was nothing more than an ordinary librarian. Although Anto appeared calm on the outside, Raisin secretly activated his holy eye to uncover the truths hidden within him. The system immediately revealed Anto's true identity. He was Anto Raisin, a member of the White Shepherd tribe, entrusted with protecting an ancient covenant passed down through countless generations. The discovery shocked Raisin because he had never encountered this race in any of his memories. Looking at the man who still appeared to be nothing more than a normal librarian, Raisin closed the book and slowly called Anto's name again. He asked whether, as Grandel's librarian, Anto was the one continuing to guard the covenant, inherited through the generations. The question struck directly at Anto's greatest secret. He froze as cold sweat rolled down his face and asked how Raisin knew about it. Raisin pointed at the book and calmly said everything was written inside. Anto instinctively argued that he had never seen anything like that while reading it. Seizing the opening, Raisin smiled and pointed out the contradiction. Hadn't Anto just claimed he had never read the book? Exposed, Anto could only lower his head in silence. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, he adjusted his glasses and admitted that the book truly contained countless important secrets. Anto began explaining the family's ancient covenant, which safeguarded immense knowledge while waiting for someone worthy to inherit Tutanka's legacy. When Raisin asked whether Velatotter knew about this, Anto turned away and answered that the patriarch did know, but had never paid much attention to it. The reply reminded Raisin of the settings he had originally written. In his original story, Anto would eventually become the next Battle King, Mugner's perfect successor. He possessed an overwhelming physique, enough strength to shake the continent with a single punch, and even the ability to crush an enemy's will with nothing but a glance. But looking at the current Anto with his chubby build and harmless appearance, Raisin simply could not connect him to that legendary future Battle King. Resting his hand on the ancient book, Raisin wondered if the secret hidden inside it was the key that would awaken Anto's dormant power under special circumstances. Raisin's expression turned serious as he read the ancient title on the cover. He realized its true name was Tutanka's Secret Art, First Form. He quietly muttered that with another day of research, he could finish analyzing it completely. After that, he wanted to discuss the book in greater detail with Anto. Faced with the direct request, Anto hesitated for a moment before finally bowing his head in agreement. At that moment, Rayson's system displayed a new notification confirming that another variable had altered the story. With the Heavenly Eye accelerating the process, the analysis rapidly reached completion. The system then announced that Tutankhamun's secret art, first form, had been fully deciphered, and its entire contents had been absorbed by the Heavenly Eye. The final notification stunned Rayson the most. Tutankhamun's secret art, first form, 10,000 rens, had been engraved directly into his soul. Looking at the energy wrapping around his clenched fist, Rayson realized this was the very skill he had designed for himself when writing the story. Even though it was still incomplete, its initial power had already exceeded every expectation. The terrifying part of the technique was that it made opponents feel as though a savage beast was tearing their bodies apart, piece by piece. That was the true meaning behind the name 10,000 rens. Rayson recalled that in the original story, Mugner, the previous Battle King, had considered Anto's 1,000 rens the hardest technique to face. Its power alone was enough to make weaker opponents feel as though monstrous claws were crushing their bodies the instant they confronted him. As expected, 10,000 rens was the key that would one day awaken Anto and lead him to become the legendary Battle King. Even though this was only the first form, it remained the technique he relied on throughout his entire life. The silence of the reading room was broken by a knock at the door. Anto stood outside and politely asked whether young Master Rayson would allow him to come in. After getting permission, the door opened and Anto stepped inside. He curiously asked what Rayson wanted to discuss. Rayson got straight to the point. He wanted to talk about Tutankhamun's secret art, first form, specifically 10,000 rens. The moment he heard that name, Anto's expression changed completely. He covered his face in shock, clearly never expecting Rayson to know about that technique. Anto quickly explained that a discussion required both sides to share knowledge and opinions. The problem was that he knew absolutely nothing about Tutankhamun's secret art, so there was no way he could discuss it with Rayson. Rayson was not convinced by the excuse. Calmly holding the book, he remarked that every martial clan had a place dedicated to training. Anto confirmed there was indeed a training ground near the hall. Then, Rayson made a surprising request. He wanted to demonstrate 10,000 rens there. Anto was completely stunned. Rayson had studied the book for less than 2 days, yet he was already talking as if he had mastered such a profound secret art. Wanting to see the truth with his own eyes, Anto quickly led Rayson to the training grounds behind the building. The place was famous because it housed one of Grandel's finest training facilities. Standing in the middle of the spacious arena, Anto nervously asked what he needed to do. Rayson answered honestly that he would use 10,000 rens on him while avoiding any vital points. Although still uneasy, Anto followed the instructions and slowly extended his hand to receive the attack. Rayson closed his eyes and focused, drawing out the power flowing within his body. Mana and lightning erupted at once as every ounce of power gathered at the tips of his fingers. Feeling that terrifying energy approach like a savage beast tearing into his flesh, Anto's eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized how frightening the power before him truly was. Rayson immediately activated Tutankhamun's secret art, first form, 10,000 rens. Behind him, the massive phantom of a ferocious wolf's head appeared, releasing an overwhelming pressure that filled the entire area. But just before the attack reached Anto, something impossible happened. The surrounding space froze instantly, and everything became motionless. Rayson was shocked to realize that time and space had stopped once again. In the silent world, Rayson anxiously wondered what was happening to this world's probability. He could not understand why he kept encountering such bizarre. After thinking it through, Rayson concluded that the only possible cause was Kotel's existence within Grandel's territory. According to Anbektos records, Kotel had always despised Grandel. Yet somehow Tutankhamun's secret art, which was directly connected to him, had been preserved here. Rayson dug even deeper. Why had Kotel written the secret art instead of Anbekto, the founder of Grandel? The more he thought about it, the stranger everything became. In particular, the similarity between the names Anbekto and Anto stood out to him. Rayson recalled how he used to name characters when he was the author in his previous world. He never used the prefix an without reason. After thinking carefully, he realized it had always been reserved for villains or characters associated with disaster. Just then, a faint sound echoed through the silence. The book in Rayson's hands suddenly began to smoke as a series of system notifications appeared. The new information revealed that Kotel had divided Tutankhamun's secret art into multiple parts and hidden them across various ancient ruins, including Grandel's territory. The system also revealed that Kotel's attitude toward martial arts was extremely complicated because even he had never imagined becoming so deeply connected to it. Looking down at the changing book, Rayson suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Much of the original content had mysteriously disappeared. Within moments, every page had turned completely blank. Then the system displayed another notification. As the creator, he had been granted a on-time erasure ability. Staring at the message, Rayson felt a chill run down his spine. If the system had given him the power to erase parts of the world's settings, that could only mean one thing. Even the slightest mistake in changing the story could cause the entire world to collapse, and he would die along with it. But what frightened Rayson most was not his own life. It was the thought of losing everyone who had been traveling beside him. He could not bear the idea of them disappearing because of his mistake. Overwhelmed by pressure, Rayson held his head and desperately searched for the source of the problem. Staring at the blank pages, he forced himself to find the answer. At last, Rayson realized that Anbektos' records about Kotele had been nothing more than personal speculation. There had never been any real evidence proving those claims. In Anbektos' memories, he always saw Kotele as a close friend and genuinely wanted to preserve their bond. But deep inside, he feared those feelings were never returned and that Kotele might truly hate him. Rayson realized the truth could be completely different. To repair the missing part of the world's settings, he picked up a pen and began rewriting the ancient pages. Theo treasured Anbekto as his closest friend, yet his heart was torn between deep affection and lingering resentment. That thought suddenly reminded Rayson of something his mother had told him when he was a child. She said the line between love and hatred was incredibly thin. The two emotions were always intertwined and could reverse in a single moment. From everything Rayson knew about Theo, he truly wished Anbektos' dream would one day come true, even if merging two opposing powers seemed impossible at the time. It was like planting a teeny seed in barren soil, without knowing whether it could ever survive. Even so, Theo believed that time would eventually overcome every obstacle, just like a fragile sprout that would one day grow into a towering tree. Holding on to that belief, Theo spent years researching until he finally discovered a way to use special magic constructs to neutralize Anbektos' battle magic. But to test the technique without putting anyone at risk, Kotel had to find a place far beyond the watchful eyes of the Mayton family. He entered remote forests and endured brutal training through dark nights and raging storms, pushing his body beyond its limits. Kotel later assumed the identity of Tutanka and joined the Golden Fox tribe. There, he created an entirely new martial system known as the Secret Martial Arts to carry on Anbektos' ideals. Kotel secretly left the inheritance book within the Grandel family, waiting for Anbektos' successor to discover it. His greatest wish was that one day a descendant of Grandel would be worthy of inheriting everything Anbekto had left behind. Rayson believed this was the most reasonable explanation he could create, but he still did not know whether the world itself would accept it. The system then announced that the missing world probability had been largely restored. His on-time erasure authority remained unused, and he also unlocked a special creator ability called Add 2 Lines. Realizing this was a valuable reward for restoring the world's probability, Rayson decided to use it to shape Anto's future. He immediately added 2 new settings. First, the Martial Hall's librarian would always remember and repay those who had helped him. Second, Anto possessed an innate talent for mastering Tutanka's secret art. The ancient book immediately shone with a brilliant light, proving the new settings had been accepted. A surge of magical energy burst out and enveloped Anto, leaving the librarian stunned. As the awakening current flowed into his body, a deep gash suddenly split open across Anto's palm, shocking Rayson. Rayson turned pale as he realized he had only injected a tiny amount of battle energy, yet the destructive force was already this terrifying. He quickly asked if Anto was all right. Even though his injured hand trembled in pain, Anto endured it and insisted he was fine. But the next moment his eyes lit up with excitement. He even asked Rayson to let him try again. Seeing Rayson's confusion, Anto explained that he had just come up with a new idea. Looking at the blood dripping from Anto's hand, Rayson urged him to treat the wound first. But Anto was completely obsessed with the secret art and bowed as he pleaded, "Please, let me try one more time." Seeing the librarian's determination, Rayson realized the new talent setting had already begun to take effect. Without hesitation, he agreed. Rayson raised 2 fingers and activated 10,000 rens once more. Violent magical lightning surged into Anto's hand again. Although his body suffered unbearable pain, Anto gritted his teeth and shouted for another attempt. His hand became more and more damaged as blood continued to pour from the effects of the secret art. Yet Anto's determination never wavered. His cries echoed across the martial hall beneath the evening sky. The insane experiment continued until nightfall. Seeing Anto's hand covered in wounds, Rayson finally stopped channeling his power and seriously urged him to seek treatment. Panting heavily, his entire body and injured hand trembling from the lingering battle energy, Anto asked whether Rayson could do him one more favor. Anto's sudden respectful attitude caught Rayson by surprise. He could not understand why the librarian had become so polite all of a sudden. When Rayson asked what he wanted, Anto immediately requested permission to recreate the secret art on his own. Rayson looked at him in surprise and asked, "You mean you want to reproduce the secret art yourself?" Seeing the fat librarian's determination, Rayson recalled it had taken him 2 full days with the Heavenly Eye to master this secret art. But after the new setting was added, Anto's natural talent for the Tutanka secret art had surpassed every expectation. A single change really could alter someone's entire fate. So, Rayson decided to help him through this attempt. Just as expected, Anto poured his battle aura into his injured finger and shouted the name of the secret art, 10,000 Pierces. At once, an overwhelming force took the shape of a giant wolf behind him, releasing an intimidating aura in an instant. When the move ended, Rayson examined Anto's hand and was surprised to find the recoil felt no worse than a tiny pinprick. Anto panted as he admitted the technique was incredibly difficult to control, but during the attack, he felt like he had grasped a crucial clue. Rayson held Anto's hand and patiently instructed him to pour even more battle soul into the fingertip, stabilize the power, and compress it even further. He explained that shrinking the power's range would greatly increase its piercing force. Anto immediately understood the idea. Anto quickly adjusted his aura flow, while Rayson continued guiding him to maintain that state until the moment of impact before releasing all the stored power. Watching Anto's astonishing learning speed, Rayson was genuinely amazed. With only a few pointers, Anto's technique had improved dramatically. Even without the Heavenly Eye, someone with this level of talent would become terrifying in the future. Just then, Anto suddenly called out to Rayson, but his next words completely stunned Rayson because Anto declared that Rayson was his master. Anto excitedly explained that 10,000 Pierces felt like a power that had always existed inside him. He had never imagined he possessed such incredible hidden strength. Anto then knelt respectfully, sincerely thanking Rayson for awakening his buried potential and earnestly asking to become his disciple. At that moment, Rayson realized the setting that the Marshall Hall librarian would always repay kindness had truly taken effect. Rayson scratched his head awkwardly, feeling everything had happened far too quickly. He also sensed fate was arranging everything on its own, but reminded Anto that he belonged to the Mayton family, while Anto came from Grandel. Anto immediately replied that he had always been nothing more than a servant bound by contract. Rayson understood the meaning behind those words. Anto's family had served Grandel for generations, and finding a place worthy of his loyalty was his true wish. Rayson smiled, looked upward, and asked the hidden observer, "What do you think, master?" An elderly man with long gray hair and a silver beard stepped out, folded his arms, smiled with great interest, and said this was truly worth watching. His sudden appearance shocked Anto so much that he immediately cried out, "Battle King." The Battle King landed, glanced at Rayson with a faint smile, and spoke. He was curious how Rayson had discovered his hiding place, whether it was pure instinct or some special ability. Meanwhile, in another room of the Randall estate, Rosalind was having dinner with her father. She worried that he truly intended to ignore Rayson, because she felt no one could predict what the young Mayton heir was secretly planning. Her father simply smiled and joked that he would sooner believe Rayson was 140 years old than a 14-year-old child. Even so, Rosalind remained uneasy about someone as unpredictable as Rayson willingly entering the Marshall Hall to study. But the family head immediately dismissed her concern, reminding her that they were not allowed to spy on their guest. The permission for Rayson to enter the Marshall Hall had been personally granted by Bicton, and that privilege belonged only to those who honored their promises and kept their word. Hearing her father's explanation, Rosalind paused for a moment before quietly continuing her meal, admitting she might have been overthinking things. Back at the Marshall Hall, Battle King McNair hovered in the air and curiously asked Rayson how he had sensed his presence, wondering if it was because of those unusual eyes. He then turned to Anto and seriously asked why a librarian from Grandel wanted to follow the Mayton heir. The unexpected question immediately left Anto flustered as cold sweat formed on his forehead. Seeing that, Rayson stepped in and asked whether Anto's choice violated any rules. Battle King McNair calmly explained that Anto carried no Grandel bloodline, so he was free to choose where he belonged and whom he wished to serve. Rayson smiled after hearing that, realizing Grandel's way of thinking was far freer than the strict traditions of Mayton. The Battle King also admitted frankly that if Mayton ever surpassed Grandel, it would simply mean his own family had not been strong enough to hold its position. At that moment, he was no longer speaking as Grandel's deputy commander. Instead, he directly asked Rayson when he had learned that secret martial art and questioned whether he really expected him to believe it had taken only 2 days at Grandel to master it. The Battle King recalled the past 4 years with Rayson and realized the boy had never stopped surprising everyone around him. He silently admitted he had once believed he understood his disciple, but in truth, Rayson was a genius far beyond anything he had imagined. He had seen the battle aura behind Rayson transform into a gigantic beast that roared as the technique was unleashed. McNair could not help wondering just how much stronger the boy would become while staying here. Right then, a blue system appeared before Ratson, displaying the title Setting Destroyer, along with a mysterious setting. He immediately realized the title belonged to Master McNair and guessed it was connected to the ability to influence the world's probability. Wanting to speak in private, Battle King McNair turned to Anto and said he needed a conversation with his disciple. He asked Anto to give them some privacy. Anto immediately bowed respectfully and even declared that since McNair was his master's master, he was naturally his grandmaster as well. Before leaving, Anto happily made a heart sign above his head and loudly declared his love for his master, leaving Rayson with nothing but a helpless wave. He sighed inwardly because he had never officially accepted Anto as a disciple, yet things had already reached this point. Watching Anto leave while cheerfully humming, Battle King McNair shivered and asked if this was a typical Grandel farewell. Once Anto had completely disappeared, McNair immediately turned serious again. Folding his arms, he confidently looked at Rayson and asked whether he had deliberately hidden his true strength earlier. Without waiting for an answer, McNair brought up the move Rayson had just used, the secret martial art known as 10,000 pierces. Being exposed so easily shocked Rayson, and cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. McNair got straight to the point and ordered him to perform it again, with all the strength he had. But then he gave an order Rayson could not understand at all. He told him to take off his clothes. Rayson immediately panicked, unable to understand why checking a martial art required that, but McNair calmly told him to simply obey his master. Though filled with confusion, Rayson removed his outer clothing and revealed the solid physique he had built through years of training. After examining his disciple's body, McNair nodded with satisfaction and remarked that although it had not been long since they last met, Rayson had changed greatly. Then he suddenly asked a question that left Rayson frozen. "Why haven't you learned martial arts yet?" Rayson stared in confusion and asked whether everything he had trained for over the past 4 years was not martial arts. The question instantly brought back memories of his brutal childhood training. He remembered dragging enormous boulders beneath the blazing sun. He remembered balancing buckets of water through the entire night under his master's strict supervision. But according to McNair, all of that had only been basic preparation. Rayson had not even touched the first gate of true martial arts. Even more confused, Rayson asked what his master had actually been teaching him all this time, and what true martial arts really meant. McNair simply smiled and asked whether he had ever explained the true essence of martial arts before. Rayson immediately recalled his master's lesson that martial arts originated from the battle soul. He had assumed all he needed was to strengthen his battle soul, but then realized the battle soul within him now originated from Grandel, making any change far from simple. So Rayson asked how he could continue improving his battle soul. McNair remained silent for a moment before saying, this was the question that had troubled him for a very long time, and what he was about to do might become the greatest regret of his life. With overwhelming presence, McNair declared that this time he would truly teach Rayson how to cultivate the battle soul. Feeling his master's terrifying aura, Rayson could only break into a cold sweat and wonder what everything he had learned before had actually been for. McNair began explaining that, as far as he knew, mages cultivated by absorbing mana and storing it within their hearts to form magic circles. Warriors followed a completely different path. Instead of absorbing mana, they gathered chi through meditation and distributed that energy throughout their muscles and nervous system, eventually forming the battle soul. McNair then looked at Rayson and said the method he was about to teach was meditation. However, almost no ordinary person could ever master this technique. McNair's eyes then settled on Rayson's unusual eyes. He believed that mysterious ability might let him analyze Grandel's meditation manual. Hearing that, Rayson asked in surprise if such a book really existed. After McNair confirmed it, Rayson eagerly asked where it was. When he heard it was kept inside his master's first-class library, he froze in disbelief. The first-class library? Rayson immediately asked whether McNair even had permission to take the book and if the Grandel Patriarch had approved it. McNair casually replied that he definitely had not. Rayson awkwardly pointed out that sounded like stealing, but McNair instantly disagreed. Battle King McNair explained that it was a different matter as long as they never took anything out of the library. Rayson could only apologize for misunderstanding. McNair tapped his head with a knowing smile and said that if the knowledge stayed only in their minds, how could anyone call it theft? His shameless yet confident logic left Rayson speechless. He nervously asked what would happen if the Patriarch found out, but McNair simply burst into laughter. Rayson still wondered if he really believed Grandel's leader would never notice. McNair calmly replied that the Patriarch would certainly know. If Rayson thought otherwise, then he was not qualified to be his disciple. Seeing his master's confidence, Rayson smiled to himself and guessed McNair and the Patriarch must have already reached an agreement. That was probably why he looked completely unconcerned. In fact, everything had already been arranged the day before inside a hidden chamber deep within Grandel's mist garden. The garden was completely silent as slow footsteps echoed while someone walked deeper inside. In the mist garden, Battle King McNair held a small flower while teasing his older brother, Patriarch Velatutor, who was tending the plants. He asked why he kept growing things he could not even eat. Looking at the humble gardener before him, it was hard to believe this was the Black King, who had once terrified the entire world. Velatutor wiped away his sweat and replied that appearances meant nothing before asking why McNair had come. McNair smiled and said this was his brother's private garden, so he believed Velatutor already understood his true purpose. Velatutor laughed and admitted he had guessed it, then declared he would no longer speak as Grandel's Patriarch. Instead, he wanted to talk as McNair's older brother and old friend. Their conversation quickly turned to McNair's disciple, Rayson Mayton. Velatutor confirmed that the moment Rayson entered Grandel through the main gate, he had personally sensed the powerful battle soul within him. He believed that if Rayson learned to control and develop that power, the world might witness the birth of an unparalleled warrior. Hearing his brother praise Rayson so highly, McNair smiled and admitted that Rayson was the first genius he truly believed could surpass him. Curious, Velatutor asked whether Rayson's talent was simply a matter of natural ability. McNair shook his head and said Rayson's greatest strength was not his power but his mind. Despite his young age, he always thought several steps ahead. Realizing Rayson's enormous potential, Velatutor advised McNair to personally oversee his training. However, Velatutor then reminded him that he understood McNair's lifelong pursuit of the martial path, the very ambition that had made him the Battle King. The Grandel Patriarch then repeated one of the family's most important rules. McNair was absolutely forbidden from teaching Grandel's martial arts to outsiders. That rule applied to everyone without exception, even the two brothers. Releasing an overwhelming aura, Velatutor warned that if McNair broke the rule, he would lose everything he had earned in Grandel. Even after that warning, Battle King McNair remained perfectly calm. Raising an eyebrow, he asked whether Velatutor would truly destroy his arms, cripple his legs, and erase his battle soul if he crossed the line. In the quiet garden, Velatutor stared at McNair with icy eyes and warned him not to make the wrong choice. If he trained a Mayton heir on a whim, Rhysand might one day return to Grandel as an enemy. But McNair firmly believed that was exactly why he had to train him even harder, because the stronger the opponent, the stronger Grandel could become. Velatutor let out a cold laugh and asked whether McNair really thought he would ignore a child learning Grandel's martial arts through unofficial means. Hearing that, McNair immediately defended his disciple. He insisted Rayson had only been dragged into the situation and that everything had been forced by him. A true Grandel warrior should never harm an innocent person. Anger surged through McNair as he clenched his fist and declared that if Velatutor ever laid a hand on Rayson, he would not hesitate to stand against his own brother. In response, Velatutor instantly released a terrifying crimson pressure that overwhelmed the entire surrounding space. The terrifying pressure left McNair unable to move. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he realized the overwhelming gap between their strength. Just as the tension reached its peak, Velatutor suddenly withdrew his aura. He quietly said that McNair was precious to him because he was his only remaining family. In the end, he allowed McNair to leave. McNair bowed to thank his brother before quickly leaving the garden. After McNair left, Velatutor stood alone among the trees, silently thinking about Grandel's future. While magic and swordsmanship continued to evolve, the family's martial arts had begun reaching their limit. If this continued, Grandel's influence would steadily decline. That concern had weighed on him for years. As he gently touched the young leaves, Velatutor suddenly realized the answer might have finally appeared, and the one carrying that hope was Rayson. If they could keep this genius in Grandel, perhaps the family would truly find a new path. Back in the present, McNair looked at Rayson's bare upper body and asked directly if he wanted to learn true martial arts. To his surprise, Rayson calmly refused and said he would think about it later. The answer made McNair blurt out in frustration. Grandel's martial arts were treasure that could not be bought with mountains of gold, but Rason calmly explained that this was exactly the problem, because they belonged only to Grandel. Rayson had already chosen his own path. Ever since arriving in this world, his only wish had been to escape the Mayton family's control and live an ordinary life. If he accepted Grandel's martial arts, he would only drag himself into the conflict between the two families and become a future target. Avoiding trouble was still the wiser choice. So Rayson firmly refused to learn true martial arts from McNair. As he put his shirt back on, he said he had no desire to spend the rest of his life running from enemies. He believed that after another 6 years, he would finally gain his freedom without creating more burdens for himself. What he truly wanted was simply a match between disciples. The unexpected request surprised Master McNair, who immediately asked what Rayson was planning. Rayson simply replied that the Mayton family had once allowed such matches. McNair recalled that such a rule had indeed existed. Rayson then explained that he had used his 4 years here as an excuse to learn from his master, yet in the end he had not truly mastered anything. Seeing that McNair still did not understand, Rayson explained that his master's level was simply too high. Even his special eyes could not analyze it. McNair was unstunned, but the meaning was simple. It was too powerful for him to learn directly. Rayson turned around and confidently declared that his way of learning martial arts was by fighting Rosalind. Hearing that, McNair could not help doubting whether Rayson truly believed martial arts could be mastered in such a bizarre way. Rayson only curled the corner of his mouth into a confident smile, looked straight at his master, and asked, "Why not?" Rayson's confidence and sharp gaze left McNair completely speechless, because such an idea had almost never existed in the history of martial arts. Yet, as McNair looked down at his own hands, a chill suddenly ran through him. A frightening thought crossed his mind. Maybe this kid could actually pull it off. Just then, a blue system window appeared before Rayson, announcing that the god Mu Mo Lai Diwan had taken notice of Rayson Mayton. Rayson was stunned. After the Phoenix god, another deity had appeared. Rayson tried to remember the name Lai Diwan and felt he had heard it somewhere before. A mysterious figure with an unreadable smile and the performer Miu standing nearby flashed through his mind, making him even more suspicious about the origins of these gods. He thought that if gods truly existed, then the chosen one should normally have been the protagonist, Kashin Se. But if he ignored the protagonist's special treatment, then gaining this power himself was not entirely unreasonable. Suddenly, Rayson's pupils shrank as an important memory flashed through his mind. He realized that the Kingdom of Holland truly existed in this world. Holland was not just an important nation, it has also maintained the balance among the 3 great families. Its people faithfully served the God of Light and carried the duty of healing and protecting the world. The power they wielded was divine power, an energy completely different from mana, battle soul, or chi. Rayson stood silently in thought, realizing that gods truly existed in this world. And if the God of Light existed, then many other gods were probably watching the world from the shadows. But if that was true, could other people also receive power from the gods? Or were they all merely pieces being moved by fate across a massive chessboard? Thinking that far, Rayson noticed something unusual about Kashin Se's probability. Gods truly existed in this world, and those who possessed divine eyes seemed capable of seeing the will of the gods. Yet throughout the entire story, Kashin Se had never once sensed the will or intervention of any god. Rayson recalled the moment he first arrived in this world. The very first thing he noticed was his lack of probability. Interestingly, the original protagonist, Kashin Se, shared the same trait. So why hadn't the gods appeared from the beginning? Why did they only notice him at a certain point? If this were just an ordinary novel, most readers would probably overlook that detail. But if the world inside the story truly existed, and even the protagonist lived as a real person, then perhaps Kashin Se himself contained a major inconsistency. If Kashin Se's missing probability had truly been that enormous, this world should not have been able to exist, because it required stable probability to maintain its balance. Rayson gradually realized this might be the real reason he had been brought into this world. In the future part of the story that he had never seen, Kashin Se might have accidentally created a massive probability gap, forcing another soul to appear and fill it. The protagonist really was favored far too much. If his theory was correct, then from this moment on, Rayson only needed to do one thing. He had to deliberately attract Lai Diwan's attention and turn that god's interest into his greatest advantage. Lost in thought, Rayson was suddenly pulled back to reality by Mykner's voice. Seeing him standing there absent-mindedly, his master asked how long he had been spacing out. Startled, Rayson quickly apologized, realizing he had no idea how long he had been frozen. The next moment, Mykner smacked him on the head. Rayson clutched his head in pain, unable to understand why he had been hit. Mykner put his hands on his hips and scolded him for making his master wait while standing there in a daze. A little punishment was only fair. Rayson declared that he would prove learning martial arts through sparring with Rosalind was completely possible. Looking at his determined disciple beneath the evening sky, Mykner simply smiled and said he would wait and see. Just then, the system displayed another notification. The god Miu Mo Lai Duan had shown favor toward Rayson Mayton and granted him 3 days to find what he needed most. As night fell, a lavish dinner was prepared for Rayson. A servant politely informed him that the meal was ready. Rayson enjoyed every dish and realized Grandel's cuisine far surpassed Mayton's. Perhaps they were treating him so well that he was an honored guest. After dinner, Rayson leisurely walked beside the lotus pond under the moonlight, enjoying a sense of peace he had rarely experienced back in Mayton. He quietly thought that once he completely escaped his family's control, living somewhere near Grandel might not be such a bad idea. Suddenly, a warm voice broke the silence by asking whether Rayson liked the food. Turning around, he found the Black King, Velatutor, standing behind him with a folding fan in hand. Rayson quickly bowed and replied that the food had been excellent. Velatutor smiled with satisfaction before unexpectedly bringing up Rayson's request to train with Rosalind. Rayson honestly confirmed it and could not help feeling surprised that the news had reached him so quickly. Behind the folding fan, Velatutor's gaze became much sharper. He asked whether Rayson truly believed he could learn Grand's battle soul and martial arts simply by watching Rosalind. Faced with the question, Rayson remained calm and answered with a confident smile that yes, that was exactly what he meant. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Rosalind arrived with an angry expression and demanded to know what nonsense Rayson was saying. To her, he was insulting Grandel itself. Seeing his daughter behave so rudely, Velatutor gently reminded her that the one speaking with their guest was the head of the Grandel family. After her father's reminder, Rosalind immediately fell silent and corrected her attitude. Velatutor turned back to Rayson and admitted he partly agreed with Rosalind. Although her ability was nowhere near Mykner's, he still did not believe Grandel's martial arts could be mastered through observation alone. Looking at the father and daughter, Rayson smiled confidently and said there was only one way to find out. He believed Velatutor also wanted to know whether his claim was true. Velatutor openly admitted that he did. The people of Grandel had never feared new challenges. Under the quiet night sky, the family head made his decision. If Rayson wished, he would allow him and Rosalind to train together. However, Rosalind would also observe Rayson's combat style and magical techniques. If her observational ability proved superior, she would gain the greater benefit from the training. Smiling behind his folding fan, Velatutor continued that if Rayson's observational skills surpassed Rosalind's instead, then Rayson would be the one to improve. He would personally oversee the entire session. Under Rosalind's serious gaze and the watchful eyes of Grandel's leader, Rayson simply smiled with confidence and declared that he was ready for the sparring match. At Grandel's second training ground, Rayson and Rosalind sat facing each other and entered a meditative state as silence filled the air. But even while meditating, Rayson could not calm his mind. His thoughts kept returning to the cat god Lai Duan, wondering what this god truly wanted from him. Lai Duan had given him 3 days to discover what he desired most. Rayson could not help wondering if the god would really keep his promise once he gave the answer. Rosalind noticed Rayson lost in thought. She glanced at him but chose not to interrupt. Night slowly settled over the Randall estate, leaving the ancient mansion wrapped in silence. Right then, the blue system window appeared before Rayson. It announced that his appointed time with the cat god Lai Duan had arrived, and the god was ready to ask his question. A moment later, Rayson's consciousness was pulled from his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. A dark world stretched before him, covered in thick black mist. The crushing pressure made it impossible to understand where he was. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the darkness and asked what he needed most. At the same time, a massive golden eye like a cat's eye appeared behind him. Rayson quickly turned around and realized that powerful voice sounded very familiar. From the black mist, Lai Duan slowly revealed his enormous form. The cat god appeared as a giant black cat with glowing golden eyes. He made a deal. If Rayson guessed what he wanted, he would receive it. If he failed, he would lose his eyes. The cold threat froze Rayson in place. Cold sweat ran down his face as he wondered why a god's trial had to be this terrifying. Facing the overwhelming scene, Rayson quickly realized this was only an illusion created by the god of conspiracy, Lai Diwan, to test him. He reminded himself to stay calm and follow the plan he had worked out over the past 3 days. Looking at the giant black cat smiling dangerously, Rayson began to analyze what a godlike Lai Diwan believed he truly needed. He remembered the first time Lai Diwan noticed him. It was when the system announced that the god had taken an interest in Rayson Mayton. After connecting every clue, Rayson realized Lai Diwan was not a god of war, so he would never care about martial training. He looked at the god and reminded him that he had been given 3 days to find what he needed most. Lai Diwan laughed and confirmed it. He even joked that judging from Rayson's reasoning, he clearly wanted to keep his eyes. Rayson voiced his doubts. He could not understand why a god like Lai Diwan had noticed him at that exact moment, and then turned the request into such a vague question. Looking at the glowing cube in his thoughts, Rayson concluded that the answer could not be a physical object. His sharp deduction caught Lai Diwan's interest. The god smiled mysteriously and asked what he believed the answer was. Without hesitation, Rayson looked straight into the god's golden eyes and answered that what he needed most was Lai Diwan's blessing. The entire space fell silent. Rayson stood before the towering god and waited for the verdict. Rayson confirmed that Lai Diwan's blessing was what he truly wanted. The answer briefly changed the god of conspiracy's expression before he laughed with amusement and admitted it was not a bad answer. Rayson secretly sighed with relief because he had not angered the supreme god, but Lai Diwan immediately asked if the final decision was still not entirely his. Knowing the choice belonged to Lai Diwan, Rayson still asked what would happen if he had requested something other than the blessing. The god answered coldly that he would still have taken Rayson's tongue no matter what. Seeing Rayson's determination, Lai Diwan laughed with delight and declared that he liked the answer, so he would grant him something special. The giant black cat suddenly rushed straight toward Rayson. A pink system window appeared, confirming that the blessing of the god of conspiracy, Lai Diwan, had been bestowed. Rayson's eyes widened as an enormous power poured into his body and transformed his eyes. His pupils became glowing magic circles, while the system announced that Lai Diwan had granted him a brand new pair of eyes. Rayson's consciousness slowly returned to his body. He opened his eyes in shock and realized he was still at Grandel's second training ground, while Rosalind continued meditating beside him. Rayson stared blankly, wondering what kind of gift Lai Diwan had just given him. A new pair of eyes? Under the full moon shining over the Grandel estate, Rayson sat alone in his room and began testing his newly acquired power. 2 magic books lay open before him. The system reported that Northrand's beginner magic book had reached 78% analysis, while Anbecto the Great Sage's grand magic had climbed to 9%. What shocked Rayson most was that he could now process both books at once without losing any speed. Everything had changed. Rayson's learning speed had skyrocketed. Having another pair of eyes truly made all the difference. Rayson smiled with confidence as he realized Lai Diwan's gift had evolved his holy eyes into an even greater ability. It was a blessing worthy of a god. A week later, beneath Grandel's clear blue sky, Rayson's observation skills had reached an entirely new level thanks to his new power. At the training ground, Rosalind closed her eyes and practiced Grandel's meditation and breathing technique. Rayson watched every detail, from her breathing and battle soul flow to the way energy spread through every muscle. Lai Diwan's gift did more than improve his magic analysis. It made the entire world appear far clearer, leaving Rayson staring at Rosalind without realizing it. His intense gaze quickly made the pink-haired girl uncomfortable. Rosalind called out, and Rayson looked up in confusion. She snapped at him and demanded to know how much longer he planned to stare. If her father had not insisted, she would never have stayed with someone so strange. Rayson simply smiled as if he had figured something out. When Rosalind asked what he meant, he replied that he had already understood how to cultivate battle soul through meditation. His answer left Rosalind stunned. She could not believe he had mastered the meditation method so quickly. Thanks to Lai Diwan's new blessing, Rayson had fully analyzed Grandel's secret meditation technique. He began testing it by gathering battle soul around his heart and increasing its density. But the moment the energy around Rayson became unstable, Rosalind knew something had gone terribly wrong. Without hesitation, she struck him hard and knocked him to the ground. She angrily warned that meditation must always be practiced under adult supervision, because even a tiny mistake could destroy the body. Even with blood running down his head, Rayson joked that no one had told him. He teased that if something happened to him, it would only benefit Rosalind, making her blush instantly. Rosalind shouted to hide her embarrassment. She declared that if anyone defeated Rayson, it would be her, not his own reckless actions. After saying that, she ran outside and told Rayson to stay put while she called for help. Watching Rosalind rush away, Raisin smiled softly. Beneath her cold attitude, she truly cared about him. After receiving permission from Velatutor to continue training with Rosalind, Raisin immediately resumed his training. The moment he activated Grandel's meditation technique, a powerful surge of energy erupted around his body. But within moments, everything spiraled out of control. Two different energies inside his body violently collided, triggering a devastating backlash. Raisin coughed up blood as his entire body trembled, feeling as though immense power was tearing him apart from within. One of the onlookers immediately realized the problem and said he had expected this. There was no way Raisin could master that technique through observation alone. He was about to step in, but the gray-haired elder beside him stopped him and said to wait a little longer. If it was that boy, then perhaps. Meanwhile, Raisin endured unbearable pain. Every blood vessel in his body felt ready to burst, and everything was far beyond his expectations. Red DK Cha magic runes lit up across Raisin's body, struggling to resist the overwhelming overload. Inside his consciousness, Transcendent Chan Sheng appeared in panic and warned that if his mana kept leaking away, his body would explode at any moment. Realizing he stood on the edge of death, Raisin could only scream in agony. Seeing Raisin lying in a pool of blood with chaotic energy raging around him, Rosalind completely lost her composure and desperately begged her father to save him. While the two girls panicked, the martial hallmaster remained calm. He believed this was clearly not an ordinary side effect of meditation. He turned to his younger brother Markner and asked if he sensed the same strange phenomenon. At that very moment, both men recalled the image of an ancient existence whose overwhelming presence had once left an unforgettable impression. Even as his consciousness faded, Raisin could still feel that familiar power. It carried the same overwhelming presence as Dekatra Mayton, and the image of his strict father became the anchor that kept him alive while the mana storm tore his body apart. Just before losing consciousness completely, Raisin instinctively called out to his father. A long time later, he slowly opened his eyes and woke from the coma. Still confused, Raisin stared at the ceiling, trying to remember what had happened. As soon as he regained awareness, he met Rosalind's furious yet worried gaze. She scolded him, saying she had thought he was going to die. She was even more baffled to see Raisin acting so calm, as if nothing serious had happened. Raisin asked how long he had been unconscious. When Rosalind told him 10 days had passed, he was completely stunned. Looking down at his hand, Raisin noticed the red runes from his father's inheritance ritual slowly fading away until they disappeared. He began wondering whether the meditation had actually succeeded and waited to see if the system would respond. Soon, a blue system window appeared. It announced that his heavenly body attribute had grown dramatically through several special factors and had successfully evolved into the Battle King attribute. The result far exceeded Raisin's expectations, leaving even him surprised by the huge leap in power. At that moment, Hampton rushed into the room in a panic. But he was moving so fast that he lost his balance and crashed right onto the injured Raisin. Hera suddenly appeared, pulled Hampton off her master, and asked with concern, "Young master, you're finally awake." Seeing Hera arrive at the perfect moment, Raisin let out a relieved sigh and thanked her for saving him from passing out again. Her sudden appearance also left Rosalind wondering where she had come from. With absolute faith in her master, Hera confidently declared that the person she served would never be defeated by such minor side effects. Lying in bed, covered in bandages, Raisin simply smiled and replied that of course she was right. 3 days later, after making a full recovery, Raisin checked the system while taking a bath and discovered a major change. His heavenly body attribute had evolved into Battle King. Raisin began analyzing his new power by comparing it with what he remembered from the original story. He recalled that the world's main protagonist, Ka Shinsei, had awakened the Sword Saint attribute. Raisin believed his own Battle King attribute was likely on the same level as his rival's Sword King power. Even so, the person occupying his thoughts the most was still his mysterious father. Remembering how DK Cha's power had appeared just in time to save his life, Raisin wondered if his father had planned everything from the very beginning. Raisin decided that if he ever returned to Mayton, he would uncover the truth himself. To measure his current strength, Raisin repeatedly tested his ice magic. He cast the second form of ice magic, launching a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes toward his target. Looking at the ice crystals, Raisin remembered Northrand's ice magic book, written by Tay Avian. The book's greatest strength was allowing its user to unleash maximum power while consuming only a tiny amount of mana. But before he could think any further, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent ahead. Outside Velatutor's room, Hera appeared with a terrifying aura that radiated deadly pressure. Rayson immediately realized she intended to test his new strength in battle. Rayson laughed, wrapped battle aura around his body, and said he understood her intention. He knew his agreement with Velatutor had begun, and this time he would face her using Grandel's martial arts, instead of relying on magic. Standing before her master, Hera calmly said that she had originally planned to use only the level of power Rayson had shown when controlling the ice crystal. Rayson smirked and cut her off, saying she was talking about the past because he had already reached an entirely different level. The moment he finished speaking, Hera vanished from sight and burst forward at incredible speed. Rayson instantly focused with everything he had. His enhanced perception predicted attacks from the right, then from behind. But in the next instant he realized he had been fooled. Those were only feints. The real attack came from the left. Without giving Rayson any time to react, Hera appeared from his blind spot with icy eyes and drove a killing punch straight at him. She truly lived up to her reputation as an elite shadow guard. Faced with the sudden strike, Rayson immediately activated the intermediate combat magic technique, enhancement, pushing both his body and mind to their absolute limits. Even so, Hera's speed was far beyond anything he had expected. She spun gracefully, changed direction, and slipped behind him to launch another deadly attack. Rayson instantly understood her strategy and realized that Hera was fighting far more seriously than ever before. To answer Hera's full commitment in battle, Rayson decided to stop holding back. He immediately unleashed the first secret Tu Tan Ka martial technique 10,000 strikes. In that instant, the battle aura around Rayson erupted, while massive black-purple lightning engulfed the battlefield. The explosive force blasted Hera backward. She skidded across the ground before finally regaining her balance. When the fight ended, Hera slowly lowered her weapon, looked at Rayson with respect, and admitted that he had improved far beyond her expectations. His combination of martial arts and magical combat techniques was nearly flawless. Rayson smiled and thanked her. He explained that using magical combat techniques was extremely difficult for a mage. Only by combining them with martial arts and fighting spirit could he unleash their full potential. Deep down, however, Rayson knew Hera could have dodged that attack. She had taken it on purpose just to measure his strength. Outside the room, someone else had secretly watched the entire battle. Rayson knew his words were really meant for that hidden observer. A terrifying crimson pressure suddenly spread through the area as Velatutor slowly revealed himself. The overwhelming aura of a level 10 powerhouse instantly weighed down on Rayson, leaving him covered in cold sweat. Velatutor remarked that martial arts were ultimately just a supporting tool because he himself had been born a mage. He asked Rayson whether he agreed that magic was the greatest power of all. Rayson knew Velatutor already had the answer. The old man was truly as cunning as a fox. He replied honestly that he had been born into a family of mages, possessed far greater talent for magic than martial arts, and naturally chose to develop his greatest strength. That answer pleased Velatutor, who responded with a faint smile. The family head immediately withdrew his fighting intent and cheerfully said this was the first time he had met a member of the Mayton family who acknowledged the value of another power system. The sudden change in attitude reminded Rayson just how unpredictable the man was. When Velatutor asked if Rayson knew about the Dark Desert, Rayson immediately confirmed that it was a region under the Mayton family's control. Velatutor then asked Rayson to retrieve an ancient book hidden there and requested that he take Rosalind along. After hearing the request, Rayson did not agree immediately. Instead, he turned around and proposed a condition of his own. Hera froze in shock behind him and even broke into a cold sweat. She could not believe her young master dared negotiate with someone as powerful as Velatutor. Facing Rayson's firm attitude, Velatutor coldly replied that he could simply go there himself. Rayson only smiled confidently and answered that if Velatutor entered Mayton territory on his own, his family would surely see it as a declaration of hostility. Rayson's confidence surprised Velatutor, who realized the boy had already thought several steps ahead. Rayson continued by pointing out that the real reason Velatutor wanted Rosalind to visit Mayton territory was because she was searching for something important there. In his mind, Rayson pieced together everything he knew about the Mayton family. At present, there were only 3 leading candidates to inherit the family. The first had disappeared without a trace. The second was Evalia Mayton, and the last was Posa Mayton. Velatutor chuckled, accepted the proposal, and asked what condition Rayson wanted in return. Looking at him, he began to believe this child might become the next successor of the Mayton family. Rayson smiled and said his request was actually very simple. He wanted the Randall family to help him investigate the whereabouts of a friend. That friend was Mirang Sao, someone Velatutor had also heard quite a lot about. He remarked that she must have grown much stronger by now. Rayson nodded and confirmed that was true. He explained that Mirang had recently fought the mercenary king, but the gap in strength was overwhelming. Even so, the mercenary king had taken notice of her, because she carried the bloodline of the Golden Fox clan. Despite giving everything she had, Mirang failed to leave even a single wound on the giant enemy. Rayson continued that he had heard about her unique techniques, but in the end, the battle still ended in defeat. After the fight, a priest in the Holland region found Mirang dying by the roadside and used divine power to save her life. Hearing the story, the elder was stunned. He could hardly believe that the girl, who had once been too frightened to return to her village alone, had dared challenge the mercenary king. Although he did not know the exact relationship between Rayson and Mirang, he emphasized that only a handful of people had ever survived a battle against that monster. The first was Mugner, Rayson's master. The second was Evelia Mayton, Rayson's older sister. The third was Cassia Say, the head of the Say family. Then came Velatutor himself, along with one final individual whose identity had never been revealed to the world. In other words, escaping the mercenary king required strength at the very highest level. That was why he could not understand such why Saruthsmasman had spared Mirang's life. He guessed the mercenary king had seen extraordinary potential in her and might even view her as a future successor to the title. Rayson immediately asked whether he would help if Mirang was found. He admitted he needed Mirang, Ludia, and Hera by his side because he still did not believe he was strong enough. His words shocked the elder, who asked if Rayson truly considered himself weak. Rayson simply smiled and replied that he was only a 15-year-old boy who still lacked experience. That answer left the elder speechless. He could not understand Rayson's strange standard for strength. Even Rosalind, a famous genius, had once believed she was already powerful. Yet Rayson, who had surpassed nearly everyone his age, still thought he had a long way to go. He truly could not understand how this boy defined strength. In the end, the elder agreed to locate Mirang within 2 days. He also told Rayson to use that time to convince Rosalind to prepare herself because everyone had their own role to fulfill. 2 days later, a massive stone gate slowly opened as Rayson, Ludia, Hera, and Rosalind stepped outside. Waiting ahead with her tiger ears twitching was a familiar face. Mirang crossed her arms and asked Rayson why it had taken him so long to find her. Seeing the beast girl safe and sound filled the entire group with relief. Rayson immediately called out to Mirang and walked over. Ludia happily waved from behind, while Hera and Rosalind silently watched. But Mirang's attention quickly shifted to the unfamiliar pink-haired girl. She walked over and asked who she was, just as Rayson was about to answer. Rosalind stepped forward first and confidently introduced herself as the daughter of the prestigious Grandel Marshall family. After hearing her identity, Mirang immediately recognized the name and asked if she was the beloved daughter of the Grandel family head. Then she suddenly asked a question that left everyone speechless. "Are you two getting married?" The blunt question froze Rosalind in place. Her face instantly turned bright red from embarrassment. Mirang innocently explained that she had heard rumors about it even from far away, and wondered if they really knew nothing about them. The bizarre rumor gave Rayson a headache. He immediately suspected it had to be one of Velatutor's schemes. The old man clearly just wanted to see their reactions. Rosalind angrily denied everything, insisting she had absolutely no feelings for Rayson because he was nothing like her ideal type. Seeing such a strong reaction, Mirang simply raised an eyebrow and asked another suspicious question, making the atmosphere even more awkward while Rayson wished he could leave immediately. But the chaos was not over. Ludia suddenly smiled innocently and asked Rayson if he wanted to marry her. Rayson broke into a cold sweat and quickly asked whether she even knew what marriage meant. Ludia happily answered that it meant two people would stay together forever. At that moment, Mirang stepped forward and confidently declared that Rayson was already her man. She even announced that she wanted to have his children. Her bold declaration left Rayson completely helpless as cold sweat poured down his face. He had no idea how to deal with his brutally honest beast girl friend. Not wanting the conversation to become any more chaotic, Rayson quickly stepped in, stopped the argument, and urged everyone to get moving. A long journey into the dark desert still awaited them. Mirang immediately took the lead and confidently said she knew a secret route that would get them there much faster. Without wasting another moment, the group followed Mirang into the dark desert, where endless dunes and towering cacti stretched as far as the eye could see. The empty landscape puzzled Rosalind. She had expected at least a few adventurers to pass through. Even though this was Mayton territory, there was not even a teleportation gate. Rayson could only smile wryly and explain that building one cost a fortune. His family was wealthy, but not wealthy enough to place teleportation gates wherever they pleased. But the deeper they traveled, the more dangerous the dark desert felt. Even with the sun high overhead, the surroundings grew unnaturally dark. Wanting to know why, Rayson immediately activated his holy eyes. A blue system window appeared, confirming they were inside the dark desert, a land known as the Domain of Shadows. Seeing the description, Rayson immediately remembered how terrifying those creatures were. They could hide inside the shadows of living beings and quietly drain their hosts until nothing remained. Realizing the danger, Rayson wanted nothing more than to leave this place as quickly as possible. Just then, Ludia called out to Rayson. When he turned around, she pointed at the cacti ahead and asked if she could get rid of them because she hated them. After getting his permission, Ludia immediately raised her hand. She unleashed a powerful fire spell, burning away anything that annoyed her in an instant. Ludia's blazing flames did more than destroy the thorny cacti. They also incinerated the ghosts hiding beneath them. The strange creatures let out desperate screams before disappearing into the sea of fire. Rayson happily praised Ludia for a job well done. While she beamed with pride, Rosalind could only stare in shock at her terrifying fire magic. Mirong then asked Rayson if an ancient book was really hidden somewhere nearby. Rayson nodded and confirmed that the information had come from the Grandel family head. Relying on the sharp senses of her beastkin bloodline, Meringue knelt down and began tracking the scent on the ground. But only moments later, her expression suddenly changed, and her eyes widened in horror. Unable to endure it, Meringue dropped to her knees and began vomiting repeatedly, leaving Rayson completely confused. Covering her nose, Meringue cried out that the smell was exactly like death. She warned that if they kept breathing it, something terrible would happen. The words "the smell of death" immediately put Rayson on guard. He activated his holy eyes to scan the area, but found nothing. Even with his special vision, he could not detect the source, making him suspect they would be stuck here for at least 3 days. With no better choice, the group continued deeper into the dark desert while remaining on high alert. None of them noticed that behind a massive rock by the path, a stranger with an unusually large nose was secretly watching their every move. 3 days passed. As night fell, Rayson and Ludia sat outside their tent beside a crackling campfire. Watching the flames, Rayson realized an important pattern. The ghosts became far more active after dark. They could blend into any form of darkness. Even the smallest shadow, including the ones cast by the campfire, could hide them. Ludia curiously asked if Rayson could see something. He calmly replied that countless ghosts were surrounding them. The answer surprised Ludia because she could not sense a single one. When Rayson explained that only mages with higher magical perception could see them, Ludia immediately noticed something strange. She had already reached the 3rd circle, while Rayson was only at the 2nd circle, so why could he see them instead? Pressed by Ludia's questions, Rayson could only make up an excuse, saying it was probably because of his special bloodline. Seeing Ludia accept the explanation and even encourage him to reach the next magic circle soon, Rayson silently reminded himself to be more careful when talking to her. The next day, the group continued following Meringue's lead. When Rosalind asked if she knew the direction, Meringue admitted that even her keen sense of smell was useless in this place. Fortunately, Rayson's holy eyes detected where the ghosts were gathering, and his expression immediately turned serious. Pointing ahead, Rayson shouted that they were hiding beneath those cactus bushes. It seemed the ghosts were especially fond of those plants. Hearing his warning, Meringue immediately took a fighting stance and confidently declared that she would handle it herself. The beast girl exploded forward at astonishing speed, creating a piercing roar as she cut through the air. Both Rayson and Rosalind stared in disbelief. Meringue was moving far faster than they had imagined. In the blink of an eye, Meringue appeared in front of the cactus where the enemy was hiding. She grinned and shouted, "So you're finally coming out?" She gathered all her strength into one fist and slammed it into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that blasted sand and rocks into the air and shook the entire desert. Witnessing the tiger girl's overwhelming physical strength, Rosalind was left speechless. She hurriedly asked Rayson if his friend had always been this powerful. Looking through the cloud of dust, Rayson was just as surprised. He never expected Meringue to improve so dramatically in such a short time. Truly gifted people grew at an unbelievable rate. As the dust slowly settled, Ludia suddenly spotted something strange at the bottom of the crater. Pointing downward, she said there was a staircase. Rayson followed her gaze and asked in surprise, "A staircase?" Before them stood an ancient spiral stone staircase, descending deep into the darkness underground. Rayson immediately realized that such a solid structure could never have appeared naturally in the middle of the desert. It had to be a dungeon built by human hands. He started to suspect the ancient book Velad Hutter wanted might be hidden deep inside this place. Without wasting another second, Rayson decided to head in and investigate. Before going down, he called for Hera. The silver-haired maid instantly emerged from a cloud of black smoke beside him. Rayson told her to protect him. Hera immediately drew her dagger, took a combat stance, and respectfully replied that she understood, young master. Rosalind was stunned to see Hera appear. She thought Hera had stayed behind, never realizing she had been secretly guarding the group the entire journey. Rayson told Rosalind to get ready to move in. He knew that even after pushing his senses to the limit, he could barely detect the ghosts around them. That meant the danger below had to be far worse. Rosalind stared at Rayson in shock. She realized he could see things even she could not, and everyone traveling with him possessed extraordinary abilities. That realization struck her pride hard. Rosalind silently vowed not to let the gap between them grow any wider. Right then, a system message appeared before Rayson. The dangerous card was beginning to awaken. Seeing those words, he immediately wondered if the message was referring to Rosalind. At the same time, a stranger was secretly watching the group from behind a nearby rock, but Hera had already noticed him. In the blink of an eye, Hera appeared behind him, with her cold blade pressed against his neck, and demanded to know who he really was. Caught completely off guard, the man trembled as cold sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly claimed he meant no harm, introduced himself as Duran, and said he was just an unknown explorer wandering through the Shadow Desert. Looking at Duran's pitiful appearance, Rayson immediately sensed something was wrong. With his holy eye, he saw that every word was a lie. Even worse, the creature before him no longer seemed human. Beneath his clothes, countless ghostly shadows writhed non-stop. Either his body had been completely possessed, or he was a deity disguised as a human. Just then, another system message appeared. The dangerous card had met the awakening requirements. Ladiwan, god of schemes, offered to assist the awakening. Rayson instantly realized the god wanted to use this chance to accelerate Rosalind's growth. Seeing the suspicious stranger, Meringue pointed at him from behind and asked Rayson if she could eat him because he looked incredibly suspicious. Rayson ignored the strange question, and to ask Rosalind instead. The unexpected question left Rosalind confused. She could not understand why Rayson was asking her. He calmly told her that this decision would be hers. Rosalind looked at Rayson suspiciously and asked if he was testing her. Rayson simply replied that he genuinely wanted to hear her opinion. Seeing how serious he was, Rosalind focused. She looked at Duran and said she knew exactly how capable Rayson's shadow guard was. That was why she found it strange that Hera had only just discovered him. It proved the one following them could not be an ordinary human. To support her conclusion, Rosalind began pointing out the strange details. She noticed Duran had left no footprints in the sand, something impossible for any normal person. Exposed, Duran immediately panicked and cried out that he was weak and meant no harm. Rosalind stepped forward with her battle aura wrapped around her fist and coldly demanded that he explain why he approached the group. Only after hearing the truth would they decide whether to spare his life. Duran quickly insisted he had been exploring the Shadow Desert alone when he happened to find unusual tracks and followed them, hoping they would lead to something valuable. When Rosalind asked exactly what he was searching for, Duran admitted he was looking for information about an ancient book containing a secret technique. Hearing that, Rosalind smiled knowingly and revealed that her group's target was the very same ancient book. Duran immediately put on a cheerful smile and said what an unbelievable coincidence it was. But the very next moment, Rosalind suddenly launched a lightning-fast kick straight at Duran's head to test his reaction. Even though he was caught off guard, Duran reacted instantly and leaped back to dodge the attack. Rosalind immediately caught the inconsistency. She smiled and said no ordinary explorer could casually dodge a kick, empowered by her level 3 battle aura. Forced to explain himself, Duran kept his distance and argued that it was simply the survival instinct he had developed through years of adventuring. Rosalind had heard enough. She declared she did not believe a single word he said, and in a place this dangerous, eliminating a suspicious stranger before he could make a move was the smartest choice. Duran desperately begged for mercy, claiming killing him would be cruel, but Rosalind coldly exposed the poison vial hidden in his sleeve, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sure enough, a green poison flask was concealed inside Duran's sleeve, ready to be used. Rosalind stopped wasting time and ordered him to drop the disguise and reveal his true identity. Knowing the act was over, Duran flashed a dangerous smile. His eyes turned cold as he raised the poison vial and mocked the young lady for being far too impatient. Rosalind had already noticed the biggest flaw. She could not sense a trace of life from his body. On top of that, he appeared the moment the artificial dungeon was revealed, which was no coincidence. She pointed straight at him and demanded to know if he was the guardian of the ancient book. Impressed by her deduction, Duran laughed and admitted she was sharper than expected. He confirmed that he was indeed the guardian of this place. He slowly revealed his true identity. He was Xiao. Green, vengeful spirits immediately swirled around his body as he casually remarked that his name no longer mattered. The moment Raisin's group set their sights on the ancient book, their fate had already been decided. Seeing the enemy ready to attack, Mirang instantly prepared for battle and wanted to deal with him herself. But Raisin quickly stopped her and told her to wait a little longer. When Mirang looked at him in confusion, Raisin only gave a mysterious smile and told her to keep watching. At the same time, Rosalind leaped down from above and charged straight at Xiao. Facing the sudden attack, Xiao looked up with a fearless grin, eager to see what the young warrior could do. Rosalind unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, packed with powerful battle aura. The two forces collided in a violent explosion that blasted both fighters backward. Rosalind spun through the air before landing safely. Even she was surprised by how powerful her opponent truly was. Across from her, Xiao remained completely steady. He even praised the incredible martial soul Rosalind possessed at such a young age. But his expression quickly turned cold. Xiao declared he would not show mercy because of her age and warned her to step aside if she wanted to live. He also threatened Raisin's group, ordering them to leave immediately if they valued their lives. Furious at his arrogance, Rosalind turned back and urged Raisin and the others to enter the dungeon and find the ancient book while she handled the fight. Raisin agreed without objection, leaving Xiao to Rosalind before leading Ludia, Mirang, and Hera deeper into the dungeon. Seeing his target slipping away, Xiao flew into a rage and rushed forward, declaring he would never let them pass. But before he could get far, Rosalind appeared right in front of him at incredible speed. She grabbed his clothes and slammed him straight into the ground with overwhelming force. Raisin only had time to remind Rosalind to be careful before leading the others deeper into the dark dungeon. After crashing into the ground, Xiao gritted his teeth and angrily demanded why she dared to stand in his way. Rosalind coldly pointed out that he had approached the group from the beginning, only to betray them when the chance came. With his plan exposed, Xiao stepped back cautiously and admitted she was remarkably perceptive. Rosalind began to think, if she could see through Xiao's scheme so easily, then Raisin must have figured it out long ago. What she could not understand was why he still chose to leave this battle to her. Suddenly, Xiao changed his attitude. He looked at Rosalind and asked a strange question. What is your reason for living? Before she could answer, he spoke about himself, saying that once he was born into this world, all he could do was accept his fate and live it to the fullest. Xiao suddenly wondered what he would live for if the ancient book disappeared one day. When Rosalind asked him that very question, the guardian fell silent because he had never imagined such a future. He had spent his entire life protecting the book, so without it, what purpose would remain? A moment later, Xiao's eyes turned icy again. He declared that, even now, the only reason he continued to exist was to fulfill his duty of protecting the ancient book. Realizing there was no time left, Xiao decided to reveal his true power. A massive surge of battle aura erupted as sand and crackling lightning engulfed his entire body. Xiao smiled cruelly and declared he would not hold back. He advised Rosalind to leave now if she still wanted to survive. Under the overwhelming pressure, Rosalind was forced to retreat. She was shocked to realize his martial soul was no longer at 4 stars, but had already reached 5 stars. Among warriors, a 2-level martial soul gap in a direct fight was almost impossible to overcome. Even knowing she was at a huge disadvantage, Rosalind had no intention of backing down. Xiao asked if her mission was to stop him. Rosalind immediately took Grandel's signature defensive stance and firmly answered yes, at least until the ancient book was taken away. Xiao let out a dangerous laugh and asked if she truly felt no fear even while standing on the edge of death. Spreading his arms, he slowly told her to hold on to that resolve. The truth was, his duty had never been just protecting the ancient book. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao's body burst into dazzling white light and vanished from sight. Rosalind stared in shock, wondering if he had really disappeared. At the same time, she recalled his strange words about his true mission. But a second later, she realized something was wrong. Her expression changed instantly because Xiao had not disappeared at all. A terrifying wave of battle aura erupted alongside crimson lightning that slammed into Rosaline's body over and over, forcing her to scream in pain. Feeling an overwhelming power flooding into her body, as if tearing her apart from within, Rosalind realized countless martial souls were being forced into her. From the darkness, Zi Yao's cold voice echoed. He had completed his duty, but the price still had to be paid. A beam of light immediately enveloped Rosalind and transported her into a dark space deep inside the dungeon. She looked around in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from the darkness. Rosalind froze and immediately focused on the mysterious sound. She rushed toward the scream and was completely horrified by what she saw. Hera lay motionless on the cold ground, surrounded by blood. As she moved deeper inside, Rosalind was even more horrified to discover that Mirang and Ludia had also fallen. Worst of all, Rayson was desperately struggling with one of his arms completely severed. Seeing her companions defeated, Rosalind panicked and wondered if this place was truly a deadly trap, but she quickly calmed herself, convinced it had to be an illusion, because no one could defeat all of them in an instant. The next moment she was pulled back into the desert. In the silent surroundings, a deep and oppressive voice echoed in her mind. If she entered the dungeon now, the others would live, but in exchange her own body would be destroyed. The mysterious voice offered one final choice: refuse to enter and her companions would die. One path let her survive and gain immense martial soul power. The other demanded her life to save her friends. The decision was entirely hers. While Rosalind faced this cruel trial outside, the real situation inside the dungeon was nothing like the vision she had seen. Ludia quietly called out Rayson's name. At that moment, Mirang was suspended in midair, struggling without being able to move. She even found the situation amusing. Rayson quickly analyzed everything, realizing this was not the real dungeon but a trap. He calmly assured everyone that they would eventually escape. Hera seriously asked if she should go outside and help Rosalind. Rayson calmly refused, saying there was no need. He explained that Lidawan seemed interested in observing Rosaline's reaction, and he had already realized, the moment they entered, that the ancient book was never here. Mirang looked ahead in surprise as Rosaline's image appeared before them. She could not understand how they were able to watch her from here. Rayson explained, it was the effect of clairvoyance magic. Rayson continued analyzing the strange structure of this place. It possessed both imprisonment magic and long-range observation magic, and their group had been sent here at the request of the Grandel family head. Seeing how unusually calm Rayson remained, Mirang curiously asked what he would choose in Rosaline's situation. Without the slightest hesitation, Rayson answered that he would simply stay where he was and keep observing. Mirang sarcastically remarked that it was exactly what she expected from someone unbelievably cold. Rayson only smiled faintly and explained that was simply how Mayton had always acted. Mirang sighed, suddenly remembering that Rayson also carried the bloodline of Persa. Rayson remained perfectly calm and explained that he would not interfere because Rosalind belonged to the Grandel family, whose members always handled their own trials. In his view, Rosalind would definitely choose to enter this place herself. Hearing that, Mirang became worried because one mistake could destroy the young girl's body, but Rayson confidently replied that things would not end that badly. After connecting every clue, Rayson concluded that the mastermind behind everything was most likely his father together with Velatut. If that was true, every conversation they had shared until now had probably been watched the entire time. Even so, Rayson showed no sign of panic. He looked toward the streams of blue light flowing across the rock walls and pointed out that the dense mana in this place gave them a huge advantage, especially the enormous concentration of energy gathered in this area. Rayson's vast knowledge left the Judea girl completely stunned. She could not help asking how he knew so much. Hearing her speak too fast again, Mirang teased that she was only suspicious because Rayson had 2-star magic circles. After all, he was a mage. Rayson quietly studied the glowing magic circle on the stone wall. He was certain that once Rosalind entered this place, her body would be fully restored. This was likely the awakening opportunity the strategy god Lidawan had mentioned. While the group remained trapped inside the dungeon, Hera suggested going outside first to inform Rosalind about the situation, but Rayson immediately stopped her, reminding everyone that they had already been here for quite a while. He pointed toward the image from outside and noted that Rosalind still had not made a single move. Only then did Hera realize something was strange. Damchill analyzed that time inside this trap, and the outside world was flowing at completely different speeds. Even though they were separated by only a thin barrier, the difference was enormous. That discovery made Rayson blame himself for overlooking an important detail. He began analyzing the trap, which combined 4 types of magic at once: binding, clairvoyance, healing, and distortion. Hera found it hard to believe. She said only a handful of people in the world could use so many advanced forms of magic at the same time. As far as she knew, combining all four was almost impossible. Rayson agreed and explained that whoever created this trap had to be an extraordinary mage, perhaps even an elder of the Mason family. But a Mason elder would never challenge the Grandel heir on their own, because it would be a direct provocation against another great family. In response to Hera's question, Rayson smiled with confidence and declared that his father had clearly taken part in this trial. Just as he expected, the final binding spell was completely broken. The moment Rosalind escaped the ruins, she proudly placed her hands on her hips and loudly declared that Rayson owed her a lifetime of gratitude and should treat her as his true benefactor. Rosalind's dramatic attitude instantly turned the tense atmosphere into a much lighter one. Ludia even copied Rosalind's expression and voice perfectly, repeating her words just to tease her. The imitation made Rosalind blush bright red as she hurriedly told Ludia to stop. Watching the two girls argue, Rayson could only laugh. He praised Ludia's performance but reminded her not to tease others too much. Rosalind was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear. She quietly admitted she never expected everyone to stay so calm, making her feel even more awkward. Wanting to help Rosalind regain her focus, Rayson walked over and seriously told her to begin meditating immediately. Startled, Rosalind asked if he meant right here, because she knew meditating now would leave her completely vulnerable. Seeing her hesitation, Rayson gently reassured her. From the very beginning, she had already chosen to risk her life to reach this point. She only needed to continue, and he would protect her. The confidence in Rayson's voice and the determination in his eyes made Rosalind's heart skip a beat. She stood there silently, as her face slowly turned red under his protection. Still flustered, Rosalind quickly hid her feelings by warning Rayson with a blushing face that if he ever betrayed her, she would never forgive him. Hera was ordered to remain on full alert until Rosalind completed her meditation. She immediately bowed and confirmed the order. As Rosalind closed her eyes and entered meditation, a blue system window suddenly appeared, announcing that the strategy god La Diwan was no longer focusing on her. Seeing this, Rayson quietly began to think. He felt La Diwan's true target had never been Rosalind, because pairing a warrior with the strategy god had always seemed suspicious. More questions filled Rayson's mind. He began to suspect that La Diwan had never truly intended to help Rosalind awaken. The real subject of the test had been Rayson all along, while the pink-haired girl was merely part of the experiment. If that was true, then why had La Diwan pretended to care so much about Rosalind? Was he simply curious to see whether Rayson would become jealous or show some other unusual reaction? At last, Rayson understood. The strategy god had been treating this entire situation as nothing more than an entertaining game. Rayson could only smile helplessly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead after realizing how cunning a high god could be. Beneath the golden full moon shining over the ruined land, Rosalind remained focused on her cultivation, pouring all her concentration into meditation. Suddenly, her tightly closed eyes snapped open. Sensing that Rosalind's battle aura had finally stabilized, Rayson stepped closer and asked if she had finished. Rosalind answered firmly that she was done. A system message immediately confirmed that the Joker had fully awakened. Seeing the orange flame surrounding Rosalind, Rayson was stunned because her martial soul had transformed so drastically that it was almost unrecognizable. Clenching her fist, Rosalind confidently declared that thanks to Rayson, she had finally reached a 4-star martial soul. Rayson froze when he heard that. In his eyes, the power radiating from Rosalind was clearly far beyond 4 stars, and was at least comparable to a 5-star martial soul. Even so, he knew that from this moment on, Rosalind's growth would accelerate dramatically, exactly as Velatutter had hoped. Right then, another familiar system message appeared, confirming that the privilege of creation had been activated. Instantly, the surrounding space and time fell into complete stillness. Rayson quickly realized that Rosalind's awakening had only been the condition La Diwan needed to carry out his own plan. A blue magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Rayson's feet. It burst with brilliant light and pulled him into a completely different space. A system notification appeared before him. The strategy god La Diwan had bestowed upon him a black cauldron. A massive glowing ceramic vessel floated before him. Rayson reached out to accept it, unable to hide his surprise as he examined the mysterious item. At the same time, the system began displaying events from 30,000 years ago. Back then, La Diwan was only a lesser god born from the union of the god of knowledge and the fairy of cunning. Lesser gods often appeared around human affairs because they were endlessly curious about humanity and fascinated by its actions. A bustling city appeared before Raison's eyes. People traded goods and went about their daily lives without realizing that a god was silently observing them from above. Humanity had no natural predators and continued to thrive through countless generations. The gods were born with personalities much like humans, but over time, most of them gradually disappeared from history. Once nothing new remained to discover, those gods inevitably fell into boredom and were forced to search for something that could entertain them again. Among all living beings, humans became the most fascinating because they constantly changed, remained unpredictable, and were filled with emotion. Sometimes they were nothing more than insignificant beings beneath another's feet. Yet other times they became rulers upon a throne, or were swept into brutal wars between knights, all of which served as entertainment for the gods. Because he became fascinated with Raisin Mayton, Ladiwan decided to intervene personally and join Raisin's story. He proposed that Raisin should learn martial arts by fighting Rosalind. But this was no ordinary martial art. It was the Grandel style. Their entire conversation was secretly overheard by a nosy black cat. Raisin smiled confidently as he picked up his pen to complete the answer. He believed this time would be easier, because the answer had already been revealed to him. Without hesitation, Raisin filled in the blank. It was Raisin Mayton's unique way of life that had completely captivated Ladiwan. But the instant he finished the final stroke, a sinister black aura suddenly rose behind him. A deep voice echoed through the darkness, admitting that human lives were truly fascinating. Raisin immediately turned around in shock. The voice continued, saying it loved that very fact. His expression changed as cold sweat rolled down his face because he recognized whose voice it was. A gigantic black cat phantom appeared behind him with a terrifying grin, repeatedly declaring that it wanted to possess him. Raisin clutched his head, collapsed onto the ground, and screamed in agony. His body convulsed violently under unbearable pain. Strange black markings spread across his face like cursed veins. Raisin realized in horror that Ladiwan was trying to invade his body and seize control. He could not help wondering if what he had just written had accidentally broken the seal that prevented Ladiwan from directly using his divine power on him. In that life-or-death moment, Raisin desperately searched for a way out. Just when all hope seemed lost, the system suddenly announced that the missing probability had been restored. It also recalculated every probability with perfect precision while preserving his on-time erasure authority. Seizing the rare opportunity, Raisin immediately decided to use that special authority to stop Ladiwan from interfering with his body any further. He quickly erased the previous setting and replaced it with a new one. From now on, Ladiwan would only watch from afar and support Raisin Mayton's way of life, because he found watching Raisin grow on his own far more entertaining. Once the system confirmed that the on-time erasure authority had completed the revision, Raisin instantly escaped the terrifying illusion. He collapsed onto the stone floor of the dungeon, completely exhausted and breathing heavily. Raisin silently reminded himself that one careless mistake had almost cost him control of his own body. He had to be far more careful whenever he interfered with the world's rules. Seeing Raisin lost in thought, Rosalind walked over and asked what was bothering him. Raisin simply brushed it off. When she noticed the large black jar beside him and curiously asked where it came from, he casually replied that it was just an ordinary jar. Just then, Ludia ran over complaining that she was hungry. Raisin laughed and suggested that everyone return to Randall first. However, just as the group was about to leave, the system delivered a shocking announcement. The black ceramic vessel was actually the Black Cauldron, a legendary treasure created by the god Zen Hafaso. As their wooden boat drifted slowly across the clear water, Raisin quietly reflected on the treasure Ladiwan had just given him. He kept wondering why the god had chosen to hand him the Black Cauldron. Then a crucial memory suddenly surfaced. He remembered someone directly connected to the vessel, a man better known by his nickname than his real name. It was Rafong, also known as the Shovel Prince. In the original story, Rafong wielded a gigantic black shovel and later became one of Kasensia's strongest companions. Raisin recalled a scene that had even made him laugh while writing it. Rafong once declared that he would only join if someone helped him find a partner for his black shovel. As for the description of that partner, Raisin had invented it on a whim, just to make the story more entertaining. Although many readers disliked that detail, after entering the real world, Raisin realized the Black Shovel's destined partner was most likely the Black Cauldron now in his possession. He decided that after returning to Grandel, he would immediately begin searching for Rafong. Before long, Raisin's group finally returned to the ancient Grandel estate. But the moment they arrived, both Raisin and Rosalind froze at the sight before them. In the garden of Hosen, Raisin's father, Decay Charmaton, was calmly drinking tea while chatting with the Grandel family head, Velatutter Grandel. Rayson was completely caught off guard by his father's unexpected appearance and could not understand why he was here. Seeing his son return, Dekecha took a sip of hot tea and calmly remarked that he had finally arrived. He even said he could almost hear his son's mind working non-stop. Dekecha then glanced at Velatutter and asked Rayson what conclusion he had reached. Rayson calmly analyzed that his father must have used teleportation to cross an enormous distance and arrive at Grandel. Dekecha simply replied that such a conclusion was obvious. Rayson continued, explaining that teleportation was a rare ability normally reserved for dangerous assassination missions. The fact that his father could freely use it within Grandel territory proved that, based on his reasoning, the relationship between the Mayton and Grandel families was not hostile, but it was far from being exceptionally close. He directly asked his father why he had been able to cooperate with the Grandel family head to arrange this entire mission. Hearing that deduction, Dekecha slightly raised an eyebrow and asked whether his son believed he had secretly joined forces with the Grandel family head. Rayson immediately clarified that was not exactly what he meant, but Dekecha calmly replied that his understanding was still wrong. Even after being denied, Rayson continued reasoning. The magic used in that trap had been so sophisticated that the only person capable of creating it had to be his father. At that moment, Velatutter interrupted the conversation. He curiously asked the young master of the Mayton family what he had gained from the journey through the Shadow Desert. Rayson turned toward Rosalind, smiled gently, and answered that the greatest thing he had gained was a true friend. Those words instantly made Rosalind blush. Embarrassed, she asked if he was talking about her, and Rayson confirmed without hesitation that he was. Rosalind quickly turned away to hide her flustered expression. She tried to stay composed and insisted that she had only traveled with Rayson because they shared the same goal. But Rayson kept smiling and gently teased that while it was true, they had also saved each other's lives. Rayson's straightforward words left Rosalind completely speechless. Her face turned bright red, as she could only stammer that it was because. Watching the two young people interact, Velatutter could not help laughing. He turned to his daughter and warned Rosalind to be careful around Rayson, or she might end up being led around by him without even noticing. At the same time, he could not help wondering whether this young man was the hidden trump card the Mayton family had secretly prepared. Suddenly, Dekecha turned and looked directly at his son. The sudden gaze startled Rayson. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Rayson was shocked to discover that his heavenly eye could finally see through the true emotions hidden inside Dekecha. After the meeting ended, Rayson and Rosalind walked side by side through the hallway. Rayson asked Rosalind if she had ever been to Pingfeng Mountain. She shook her head and said no. She had only heard that reaching it required crossing the desert. This time, however, the Grandel warriors would clear the way for her. Seeing her less than enthusiastic expression, Rayson immediately realized she was upset. Rosalind shot back that of course she was not happy since she had to climb Pingfeng Mountain with him. As they walked along the stone steps of the Grandel estate, Rosalind quietly followed behind Rayson and asked if he was overestimating himself. Worried about what would happen if he failed to reach the third magic circle in time, she was stunned when Rayson calmly replied that the worst outcome was simply death. That cold answer left Rosalind completely speechless. Rayson turned around and calmly asked if he really looked like someone who wanted to die. Rosalind hurriedly explained that the thought of his own father dealing with him was terrifying, so she could not understand how he could remain so calm. To reassure her, Rayson gently placed a hand on Rosalind's shoulder and told her not to worry. He confidently declared that he would definitely reach the third magic circle within 2 weeks and return on time. Then Rayson simply waved goodbye and told Rosalind they would meet again soon. Watching Rayson's figure disappear into the distance, Rosalind remained standing in the courtyard as her face slowly turned red with embarrassment. Her thoughts became a complete mess. She remembered how Rayson used to be nothing more than an impulsive boy, yet somehow he had become someone incredibly charming. Realizing she was thinking too much, Rosalind quickly covered her face and ran off, reminding herself to calm down. Back in his room, Rayson immediately began preparing for the next journey. Seeing him packing, Hampton rushed over and asked what he should do. Smiling, Rayson announced that the group would travel to Kunyu in the holy nation of Hulan and stay there for about 2 weeks. Hampton explained that Kunyu was famous as a cultural city of the holy nation. Meanwhile, Hera stood beside them and seriously asked why Rayson truly wanted to go there. Rayson looked at the sharp-minded maid and asked if she intended to report everything to his father. Hera calmly answered that this was not something she was required to report. Leaning back in his chair, Rayson explained that he had already told his father he would reach the third magic circle within 2 weeks. When Hera questioned whether such a plan was even possible, Rayson honestly admitted that it was impossible through ordinary means. That was exactly why he had to leave immediately, because he did not want his father to discover the real method he intended to use. Looking out the window, Rayson smiled mysteriously. He knew that reaching a new level so quickly through normal methods was nothing more than a fantasy. The next morning at the Randall estate, Rayson's group finished packing and prepared to depart. Rayson explained that Meringue, the beast girl, would not be joining them on this journey. Although he truly wanted Meringue to come along, Rayson respected her decision. Before leaving, Meringue only left a brief message telling them not to look for her, because she would return in a few days. But with only 2 weeks available, Rayson's group could not afford to wait. At the same time, on the balcony of the Randall estate, Velatutter and Dikecha were having a serious conversation. Velatutter asked if he truly believed his son could reach the third magic circle in just 2 weeks. Dikecha answered bluntly that the chances were almost zero. That answer surprised Velatutter. He asked why Dikecha still allowed Rayson to leave alone despite knowing that. The head of the Mayton family explained that Rayson needed to prove his words were more than empty boasts. Velatutter then asked if Dikecha really intended to help his son if he failed. Dikecha simply curled his lips into a cold smile and said that was the unforgiving rule of the Mayton family. His unwavering attitude made Velatutter break into a cold sweat. He could not tell whether Dikecha truly believed in his son's abilities or whether he still secretly dreamed of conquering the world. Faced with that question, Dikecha remained completely silent, without revealing a single thought. Velatutter sighed softly and reflected that neither of them could recklessly gamble everything anymore. They both carried too much to protect, from his beloved daughter Rosalind to Dikecha's 7 children. But Dikecha immediately rejected that way of thinking. He said such thoughts belonged to those who had grown weak, because people like them were born for the battlefield. Understanding his determination, Velatutter firmly declared that Grandel would never be the first to wage war against Mayton. However, he also warned that if Mayton dared to strike first, Grandel would use every possible means to erase the Mayton family from the world. In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, Dikecha simply let out a cold laugh. He said that was exactly the outcome he had been waiting for, then reminded Velatutter that Mayton's intelligence network had long since infiltrated Grandel's territory without anyone noticing. Velatutter calmly replied that Grandel would remain neutral for now, but the day would come when they openly stood against Mayton. Both family heads understood their own choice, while hidden schemes quietly grew in their minds. Right after that, a violent storm suddenly swept across the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom of Holland. Through the pouring rain, the massive Kovan space gate lit up with a dazzling blue glow. Beside the gate, the Kovan gatekeeper took shelter from the rain and complained. He could not understand why he had to work in such terrible weather. What a miserable day. At that moment, Rayson arrived with Hera and Hampton behind him. Rayson asked if this man was in charge of the space gate because his group wanted to use it. The gatekeeper looked at the 3 young visitors with contempt and held out his hand for payment. He doubted they could even afford the fee. When he heard the price was 5 million, Hampton shouted in shock. The amount was absurd, and it was obvious the man was trying to rip them off. The gatekeeper sat on the steps and sneered. He said Hampton had misunderstood because the 5 million fee was for each person, not the whole group. Then he shamelessly added a commission fee, raising the total to 20 million. If they refused, they could leave. Rayson quickly figured out the situation. He knew the Spacegate fee depended on travel distance, but this was clearly extortion. Even so, he calmly told Hampton to prepare the payment and asked why the gatekeeper had not checked their identities first. The question caught the gatekeeper off guard. He scratched his head and admitted he had forgotten that step. Hampton nervously pulled Rayson back, but Rayson only smiled. Rayson looked him in the eye and slowly pointed out that there seemed to be a strange mark on his right hand. The gatekeeper immediately hid his hand behind his back and coldly asked what Rayson meant. Rayson stepped closer and explained that he had heard about a plague linked to black butterflies spreading across the southern continent. Maybe that mark was one of its symptoms. Judging by his clothes, he also looked like a mage. But strangely, the aura coming from him felt more like a warrior. Rayson leaned in with a cold smile and delivered the conclusion. The thing standing before him was actually a bee. The gatekeeper's face instantly turned pale. Rayson knew he had just spoken the secret code phrase. It was the hidden key to enter the illegal underground auction house. Rayson knew this place specialized in trading slaves and rare forbidden items. On top of that, mages from the Mayton family secretly watched over the operation and profited from it. Without wasting another word, Rayson took out his identity card and handed it over. The gatekeeper accepted it with suspicion and checked the information. But the moment he saw the name Rayson Mayton, his face turned completely white. Realizing who stood before him, he clenched his teeth in panic, and the only thought left was to run. But escaping was impossible against the speed of the Mayton family's shadow guards. The umbrella in his hand had not even touched the ground yet. Hera was already behind him like a flash of lightning. In a single instant, beneath the pouring rain, she completely restrained the gatekeeper. Hera looked down at him with icy blue eyes. Her killing intent was so overwhelming that one wrong move would cost him his life. Standing calmly beneath his umbrella, Rayson ordered Hera that if the man moved even one more step, she should eliminate him immediately. Rayson looked at the kneeling gatekeeper and said that if he cooperated, he still had a chance to live. After all, he was still useful to them. The gatekeeper trembled as he wondered if they had already uncovered everything about him. Rayson continued that if he knew about this, then the entire Mayton family already knew as well. For the family's honor, the matter could never be ignored. Every escape route had been cut off, and the bee had nowhere left to run. Terrified, the gatekeeper asked if this was why previous managers sometimes disappeared. Rayson did not deny the harsh truth. In his eyes, these people were only disposable tools that could be replaced at any time. Even if they vanished today, the world would not change. Faced with those cold words, the gatekeeper grew even more uneasy and desperately tried to justify himself. He asked with a trembling voice if Rayson had revealed everything, because he was still useful. Rayson calmly answered that of course he was, because they still needed him to lead the group to the auction house. Outwardly, the gatekeeper acted obedient, but he was already planning his escape. He knew the moment he lost his value, death would be waiting, so he decided to wait for the perfect chance to flee. As if he had already expected that plan, Rayson smiled and warned him not to even think about running. He claimed he had already placed a mana mark on him, so escape was impossible. Completely outmatched, the gatekeeper lowered his head and accepted his fate. Deep down, he knew every word Rayson said was true. Rayson asked if he had ever heard of him before. The name Rayson Mayton immediately brought countless rumors back to the gatekeeper's mind. He suddenly realized this was the infamous seventh young master of Mayton, the useless playboy rumored to be abandoned by his family. Yet Rayson's calm attitude was nothing like those stories. Before he could think any further, Rayson asked which organization he worked for. The gatekeeper quickly confessed that this place was managed by the Halo Magic Association. After hearing that, Rayson immediately ordered Hampton to file a complaint with the association, pointing out that the gatekeeper had skipped identity checks and deliberately inflated the price. Hampton obeyed at once. The gatekeeper nervously asked if he would lose his job because of this. Rayson calmly reassured him that the worst he would face was a pay cut. The Mayton family did not care much about a remote location that brought them little profit. Besides, even someone as troublesome as him was not important enough to make the family step in personally. Hearing that, the gatekeeper felt a chill run down his spine. If even the supposedly weakest young master of Mayton was this terrifying, the rest of the family had to be far worse. Without wasting another second, he activated the Kovan space gate and sent Rayson's group on their way. Not long after, the group arrived in Canyu, a bustling city within the Holy Kingdom of Holland. Looking at the lively streets beneath the clear sky, Rudia was delighted by the cheerful atmosphere. Hampton explained that Holland was famous for its beautiful people. Some even claimed the air itself made everyone more attractive, drawing countless visitors. He proudly added that no matter how many handsome men and beautiful women lived here, none could match Rayson's looks. Rayson simply laughed. Hampton excitedly mentioned that he had visited this place before to search for a rare poison that only grew in Canyu. Hera quietly stepped closer and asked Rayson if he had really placed a tracking spell on the gatekeeper. Rayson calmly admitted he did not even know that spell. It had all been a bluff to scare the man. Hera was left speechless. Rayson quietly chuckled, knowing his maid had finally seen through the trick. Changing the subject, Hera asked what their next move was because only 1 week remained out of the original 2. Rayson pointed toward a massive tower standing in the barren land and declared that it would be their destination for the remaining 7 days. Hera questioned whether he could really reach the third magic circle in a place like that. Rayson smiled and said that no matter how slim the chance was, he still had to try. If he failed, his life would be forfeit. Seeing him so calm only made Hera more anxious. She knew he was not someone who wanted to die. Meanwhile, Rudia eagerly ran ahead and urged everyone to keep up. Time flew by, and 5 days passed inside the ancient tower. Exhausted, Rudia finally asked Rayson how much longer they had to keep searching this place. Raisin gently replied that they needed a little more time. Rudia immediately complained, because they had been doing the same thing for 5 straight days. Hera silently watched Raisin's back, growing more uneasy as only 2 days remained. If he failed to reach the 3rd magic circle, the family's punishment would be waiting. What confused Hera the most was that Raisin had barely trained or tried to improve his magic circle during all this time. She had no idea what he was secretly planning. Suddenly, Raisin stopped as if he had finally noticed something. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, as though everything had gone exactly according to plan. Moments later, a massive stone door slowly creaked open with a heavy rumble. A man wearing elegant white and gold priest robes stepped out, carrying an air of dignity and authority. He examined Raisin's group and asked who they were. The priest's striking appearance instantly left Rudia and Hampton stunned. Both of them blushed at his overwhelming charm. Completely unfazed, Raisin stepped forward and calmly introduced himself as Raisin Mayton, a mage seeking to uncover the true power of magic. In an instant, Hera recognized the man before them. If she remembered correctly, this was Aaron Jahaz, the Pope of Holland. Blessed with extraordinary holy power, he had once been the strongest candidate to inherit the tower at just 31 years old. She could not understand why someone so important was here. Aaron Jahaz looked at Raisin with a friendly smile and asked if he was a mage before greeting him warmly. Raisin acted as though they had never met and asked for his name. After introducing himself, Aaron curiously asked why the group had been wandering around the central tower for the past 5 days. Raisin simply smiled and explained that he was waiting for the right moment. According to the guidance he had received, a perfect circle would appear every 7 minutes, so he had spent 7 days moving around this area. Aaron stroked his chin. After hearing about the mysterious guidance, he found it amusing because almost no one would believe such a story. But from Aaron's reaction, Raisin quickly realized the man was hiding his true thoughts. Even though he wore the robes of a priest, Aaron no longer believed in the gods. That was no surprise because Raisin had created this character himself. In the past, Aaron had suffered devastating events that completely shattered his faith. In the end, he destroyed his own holy cross and abandoned his position. After leaving the church, Aaron entered the business world and quickly became one of the richest merchants alive. The moment Aaron heard the name Raisin, his expression changed in shock. The name Mayton immediately reminded him of the legendary family. Raisin confirmed that he was the 7th young master of Mayton and mentioned that the family's intelligence network was considered the best in the world. Then Raisin got straight to the point. He said the guidance had told him that after circling the tower for 7 days, the priest who was not truly a priest would grant his request. Those words shook Aaron to the core. As a priest, he found that statement deeply offensive. Aaron firmly insisted that no such person existed in this tower. Everyone here was a true believer devoted to the gods. Because of that, he said he could not help Raisin and asked the group to leave. Aaron's face quickly turned cold as anger flared inside him. He ordered them to leave once again. Raisin remained completely calm. He knew he had struck Aaron's weakest point, and sooner or later the man would accept his request. He gently apologized for the harsh wording and explained that he was only repeating the guidance he had received. Then Raisin casually asked if this tower possessed something known as the Jahaz summoning ritual. The question instantly drained the color from Aaron's face, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Aaron was horrified that someone from the Mayton family knew about the Jahaz summoning ritual because it had never been made public. The ritual had appeared only twice in recorded history. No matter how powerful Mayton's intelligence network was, they should never have learned this secret. Aaron began wondering if Raisin had truly received divine guidance. Raisin stepped closer and calmly explained that the one who had guided him was the Creator. Because of that, his mana would be amplified inside this place. Then Raisin leaned close to Aaron's ear with a mysterious smile and guessed that Aaron had been secretly researching or practicing a certain kind of magic. His deepest secret had been exposed. Aaron froze in panic, unable to understand how Raisin knew. If this information leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing his reaction, Raisin smiled and reassured him that there was no need to be so nervous. To anyone watching, it would look as if he were threatening Aaron. Aaron clenched his fists as cold sweat continued to drip down. He cautiously asked if Raisin truly believed this guidance came from the gods. Otherwise, how could he possibly know such secrets? Faced with Raisin's flawless revelations, Aaron Jahaz could no longer keep pretending. He finally agreed to cooperate, but only if the 7th young master of Mayton came with him alone. Aaron then led Raisin into his private office, while Hera and Hampton remained outside in the main hall. Once they sat across from each other in the elegant room, Rayson slowly remarked that people often said priests trusted one another, showed compassion, and treated fellow believers with kindness. It seemed there was some truth to that. Hearing the cryptic remark, Iran frowned and asked what Rayson was really trying to say. Instead of answering directly, Rayson pointed at the painting hanging on the wall. He said there was an unusual empty space behind it, likely hiding a secret passage. The discovery of that hidden secret left Iran speechless. Cold sweat appeared once again as he stared at Rayson and demanded to know how he had uncovered it. Rayson calmly explained that anyone capable of sensing mana could notice something unusual there. Besides, priests all belonged to the same church, so it was only natural they knew about the hidden passage. And inside they were storing kudo, weren't they? The room fell into a heavy silence after Rayson's question. After a long pause, Aaron looked him straight in the eye and said that throughout his entire life, he had never once spoken the name kudo. Even the terrifying intelligence network of the Mayton family should never have discovered its existence. Looking at the glass vials filled with glowing blue liquid inside the secret chamber, Iran could not help wondering if Rayson truly had received guidance from the gods, and if that was true, then perhaps the gods really did exist. While Aaron remained lost in confusion, Rayson calmly rested his chin on one hand and smiled. He remarked that creating medicine by combining divine power with mana was an incredible achievement. Then Rayson asked if Iran truly believed kudo could help him reach the third magic circle. In reality, kudo was a potion created through divine power. It could give someone without talent the minimum foundation needed to enter the path of magic, even allowing them to awaken the first magic circle. But this potion was nowhere near powerful enough to help anyone reach the third magic circle. Because of that, everyone who relied on kudo to learn magic eventually had to submit to Mayton if they wished to keep advancing. At first, kudo was seen as a threat that could weaken Mayton. But the outcome was the exact opposite. Kudo only strengthened Mayton and pushed the family to greater power than ever before. Rayson asked Aaron to give him one vial of kudo. In return, he pledged the honor of the Mayton family that this secret would never be revealed. He also said he did not know whether Iran would continue researching magic or return to his faith. But if the day came when Iran needed kudo to achieve something, he should come to Rayson, and Rayson would help however he could. Seeing Iran still hesitate, Rayson gently reassured him that there was no need to worry. No matter which path Iran chose, the gods would never punish him. Becoming a priest was not the only way to serve the gods, and their protection would always remain. Those words felt like a message from the Creator himself. They reached the deepest wound Aaron had hidden for years, leaving the priest in tears. To Aaron, Rayson's words carried a gentle light that filled him with a warmth he had never experienced before. After wiping away his tears, Aaron made a decision. 3 years from now he would visit Mayton. When that day came, he promised to bring one vial of kudo and hand it over to Rayson. Rayson left the tower with Hera and Hampton, but beneath his calm expression, a huge worry had already taken root. Looking at the blue glass vial in his hand, Rayson realized he might have sought out Aaron Jahaz too early. The system immediately issued a warning. Kudo was still incomplete, and the current potion remained unstable. Rayson recalled Aaron's warning when he handed over the vial. The potion could still cause dangerous side effects. To create a perfected version without side effects, Aaron needed another 3 years of research. When Rayson asked about the risks, Aaron seriously explained that the unrefined enhancer could completely destroy a mana circle. Rayson was stunned. If that happened, instead of reaching the third magic circle, he could fall all the way back to the first. Rayson turned to Hera and asked how much time remained before his father's deadline. Hera answered that only about 3 hours were left. The little time remaining left Rayson trapped in an impossible situation. If his mana circle was destroyed, the family would surely punish him. But if he refused to use kudo, the outcome would be no different. At last, Rayson closed his eyes and called out to Pookie, admitting that this time he truly needed help. Pookie appeared from the transcendent sword with a tired expression and said it could help. However, it quickly added that 3 hours were far from enough to finish the process. Rayson immediately asked how much longer was needed, and Pookie answered that it required at least 1 more hour. Rayson took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Every ticking second reminded him that his remaining time was slipping away. He knew his father, DK Cha, all too well. The man would never tolerate him arriving even a single minute late. With no other choice, Rayson told himself he could not hesitate any longer. This was his final gamble, and he had to bet everything. Without another moment of doubt, Rayson uncorked the vial and drank every drop of kudo. But the instant the potion entered his body, a violent surge of blue mana erupted from within him. Rayson immediately realized the side effects of kudo had sent the power completely out of control. In that critical moment, Rayson quickly sat down to regulate his mana and shouted for Hera to protect him while he carried out the mana control technique. After receiving her master's command, Hera answered without hesitation and prepared to carry it out. As the 3-hour deadline drew near, Rayson kept his eyes tightly shut with no sign of stopping. Time continued to slip away. Hampton and the others could only watch anxiously, unable to help. With only 1 hour left, the empty Kudo vial lay on the grass as the decisive moment crept closer. Rayson was soaked in sweat, his body crushed under unbearable pressure. All he could do was pray for a little more time, even just 5 more minutes. But at that moment, a cold voice echoed through the air like a final judgment. A promise that cannot be fulfilled is no promise at all. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the area, forcing Hampton and Hera to struggle under the overwhelming pressure. The one who had arrived came with the intention of taking Rayson's life. Surrounded by blazing light and crackling lightning, D.K. Charmington finally appeared. His eyes were filled with authority as he coldly warned that the price of deceiving him was beyond imagination. Rayson could only blame himself for ending up in this situation. The family head's arrival left Hampton trembling under the crushing pressure. Hera, despite breaking into a cold sweat, remained calm and respectfully bowed to greet her master. While still fighting the chaotic mana inside him, Rayson silently urged Pookie and asked if everything was finished because he only needed 5 more minutes. Even through the unbearable pain, Rayson turned toward his father and calmly apologized for being unable to welcome him properly. Then he immediately ordered Hera to buy him another 5 minutes. Without the slightest hesitation, she accepted. Hera stepped forward and blocked D.K. Cha's path. Seeing this, he coldly asked if she intended to stand against him. Hera gave no direct answer. She quietly drew her weapons, making it clear she would stop him. She calmly explained that she was not opposing the family head. She was simply carrying out the order he himself had given. D.K. Cha stared at her coldly and asked that if she truly obeyed his orders, why was she pointing Azure Dragon and White Tiger, the weapons he had personally given her, at him? Hera firmly replied that her duty was to serve as the Shadow Guard, protecting the 7th young master. D.K. Cha acknowledged that duty but reminded her that raising a weapon against the family head was an entirely different matter. Hera answered without backing down. Where there was light, there would always be shadow. Since D.K. Cha had ordered her to protect that light, she was only fulfilling her mission. D.K. Cha coldly said that Azure Dragon and White Tiger were magical weapons he had created himself. Did she truly believe they could break through his mana barrier? Hera never wavered. She answered that victory or defeat did not matter. Even if she had to die here, she would obey her orders to the end. Witnessing the absolute loyalty of the female Shadow Guard toward his son, D.K. Cha did not become angry. Instead, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on his face. He accepted her resolve and asked what she wanted. Hera immediately requested 5 more minutes. Looking at her with approval, D.K. Cha admitted that Hera had never disappointed him. However, he then seriously pointed out that her sharp instincts were no longer what they used to be. Realizing she had become careless before, Hera lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Watching Rayson continue his breakthrough behind her, she admired his determination even more. Death stood right before him, yet he never took a single step back. Hera realized she had truly chosen to risk her life to protect Rayson. D.K. Cha looked at both of them and coldly said that although Hera was following his order, the fact remained that she had pointed her blade at the family head. Hera accepted whatever punishment he decided without complaint. But D.K. Cha only smiled mysteriously and said Hera had already been punished. A genius like her had chosen to risk her life for someone as foolish as Rayson. After that, D.K. Cha declared he would let the matter go because no outsiders had witnessed Hera's actions. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the family head, Hampton collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. He blamed himself for being so weak. If Hera had not risked everything to buy time, the young master would already be dead. Hampton began to question whether someone like him deserved to become Rayson's shadow guard. At that very moment, Rayson's breakthrough was finally complete. An enormous wave of mana erupted with explosive force. The newly awakened power left Hampton and Rudia staring in complete disbelief. Even D.K. Cha, who always remained calm, could not hide the change in his expression. Before everyone's eyes, Rayson slowly rose to his feet. 3 brilliant magic circles revolved around him, proving he had truly entered a new level. He smiled confidently and looked straight at his father. Rayson respectfully apologized for keeping his father waiting and admitted that this useless son had finally become worthy of greeting him in person. D.K. Cha looked at the 3 magic circles surrounding Rayson and calmly remarked that he had indeed reached the third magic circle. However, he also reminded him that he had exceeded the original deadline. Rayson immediately explained that Hera had made up for the missing time. A shadow guard was part of her master's strength, and since his father had acknowledged that, he had earned an extra 5 minutes. Then, Rayson asked if DK Cha was not curious how he had reached the third magic circle. DK Cha answered with a question of his own. Did he really need to know? Rayson still tried to persuade him. As blue mana swirled above his palm, he explained that this method could produce large numbers of low-rank mages and bring enormous benefits to the Mayton family. But DK Cha showed no interest. He coldly asked why he should care. The pressure from his father's gaze forced Rayson into an awkward smile, and he dared not continue. Only then did Rayson truly understand how terrifying DK Cha was. He stood above everyone else and needed no shortcuts to achieve anything. Turning away, DK Cha simply said that Rosalind was waiting for Rayson and that everything here was over. Watching his father's back disappear, Rayson realized DK Cha had absolute faith in his own strength. He had no need for shortcuts to maintain his dominance. The scene then shifted back to the luxurious Mayton family castle. A trusted guard approached DK Cha and remarked that the family head seemed to be in an unusually good mood today. DK Cha smiled faintly and said the boy had deliberately waited for him in a deserted place. The guard immediately understood that Rayson had predicted where he would appear. DK Cha explained that Rayson had realized his time was running out, so he intentionally chose a place without witnesses. He admitted the boy was quite clever. The guard then asked if Hera had truly stood against him. DK Cha replied that she had only carried out her assigned duty. He knew Hera had realized the earlier pressure was merely an illusion he had created, and he was satisfied with how both of them had acted. DK Cha calmly remarked that raising a child was not such a bad experience after all. Even so, he ordered the guard to secretly investigate the method Rayson had used to reach the third magic circle. When the guard wondered why he did not simply ask Rayson directly, DK Cha looked out the window and quietly answered that he did not have enough time. Back on the open field, the system suddenly announced that Rayson's understanding of Archsage and Bektos grand magic had increased significantly. Rayson opened his eyes and felt the 3 magic circles spinning around him. After reaching this new level, his heavenly eye began revealing more information. The system informed him that he had learned a first-tier concept magic called interaction from Bektos' book. Although he had never heard of it before, he quickly realized it could directly link with first-tier elemental magic. That immediately reminded him of Northran's ice magic. Rasan began wondering how powerful it would become if he combined first-tier ice crystal with the interaction spell. Instead of just imagining it, he immediately put it to the test. Activating both of his eyes, Rayson cast Ice Crystal and Interaction at the same time. A freezing wave instantly spread across the area, startling Hera. She could not understand why the temperature had suddenly dropped. Was this really the young master's new power? Even Rayson was shocked by the overwhelming frost he had unleashed. He could hardly believe this was truly the power of a first-tier elemental spell. Its destructive force went far beyond expectations and was powerful enough to rival a genuine 4th-tier spell. Before Hera stood a gigantic ice blossom radiating an icy glow and terrifying power. She slowly approached Rayson and carefully asked if that spell had been nothing but more than must-tier ice magic. Rayson calmly confirmed it. That simple answer completely stunned Hera. Deep inside, she could only marvel at the young master's unimaginable talent. Noticing her astonished expression, Rayson smiled and explained that it was probably because this was his first time using the spell, so his mana had gotten out of control. Hera looked even more surprised, but quickly regained her composure. She respectfully said she understood and hoped the young master would continue improving. Deep down, however, she knew the truth could not be as simple as he claimed. Throughout her life, Hera had witnessed countless gifted mages. But at Rayson's age, even DK Cha in his youth might not have reached such a terrifying level. Hera quietly analyzed the situation. Although Rayson claimed his mana had gone out of control, that explosive power had not damaged his own magic circles in the slightest. That overwhelming display shattered every normal standard. Hera finally found someone worthy of her absolute loyalty. That night, beneath the quiet full moon, Hera sat alone and wrote a secret report for DK Cha. In the letter, she reported that young Master Rayson had unleashed power far beyond his limits, yet his unique body adapted and absorbed it on its own. By all logic, Rayson's heart should have suffered severe damage, and his magic circles should have collapsed. Instead, not a single injury appeared. After finishing the report, Hera tied the letter to a messenger hawk and released it into the night sky. She watched the bird disappear into the darkness. A first circle spell matching the power of a 4th circle spell was simply unbelievable. Hera stared into the night sky, feeling that her own destiny was quietly beginning to change. It reminded her of a prophecy left behind by someone who had died long ago. The next morning, Rosalind made a serious request to Raisin. She said this mission was her own commission, so she wanted his full support. Seeing Rosalind's determination, Raisin smiled and accepted. The team's spirits rose even higher when Miran returned. The confident Beastkin girl threw an arm around Rudia and declared that with her here, the mission would be over in no time, before urging everyone to move out. But just before they left, Hera suddenly appeared. She bowed and explained that she could not accompany the young master this time, because DK Cha had assigned her another mission. Raisin immediately asked if she was being punished for stalling on his behalf earlier. Hera quickly denied it. Just as she was about to leave, Raisin called her back. Raisin walked over with a warm smile and promised that he would become stronger, so Hera would never have to carry his burdens again. Those sincere words deeply moved Hera. She gave her master one final respectful bow before quietly leaving. After parting with Hera, Raisin's group continued toward the Grandel family territory. Their destination was the desolate Golden Thread Field. They crossed a vast plain where towering golden grass stretched far above their heads. Suddenly, Raisin stopped and his expression turned alert. Rudia asked what was wrong, but he simply signaled everyone to stay silent. The wind whispered through the grass, but something about the sound felt wrong. Purple lightning flashed across Raisin's eyes as he instantly realized they had walked into an ambush. Fierce roars echoed across the field. Two strange creatures carrying long spears stepped out from the shadows. One look at their green scales and golden eyes was enough. Raisin recognized them as lizardmen warriors. Bloodthirsty screams filled the field as the monsters quickly surrounded Raisin's group from every direction. Even in such danger, Raisin stayed calm. He figured the Grandel family would surely send guards to protect Rosalind, so their only job was to survive until reinforcements arrived. But Rosalind immediately saw through his thoughts. She asked if he was waiting for her family's rescue team. Raisin looked confused and assumed they would come sooner or later. Rosalind quickly crushed that hope. She said it would never happen because she had made a promise to her father. Even if her life was on the line, she had to overcome every trial by herself. Her words completely stunned Raisin. He could not believe a father would place such a harsh demand on his own daughter. But there was no time to think as the lizardmen charged forward with their spears. Raisin could only shout a warning that the attack had begun. At the most critical moment, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Raisin instantly recognized Miran and could not hide his surprise. Relying on the overwhelming strength of the Beastkin race, Miran let out a savage roar. She unleashed a devastating punch that smashed straight into the head of the leading lizardman. In an instant, their leader fell, and the remaining lizardmen froze in fear before the newcomer. Miran rolled her shoulders with loud cracks, her Beastkin eyes glowing with danger. She glared at the monsters and coldly challenged them to come if they wanted a fight. Watching Miran dominate the battlefield, Raisin laughed in relief. She had never let him down. With Miran fighting beside them, Raisin believed they could wipe out the entire lizardman pack without waiting for the Grandel family's reinforcements. Meanwhile, Miran kept charging through the horde and crushing every monster in her path. But the longer Raisin watched, the stranger it became. Every single lizardman ignored everyone else and focused only on attacking Miran. Looking deeper behind the battlefield, Raisin spotted someone directing the entire ambush. It was a lizardman wearing a blue robe with a skull necklace and a sinister grin. The system identified it as CC Lizardman, a character Raisin himself had created while building the novel's world. Raisin walked over to Miran and asked why the monsters were targeting only her. Miran calmly replied that she had killed their mother. The answer stunned Raisin, and he immediately asked why. Myron's eyes turned cold as she said the weak deserved to be eliminated. That was the law of nature, and it needed no other reason. After saying that, Miran clenched her fist and charged back into battle. She told Raisin to stay back and leave everything to her. Even with the terrifying physical strength of the Beastkin, Miran was slowly worn down by the endless swarm. She panted in exhaustion, unable to understand why more lizardmen kept appearing. From a distance, Raisin noticed they ignored everyone else and hunted only Miran. For a brief moment, he thought the smartest choice was to abandon her and escape. This world followed cruel rules. The weak were cast aside, and no powerful warrior would always be there to protect them. Heroes like Cass and Say existed, but Raisin knew he was not one of them. But he quickly dismissed that thought after noticing something strange. Ordinary lizardmen were low-level creatures. They could never organize an ambush or coordinate attacks this well on their own. Realizing there had to be a deeper plot, Rayson decided to uncover the truth. He asked Rudia and Rosalind to protect him. Rayson closed his eyes, focused all his senses, and activated Heavenly Eye. At once, a hidden memory from Miran's past appeared before him. It revealed that she had once rescued and raised a human girl. Back then, Miran had no idea just how fragile humans really were. Raised with the Golden Tiger tribe's beliefs, she thought every living creature had to grow stronger through hardship, including the little girl. But the child's innocence and genuine affection slowly melted Miran's cold heart. The little girl made a flower crown with her own hands and gave it to Miran. In return, Miran named her Luma. At the time, Luma was only 4 years old. She was tiny and fragile, always clinging tightly to Miran for protection. The child's pure heart slowly changed Miran, making her smile gently for the first time and discover true happiness. To care for Luma, Miran worked tirelessly. She hunted massive prey alone at night and brought food home for the child she loved like family. But after returning from one hunt, Miran was greeted by a nightmare. Deep inside the dark forest, a lizardman sat calmly chewing on a small bloody arm. Around the wrist was the familiar flower crown Luma had once made for Miran. The sight froze Miran in place. Her pupils shrank as shock overwhelmed her. That unbearable pain instantly turned into overwhelming rage. Miran charged forward like a raging storm. With a single blow, she crushed the monster's head. Beneath the pouring rain, Miran fell to her knees and cried in despair. She had always believed the weak were destined to die, because that was the law of nature. Even so, she could never accept Luma's death. After losing the person she cherished most, Miran turned her grief into hatred and swore never to forgive the lizardmen who caused the tragedy. Wanting them to suffer the same despair, Miran slaughtered every nearby lizardman before hunting down their queen, their mother, and killing her as well. But even that could not extinguish her thirst for revenge, so she kept hunting every surviving lizardman. The fierce battle between Miran and the 7 lizardmen continued without end. Roars and agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. Watching wave after wave of monsters rush in, Rosalind grew worried that their numbers were endless. Meanwhile, Rayson silently observed the entire battle. Before his eyes, Miran fought like a berserker, drenched in blood with nothing left in her eyes but savage fury. At that moment, Rayson remembered her words that the weak would always be eliminated. Only now did he truly understand what she meant, but he also realized Miran was nearly out of strength. Meanwhile, the lizardmen kept coming, as if they intended to wear her down until her very last breath. Rayson knew the battle would end only if he defeated the one secretly controlling everything, the lizardman commander hiding in the rear. Without another second of hesitation, Rayson moved while every monster's attention remained fixed on Miran. Rayson instantly cast a wind enhancement spell and burst forward like a raging storm. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the leader, leaving it frozen in shock. By the time it realized the danger and shouted for Rayson to be killed, it was already too late. Rayson immediately unleashed Tushink's signature technique, First Form, Myriad Piercing Fangs. Pouring all his strength into a single strike, he coldly declared that it was over. Seeing that attack, Miran stood speechless, unable to believe Rayson's power. Meanwhile, the lizardmen panicked as they watched their leader collapse into a pool of blood. With their commander dead, the entire pack broke apart and fled in every direction. Watching them scatter, Rayson quickly concluded that the true mastermind was still out there, and it was time to find him. His gaze immediately locked onto the distant shadows. There, the mercenary Anquan was secretly watching with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent. Realizing he had been spotted, Anquan's face turned pale with fear. Standing before him, Rayson spoke calmly. He said he had dodged an assassin's blade countless times, so even with his eyes closed, avoiding this man's attack would be easy. Enraged by the insult, Anquan roared and charged forward with his sword. But Rayson moved first, closing the distance in an instant and driving a devastating punch into his stomach. Defeated far too easily, the mercenary coughed up blood and begged for mercy. Rayson coldly replied that surrender alone would never save his life. Judging by the emblem on the armor, Rayson guessed he was only a freelance mercenary. Meanwhile, the man realized in despair that he could never match the young man's speed. Before he even realized Rayson had moved behind him, a lightning-covered hand was already inches from his face. Rayson warned that one wrong move would cost him his life. Rayson then demanded to know why the lizardmen had targeted only Miran while ignoring everyone else. He guessed it was the effect of a special spell and asked whether the mercenary had attacked them, despite knowing exactly who they were. Terrified, the mercenary denied it and claimed he had only taken the job for money. Rayson immediately demanded to know who had hired him. Trembling, the man pulled out a small pouch containing a red mana stone and begged for mercy, insisting he truly knew nothing else. Just then, Rosalind called out from a distance and asked who the man was. Rayson calmly answered that he was just a mercenary. He then handed the red stone to Rosalind and told her to keep it. Recognizing it as a mana stone, Rosalind was stunned. Rayson explained that it was the tool used to control the lizardmen and ordered her to destroy it immediately. Holding the stone, Rosalind fell silent, impressed by Rayson's ability, while also feeling a little discouraged. He had instantly realized someone was pulling the strings, while she had failed to notice even the slightest clue. Ignoring Rosalind's reaction, Rayson turned to leave, but not before telling the mercenary to deliver a warning to the one behind everything. If you want to know about me, come in person. Stop hiding behind others, because if this happens again, I will come for you myself. The deadly warning left the mercenary trembling, as he nodded over and over in fear. That night, beside the flickering campfire, Rayson and Miran quietly talked under the peaceful sky. After thinking it through, Rayson concluded that the mercenary had been hired to assassinate Miran. He believed an intelligence organization had already started investigating and gathering information on their group. Rosalind worried that whoever was behind it might be willing to kill them to achieve their goal. Rayson calmly explained that, as heirs of the three great families, they would now become targets for every major force in the world. Hearing that, Rosalind asked if that was why he had ordered her to destroy the Mana Stone. Rayson smiled and confirmed it. He had intentionally shown everyone that the power to decide remained in his hands while proving he was capable of leading even Rosalind. That way, every intelligence organization would know who truly held the initiative, making it even clearer that Rayson was the most qualified heir to the Randell family. Those confident words left Rosalind completely speechless. Rayson continued his analysis. Even though they had been used as pawns, the enemy still dared to strike inside Randell territory. That made Rosalind wonder if Chaco had secretly approved the operation. Without hesitation, Rayson said her suspicion was completely correct, and even family head Velatoder had already figured it out. Letting out a yawn, Rayson continued, breaking down the situation. He believed that although Rosalind had promised to overcome the Randell family head's trial on her own, keeping that promise would be nearly impossible because the family could not afford to lose her. He then began narrowing down the possible masterminds. According to Rayson, the culprit had to be an organization powerful enough to negotiate with Chaco, possess mana stones capable of controlling monsters, hire freelance mercenaries, and know Miran's exact route. Based on those clues, Rayson concluded that only 3 organizations remained as likely suspects. The first was False Sound. The next 2 were Little Cat and Crimson Mist Flower. As Rayson openly analyzed everything in the middle of the night, Rosalind curiously asked if he was speaking loudly on purpose so the people watching could hear him. Rayson laughed and admitted that was exactly his plan, because he was certain every word would soon reach the forces pulling the strings. After hearing that, Rosalind was left speechless by Rayson's schemes. She sighed that he was the hardest kind of person to deal with, and if they had been enemies, she would have gone insane long ago. Rayson laughed and asked if they were still enemies now. Seeing Rosalind's puzzled expression, he smiled and said they were friends now. Rosalind watched Rayson slowly walk back toward his tent while she remained standing under the night sky. Suddenly, her heart began racing, and an unfamiliar feeling overwhelmed her. Blushing brightly, Rosalind kept wondering what was happening to her before quickly denying that she could ever fall for someone as annoying as Rayson. At that very moment, a massive gray-purple python suddenly burst out of the bushes. It let out a furious roar and immediately lunged at its prey. But the creature standing before it was the white wolf, a gigantic wolf monster whose glowing eyes pierced the darkness. Before the python could even attack, the white wolf shot forward like lightning and clamped its claw around the snake's neck. The giant python struggled in agony, but stood no chance against the wolf's overwhelming strength. With one crushing grip, the white wolf smashed the monster's head apart. Meanwhile, inside a deserted canyon covered in thick fog, Rayson's group continued moving in silence. Carrying a heavy backpack, Hampton reminded everyone that the road to Mayton ahead was extremely dangerous with almost nowhere to hide. Rayson calmly asked if he had prepared everything as instructed. Hampton confidently replied that everything was ready. Hampton then opened his backpack to show the herbs and several shimmering silver bottles he had collected. The young man nervously asked if they were still at risk of another ambush. Rayson replied that the area was safe for now, but the ground was covered with strange crawling tracks. Hearing that, Hampton immediately turned pale and asked what Rayson meant. Standing nearby, Rosalind folded her arms and reminded everyone that today was April 13. Rayson nodded, knowing she had realized the problem, before seriously warning everyone about the White Wolf Pack. They were infamous for their terrifying speed, appearing and disappearing as quickly as the wind. Rosalind was shocked that Rayson even knew about the White Wolves. Rayson calmly replied that there was nothing surprising about knowing them. Meanwhile, Hampton looked completely confused and hurriedly asked just how terrifying the White Wolves really were. The more Rosalind thought about it, the more puzzled she became because she could not understand why Rayson knew so much about these monsters. The White Wolves were an intelligent and extremely dangerous wolf species that had only been discovered in the northwestern region of the Grandin territory about 2 years ago. While everyone remained tense, Rudia innocently asked whether grilled white wolf would taste good, leaving the entire group speechless. Just then, Rosalind stepped forward and questioned Rayson because the name April White Wolf was only an internal codename used by the Grandin family and had never been revealed to the public. Cornered, Rayson could only claim that he had read about it in a library. Rosalind immediately rejected the excuse because information discovered only 2 years ago could not possibly exist in old books. Knowing he could not keep making excuses, Rayson simply smiled mysteriously and reminded her that before becoming allies they had been rivals, so he had no reason to reveal all his secrets. Rosalind immediately objected, insisting that the Grandin family valued fair and transparent competition. But Rayson quickly pointed out that they were also hiding information about the White Wolves. Caught off guard, Rosalind could only explain that the research was still incomplete. Rayson calmly replied that anyone who wanted an opponent's secrets had to be willing to pay an equal price. By then, everyone felt that arguing any further would only make Rosalind even angrier. Unable to get any more information from Rayson, Rosalind turned away and declared that she would find the answer herself. Watching her beneath the evening sky, Rayson smiled softly because he knew Rosalind was gradually becoming a true heir. Right after that, he turned to Hampton and asked what would happen if April herbs were boiled together with silver seawater. Hampton excitedly explained that after adding highly refined salt and maintaining exactly 82 degrees Celsius, the mixture would turn into a glowing blue liquid. He eagerly wanted to name it Rayson Potion, leaving Rayson both amused and helpless as he suggested naming it after Hampton instead. In truth, Rayson knew this was the exact medicine created by the genius alchemist Popona in the original novel. Its only effect was to return the April White Wolves to their original form. As Rayson's group continued their journey, the scene shifted to the Mayton family estate. The visitor could come out. From the shadows, the shadow guard Hera silently appeared and knelt behind him. Dick Chack sighed in admiration. Even after fixing it countless times, her stealth skills still amazed him. Hera respectfully replied that it was only a basic skill of the Shadow family. Dick Chack let out a quiet sigh, saying Hera had always been an exceptional case, before remarking that he had grown old. Hera looked at him with her cold green eyes and replied that, to her, he looked no different from the day they first met. Her words brought back memories of the time when Hera had once tried to assassinate him in his youth. He mentioned how he had nearly died back then, while Hera calmly answered that she could have killed him whenever she wanted. Dick Chack then asked if she still resented the decision made long ago. Hera admitted she had carried that resentment for a long time, but recently it had completely disappeared. Dick Chack was genuinely surprised. Hera confirmed it and seriously said she had something important to report. She then began explaining the strange discoveries she had made over the past few years. According to Hera's investigation, every day Rayson drank tea made from Karutan flower stems together with Lady Soso. In theory, the flower could be brewed into tea, but because it was toxic and often caused allergic reactions, almost nobody recommended drinking it. Dick Chack coldly asked what that meant. Hera replied that Rayson knew the properties of Karutan perfectly well, yet he still drank it with Lady Soso every single day. At that time, Lady Soso suffered from a rare disease called green seed disease, a newly discovered illness with a 100% fatality rate and no known cure. Yet, after some time, her health gradually recovered until she was completely healed, something Hera found highly suspicious. After hearing that, Dick Chack immediately asked whether Hera believed it was more than just a coincidence. She nodded and said there was something else. Hera then brought up the epidemic in the Hyron region and asked if he remembered the Fire Tribe girl traveling with Rayson. She recalled the time when the massive, magical explosion occurred there. At that moment, Rayson realized Rudia had survived the brutal battle because of the armor bone line, also known as the Protagonist's protection privilege. It was almost an absolute rule that allowed the protagonist to survive situations that should have been certain death. Rayson could not help wondering why Heavenly Eye was showing him this scene now. Was it trying to hint at something about Rudia? The moment that thought appeared, the book of magic layout suddenly floated before him. Rayson instantly understood that the system was giving him a chance to rewrite the root cause of Rudia's overwhelming power. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and confidently wrote a new entry into the book. He established that Rudia possessed that power because she was always protected by the Phoenix Fire God. But the instant he finished writing, brilliant golden flames erupted and completely engulfed his body. The unbearable pain made him cry out in shock, unable to understand what was happening. At the same time, the system repeatedly warned that probability reserves were critically insufficient. Although he could extend the writing privilege by supplying enough probability, the pages had already begun burning away. Clutching his head in agony, Rayson realized his new setting had broken the balance of probability, forcing him to find a more reasonable explanation. Just then, an image of Rudia, together with the Phoenix Fire God, flashed through his mind. Rayson realized the only solution was to add another setting to repair the probability gap. He immediately wrote that the Phoenix could not directly interfere with the human world and could only grant divine power when Rudia willingly sacrificed herself. The system immediately confirmed that the probability conditions had been completed. As golden particles gathered in his palm, Rayson finally let out a sigh of relief, knowing he had succeeded. He dropped to one knee, clutching his chest as he breathed heavily, then concluded that every god who wished to influence this world had to do so through special conditions. Because of that, Rayson also uncovered the secret that Rudia's greatest power would awaken only when she accepted sacrificing herself. Just then, Hampton came running over in a panic with his heavy backpack and hurriedly asked Rayson what they should do next. Rayson's expression immediately turned serious because he knew the April White Wolves would appear that very night. Without wasting a second, he told Hampton to hand over the prepared potions. Hampton quickly opened his backpack and handed Rayson the glowing blue bottles. At the same moment, footsteps echoed from the darkness, followed by the scraping sound of claws against the ground. The April White Wolf Pack had arrived, silently surrounding the group around their campfire. An alarm immediately rang out. The massive alpha, with its bulging muscles and glowing crimson eyes, stepped forward and let out a thunderous roar. Facing 7 ferocious white wolves, Rayson remained completely calm. He draped his cloak over his shoulder as mana and purple lightning surged around him, quickly judging each wolf's strength before assigning everyone's roles. He first called Rosalind and Moran over. Then he handed each of them a bottle of the newly brewed blue potion. Rayson told them they only needed to get the liquid onto the white wolves. Throwing the bottles directly at them would work just fine. Next, he turned to Rudia. Seeing that her fire magic was ready, Rayson instructed her to strike only the wolves covered by the potion. A thin layer of fire mana would be enough. Before anyone could prepare further, the white wolves roared together and charged like a raging storm. The alpha let out a deafening howl and rushed straight at Rayson. Even with razor-sharp claws right before his eyes, Rayson stayed calm. He trusted that no one understood these monsters better than their creator, and his plan would work. He immediately activated his defensive magic, triggering Flow Shift and Iron Body as the system announced. But the wolf's attack pierced through his defenses and tore open Rayson's arm. Enduring the pain, Rayson was shocked to realize their power could even break through defensive magic. Seeing Rayson wounded, the pack became even more savage while Moran and Rudia immediately stepped in to block the assault. Surrounded by wolves, Mirren smiled with murderous intent, her eyes resembling a predator on the hunt. She mocked them coldly, saying that no matter how many came, they were still nothing but puppies, and she knew exactly how to deal with them. Mirren's overwhelming aura startled Rosalind, who instinctively called out her name. The next moment, Rosalind was completely stunned by what she saw. Mirren unleashed her full beast transformation, becoming a towering tiger beast warrior with a massive body covered in powerful orange and black stripes. The moment her tiger form appeared, the battle instantly tilted in the group's favor. Miran roared with contempt, taunting the wolves for being too weak and telling them to run home and find their mother. Her overwhelming presence shattered the monster's confidence, leaving them howling in panic. The more she fought, the stronger she became. She charged straight into the pack and loudly challenged them to bring even more, because she would crush every last one. Once the entire pack focused on Moran, Rayson immediately put his plan into motion. Just as one white wolf lunged at him, he threw a bottle of the blue potion directly onto its body. The liquid quickly soaked into the monster. Without hesitation, Rayson shouted for Rudia to attack. Receiving the signal, Rudia poured all of her fire mana into a massive fireball. She launched the spell straight at the target while shouting the name of her technique, Firestar. the raging flames instantly engulfed the white wolf, coated in the potion. Seeing the attack land, Rosalind stepped back to maintain her defense, while staring anxiously through the thick smoke, waiting for the result. But from within the sea of flames, a gigantic figure with glowing eyes slowly emerged. The moment he saw it, Rayson smiled, knowing the plan had worked. Rosalind, on the other hand, trembled in shock as she saw the April White Wolf's new form. Stepping out of the ashes was no longer a wolf monster, but a bald old man with a muscular build and gray skin. At that moment, the Alpha roared again and charged straight at Rayson. He narrowly dodged and immediately called for Hampton's support. Hearing his master's command, Hampton responded without the slightest hesitation. He quickly pulled out the remaining blue potion bottles and hurled them at the charging monsters with all his strength. One bottle after another shattered across the bodies of the white wolves. Once covered by the potion, the entire pack fell into chaos before collapsing one by one. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Rayson immediately called for Moran, and she charged in without delay. Moran gathered all her strength into one fist and slammed it into the struggling wolf's head with a furious roar. Refusing to give the enemy any chance to recover, Rayson immediately ordered Rudia to attack again. She condensed her fire mana and unleashed another fire star. However, the Alpha still managed to dodge the attack at the last instant through pure instinct. Watching the target escape, Rosalind clenched her teeth in frustration. The massive flames swept across the battlefield and erupted violently. Realizing the monsters were preparing a counterattack, from every direction, Rudia immediately shouted for everyone to spread out. Only seconds later, a gigantic explosion of fire erupted across the night sky. Its brilliant light illuminated the entire battlefield. The white wolves looked up in horror as the explosion unfolded above them. This attack had worked exactly as Rayson intended. Rayson immediately praised Rudia, saying she truly was a genius. Hearing Rayson's praise, Rudia blushed brightly and smiled with pure happiness. The white wolf's fur gradually disappeared, revealing bare-chested men staring at their own bodies in complete confusion. Realizing they had returned to human form, they burst into tears of joy and relief. Everyone immediately knelt to thank Rayson's group. Their leader choked up, saying they were the saviors who had freed the people of Ray Biden from the curse. The name made Rayson frown at once. Through tears, the man explained they had once been mages living in Ray Biden. The revelation left Rayson stunned. Memories of the frozen kingdom of Ray Biden flashed through his mind, a land that should have been sealed in ice long ago. Every tragedy had begun with a horrific event in the past. It was the massacre carried out by Avian. Rosaline stepped forward and introduced herself as Rosaline Grandin, the sole heir of the Grandin family. The White Wolf chief was shocked the moment he heard the Grandin name. Rosaline then asked why they never surrendered if they were only victims of the curse, since mercy had still been possible. At that moment, a blue system message appeared before Rayson, saying the strategy god Lai Dihuan was watching with great interest. The god's sudden appearance put Rayson on full alert as he tried to guess the true reason behind it. Answering Rosaline, the chief broke down in tears and admitted they never dared surrender because they believed the Grandin family would execute every one of them. Rosaline immediately denied it, insisting Grandin would never do such a thing. Seeing Rosaline still clinging to her ideals, Rayson stepped forward and dragged her back to reality. He said Grandin valued power above all else, and the world of the great families was nothing like she imagined. Then he asked how she thought they would really handle this case. Rosaline hesitated before explaining that since the incident happened inside Grandin territory, it would first be reported, then reviewed by the information department, before the court issued a verdict. Before she could finish, Rayson cut her off and said that after confirming the facts, they would simply eliminate everyone to erase all evidence. Hearing that brutal truth, every white wolf stood frozen as fear spread across their faces. Rosaline broke into a cold sweat as she realized Grandin had not ignored the white wolves because they were powerless. She quickly asked the real reason. Rayson gave a simple answer that shocked everyone. They just did not think it was worth the effort. He added that Grandin was no different from Mayton or Say. In the original timeline, Grandin would wipe out the April White Wolves a few years later without caring about the injustice or suffering they had endured. Rosaline fell silent before asking if he meant Grandin had deliberately ignored them. She pointed out that warriors received no rewards or recognition for hunting these wolves. When Rayson stayed silent, Rosaline insisted they would still act out of duty to uphold law and justice. Rayson immediately rejected that idea, saying it was the naive belief of someone with no real experience. Rosaline angrily demanded to know what he meant. Raisin calmly explained that the April White Wolves were not dangerous enough to attract attention yet, but once they grew stronger and became famous, everything would change. Rosaline finally realized countless people would hunt them for fame alone. Raisin nodded. He said they were only lucky because no one knew them yet. Rosaline then asked what would happen if they surrendered willingly. Raisin coldly answered that the outcome would stay the same. They would be executed because they had truly taken many lives. Those words made the people of Ray Biden tremble with fear. Raisin added that this was why they had always hidden their true identities. Hearing that, the White Wolf chief burst into tears and tried to reveal his real name. But Raisin immediately raised his hand to stop him. He warned him never to reveal his family name, or the remaining members of his bloodline would also be doomed. The warning left the chief completely stunned. Trembling, he lowered his head and introduced himself again. His name was Grena, just a mage from Ray Biden. Grena confessed through tears that every April they had slaughtered both livestock and innocent people. He accepted every sin, saying that even though the curse turned them into monsters, they still had to bear the consequences of their own actions. Grena then recalled the first time he transformed into a white wolf. After losing control, he killed an innocent little boy with his own hands. When the boy's mother rushed over and begged for mercy, the monster inside him killed her as well. Only after sunrise, when he regained his senses, did Grena see the bloody scene he had created. He collapsed onto the grass, sobbing in despair, and hating himself for lacking the courage to end his own life and atone. After hearing the entire story, Raisin asked in a low voice where the terrifying curse had come from. Grena painfully revealed that it all began with a sacred relic his family had protected for countless generations. Unable to steal the relic, Albreca flew into a rage and cursed the entire clan, turning them into monsters as revenge. The moment Raisin heard the name Albreca, his expression changed. Meanwhile, Rosaline could only stare in confusion because she had never heard of that person. Raisin was shaken to the core. Albreca, also known as Black Crimson, was one of the few villains powerful enough to rival the main hero Cassine, and a character Raisin himself had created. Thinking about their current situation, Raisin broke into a cold sweat as he realized things were becoming more dangerous. He knew that if he kept helping Rosaline finish her mission, his life could be at risk at any moment. Stretching his arms, Raisin told himself that at least this incident had ended without any major trouble. But a flood of system notifications suddenly appeared, saying the Phoenix Fire God kept praising his clever decisions. Raisin smiled slightly. Judging from the system's reaction, the Phoenix Fire God seemed especially fond of Rudia, and he was benefiting from that favor. But the god was far too enthusiastic. The endless praise notifications made Raisin clutch his head and beg the system to stop. As night fell, Rosaline changed the subject and asked Grena about the sacred relic the people of Ray Biden had protected for generations. Grena looked troubled and apologized, saying he could not reveal every secret to outsiders. Still, to repay them for saving his life, he agreed to share part of the ancient prophecy. He slowly recited the 3 conditions for the chosen one. They must possess 2 opposing powers, inherit the intersection of 2 intertwined fates, and be someone not born in the ordinary way. Both Raisin and Rosaline were stunned after hearing it. Rosaline broke into a cold sweat because she could not imagine someone who was not born from a mother's womb. Grena confirmed that only someone who fulfilled all 3 conditions could approach the relic. Only then would they be worthy of inheriting it. Grena added that when the wall of ice sealing Ray Biden melted beneath the wind from the northern sea, the path to the relic would finally open. Hearing that, Raisin became interested and asked if everyone would return to Ray Biden to guard the relic after the curse was lifted. Grena immediately nodded. Raisin calmly said he might visit Ray Biden someday. Then, for the first time, he revealed his true identity. He was Raisin Mayton. The moment Grena heard the name, his face turned pale. Trembling, he asked if Raisin was the 7th young master of the Mayton family. The villagers also panicked, fearing the crimes they committed while cursed would lead to their execution. Instead of answering, Raisin turned to Rosaline and told her to make the decision herself. Rosaline found herself in an impossible position. She knew these people had truly killed others, and had even attacked her group. But at the same time, everything had begun because of Albreca's cruel curse. After a long silence, Rosaline sighed softly and decided not to pass judgment for now. Looking at Grena and the villagers, she said she needed to report everything to her father, because she was not yet capable of deciding their fate. Raisin watched quietly and realized the problem was not Rosaline's intelligence. She simply was not ready to bear the responsibility of deciding the fate of an entire people. He guessed this was exactly what the strategy god Lai Dihuan wanted to test. Rosaline still lacked the resolve and decisiveness of a true ruler. Seeing her hesitation, Rayson reassured her. He said her decision was not bad, because by the time Grandin received the report, these people would already be back in Ray Biden, making it far harder to capture or execute them. Besides, Ray Biden was under Mayton's authority, so the case would be handled by Mayton. Hearing that, Graina and the entire clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, another system notification appeared before Rayson. It announced that the Phoenix Fire God had granted him a new ability called Phoenix Breath. Staring at the glowing golden feather floating in his hand, Rayson was completely stunned. He clearly remembered that in the original story, this treasure belonged to Rudia during the middle of the plot. It allowed its owner to wield flames as destructive as high-level magic, powerful enough to incinerate enemies in an instant. While Rayson was lost in thought, and before the group had even left Grandin territory, something unexpected happened that caught him completely off guard. Seeing Rayson quickly hide his glowing hand behind his back, Rosaline grew suspicious and asked if he was after the Ray Biden relic. She also demanded to know what clues he had discovered. Rayson avoided the question, saying he had only figured out a few things. Hearing that, Rosaline suddenly pulled out an emergency whistle and firmly declared that she could summon reinforcements to arrest every villager right now. They could even be executed simply for attacking her. Rayson immediately asked what she was trying to do. Keeping the whistle at her lips, Rosaline demanded that Rayson tell the truth about how he knew about the April White Wolves, the Silver Seawater, and the April Herb. She demanded an answer and declared that if she executed the entire village now, Rayson would never find the sacred relic. Rayson held his head in frustration, realizing he could no longer hide the truth without paying a price. After thinking it over, he agreed to reveal the truth on one condition. Rosaline had to keep it absolutely secret. She immediately swore on the honor of the Grandin family. Rayson quickly worked out a plan. He could not tell the whole truth, but he could not make everything up either, so he mixed fact with fiction, keeping about 70% true and hiding the rest. He said he had once known a famous mage from Ray Biden. As he spoke, shimmering blue ice crystals appeared in his palm through magic. He introduced it as Ice Crystal, a basic ice spell, and explained that very few people knew he could use elemental magic, so he asked Rosaline to keep that secret. Rayson added that if he did not truly trust her, he would never have revealed his hidden trump card. Seeing the ice before her, Rosaline was deeply moved and promised never to betray that trust. Rayson continued, saying this ice magic came from Northran, then asked if Rosaline had ever heard of it. She immediately nodded. He then asked if she wanted to know who had taught him. Rosaline became curious, unable to imagine who in Ray Biden could possess Northran's ice magic. Rayson calmly mentioned the Frost Witch of the Northern Sea. The moment Rosaline heard the name, her expression changed completely. She was about to cry out in shock, but Rayson quickly covered her mouth. He signaled her to stay quiet and reminded her to remain calm. If she wanted him to trust her, she also had to prove she was trustworthy. Blushing, Rosaline pushed his hand away and quietly asked about his connection to the infamous criminal. Rayson simply replied that the woman had taught him ice magic. As for everything else, he refused to say another word. Hearing that, Rosaline nodded and told him to continue. Deep down, Rayson thought about how he had actually given the Frost Witch the one thing she wanted most, a secret exchanged between them. At the same time, Hampton had accidentally overheard the entire conversation nearby. His eyes nearly popped out as cold sweat poured down his face. He had finally realized that the gentle librarian Avian was actually the infamous Frost Witch of the Northern Sea. Seeing Hampton standing there frozen, both Rayson and Rosaline turned to look at him. Realizing he had been caught, the boy instantly turned pale. Hampton hurriedly dropped to his knees and apologized, frantically explaining that he had never meant to eavesdrop and had only overheard everything by accident. Seeing Hampton's reaction, Rayson immediately knew the boy recognized the woman's reputation. Meanwhile, Rosaline silently studied Rayson's expression as she weighed everything in her mind. After thinking it through, she concluded that Rayson was probably telling the truth, and digging any deeper would only drag her into secrets far too dangerous. With that, Rosaline stopped asking questions. She said she would believe Rayson had traded something incredibly valuable for the ice magic, then told him to continue. Hearing that, Hampton became even more confused, wondering what that priceless thing could possibly be. Before Hampton could overthink it further, Rayson explained that thanks to that exchange, he had learned Northran's ice magic. That was why someone with no talent for elemental magic like him could use it. To make his story more convincing, Rayson took out an old blue book and declared it was the introductory guide to Northrend ice magic, personally written by the Frost Witch. Rosaline immediately accepted it and opened the book. As she turned each page, she was astonished by the incredibly powerful waves of mana flowing from within. Rayson seriously explained that he showed her the book because he and the Frost Witch shared an extremely important agreement. The reasonable explanation finally convinced Rosaline. Watching the two reach an understanding so quickly, Hampton could only scratch his head, completely lost about what had just happened. Rayson continued, saying the Frost Witch had told him many stories about Ray Biden and had also mentioned the name Albrecha. Rosaline was shocked and asked if the woman was connected to Black Crimson. Rayson only smiled faintly and admitted that even he did not know the full relationship between the two. He then repeated the ancient prophecy of Ray Biden. When the wall of ice melted beneath the wind from the northern sea, the path to the sacred relic would finally open. Hearing that detail, Rayson immediately thought of Avian and quietly guessed that she would be the one to melt the frozen wall in the future. Looking at Rosaline, he explained that, without hearing those stories from the Frost Witch, he could never have known about the April herb or the silver seawater. The flawless explanation completely convinced Rosaline, and she nodded in agreement. In Rayson's mind, every missing piece finally began to fit together. The Frost Witch, Albrecha, and the April White Wolf curse all seemed to be deeply connected. By now, Rayson was certain those three clues were all part of the same massive secret. He explained that was why he had told Hampton to prepare the April herb and silver seawater in advance. Hampton immediately confirmed it, saying Rayson had given those exact instructions that day. On the other side, Rosaline hugged the Northrend spellbook tightly to her chest. Remembering the unspoken rules among mages, she quickly looked away with a bright red face. As far as she knew, a mage would almost never hand over a book they had written unless they shared deep trust and special feelings with that person. Rayson continued, explaining that a spellbook was a mage's greatest weakness. If it fell into someone else's hands, they could study it and discover ways to counter that magic. That was why, for an ice witch hunted across the world like Avian, willingly giving away the book she had written carried enormous meaning. After hearing Rayson's explanation, Rosaline became even more flustered. She lowered her head and sincerely thanked him for trusting her with the truth. Turning away, Rosaline declared that she would return that trust by choosing to believe in Rayson as well. Even so, she reminded him that what Rayson had done to her as a child was still something she could never erase from her memory. It seemed she had carried that pain for a very long time. To Rosaline, it remained a painful memory she could never truly forget. Hearing that, Rayson could only force an awkward smile. Even though the current soul inside him was not the one who had caused it, he still felt guilty. Rosaline declared that she would truly trust him from now on, but first she wanted to confirm one last thing. Was the sacred relic really that important? Rayson looked her straight in the eyes and firmly answered that it was absolutely essential. If he failed the mission entrusted to him by Anbecto and Cotel, everything he had done would become meaningless. After hearing his determined answer, Rosaline finally relaxed. At that moment, Rayson added that besides her, he would never reveal so many secrets to anyone else. Even Hampton, standing behind them, could not hide his surprise. Rosaline was completely flustered. Her face turned bright red as her heart raced. Right then, a blue system window appeared before Rayson, announcing that Joker had been completely convinced and had begun developing feelings toward Rayson Mayton. Seeing the stream of notifications, Rayson broke into a cold sweat. The system repeatedly reported that Joker's storyline had changed, and even her title had been rewritten. What shocked him most was that Joker's new title had become Rook. As the system confirmed Rosaline's title had changed from Joker to Rook, Rayson grew even more confused, wondering why it was that particular chess piece. In a deck of cards, Joker was the special card capable of turning the entire game around. But in chess, the Rook was one of the strongest pieces, second only to the Queen, and powerful enough to decide the outcome with a single checkmate. If Rosaline represented the Rook, then did this world also have a king and a queen? Even so, Rayson felt the title had to mean far more than a simple chess piece. Interrupting his thoughts, Rosaline looked away with a blush and quietly promised to keep every secret. She also said she would open her heart to him a little more. But the moment the past came up, sadness returned to Rosaline's face. She honestly admitted that although she had said she forgave him, deep down she had never truly let go. Still, from this day forward, she decided she would no longer let the past control her feelings. Clenching her fists, Rosaline shyly confessed that she had been lying to him for the past 7 years. But from today onward, everything between them would finally be settled. Rayson simply smiled and thanked her. Then the two happily bumped fists to seal their reconciliation. Rosaline immediately urged everyone to head for Pingshield Mountain because she was eager to see what the Mayton family had prepared there. As for Rayson, he finally let out a sigh of relief now that the long-standing conflict between them had finally been resolved. After many days of crossing forests and rivers, the group finally reached the towering Pingshield Mountain. Looking at the clean path ahead, Rayson realized the Grandel warriors had indeed cleared every obstacle just as promised. Since only Rayson and Rosaline were allowed to climb the mountain, he instructed Hampton to lead everyone else to a safe place and wait. Before starting the climb, Rayson opened his pack to check and prepare all the medicine they would need. He carefully handed Rosaline an antidote for paralysis, explained the two-tune mixing ratio, and also prepared another medicine that enhanced eyesight. Watching Rayson carefully explain every detail, Hampton suddenly thought of his grandmother, because Rayson sounded just as caring. Rayson went on to explain that the medicine was made from the Marutu plant and could greatly amplify any scent chosen by the user, making it extremely useful for the trials waiting ahead. It was his grandmother's keepsake. According to him, the ring carried a special blessing that could resist even the deadliest poisons. Holding the precious item, Rayson hesitated and asked if Hampton really wanted to entrust such an important heirloom to him. Hampton sincerely urged him to accept it. As long as Rayson carried it, returned safely, and brought it back, he could finally rest easy. Touched by his loyal attendant's feelings, Rayson smiled, accepted the ring, and promised to return it safely. After putting on the ring, Rayson said goodbye to Hampton and Rudia before climbing Pingshield Mountain alongside Rosaline. As they walked along the rocky mountain path, Rosaline glanced at Rayson and remarked that he was truly hard to figure out. To her, Rayson sometimes seemed as cold as a machine with no emotions, yet at other times he was incredibly warm and compassionate. Rayson just laughed and joked that maybe that was his charm. The confident remark made Rosaline blush as she quickly denied he had any such charm. Not wanting to continue that conversation, Rosaline quickly changed the topic to the trials ahead. She began explaining the route into Pingshield Mountain. To reach the destination, they first had to cross a dangerous area filled with hidden talismans and complex illusion arrays. One careless step could leave them hopelessly lost. Seeing how seriously she spoke, Rayson smiled knowingly. Rosaline immediately asked why he was smiling, and Rayson replied that he was simply thinking about how hard she must have studied. Pleased by the compliment, Rosaline proudly declared that there was a reason the Mayton family head had trusted her with this mission. But when Rayson kept his calm expression, she became annoyed again and told him to stop looking at her like he was teasing her. Rayson laughed and asked if he was not even allowed to smile. That only made Rosaline angrier because even his apology sounded like another joke. Dropping the teasing, Rayson returned to the main topic and asked how they planned to find the Mountain Guardian clan. Rosaline confidently replied that, according to what she knew, the Mountain Guardian clan loved gold. As long as they were paid well, they would gladly serve as guides. After hearing that, Rayson asked the more important question: where were they supposed to find them first? Looking around, Rosaline explained that the Mountain Guardian clan usually patrolled near the mountain entrance, so they should eventually run into them if they searched nearby. Rayson looked across the vast landscape ahead and let out a helpless sigh. Wandering around a place this huge could take forever. Then he smiled at Rosaline and bluntly said everything she had mentioned sounded like knowledge straight from a book. Realizing he was right, Rosaline lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing her blush, Rayson gently reassured her that it was nothing to worry about. Even so, Rosaline asked if he had a better idea. Rayson calmly explained that the Mountain Guardian clan had an incredibly sharp sense of smell and cared deeply about territorial boundaries. He asked Rosaline to look around and see if she noticed any signs marking territory. After scanning the area, she shook her head. Rayson then asked how she thought they marked their territory if there were no visible signs. As he spoke, he walked over to an ancient tree by the roadside. Reaching the tree, Rayson bent down, took a sniff, and immediately confirmed his guess. He explained that books never mentioned it, but the Mountain Guardian clan's urine had an extremely strong scent that ordinary people simply could not detect. Rosaline stared in disbelief and asked how Rayson knew something so obscure. Rayson casually replied that the Mountain Guardian clan's urine was actually a valuable magical ingredient, so it was normal for mages to know while warriors did not. Then he started unfastening his belt and told Rosaline to look away, because he needed to relieve himself. The unexpected move made Rosaline's face turn bright red. She quickly covered her eyes and complained that he only needed to tell her to turn around instead of giving every detail. Rayson calmly replied that teammates should know what each other was doing to avoid misunderstandings. Still covering her face, Rosaline quietly asked if the Mountain Guardian clan would come, simply because he urinated there. Rayson shook his head and said that one important step was still missing. Rosaline immediately asked what it was. Smiling, Rayson pulled out the medicine Hampton had prepared. He reminded Rosaline that Hampton had said the Marutu extract could amplify any scent the user wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayson uncapped the bottle and poured the entire liquid onto the spot he had just marked. In an instant, thick white smoke rose into the air, carrying such a terrible stench that even Rayson frowned. After fixing his clothes, he calmly told Rosaline that all they had to do now was wait, because the Mountain Guardian clan's keen sense of smell would bring them here soon enough. Still covering her nose from the overpowering smell, Rosaline doubted anyone could track it across such a huge area. She even muttered that no book had ever mentioned such a ridiculous method. Just then, rustling footsteps echoed from the forest. Rayson quickly pulled Rosaline into the bushes and whispered that their targets had arrived. Soon, 3 members of the Mountain Guardian clan stepped out. They were short, covered in thick fur, and constantly sniffing the air in shock at the incredibly powerful scent. Once they found the source, all 3 rushed over and began fighting for the spot, each insisting the scent belonged in their own territory. They even slammed the ground over and over, trying to keep every trace of the smell inside their territory. Watching the bizarre scene, Rosaline could not help asking what they were doing. Rayson quietly explained that they were trying to keep the scent from spreading into someone else's territory. Rosaline immediately grew suspicious and asked if Rayson had also learned that from the Mayton library. He casually replied that the library really did contain all kinds of knowledge. Suddenly, all 3 members of the Mountain Guardian clan turned toward the bushes where Rayson and Rosaline were hiding. One of them, covered in green fur, excitedly rushed toward them. Pointing at Rayson, he shouted that Rayson was the owner of that incredible scent because he had never smelled anything so strong before. Rayson smiled awkwardly and apologized for the inconvenience, but the green-furred man then made a request that completely stunned him. He wanted more of that precious source. Rayson blinked in confusion and asked if he meant he wanted him to pee again. Another member, wearing a red hat, immediately pulled out an enormous glass bottle and eagerly told Rayson to fill it. Standing beside them and watching everything unfold, Rosaline could only blush in speechless embarrassment. The entire situation felt unbelievably bizarre. The green-furred man pushed the huge bottle toward Rayson again and pleaded for more. Completely baffled, Rayson asked why they wanted his urine so badly. The man, named Long Sheng, immediately explained that competition over territory among the Mountain Guardian clans was extremely fierce, and he believed this unbelievably powerful scent would let him dominate every rival. Even so, Rayson refused. He glanced at the other 2 before pointing directly at the brown-bearded dwarf in the red hat leaning on a staff. Rayson said he wanted to do business with that man instead of the green-furred one. Caught off guard, the brown-bearded dwarf looked confused. Rayson immediately asked if he had ever climbed Pingshield Mountain before. The dwarf confidently replied that Pingshield Mountain was like his own backyard because he had been born and raised there. Hearing that, Rayson offered to hire him as their guide. Meanwhile, Rosaline still had to cover her nose because of the overwhelming stench. The place felt more like a giant restroom than a mountain. The brown-bearded dwarf narrowed his eyes and warned them that his services were not cheap. When Rayson asked for the price, he held up 3 fingers and demanded 3 million grams per hour. Hearing such an outrageous fee, Rosaline immediately protested and demanded to know why he would not lower the price. Glancing at the other 2 whispering behind him, Rayson simply smiled and remarked that the older someone was, the better they were at doing business. Even so, Rayson respected the guide because the Mountain Guardian clan always priced their services according to each person's true ability. Seeing Rayson accept the deal so easily, Rosaline still could not hide her frustration. As they walked, she kept complaining that the price was ridiculous and the old man was far too arrogant. Hearing her complaints, the brown-bearded dwarf immediately frowned and coldly declared that if they thought he was too expensive, he would leave at once. Faced with the situation, Rayson remained perfectly calm. He pointed out that if the dwarf's scent had really been stronger than his, the other 2 would never have reacted so wildly. The old man froze before finally admitting that Rayson's scent was indeed far stronger. Seizing the opportunity, Rayson took out a bottle of blue potion and made an offer. If the old man wanted a scent just as powerful, Rayson was willing to teach him how using nothing more than his own urine. The moment the dwarf saw the potion, he swallowed hard with excitement. Rayson explained that mixing just a few drops into a mountain guardian's urine would amplify its scent many times over. However, it was an extremely expensive potion. If the dwarf agreed to guide them to the dungeon, Rayson would give him the entire bottle for free instead of paying him. Hearing such an incredible offer, the old man's attitude changed instantly. The brown-bearded dwarf happily accepted the potion, grinning from ear to ear. He promised that as long as he was leading the way, no part of Pingshield Mountain would be beyond their reach. Watching everything, Rosaline looked at Rayson with admiration and blurted out that he was truly amazing. Rayson simply looked surprised and asked what she meant. The three continued along the lonely cliffs of Pingshield Mountain. Along the way, Rayson asked their guide if anything unusual had happened there recently. The dwarf suddenly stopped, pointed straight at the sky, and told them to look up if they wanted the answer. Rayson looked up in the direction the dwarf pointed, but saw only drifting white clouds at first. A moment later, he finally noticed a tiny black dot and silently admired the Mountain Guardian clan's incredible eyesight. The brown-bearded dwarf explained that it was a bald eagle. It had once been an ordinary bird, but recently it had grown enormous and started hunting members of his clan. Rayson found that strange because bald eagles did not normally hunt people. The guide guessed that a newly formed dungeon on Pingshield Mountain was the most likely cause. After hearing that, Rayson immediately told Rosaline that the dungeon was their real objective. Taking the chance, he asked the dwarf to guide them there. The dwarf agreed but seriously warned that the giant eagle could swoop down and attack at any moment. When Rosaline asked if it would stalk them the entire way, he quietly nodded. The dwarf insisted it was entirely possible and revealed that many of his clansmen had already died beneath the monster's razor-sharp talons. Realizing the danger ahead, Rayson suddenly announced that they would stop for the day. The decision left Rosaline completely confused. Rayson explained that they would withdraw for now and return to the exact same place 1 week later to continue the journey. The scene shifted to a massive waterfall, where Rosaline trained her footwork by leaping across floating logs. Seeing Rayson deep in thought on the riverbank, she walked over and asked why he had delayed everything for an entire week. Was he not worried that something might change? Rayson calmly explained that this mission had no time limit, so there was no need to rush. In his view, their father had deliberately designed this trial, and at least they already had part of the information they needed. Rayson then asked Rosaline whether it was easier to know the answer in advance or search for it on her own. Without hesitation, she answered that having the answer beforehand was obviously much easier. Rayson filled a bottle with water from the waterfall and smiled knowingly. He said that if it were really that easy, something would be seriously wrong. Rayson believed their father had made this trial even harder than the Shadow Desert mission. The giant bald eagle was the clearest proof, so their first objective would be to kill it. Rosaline curiously asked if he had already come up with a plan. Rayson calmly nodded, emptied the water from his water skin, and revealed that he would use Northrand's second-tier spell, Ice Arrow. According to him, the spell was perfect for long-range attacks. You could not hunt a bird by chasing it forever. Deep down, Rayson guessed that his father also wanted to test his long-range combat abilities through this challenge. Even so, Rosaline doubted that a mere second-tier spell could really bring down such a gigantic monster. Rayson simply admitted he was not completely sure, but then he smiled confidently and revealed that he already had a backup plan. A week later, the three of them returned to Pingshield Mountain. The brown-bearded dwarf firmly declared that it was time to continue. The moment they entered the familiar area, Rosaline had to cover her nose because the stench was even worse than before. Walking ahead with his staff, the guide seriously warned them that this barren land was where the giant eagle often appeared, so everyone needed to stay alert. While Rayson calmly walked forward, Rosaline guessed he was already carrying out a plan, most likely to test his second-tier magic. Right then, the giant eagle suddenly spread its wings across the sky. The instant he saw the monster, the dwarf panicked and ran for his life. Before disappearing, he shouted that his only job was to guide them, and the fighting was Rayson's problem. Standing alone in the open, Rayson focused completely. Thanks to Heavenly Eye, he immediately sensed the overwhelming killing intent locked onto him. From high above, the giant eagle with blazing red eyes dove like an arrow, its razor-sharp talons aimed straight at Rayson, as if to tear him apart. Facing the sudden assault, Rayson remained perfectly calm and immediately cast the second-tier spell, Ice Arrow. The ice arrow shot forward at incredible speed and pierced straight through the monster's head. With a single strike, the giant eagle collapsed on the spot without any chance to fight back. Seeing the enemy fall so easily, Rosaline finally sighed in relief and remarked that it had been much simpler than she expected. Rayson calmly confirmed that it was indeed the eagle they had been looking for. But just as Rosaline thought the danger was over, Rayson warned her that it was not finished yet. His words instantly put her back on guard. At that moment, the eagle's corpse suddenly convulsed before decomposing at an unbelievable speed. Within moments, the massive body had become nothing but a cold white skeleton. The brown-bearded dwarf walked over with his staff, smiling happily, as he declared that the threat was finally gone and they could safely enter the dungeon. Unlike the relieved guide, Rayson's eyes turned ice-cold. Without any warning, he poured mana into his fist, spun around, and threw a crushing punch straight at the guide. Rosalind was stunned by the sudden attack. She rushed over to stop Rayson and demanded to know why he had attacked the man. Rayson calmly asked if she still had not noticed anything strange. Rosalind hesitated and said all she saw was Rayson attacking a member of the Mountain Guardian tribe. Before she could finish, the scene before her left her speechless. The dwarf's body quickly dissolved into white smoke and vanished completely with the wind. Rosalind stood frozen in disbelief because only seconds ago he had been standing right in front of them. Staring at the empty space, Rayson concluded the guide had been nothing more than a magical illusion. He realized the enemy had prepared this trap in advance and would not let them reach their goal so easily. Rosalind kept watching the fading smoke with a confused expression. She could not understand because she had never heard of anyone from the Mountain Guardian tribe turning into smoke. Rayson calmly explained the answer was simple, because that man had never been part of the Mountain Guardian tribe. Then he told Rosalind to follow him. Without wasting another second, Rayson walked forward, while Rosalind hurried after him. Reaching an open field, Rayson crouched down to examine the footprints and judged from their size and shape that they belonged to monsters. He then asked Rosalind what kind of creature on a mountain this large could treat bald eagles as prey. Rayson guessed it had to be a pack of monsters, with at least 10 of them. He concluded that if so many monsters were really here, they should have sensed their presence. That meant their aura was most likely hidden by magic. Rosalind immediately understood, and Rayson confirmed the imposter had probably used magic to disguise himself as a member of the Mountain Guardian tribe. Amazed by his sharp observation, Rosalind asked when he first became suspicious. Rayson answered that he had suspected the man from the moment they met earlier that day. He recalled the fake dwarf and pointed out the flaws in his disguise. According to Rayson, the staff carried a mana stone, even though the Mountain Guardian tribe was famous for hating products of modern civilization. That single detail made Rayson stay alert and wait for the imposter to expose himself. Walking to a nearby bush, he brushed away the leaves and revealed a hidden magic circle beneath them. Rayson explained that once the caster disappeared, the concealment spell covering the magic circle vanished as well. Looking over the area, Rayson summed up that someone had impersonated the Mountain Guardian tribe to lure them into a trap before summoning monsters to kill them both. Even so, this magic circle only raised even more questions. He fell into thought, because if the monster summoning required the bald eagle to die, too many things still made no sense. Rayson continued that if the imposter was truly a mage, his methods were far too sloppy. If the enemy wanted them dead, he could have prepared a far more elaborate and flawless trap instead of relying on this plan. Holding the staff with the red mana stone, Rayson became even more convinced that something was wrong. The strangest part was that despite staying fully alert, he still could not detect any other traps or mana fluctuations nearby. As he examined the smoking skeleton of the bald eagle, Rayson suddenly realized something important. The monster's sudden growth in power had nothing to do with their father's plan. Seeing the situation change, Rosalind anxiously asked if they could continue without a guide from the Mountain Guardian tribe. Rayson calmly nodded and said relying too much on their help would never guarantee success. He believed that if this mission had truly been left behind by Kotelu and Anbekto, then the clues were hidden so well that even the Mountain Guardian tribe could not find them. As he scanned the surroundings, Rayson suddenly noticed glowing ancient runes carved into the trunk of a massive tree. The ancient symbols shone brightly against the mountcliff and like markers left behind for those who came later. Meanwhile, inside a quiet, secret chamber, Patriarch DK Cha calmly enjoyed a cup of tea. After one sip, he frowned and criticized the other man's terrible brewing for wasting such fine tea. DK Cha then looked directly at Patriarch Grandel and asked why he had come this time. He casually followed it with a random question about tea brewed from caroten flowers. Patriarch Grandel looked confused and admitted he had never even heard of such a flower. Then he told DK Cha to stop changing the subject because it was time to reveal what Pingfeng Mountain was really hiding. Facing the question, DK Cha coldly replied that even he did not know the truth. Everything he had told the younger generation came from the Prophet's journal, and he had never personally verified any of it. Patriarch Grandel's face darkened as a surge of purple aura erupted around him. He sternly asked what would happen if his daughter got hurt. DK Cha calmly sipped his tea and replied that Grandel himself had once said he would not spoil his daughter. If she was always protected, she would never overcome the trials ahead. Those words enraged Patriarch Grandel. He stepped forward and warned that if anything happened to his daughter, DK Cha would be the first to answer for it. DK Cha remained completely calm. He simply said Grandel could do as he pleased, but if the prophecy was true, the world was about to enter a completely new era. Back in the desolate mountains, Raisin and Rosalind finally faced the real trial. A gigantic beast suddenly charged out and let out a deafening roar that shook the entire area. Rosalind reacted instantly, delivering a powerful kick that dropped the monster on the spot. Even after defeating countless monsters along the way, Rosalind was breathing heavily. She complained they had fought for so long and still had no idea how far Pingfeng Mountain was. After looking around, Raisin suggested they find a place to rest for the night before moving on. In the end, they settled inside a quiet cave halfway up the mountain beneath the moonlight. Rosalind was still uneasy and asked if this dead-end cave was really safe. Raisin calmly assured her that no monster would dare enter. Thanks to his heavenly eye, Raisin already knew this cave had once been the home of an ancient spirit beast. Although the spirit beast was long gone, its lingering pressure still filled the cave and kept every monster outside from coming close. 3 days later, after surviving countless dangers, they finally arrived before the towering Pingfeng Mountain. At that moment, a blue system message appeared, telling them to find the key to unlock Pingfeng Mountain. Seeing the message, Raisin smiled because everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. He immediately opened his subspace and took out an item he had kept in storage. The moment Rosalind saw it, she froze in shock because it was the familiar staff. Raisin slowly walked forward, carrying the wooden staff with the red mana stone that he had taken from the imposter. Without hesitation, he inserted the staff into a hollow slot in the mountainside. To everyone's surprise, the staff fit perfectly as if it had been made for that exact place. Raisin instantly realized that defeating the fake guardian had been the first requirement to complete the mission. Moments later, the ground began to shake violently. The massive cliff slowly cracked open, leaving Rosalind staring in amazement. As the rocks collapsed, an enormous ancient staircase emerged and stretched all the way to the peak of Pingfeng Mountain. Raisin looked back at Rosalind and calmly told her to keep moving. Rosalind quickly followed, muttering that once again, Raisin had guided her from start to finish. The two continued deeper into the summit, but the moment they stepped into an open area, Raisin suddenly stopped, his eyes widening in surprise. From the darkness ahead, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. It was a skeleton clad in black armor with glowing crimson eyes. A massive greatsword rested in its hand as it advanced, while repeating in a deep voice, "Turn back, turn back." Rosalind immediately recognized it as the Black Armor Knight. Raisin concluded it was the guardian of this trial, with strength equal to at least a 5-star warrior or a 4th circle mage. Facing the enemy, Raisin quickly assessed the situation. Rosalind was still confident, but he was only a 3rd circle mage, so this battle would be anything but easy. When Rosalind asked what the creature was, Raisin calmly answered that it was a Black Armor Knight. She wondered if he had read about it in an ancient book, but Raisin casually replied that one look was enough. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Rosalind seriously asked if they had any way to deal with it. Raisin did not answer right away. Instead, he suddenly took off his black cloak. The unexpected move made Rosalind blush as she shouted what he was doing, while Raisin remained perfectly calm. As the cloak came off, Raisin's lean, muscular body was revealed. He firmly declared it was finally time to fight at full power, so he no longer needed that outfit. The cloak hit the ground with a thunderous crash, and the impact shook the stone beneath their feet. Rosalind was left speechless after realizing the cloak weighed at least 500 kilograms. She could not believe Raisin had carried something that heavy the entire journey. Freed from the burden, Raisin rolled his shoulders as brilliant blue mana erupted around his body. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, and declared that after such a boring climb, a worthy opponent had finally appeared. No longer restrained by the heavy cloak, Raisin charged straight into a life-or-death battle against the Black Armor Knight atop Pingf Mountain. The battle was brutally intense. Even with wounds covering his body and his breathing growing heavier, Raisin's determination never wavered. Watching from behind, Rosalind was stunned by Raisin's strength. In her eyes, he might have already surpassed Cassie, but the monster gave them no time to think. It swung its massive greatsword for a killing blow, but Raisin reacted instantly and dodged the strike by a hair. After creating some distance, Raisin gathered mana and cast 2nd circle ice magic. As he observed carefully, he quickly found the enemy's weak point hidden inside its core. An ice arrow tore through the air and pierced the Black Armor Knight's energy core. The precise hit made the monster roar in pain as it kept muttering, turn back, while frost spread across its body. Refusing to waste the chance, Rayson shouted and unleashed a relentless assault. Countless ice arrows rained down, but the Black Armor Knight blocked everyone with its great sword. Then a crimson blood magic circle suddenly appeared beneath its feet, glowing with an eerie light. Rosalind gasped in horror as she realized the monster had secretly drawn the magic circle with its own blood. Before the ritual could finish, Rayson immediately activated his first circle ice spell, Frozen Stillness. A freezing wave exploded outward, instantly encasing both the greatsword and the Black Armor Knight in ice. Seizing the rare opening, Rayson poured every remaining drop of mana into second circle ice arrow and combined it with the first circle supreme spell, Interaction, creating countless devastating ice arrows. The barrage slammed into the monster without pause, shaking its enormous body with every impact. But forcing out so much power came at a price. The backlash overwhelmed Rayson, and he collapsed onto the ground. He realized 4 of his ribs had been broken. Watching everything unfold, Rosalind was completely speechless. A thought immediately crossed her mind that this had to be one of Mayton's latest research projects. At that moment, Rosalind believed everything finally made sense. To hide that research, they had forced Rayson to pretend to be a worthless nobody. Meanwhile, the Black Armor Knight could only let out weak growls, still repeating, turn back, turn back. At last, the red glow faded from its eyes as its body collapsed and crumbled into dust. Seeing the giant enemy defeated, Rosalind hurried over and told Rayson to focus on meditating and restoring his mana while she kept watch. Rayson nodded in thanks and closed his eyes. A system message immediately appeared, confirming that Rayson was simultaneously using the Grandel family's new meditation technique and a basic magic cultivation method. Blue mana and crimson flames spiraled around his body. Rosalind stared in disbelief, unable to understand how Rayson could perfectly control 2 completely opposing techniques at the same time. Yet only a short while later, Rayson opened his eyes and stood up. Rosalind urged him to rest longer since the area was still safe. Rayson shook his head, saying that the silence itself was suspicious because the trial was not truly over. Seeing Rosalind still confused, Rayson explained that the real test had begun the moment the fake Mount Guardian tribe member appeared. He reminded her of what the false guide had said about the bald eagle suddenly becoming much stronger. In theory, defeating it should have revealed every secret, yet nothing had changed. As he spoke, Rayson picked up his black garment. Seeing him prepare to wear it again, Rosalind asked in disbelief if he really intended to carry that incredible weight once more. Rayson nodded, explaining that his control over his martial soul was still unstable. At the same time, he pieced together everything that had happened. Rayson silently concluded that if this trial was even more complicated than Cotelia's test, then the mastermind was almost certainly the great sage Anbecto. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly erupted before them. Rosalind watched in astonishment as the Black Armor Knight vanished completely. The only thing left behind was a glowing golden-orange stone floating in midair. Without hesitation, Rayson stepped forward to inspect the treasure the monster had been guarding. It was the Thunder Dragon Stone, the artifact that sealed the power of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon was an ancient lightning dragon species that had gone extinct long ago. More importantly, it had never appeared in the original story Rayson knew and existed only in the world's background lore. Rayson fell into deep thought as he connected every clue, starting with Pingfeng Mountain being split in 2, all the way to the life and death battle with the Black Armor Knight that had just ended. After careful consideration, he realized obtaining the Thunder Dragon Stone had been far too easy, especially since its value far exceeded the danger they had faced. Rosalind stepped closer to the stone and remarked that its aura felt incredibly strange. Rayson agreed, convinced it was anything but an ordinary artifact. But as he watched golden lightning dancing around the stone, a terrifying possibility crossed Rayson's mind. If everything had been a trial created by the great sage Invecto, then this entire place was probably nothing more than a magical illusion. The moment he realized it, Rayson's expression changed. He immediately shouted for Rosalind. Startled, she turned around and quickly asked what was wrong. There was no time to explain. Rayson yelled that they had to leave this place immediately. Rosalind spun around and ran, but after only a few steps she slammed into an invisible wall and cried out in pain. Rayson was shocked to discover their escape route had been sealed by a barrier. Staring at the hexagonal wall of energy, Rosalind asked if a 4-star martial soul could break it, but Rayson immediately denied it because the barrier could even absorb martial soul power. He closed his eyes in frustration, enduring the pain from his broken ribs while wondering if any escape was left. Just then, an idea suddenly flashed through Rayson's mind. He opened his eyes and called out to Rosalind. Rosalind immediately looked at him with obvious concern. Gripping the Thunder Dragon stone crackling with lightning, Rayson seriously told her that if this really destroyed the barrier, she had to leave at once and never look back. Hearing those strange instructions, Rosalind was stunned and repeatedly asked what he was planning to do. Inside Rayson's mind, every clue finally came together. He believed this was the intelligence trial prepared by the great sage Anbekto. Every move had been anticipated, and the illusion existed only to pressure him into finding the answer. Rayson concluded that Anbekto had deliberately turned the Thunder Dragon stone into a trap to force challengers to abandon it, but he refused to accept defeat. Rayson immediately activated the intermediate combat spell Iron Body to push his endurance to the limit. Even as lightning tore through his body, he believed this was the final test to prove he deserved the Thunder Dragon Stone. Seeing its master's condition grow worse, the Holy Grail Pookie flew out and warned that Rayson's mana had become completely unstable, while desperately telling him to stop. Even so, Rayson never wavered. In his mind, anyone who could not claim the treasure before them had no right to become its successor. Even as the unbearable pain nearly erased his consciousness, Rayson forced his hand toward the Thunder Dragon Stone. The instant he touched it, a massive lightning explosion swallowed the entire space in darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Rayson slowly regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion and wondered where he was. Before he could recover, Rosalind grabbed his collar and shook him repeatedly while shouting for him to wake up. Completely startled, Rayson could only beg her to stop. Looking across the endless green field surrounding them, Rayson still had no idea what had happened and asked where they were. Rosalind let out a quiet sigh and admitted she had struggled for a long time over whether to save herself or stay behind and save Rayson. Rosalind confessed that the old her would have rushed in without hesitation to save him, but this time she chose to trust Rayson and follow his instructions instead. Hearing that, Rayson blankly asked what he had said. Moments later, the memories before he lost consciousness came rushing back. He remembered telling Rosalind that if the plan succeeded and the barrier broke, she had to leave immediately and never look back. Rosalind explained that the moment she escaped the area around Pingfeng Mountain, she saw Rayson blasted out by a terrifying force. Rayson looked surprised and asked if she had been the one who caught him. Holding her aching side, Rosalind gave a helpless smile and admitted it. She said the impact had probably broken one or two of her ribs. Seeing that, Rayson immediately told her to sit down and meditate while he treated her injuries. Rosalind, however, insisted he should worry about himself first. Only then did Rayson notice something strange. His body should have been covered in serious injuries after the battle, yet it now felt unbelievably healthy. He immediately called for Pookie to ask why, and quickly discovered a huge amount of lightning mana automatically merging into his body. Wanting to confirm the source of that power, Rayson immediately opened his subspace. Reaching into the storage space, he pulled out an item. The moment Rosalind saw it, she recognized the very same stone from before. Curious, she asked if it was the reward Patriarch Mayton had prepared for him. Looking at the glowing Thunder Dragon stone resting in his palm, Rayson simply smiled and admitted that even he could not say for certain. Rayson guessed that the bald eagle's sudden increase in strength had probably been a sign that a nearby dungeon had been activated. He continued by explaining that the place they had just experienced was only an artificial space created by magic, while the real Pingfeng Mountain was somewhere else entirely. After hearing the explanation, Rosalind was left speechless. She never imagined there were so many people in the world whose power rivaled Rayson's father. Rayson replied that there were probably only a handful of people who had reached that level. At the same time, he began questioning why his father had sent him here and whether he knew Anbekto and Koteliu. Rayson recalled that his father had always looked down on combat magic, while Anbekto was the one who created it. If his father truly knew Anbekto, he should not have held that opinion. As he held the Thunder Dragon Stone, Rayson felt everything becoming even more confusing. He decided to ask his father directly after returning home. After putting the stone away, Rayson looked down the mountain path and asked Rosalind how they were supposed to get back down. He knew the descent would be incredibly difficult without a guide from the Mountain Guardian tribe, especially with both of them completely exhausted. Just then, Rosalind said she wanted to try something. Rayson looked puzzled and asked what she meant. Instead of answering, Rosalind asked if he still had some Marutu medicine with him. Even though her confidence made him suspicious, Rayson still nodded. Soon afterward, the two safely returned to the village at the foot of Pingfang Mountain. The moment they entered, Hampton happily brought over a bowl of herbal medicine and welcomed them back, saying he was relieved the young master had returned safely and urging him to drink it. Rayson smiled, accepted the bowl, and thanked Hampton. Standing beside him, Rosalind pouted and asked if she could have some too. But after only one sip, Rayson's face twisted in horror at the awful taste, and he immediately stuck out his tongue in protest. Just then, Hampton took out a letter sealed with red wax and said it had arrived from the family. It also seemed that the patriarch wanted to speak with the young master in private. Rayson and Rosalind opened the letter. He immediately guessed it had something to do with everything that had happened at Pingfang Mountain. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from a dark corner of the room. "Young master." Startled, Rayson turned around and discovered Hera had been standing there the entire time. She was the one who had delivered the letter to Hampton. Hera stepped forward and seriously warned that something inside Rayson's subspace seemed to be moving. Hearing that, Rayson immediately asked if she was referring to his subspace. Hera explained that she could sense a very faint aura, but it carried an incredibly violent presence. Wanting to confirm it immediately, Rayson brought Hera into his private room. He opened his subspace, took out the Thunder Dragon stone crackling with golden lightning, and asked if this was what she had sensed. Hera stared at the stone for a moment, before firmly confirming it was. She emphasized that the power inside was extremely dangerous. Rayson then asked if she could also sense the hidden lightning energy within the stone, and Hera immediately nodded. Hera's expression turned even more serious. She warned that the stone's aura was like a volcano ready to erupt, and if it lost control, it would become a massive threat to Rayson. Rayson simply smiled with confidence and replied that whether it became a threat or a source of power depended entirely on the one using it. Those unwavering words reminded Hera of something Patriarch D.K. Cha Mayton had once told her. Never doubt the bloodline of the Mayton family. Looking at Rayson's back, Hera admired him even more. For a moment, his figure overlapped with the commanding presence of the patriarch from years ago. Perhaps this was the pride of the Mayton bloodline that D.K. Cha had spoken of. Meanwhile, Rayson quietly continued watching the Thunder Dragon stone as bright arcs of lightning kept flashing from it. He believed that if the stone had truly been prepared by the great sage, Anbekto, then it could not be nothing but a disaster. What intrigued Rayson the most was whether a real Thunder Dragon would eventually emerge from it, because even in the original story he had written, such a dragon had never appeared. According to the world lore Rayson remembered, Thunder Dragons grew by absorbing mages. However, they developed far too slowly, proving that this was not the ideal method of evolution. That contradiction only made a faint smile appear on Rayson's face. The more he thought about it, the more fascinated he became. After all, Anbekto had created combat magic, a power system once mocked by the entire world. Now Rayson wanted to discover just how Anbekto had transformed the Thunder Dragon stone. Soon after, Rayson headed to the Mayton estate in response to his father's summons. As soon as he entered, he bowed respectfully and announced that Rayson Mayton had arrived as instructed. Standing before a large window with his back turned, D.K. Cha slowly said that today he was not meeting Rayson as the patriarch. Seeing Rayson's confusion, he turned around and told him to call him father instead. The unexpected request left Rayson frozen for a few seconds. He quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed him as father. But before D.K. Cha could explain why he had called him here, Rayson spoke first. That if they were speaking as father and son today, then he wanted to ask one thing first. Had his father already known what he would obtain at Bayongpung Mountain? D.K. father calmly asked if Rayson was accusing him of creating that place. Then he asked who Rayson believed was truly behind everything. The sharp counter-question instantly put Rayson on guard. D.K. father slowly explained that if Rayson asked that question, it meant he believed someone else also knew the secret of Bayongpung Mountain, but according to him, only one person truly understood that place. Then he asked what Rayson had actually seen. Rayson silently admitted that his father was an incredibly difficult, celestial realm mage to deal with. He immediately argued that maybe more than one person knew that secret, but D.K. father rejected the idea at once. He insisted only one person knew the complete truth, unless the Mayton family somehow had two family heads. Rayson stepped forward and asked directly if there was a secret mission that only the Mayton family head was allowed to know. The room fell into heavy silence the moment the question was asked. Rayson knew that unless he uncovered the truth, the original story would eventually drag him toward his death, so he decided to reveal everything. If he could speak today as the seventh young master, he would hide none of his deductions. Since his father claimed only the Mayton family head knew that secret, there had to be knowledge passed down only to the family head. But judging by his reaction, even his father did not know the whole truth. Hearing that, DK father narrowed his eyes and coldly asked how Rayson intended to prove that theory. Rayson reminded him of what happened before the trip to Byongpung Mountain. His father had said the reward would match Rosaline's, but in reality, what Rayson brought back was the true reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayson opened his subspace. He took out the Thunder Stone and asked if his father recognized it. Then he explained that legend said a Thunder Dragon was sealed inside. Looking at the stone radiating overwhelming lightning power, DK father admitted it was his first time seeing such a treasure. Rayson immediately offered to hand it over if needed, but DK father firmly refused and declared it belonged to Rayson. Hearing his father confirm it personally, Rayson smiled with satisfaction and thanked him. Seeing that calculating smile, DK father realized the boy had deliberately forced him to acknowledge Rayson's ownership of the treasure. He quickly returned to a serious expression and asked what else Rayson wanted to say. DK father pressed him again because Rayson still had not answered the most important question: who had created that trial? The question made Rayson freeze because he already knew the real answer was the great sage Anbekto. But Rayson also knew that mentioning Anbekto, or Theo, directly would immediately trigger the curse, and the price would be devastating. So he had to come up with another explanation that sounded convincing while keeping himself safe. Within moments, Rayson created the perfect story. He seriously claimed that he had dreamed of a beautiful woman from the Mayton family. She said she had two hearts and told him the dream was an omen. The moment he heard that, DK father's expression changed completely, and his eyes widened in shock. That night beneath the crescent moon over the Mayton estate, DK father stood silently by the window. Rayson's words kept echoing in his mind. Had the founder of the family, Kesa Mayton, really appeared in the boy's dream? Without hesitation, DK father summoned Hera and the prophet Gray to the main hall. The moment they arrived, he sternly ordered Hera to tell him everything she knew. Caught off guard, Hera froze for a moment before hesitantly asking what the family head meant. At that moment, the memory of one of the darkest tragedies in Mayton family history resurfaced. Amid the furious crowd screaming for her execution, their ancestor Kesa Mayton was bound to a burning stake, with her long gray hair hanging down. Everyone demanded that the woman they called a witch be burned alive. Gray slowly explained that Kesa had once foretold the destruction of the Mayton family. She said the only way to change that fate was for a true descendant of her own to appear and save everyone. He also admitted that the chance of such a thing happening was almost zero, so the Mayton family had long accepted that their destruction was inevitable. DK father then asked whether Kesa had left any sign that would identify that descendant if they ever appeared. Gray answered seriously that such a person would be in existence beyond all reason, surpassing every rule and every piece of logic recognized by this world. DK father's expression grew even heavier. He ordered Gray to recite Kesa's prophecy exactly as she had left it. The burning stake appeared once again. Surrounded by roaring flames, Kesa Mayton remained bound, but still shouted a curse filled with hatred. She declared that one day, a sword with an impossible existence would sever the veins of the arrogant. Even as the flames consumed her body, she cried out that someone would one day fill that empty existence and make the flower bloom once again. In the end, the fire left behind nothing but cold ashes beneath the dark sky. Back in the present, DK father stood silently before the ancient portrait of his ancestor inside a quiet, secret chamber. He quietly murmured that Rayson had seen a beautiful Mayton woman who claimed to have two hearts and was also the origin of the entire bloodline. Looking at the moon beyond the window, DK father smiled thoughtfully. Had the founder of the Mayton family truly appeared in Rayson's dream? Meanwhile, night still blanketed the autumn estate. From the darkness, a stunning young woman with blazing red hair slowly approached. The door to Rayson's room slowly opened, revealing the cold red eyes of the newcomer. She smiled at her younger brother and congratulated him on completing the mission so brilliantly. She even mentioned that he had received an official invitation from the Grandel family. Her sudden appearance left Rayson completely stunned. The girl flashed a playful smile and asked if it was true that Rayson had obtained a very interesting treasure. She even teased him for keeping it all to himself instead of sharing it with his sister. Moving closer with an innocent but obviously fake expression, Posa gave Rayson a sly smile and asked to see the Thunder Dragon stone. The moment she called the treasure by name, Raisin became alert and asked if their father had told her about it. Posa smiled knowingly as she casually walked around the room. She admitted their father had summoned her. Since he rarely cared about family matters, she had expected something important. Yet all he talked about was the Thunder Dragon Stone. Then she asked why their father had deliberately told her that Raisin possessed it. Meeting his sister's sharp gaze, Raisin stayed silent for a moment, before concluding that Posa must have already known something about the Thunder Dragon Stone. Hearing that answer, Posa smiled with satisfaction and confirmed he was absolutely right. She explained that she had never revealed this secret to anyone except her personal guard, so even she was surprised that their father about it. Posa leaned closer, her crimson eyes glowing mysteriously, and quietly asked whether Raisin remembered the ritual held 10 years ago. She slowly brought up the past. During that ceremony, she had proudly announced that she had returned with Cynthia's wings. Raisin frowned as he recalled how proud she had looked back then, as if she had accomplished an incredible feat. Posa laughed at herself and admitted it was true, but compared to what Evalia and Siron had achieved, that accomplishment was nothing. Looking back, she felt she had been childish. Her confession made Raisin realize something important. That mission had never been just about retrieving Cynthia's wings. Seeing that her brother had figured it out, Posa smiled with satisfaction and confirmed it. Raisin quickly concluded that the true objective must have been an incredibly valuable treasure, one worth fighting the temple for. But if the temple protected such an item, its defenses had to be nearly impossible to breach. Posa tilted her head and asked what kind of forces he thought the temple had prepared. Raisin replied that a few holy knights would never be enough. If she could speak so confidently about that mission, then the temple must have deployed elite swordsmen as well. Hearing that, Posa could not hide her surprise at Raisin's reasoning. She looked at him with growing fascination, thinking he had guessed almost everything correctly. An odd thought even crossed her mind about keeping him all to herself. Noticing that unsettling look, Raisin quickly stepped back and warned her not to start thinking about cutting off any of his body parts. Posa laughed and asked if her intentions were really that obvious. Then she confirmed he was right. Around 20 swordsmen had been sent to guard the site that day. Raisin swallowed nervously before seriously asking if she had killed every one of them. Posa calmly gave him a cold smile and answered that of course she had. At once, memories of that raid surfaced as the temple burned in a sea of flames. A heavily armored swordsman charged forward like a madman, swinging his blade while screaming that he would kill the butcher of the Mayton family. Even against the fierce assault, Posa remained perfectly calm and slipped past the blade by a hair's breadth. Her movement was so fast that countless afterimages filled the battlefield, leaving her enemy unable to find her real position. After a long and futile chase, the exhausted swordsman gasped in horror, unable to understand how a mage could possess such terrifying speed. He poured every ounce of strength into one final slash, but his blade cut through nothing but an after-image Posa had deliberately left behind. Believing he had killed the third young lady of the Mayton family, he burst into triumphant laughter. At that moment, magic flared to life. While the swordsman was still celebrating, Posa and her subordinates quietly appeared behind him. One of them asked if they should finish him off, but Posa coldly replied to let him laugh until he died. Back in the present, Raisin concluded that after that raid, both the Swordsmen's Association and the Holy Kingdom had remained completely silent. That meant they had an overwhelming reason to keep everything hidden. Posa revealed that the place had actually stored countless forbidden items tied to both the Holy Kingdom and the swordsman. Hearing that, Raisin immediately realized how serious the secret was. In Posa's memory, she personally activated a massive magic circle. The explosion shattered the temple's powerful defensive wall. As the dust settled, a hidden tunnel appeared before them, leaving everyone stunned. Inside, Posa discovered countless dangerous forbidden substances, including sunbranch, sampura, Mandela's tears, and alisto powder. Hearing that list, Raisin was shocked. He could not understand why such illegal drugs had been hidden inside the temple. Posa explained that this was exactly why neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Swordsmen's Association dared to speak. The place was actually a major smuggling hub for forbidden drugs, and many of the swordsmen involved were merely transporters who never knew the full truth. Raisin instantly understood that Posa's raid and the loss of that hidden stockpile had forced both major powers into silence. Remembering the horrific smell of burned bodies from the drug addicts during that mission, Posa still shivered. She even admitted she had once hated her father for assigning her such a terrifying task. However, the most valuable prize was not Cynthia's wings but an encrypted ancient book. After cracking the code, Posa discovered secrets powerful enough to shake the entire continent. Every one of them was connected to the dragon stones. Raisin immediately asked what the book contained. Posa calmly replied that it mainly focused on dragon stones, just like the one he possessed. According to the ancient text, every dragon stone sealed a dragon inside, but to awaken it, the owner first had to prepare something called a nest. The moment Posa mentioned it, Raisin understood her goal. He guessed she was after that nest, wasn't she? After Posa nodded, Raisin asked why she had not taken it herself. Posa gave a mocking laugh and said that sometimes he was brilliant, but other times unbelievably dense. A confused Raisin asked what she meant. Posa stepped closer, and an overwhelming killing intent filled the room. She asked why she would willingly reveal such a valuable place to someone who could become her rival. It turned out that the dungeon was extremely unusual. Although it had been built by humans, the conditions for entering it were unbelievably strange. The moment he heard that, Raisin immediately guessed the restriction was based on age. Posa confirmed he was right and remarked how bizarre the condition was. But what shocked her even more was when Raisin calmly named the dungeon himself. It was the Cloud Bakery. The moment she heard that name, Posa's expression changed completely. Her crimson eyes widened in disbelief as she wondered how Raisin knew such a secret. Not wanting to reveal that he had transmigrated, Raisin simply made up an excuse and claimed he had learned it by chance. Posa remained skeptical, repeatedly emphasizing the words by chance, before asking whether he knew anything else about that place. Raisin did not answer directly. He only said he did not know everything, but first he wanted to apologize to her. Then he looked straight at Posa and firmly declared that he also needed a nest. The instant she heard those words, Posa's smile disappeared. Crimson killing intent erupted around her as she coldly demanded to know if Raisin intended to keep the Thunder Dragon Stone for himself. She also questioned whether he was capable of controlling its power. Even under the overwhelming pressure of a future family head candidate, Raisin refused to back down. Blue mana surged around him, proving he was no longer the weak child he used to be. His determination forced Posa to reevaluate him. She admitted to herself that Raisin was far stronger than expected. If it had been Mayton instead, he would have passed out long ago. With an icy smile, she even said it only made her want to kill him more. Despite Posa's crushing killing intent, Raisin remained calm. He knew she could not make a move yet because the Thunder Dragon Stone belonged to him, and only he could find the right nest for it. After the confrontation with his sister ended, Raisin returned to his room and thought all night. The only thing on his mind finding the safest way to reach the Cloud Bakery. After weighing every option, Raisin chose a bold plan. If danger was unavoidable, it was better to keep it close, because sometimes the greatest threat could also become the most reliable ally. Once he made up his mind, Raisin quickly wrote a letter, tied it to a messenger bird, and sent it flying. The letter was addressed to his closest friend. At the ancient family estate, Cassin was focused on sword training when a servant rushed over to announce that a letter had arrived from Raisin Mayton. The moment Cassin accepted the letter, he could not hide his surprise and excitement after seeing Raisin's name. Not long afterward, the conversation continued in the family's main hall. Garcia Say calmly sipped his tea and asked his son what Raisin had written. Cassin honestly explained that Raisin wanted to explore an artificial dungeon called the Cloud Bakery, and he had also invited Rudia to join them. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Garcia Say asked if Cassin would still go even if he forbade it. Cassin answered without hesitation. He believed there was no good reason to turn down the trip. Garcia Say immediately warned him. What if this was a trap set by the Mayton family? He reminded Cassin that the Mayton and Say families had always been rivals, and family rivalries were never clean. According to him, those power struggles were often filled with schemes, cruelty, and dirty tricks. Despite his father's warning, Cassin stood firm. Looking Garcia Say in the eye, he admitted he understood the concern, but he believed Raisin would never do such a thing. Garcia Say continued explaining the risks. Since the dungeon had an age restriction, the family would not be able to send help once they entered. What if Rudia and Raisin teamed up to kill him? Cassin calmly answered with his own creed. Anyone who helped him would be repaid twice over, while anyone who betrayed him would pay tenfold. That bold answer pleased Garcia Say, who smiled proudly at his son. However, Cassin had one more thing to say. He seriously reminded his father that he had insulted his friend, so if the trip ended without incident, he hoped Garcia Say would personally apologize to Raisin. Instead of getting angry, Garcia Say burst into hearty laughter. He said it seemed he had truly managed to upset his son this time. In the end, he agreed to the request, but his expression soon turned serious again. He admitted that he actually trusted Raisin Mayton as a person. What he could not trust was the Mayton family as a whole. When Cassin asked why, Garcia Say simply replied that he would explain after the preliminary investigation was finished. A few days later, Rayson and Rudia arrived early at their meeting place deep in the forest. The moment Kassan appeared, Rudia happily waved and joked that she thought he had disappeared for good. Dressed in imposing knight armor, Kassan greeted them before getting straight to the point. He asked if they had already confirmed the location of the Cloud Bakery. Rayson immediately nodded, spread out a map, and pointed to one location. According to his estimate, the dungeon was hidden inside the northern basin, within Say family territory, so Kassin should already know the area well. But the moment Kassin heard the location, his expression changed. He nervously asked whether Rayson was absolutely certain the artificial dungeon was there. Seeing his friend's unusual reaction, Rayson was surprised. It was the first time he had ever seen Kassan look so serious, so he asked what was wrong with that place. Kassin lowered his voice and explained that the city was controlled by the drug queen Hanker, and it was also a stain the Say family wanted to keep hidden. According to him, the place was complete chaos. Drug addicts filled the streets, while robbery and murder were everyday occurrences. After hearing that, Rayson asked if it could be considered a lawless zone. Kassin confirmed it without hesitation, adding that the law barely existed there anymore. That was why he opposed bringing the Say family's swordsmen along, which made Rayson curious. Kassin explained that if they traveled with a full escort, the group would be far too large and would attract the attention of every faction in the area before accomplishing anything. Rayson quickly agreed. A large force entering the basin could easily make Hanker think it was a provocation. Even if that was not their intention, the criminals there would immediately become suspicious. At that moment, Rudia innocently held up a letter and suggested sending Hanker a notice in advance. She explained that they could simply inform Hanker they were passing through and ask her gang to stay out of the way. Rayson immediately rejected the idea. He said that if the heirs of two prestigious families had to ask permission from a criminal, it would only disgrace their families. Kassin completely agreed with Rayson and insisted they could never lower themselves before Hanker. Seeing that Rudia still did not understand, Kassin explained that sending a letter would be the same as acknowledging Hanker as the ruler of that land, and admitting they needed her permission just to cross her territory. Hearing Kassin speak with such conviction, Rayson could not help but admire him. The world's true protagonist had never lost his pride. Kassin made his decision without hesitation. They would walk through the main gate openly without notifying anyone, because their only goal was to complete the mission Posa had given them. But none of them knew that Posa was quietly sipping tea from a hidden corner while watching the entire conversation. Seeing the young master of the Say family standing beside her younger brother, Posa smirked. It seemed her overlooked little brother had finally learned how to win allies. At the same time, deep within the northern basin, the dark night covered an ancient castle standing in the middle of the cold wasteland. The ruler of this lawless land, the drug queen Hanker, sat calmly upon her throne. She slowly raised her pipe to her lips and leisurely exhaled a stream of smoke. After blowing out the pale blue smoke, Hanker frowned with displeasure. She complained that this batch of 5 spice herbs was terrible. That single remark was enough to make her subordinate, Deb, fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Hanker asked who had harvested the herbs. Deb quickly replied that it was a farmer named Kurago, who had worked for the organization for 7 years. Hanker coldly remarked that 7 years was certainly a long time, yet his skills had only gotten worse. Without the slightest hesitation, she ordered Kurago's head to be brought before her. In Hanker's eyes, it was time for the farmer to disappear. 5 spice herbs were the foundation of her power, and if inferior products reached the market, the reputation she had built would collapse along with her customers. Setting that matter aside, Hanker asked whether the letter from the fire mage, Posa, had. Deb confirmed it had, though he remained uneasy because Posa was the 3rd young lady of the Mayton family. Hanker calmly replied that there was nothing to fear. The northern basin belonged to the Say family, so no matter how powerful Posa was, she could not act recklessly here. What interested Hanker most was not the letter itself, but the fact that someone as proud as Posa had chosen to contact her first. She turned to her strategist and told him to use his brain to figure out Posa's true intention. Feeling trusted, Deb lowered his head with pride. Gazing into the night beyond the window, Hanker wondered whether the letter was a warning or a subtle message, telling her to be extremely cautious of the guests who were about to arrive. Deb immediately agreed. In his opinion, that was exactly how Posa wanted Hanker to interpret the message. A cold smile spread across Hanker's face. To her, the letter felt more like a provocation, as if Posa was deliberately trying to stir her pride and tempt her into dealing with those young visitors. Seeing his master beginning to show killing intent, Deb quickly advised against acting rashly. He suggested welcoming them politely for now, since one of the visitors still had an unknown identity, while another was definitely a descendant of the Mayton family. Deb then presented his plan. He brought up the notorious reputation of that young master and suggested spreading rumors that he had indulged himself in the pleasure district. If those rumors spread, the young master would lose all his honor, and the Mayton family's reputation would suffer as well. In the end, all the blame would likely fall on the seventh young master. However, Hanker was still concerned about the other visitor. Deb guessed that he was most likely the famous genius from the C family's line of swordsmen. Even thinking about that possibility made cold sweat run down Deb's back. He admitted that harming both of them would be inviting disaster, since the great families would surely use it as an excuse to wipe them out. Hanker fell into thought. She knew Posa was an excellent strategist and would never create such a situation without a reason. There had to be another objective hidden behind it all. Deb immediately nodded and said that, although he had no solid proof yet, his intelligence network had uncovered some interesting information. With a cunning smile, Deb revealed shocking news. The Say and Mayton families appeared to be on the verge of a major war. Meanwhile, beneath the quiet crescent moon, Rayson sat beside the campfire, lost in thought. Casson suddenly walked over and seriously asked whether there was any deep grudge between the Mayton and Say families. The unexpected question caught Rayson completely off guard, and he could only repeat the words, a grudge, in disbelief. His mind instantly became a mess. At that moment, memories from the original story slowly resurfaced. It had been a day of relentless rain. The day the Say family uncovered the full truth behind the massacre from years ago. The memory filled Rayson with anxiety. If everything unfolded just as it had in the original story, the only future awaiting the Mayton family would be total destruction. Standing beside him, Casson let out a quiet sigh and admitted that every time his father femined the Mayton family, he could never hide his killing intent, yet Casson still had no idea why. Those words weighed even heavier on Rayson's heart. He knew that if Mayton truly went to war with the Say family, Mayton's chances of survival would be slim. That was why Rayson quietly made up his mind. If he wanted to change the future, the first step was bringing Casson to his side. He knew the hatred began when Dikecha accidentally killed the eldest young master of the Say family. The tragedy was nothing more than an accident. Even Dikecha had no idea the man he killed carried such a special identity. Even more ironic, that unfortunate heir never knew he belonged to the Say bloodline because his mother, Leiden, kept the secret until her final breath. Years earlier, after Cassia left for secluded training, Leiden discovered she had an incurable illness called the Green Plague. Knowing she had little time left, she quietly took her son away and raised him in secret. Fate played another cruel joke. The son Cassia searched for over the years died by Dikecha's hand before father and son could ever recognize each other. By now, Cassia had probably realized that the lost child was no longer alive. After the incident, the Say family immediately sent an ultimatum demanding an official apology from Mayton. Rayson knew this was the beginning of the massive conflict between the two great families. But Mayton refused to bow, and the war between the two powers officially began. Seeing Rayson fall silent for so long, Casson asked if something was wrong. Snapping back to reality, Rayson quickly apologized for drifting off. To hide what he knew, Rayson simply said he did not know the whole story. Still, he believed they only needed to fulfill their own duties, and if Mayton and Say ever clashed, they should do everything possible to stop the conflict from going too far. Cassin calmly agreed that dialogue should always come first when possible. Still, he knew not every problem in the world could be solved with words. Casson's expression turned serious as he raised a question. What if one day war truly broke out between the two families? Before Casson could finish, Rayson interrupted him. He believed that day would never come because the two families had survived countless conflicts throughout history. But if fate forced them into battle, he would devote everything to becoming the staff that protected Mayton. Cassin answered without hesitation. He declared he would become the sword of the Say family, but hoped they could both promise to keep their honor no matter which side they stood on. Rayson smiled and agreed. He said they only needed to stay true to their own honor and not worry about a future that had not yet arrived. Those words eased Casson's mind. He gave Rayson a sincere smile and said he truly felt lucky to have a friend like Rayson Mayton. But at that very moment, a blue system window suddenly appeared before Rayson. It reported that the incarnation of Hades was undergoing a powerful emotional shift inside Casson Say. The moment Rayson read that name, he froze as cold sweat poured down his face. Memories immediately flooded back into his mind. Hades was the god of destruction, an evil existence whose purpose was to wipe out every living being in the world, the very embodiment of absolute ruin. Rayson stared at Casson in disbelief. Before he could recover, the system displayed another message. The incarnation of Hades was gradually developing a deep emotional dependence on Rayson Mayton. The revelation shocked Rayson to the core. He never imagined the one chosen by the god of destruction would be Casson. As night fell, Rayson, Casson, and Rudia quietly continued along the narrow path. After walking for a while, Rayson suddenly warned the others. He sensed that the forces in the northern basin had already discovered their presence. Hearing that, Casson immediately asked if he meant the drug queen Hanker. Rayson nodded and explained that ever since they arrived, everything had been far too peaceful, and that felt completely wrong. Casson agreed it was suspicious, but pointed out that they had not revealed any information. Rayson sighed and admitted he had a feeling Posa was the one who leaked the news. At the mention of the witch, Rudia immediately looked annoyed. Casson, meanwhile, could not understand why the third young lady of Mayton would do such a thing. Remembering his sister's cunning smile, Rayson could only force a bitter grin. He admitted that even he had no idea what Posa was planning. Suddenly, loud applause echoed through the darkness, shattering the silence. Moments later, a group of figures wearing black cloaks and clown masks stepped out of the bushes and quickly surrounded the trio. Their leader greeted them with a smile, saying the heir of the Mayton family truly lived up to his reputation. Casson immediately stepped in front of the others and demanded that the strangers remove their masks and reveal their identities. Watching Casson's back, Rayson felt even more certain that he was the true protagonist of this world. Their rule was to never reveal their real faces, though he promised no one would be harmed if everyone listened calmly. He spread his arms to show he meant no harm, insisting that as long as the conversation stayed peaceful, there would be no need for violence. Rayson narrowed his eyes and asked if that was really their rule. The leader nodded. He introduced the group as the personal guard of Queen Hanker, the ruler of the northern basin, so their identities had to remain an absolute secret. Hearing that the man only addressed him, Rayson immediately realized Casson had not been mentioned at all. It seemed Posa had deliberately hidden the fact that the young master of the Say family was traveling with them. Cutting through Rayson's thoughts, the leader bowed and introduced himself. He claimed his name was Deb, and that he was the chief strategist of the northern basin. Rayson gave a faint smile and replied that it made sense they hid their identities. People who did dirty work were always afraid to show their faces. The mocking remark caught Deb and his men off guard. He could only force an awkward smile. Then Rayson's gaze turned ice cold. He ordered everyone who was not an official member to remove their masks immediately, or he would cut off all 10 of their fingers. The murderous warning drained the color from the masked men's faces, and cold sweat ran down every one of them. Standing beside him, Casson quietly watched his friend's terrifying expression. Rayson kept staring at Deb and coldly declared that he would pay for lying. Then he gave Deb one last chance to reveal his real name. Under the crushing pressure, the masked man hesitated before repeating that his name was Deb. Rayson slowly walked closer and repeated the name in a meaningful tone, as if he were about to expose the truth. Suddenly, Rayson's expression softened. He reached out his hand and introduced himself as the 7th young master of the Mayton family, as though inviting Deb to shake hands. Deb was completely caught off guard. Despite his hesitation, he reached out and accepted the handshake. The instant their hands met, Deb's face turned pale. The sound of cracking bones sent chills through everyone present. It was no ordinary handshake. Rayson squeezed so hard that every bone in Deb's hand was crushed. The unbearable pain forced Deb to his knees as he clutched his arm and screamed in agony. Watching the scene unfold, both Cassin and Rudia stood frozen. Neither expected Rayson to act so ruthlessly. The masked group also froze in place. Cold sweat poured down as they realized the 7th young master was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Rayson swept a cold gaze across the group and ordered everyone to take off their masks immediately. The killing intent pouring from him made the air unbearably heavy. The people from the northern basin could only tremble in fear. At that moment, they all realized they had made a terrible mistake. The man before them was nothing like the rumors claimed. Rayson repeated his order. Under the overwhelming pressure, the masked group finally gave up resisting. As Rayson observed them closely, he quickly realized the people standing behind the leader were neither true swordsmen nor real mages. The first man reluctantly removed his mask, revealing a middle-aged man with a mustache and a terrified expression. Rayson immediately recognized him as nothing more than a news reporter. The next person removed his mask, revealing a young man so frightened he looked ready to burst into tears. In Rayson's memory, this man was a photographer who specialized in chasing exclusive shots. Within moments, Rayson pieced everything together and uncovered the group's true identity. They were nothing more than a team of reporters. Thinking about Hanker, Rayson instantly understood her scheme. The Northern Basin was famous for its nightlife and corruption, and if he walked into that trap, Hanker would be the only winner. Her plan was to stage a performance where Rayson indulged in alcohol, beautiful women, and endless debauchery. Then these reporters would simply record everything exactly as it happened. Once those truthful reports were published, the Mayton family would have no way to deny or hide the scandal. With Rayson's reputation already in ruins, destroying his name completely would be effortless. Seeing Rayson fall into a heavy silence, the man with the crushed hand looked up and tremblingly asked why he was being treated like this. Rayson looked down at him with icy eyes and replied that if he pretended to be clueless one more time, he would crush his spine as well. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification that exposed the imposter's true identity. The man before them was not Deb at all. He was Duran, a low-ranking warrior from the Northern Basin, while the real Deb was still hiding somewhere else. Knowing he had exposed everything, Rayson flashed a dangerous smile. He declared that if they kept lying, Deb would be the one held responsible, and the price would be his life. After saying that, Rayson slowly looked up at a black crow perched on a nearby branch. He knew the crow was watching them, so he sent a direct warning to the mastermind behind it all. Rayson coldly announced this was the final chance and ordered Deb to appear within 3 minutes. The moment those words were spoken, the crow spread its wings and vanished into the night. Elsewhere, Deb clutched the magic orb he was using to monitor the situation, trembling in fear. Seeing Rayson's challenging smile reflected inside the orb, Deb was horrified and wondered if everything had already been exposed. Cold sweat streamed down Deb's forehead. He realized he had underestimated Rayson far too much. At first, he thought the seventh young master had only changed a little, but the truth was beyond anything he imagined. The moment the 3-minute countdown began, he panicked. Not daring to waste even a second, Deb rushed out at full speed. To save time, he even jumped straight down from a great height, ignoring the danger as he raced toward the meeting point. As Deb sprinted forward, he mourned the collapse of his carefully crafted plan. He had wanted the reporters to capture Rayson naked, drugged, and lost in endless debauchery, but now everything had fallen apart. When Deb arrived, he found Rayson and Casson standing side by side with an overwhelming presence that intimidated everyone around them. The 2 reporters who came with him stood frozen, their faces pale with fear. In the end, Deb had no choice but to reveal himself. He dropped to his knees, admitted he was the real Deb, and repeatedly begged Rayson for forgiveness for deceiving him. Rayson merely looked down at him and coldly reminded him that anyone who dared deceive a member of the Mayton family should not expect an easy ending. Knowing the Mayton family's way of dealing with betrayal, Deb gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and suddenly drew a sharp knife. The unexpected move shocked the reporters behind him, who had no idea what he was about to do. Without the slightest hesitation, Deb cut off one of his own fingers as punishment, then lowered his head and asked if that was enough to earn Rayson's forgiveness. Even as the severed finger hit the ground, Rayson remained expressionless. He coldly told Deb to pick it up and reattach it. Hearing that, Deb finally let out a sigh of relief and grew even more in awe of the seventh young master's authority. Right after that, Deb offered to guide the group under the orders of the drug queen Hanker and asked whether Rayson would accept. Rayson refused without hesitation. He stated that he had no reason to meet Hanker. His only goal was to complete the mission his father had assigned and leave this place. The moment Dikecha's name was mentioned, the reporters behind Deb eagerly began taking notes, convinced they had just stumbled onto a major story. Deb, however, turned pale and cautiously asked whether something connected to the head of the Mayton family really existed within this territory. At that moment, Casson stepped forward with a sharp gaze. He sternly warned Deb to choose his words carefully because this land did not belong to them. It was the territory of the Say family. That single sentence was enough for Deb to realize he could never detain the young masters of the 2 great families, even under Hanker's direct orders. Deb immediately knelt and apologized, admitting Casson was completely right and not daring to argue any further. He quickly changed his tone, confirming that the group had come to search for the mission Dikecha had left behind, while asking to be forgiven for his earlier disrespect. Not daring to stay any longer, Deb and his men all bowed respectfully before asking permission to leave. Before disappearing into the darkness, they wished the trio success in completing their mission and returning safely. After the people from the Northern Basin withdrew, Rayson simply curled his lips into a confident smile. Before long, the entire incident was reported back to Hanker's castle. After hearing Deb explain that Rayson had come to search for Dikaich's mission, Hanker calmly took a puff from her pipe and remarked that everything had unfolded exactly as she expected. Deb agreed. In his view, if a hidden mission truly existed there, then Dikaicha must have secretly visited the place before. Hanker frowned slightly at the mention of Dikaicha. She knew he despised the northern basin, and if it had not been part of the Sei family's territory, her entire gang would have been wiped out long ago. Deb, however, saw things differently. He believed Dikaicha had never been at a disadvantage. Instead, he wanted to prove he was capable of hiding a secret mission right under everyone's nose. Deb continued that Rayson had also been deliberately displaying his authority. That was why he referred to Dikaicha as his father instead of calling him the family head. Hearing that, Hanker immediately understood the deeper meaning. A family heir betraying the head of the family would be hard to believe, but a conflict between Susun and his father sounded far more convincing. She laughed and admitted she wanted to recruit Rayson even more than before. Hanker then stood up and announced she was heading out. Deb immediately dropped to his knees and asked where she was going, only to hear that she wanted to meet the interesting seventh young master in person. Deb was still uneasy. He quickly reminded her that despite his age, Rayson still carried the bloodline of the Mayton family. Hanker glanced at him with arrogant eyes and casually replied, "So what?" With that, she slowly walked down the dark hallway, leaving Deb kneeling alone in the room. In Hanker's eyes, Rayson had become an incredibly fascinating figure, one who sparked a level of curiosity she rarely felt. What surprised her most was that Rayson had somehow made the genius Sei willingly stand behind him, making Rayson shine even brighter. That night, Rayson, Kassan, and Rudia stopped at a quiet restaurant to rest and have a meal. After a few bites, Kassan nodded in approval and said the food was far better than he had expected. Rudia set down her chopsticks, stretched, and joked that she had been so hungry she almost needed an oxygen tank. Rayson laughed and agreed. Rayson said the food was not just delicious, it was surprisingly exceptional. Kassan took another bite of meat and commented that every dish felt like it had been prepared with great care. Even so, he found it strange that a restaurant serving food this good had no other customers besides the three of them. Sensing something was wrong, Kassan immediately stood up. He reasoned that the deputy commander retreating so quickly meant the true leader had stepped in personally. Walking into the center of the hall, he proudly declared himself the second young master of the Sei family and demanded that whoever was hiding reveal themselves. The moment he finished speaking, every candle in the restaurant went out at once, and darkness swallowed the room. Seeing this, Rayson knew it had finally begun. While Rudia was still confused about why the lights had suddenly gone out, a massive magic circle suddenly lit up beneath their feet, flooding the entire restaurant with dazzling light and catching everyone by surprise. Kassan immediately tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with caution. He could not identify what kind of magic this was. Feeling the enormous wave of mana spreading through the area, Rayson quickly concluded that creating such a massive magic circle required extensive preparation. Their enemies had clearly set this trap long before they arrived. Just then, the wooden door slowly creaked open, its eerie sound echoing through the silent room. Rayson instantly focused all of his attention. He knew the mastermind behind this show was finally about to appear. From behind the half-open door, a tiny hand gently gripped the frame, followed by the voice of a young girl. Rayson and Kassan both turned to look. Kassan spoke first and asked who the little girl was. To everyone's surprise, it was not the drug queen Hanker. Instead, a cute little girl stepped out with short silver-white hair, pinkered eyes, and a dirty white dress. She was barefoot, lowered her head shyly, and softly introduced herself as Sylvia. Kassan did not lower his guard. He stared at Sylvia suspiciously and repeated her name. He pointed out that although her clothes and limbs were filthy, her complexion looked far too healthy, completely contradicting her appearance. Sylvia quickly explained that her mother had just punished her by making her work, which was why she looked like this. Rayson immediately pointed out another inconsistency. He said that someone looking so messy should not have such a clear and delicate voice. Kassan turned to Rayson and asked if he had noticed it too. Rayson calmly nodded and concluded that this was an illusion, magic circle, one that must have cost an enormous fortune to create. Even after being exposed, Sylvia continued acting innocent. With tears welling in her eyes, she insisted she was only a little girl running errands. Rayson slowly stepped forward and continued his analysis. He explained that building such a sophisticated magic circle inside the drug queen's territory would have required a very long time to prepare. It would also require many skilled mages working together. A project on this scale could never happen without Hanker's knowledge. His sharp reasoning left even Kassan astonished. Kasen silently thought that Rayson really could see the same things he always noticed. Memories from his childhood suddenly resurfaced. Ever since he was young, Kasen had been able to notice things that everyone else completely overlooked. His father called it a rare gift of observation, but that special talent had brought him plenty of trouble. The people around him were all frightened by his unusual eyes. Even his own mother was no exception. She had once been so terrified by his gaze that she dropped her teacup. So when Kasen realized Rayson could also see through the magic circle, he felt closer to him than ever before. He smiled and quietly thought how fortunate he was to have found a friend like this. At that moment, Sylvia curled her lips into a smile. Her innocent expression turned strangely sinister as she praised the two young masters for being even more interesting than she had imagined. Hearing that, both Rayson and Kasen immediately raised their guard. Sylvia gave a slight bow and looked at them with amused eyes, asking if seeing through her magic circle had been exciting. The moment she finished speaking, a massive wave of crimson-black aura erupted around her. She declared that the game was over, and it was time to reveal her true identity. Her disguise instantly vanished. Stepping out of the crimson-black glow was a stunning woman with long black hair and sharp golden eyes. Smiling proudly, she introduced herself as Hanker, the ruler of the Northern Basin. Cassine frowned slightly and asked if her sudden change in appearance was some kind of magic. Hanker instantly returned to the little girl's form, rested a hand on her cheek, and teased him by asking if he preferred this younger appearance. The playful provocation left both Rayson and Kasen standing in silence, unsure how to respond. Refusing to let her control the conversation, Cassine seriously asked about the true purpose of the magic circle. Was it created to deal with outsiders like them? Hanker turned around and calmly admitted that it had been her original plan. Unfortunately, the two of them exposed the magic circle too quickly, making the trap pointless. Cassine immediately pointed out the flaw in her plan. He said that if she wanted to create a perfect illusion, she should not have served food that tasted so incredible, because it did not match a rundown restaurant like this. Cassin's blunt observation made Hanker smile. Being openly praised by a young master of the Say family was not something that happened every day. Standing nearby, Rayson quietly watched her. He kept wondering whether she had really appeared out of curiosity or if she had another hidden agenda. Hanker calmly explained that she had invested a great deal of effort into building this magical barrier to guard against dangerous intruders. But after Today's result, she felt completely outplayed and decided her architects would need a complete overhaul. Hanker's expression suddenly turned serious. Locking her gaze onto Rayson, she spoke. "Seventh young master, the man once hated by the entire world, I have a question for you." Rayson remained calm and simply replied that he would answer only if the question was worth answering. After confirming that he was indeed a member of the Mayton family, Hanker got straight to the point. "Is the mission left behind by the head of the Mayton family really hidden here?" She admitted the whole thing sounded absurd. In her opinion, no one would be foolish enough to use Daikeka's name to fabricate such a story. Rayson smiled faintly and cut her off. "Stop going in circles. Just answer yes or no." Hanker stared at him under immense pressure before giving the simple reply he had asked for. Even beneath the overwhelming aura of the drug queen, Rayson only wore an unreadable smile. He answered that it was only half true. Hanker burst into laughter and replied, "So Daikecha did not personally send you here to claim his mission, did he?" Hearing her casually say Daikecha's name without the slightest respect even surprised Rayson. This woman truly had remarkable nerve. Hanker leisurely walked barefoot around the hall and remarked that everything about him felt strange. According to the rumors she had heard, the seventh young master was nothing more than a womanizer who lived for pleasure. As she walked past them, she continued that the stories described him as hopelessly corrupt since childhood. Yet the man standing before her was completely different. His eyes and manna were unusually pure. Rayson glanced at her and calmly asked if that disappointed her. Hanker immediately denied it and said the opposite was true. Her meaningful answer caught Rayson by surprise. Returning to the form of the white-haired little girl, Hanker wore a dangerous smile and asked Rayson to explain Daikecha's mission. Although she still had doubts, she wanted to hear it directly from him. She also reminded him that in the Northern Basin, not even the seventh young master of the Mayton family would receive help for free. Every deal came with a matching price. Hanker then took out a mirror and said letting others see her real face would only cause trouble. Seizing the chance, Rayson asked whether the little girl's appearance had actually been her true form. Looking into the mirror, Hanker casually admitted that she had accidentally exposed a major flaw, allowing him to see it. She even sounded disappointed by her own carelessness. Even so, Rayson remained fully alert. He reminded himself that he still had no idea what the drug queen truly looked like, so he could not trust a single word she said. To continue the negotiation, Hanker set a condition. If Rayson handed over the recording stone, she would help him. Without hesitation, Rayson revealed that the group's next destination was Shugley's cookie factory. But before he could finish, the smile on Hanker's face vanished. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure exploded through the room, shocking both Rayson and Casson. The crushing killing intent made cold sweat run down Rayson's back. He could not understand why simply mentioning Shugley's cookie factory triggered such a violent reaction from the drug queen. Hanker almost completely lost her composure. Crimson mana exploded around her as she demanded to know how they knew that place, insisting no factory with that name existed here. Facing her rage, Rayson simply smiled and replied that he was the one who gave it that name. He calmly told her to settle down because she was starting to lose track of her own words. The white-haired girl immediately unleashed a terrifying wave of crimson killing intent and coldly warned him to think carefully before speaking again. One wrong answer, and he would die on the spot. Even so, Rayson calmly stepped closer and replied, "Then go ahead and try." A mysterious smile spread across his face as he asked if she knew Posa. "Or have you still not figured out why she personally sent me that letter?" The moment Rayson mentioned that name, the white-haired girl burst into a mocking laugh. Her crimson eyes gleamed with arrogance as Hanker grinned and said he had plenty of nerve. She was not even afraid of Daikecha, so why would she care about Posa? Rayson never wavered. He calmly pressed the issue, admitting she ruled this city, but that did not mean she could say whatever she wanted. Rayson continued applying pressure, claiming Posa had already planted subordinates in this place. As the drug queen, had Hanker really failed to notice? In truth, Rayson could only laugh inwardly. It was all a bluff. He was simply borrowing Posa's name to shake Hanker's confidence. Just then, the white-haired girl closed her eyes and unexpectedly asked whether Rayson had ever heard the term PL. The sudden question left him completely confused. Hanker smiled and explained that PL referred to people who lied so much they lost control of themselves. Hearing such a modern expression left Rayson stunned. Hanker casually mentioned that an old friend used the term all the time, making Rayson immediately ask about that friend. Scratching her head, the little girl smiled nostalgically. She said that friend had taught her many strange expressions. Then she admitted Rayson's lies were rather entertaining because she normally cut out the tongues of habitual liars. This time, however, things were different. Hanker admitted she liked Rayson, so she would not press him about how much he knew about the cookie factory. Leaving it a mystery sounded far more interesting. Her playful smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a probing stare as the drug queen turned the interrogation back on Rayson. She demanded proof that Posa's subordinates were really here because she wanted to hear his reasoning. Rayson simply smirked and calmly replied that he had no obligation to prove anything. Whether she believed him or not was entirely her choice. Seeing that he refused to back down, Hanker insisted she knew for a fact that Posa had no subordinates here, but Rayson immediately fired back with a sharp question. If she was so certain, then why did she need him to prove it? Struck at her weak point, the white-haired girl stepped back and explained that she had invested enormous effort into creating this magic formation. Other than the people already inside, no one else could enter. Rayson smiled and calmly replied that he had never claimed they were inside. No matter how powerful the formation was, it was still just magic, and the Mayton family excelled in that field. Failing to enter did not mean they could not observe it from outside. His reasonable explanation made Hanker hesitate, but she still argued that if someone were watching, she would have sensed them long ago. Rayson immediately mocked her, asking if that was truly the limit of the drug queen's abilities. The taunt darkened Hanker's expression, but after recovering from her surprise at his composure, she smiled and proposed a wager. Rayson asked what the wager was. Hanker confidently raised one finger and said they would assume Posa's elite subordinates were truly watching from outside and could see through the formation. From the way she emphasized Posa's name and spoke with complete confidence, Rayson instantly realized Hanker was convinced that nobody was actually outside. Even so, she continued pressing him. If the Mayton mages were really as skilled as he claimed, then they should be able to identify the life stream of this magic formation. Rayson boldly insisted they could, but inwardly he cursed because the situation was starting to slip beyond his calculations. Seeing that he still refused to retreat, Hanker pointed at the glowing magic circle beneath their feet and officially issued her challenge. Escape this magic formation on your own. She declared that if Rayson succeeded, she would believe everything he had said and would never ask about the cookie factory again. But if he failed within 24 hours, Raisin immediately understood. His expression grew tense as he realized the entire group would die trapped inside the formation. Cassin, standing beside him, also turned pale and added that once the time limit expired, the formation would swallow them whole. Seeing the grim expressions of the two young masters, Hanker laughed with delight and confirmed that they were absolutely right. At the next instant, the magic circle beneath their feet flared brilliantly as the massive illusion formation fully activated and engulfed the entire room. Hanker leaned close to Raisin, her crimson eyes glowing with an eerie light. She said even she would find it troublesome if they died here, especially him. So if Raisin still could not escape after 24 hours, she would come back and save him herself. But the price was obvious. If she had to rescue him, Raisin Mayton would become Hanker's subordinate from that moment on. With that, Hanker dissolved into a cloud of white smoke and vanished, leaving only Raisin and Cassin trapped inside the massive magic formation. Raisin stood still and stared at the magic circle beneath his feet. The only thing echoing in his mind was Hanker's condition: become her subordinate. Meanwhile, Rudia was completely shaken. She kept looking around and anxiously asked how they could escape this formation. Cassin stayed calm and said their first priority was to find the formation's weak point. Raisin understood the rule well. Most formations had multiple weak points, but the fewer they had, the more valuable and difficult the formation became. Before he could think further, Raisin realized they were facing one of the most dangerous formations imaginable. A faint sound echoed, and the formation beneath them suddenly began changing in a bizarre way. Cassin widened his eyes as both the colors and the structure of the formation changed in an instant. Watching the ancient symbols constantly shifting across the glowing walls, Raisin quickly concluded that this formation automatically changed its structure and weak points every minute. Creating a formation this complex would require at least a level 7 mage working non-stop for an entire year, with costs reaching around 500 million grants. The formation was so intricate that even Raisin's heavenly eye was completely useless. He could not detect a single weak point. Facing a trap with almost no escape, Raisin knew most people locked inside would only meet death because this was the highest level illusion formation. Yet instead of panicking, he casually loosened his tie and smiled with excitement. As expected of the queen, her level was far beyond ordinary people. Cassin stepped forward to examine the formation and said his family had taught him many ways to break formations, but even in the Mayton family, masterpieces like this were incredibly rare. Cassin asked how Raisin planned to find the weak point. Raisin sighed and admitted it was far beyond his current ability, then asked if Cassin had any ideas. After thinking for a while, Cassin shook his head. He said there might still be hope if he gave everything he had, but it would take a great deal of time. Seeing even Cassin at a loss, Raisin could only laugh at himself. This really showed the difference between a main character and an ordinary person because he did not even know where to start. Unable to rely on Cassin, Raisin turned to Rudia and asked if her magic could help. Caught off guard, she awkwardly admitted she had never studied formations, and even Raisin's older sister had given up trying to teach her. The memory of getting smacked on the head by Raisin's older sister for doodling during formation lessons made Rudia even more embarrassed. After hearing that, Raisin was left speechless. But he quickly regained his spirit, took off his coat, and declared that he had a much faster and simpler method. Cassin immediately asked what it was. Raisin smiled and said this time the best tool to break the formation was neither magic nor swordsmanship. Hearing that, Cassin guessed it had to be martial arts. Blazing battle aura erupted around Raisin as he loosened his blue tie and confirmed that he had trained in martial arts during his time at Grand Den. Seeing the overwhelming energy growing stronger, Cassin asked in shock if Raisin had already mastered his martial soul. Raisin calmly replied that he had done so long ago. He then released his full power, and the exploding battle aura shook the entire space. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Cassin realized it was the martial soul of the War King Mugner, and Raisin immediately confirmed it. The shocking truth filled Cassin with excitement. He openly praised Raisin as a true genius with unbelievable strength. Even Raisin never expected to hear praise from Cassin. Meanwhile, Cassin explained that martial soul and mana naturally opposed each other, yet Raisin had fused them perfectly to achieve something almost impossible. Cassin even said he was proud to have a friend like Raisin, leaving Raisin embarrassed as he told him not to flatter him so much. Deep down, Raisin also thought that having a powerful teammate like Cassin would give him a huge advantage in the future. Not wanting to waste time, Raisin immediately cast the intermediate combat spell Enhancement. In his view, if Enhancement strengthened both the body and the soul, then destruction was the power that crushed them both. Next, Raisin activated the inherited martial technique of Jushinkai called 10,000 Isles, and blazing crimson energy instantly covered his entire arm. Seeing the martial soul surge like a raging tide, Cassine froze in shock. Cold sweat ran down his face as Raisin's strength far exceeded every expectation. Rudia stood beside him with wide eyes, staring at the brilliant aura surrounding Raisin. With unwavering determination, Raisin poured all his power into his fist and roared as he unleashed Zushinka's secret art, the first form, 10,000 Isles. A deafening explosion shook the entire space as Raisin's punch slammed straight into the magic circle beneath his feet. The overwhelming force shattered the supreme illusion formation created by the Drug Queen, breaking the entire barrier apart. Countless sparkling fragments of magic scattered through the air. Cassine stared in disbelief, unable to believe the formation had actually been destroyed. Rudia could not hide her excitement and quickly asked if they had finally cleared the trial. Standing among the shattered remains of the formation, Raisin could only lean forward and catch his breath after exhausting so much strength. As the dust slowly settled, the wooden door behind them creaked open, and the Drug Queen's voice echoed out in Sylvia's childlike form, filled with surprise. She never expected Raisin to accomplish in 7 minutes what she had allowed 24 hours for. Sylvia immediately ran over, waving her hands excitedly as she cheered that he had just pulled off an unbelievable miracle. Stopping right in front of Raisin, she looked at him with sparkling crimson eyes and admitted with a bright smile that he had truly surprised her this time. The group could only stand there in silence at the Drug Queen's sudden change in attitude. Cassine thought her behavior was even stranger than the destroyed form, while Rudia was almost won over by Sylvia's adorable appearance. Smiling with satisfaction, Hanker opened a blue magic circle and said that since Raisin had impressed her, she had prepared a special gift. Watching Sylvia search through one magic circle after another, while mumbling to herself, Raisin quickly realized she was using spatial magic. He also guessed that her earlier change in appearance had relied on the same magic, proving her strength was beyond measure. A moment later, Sylvia's eyes suddenly lit up, and she happily announced that she had finally found it. She proudly held up a green branch in front of Raisin and introduced it as Sylvia's lovely gift for him. But the moment Raisin looked closely at the branch, the system notification appeared before his eyes. It was the morphine herb, an extremely powerful painkiller banned by all 3 great families. The instant he recognized the gift, Raisin's expression changed. Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he stammered out the herb's name. Every bit of knowledge about the morphine herb flashed through Raisin's mind. It could completely erase pain, even when the body suffered catastrophic injuries. However, because of its terrifying addictive effects, all 3 powerful families had completely outlawed the herb. Raisin immediately questioned Sylvia, asking if she was seriously giving a forbidden drug to a noble. Sylvia calmly replied that although people called it a narcotic, no one could deny its incredible pain-relieving effects. She looked straight into Raisin's eyes with a seductive smile and softly tempted him, saying that if he tried it just once, he would never regret it. Looking at the branch in Sylvia's hand, Raisin guessed that someone as upright as Cassine would definitely object, so he turned to ask his friend's opinion. Just as expected, Cassine immediately said they should accept it only to destroy it before it could cause future trouble. Cassine then asked what Raisin thought. After a brief silence, Raisin replied that things were not that simple because someone like the Drug Queen would never give away something worthless. Hearing that analysis, Sylvia looked delighted and said she absolutely loved how intelligent Raisin was. Seeing the Drug Queen still speaking in her childish and playful tone, Raisin could only wipe away another drop of cold sweat, while Rudia kept praising how adorable Sylvia was. Sylvia smiled mysteriously, as though she had suddenly remembered something important. She announced that she would personally take the group to Shugley's cookie factory. Under the quiet night sky and the hanging crescent moon, the 3 silently followed Sylvia along the stone path toward their destination. As she led the way, Sylvia looked back and reminded them to call her Sylvia from now on and never mix up her identity again. Cassine curiously asked if the people here did not know that Sylvia and Hanker were actually the same person. She casually replied that only her closest subordinates and a handful of people who could keep absolute secrets knew the truth. Sylvia even stuck out her tongue and proudly declared that she was the neighborhood mascot and also the cutest girl around. Her shameless self-praise made Raisin grimace. He then seriously asked why a mascot like Sylvia was personally guiding them. As they walked through the night, Sylvia explained that the cookie factory was extremely dangerous. Its owner was Mayton, someone who knew her true identity. Hearing that, Cassine immediately understood and concluded that only by traveling with Sylvia would they be guaranteed safety. Sylvia nodded and confirmed he was exactly right. Rayson asked Sylvia if there were many places in the city that even she could not control. She nodded and said Shugley's Cookie Factory was one of them because its owner was an extremely unusual person. Hearing that, Rayson curiously asked, "Just how unusual?" Sylvia smiled mysteriously and mentioned a name, asking if he had ever heard of Shugley Remian. The surname Remian made Rayson stop in his tracks. Shugley was a common name, but Remian was a completely different story. A frightening possibility instantly flashed through his mind. Rayson immediately remembered the 7 white wolves he had encountered before. The image of Ray Biden's mages transformed into white wolves was still burned into his memory. The one behind that cruel curse was Hat Hong, and his surname was also Remian. Rayson instantly realized there had to be a connection. As the group continued walking through the darkness, Cassine called out to Sylvia, while Rayson took the chance to ask what her public identity really was. Sylvia glanced back and simply replied that she was the next heir to the Northern Dragon Basin. That answer only confused Rayson even more. If she already had such a status, why create the fake identity of Sylvia, a little girl who had never even existed? Sylvia coldly cut him off, saying it was none of his business. Her blunt response left Rayson speechless. This woman was impossible to figure out. Sylvia pointed ahead and said they were almost there. They only needed to turn into the alley ahead and walk another 5 minutes to reach Shugley's Cookie Factory. Looking at the pitch-black alley, Rayson silently hoped she was not leading them somewhere truly horrifying. But the moment they stepped inside, both Rayson and Cassine froze at the scene before them. Both sides of the alley were packed with ragged beggars. They sat everywhere, taking long drags from their pipes, while strange blue smoke filled the air. As Rayson's group passed by, one addict laughed and temptingly asked if they wanted to take a hit. Seeing such a fallen place inside his own territory, Cassine could not hide his anger. He could not understand why somewhere like this still existed. Noticing the young master of the Say family react that way, Sylvia smiled and asked if he had never seen a place like this before. Then she asked why he thought the Say family allowed people like them to live this way. Without waiting for an answer, she walked barefoot through the alley and explained that even people who had completely fallen still needed a place to exist, no matter how much the Say family viewed itself as a symbol of light. Sylvia slowly said that wherever there was light, there would always be darkness. Light never accepted darkness by its side, so the poor, the hopeless, those who had lost their dignity and had nowhere else to go all gathered in this alley. Yet once those people formed their own community, life became surprisingly stable and chaos was rare. To those living in the light, this place looked bizarre, but to those living in darkness, it was simply normal life. Only when darkness tried to cross into the light would it immediately be rejected. After hearing that, Cassine asked if Sylvia meant that they represented the light while she belonged to the darkness. Sylvia calmly replied that she was not talking about anyone in particular. It was simply the way the world worked. Walking behind them, Rayson silently agreed. In his view, an honorable family like the Say family would never allow a slum like this inside their territory, so they had gathered everyone here in the Northern Dragon Basin. Rayson also guessed that Lord Cassia had deliberately sent Cassine here so he could witness the world's hidden side for himself. Sylvia, however, noticed something else. While Cassine kept thinking, Rayson remained calm as if he had already known everything. Unable to hide her curiosity, Sylvia smiled and asked if Rayson had been here before. She even suspected he was hiding his real age. Rayson simply laughed and said she had quite an imagination. But Sylvia immediately left him speechless by revealing that she was at least 170 years older than him, and her true age was actually even greater. That revelation stunned both Rayson and Rudia. They could not believe the girl standing before them was that old. Even so, Rayson could not help thinking that no matter how old Sylvia was, she still acted far more childish than he did. The more he learned, the more terrifying and unpredictable the drug queen Hanker seemed. Before long, the group stopped in front of a massive industrial building towering beneath the night sky. Sylvia pointed at the building and announced that they had arrived. This was the Cookie Factory. Looking at the heavily reinforced structure, Cassine wondered if they were really allowed to enter. He also hoped they would find some clues about the Thunder Dragon Stone here. Without another word, Sylvia walked to the large iron shutter and knocked in a very specific rhythm. Cassine immediately realized that the knocking pattern had to be the password for opening the door. A few seconds later, the sound of heavy chains echoed through the air. The door slowly opened, revealing a dark interior as a sleepy voice muttered, "Is it this late already?" A short, chubby man stepped out with a thick gray beard, a monocle, and a red robe. Holding a bottle of liquor, he laughed and teased Sylvia, saying she had finally agreed to become his doll. Thanks to the heavenly eye, Rayson immediately recognized him as Shugly Remian. Before Rayson could react, however, a horrible stench hit the group. Rudia quickly covered her nose, while Cassine frowned at the unbearable smell coming from Shugly. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from behind, followed by an overwhelming pressure. A cold female voice ordered Shugly to stop those sick games immediately. Hanker reminded him that she had told him long ago to give up that twisted obsession. To Shugly's surprise, Hanker stepped out of the shadows in her mature and alluring form. She rested a hand on his shoulder and calmly warned that if he kept talking like that in front of the heirs of the great families, he might lose his head. Shugly's expression changed instantly. He turned toward Rayson's group and suspiciously asked, "Heirs of the great families?" In the next instant, a terrifying pressure exploded from his body, catching both Rayson and Cassine off guard. Feeling the crushing aura, Cassine immediately realized Shugly's strength was truly terrifying. Rayson silently reached the same conclusion. After withdrawing his aura, Shugly took a sip of liquor and asked Hanker if the great families already knew these kids were here. Hanker coldly replied that they did, which was why she had personally brought them, and warned Shugly not to lay a finger on them. Shugly snorted, finished his bottle, wiped his mouth, and casually replied that he still valued his own life. Hanker only smirked and mocked him, saying that if he truly valued his life, he would never have caused that incident at Ray Biden. Hitting a sore spot, Shugly immediately glared at Hanker and warned her to shut up before he turned her into one of his dolls. Faced with the threat, Hanker remained completely calm. She replied that if he could do it, he was welcome to try, but he should first worry about keeping his own head. Watching the clash between the two powerhouses, Cassine broke into a cold sweat. He wondered what Shugly had done at Ray Biden and how those dolls were connected to him. Meanwhile, Hanker calmly lit a cigarette. She took a long drag and exhaled a thin cloud of blue smoke, then mocked Shugly by saying there were countless better drugs in the world, so she could not understand why he was obsessed with such cheap ones. Shugly tightened his grip on the bottle and coldly shot back, asking how many children she had ruined with those so-called better drugs. He warned Hanker not to provoke him unless she wanted to die. Hanker only laughed wickedly and replied that if Shugly wanted to kill her and turn her into a doll, she was willing to become Sylvia first to match his tastes. That comment poured fuel on the fire. Shugly roared with rage and hurled the liquor bottle at Hanker, where it shattered right in front of her. Hanker calmly asked if Shugly did not enjoy killing children after all. He could only breathe heavily with rage, while Rayson's group silently watched. Hanker looked at Shugly with open contempt and sneered that perhaps he was only pretending to be decent in front of the heirs of the great families. Shugly's anger exploded. Green mana surged around him as he gritted his teeth and roared that he would kill Hanker on the spot. Even so, Hanker remained perfectly composed. She took another drag from her cigarette and casually replied that there was no point getting angry because Shugly himself knew it was impossible. Watching the entire exchange, Rayson gradually understood Hanker's intentions. In his eyes, every word she spoke was guiding them toward a single goal. To complete this mission, they would have to take down Shugly. That was why Hanker deliberately reminded everyone of his crimes right in front of the group. To confirm his suspicion, Rayson suddenly broke the tense silence and bluntly asked Hanker if she wanted them to kill Shugly. Even Shugly turned toward him in shock. Faced with Rayson's direct question, Hanker curled her lips into a sly smile and calmly admitted that he had seen through her plan much faster than she expected. Realizing he had been turned into a pawn, Shugly immediately flew into a rage, demanding to know what Hanker was planning and whether she had forgotten the agreement between them. Hanker merely glanced at him coldly and replied that she remembered it perfectly. That promise was the only reason she had not killed him already, no matter how disgusting he was. Stung by the insult, Shugly gritted his teeth and warned that Hanker was not the only one holding herself back. At that moment, Rayson's heavenly eye activated on its own, revealing Shugly's crimes one after another. He glanced at Cassine and guessed his friend was seeing something similar. The system then displayed a shocking message. Shugly had once plotted to turn Boka into one of his dolls. Rayson immediately connected all the clues. Shugly's plan had failed, but before that he had murdered Boka's mother and sisters, including Aloha, before fleeing for his life. In the end, Shugly fled to the Northern Dragon Basin under Hanker's control and hid there. But Rayson quickly noticed something strange. If Shugly was truly hiding from his pursuers, there was no reason to openly reveal both his face and identity. His eyes sharpened at once. Raisin realized this was not a hideout but a trap built to lure Anboka Hat Hong into appearing. Looking at the man before him, Raisin could only conclude that Sakli had completely lost his mind. Raisin calmly walked toward his hideout and pointed out that this place had obviously been prepared by Sakli in advance. Judging from the flow of mana around the area, he sensed a mechanism inside that resembled an ambush trap. But the trap was clearly not meant for Raisin's group. He bluntly asked if Sakli had deliberately fled after his crimes just to wait for his prey to come. Sakli smirked arrogantly and admitted he had committed those crimes. His only regret was that he had never captured the child he truly wanted. Seeing the disgust on Cassine and Rudia's faces, he dismissed them coldly, saying children like them did not need to know any more. Raisin had no interest in hearing the rest. He simply said that anything involving the Remian family always brought trouble. The moment he heard that surname, Sakli's expression changed. He stared at Raisin and asked if he knew anyone else named Remian. Raisin smiled and confirmed that he had once fought the April 7 White Wolves. He explained that those monsters with incredible senses of smell had been created by a sorcerer named Anboka to hunt their targets. Watching Sakli's reaction, Raisin became even more certain that this butcher knew the entire truth. Sakli narrowed his eyes, his voice turning dangerous as he asked if Raisin really knew Anboka. Raisin simply smiled and pointed out the obvious connection. One was Sakli Remian, the other was Anboka Remian. It was hard to believe that was just a coincidence. At that moment, the heavy sound of armored footsteps echoed through the air. Cassine stepped forward and called out to Raisin. His eyes burned with killing intent, as he declared that he would never spare Sakli after witnessing every one of his crimes. Seeing the young master of the Sei family use such a special ability, Hanker smiled with interest. She admitted, the Sei bloodline really could see things like that. Across from them, Sakli let out a sinister laugh when he heard the name of the Sei family. Green mana immediately surged around his arm. The butcher roared that this would only be the warm-up, but Cassine was even faster. He launched himself into the air and came crashing down at terrifying speed, catching even Sakli by surprise. Pouring all of his killing intent into his blade, Cassine immediately unleashed the secret art of the Sei killing sword. The first form, Water Banquet, struck Sakli head-on. The slash landed like a bolt of lightning, drawing blood instantly. Watching his friend's explosive strength, Raisin fell into thought. He had believed only he had grown stronger, but Cassine had changed just as much. Meanwhile, Hanker remained where she stood, watching without any intention of interfering. Suddenly, Sakli curled his lips into an eerie smile. His body floated into the air, narrowly avoiding the finishing blow before mocking Cassine, saying he had done surprisingly well. He added that Cassine had come just a little short of killing him, but dying to a mere child would have been too humiliating. Watching Cassine hold his stance below, Sakli quickly realized that he was an R-rank mage, far beyond the ordinary level. From a distance, Raisin narrowed his eyes and concluded that the enemy before them was also a sorcerer, just like Anboka. Without giving Sakli another chance, Cassine gathered even more killing intent into his sword until the blade blazed with violent lightning. He then unleashed the second form of the Sei killing sword, 100 Blade Song. Seeing that overwhelming power erupt, Raisin froze as he recognized the legendary demon-slaying sword. From what he knew, this supreme technique had allowed the Sei family to end its thousand struggle with the Mayton family and rise to the very top. Even while completely overwhelmed by the sword aura, Sakli still charged down from the sky, screaming that it was all meaningless. But Cassine struck first. In a single instant, Sakli collapsed onto the ground. Watching the enemy fall so decisively, Hanker simply covered her mouth and smiled as though she were enjoying a performance. Cassine immediately pointed his sword at Hanker and coldly declared that he wanted to punish the drug queen as well. However, for now, her crimes were still not as severe as the man who had just fallen. He added that Raisin seemed to be preparing for a much larger plan, so Hanker would be spared this time. He also warned her never to cross the line. Hanker only gave a sinister smile and mocked him, saying he truly was the heir of a noble family. Even Cassine's father had never dared to touch her, so what made him think he could kill her? Looking at Sakli's body, lying motionless in a pool of blood, Raisin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Events were no longer following the original course. According to the original story, after Sakli died, his blood should have soaked into the ground, creating a shimmering mist that turned the cookie factory into a true dungeon. But this time, nothing happened. Something was clearly wrong. Raisin immediately asked Hanker if Sakli often used narcotics. She shrugged and said she did not care about other people's habits, but judging from his blood, he had not used much. Hanker then took a few slow breaths and said she could smell a powerful painkiller. Hearing that, Rayson asked if there was any medicine that could turn blood green. Hanker immediately confirmed that there was, and explained that it was the strongest painkiller available. Her answer reminded Rayson of the green herb Sylvia had once happily shown him as a gift. He instantly realized Hanker was talking about the morphine herb. Without hesitation, Rayson asked Hanker to throw the morphine herb onto Sackley's corpse. She casually agreed and used spatial magic to do it. Once that was done, Rayson asked Rudia to burn both Sackley's body and the herb together. Rudia immediately agreed. A blazing fire quickly gathered in her hand before shooting straight toward the target. Within seconds, roaring flames engulfed both Sackley's corpse and the morphine herb. Thick poisonous smoke rose into the air, forcing even Cassine to frown and quickly cover his nose. Seeing that, Rayson called to Cassine and asked him to split the spreading smoke with his sword aura. Cassine looked confused and asked how he was supposed to cut smoke. Sweating nervously, he admitted it was beyond his current ability. In the Say family, only swordsmen who had reached 4-star sword aura could cut something as intangible as smoke. Cassine had not yet reached that level. Seeing his hesitation, Rayson walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled with complete confidence, telling him he could definitely do it. At that moment, a blue system window suddenly appeared before Rayson's eyes, announcing that the incarnation of Handex was breaking its limits through the silent divine message, and the Creator's will. Rayson's encouragement unintentionally awakened a painful memory inside Cassine. A cold voice echoed through his mind once again. No, you can't do it. His childhood memories instantly resurfaced. Back then, young Cassine had trained until his face was bruised, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Standing before him was his strict teacher, Rosso, the man whose eyes were covered by a white cloth. He repeatedly thanked Cassine for trying to use techniques meant for 4-star swordsmen when he had only reached 3 stars. After being knocked flat onto the ground, Cassine could only bitterly think that Rosso never did anything but criticize him. Even so, Rosso coldly ordered him to get back on his feet immediately. Frustration and an unbreakable spirit pushed Cassine to rise once again. Deep down, however, he knew he had no chance of defeating his master. With a single effortless motion, Rosso knocked Cassine's wooden sword flying high into the air. The wooden sword hit the ground with a dull thud. Rosso immediately pointed his blade at his kneeling student and delivered a cold warning. He said that if this had been a real battlefield, Cassine would have died 5 times already. In Cassine's memories, Rosso's harsh words never stopped echoing, telling him to know his own limits. Even while gasping for breath from exhaustion, Cassine understood why his father had insisted that Rosso be the one to train him. Despite losing his eyesight at 16, Rosso had overcome fate itself to become a legendary 9-star swordsman, an achievement respected by everyone. Every harsh lesson from his master only drove Cassine to train harder and grow stronger each day. His thoughts returned to the present as Cassine tightened his grip on his sword. A blazing crimson battle aura erupted from his body, surrounding him like the armor of a noble knight. Cassine knew that a 3-star swordsman should never be able to cut something invisible like smoke, but this time, he believed he could break that limit. He looked toward Rayson and was met with a smile filled with absolute trust. That encouragement strengthened his resolve. His crimson eyes shone with determination as he firmly raised his blazing sword. Only one thought remained in Cassine's heart. I will do this. Thank you, Rayson, for believing in me. Rayson, on the other hand, stood frozen in shock as he realized Cassine had entered the true 3-star state. Panic flashed across his face because this was far too great a deviation. In the original story, this state was not supposed to appear until much later, and a true 3-star swordsman possessed power comparable to an ordinary 5-star swordsman. Watching both young men grow at such an unbelievable pace, even Hanker could no longer stay calm. She gritted her teeth, unable to understand how they had become so much stronger in such a short time. At that moment, Cassine poured every ounce of his strength into his sword. A mighty slash swept across the battlefield, tearing apart every trace of the poisonous smoke. At the exact same moment, Hanker vanished without leaving behind a single trace. Rayson looked around and smiled when he realized the foul smell from the morphine herb and Sackley's corpse had completely disappeared. Suddenly, his heavenly eye began reacting in an unusual way. Rayson immediately scanned the area with caution because Hanker was no longer anywhere to be seen. At that moment, the system window appeared before him, confirming that the dungeon known as Sackley's Cookie Factory had officially been activated. After reading the notification, Rayson smiled with satisfaction. Everything had finally gone according to plan. Meanwhile, beneath the bright full moon, The Prophet Gray ran barefoot across the empty fields. His mind was filled with shock because he had never witnessed anything like this before. So he decided to find Garcia, the head of the Say family, and demand an explanation. When Sackley's blood, the morphine herb, and a sword technique capable of cutting even scent came together, the artificial dungeon known as Sackley's Cookie Factory was finally born. After that, Rayson slowly walked toward a large bookshelf. He gently pushed one book aside, revealing a hidden gap behind the brick wall. Rayson, Cassine, and Rudia all looked into the newly opened passage. Rudia gasped when she discovered a secret room hidden behind the wall. But the moment Rayson saw inside, he froze, his pale violet pupils shrinking in alarm. The room gave off an eerie and unsettling feeling. In the silence, only the sound of pounding heartbeats seemed to remain. A chair stained with dried blood sat beside an old chainsaw covered in blood. In the corner stood two golden human head statues with faces twisted in agony. Beneath them was a glowing stone altar carved with ancient runes. This was clearly where Sackley had created his horrifying dolls. At the same time, beneath the crescent moon, an ancient mansion stood quietly in the night. Lord Cassia calmly continued writing graceful strokes across a blank sheet of paper. As he finished the last line, he softly said, "It has been a long time." The moment those words left his mouth, a massive pillar of white light descended from the sky. Looking at the newcomer, Cassia calmly remarked that it had been a very long time since Henka had appeared before him in this form. Stepping out of the light was Henka in the form of a barefoot, white-haired little girl. Without wasting a moment, she demanded to know why Cassia had sent his precious son into her territory. Faced with the question, Cassia remained composed and simply asked what had happened. His calm attitude only made Henka even angrier. She pointed straight at him and shouted that his son's strength had jumped from 3 stars to the level of 5 stars in an instant. Cassia only smiled knowingly and said that the change had surely been caused by the influence of his son's close friend. Hearing that, Hanker in her white-haired child form looked genuinely surprised and asked, "You mean Rayson Mayton?" Cassia calmly nodded and declared that Rayson Mayton possessed an extraordinary ability, and Cassine had already benefited greatly from it. Even so, Hanker remained skeptical, insisting that no one could gain 2 entire levels in such a short time. Cassia slowly explained that while it sounded impossible, true geniuses who reached a certain threshold could grow at a pace far beyond ordinary people. Seeing Cassia remain completely at ease only made Hanker more frustrated. She twisted impatiently and argued that Cassine was not ready for such explosive growth. In Hanker's opinion, Cassine was still too young and lacked real achievements. Based on her experience, only an extremely powerful stimulant could boost a swordsman's strength that quickly, and the side effects would be devastating. Despite her warning, Cassia kept the same unreadable smile and quietly replied that everything was different as long as Rayson was by Cassine's side. Cassia's constant praise of Rayson finally irritated Hanker. She dropped onto the floor and grumbled that he kept talking about that boy while she was seriously warning him that his son might be involved with forbidden drugs. Seeing her irritated expression, Cassia smiled teasingly and asked if it was not rather ironic for the drug queen herself to criticize forbidden substances. Hanker immediately glared at him and warned him to watch his words unless he truly wanted to make her angry. But the head of the Say family never wavered. He calmly asked what would happen if she became angry. Did she really dare attack him? Provoked by his words, Hanker smirked and replied that she did not need to touch Cassia. Targeting his son would be enough. She smiled mysteriously and reminded him that Cassine was still inside her territory. Even then, Cassia remained completely confident and declared that Hanker would never do such a thing. When Hanker asked why he was so certain, Cassia smiled with nostalgia and answered that she had once been his most trustworthy companion. Hearing that answer, Hanker could only sigh helplessly, unable to argue any further. After she fell silent, Cassia gazed out the window and quietly spoke Rayson Mayton's name, saying that the boy truly possessed a remarkable power. In his eyes, that power did more than shape Rayson. It also inspired everyone around him. Hanker, now in the form of a white-haired little girl, stood up with an annoyed look. She mocked the idea that such an absurd power could exist and claimed Cassia had grown so old that he had lost his mind. Cassia stayed calm and said every person was born with their own unique gift. Hanker simply waved her hand and complained that he was still as stubborn as ever, never letting go of what he believed. Cassia smiled and reminded her that she was the one who once praised that very trait, saying it made him who he was today. A wave of black and crimson resentment suddenly erupted. Hanker returned to her alluring adult form and coldly mocked Cassia, saying she never imagined he would become such a stubborn old man who refused to listen to reason. After a faint sound echoed through the room, Hanker vanished into thin air, leaving Kazuya alone in the silent chamber. He quietly looked at the brush on the table and fell into deep thought. Kazuya became more certain than ever that Raisin was truly an extraordinary child. Meanwhile, inside Sackley's bread factory dungeon, Raisin stood silently before a wheelchair stained with dried blood and a rusted chainsaw. The horrifying scene reminded Raisin that he originally created this place to store every reward and opportunity for the main character, Kassan. But after examining the bloodstains on the chair, he realized Sackley's true goal was to turn Anboka into a puppet. Sackley knew she would eventually come here, so he had prepared this cruel trap in advance. Even so, Sackley knew he was not strong enough to carry out the plan alone. So he chose to sacrifice his own life to keep the trap running, hoping to kill Anboka before Kota could take him down. He truly was a complete madman. Even then, one mystery still bothered Raisin. Anboka was a dark mage, so why would this dungeon only activate when a swordsman's sword aura cut through the scent of blood? As Raisin was thinking, the system suddenly announced that it had found and analyzed a plot inconsistency, giving him a chance to correct it. After reading the message, he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. His theory had been confirmed. The system explained that Sackley's bread factory was both an artificial dungeon and a trap built specifically for Anboka. His ultimate goal was to turn her into a puppet, even if it cost him his own life. However, the trap could only activate if a swordsman was present as the trigger. Without wasting another second, Raisin opened the world design book and began rewriting the world's settings. His first idea was to change Anboka from a dark mage into a magic swordsman, but he quickly rejected the idea because that single change could create countless new plot contradictions. With time running out, Raisin took a gamble and kept writing. He added that Anboka had always traveled with an outstanding swordsman. The system immediately accepted the new setting, leaving Raisin anxiously waiting to see if the problem was finally solved. But then he froze, as the system displayed another requirement. He now had to enter the swordsman's name. Staring at the empty space, Raisin could only groan. How was he supposed to know the name of that character? Faced with this impossible situation, Raisin was completely out of ideas. In the past, he would have ignored such minor details. Who could remember the name of a character that barely appeared? It felt like the game kept getting harder, while the system forced him to solve impossible problems. Right then, violent cracking sounds echoed from every direction. The space around him began breaking apart, and Raisin realized the world itself was collapsing, because the inconsistency had become too severe. In that critical moment, he searched through every memory he had, but he still could not think of a single suitable swordsman. All he needed was a famous enough name, but the crashing sounds kept growing louder as time rapidly ran out. With no other choice, Raisin hurriedly wrote a new setting. He declared that the swordsman's identity had never been revealed, but Sackley had always known that person existed. Raisin sighed, knowing this was only a temporary loophole, but he had no better option. A moment later, the system confirmed that part of the plot inconsistency had been successfully repaired. Because of that, the creator's privilege activated and allowed Raisin to write one more line. However, he had only 10 seconds left to use it. Raisin let out a relieved breath after narrowly escaping disaster. To fix the dungeon without affecting the entire world, Raisin quickly added that Sackley's bread factory was created to hunt Anboka, making it a deadly trap for both mages and swordsmen, while remaining relatively easy for martial artists to clear. In the original story, Kassan cleared this dungeon with DuPont, a giant warrior. He was not a martial artist, but his presence still matched the original setting perfectly. Without warning, a thick fog rolled in and quickly covered the entire area. Raisin frowned at the gray mist, wondering why it had appeared at this exact moment. Seeing it, Rudia offered to burn the fog away with fire magic, but Raisin immediately stopped her. Kassan also asked if he should cut through it with his sword aura, but Raisin shook his head again. When Kassan asked why, Raisin explained that this place had definitely prepared countermeasures against swordsmen. Kassan nodded in understanding, but confidently said he believed he was stronger than any defense this dungeon had. That fearless confidence made Raisin break into a cold sweat. The main character's plot armor really was terrifying. Raisin decided to keep leading the way and told everyone to follow his instructions. Kassan had no objections. As he observed the area, Raisin concluded that the fog itself was not poisonous. Just then, Rudia suddenly covered her nose after catching an incredibly strange smell. That reminded Raisin that this fog was actually the most dangerous part of the dungeon in the original story. Oddly enough, all three of them were completely unharmed. Seeing Rudia stick out her tongue because of the awful smell, Raisin told everyone to spread out and keep watch. The Holy Grail Pookie suddenly floated beside him. As they walked, Rayson quietly asked if it recognized the source of this power. Pookie immediately confirmed that it was the magic of a dark mage, and that they were already absorbing its energy. Hearing that, Rayson instantly realized it was death energy, an extremely dangerous force for swordsmen who relied on inner energy. But when he looked at Casson, he could only sigh in amazement. The main character was built differently, because Casson showed no sign of being affected by the death energy. Meanwhile, Rudia quietly ventured deeper into the dark chamber. As she passed two golden head statues, she suddenly froze in place. The motionless statues slowly opened their eyes and turned to stare directly at her. The eerie sight made Rudia scream in terror. Her scream made Rayson and Casson immediately turn around. Trembling on the floor, Rudia pointed at the statues and stammered that their eyes were moving and they had to be demons. Casson walked over for a closer look and confirmed that the two statues were indeed suspicious. He then asked Rayson if there was really a way to solve this bizarre room. Without hesitation, Rayson answered that there definitely was. Walking up to a brick wall, Rayson ran his hand across its surface and noted that the brick pattern looked strangely arranged. He asked Casson to inspect it because he sensed a faint flow of mana there. Casson immediately crouched down to examine it while Rayson quietly searched elsewhere. Rayson briefly thought that this hidden room had never appeared in the original story. Still, he trusted Casson to handle it while he searched for the nest holding the glowing feathers. Before he could go far, Casson loudly called everyone over after discovering a secret room. Watching the main character find clues so effortlessly left Rayson speechless. It was practically cheating. At that moment, countless golden beams suddenly shot out like a rain of arrows. Casson reacted instantly, flipping out of the way while continuously blocking the relentless attacks with his sword. As he approached a chest, emitting black smoke, a cold voice echoed through the air, warning that anyone who touched the treasure would never know peace. The eerie voice startled Rayson. He felt certain he had heard it somewhere before. Moments later, a massive dark spirit slowly rose from inside the chest. It was a soul-type monster with an extremely high resistance to dark magic. The creature roared the moment it appeared and charged straight at the group. Casson and Rayson immediately took defensive stances to face it. But just as the tension reached its peak, a fierce blast of fire suddenly shot in from behind. The unexpected attack was so sudden that even Rayson turned around in surprise. The dark priest let out a painful scream as the flames consumed it. Its soul gradually faded away, leaving only a weak curse before disappearing completely. The one who landed the finishing blow was none other than Rudia. She casually said it had been far too easy. Seeing her proud expression, Rayson laughed and praised her. Rudia beamed with delight after hearing the compliment. Rayson quickly explained that soul-type monsters were heavily countered by Rudia's fire magic. But before the celebration could last, he suddenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. After the dark priest vanished, the death energy in the room did not weaken. Instead, it became even thicker. That could only mean the true source of the death energy was still hiding somewhere nearby. Rayson immediately recalled the original story. To clear this stage, Casson had to collect 4 herbs representing joy, anger, love, and hatred, along with their matching notes. After placing the herbs into the mouths of the 2 golden statues and setting them on fire, the hidden treasure would appear, bringing Sackley's bread factory dungeon to an end. But the more Rayson thought about it, the more that solution felt far too simple for such a deadly artificial dungeon. Even Hanker, someone incredibly powerful, had been shocked when the bread factory was mentioned, and even questioned how Rayson knew about it. That could only mean this place was hiding an even darker secret. Just then, an icy black wind suddenly swept through and engulfed the entire room. Casson immediately went on guard and asked if Rayson could sense the strange energy. Rayson gritted his teeth and nodded. This death energy was far denser and far stronger than the power Sackley had used before. A burst of manic laughter suddenly echoed from the darkness, making Rayson's face change. He recognized that voice instantly. From the thick black smoke, Sackley's scarred face and orange eye patch slowly emerged. The mad butcher roared with laughter, mocking them for actually believing they had killed him. Sackley laughed like a lunatic and said there were still countless children waiting to become puppets. He had only faked his death to deceive them. Without giving anyone time to react, Sackley charged forward, wrapped in overwhelming resentment, shouting that he could never die before capturing Anboka. The moment Rayson saw him, he instantly understood the true nature of the dark power surrounding him. He realized in horror that Sackley had used forbidden dark magic on himself, taken his own life, and returned as a lich. A lich was created when a dark mage used a forbidden ritual to escape death itself. As long as its mana crystal remained intact, a lich could exist almost forever, but the price was horrifying. To survive, it had to continuously absorb death energy and life force from its victims. Over time, every emotion and trace of the Dark Mage's mind would disappear, leaving behind nothing but a soulless monster driven by instinct. After learning the truth, Casson clenched his teeth in fury and cursed the butcher. He pointed his sword straight at Sackley and demanded to know if he had planned to let them kill him from the very beginning. Sackley folded his arms and smiled knowingly before replying that it had not been his original plan, but things had changed. The butcher burst into mad laughter. It had been a long time since anyone besides Anne Boca had caught his interest. Watching him, Rayson quickly pieced everything together. In the original story, Sackley should have died, so Rayson concluded that he became a lich afterward and stayed hidden until the perfect moment to return. He avoided turning Casson or DuPont into puppets because he did not want to disrupt the story, allowing Casson to receive his inheritance as intended. Rayson finally understood everything. He looked straight at the butcher and coldly asked if becoming a lich and revealing himself now was all to turn them into puppets. Sackley smirked and admitted it. In fact, the one who interested him the most was Rayson, the descendant of a mage family. Those words left Rayson frozen for a few seconds before he blurted out in disbelief. "What?" Sackley suddenly drifted back into his twisted memories. He remembered gently stroking the hair of a beautiful little girl with green hair. He slowly said that she had once been a child of flawless beauty. Most of all, her eyes were so beautiful that he wanted nothing more than to turn her into the perfect puppet. The image of those brilliant green eyes still lingered vividly inside his warped memories. Hearing that, Rayson felt a chill run down his spine in disgust. Sackley glared at him and said Rayson's eyes shone just like Anboca's. Rayson could only curse to himself. This man was completely insane. Without wasting another second, Sackley pointed directly at Rayson and laughed like a madman, declaring that both Rayson and Mayton would become the finest additions to his collection. Knowing a life-or-death battle was about to begin, Rayson immediately told Casson to find the mana crystal. When Casson asked what he would do, Rayson firmly answered that he would stay behind and hold the lich off. Facing the newly transformed lich, Rayson silently judged that Sackley's strength was anything but ordinary. Even so, compared to Ibelia and especially Posa, he was still nowhere close. To Rayson, Sackley was far less dangerous than Posa. On the contrary, the chance to fight a real lich made his fighting spirit surge. Fire mana instantly erupted and wrapped around his body. Sackley also unleashed an overwhelming wave of death energy and coldly asked if Rayson was ready to become another display in his collection. Rayson simply smiled with confidence and replied that it would not be that easy. Seeing Rayson remain so calm only excited Sackley even more. He declared that he would turn Rayson into a puppet at the exact moment he fell into his deepest fear. Facing the deranged butcher, Rayson calmly asked where he had hidden the mana crystal that fueled the death energy. Sackley smirked and asked what Rayson planned to do if he knew. Rayson pointed straight at him and answered without hesitation, "Destroy it." Caught off guard by such a blunt answer, Sackley froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. He said Rayson must still be a child to be so honest, but there was no chance he would reveal the crystal's location. The moment he finished speaking, the butcher let out a roar and prepared to attack. Just as the tension peaked, a blazing wave of fire suddenly crashed into Sackley and swallowed him in flames. Hit head-on, he screamed in agony and realized it was fire magic. Rayson immediately turned around in surprise and called out Rudia's name. Rudia stepped out of the darkness, with blazing flames dancing in her hand, and boldly declared that Rayson was the one who had formed a contract with her. Sackley quickly extinguished the flames, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. He decided Rudia had to die before she became an even greater threat. But just as he was about to charge, his expression suddenly changed. He panicked after sensing a mysterious power unlike anything he had ever felt. Even Rayson was stunned by Sackley's reaction and had no idea what was happening. Standing beside him, Rudia stared ahead with unwavering determination. She quietly said she had once been too weak to protect herself, but this time she would protect Rayson. Rudia's eyes instantly turned blood red. At the same time, the system displayed a shocking notification. Rudia had awakened the Demon Slayer Eye. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic crimson eye with a vertical pupil appeared floating in the sky. The moment the lich Sackley saw it, he completely broke down. His entire body trembled as he staggered backward, begging the eye not to look at him because he did not want to disappear. Rayson looked up at the enormous eye behind Rudia and immediately recognized it as the Demon Slayer Eye. The crimson eye released such overwhelming pressure that even the surrounding space began to shake violently. Faced with that terrifying power, Sackley completely lost his composure. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he cried and begged in utter despair. Amid the raging storm of energy, Rudia, with her crimson eyes glowing brightly, began chanting eerie ancient incantations. The curse quickly took effect, causing cracks to spread across Sackley's body. He clutched his head and screamed as his body slowly crumbled apart. A moment later, the gigantic demonic eye unleashed an immense crimson beam that completely engulfed the butcher. Cornered at last, Sackley clenched his teeth and roared in hatred. He could not believe he had been defeated by a group of children. However, exhausting her mana beyond its limit left Rudia completely drained, and she collapsed. Rayson immediately rushed over, caught her in his arms, and desperately called her name. Even while carrying Rudia, Rayson kept his eyes fixed on the ruins ahead, staying alert. The worst had happened. Sackley was not completely destroyed. He staggered back to his feet, stared at the two of them, and demanded to know what kind of magic they had used. Rayson answered coldly that the result already spoke for itself. In a battle of magic, Sackley was the loser. Even while cornered, Sackley laughed like a madman, as if he had expected that outcome all along. Without giving him any time to recover, Rayson immediately cast the time spell Slow Flow and activated the first-year dark spell interaction. Rayson shot forward at astonishing speed, leaving Sackley only enough time to gasp in shock before the attack landed. Right after that, Rayson activated the intermediate combat spell Enhancement to further boost his strength. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a flaming spinning kick straight into the Lick's body. The instant he landed, Rayson accelerated again, refusing to give his enemy even a moment to counterattack. Behind him, blazing battle aura gathered into the shape of a gigantic beast, radiating overwhelming power. At the same time, the system confirmed that the martial art technique Shu Sung Ge had been activated, unlocking its first form, 10,000 Claws. The terrifying impact blasted Sackley backward, making him scream in pain. Bolts of lightning continuously surged across his body, inflicting even more damage. Rayson slowly approached the fallen enemy. Yet Sackley remained on the ground laughing with delight, praising Rayson's incredible speed, and saying it only made him want to turn Rayson into a puppet even more. As he crawled across the ground, Sackley could not stop marveling that a mage possessed such terrifying, close-range combat skills. His eyes grew even more unhinged as he repeatedly muttered that everything was simply too beautiful in his twisted obsession. Fed up with the madman's rambling, Rayson stepped forward, stomped on Sackley's head, pinned him to the ground, and coldly ordered him to shut up. Even with his head crushed beneath Rayson's foot, the Lich spoke in a dark voice. He reminded Rayson that he could never truly kill him. Rayson admitted it, but said he could at least keep him under control. Sackley laughed and asked why he was trying to stall for time, because in the end, Rayson would still become his puppet. Just then, the backlash from Rayson's combat magic struck, forcing him to grit his teeth through the pain. Seeing this, Sackley became even more excited at the sight of a mage using such a rare form of magic. The tense standoff was suddenly broken when Casson shouted that he had found the mana crystal. In Casson's hands was a special basket containing a glowing crimson mana crystal. Seeing the source of Sackley's power now in their hands, Rayson calmly declared that it was over and urged him to surrender. The Lich only gave a sinister smile and claimed he could have found the crystal even faster than they did. Those strange words made Rayson frown. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had Sackley wanted Anboka to destroy the crystal from the very beginning? Sackley laughed and confirmed it. He revealed that the basket was actually a sacred artifact, and 5 seconds after the crystal was removed, all the mana inside would explode. According to him, the blast was powerful enough to wipe out every living thing in the area. As the basket in Casson's hands began glowing with an intense crimson light, cold sweat ran down Rayson's face. While everyone else tensed up, Sackley calmly walked toward Rayson with a faint smile. To him, the only thing that mattered was keeping Anboka's puppet here forever. Even so, he had no interest in dying alongside these children. He intended to capture Rayson and continue existing forever. Hearing those words, Rayson lowered his head slightly and quietly called Sackley's name. He said he had one final question, making the Lich look at him with curiosity. Rayson raised his head and looked him straight in the eyes before making a proposal that stunned everyone. He asked if Sackley would spare his friends' lives. Sackley thought for a moment, before shrugging and agreeing. From the very beginning, Rayson had always been his true target. Rayson gently brushed back his hair and continued. If Sackley granted him one last request, he would take his own life with whatever expression Sackley wished to see before becoming a puppet. That offer of voluntary sacrifice thrilled Sackley beyond words. The butcher leaned in close with a twisted grin and burst into laughter. More than anything, he wanted to see Raisin cry so he could preserve those tears forever. Staring straight at Raisin, Sackley coldly told him to state his final request. Without hesitation, Raisin calmly replied that he was a mage. As a mage, his greatest wish had always been to examine a mana crystal created by a lich with his own eyes. Raisin added that Sackley should understand that desire because he had also devoted his life to studying magic. The lich narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if Raisin was planning to die together with him. Raisin slowly closed his eyes and gently denied it. He said he truly cared about his companions, and if sacrificing himself could save them, he would gladly accept that fate. Hearing Raisin choose to give up his life for everyone else left Cassin completely devastated. He immediately shouted in fury, refusing to accept such an ending. Cassin declared that as the heir to the sword's will, he would personally kill Sackley, restore order to this place, and protect his closest friend no matter what. Seeing the young master still refusing to give up, Sackley merely snorted in annoyance. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and unleashed a surge of dark resentment, knocking the basket holding the mana crystal directly in front of Raisin. Sackley calmly stepped forward, picked up the basket, and smiled faintly. He remarked that their friendship was admirable and believed Raisin would keep his promise. He then handed the glowing basket to Raisin and declared that he would honor their deal by giving him exactly 2 seconds. Raisin calmly accepted the basket, quietly thanked him, and reminded Sackley to keep his promise to spare his companions. The lich casually nodded and promised that he would. Lying helpless on the ground, Cassin continued shouting in despair, begging Raisin not to sacrifice himself. Ignoring the cries behind him, Raisin silently turned away, tightly holding the basket as the crimson energy inside built toward its explosion. When the countdown reached 2 seconds, a confident smile appeared on his face. Raisin thought to himself that Sackley's 2 seconds and his own 2 seconds were completely different, and that arrogance would cost the lich dearly. Sackley remained full of confidence, insisting that he would keep his word and give Raisin no more than 2 seconds. Watching his friend accept death, Cassin could only scream in despair, unable to accept Raisin's choice. Meanwhile, Raisin calmly held the basket and quietly began counting down from 2. His confident smile never faded because, to Raisin, 2 seconds could be used in a completely different way. The system immediately announced that slow flow had been activated. As time around him nearly came to a halt, Raisin instantly opened a gateway into the subspace. Seeing that scene, Sackley's eyes widened in shock as he rushed forward to stop him, but he was already too late. From inside the subspace, the black jar Raisin had received from the god Mu-Mo-Lai Diwan appeared before him. Without wasting a second, Raisin threw the glowing crimson mana crystal into the jar and loudly drew Sackley's attention. Sackley charged forward in a frenzy, determined to kill Raisin on the spot, but the jar had already been set in place. An instant later, the mana crystal exploded violently inside the jar. A massive crimson pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Realizing his entire plan had failed, Sackley grabbed the jar crackling with crimson lightning and screamed in despair, unable to believe what had happened. The devastating backlash instantly tore the lich apart, shattering his body into ashes beside the jar. Looking at the remains, Raisin simply bid him farewell, declaring that Sackley would never return again. Seeing the catastrophic explosion neutralized so effortlessly, Cassin asked in shock what the jar really was. Raisin calmly explained that it was an ancient magical artifact capable of absorbing the full force of an explosion. At that moment, the ceiling began cracking apart before collapsing all around them. As rocks rained down everywhere, Cassin shouted that they had to find a way out before the entire building came down. Carrying the unconscious Rudia, Raisin analyzed that Sackley would never have prepared an escape route because he intended to bury every trace connected to Onboka. Cassin grinned and replied that if there was no exit, they would simply make one. With that, he poured all of his strength into the sword in his hand. The next moment, Cassin unleashed his ultimate technique, Iron Sword Strike. A terrifying explosion erupted, blowing the entire factory apart beneath the night sky. When the dust finally settled, the group found themselves safely outside under the peaceful moonlight. Cassin planted his sword into the ground and panted heavily after exhausting so much of his strength. Watching that overwhelming display, Raisin was stunned. He wondered when Cassin had learned such a terrifying technique. Holding Rudia in his arms, Raisin silently thanked his luck. Without Cassin, none of them would have escaped safely. But just as everyone relaxed, the black jar on the ground suddenly let out a loud noise. Raisin immediately looked down at it in surprise, wondering what was happening inside. The black jar suddenly shook violently before tipping over, dropping something that looked exactly like a giant bird's nest woven from ancient tree roots. At that moment, the system displayed a blue notification, Dragon Egg Incubation Nest. Rayson stared at the item in disbelief and muttered, "So this is a dragon egg incubation nest? It really looks like an ordinary nest." Under the quiet moonlight, Sylvia stood in the distance, staring at the ruins of the factory in shock. She could not believe the group had actually survived. Sylvia even asked in amazement if they had truly defeated Sackley. The following morning, as the sun rose, Sylvia led everyone back to her small wooden house. She warmly welcomed them and invited the group to rest there for a few days before continuing their journey. But then Sylvia leaned close to Rayson with a mysterious smile and whispered that she wanted to speak privately about the dragon egg incubation nest he had just obtained. Her words startled both Rayson and Casson. Cold sweat ran down Rayson's back as he wondered how she knew about it. After entering the house, the group immediately heard the sound of chopping coming from the kitchen. Sylvia was standing on a small stool, preparing a meal for everyone. Seeing her mysterious smile, Rayson became even more thoughtful. Looking at the small figure of the drug queen from behind, he quietly wondered just how terrifying Honka truly was. Rayson suddenly recalled the conversation they had shared earlier among the ruins. While carrying Rudia, Rayson calmly told Sylvia that they had succeeded and that it was exactly what she had hoped for. Sylvia admitted that she had hoped they would succeed, but she never believed they actually could. That response only strengthened Rayson's suspicion that Sylvia was far more than the ruler of the Northern Dragon Nest. He directly asked if she had entered Sackley's artificial dungeon to help them. Sylvia scratched her head with an awkward smile and admitted that she had. Rayson continued questioning her because she surely knew what would happen if an artificial dungeon was destroyed from the outside. Still wearing Sylvia's appearance, Honka smiled confidently and replied that if Rayson already knew that, then he was capable of making it happen himself. Looking at the girl ahead of him, Rayson found her even harder to read. She treated such matters as if they were nothing, and she possessed both illusion circles and transformation and magic. She was clearly hiding far more than she had revealed. Just then, Sylvia suddenly walked over, grabbed Casson's hand, and smiled mysteriously, saying that every woman needed to keep a few secrets. According to her, those secrets were exactly what made someone truly fascinating. Caught off guard, Casson frowned and asked what she was doing. Sylvia offered no explanation. She simply gave Casson's hand a gentle squeeze and said she was only checking something. Watching the scene, Rayson was secretly astonished. Even though Casson tried to pull away, Sylvia held him with effortless ease. After letting go, Sylvia crossed her arms and quietly muttered that something was strange. Casson asked what was wrong, but she only replied that she could not sense anything, leaving him even more confused. Sylvia kept her thoughts to herself. If that was true, then that person's words had been correct all along. After witnessing countless geniuses over the years, he had finally left behind someone truly special. With that thought, Sylvia slowly turned to look directly at Rayson. Her crimson eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow as she smiled and declared that she would continue watching over Rayson Mayton. Those words immediately put Rayson on high alert. He had no idea what she was really planning. A few days later, the group gathered around the dining table inside the wooden house, but Rayson had finally run out of patience. He complained that he had spent days asking about the dragon egg incubation nest, yet Sylvia kept avoiding the subject. Meanwhile, Rudia and Casson continued eating as if nothing had happened. Sylvia asked whether the food suited their taste, and Rudia happily replied that it was delicious. Seeing Sylvia dodge the question again, Rayson helplessly asked what she was really hiding. Sylvia raised one finger, signaling him to wait, and calmly said the time had not come yet. They first had to wait for the crescent moon. Rayson asked what the crescent moon had to do with anything. At that moment, Rudia lifted her empty bowl for another serving, and Sylvia happily agreed. While serving more food from the pot, Sylvia said she would explain everything once the crescent moon rose. Suddenly, Sylvia turned toward Rayson, her crimson eyes glowing mysteriously once again. She smiled and unexpectedly asked if he possessed the Thunder Dragon Stone. That single question instantly froze the atmosphere. Rayson, Casson, and even Rudia were left speechless. Rayson's face stiffened, his eyes widened, and cold sweat rolled down his cheek. Only one question echoed in his mind. How did Honka know about that? Honka quietly called Rayson over and told him to follow her alone. Rayson asked where they were going. She smiled and replied that they were heading to the highest place in the area, making him realize she meant the central tower. The moment Hanka's small hand took hold of Rayson's, the two prepared to leave. Behind them, Cassin's expression immediately changed as he watched with guarded eyes. He looked directly at Honka and firmly declared that, in the name of the Shi family, if anything happened to Raisin, he would never forgive her. His warning only made the drug queen laugh in amusement. She even stuck out her tongue playfully, as if his threat meant nothing. Honka turned back to Raisin and seriously asked once more whether he was carrying the Thunder Dragon Stone. Raisin's expression shifted as he admitted it was true, but he could not hide his confusion. He had never mentioned the stone, so how did she know? Seeing Raisin's bewildered expression, Honka quietly stepped closer. She leaned toward his ear and whispered in a mysterious voice. In Raisin's memories, dragons had always been regarded as the supreme race of the world. They possessed nearly endless lifespans and stood above every other creature from the moment they were born. Dragons were so powerful that they did not even need food to survive. Every bloodline also mastered elemental magic far beyond anything humans could ever reach. Yet in the novel Raisin himself had written, dragons had never truly appeared in the main story. They were only briefly mentioned in the world's background lore. And yet beneath the star-filled sky, an unimaginable truth unfolded before his eyes. Standing before Raisin was a real dragon of flesh and blood. The two walked through the night sky in complete silence. Raisin was amazed to find himself walking on empty air without any ground beneath his feet. He guessed it had to be an incredibly advanced form of magic. Honka, walking ahead, suddenly turned around with an unreadable smile and said this was the perfect place. The two of them were now floating among the clouds, beneath the crescent moon. Raisin asked Honka what he was supposed to do next. Before he could finish speaking, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, leaving him stunned. Right before Raisin's eyes, Honka's small body erupted with brilliant crimson light and rapidly transformed into a gigantic red dragon with an unbelievably terrifying presence. Seeing the mighty creature dominating the sky, Raisin gasped in shock. The dragon's aura surpassed every magical beast he had ever encountered. The massive red dragon lowered its enormous fang-filled head before Raisin and asked why he looked so surprised. After a brief moment of shock, Raisin quickly regained his composure. He smiled and opened his subspace to retrieve something. As magical light flashed, the red dragon immediately watched with curiosity. Raisin took out the dragon egg incubation nest, along with the Thunder Dragon Stone, crackling with brilliant golden lightning, and held them up before the dragon. But then, Raisin suddenly let go, sending both the nest and the Thunder Dragon Stone falling into the abyss below. The bold move left the red dragon completely stunned. It instantly dove after them, roaring in fury as it tried to catch the falling items, unable to understand what Raisin was thinking. Faced with the dragon's furious reaction, Raisin simply smiled and calmly apologized to Honka. After catching the stone in time, the red dragon panted heavily, gripping it tightly in its claws while angrily scolding Raisin. Raisin remained calm, floating in midair with his arms crossed. He explained that he only wanted to see how important the item truly was to Honka. The dragon's anger exploded. It warned that if Raisin ever did something like that again, it would kill him on the spot. Raisin merely smirked at the threat. He confidently stated that Honka could not kill him right now. Raisin reasoned that the fact Honka had brought him all the way here proved she could not handle anything involving the Thunder Dragon Stone on her own. Thinking back to all his battles against DK Cha, Raisin realized he had become far bolder. He calmly declared that Honka needed him because only he could awaken the one sleeping inside. Hearing Raisin's sharp analysis, the red dragon could only grit its teeth, releasing clouds of white smoke in frustration. In the end, it admitted Raisin was right. Its true goal was to hatch the egg, while the Thunder Dragon Stone itself was not the most important part. Raisin smiled confidently and crossed his arms. To him, the stone was nothing more than a bargaining chip. Raisin continued with a confident smile, saying the one who truly wanted the Thunder Dragon to hatch was the Fire Dragon. Since he had no reason to help for free, the two sides should make a fair trade. Faced with Raisin's firm stance, the Fire Dragon let out a low growl before giving in. It admitted Raisin had more courage than many adults and asked what he wanted in return. Raisin calmly replied by asking what a dragon could possibly offer him. A brilliant light suddenly gathered inside the fire dragon's claw. It calmly asked if that was enough to prove its sincerity. Before Raisin could react, the light poured directly into his body. The magical power surged through him at incredible speed, startling Raisin. Looking at his glowing hand, he could only stare in amazement. The fire dragon slowly explained that it was the dragon's tear. A beautifully crafted blue gem, with a golden edge, had now appeared in the center of Raisin's palm. Raisin quietly repeated the name in curiosity. The fire dragon explained that if Raisin ever stood on the brink of death, he only needed to call its name through the gem. When Raisin asked what would happen, the dragon answered that it would come to save him. Holding such a priceless safeguard, Raisin clenched the gem and looked up, asking if he should continue calling the dragon Honka. The dragon shook its head and said Honka was only a false identity. Its real name was Phaser, and it belonged to the fire dragon race. Raisin smiled and nodded, saying he would be counting on Phaser from now on. After reaching an agreement, Raisin asked what he should do next. Phaser instructed him to place the Thunder Dragon Stone inside the nest and hold it beneath the moonlight. Raisin followed the instructions, lifting the nest toward the night sky before asking if he had done it correctly. Immediately, Phaser began chanting ancient spells in the language of dragons. Raisin watched in astonishment as moonlight continuously gathered and was absorbed into the Thunder Dragon Stone. Before long, the stone's outer shell began cracking apart. Seeing everything proceed smoothly, Phaser smiled with satisfaction. From the shattered shell emerged a tiny pale yellow thunder dragon with round eyes and sparkling lightning dancing around its body. Raisin was speechless. He was finally seeing a real thunder dragon. The little dragon tilted its head toward Raisin and let out an adorable little cry. Watching the tiny creature cuddle around him, Raisin could not help but laugh. He had always imagined a thunder dragon would be fierce and majestic, but this newborn was unbelievably cute. But then the little dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide. A blast of fire mixed with lightning shot straight into Raisin's face, leaving him completely stunned. The system instantly activated defensive magic and its regeneration ability to save him. Gasping for breath, Raisin realized that without his defenses and Puki's timely support, he would have died on the spot. Puki angrily scolded the baby dragon for its dangerous prank, while the guilty little dragon simply tilted its head and cried innocently. Raisin turned to Phaser and asked if she had known this would happen. Phaser calmly denied it and explained that a dragon's first breath was proof that the hatchling was perfectly healthy. Looking at Phaser's calm expression, Raisin became even more convinced that she had expected everything but deliberately kept quiet. Phaser went on to explain that thunder dragons were even more special than fire dragons and played an essential role in maintaining the balance of the world. The tiny dragon happily flapped its wings and floated through the air while Phaser declared that thunder dragons were a race unlike any other dragon. He did not need to know yet. The only thing that mattered was taking good care of it. The moment dragon raising came up, Raisin broke into a cold sweat. Phaser explained that dragons grew through incredibly long stages and evolved only once every 100 years, so he would probably never live long enough to see it. Right then, the baby dragon happily flew over to Raisin. With a proud grin, it declared that Raisin had earned the honor of raising it and even called him its master. Hearing that bold declaration, Raisin could only force an awkward smile at his new pet. Just then, Cassin came rushing over from afar, calling out Raisin's name in panic. Seeing Cassin charging in with his sword drawn and killing intent blazing, Raisin quickly told him to calm down. Cassin immediately turned to Honka and coldly asked if she had done anything to Raisin. Under his suspicious stare, the white-haired girl only gave a knowing smile. She casually admitted that something had happened, but claimed Raisin was the one who started it. Her vague answer shocked Raisin, who pointed at himself in complete confusion. Cassin immediately looked at Raisin and demanded to know what he had done to Honka. Seeing both of them completely confused, the white-haired girl suddenly blushed bright red, covered her cheeks, and shyly said something that left everyone speechless. She accused Raisin of taking away the most precious thing she had while constantly threatening her the entire time. At that moment, the pale yellow thunder dragon floated into the air and happily called Raisin its master. The strange creature left Cassin stunned as he asked what it was. Raisin calmly introduced it as a thunder dragon, leaving Cassin even more shocked that a legendary creature actually existed. Before anyone could recover, the baby dragon wrapped itself around Raisin's shoulder and kept crying that it was hungry. Not knowing what it wanted, Raisin asked Phaser. She calmly explained that thunder dragons grew by absorbing lightning, so feeding it was now his job. Hearing that, Raisin frowned in confusion and wondered why that responsibility had fallen on him. Phaser then revealed that a thunder dragon needed around 300 years to fully mature, and Raisin was now its very first guardian. While the little dragon refused to let go of his neck, Phaser coldly added that if the thunder dragon died first, Raisin would die with it. That warning made Raisin's face turn pale as he asked in disbelief why they had to share the same fate. Phaser simply tilted her head, her crimson eyes as calm as ever. Then she answered without emotion that if it happened, she would personally kill Raisin herself. That night, the wooden cabin finally became peaceful as everyone got a chance to rest after countless hardships. Rudia, Raisin, Cassin, and even the little thunder dragon had all fallen asleep. But in the middle of the quiet night, the wooden door suddenly creaked open as a mysterious visitor silently stepped inside. Under the dim candlelight, Phaser sat across from a hooded man. The man spoke first, confirming that the Thunder Dragon had awakened and had chosen Mayton as its guardian. Phaser nodded and reminded him that Rayson was also the close friend of the man's son. The visitor's identity was finally revealed. He was Garcia Say, the head of the Say family. He coldly asked why Rayson was still alive, since anyone who helped a dragon hatch was normally eliminated once the task was complete. Phaser immediately explained that Rayson's case was completely different. In her eyes, he was fully qualified to become the Thunder Dragon's guardian. She laughed and said that if she had not liked Rayson, she would have killed him long ago. Garcia frowned slightly and asked if Phaser truly thought so highly of Rayson. She calmly admitted it and said he was an incredibly interesting boy. Phaser added that something truly special existed inside Rayson, something she had once sensed in an old friend long ago. Hearing that, Garcia curiously asked who that old friend was. Phaser only smiled mysteriously and refused to answer, saying dragons always kept countless secrets. Garcia quietly stared at the candle before saying that this seemingly unchanging world was actually trapped in endless cycles of destruction. Phaser continued by explaining that everything would be destroyed and reborn again. This phenomenon was known as the Handex effect. Looking at the red spiral symbol, she admitted that even she did not fully understand it because it belonged to the realm of the gods. Garcia softly repeated the name Handex and said this world had never accepted its fate. He explained that one will had always existed to drag the world toward destruction. At the same time, another will always fought to protect everything from that destruction. Phaser smiled and said it was just like humanity, where love and hatred could exist within the same heart. According to her, the Thunder Dragon was the embodiment of the will that protected the world. That was why its appearance was unbelievably rare, sometimes taking tens of thousands of years for a single one to be born. Phaser then asked Garcia if he finally understood what she meant. Garcia immediately understood the situation. A disaster capable of destroying the entire world was approaching, and the Thunder Dragon born to oppose it had chosen Rayson as its guardian. Phaser smiled with great interest. She said what fascinated her most was whether a human could truly walk alongside a Thunder Dragon. She looked at Rayson sleeping peacefully beside the baby dragon and thought this might be the most exciting time of her life. Phaser said that just as Garcia suspected, she had also sensed a very special power hidden inside Rayson Mayton. She still could not identify what it was, and even Rayson himself had not noticed it yet, but she was certain that a massive divine power was sleeping within him. When Garcia asked more about that power, Phaser confirmed it and revealed that Rayson also possessed an extremely precious sacred artifact. Finally, she seriously told Garcia to keep watching over Rayson because a special divine revelation seemed to be quietly approaching his son. For humans, this was an incredibly rare blessing. When that immense divine power combined with this fate, the hidden potential within Casson would awaken and erupt beyond imagination. After finishing her explanation, Baggio turned to leave, saying she needed to sleep because hatching the Thunder Dragon had consumed too much of her strength. Watching her small figure disappear into the distance, Garcia quietly asked if this would be the last time they ever met. Baggio turned back with a faint smile and said she planned to sleep for at least 100 years, but perhaps before Garcia's death, they might still meet again. Hearing the joke from his old friend, Garcia smiled beneath his hood and softly said goodbye. The girl slowly rose into the sky and wished Garcia good health so he could live another 100 years. But just before disappearing, Phaser suddenly remembered something and returned to ask Garcia if he had found his missing eldest son. That question reopened his deepest wound. Garcia stayed silent for a long time before heavily answering that the child was probably no longer alive. Phaser asked why, while Garcia clenched his teeth and bitterly mentioned the name of the Mayton family. Understanding his friend's pain, Phaser became silent and asked Garcia to prevent a war from breaking out in Long Mountain, as that was the place she had chosen to rest. After Garcia agreed, Phaser smiled and told him to protect the northern basin before completely fading away into nothingness. Phaser left, leaving the wooden room wrapped in complete silence. Sitting alone at the table under the flickering candlelight, Garcia lowered his hood, revealing black hair and a deeply thoughtful expression. He softly whispered his sincere thanks to his old friend, the illusionary Heavenly Emperor Baggio. Beneath the moonlit night sky, the small wooden house remained peaceful in the forest, hiding the violent changes that were about to come. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At the glowing space gate, Casson returned to the Ji family, while Racen also headed back to Mayton. However, the seventh young master's peaceful days quickly ended because of a new companion. The baby thunder dragon kept opening its mouth and roaring loudly, demanding its master find food for it immediately. The little dragon's endless trouble completely exhausted Racen. He lay on the bed with dark circles under his eyes, complaining that he could not even sleep for a moment. Yet the thunder dragon casually sat on the bed and innocently said that being fed by its master was an honor. Racen held his head and asked what it wanted to eat. The dragon only replied that it did not know, then told him to decide himself, making him even more frustrated. At his breaking point, Racen suddenly remembered DK Cha, who was famous for his vast knowledge. He thought his father might know the secrets of the thunder dragon race. After that, Racen immediately went to the main residence of the Mayton family. As soon as he entered the hall, DK Cha calmly looked at his son and said he could tell from his expression that Racen had come for help. Racen smiled and admitted it, but his father's unusually gentle attitude made him sweat nervously, and he could not help saying that DK Cha had changed a lot. DK Cha looked at the dragon on Racen's shoulder and calmly guessed that it was hungry, right? Racen sighed and confirmed it, saying he had no idea what to feed it. Even searching the library gave him no answers. DK Cha then asked if that was why Racen came to him, instead of continuing to figure it out himself. Racen nodded and explained that he was still on his pilgrimage and could not waste any more time. He knew asking his father for help might upset him, but it was still the fastest solution. Contrary to Racen's expectations, DK Cha smiled with satisfaction and praised him for making the right choice. That unexpected praise left Racen frozen, only able to ask in confusion. DK Cha slowly explained that even if they searched the entire continent, the number of people who truly understood dragons could be counted on one hand. That was why the family library had no records about them, because thunder dragons had only appeared a few times throughout human history. The little dragon still proudly claimed it was a kind-hearted dragon, but soon became depressed because its stomach was already growling from hunger. DK Cha smirked knowingly and explained that every dragon was born with a unique attribute, and to grow, they had to absorb mana with that same attribute. Racen was surprised and asked about attribute mana. DK Cha confirmed it and emphasized that since this was a thunder dragon, it could only absorb lightning-type mana. Hearing that, Racen broke into a cold sweat. He thought lightning magic was extremely difficult to master and might take his entire youth to learn. But DK Cha quickly crushed his hope by explaining that human-created mana was completely useless. To raise a thunder dragon, Racen needed to find natural lightning energy. That answer left Racen frozen. He could only wonder if he would have to chase lightning during storms from now on. Racen imagined himself running through a thunderstorm while carrying a lightning rod, with the baby dragon happily flying around waiting to eat lightning. Just thinking about it was ridiculous. Cutting off his thoughts, DK Cha seriously announced that he would assign Racen a new mission. Before Racen could react, he reminded his father that he was still on his pilgrimage. Without hesitation, DK Cha decided to extend Racen's pilgrimage by one more year. The unexpected news instantly made Racen's face light up with joy. DK Cha continued explaining that the appearance of a thunder dragon was an event so rare it was almost unheard of, so everything had to be handled carefully. Quickly regaining his serious expression, Racen bowed and asked his father to issue the order in writing so he could officially record the mission. But inside, Racen was extremely excited. Extending his pilgrimage by another year meant he could freely train without family restrictions. It was far better than he expected. Hiding his excitement, Racen smiled confidently and asked what the mission was. DK Cha simply answered that his destination would be the North Sea, and the deadline was 1 year. Hearing the words North Sea, Racen could not help asking again in surprise. DK Cha continued, saying there was a place called Edel Island in that sea. Understanding this was his next challenge, Racen immediately accepted the order. With a confident smile, he decided his new journey would begin at Edel Island. Meanwhile, the newborn thunder dragon continued whining non-stop, only caring about getting food from its master. Sitting before a feast, Racen pointed at the dishes and told it to eat, but the dragon immediately rejected them, saying dragons did not eat such things, and only wanted lightning. While calmly cutting his steak, Racen coldly warned that if it kept bothering him, he would leave it to starve. Even after being threatened, the dragon raised its head proudly and declared that it could never die from hunger, because it was a great dragon. Seeing it still refusing to back down, Racen narrowed his eyes. The dragon continued boasting that weak humans could never compare to dragons. Hearing that, Racen smiled knowingly and casually said he had already prepared an amazing meal for it, but now it seemed unnecessary. the moment it heard the words amazing meal. The dragon immediately changed attitude and asked again. Raisin nodded seriously and said he had worried it was as fragile as humans, so he prepared food in advance. But since it claimed to be a powerful dragon, there was no need to feed it anymore. Being casually ignored by its master, the little dragon was completely stunned. It lowered its head and sadly muttered that even dragons could feel hungry. Raisin calmly continued eating and replied that he was the one starving because he had to listen to its noise all day. He added that the dragon itself had claimed it could not die from hunger. The dragon sadly argued that while it would not die, hunger still hurt. Raisin coldly replied that it should endure it as long as it stayed alive. With no argument left, the dragon curled up in the corner, teary-eyed, and complaining that it could not stand being hungry anymore. Seeing it still stubborn, Raisin took a sip of water and silently decided to see who could endure longer. One quiet week passed at the Mayton residence. On the balcony, Maid Hera patiently fed fish to a golden cat. Inside the room, Raisin was studying an ancient magic book when the system suddenly appeared, announcing that he had obtained a third circle ice spell called Ice Hammer. At the same time, after a week of starvation, the Thunder Dragon finally surrendered, admitting it was a good-hearted dragon and promising to obey its master. Raisin glanced at the dragon curled up beside the bed and calmly asked why he should believe anything it just said. The little dragon immediately looked up with sparkling eyes and begged, claiming it was a cute and obedient baby dragon. But right after that, it started whining again, demanding to eat lightning. Raisin smiled and gently asked Chusty if it would obey him from now on if he found lightning for it to eat. The Thunder Dragon immediately patted its chest and promised that it always kept its word and was extremely trustworthy. Seeing its innocent expression, Raisin took out a glowing blue magic item and said that if it was really that reliable, then the name Chusty would belong to it from now on. The little dragon happily nodded again and again, excitedly accepting its new name. Raisin smiled and said it was time to find some lightning for Chusty's meal, making the little dragon unable to hide its excitement. While Raisin thought about his journey to Edel Island in the North Sea, Chusty happily rubbed its cheek against him. In the sunny garden of the Mayton residence, Maid Hera approached and asked if Raisin had checked the storage space again. Raisin confirmed everything was ready, but Hera still wanted to inspect it one more time to be safe. Following her request, Raisin opened the storage space, revealing a blue portal. After sensing the mana inside, Hera was satisfied and said he had prepared extremely well for the journey. Hera then said that she and Hampton would wait for Raisin at Van Parichnong village near the North Sea, making Hampton surprised by the location. Hera explained that it was a busy port city near the North Sea. According to Hampton's information, many new herbs had recently been discovered there. Hearing this, Raisin decided to go there first and told them to wait at Van Parichnong. Hera respectfully accepted the order. At that moment, Avian appeared with her long blue-gray hair and greeted Raisin. Seeing this, he asked why she no longer called herself a librarian today. Avian calmly explained that she had resigned from that position starting today. According to the agreement with the family head, her new mission was to follow and escort Raisin for the next year. Hearing about the agreement, Raisin became curious and asked more. Avian only nodded and said the entire contract had to remain confidential. Realizing she had no intention of revealing anything, Raisin stopped asking and accepted it. To begin their journey together, Raisin gave Avian a chocolate bar. She accepted the gift but coldly said a few sweets were not enough to bribe her. However, the moment Chusty flew in front of her, the former librarian's calm expression instantly disappeared. In just a moment, she was completely defeated by the little dragon's cuteness. Chusty happily asked if it was adorable, and Avian blushed while admitting it was even cuter than she expected. Not long after, the carriage began moving, leaving their starting point and entering a land covered in white snow. Inside the warm carriage, Avian calmly enjoyed the chocolate while Chusty slept peacefully on her lap. Raisin looked at Avian and worriedly asked if keeping her current appearance was safe, since her identity as the Ice Witch was still heavily hunted. Avian softly called Raisin's name, making him turn around immediately. Then she began explaining the route the group would take. According to Avian, the snowy land outside was the Aurora Wilderness. Crossing it would lead to the Arctic, and the sea above was called the Arctic Ocean, also known as the North Sea. However, the Arctic was not the final destination in the far north. Beyond the North Sea existed a mysterious continent that humans had never set foot on. Avian continued explaining that, because they could not open a teleportation gate through the Aurora Wilderness, they would have to travel entirely by land from here. But then she seriously warned that they were about to face an even more dangerous problem. Right after she finished speaking, the carriage horse suddenly panicked, raised its legs, and cried out nervously. Raisin immediately rushed outside and discovered a massive ice block had just passed dangerously close to the carriage. Looking through the transparent ice, both Raisin and Chusty were completely stunned. Inside the ice was a small blue wyvern frozen solid, making Raisin wonder why such a creature appeared here. Avian slowly walked over, carefully examining the frozen body with sharp eyes before calling Raisin. She immediately stated that this wyvern was not an ordinary wild creature. When Raisin asked why, Avian did not answer. Instead, she stepped forward and placed her black-gloved hand on the ice. Magic power instantly flowed out, creating a brilliant white light that covered the entire ice block. With a single touch, the massive ice block cracked apart and shattered into countless pieces. Avian pointed at the body on the snow and told Rasan to look carefully at the mark on it, because it was the symbol of the Galen family. The moment he recognized the emblem, Raisin's face turned pale as he quietly repeated the name Galen family. Although not a famous great family across the continent, Galen was still considered one of the most powerful forces in the Northwest region. What made this family so powerful was a special ability that allowed them to dominate a vast territory. They could form mental bonds with monsters and tame them, an ability commonly known as beast taming. Avian confirmed it and explained that the Galen family was located northwest of the Vitya continent, beyond the Black Sea. Hearing that, Raisin wondered why someone from Galen appeared all the way near the North Sea. Avian shook her head and said she did not know the reason, but leaving their family mark so openly revealed a lot. Raisin smiled and agreed, saying it proved they had no need to hide their movements. Sitting beside the wyvern's body, Raisin asked if Avian had any other clues. However, Avian denied it and said that as far as she knew, neither the Arctic nor the Black Sea contained any treasure valuable enough for Galen to protect. Avian's eyes turned cold as she declared that if more violent wyverns appeared, she would destroy them all herself. Avian's overwhelming presence made Raisin smile awkwardly. He thanked her outwardly, but secretly felt relieved that someone this terrifying was on his side. At the same time, inside the luxurious study of the Mayton residence, Bursa Mayton calmly read a book. After hearing the report from her subordinate, she immediately frowned and told Sandow to repeat it. Kneeling on the floor, Sandow quickly reported that the seventh young master was currently heading toward Van Perichnong. Bursa closed her book and immediately asked why Raisin was going there. Sandow answered that it was a direct order from the family head, and Raisin's pilgrimage had also been extended by another year. Bursa immediately guessed that her father had assigned a mission related to Edel Island, but Santo could only apologize for not knowing the details. Bursa calmly said there was no need to apologize, because she was almost certain the destination was Edel Island. She then asked if Raisin was traveling with Anne Hampton. Sandow immediately denied it. He explained that Rudia had recently awakened a new ability and was currently being personally trained by Lady Avalia to develop that power. Hearing that, Bursa asked who was accompanying Raisin instead. Sandow answered that they had received no official information about it. However, he mentioned that Avian had resigned from her librarian position a few days ago. Bursa quickly understood and concluded that the person traveling with Raisin was most likely the ice mage Avian. Sandow firmly confirmed that all signs pointed to that conclusion. Bursa analyzed that while her father always valued confidence, he would never assign a mission beyond someone's ability to complete. She then asked if Avian was not still wanted. Sandow confirmed it and revealed that her real name was Lavian. He added that Lavian had once killed the Lord of Lebanon and frozen the entire castle. Bursa crossed her arms and reasoned that Avian would only abandon the safety of being a librarian to follow Raisin, because the terms of their agreement were powerful enough to convince her. But then Bursa's expression became serious. She remembered that Van Perichnong was directly on Raisin's route, and the Hyron group was currently there as well. Sandow confirmed it. Under Bursa's orders, the area had been completely sealed off, cutting all outside communication, and they planned to keep the secret hidden for another 3 years. Seeing the situation worsen, he suggested moving everyone there elsewhere. Bursa immediately rejected the idea, saying large-scale teleportation was impossible at this moment. Sandow continued reporting that if Raisin's group kept traveling by land, there would not be enough time to handle everything. Bursa nodded slightly and decided that she would go there herself. As soon as she finished speaking, flames erupted violently, and Bursa activated teleportation magic on the spot. Watching his master leave in such a destructive way, Sandow could only stand frozen with sweat pouring down his face. He could only complain internally that if the young lady kept teleporting whenever she wanted, the amount of reports afterward would be endless. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered wasteland, Avian suddenly stopped walking. Seeing this, Rayson immediately asked what she had discovered. Avian's expression became tense as she warned that something was approaching at incredible speed. Rayson and Chusty both looked confused and asked what it was. In an instant, Rayson's expression changed as he sensed an enormous mana force shaking the entire area. Right after that, a massive pillar of fire descended from the sky and crashed directly in front of them. Within the blazing flames, a familiar figure slowly appeared. The moment he saw the person, Rayson was shocked and called out his sister's name. Persa stepped out of the light, breathing heavily from exhaustion, but still greeted him with a proud smile. Looking at Avian, Persa sarcastically asked if she really needed to explain everything to the former librarian. Seeing his sister covered in sweat and breathing heavily, Rayson was shocked because he had never seen her this exhausted before. He immediately realized that Persa must have used teleportation over an extremely long distance, even forcing her body beyond its limits because of an emergency. Facing that provocation, Avian calmly stepped in front of Rayson and replied that she was no longer a librarian. Avian continued that she was now only Rayson's guide during the North Sea journey, and the agreement between her and the family head could not be revealed to anyone. Hearing that, Persa only shrugged and accepted the answer without pressing further. Watching the scene, Rayson realized that even Persa could not overpower Avian. He could not help wondering who would win if the two truly fought. Right after that, Persa became serious and directly asked if their destination was Van Perichnong village. Seeing both Rayson and Avian stay silent, Persa smiled knowingly and said that since they had already met here, she had no other choice. Her strange attitude made Rayson nervous as he quickly asked what she was planning to do. Persa approached with a calculating smile and mentioned the Hiran family, asking if he still remembered them. Those few words were enough to drag Rayson back to his painful memories from the past. In his memories, a massive fire erupted and swallowed everything. An entire valley was burned before his eyes, yet Rayson was completely powerless at that time. That memory caused Rayson's emotions to explode. Blue mana surged around his body while his eyes filled with rage. Instead, seeing his reaction only made Persa more interested. She leaned closer with a cold smile and whispered that she loved seeing that hateful expression on her little brother's face. Unable to hold back anymore, Rayson questioned his sister about that tragedy and asked how she could still smile calmly after everything. Persa casually answered that she had given Rayson a valuable lesson about the helplessness of the weak and believed he would never forget it. But instead of attacking, Rayson calmly closed his eyes and simply thanked her. He said that incident was what made him swear to become stronger, so he would never experience that helplessness again. Persa laughed with excitement and said she loved how Rayson looked like he wanted to kill her while still keeping his composure. However, her smile soon became mysterious as she suddenly asked if Rayson was certain everyone in Hiran had really died by her hands. That question left Rayson frozen, unable to believe what he had heard. At that moment, the system appeared and began replaying what happened on the day Persa arrived at Hiran. The revealed images showed a truth completely different from what everyone had believed for years. It turned out the people of Hiran were never massacred. They were only forced to leave their homeland by Sandow, Persa's trusted subordinate. At that time, Sandow kept urging everyone to move quickly because there was no time left. The system continued that the place those people were taken to was Van Perichnong village, leaving Rayson completely shocked. After calming down, Rayson looked directly at Persa and stated that he knew she had never personally killed anyone. Those words made Persa show surprise for the first time. She asked how Rayson discovered the truth. Rayson calmly explained that he read the traces. When Persa said she had erased all evidence, he replied that the unique killing aura of someone who had taken lives did not exist on her. Thinking back, Rayson also wondered why he had not noticed the abnormality back then. Perhaps Persa's disguise was too perfect, or he had already lost his calm state of mind. Hearing his analysis, Persa was extremely surprised. After asking again to confirm, Rayson firmly said that he truly had realized it. That sharp observation impressed Persa. She believed that during the chaos of that day, Rayson should not have been able to stay calm enough to notice such details. Although she still smiled faintly and said his explanations sounded somewhat forced, Persa shrugged and said she would believe him for now. Watching from the side, Avian judged Persa to be a ruthless, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous fire mage. But what surprised her was that this woman seemed much gentler whenever she faced Rayson. Not wanting to waste more time, Rayson directly asked why his sister spared those people. Persa tilted her head as if thinking, touched her red hair, and smiled casually. She answered that even she did not know. At that moment she simply wanted to do it. Rayson coldly called it strange, and Persa casually agreed. But then Persa raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence, and leaned closer to Rayson. She quietly asked him to keep the fact that the Hiran people were alive a secret, especially from Rudia. Hearing that, Rasan immediately became angry. He questioned why the truth had to be hidden when Rudia had suffered so much after that tragedy. Persa turned away and calmly explained that if Rudia learned the truth, her current determination would disappear instantly. Those words caused blue lightning to erupt around Rayson. He shouted, asking if he really had to let Rudia continue believing that her father was dead. Facing her brother's anger, Persa only smiled dangerously and coldly replied that if Rayson wanted, she could go kill that man right now and make those words become reality. That chilling statement left Rayson speechless. He could only grit his teeth and call his sister's name in frustration. In the endless snowy field, Persa turned around and suddenly suggested that she and Rayson make a bet. Avian sighed and commented that she never expected Persa to actually accept such a wager. Rayson calmly replied that since he had placed his own life as the stake, it was obviously an interesting game for Persa. Rayson also believed that from another perspective, this bet was not entirely disadvantageous. In his mind appeared the image of Rudia falling into despair if she learned the truth in the worst possible way. Avian quietly admitted that Persa was incredibly clever, but sometimes the cruel shocks of life could force someone to grow faster. Rayson nodded and admitted that her judgment was not wrong. He reminded her that Rudia had awakened her demon-slaying eye because of that very tragedy. However, Rayson immediately stated that what pushed Rudia forward now was no longer the pain of her past. Her current goal was to become strong enough to stand on her own and protect the people she considered comrades and friends, including Rayson himself. According to Rayson, that was the true reason Rudia kept moving forward. Therefore, he believed Rudia had every right to know that her father was still alive. Hearing those words, Avian fell silent and thought carefully. She admitted that Rayson was principled and righteous, but warned that the price of this bet was enormous. Rayson looked at Avian and asked if she was worried he'd put his life on the line. Avian immediately confirmed it, because if Third Lady Persa truly lost control, the consequences would be terrifying. Rayson only smiled and replied that once he made a promise, he would never break it. Then he jokingly asked if Avian was actually worried about him. The unexpected question made Avian blush and quickly turn away to avoid his gaze. Even Chusty beside them looked curious, while she awkwardly denied it without finishing her sentence. Rayson smiled and thanked her concern, then confidently stated that Persa would not kill him. Avian immediately questioned how he could be so certain. Rayson only gave a confident smile and answered that he truly had a reason to believe it. One reason was that he completely trusted Rudia. Hearing that, Avian became curious and asked what the special reason was. Rayson did not give a clear answer. He only thought that he could not be completely certain yet, but he seemed to understand the values and principles Persa always followed. His memory suddenly returned to the past. In a dark corner of the family, a blood-covered subordinate knelt on the ground, desperately begging young Bursa for another chance. Facing the begging man, young Bursa wore a blood-stained dress and held a sharp dagger in her hand. She smiled madly, looked down with cold red eyes, and gently said she forgave him. But right after that, the strange dagger in the girl's hand showed no hesitation and pierced directly into the subordinate's chest. At that moment, Bursa's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. She did not want to kill anyone, nor did she wish to take anyone's life. That was why Rayson believed that even after betting his life, Persa would never truly kill him. He turned to Avian and said he would explain more when they had the chance. Then the two continued forward through the endless frozen landscape. Rayson firmly decided their next destination was Van Perich Nong. He already had a plan and first needed to meet Rudia's father. Not long after, the group arrived at the entrance of Van Perich Nong village. A strong guard holding a battle axe stepped forward and demanded their identities. Rayson calmly took out his identification card and handed it over. The guard took it and slowly read the name written on it, Rayson Mayton. The moment he realized Rayson's identity, the guard's face turned pale. He immediately knelt down, apologized, and respectfully invited them inside. Rayson simply waved his hand and said there was no need, but the scene still caused nearby villagers to whisper about the prestige of the Mayton family. As he entered the village, Rayson smiled slightly and thought that power truly brought many conveniences. While walking, he connected all the clues and concluded that the wyverns earlier had actually been arranged by Bursa through a Galen family tamer. Just then, a middle-aged man in a brown robe with neatly tied hair hurried over to greet him. Raisin immediately recognized him as Rudia's father. The man bowed and thanked Raisin for coming all this way. Raisin politely replied, while secretly feeling relieved that he was safe. Thinking about how happy Rudia would be if she knew her father was alive, Raisin could not help feeling emotional. However, when he recalled everything that happened to Rudia, Raisin noticed another strange detail. He remembered that when Rudia was young, she had repeatedly risked danger and used teleportation gates to reach the Mayton family, begging for help for her father. But operating the teleportation gate was extremely expensive. With Rudia's poor circumstances back then, paying for multiple uses was almost impossible. So where did the money come from? Besides, Hiran had more than just the Mayton family. Why did Rudia specifically choose that place? While Raisin was still thinking, Rudia's father smiled and offered to show him around Van Perich Nong. Raisin surprised but gladly accepted. He believed that talking more with the locals would eventually reveal all the answers. After entering the guest room, Rudia's father politely asked Raisin what tea he wanted. But Avian quickly answered for him, saying the young master preferred iced black tea. Raisin froze on the spot. That was actually the drink he hated the most. Still, Rudia's father happily brought him iced black tea, chilled with ice from the northern lands. Facing such kindness, Raisin could only accept it with an awkward smile and thank him. Suddenly, Rudia's father stood up and deeply bowed before Raisin. He desperately begged Raisin not to let Rudia know that he was still alive. The request left Raisin stunned, and he took a moment before asking why. The man explained that if the truth was revealed, the path Lady Persa prepared for Rudia's growth would collapse instantly. Raisin stayed silent and thought carefully about what he had just heard. Then he raised his head and said he had one final question to confirm. Raisin remembered how Rudia first went to the Mayton family to seek help for her seriously ill father. He looked directly at the man and asked if he was the one who guided Rudia to Mayton. Rudia's father did not deny it. He admitted he told his daughter to seek Mayton because it was the only way to save him. At that moment, Raisin felt all the scattered pieces finally coming together. The truth was that everything had been a carefully arranged plan by Persa to bring Rudia into the Mayton family. In the original timeline, Persa even forced Rudia to cut off one of her own arms. The cruel act was meant to awaken her potential and speed up her growth. The system immediately explained that Rudia's future would be extraordinary, earning worldwide fame as the book mage even with one arm. Ironically, losing an arm was the key condition to reaching the peak of fire magic. Persa was not surprised by this, because the Phoenix Fire God had already revealed this secret through the dreams she experienced. Just as the nightmare ended, Persa suddenly woke up. Breathing heavily with cold sweat covering her body, she muttered the names Hiran and Rudia in shock. Persa immediately thought that Rudia possessed the demon-destroying eye, and only extreme hatred could awaken that power. What troubled her was whether it was just a nightmare or a true prophecy. At that moment, her subordinate Sendu rushed in to check on Persa, and she immediately gave him a mission. The order was clear. Sendu had to go to Hiran at once and find the girl named Rudia. At first, Persa doubted the strange dream, but after confirming Rudia truly existed, she had to believe it was not a coincidence. Filled with curiosity, Persa sat at her desk, staring at Rudia's picture and wondering if the girl truly had the demon-destroying eye. From that moment, Persa decided to train Rudia with everything she had. Ancient magic records showed that fire mages who built magic circles with only one hand had a great advantage. The reason was that when both hands controlled the magic circle, mana streams would clash, and the problem became worse from the 8th magic circle onward. The first person to discover this shocking secret was great mage Ji Theo, who even cut off his left arm to prove his theory while training fire mana. This trait belonged only to the fire element, because the mana circle in the heart had to perfectly synchronize with a magic circle created from a single arm, especially at the 8th circle level. Therefore, anyone seeking the peak of fire magic had to master one-handed casting, as it was the only path to reaching the 8th circle. While Raisin was still thinking about this strange secret, Rudia's father's voice brought him back to reality. After a brief pause, Raisin calmly replied that he understood. It was a father's choice and determination. Rudia's father quietly accepted everything because he believed it would help his daughter grow stronger. Raisin looked at him and directly asked whether he truly believed letting Rudia grow through suffering was the right choice. The father lowered his head and firmly answered that it was their family's responsibility. Hearing that, Raisin immediately pointed out that this so-called duty was what pushed Rudia deeper into pain. Rudia's image appeared in his mind, as if something inside her had already broken, leaving her mana surrounded by a constant dark aura. Not only that, she had awakened the terrifying power known as the demon-destroying eye. Rayson coldly warned that if her hatred kept growing, Rudia would eventually turn into a monster. Hit by the truth, her father could only stay silent, with sweat pouring down as he struggled inside. Rayson stood up and continued speaking. In his eyes, the father had placed his family's duty above his own daughter. After saying that, Rayson turned around and left the wooden house with Avian. Before leaving completely, he looked back and bitterly said that it was nothing but arrogance. Rudia's father remained alone in the dark room, carrying a burden too heavy to put into words.